I'm going to get married today, even if it's with a dog. Su Chuchu said angrily. Then he looked at the rookie paparazzi Qin Xuan, who came forward to take pictures but was caught red-handed. Today you will be my bridegroom. Qin Xuan? Chapter 1. Today you be my bridegroom. Zhang Shu, you're a bastard. Okay, go and accompany your ex-girlfriend. Your ex-girlfriend is more important than our wedding. I won't postpone the wedding. I'm going to get married today, even if it's with a dog. In a luxurious suite of a special hotel on an outer island, a stunning woman in a white and elegant wedding dress clenched her teeth, her delicate face full of anger, and she yelled into the phone almost hysterically. Go to hell, bastard. She interrupted the person on the other end of the line who was still explaining something, then hung up angrily, turned off the phone, and threw it heavily on the coffee table next to her with a bang. The beauty rested one hand on her slender waist, her pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. She tilted her head slightly to hold back the tears, her full chest rose and fell, and she looked extremely aggrieved. Across the coffee table, Qin Xuan opened his mouth slightly and looked at her blankly. He has learned a lot today. Su Chuchu, the new generation female singer who appears sweet, elegant and generous in front of the camera, actually has such a popular side. Etc. The wedding is coming up and the groom ran away? Didn't you guys discuss the wedding date in advance? Even though the plot is a bit cliché, it would definitely be explosive news if it were to get out. As an entertainment reporter, Qin Xuan is keenly aware of this. A new generation female singer Su Chuchu, who is currently very popular and has a bright future. One is Zhang Shu, the young chairman of Aoi Culture and Entertainment Company, who is worth billions. To outsiders, they are undoubtedly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Especially Su Chuchu, who is now at the stage of taking her career to the next level. Her sudden announcement of her marriage has caused heated discussions on the internet recently. Therefore, their wedding was not a secret. However, no reporters were invited to the wedding, and the wedding even stated in advance that reporters were strictly prohibited from attending. Naturally, domestic gossip media would not want to miss such a grand event. The Star News Weekly, where Qin Xuan worked, was no exception. They sent him over with two seniors to see if they could dig up some material, such as marriage due to pregnancy, mistress taking over, and other gossips that the spectators love to hear. Unfortunately, when they arrived there, they found that the entire hotel was booked and reporters couldn't get in at all. Qin Xuan disguised himself and went through a lot of trouble before he finally sneaked in. As soon as I reached this floor and was about to hide, I was caught by the hotel security and brought here. Unexpectedly, Su Chuchu was probably so angry that she actually revealed such a big piece of news in front of him. It can be heard that Su Chuchu's words just now were spoken out of anger. The groom didn't come, and the wedding was about to begin. How could she continue? Are you really going to find a dog to tie the knot with? What a joke! The room was silent and the atmosphere was very depressing. Su Chuchu's beautiful face was covered with gloom, her shoulders were half exposed, her fair and delicate skin was shining like white jade, her sexy collarbone was exposed to the air, her body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was very angry. If faced with such a situation, any woman would be unable to remain calm. I have to say, Su Chuchu is really beautiful. Even when she is angry, she is still incredibly beautiful. Miss Su, are you okay? Qin Xuan coughed lightly. Out of humanitarian concern, he wanted to comfort her. But halfway through her words, Su Chuchu seemed to realize that there was a stranger in the room. She turned her head and looked at Qin Xuan with a stern gaze, so that he choked back the second half of his sentence. He touched his nose and turned his gaze away guiltily. Take off your clothes. Su Chuchu looked at him silently, and after a few seconds, she finally spoke. Ah? Qin Xuan looked at her with a question mark on his face, thinking he had heard it wrong. Chao Qin, the agent who was accompanying Su Chuchu, also looked at her in astonishment, her heart suddenly in her throat. What did this lady want? Take off your clothes. Su Chuchu repeated it with a heavier tone, with a hint of command. That's not good. I know you're very angry now, but there's no need to be so desperate. You're so beautiful and young, and there are so many outstanding men who like you. Why bother? Don't you think so? Qin Xuan looked at the incomparably beautiful Su Chuchu, swallowed silently, and his heart was pounding. Any man would be moved by a beauty of this level. But now she was obviously overwhelmed by anger, and most likely just wanted revenge on Zhang Shu. Qin Xuan thought he was still a gentleman, and since she was still irrational, this was just taking advantage of her misfortune. What's more, there are people here, isn't this too embarrassing? Stop talking nonsense and take it off. Su Chu Chu wiped her tears, left a few words coldly, and turned to walk towards the suite next to her. Miss Su, please talk nicely. You are making it difficult for me. I am a serious entertainment reporter. Qin Chuan's mouth was dry and he was a little at a loss. Paparazzi. Su Chu Chu's voice came from the suite. I really am a reporter. Qin Chuan retorted loudly. Bring me your press card. Su Chu Chu came out carrying a suit and glanced at him coldly. Qin Chuan touched his nose and was immediately speechless. Well, he is indeed a paparazzi who is despised by many celebrities and their fans, and he is a trainee paparazzi at that, so how can he have a press card? Put it on. You will be my groom at the wedding later. Su Chu Chu threw the suit in her hand into his arms, with a serious expression and a shocking tone. It has only been a month since I agreed to Zhang Shu's proposal. The two have not yet had time to get their marriage certificate. Since you can't come, I'll have to change the groom. She thought to herself. After hearing this, Qin Chuan and Chao Qin were dumbfounded. What is this operation? Is marriage such an important matter? Should it be treated so hastily? What are you doing, Aunt? Chao Qin suddenly panicked and asked in an urgent tone. The company where Su Chu Chu works, Galaxy Music, is just a second-rate entertainment company in the industry, and she almost supports the entire company alone. So both the company and the agent were particularly accommodating to her. She chose to marry the young president of Aoi Culture, a top entertainment company in the industry, and the company was actually happy to see it happen. With the support of Aoi Culture's vast resources, Su Chu Chu's career might be able to reach a higher level, and the company could also benefit. But now. I just said that I am going to get married today, even if it's with a dog. Su Chu Chu's face was cold and she showed no emotion at all. It was obvious that she was not joking. I'm not a dog. Qin Chuan felt humiliated and was very angry. Although he was in the wrong, don't paparazzi have human rights? Paparazzi. Su Chu Chu stared at him and emphasized. Qin Chuan. Paparazzi are not dogs. Forget it, he gave up resisting. Don't try to reason with a woman, even if she is a big star. 2 million, divorce after 1 year. Su Chu Chu was like an iceberg, her tone was cold, concise and direct. Chu Chu, are you crazy? Chao Qin, the agent beside Su Chu Chu, finally reacted, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said in surprise. I'm not crazy. Su Chu Chu said firmly. Just as the outside world says, now is the time for her to make further progress and gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. Even rumors of a romance would be a big blow to her career, let alone getting married. Zhang Shu was her college classmate and had been pursuing her since school. He pursued her for 5 whole years. Although she was not attracted to Zhang Shu from the beginning to the end, she could not resist his persistence and agreed to his proposal because she was moved. Zhang Shu's conditions in all aspects were quite outstanding. In addition, she was already 27 years old, and her family was pressuring her to get married. For various reasons, she finally mustered up the courage to accept Zhang Shu's proposal. Unexpectedly, just a few hours before the wedding today, Zhang Shu called her and told her that his ex-girlfriend threatened to commit suicide after learning that he was getting married, and he had to rush to comfort her. Would the wedding be postponed? It was not until now that she realized that Zhang Shu had not been idle during the years he was pursuing her, and he probably had more than one ex-girlfriend. He keeps saying that human life is at stake, but the only person Zhang Shu truly loves is Su Chu Chu? Bah, you bastard. Be it out of spite or revenge, I am determined to get married today. Chapter 2 I'm going to marry you. As Su Chu Chu's agent, Chao Qin knows her temper too well. Su Chu Chu looks sweet and delicate on the outside, but she has a strong character at heart, and no one can change what she decides. Furthermore, the number of tickets this time was really too much. As a woman herself, she could understand Su Chu Chu's feelings at the moment very well. But it is too rash to marry a man without knowing anything about him. Chu Chu, calm down first. Marriage is a big deal, it's too hasty to do this. Zhang Shu may really have his own difficulties. Why don't we just do as he said and postpone the wedding? Even if it's impossible for you and Zhang Shu, there's no need to rush to hold the wedding today. Although almost the whole world now knows that Su Chu Chu and Zhang Shu are going to hold a wedding, the temporary cancellation will inevitably make Su Chu Chu a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. It is estimated that there will be headlines such as Su Chu Chu's dream of marrying into a wealthy family is shattered. However, marriage is a lifelong event. How can you just get married to any man? And then there's your parents. How are you going to explain this to them? And then there's your acting career. Chao Qin continued to persuade. Sister Qin, I know you have always treated me as your sister, but please stop trying to persuade me about this matter. I have already made up my mind. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Su Chuchu pursed her lips and interrupted her, looking determined. Su Chuchu. Chao Qin's face turned red with anxiety. Su Chuchu remained unmoved, her eyes always fixed on Qin Chuan, waiting for his reply. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. You should calm down first. Qin Chuan was speechless. 2 million was indeed very tempting. He believed that no man would refuse to marry a beautiful celebrity like Su Chuchu, even if it was just pretending for a year. But Su Chuchu is clearly angry with Zhang Shu now, and Qin Chuan doesn't want to get involved in their emotional dispute. Besides, this happened too suddenly and he was not prepared at all. I'm just a paparazzi who has been in the industry for a month, no, an entertainment reporter. I was simply here to dig up some information, and somehow I became the groom. Are you kidding me? Su Chuchu stared at him, her expression softened a lot, she blinked her beautiful eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks from her eye sockets. At this moment, she was as charming as her name, and I felt pity for her. Qin Chuan couldn't help but be dazed when he looked at her. I am very calm and sober now. Please help me this time. Su Chuchu walked to his side holding up her skirt, her eyebrows lowered and her long and thick eyelashes fluttering twice. Click. 2 crystal clear tears fell, so sincere. Ding, the perfect life system is binding. System binding successful. System task, agree to Su Chuchu's request and help her complete the wedding. Just as Qin Chuan was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Having read a lot of online novels in his spare time, he is familiar with the system, a must-have artifact for time travelers. He appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was filled with ecstasy. Seeing the system tasks and rewards, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a barely perceptible smile. Task reward, 1 Hyana Royal Series Diamond Ring, 30 million cash, 300 system points. The points mall is not open yet. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After obtaining system points, the mall will open automatically. 30 million, this is going to be paid out. I'm afraid I'll never be able to make that much money in my entire life. Su Chuchu's 2 million is tempting, but it is far less tempting than 30 million. Being her fake husband for a year is actually no big deal. He only shows up this time, and they can just live their own lives in the future. After a while, Su Chuchu can just find a reason to announce the divorce. Why do I only think about money? Isn't it attractive to be a beautiful star like a flower? He is indeed a patient in the late stage of straight male cancer. Actually, it's not like that, it's just that he knows himself well. Or maybe he hasn't yet adapted to the fact that he has become a man with a system and is about to reach the peak of his life. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that a beauty of Su Chuchu's level would never be interested in him. Qin Chuan quickly calmed down, cleared his throat, and agreed without blushing or beating his heart. Well, money is a small matter. I don't have any other advantages except that I am willing to help others. I will marry you. But I have one condition. You say. Su Chuchu said. I guess everyone will know about it soon after I marry you. I hope you won't have any intimate actions with other men before we announce our divorce. After all, I am your husband in name, and this is related to a man's dignity. Qin Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry about that. I don't want anyone to take pictures and say I cheated on my wife. I still have to save face. Su Chuchu nodded. I hope you can abide by this rule, too. If you want to be in a relationship, try not to be photographed. Deal. Qin Chuan agreed. Ding, the reward has arrived. The diamond ring has been placed in the inventory, and 30 million cash has been deposited. Please check it. Note, all rewards obtained by the host have been rationalized, the host can use them with confidence. There is no doubt that the system is powerful. Qin Chuan naturally didn't worry about this. The wedding is about to start, so you should hurry up and change your clothes. Su Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in the direction of the suite, asking him to look. Qin Chuan nodded, picked up his suit and walked towards the suite without saying a word. Chapter 3 I changed my groom. Life is so absurd. Qin Chuan changed his clothes, stood in the bathroom of the suite, looked at himself in the mirror inside. An hour ago, he was a trainee paparazzi like a rat crossing the street, but now he has become the groom of a popular star. A bit exciting. The high-end white suit he was wearing should have been several pieces, but it fit him well. It's just that his figure is a little thin, and white is a very difficult color to control, so it always feels a bit awkward. This is my first marriage, so it must be perfect. Besides, Su Chuchu is such a beautiful woman, so I should at least not look too shabby standing next to her. He muttered something and opened the system to see if there was any help it could provide. For example, improving your appearance or something. In fact, he already looked pretty good, about 1.78 meters tall and had a handsome face. Aren't you the perfect life system? You can't even do such a small thing. After turning on the system, a light screen that is invisible to the outside world quickly appears in front of your eyes, displaying all your information. Host, Qin Chuan. System level, 1. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Height, 63. Temperament, 60. The corners of Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. Apart from the appearance, which was in line with his expectations, the other ratings were simply terrible. There was no way. I became addicted to online games during college. Out of 365 days a year, I would spend at least 100 days online all night. Staying up late for a long time caused great damage to my figure and temperament. Item, Hayana Royal Diamond Ring 1. Skills, none. System points, 300. System mall is open. Qin Chuan opened the system mall, and a wide variety of goods appeared before him. Skills, consumables. The skill categories include cooking, computers, art, languages, etc., which are further divided into various subcategories, covering almost everything. Consumables include temperament potions, appearance potions, etc. Temperament mixture can help the host improve his or her own temperament and gain more favor. Body shape potion can help the host reshape his body shape. The unit price is 10 points per dose. The other effects need no further explanation. That's it. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. I use 300 points to buy 20 temperament compound and 10 body compound. Take them out from the system inventory and drink them one by one. I immediately felt a warm current flowing through my body. Host temperament plus 1. Host temperament plus 1. Host body size plus 1. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in my head. Nothing seems to have changed. After drinking 30 doses, Qin Chuan looked at himself in the mirror and felt that there was not much change, so he muttered softly. Chu, marriage is not the time to be angry. With your conditions, you can find any man you want. Why do you have to treat yourself like this? Please don't be confused. Sister Qin is so anxious that she is about to jump off the building. Yeah, you don't even know the background of that man. Sister Qin said he is a paparazzi. If you marry such a man, wouldn't people laugh at you if it gets out? Even if you want to take revenge on Zhang Shu, the price is too high. Outside the suite, Su Chuchu's two best friends, who were wearing bridesmaid dresses, came over at some point and tried to persuade her earnestly. Su Chuchu doesn't have many friends, and the wedding was not large in scale. Only a few friends from both sides and Su Chuchu as colleagues were invited, most of whom were young people. Neither the parents nor the elders of both parties were present. The original plan was to wait until the ceremony was completed here and then return to China to hold the ceremony at each other's homes. If you still consider me a sister, then you don't need to persuade me anymore. I'm going to get married today. Su Chuchu's makeup artist was touching up her makeup. She was leaning back in her chair with her eyes slightly closed, looking very determined. You are going crazy. One of them, a girl with peach blossom eyes named Li Yao, was about to say something when the door of the suite suddenly opened and a slender figure walked out, slowly walking towards them. The four women, including the makeup artist, turned their eyes in unison. My eyes widened immediately. This guy is kind of handsome. Su Chuchu, you are not bewitched by this bastard's appearance, are you? That's no wonder, isn't he a paparazzi? He is so handsome, why is he still a paparazzi? Su Chuchu, when did you become so superficial? A man can't just be good looking. Li Yao and another close friend whispered something to each other. Su Chuchu. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. I swear to God, she never felt how handsome Qin Chuan was before. However, now that he had changed his clothes, he seemed like a different person. The white suit looked like it was tailor-made for him, making his figure look tall and slender. He has neat short hair, handsome and three-dimensional facial lines, a pair of eyes as deep as cold pools, and a gentle and slightly rebellious smile on his lips. There is never a shortage of handsome men in the entertainment industry, but when Su Chu saw him, she was still slightly stunned. She was naturally not so superficial as to develop any feelings for Qin Chuan because of this. It's just amazing how a set of clothes can change a person so much. In fact, Qin Chuan didn't feel that he had changed much. Is it just that the hair is better? The skin is smoother? The dark circles are gone? The shoulders are straighter? Maybe it's because he has a good foundation, and these subtle changes can make his whole spirit and energy different. It's not too late for you to regret now. When he approached, Qin Chuan first nodded to Su Chu's two best friends, and then turned to Su Chu and said, "He is just an ordinary person. As long as he doesn't get a marriage certificate, he will still be a first-time bride when he gets married again in the future." Su Chu is different. Many of her fans are fans of her looks, and the influence on her must be much greater. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. A young woman, dressed very neatly in a gray suit, walked in. Luo Xiao, the chief planner of this wedding, had received a call from Zhang Shu earlier, saying that the wedding would be postponed because he could not be there today. But then Chao Qin called again and the wedding went on. This put her in a dilemma, not knowing who to listen to, so she came here to confirm. "Miss Su, are you sure you want to continue with the wedding?" "Continue." Su Chu uttered two words lightly. "But Mr. Zhang may not be able to come," Luo Xiao said hesitantly. "What is this? How can the wedding be held without a groom? Could it be that the bride is standing alone on the stage and kissing the air?" "It's okay, I changed the groom." Su Chu pointed at Qin Chuan next to her with her chin. "Here, this is it." Luo Xiao looked at Qin Chuan, his mouth open wide enough for an egg to fit in. After all her years of wedding planning, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing. "This. After the wedding, you will refund all the expenses to Zhang Shu, and I will ask my assistant to make up the money for you later," Su Chu said indifferently. The cost of holding a wedding is calculated based on the number of tickets. Su Chu doesn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. "Okay then, I'll go get ready." In this case, Luo Xiao had no choice but to do as he was told. After a slight hesitation, he stepped out. Su Chu is a big star, so she doesn't have to worry about the expenses. The conversation between the two also indirectly revealed Su Chu's attitude. "Would you like to put on some makeup too?" She glanced at Qin Chuan and asked. "No need for that." Qin Chuan blinked and said, "Why a grown man should put on makeup?" "It's up to you," Su Chu said indifferently. Li Yao looked at the other bridesmaid and didn't continue to persuade her. They were quite satisfied with Qin Chuan's appearance, and their impression of him also changed. Although he was still not a match for Su Chu in terms of material conditions, at least he was pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, Su Chu's attitude clearly showed that she was determined and any further persuasion would probably be fruitless. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated a few times. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was Brother Fong, his senior from the company who stayed outside, calling. He hesitated for a moment, took a few steps to the side, and pressed the answer button. "Xiao Qin, did you take pictures of anything? I just received a rumor that something seems to have happened at Su Chu's wedding. Find out as soon as possible." "Well." Qin Chuan pinched his nose and glanced at Su Chu, who had already put on makeup. For a moment he didn't know where to start. How should I tell him that I am now a groom and the subject of gossip? What's wrong? Are you having any difficulties? This is what I usually teach you: be bold, careful, and patient. I believe you can do it. Brother Fong heard that he seemed a little hesitant, and encouraged him in a deep voice. Let's talk about it when I get back. It's not convenient now." Qin Chuan noticed that Su Chu and her two bridesmaids were looking at him, and the room was so small that it was indeed not very convenient. "Oh, okay. Then be careful and don't get exposed." Brother Fong lowered his voice and reminded him, then hung up the phone in a hurry. Qin Chuan. Chapter 4. Is this thing worth tens of millions? Sitting in the passenger seat of a black business car a little distance from the wedding scene, Fong Qing was looking at the screen of his cell phone, which had been hung up, with a look of excitement on his face. It seems that Xiao Qin must have photographed something. Brother Fong, Xiaoqin is still an intern and is not familiar with the business. Isn't it unfair for us to let him do such a risky thing? A companion named Dong Xiaowei, who was wearing a baseball cap and sitting in the driver's seat, was holding a telescope and looking at the open-air wedding scene on the lawn in the distance while speaking. It's because he is an intern that we need to give him more opportunities to gain experience. Fong Qing said with a grin. If this kid gets caught and gets beaten up. Don't worry, Xiaoqin is quite smart. Fong Qing clasped his hands behind his head, leaned heavily on the chair, and had great confidence in Qin Chuan. Kindness. You think there won't be any changes in Su Chuchu's wedding? It's almost lunchtime, but there's still no movement. Dong Xiaowei muttered. Who knows? Let's wait for news from Xiaoqin. The atmosphere at the wedding was very strange. The news that Zhang Shu could not attend had spread, and most of his guests had already left. The very few who stayed behind were probably just there to join in the fun and see how the wedding would end. Su Chuchu's relatives, friends and colleagues all stayed, all feeling unfair for her. Overall, there are still quite a few people, so it's not too deserted. Su Chuchu is so embarrassed now. I guarantee she has already locked on to tomorrow's top trending searches. Zhang Shu went a little too far this time. It seems that Su Chuchu hasn't given up yet. Look, the people from the wedding company are still busy. What's the use? Even if Zhang Shu leaves from China now, he probably won't arrive until the evening. Can we do it at night? You must be kidding. Zhang Shu's friends whispered about this. On the other hand, Su Chuchu's friends and colleagues were all indignant. What the hell is this? Does he have any idea how much he wants for something as big as marriage? I'm so pissed off. We don't understand the thoughts of rich people, but Chuchu is really pitiful, having to deal with such an unreliable bastard. Why don't we say hello to Chuchu and leave? We came all the way from home, but we didn't expect to encounter something like this. What a shame. Just as everyone was talking at once, with all kinds of voices becoming increasingly loud, the wedding march suddenly sounded. Soon, Su Chuchu, with beautiful features and an elegant and sweet smile on her face, suddenly appeared in front of everyone, arm in arm with a strange man. Li Yao and another bridesmaid followed closely behind. Everyone was petrified on the spot, staring at Su Chuchu and Qin Chuan in amazement. From Qin Chuan's clothes, it could be seen that he was clearly the groom. Who is this? I don't know him, but he's quite handsome. What does Su Chuchu mean? Changed the groom? Oh my god, didn't she know that Zhang Shu couldn't come and found a backup in advance? She's preparing a backup for the wedding. This woman is really deep. Your train of thought is quite unique. Fuck. Call Zhang Shu right now, his fiancé has been snatched away by someone else. Chu Chu, you did a great job. Zhang Shu is not the only man in the world. Since that bastard even broke his promise at the wedding, divorce him. I think this groom is not bad either. I wonder which family he belongs to. Changing the man at the last minute is awesome. Su Chuchu held Qin Chuan's sleeve and walked slowly towards the stage, facing dozens of different gazes. The original plan for this wedding was to keep everything simple, mainly inviting young people, without so many red tape. Brother Fong, Brother Fong. In the business car in the distance, the man in the baseball cap suddenly grabbed Fong Qing's sleeve and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Fong Qing asked with a frown. Let me see, is that Xiaoqin? Kindness? How come he seems to have become Su Chuchu's groom? The man in the baseball cap said uncertainly. Fong Qing. Are you kidding? Who is Su Chuchu? She debuted through a talent show 3 years ago. Although she hasn't produced many works and the few songs she released are not very popular, she is beautiful, popular and has a lot of traffic. In time, as long as she encounters a good work, or turns to acting, she can become a top-notch popular female star with 1 or 2 outstanding works. Her fiancé is worth billions, so how could he possibly be interested in Qin Chuan, a paparazzi? I'm not mistaken, that's definitely Xiaoqin. What's going on? Show it to me. Fong Qing snatched the telescope from the man in the baseball cap and looked towards the wedding scene. On the wedding stage, the person standing opposite Su Chuchu was none other than the rookie paparazzi Qin Chuan that she had brought with her. This is really weird. Miss Su Chuchu, are you willing to marry this handsome boy in front of you, and love him, take care of him, respect him, accept him, and be loyal to him forever, whether in sickness or health, whether rich or poor, for the rest of your long life? The words of the wedding host echoed in Su Chuchu's ears. She looked at the strange man in front of her with extremely complicated feelings. Every woman probably has imagined what her future significant other will be like and what her wedding will be like. She never imagined that her wedding would turn out to be so ridiculous. But now that things have come to this, running away at this moment will only make things more embarrassing. I do. She put away her thoughts and said firmly. Qin Chuan looked at the stunningly beautiful Su Chuchu in front of him, and he was still a little dazed. I came here to work, but somehow I became the groom of this beautiful star. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act like this. Mr. Qin Chuan, today you are marrying this girl in front of you as a man. In the future, whether you are rich or poor, whether you are in hardship or sickness, are you willing to support her until old age and never leave her? I do. Qin Chuan said. Since he has already promised Su Chuchu, he can't let her down at the critical moment. Even the big star doesn't care, so why should he care? After the vows, it was time to exchange rings. Please ask the bride and groom to exchange rings. Hearing this, Su Chuchu's face changed slightly. If she remembered correctly, the wedding ring should be with Zhang Shu, and she probably didn't give it to Luo Xiao. The incident happened suddenly, and Luo Xiao probably had forgotten about it. She glanced sideways at Luo Xiao, who was standing beside her, and sure enough, she saw that she had a sad face and looked a little helpless. Due to the rush of time, Luo Xiao indeed overlooked this, but to put it another way, although wedding rings do not require diamond rings, even if she thought of this, where would she go to buy a pair of rings in just over half an hour? If we had discovered this earlier, we could have skipped this process, but now the MC has already spoken, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. At this moment, Qin Chuan had already walked in front of Su Chuchu, and very gentlemanly stretched out his right hand in front of her, and said softly, "Hand." Ah. Su Chuchu looked at him with confusion, paused for a moment, and then put her little hand in his. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, took out a dazzling diamond ring from his pocket and slowly put it on her slender ring finger. Is this the Hyena Royal series? It looks like it must be at least 5 carats, worth tens of millions. It's really luxurious. Chuchu is so lucky. Hyena is a world-renowned jewelry brand, and the discerning guests in the audience were amazed. Su Chuchu and her 2 bridesmaids were also very surprised. Isn't this guy a paparazzi? How could he have the money to buy such an expensive diamond ring? No, I should say, why does he carry a diamond ring with him? This is too strange. Could it be fake? Qin Chuan faintly heard the discussions of the guests below the stage. The smile on his face suddenly froze, and the movements of his hands also paused slightly. What? Is this thing worth tens of millions? Most people have no idea about the price of diamond rings, and Qin Chuan is no exception. In his eyes, the coin rewarded by the system is worth at most 1 or 200,000. Now hearing that this small diamond ring was actually worth tens of millions, he suddenly felt a little regretful. He is just an ordinary person, with an ordinary family background and ordinary education, not to mention his job. He has been a paparazzi for just over a month, and his base salary is only over 3,000 yuan. Even though I have the system now, my mentality hasn't changed at all. 10 million, what a huge sum of money. This guy is just pretending to be so good. He just put tens of millions in there like that. It's a loss, a huge loss. He is regretting it so much now. But the ring was already halfway put on, and I couldn't take it off in front of so many people. He finally gritted his teeth and put the ring on Su Chuchu's ring finger, forcing a smile and saying, "How is it? Is it okay?" "It's beautiful, thank you." Su Chuchu came back to her senses, smiled slightly, and said softly, "Women have always been unable to resist diamonds." The look she gave Qin Chuan changed from indifference to a gentle one, and there was even a hint of emotion in it. "Now please let the groom kiss the bride." At this time, the voice of the wedding host sounded again. Just when Qin Chuan was putting the ring on Su Chuchu, Luo Xiao had already signaled him to skip the process of exchanging rings. Su Chuchu was slightly startled, a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her delicate and fair little face suddenly turned red to her ears. She has been in the entertainment industry for 2 years and has always kept herself clean. Besides, she is an idol singer, not an actress, so she still has her first kiss. Although she agreed to Zhang Shu's proposal a month ago, she was not attracted to him. She was just under pressure from her family and due to anxiety about her age. Until now, the two of them have never even held hands, let alone taken the next step. "Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." The guests in the audience who didn't know the truth started to make a fuss one after another. Qin Chuan looked down at Su Chuchu, who looked shy, his heart beating like a drum. With a beauty of this level, no man would miss this good opportunity, right? This is a wedding, in front of so many people, she wouldn't hit herself, right? Give it a go. A diamond ring worth tens of millions cannot be thrown away in vain. However, when he held Su Chuchu's little face, he immediately noticed that her body stiffened, and he could even feel her soft body trembling slightly. She looked at Qin Chuan with red eyes, her pupils filled with tears, and her eyes were stubborn and a little helpless. Qin Chuan's heart softened, and he sighed silently. He gently tapped her forehead and said softly, "Just show your appreciation." However, Su Chuchu didn't seem to appreciate it. She glared at him with resentment and cursed him softly. "You rascal! Qin Chuan! Are you kidding me? I am your husband now. Forget it, I won't bother with a woman." "Ah? Is that all? No, how can you kiss someone on the forehead?" The guests in the audience were also dissatisfied and started to make a fuss again. "I have a cold recently and I'm afraid I'll infect Chuchu. I'll kiss you next time I have a chance." Qin Chuan spread his hands and spoke half jokingly and half seriously to the guests below the stage. When Su Chuchu heard the first half of his sentence, she was secretly pleased that this guy had found a good excuse. But the second half of the sentence became frivolous, and her beautiful face became even more flushed and charming. Chapter 5. I need an explanation. The wedding is over. Su Chuchu changed into a burgundy-printed long dress, which made her graceful figure even more charming and attractive. She stood in front of the spacious floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room with a cup of coffee in her hand, staring at the sea in the distance in a daze. It was like a dream, and I got married just like that. This was the boldest and most rebellious decision she had ever made in her life. She has been a good girl since she was young, and has been living the life planned by her parents until now, including her marriage, which she finally compromised under the pressure of her parents. For her, this wedding was not only a revenge against Zhang Shu, but also a rebellion against her parents. Although it was a bit ridiculous, she didn't regret it at all. "Auntie, you're still in the mood to drink coffee and enjoy the scenery, but you've turned off your phone and ignored what's happening outside. I'm almost bombarded with calls here." Chao Qin walked in from outside and said with a sad face. There were quite a few friends at the wedding. The news that Su Chuchu had married a strange man soon reached him. Zhang Shu, Su's parents, and the senior executives of Su Chuchu's company could not contact her in person, so they could only call her. She spent more than 2 hours dealing with these calls and had no time to eat. "Thanks for your hard work." Su Chuchu took a sip of coffee and smiled faintly. "You can still laugh." Chao Qin sighed, "At most by tonight, the hot search will be waiting for you. The company will try its best to help deal with it. As for the number of posts and your parents, you will have to deal with it yourself. Su Chuchu hasn't had any new works to show for nearly a year. She occasionally participates in some variety shows to maintain her popularity, but she is beautiful and still quite popular. This incident is likely to cause her to lose some popularity, which is probably inevitable." The company had made plans in advance, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that this lady would change her groom at the last minute? It is bound to bring about a big storm. Su Chuchu nodded slightly and said She knew clearly that the company's capabilities were limited and there wasn't much they could do. No matter what the final outcome is, she is mentally prepared. It won't lead to quitting the entertainment industry because of this. Even if it really comes to that, it's no big deal. It seems like a case of giving up everything. As for Zhang Shu and his family, things have come to this point and they can only take things one step at a time. Click. The door of the suite opened, and Qin Chuan changed his clothes and walked out. When Su Chuchu saw him, she immediately thought of the time when this guy kissed her without permission at the wedding. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and annoyed, and glanced at him coldly. Qin Chuan showed a helpless smile. It was just a kiss. Was it necessary to treat it like meeting an enemy? I'm helping you, okay? When acting, you have to act it out fully. Miss Su, I've finished the show with you. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. He walked to the sofa area, picked up his backpack, and greeted Su Chuchu. Wait a minute. Su Chuchu called him indifferently, moved over, put the coffee in her hand on the bar beside her, raised her right hand, glanced at the diamond ring on her ring finger, then looked at him and said, "This diamond ring is very beautiful, but it's too expensive. I can't have it. I'll give it back to you." As he said this, he was about to take off the ring and return it to Qin Chuan. Qin Xuan's performance today was generally remarkable, and Su Chuchu's impression of him has changed, at least she no longer hates him. One of her friends is a jewelry expert. Just now at the wedding, that friend specifically looked at the Hyena Royal jewelry, which was definitely a genuine product worth tens of millions. Even though she is quite famous now and has no shortage of money, tens of millions is still a lot of money for her. This wedding was fake in the first place, so it would be inappropriate to accept such an expensive diamond ring. However, no matter how many times she tried, the diamond ring seemed to be grown on her finger and could not be taken off. It suits you very well. I think let it go. You can't take back something you give away. Qin Xuanyan smiled insincerely. Why is it so tight? Let me try getting some soapy water. Su Chuchu ignored him. Her fingers were twisted red, but she still couldn't take it off. She frowned and said a little embarrassedly. If you pull it any further, it will dislocate. Let's think of a way to take it off later. This thing won't break. How can a big star like you trick me into giving you a ring? Qin Xuan stopped her and made a harmless joke. Oh well. Su Chuchu shook her hands lightly, feeling helpless, and then stared at him curiously. Aren't you a paparazzi? How could you have such an expensive diamond ring? Actually, I'm a second-generation rich man. Being a paparazzi is just my hobby. Qin Xuan curled his lips and made up a story. I can't tell her that I have a system. Of course, she won't believe it even if I tell her. If Su Chuchu believed his nonsense, she must have a hole in her head. However, Qin Xuan was obviously unwilling to talk more, so she didn't want to ask more. My parents already know what happened today, and they will definitely meet you, so... Su Chuchu turned her face away. She clearly wanted to ask for help, but she acted a little proud and hesitated to speak. Now it seems that this man is not short of money at all. He probably doesn't even care about the 2 million yuan she paid him. Moreover, under the urgent situation at that time, the two of them only reached a verbal agreement, and many subsequent things were not discussed in detail at all, so she felt a little guilty for suddenly making such a request. Meet your parents? Qin Xuan understood what she meant. He hesitated for a moment and said, okay, let's do a good thing. Besides, you have already paid me. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. The 2 million that Su Chuchu promised him had already arrived in his account before the wedding. Also, where are you from? If my parents ask about you, I can't be completely clueless. Perhaps because she found Qin Xuan quite easy to talk to, Su Chuchu glanced at him sideways and said, my hometown is in Koan City, but I work in Jinhai most of the time. How about this, add me on WeChat, and I'll send my personal information to your phone later. If you have anything you want to know, you can ask me at any time. Qin Xuan said. Su Chuchu picked up her phone and turned it on, and immediately saw dozens of missed calls. Without a doubt, it must be Zhang Shu calling from home. The two exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. Then I'll go back. I'll contact you if there's anything. Qin Xuan put away his phone and said. Su Chuchu nodded and watched Qin Xuan leave the room in a very cool manner without looking back. For some reason, she couldn't help but recall the scene when this guy kissed her forehead at the wedding, and her face became hot again. This young man is not bad. At least he doesn't pester you. Chao Qin didn't notice Su Chuchu's abnormality and praised Qin Xuan sincerely. He can afford a diamond ring worth tens of millions. Do you think he will eat my gigolo? Su Chuchu shook the big diamond ring on her hand, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. No matter what, at least for now, it seems that Qin Xuan's character is still good. What I mean is, you are so beautiful, and he is nominally your husband now. It would be reasonable for him to make some unreasonable demands on you. But he looks like he has no thoughts in this regard at all. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Chao Qin wondered. It was all agreed upon in advance. It's just an act. It's fake to begin with. Su Chuchu curled her lips. Is Sister Qin questioning her charm? Besides, everyone has different aesthetic tastes. There are a lot of people who hate me online. Not everyone likes me. Isn't this normal? That's true, but he is so rich that he can be a paparazzi. Could he really be a rich second generation? Is he here to experience life? Chao Qin guessed. Who knows? Su Chuchu shrugged. She was actually quite puzzled. The cultivation of a person's temperament is not something that can be achieved overnight. That guy seemed like a different person just by changing his clothes. His overall temperament improved a lot. And he carried such an expensive diamond ring with him. He was really a freak. Just as she was thinking about it, her cell phone suddenly rang. She frowned and looked at the screen. It was Zhang Shu calling. She hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Whether it was Zhang Shu or her parents, she would have to face them eventually. After pressing the answer button, Zhang Shu's deep voice came out. I need an explanation. Chapter 6. I don't want to be famous. I need an explanation. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Shu asked directly. You can tell he's trying hard to suppress his emotions. The woman he had been pursuing for several years was about to be married, but was snatched away by an unknown person at the last moment. And the woman he loved so much just to get angry with him actually found a random man and got married. When he heard the news, he almost went crazy. One can imagine how tormented he was during those hours when he couldn't contact Su Chu Chu. All his emotions accumulated and burst out at this moment. Explanation? What explanation do you want? You can even cancel your wedding, why can't I change a groom? Su Chu Chu asked with a sneer. His emotions, which had been gradually calming down, suddenly rose up again when he heard Zhang Shu's righteous questioning of him. I've already explained to you on the phone that if I wasn't there, she might really commit suicide. Human life is at stake. If she really committed suicide because of our marriage, we'd have to bear this guilt for the rest of our lives. Do you understand? Why can't you be considerate of me? I have been pursuing you for so many years, you should know how sincere I am to you. Zhang Shu forcibly suppressed the anger that was about to explode and tried to soften his tone. After all, the current situation is indeed caused by him. Isn't your sincerity too cheap? You should be sincere to more than just me, right? Don't tell me that you are just playing around with other women. Su Chu Chu was so angry that she spoke rudely. It was obviously you who broke the appointment first, and now you are trying to turn the tables on me and ask me to be magnanimous and understanding? This is really ridiculous. It is true that Zhang Shu had been very kind to her over the years, and even a heart of stone would be moved, especially for women, for whom persistence is usually effective. Otherwise, she might not have been so determined to accept his proposal. She could even understand that Zhang Shu had other women in recent years, but she could not tolerate him missing their wedding for other women. Which woman doesn't dream of having a perfect wedding? And her Su Chu Chu's wedding was so ridiculous, wasn't it all because of him? Xu Wei is the daughter of my father's old comrade in arms. We grew up together. Zhang Shu tried to explain. I'm not interested in listening to your love story. Su Chu Chu interrupted him directly. There was a brief silence on the phone. After a few seconds, Zhang Shu sighed softly and said in a gentle tone, I know you are still angry now. Why don't you calm down? We'll talk when you calm down. As for today's wedding, I will find a way to suppress it. We can pretend that nothing happened and start over. I promise you, I will definitely give you a perfect wedding. Su Chu Chu obviously did such a ridiculous thing just to be angry with him. It's just a wedding, no big deal. It is said that Su Chu Chu spent 2 million to hire a paparazzi to cooperate with her in acting. However, Su Chu Chu is a star. Even though the wedding was small in scale and no reporters were invited, the outside world was paying close attention to it. It was difficult to guarantee that the situation at the scene would not leak out, which would inevitably cause heated discussions. If that happens, where would he, the young president of Aoi culture, put his face? His fiancée was snatched away by a paparazzi who appeared out of nowhere. How can he survive in the circle in the future? He can't afford to lose this person. Aoi culture is wealthy and powerful, which is by no means comparable to Xinghe music where Su Chu Chu works. It shouldn't be a problem to use some resources to suppress the news of this wedding. From the moment you told me you couldn't come to the wedding, we were done. Let's end it here. Su Chu Chu said in a cold tone, without giving Zhang Shu a chance to speak, and directly hung up the phone. All the affection, or the impression she had on Zhang Shu that she had accumulated over the years, disappeared in that instant. Boss Zhang has been pursuing you for so many years. I don't think he will give up. Chao Qin sighed silently. She had originally been quite optimistic about the two of them. After all, they were a perfect match in every aspect. She didn't expect it to turn out like this. It was a bit regrettable. But she could also understand Su Chu Chu's decision. Let's not talk about him anymore. When will we return home? Su Chu Chu asked after calming down. The flight is for tomorrow morning. On the other side, in the bustling area of Jinhai City, is the chairman's office in the Aoi Culture Office building. Zhang Shu's face turned pale as he stared blankly at the screen of the phone that had been hung up. Then he put away his phone, crossed his hands on the desk, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Contact Galaxy Music and ask them to issue a statement. After a long time, he turned around and instructed the assistant beside him. Xiaoqin, what's going on? I asked you to get information, so how did you become the groom? Yeah, how did you do it? You actually married Su Chuchu, who is Zhang Shu's fiancé. Something's wrong. Why are you back? Aren't you going to have your wedding night tonight? When Qin Xuan returned to the hotel where he was staying, Fang Qing and Dong Shelui immediately pulled him aside to ask him questions. The two have seen a lot of messy things in the entertainment industry, but this kind of temporary replacement of the groom is the first time they have seen it, so it's no wonder they are making a fuss. Well, it's a long story. Let me tell you slowly. Qin Xuan waved his hand. Then he told the two of them what happened today with some reservations. Even if he didn't say it, these two people are old hands in the circle, and it won't take long for them to find out what happened at Su Chuchu's wedding. So, Su Chuchu dragged you into this wedding just out of spite? Fang Qing said. Yeah, it's fake. How could she possibly like me? Qin Xuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu usually looks very weak, but I didn't expect she could do such a thing. What is this called? It's called a rabbit bites when it's cornered. Fang Chang sighed. You're going to be famous now. No matter what, you're Su Chuchu's husband now. Dong Shelui said with a smile, Lao Fang and I waited outside today and didn't even have a hot meal. But you're so good that you have to make up for it by hosting a wedding banquet for us tonight. I don't want to be famous. Qin Xuan shrugged, then took out 2 stacks of red bills from his bag and placed them in front of the two people. After leaving Su Chuchu, he went directly to the nearest bank to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash, and by the way, he became a VIP customer of the bank. Here is 200,000. We can't let the two seniors come all the way here for nothing. I'm just an ordinary person and I really don't want to be famous. Although he had only been a paparazzi for a month, he could deeply understand how cautious being a star or celebrity was. He had to pay attention to his words and actions at all times and had almost no freedom at all. Today he has become Su Chuchu's cheap husband. As expected, he will soon be everywhere on the internet. He wasn't too worried about that. After today, he and Su Chuchu probably won't see each other very often. After this period of time, when the atmosphere has gradually cooled down, even if he walks on the street, probably no one will recognize him. After all, the one who is really famous is Su Chuchu. What he was really worried about was that the only people here who knew his name and personal information, besides a few people close to Su Chuchu, were Fang Cheng and Dong Shelui. Xiaoqin, what do you mean? Is this hush money? Fang Cheng's face darkened. Put the money away. You and I are still master and disciple. Aren't you slapping me in the face? Besides, even if we don't spread the news, someone else will. You should understand that. Yeah, there are so many people at the wedding, it definitely can't be kept secret. Dong Shelui agreed. I don't mean anything else. You two have come all the way from China, you can't go back empty-handed, right? As for the company, I'll need your help. Just don't disclose my personal information. I don't want to worry about being followed even when I go to the toilet, and I don't want my family to be disturbed. And this money is not mine. It was given to me by Su Chuchu. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Qin Xuan said casually. Okay then, if that's the case, then we'll accept it. We promise not to leak a single word of what happened today. I've been in the company for so many years, I know what to do. Fang Qing finally agreed. In fact, he and Dong Shelui didn't take any pictures at all. He felt that Qin Xuan's efforts were a bit unnecessary and he didn't deserve it. Also, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue working in the company with my current status. I'll treat you to a meal later, and Brother Fang can go back and say hello to the company. Qin Xuan said. Star News Weekly doesn't he have a very good reputation in the circle, and he is now Su Chuchu's husband. It would definitely not be good if people found out that he works here. Besides, he already had the system and more than 30 million in his card, so it seemed unnecessary for him to do this job anymore. Okay, no problem. Fang Cheng replied. Chapter 7 This system is a bit stupid. Qin Chuan chatted with Fong Chang and Dong Shelwei for a while and then returned to his room. The wedding was tiring, so he fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. When he woke up again, it was already evening. He got up and washed up quickly, then went out and called Fong Ching to go out with him to find a decent restaurant. After eating and drinking, they returned to the hotel and agreed to go back to their own rooms after returning home the next day. I guess the news of Su Chuchu's temporary change of groom has now spread all over the internet, right? Qin Chuan sat on the bed, took out his mobile phone, opened Weibo, and quickly browsed through it. Why is it different from what I thought? Logically speaking, with Su Chuchu's popularity, such an incident should have at least 5 high-ranking hot searches, but at a glance, only 2 hot searches appeared at the end. Hot search 43, Su Chuchu's wedding. This is nothing more than various rumors spread by various marketing accounts about Su Chuchu's wedding. The onlookers below were talking about it. Changing the groom at the wedding? Impossible? What happened? Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Wait for the company to come forward and explain. My goddess is really getting married, I still can't accept it. Who is the goddess' new husband? Who is the groom? Qin Chuan saw that the wedding photos posted by those marketing accounts were very blurry and he could only see a rough outline of them. His own face didn't seem to be clear either. Very good, very good. He secretly rejoiced. The next hot search that followed was Galaxy Music Company's statement to refute the rumors. Qin Chuan clicked on it and took a look. The gist of the statement was that the rumors and photos circulating on the internet about Su Chuchu's wedding scene were all malicious rumors. It also stated that Su Chuchu and Zhang Shu's wedding was temporarily postponed due to force majeure, and the man who accompanied Su Chuchu to the wedding was just a relative of Su Chuchu. So my wedding today was in vain? Qin Chuan pinched his nose and muttered to himself. But on second thought, this is a good thing, at least this statement clears me of any blame. He didn't want to get involved in the emotional dispute between Su Chuchu and Zhang Shu. I don't want to become the target of public criticism. He could probably guess that this statement was most likely a public relations effort jointly undertaken by Zhang Shu and Galaxy Music, with Galaxy Music issuing the statement and Aoi Culture taking charge to minimize the impact on both parties. Coincidentally, this is also the result Qin Chuan wanted. He happily turned off his cell phone, took a shower, went back to bed, watched TV for a while and then prepared to go to bed. Maybe it was because I slept for nearly 2 hours in the afternoon, so I couldn't fall asleep lying in bed. System? No response. Are there any tasks now? Qin Chuan asked again. The reward for one task was 30 million. He was bored now, so he wanted to see if he could do some tasks to earn some money. None. After a few seconds, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Why does this system seem a bit dull? It's so slow to respond. Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart. He now has 30 million in his card. How to spend this money? Probably many people have thought about how they would squander their unexpected windfall. Qin Chuan is no exception. But he is an ordinary person after all, and the first things he thinks of are houses and cars. The house my parents live in is very old, so let us buy them a new one first. But how can I explain to them where the money came from? While planning his future life, he soon fell asleep in a daze. The next day, near noon, Qin Chuan and his 3 companions took a flight back to Jinhai. After nearly an hour's flight, the plane landed and the 3 people went their separate ways. Qin Chuan took a taxi back to his rented home. I just put down my luggage when I received a call from my mother. Xiaochuan, Grandma's birthday is in a few days. When will you come back? Oh, maybe I'll go back later. Qin Chuan looked at the time and replied after a moment of hesitation. Now that I have quit my job, I realize that I haven't been home for a while. It just so happens that it's my grandmother's birthday, so I might as well go back and rest for a few days. Jinhai is only an hour's drive from Kunming City, so there is still plenty of time and I just need to get home before evening. Come back today? Are you quitting work again? My mother seems to have gotten used to it. In the 2 years since graduation, he has never settled down and has been changing jobs every now and then. Fortunately, the conditions at home are okay. Of course, they are just okay, not as good as the best but better than the worst. My father is a taxi driver and my mother works as an accountant in a private enterprise. He also has a younger sister who is studying at Gimhe University, so the tuition and living expenses are not a heavy burden for the family. So there is no need for him to support the family. Xin Chuan laughed awkwardly. My mother still understands me. Okay, then be careful on the road. I'll get off work early today and cook for you. My mother was used to his 3-day fishing and 2-day drying state, so she didn't say anything. She just gave him a reminder and hung up the phone. Xin Chuan looked around the rental house where he had lived for 2 years and decided it was time to move to a bigger house. I took a nap in bed for a while, then got up and changed my clothes. After going out, I took a taxi and went home. Now that I have money, I don't feel bad about spending the money on taxis. Sitting in the taxi, I opened my phone and browsed AutoHome, thinking about buying a car later. His father was a taxi driver, and he got his driver's license the year he graduated from high school. I can't help but feel a little excited when I think about having my own car soon. Chapter 8. Comrade Zhou Lanqi was corrupted. Xingfu Home is a residential community that was built in the late 1990s, more than 20 years ago. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it looks even more dilapidated. Xiaochuan hasn't been back for a while, right? He's getting more and more handsome. When passing by the gate of the community, the security guard was holding a thermos in his hand and joked with him with a smile. Uncle Wu, I heard that your daughter is about to graduate from college. Can you introduce her to me later? Xin Chuan said with a grin. My daughter doesn't like you, you bastard. Go back quickly. I saw your mother just came home. Okay, you're busy. Most of these old communities do not have elevators. Xin Chuan climbed to the 6th floor with great effort, still panting a little. I feel a little weak. If there are more system tasks, I will have to exchange some physical potions. While thinking about it, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Mom, I'm back. Soon, the door opened. A middle-aged woman in her 40s who was in good shape glanced at him quickly, turned around and walked inside, scolding him as she walked. I can hear your footsteps in the house. Can't you be more gentle? You're in your 20s and still so impatient. I just miss my mother and want to see you soon. Xin Chuan closed the door with his backhand and smiled. Stop being so rude. Zhou Lanqi glared at him and went straight to the kitchen. I'll stew beef brisket with tomatoes tonight. My mother still loves me the most. Xin Chuan took off his backpack and threw it casually on the sofa. He collapsed on the sofa, like a big boss, feeling very comfortable. My dad is out in the car? Yeah, day shift, come back at 7 just in time for dinner. Oh. Soon, the sound of pots and pans colliding and vegetables being cut came from the kitchen. Xin Chuan picked up an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, took a bite, stood up and walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the doorframe, and watched Zhou Meiqi busying herself. Mom, how long have we known each other? His sudden question stunned Zhou Lanqi for a moment. Her hand paused and then she snorted. I knew you when you were in my belly. You're trying to get close to me in such a roundabout way. Tell me, are you out of money again? Xin Chuan changed jobs every few days, and it was common for him to spend more than he earned. When he really couldn't make it, he would occasionally ask his family for help. This guy has been a scoundrel since he was young. Now as long as he doesn't cause trouble, Zhou Lanqi doesn't expect him to achieve anything great. I just hope he can find a decent job and work hard. Look at what you said. I won't rely on my parents for money this time and I won't rely on them in the future. Xin Chuan took another bite of the apple and continued, Mom, you know your son best. Please give an objective evaluation of his character and what kind of person he is. Besides being lazy, overambitious, and spending money lavishly, there aren't many shortcomings. Zhou Lanqi thought for a while, enumerated her son's shortcomings in detail, and finally came to the conclusion that he had no shortcomings. Xin Chuan. Let me put it this way, do you think your son will do anything illegal? That shouldn't happen. You're just like your father. You appear to be loud and aggressive, but you're actually very timid. Zhou Lanqi said without hesitation. Xin Chuan. Well, in Comrade Zhou Lanqi's mind, is her own son so despicable? What exactly do you want to say? You're talking nonsense as soon as you get back. Are you in love? Zhou Lanqi seemed to realize that something was wrong with Xin Chuan today. He usually doesn't talk so much. After saying this, she paused again and turned her head to look at him. Son, you're not going to get me pregnant, are you? Xin Chuan. Where is this? I just got married. Pa, that's not what I was talking about, okay? He really couldn't understand how his mother could come up with all these messed up things. It seems that all the preparations I made before were in vain. Well, now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to reveal my cards. Did you really get her pregnant? No. Shin Chuan covered his forehead, speechless for a while, then said mysteriously and seriously, Mom, I'm rich. Zhou Lanqi looked at him, said cut in an unpleasant tone, and turned her head to continue cutting vegetables. I thought you were capable enough to bring me a daughter-in-law. Obviously, he didn't believe that Qin Chuan could make a fortune at all. In her eyes, if this brat said that he got some girl pregnant, it would be somewhat credible. Who can blame this kid for inheriting my good genes and looking so good? You don't believe it? Send me your bank card number and I will transfer some alimony to you. Qin Chuan said. Okay, my son has grown up and knows how to respect me, so just transfer it to my WeChat. Zhou Lanqi said casually. The maximum amount I can transfer via WeChat is 200,000 yuan. It doesn't show my sincerity. Qin Chuan shrugged. You inherited your bragging ability from your father. The bank card is in my bag. Go and find it yourself. I want to see how much money you have made. Zhou Lanqi snorted and didn't take it seriously at all. Qin Chuan turned back to the living room without saying a word, found Zhou Lanqi's bag, took out his wallet and pulled out a bank card. Then he took out his cell phone, opened the online banking, entered his card number, typed in 1 million, and transferred the money directly. I was afraid that if I turned too much, Comrade Zhou Lanqi would be frightened. Let's take it step by step. 1 million is not a lot, but not a small amount either. In a small place like Queensland, it is almost enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment. Drop. Zhou Lanqi's cell phone rang with a transfer alert. Check. Qin Chuan put the bank card back into his wallet and reminded her casually. He also thought about making up an excuse, like winning the lottery or something. But that seemed too troublesome and he was too lazy to do it. Once you tell a lie, you have to cover it up with countless lies. Besides, he will have to buy a car, a house, or invest later, and it is impossible to hide such a large amount of money. Wouldn't that mean I would have to make up an excuse every time? That would be too tiring. Just muddle through. I won't tell you where the money comes from, what else can you do to me? At most they will be a little worried at first. If you find that there is no problem after a while, it will most likely be left unresolved. Ask later? Don't ask, the answer is it was blown by the strong wind. Qin Chuan was used to being careless, and this was the first time he took the initiative to give money to his family. Zhou Lanqi couldn't help but feel a little curious when she saw how serious he was. So he wiped his hands with a rag, took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the text message alert, and his brows suddenly frowned. 1, 2, 3, 1 million. Then she was dumbfounded. Son, are you going to die? Where did you get so much money? After more than 10 seconds, Zhou Lanqi walked out of the kitchen and looked at Qin Chuan anxiously. Although their family lives decently, it would take her and Lao Qin many years to save up 1 million yuan. This guy just changed his job 2 months ago, how could he possibly earn so much money? Mom, don't worry, this money is definitely from legitimate sources. Didn't you just say that your son doesn't have the courage to do anything illegal? As for where it came from, I can't tell you yet. Zhou Lanqi's reaction was completely within Qin Chuan's expectations, and he said with a relaxed look on his face. Then he walked over, held Zhou Lanqi's shoulders, turned her towards the kitchen, and pushed her towards the kitchen. Hurry up and cook, I'm almost starving. Don't interrupt me. How can I have the energy to cook if you don't tell me where this much money comes from? Zhou Lanqi slapped his hand away and asked worriedly, You didn't sell yourself, did you? Did you hook up with a rich woman? Did she give it to you? Let alone my own son, his appearance makes it easy for him to be targeted by questionable women outside. It would not be surprising if he was kept by some rich woman. Oh, your thinking is really in line with the times. Is your son such a spineless person? Don't ask me. I can assure you that there is absolutely no problem with the money. You can spend it without any worries. Qin Chuan was speechless and smiled bitterly. You. Cook. I'll go take a shower first. Zhou Lanqi wanted to say something, but Qin Chuan interrupted her and turned to walk towards the bathroom without any intention of explaining. Zhou Lanqi was so anxious that she wanted to stamp her feet. But she knew her son too well. The brat's lies were all written all over his face, but this time he was very calm. Could it be that he really earned this money? Thinking of this, she calmed down a little. Mom, don't tell Lao Qin about this money yet. Tell him after I leave, otherwise I will have to fool him again. No, I have to explain it to him again. A few minutes later, Jin Chuan took a quick cold shower, walked out of the bathroom, and said to Zhou Lanqi while drying his hair. His relationship with his father Qin Yimin can be summed up in 4 words: make friends with those far away and attack those nearby. What does it mean? Even when the father and son are not meeting each other, they can still communicate a few words on the phone, but when they are face to face, all that's left is attacks. The main reason was that Qin Yimin looked down on his usual careless appearance, and every time they met he would inevitably attack him from all sides. If he knew that I suddenly got back such a large sum of money, there would inevitably be another verbal dispute. Once I get back to Jinhai, everything will be easy to handle over the phone. If you don't agree, just hang up the phone. Xiaochuan, I won't ask where the money came from. I just want to ask you, is this money obtained through legitimate means? Seeing that Qin Xuan was determined not to tell where the money came from, Zhou Lanqi had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Didn't I just promise you that you don't know what kind of person your son is? Qin Xuan said with a grin. Okay, then Mom will believe you. I will save this money for you. The houses in Jinhai are expensive. When the time comes, ask me for money when you want to buy a house. Zhou Lanqi breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing she could do if he didn't believe her. It was obvious that this kid would not give in even if he was beaten to death. No, I give it to you so you can spend it. I can still earn money to buy a house. 7 o'clock in the evening. The meal was just ready when, accompanied by the sound of a door opening, Qin Yimin pushed open the door and returned home. He is in his 40s, with a tall and straight figure. He looked like a handsome guy when he was young. As people reach middle age, they become more stable and their charm remains unchanged. Qin Xuan once wondered how his mother had managed to trick him into marrying her. Why are you back? Qin Yimin didn't know that Qin Xuan was going home today. When he saw him, he asked. Look at what you said. This is my home. I can't come back yet. Qin Xuan said with a playful smile, I haven't been home for a while. It's Grandma's birthday, so I'm here to see you and my mom. Qin Yimin ignored him and went straight into the bathroom to wash his hands. He returned to the dining table and asked again, today is not the weekend, so you don't have to go to work? I quit. Qin Xuan said calmly. Are you here to eat and drink for free? Qin Yimin was probably used to it, and said in a calm tone, when will you be able to find a job? You work for 3 days and rest for 2 days, when will you be able to settle down? Alright, stop talking. Xiaochuan has only graduated for 2 years, and he hasn't found a job he likes yet. Zhou Lanqi knocked on the bowl and said to protect her, eat quickly, or it will get cold soon. Qin Xuan silently gave his mother a thumbs up in his heart. The 1 million was not transferred in vain. At this time in the past, my mother always stood on Lao Qin's side to denounce me together. The situation is different now. Comrade Zhou Lanqi has been completely corrupted by his own sugar-coated bullets. Mom, you are very realistic. Chapter 9 Blind Date? Just spoil him. Qin Yimin shook his head, feeling very disapproving and a little helpless. Zhou Lanqi's family status was there, and he didn't want to provoke her too much. After a while, he turned his attention to Qin Xuan, the soft persimmon. You're already 24 today, and you don't even have a proper job. I don't even need to guess, you don't have a girlfriend either. Your second aunt's Junfeng, you two used to hang out together, and now they are planning to get married next year. You are lagging behind at every step. Qin Xuan listened to Lao Qin's endless chattering and just buried his head in eating without refutation. What is planning a marriage? My buddy is already married. The Luo Junfeng mentioned by Lao Qin is undoubtedly the legendary child of other people's family. He is also Qin Xuan's cousin. They are the same age, but Luo Junfeng is a few months older than him. They went to the same school from elementary school to high school and had a good relationship. Later, Luo Junfeng was admitted to a key university in another province, while Qin Xuan went to a second-tier university locally. After entering university, we each had our own circle of friends and we contacted each other less and less. Basically, we only meet during the holidays. After graduation, Luo Junfeng returned to Jinhai and found a good job. I heard that he recently started dating a new girlfriend who is also a top student, has a good family background and is pretty. Compared to this cousin, Qin Xuan is indeed inferior in every way. No wonder Lao Qin picked the two out for comparison. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Zhou Lanqi put down her chopsticks. A few days ago, Sister Lu from my unit asked me to introduce a guy to her niece. He's about the same age as our Xiaochuan. He works in the Civil Affairs Bureau and has a stable job. I saw his photo and he's pretty good looking. Then he looked at Qin Chuan and said, "Why don't you go and meet him?" Qin Chuan had not been at home all the time, and his job had been unstable, so Zhou Lanqi had never thought about her son before. Now that Lao Qin mentioned his girlfriend, she suddenly remembered this. "Mom, please forgive me. I'm still young. Besides, with your son's ability, does he need a blind date?" Qin Chuan heard what neat meant. Isn't it just a blind date? It was quite obscure, so he decisively refused. You're still young? When I was your age, you could already walk. As the saying goes, you should start a family and then a career. Qin Yimin glared at him and said, I think it's great. His job is not bad either. It's a public institution. If he likes you, you should be very lucky. According to Qin Yimin's idea, if Qin Chuan could find a girlfriend to take care of him, maybe this guy could calm down and find a job. Their family is so small that at his age, there is not much hope. All he wants is to see his children get married, start their own families, and live a stable life. Didn't you say that I don't even have a proper job now? How could someone like me? Qin Chuan curled his lips and said perfunctorily. I'm not asking you to get married right now. You can go and meet each other first. If you both think it's a good match, you can start by dating and talk about work later. Or you can just make up a story and trick the person into your life first. Zhou Lanqi said. Qin Chuan. Mom, is this the way you tricked my dad into giving it to you? Is this how you educate your children? Qin Yimin didn't care about Zhou Lanqi's despicable remarks. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking to you seriously. What if you two are attracted to each other? If you agree, I'll call your Aunt Lu later and arrange a meeting for you two. Zhou Meiqi ignored Qin Yimin and continued to talk to Qin Chuan. Mom, there's really no need. How could I possibly? Qin Chuan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Bite. System task, accept your parents' arrangement to go on a blind date, cash reward of 50 million, system points of 300. Qin Chuan was stunned. System, can you be more reliable? The host has the right to refuse to accept the task. It's 50 million. I'm not stupid. Why would I refuse? What are you talking about? Hiss. Well, he really couldn't do anything about the system. I'm rejecting your kindness. It's just a blind date. You can say hello to Aunt Lu later and arrange a time. The sooner the better. I'll go and meet her. Qin Chuan continued the first half of the sentence. It is indeed a bit early for someone of his age to go on a blind date. But it's no big deal, just think of it as getting to know a girl in a legitimate way. This guy has always been thick-skinned. No one would refuse a reward of 50 million. Zhou Lanqi. Qin Yimin. The two looked at each other silently, and then looked at Qin Chuan at the same time. His attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn, and the couple was caught off guard. I can't help but wonder, is the guy in front of me really my son? Considering this kid's previous stubborn nature, it seems a bit weird. Of course, since Qin Chuan was so obedient, they couldn't say anything else. After dinner, Qin Chuan returned to his room, turned on his computer and started a game of League of Legends. Just as I was enjoying the game, Zhou Lanqi knocked on the door and walked in. Xiaochuan, tell her that the girl has to go to work tomorrow and has a 2-hour break at noon. You two will meet at the Good Time Cafe next to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 12:30. Oh, okay, just send me her photo and phone number on WeChat. Qin Chuan replied absent-mindedly while playing the game. I'll send it to you later. I have to go to work tomorrow. You should pack it up well and leave a good impression on others, so as to win it in one go. Zhou Lanqi advised with a smile on her face. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Chuan said. Only then did Zhou Lanqi leave the room contentedly. I used to feel like I had never gotten enough fun playing games even if I played them all night long, but now I feel a little tired after just playing one game. Maybe I have really grown up. Qin Chuan leaned back in his computer chair and opened his phone. Zhou Lanqi had already sent the blind date's number and photo to WeChat. The girl is pretty in the photo. Of course, photos are generally not credible nowadays, so he didn't take it too seriously and decided to wait until he saw the real person. Completing the task is the main point, blind dates are just a byproduct. Just as I was about to close WeChat, I inadvertently glanced at Su Chuchu in my address book and suddenly remembered the verbal promise they had made at that time. Su Chuchu asked him not to be photographed when he was in love. Isn't it a bad idea to go on a blind date? After all, the two are still a married couple in public. Although all the news about the wedding on the internet has been suppressed, Jin Chuan still feels a little awkward. Or ask her? After thinking for a while, Jin Chuan opened the chat box and typed, "My family is going to arrange a blind date tomorrow. Is that okay?" Click send. Nearly 5 minutes later, Su Chuchu replied. Casual. If my girlfriend replied like this, it would definitely not be as simple as that. He and Su Chuchu are not even friends now, so her casual attitude should really be casual. At least that's what Jin Chuan thought. Maybe she has dealt with everything. If I'm not mistaken, she should have reconciled with her fiancé, right? After all, they can get to the point of getting married, so there must be a foundation of love between them. Jin Chuan was lying on the bed, with nothing to do, so he opened a novel website and read a novel he had been reading for a while to kill time. Ding dong! A few minutes later, another WeChat message popped up. Su Chuchu, it's better not to. Chapter 10 I'm Yasuo. Jin Chuan thought about it and decided to ignore her. I simply pretended not to see it, turned over and continued reading the novel. 50 million, that's easy for you to say. On the other side, a high-end apartment in Jinhai. Su Chuchu was wearing silk pajamas, lazily lying on the sofa, watching TV absent-mindedly, and occasionally picking up her mobile phone to glance at it. Jin Chuan's reply has not come for a long time. She began to have doubts in her heart. It's only 9 o'clock. You shouldn't go to bed so early, right? Did you see it and deliberately not reply? This guy is so rude. Is it my tone that is wrong? What I said is that it's better not to do it, not that you must not do it. It seems like nothing, right? After all, it's for his own good. If someone recognizes or photographs them, it will be bad for both of us. Just as she was thinking about it, her best friend Li Yao came over with a fruit plate, gently placed it in front of her and glanced at her. Miss Su, you're not planning on hiding here from me from now on, are you? You can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th day. You are a star, you have to go out and meet people. I heard that Zhang Shu is looking for you all over the world. You can't just keep hiding from him. You have to lay things out and make things clear. Also, your parents are coming tomorrow because of you. You don't plan to even see them, do you? I finally have some peace and quiet. Could you please stop talking about these annoying things? Su Chuchu rolled her eyes and kicked her white and tender legs a few times, like a child, complaining. Okay, I won't say anything more. Just prepare yourself mentally and think about how to deal with your parents' bombardment. Li Ya shrugged, too lazy to care about her. Su Chuchu sighed silently. She had already told them everything she needed to say on the phone. It can be seen from the fact that Zhang Shu spared no expense and used so many resources to suppress everything that happened at the wedding that he would not give up easily. But Zhang Shu had already been eliminated by her, and there was no possibility of any turnaround. As for the number of photos, all I feel is disappointment and disgust. Her parents have always hoped that she would find a good home as soon as possible. In their eyes, Zhang Shu was undoubtedly a good match for her. When Zhang Shu was pursuing her in the past, he would often travel a long way to show his affection to her. There is no doubt that they will do everything they can to promote her marriage with Zhang Shu this time. Tomorrow is bound to be another bloody storm. Irritable. I really want to curse. Su Chuchu rubbed her hair vigorously and looked silently at Li Yao beside her. I'm going to take a shower. Li Yao felt an inexplicable chill coming over her. When she turned around, she met her mother's eyes that were about to make trouble. She rolled her eyes and quickly got up and walked towards the bathroom. You just washed it. It's not clean. Xiaochuan, your dad and I are going to work. Get up and eat outside by yourself. Don't forget what happened at noon. The next morning, before Qin Xuan got up, Zhou Lanqi opened the door and gave him a special reminder. This kid is usually lazy and Zhou Lanqi is really worried that he will stand people up, and then she won't be able to explain to Sister Lu. No. Qin Xuan responded in a daze. After Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin went out, he slept until nearly 10 o'clock before getting up and simply skipped breakfast. Xingfu home was no more than half an hour's drive from the agreed coffee shop. It was still early, so he leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face, tidied himself up briefly, lingered at home for a while, and went out at 11:30. There was a traffic jam on the road, but we still arrived at the Good Times Cafe 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. The cafe is not big, but the decoration is unique. Qin Xuan ordered a latte and a cheesecake at the counter and found a seat by the window. After a while, the waiter brought the coffee and cake. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so my stomach felt a little uncomfortable, so I used some cake to fill it up. You are Qin Xuan, right? About 10 minutes later, a girl in a black dress appeared next to him and asked with a smile. Qin Xuan looked up. It was his blind date, Lu Qiong. There is still some difference between my figure and face compared to the photo. I can only be considered above average. She is about 1.6 meters tall, wearing light makeup, and looks quite elegant overall. Oh, yes, sit down. Qin Xuan stood up, spread his hands and gestured to the seat opposite with a polite smile. It was his first blind date, and even though he was thick-skinned, he was still a little nervous, mainly because he was embarrassed. It's been a long time, right? Lu Qiong sat down opposite him, took a quick look at him and asked. No, I just arrived. What would you like to drink? Qin Xuan chuckled. Blue Mountain. Qin Xuan raised his hand to signal the waiter nearby and ordered a glass of Blue Mountain for her. You should know something about my situation, right? Lu Qiong asked. Yeah. Qin Xuan nodded. He didn't know much about her. He only knew that she worked in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Then I won't introduce myself in detail. Since we are here for a blind date, let's not beat around the bush. Let me first tell you my criteria for choosing a partner. Lu Qiong smiled gently, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Xuan had a hint of amusement, and seemed a little arrogant. Okay. Qin Xuan nodded with a smile. It seemed that the other party had been on many blind dates and was already familiar with it. He didn't have any special feelings for this girl, but since he was here, he had to go through the necessary procedures simply, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain to his mother when he returned. You're good looking, just the type I like. Lu Qiong was very direct, with a hint of condescension in her words, as if she was picking out a commodity. Qin Xuan smiled without saying anything, waiting for what was to come. But I'm looking for a marriage partner to live with in the future. Just being good looking won't be enough. Lu Qiong changed the subject, firmly grasping the initiative. Let me be frank. In my opinion, men who are less than 1.8 meters tall must have defective genes. I don't want my future children to be too short, so I won't consider anyone shorter than 1.8 meters. Men who didn't get into 211 or 985 universities may have intellectual disabilities. I don't want my children to lose at the starting line, so I generally don't consider men who graduated from ordinary colleges. Of course, if other conditions are good, this can be relaxed appropriately. Also, if you have been in love less than 3 times before the age of 25, your emotional intelligence is probably lacking, and you will lack fun in life in the future. I won't consider anyone who exercises less than 10 hours a week. Lu Qiong was talking while the waiter brought a cup of steaming coffee to her. She stirred the coffee slowly while observing the changes in Qin Xuan's expression. The smile on Qin Xuan's face gradually faded. In less than 3 minutes, he felt that he had suffered a severe blow in all aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. He is 1.78 meters tall, 2 centimeters short of 1.8 meters. Needless to say, he graduated from a second-tier university. I've only been in love twice, one of which was when I was in 5th grade, if that counts. Not to mention exercise time. He even suspected that the girl was deliberately targeting him. PS and beauty cameras are really harmful. Now these young girls are becoming more and more confident. Qin Xuan sighed in his heart. My last boyfriend was a corporate executive with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. The one before that worked in a government agency and was already an office director before he was 30. If they worked hard and didn't make mistakes, they should have a good future. We broke up because of personality incompatibility. Okay, that's all I have to say. Tell me about it. Compared to my ex-boyfriend, what advantages do you think you have? Lu Qiong picked up the coffee, took a sip, and looked at Qin Xuan with a playful smile. Qin Xuan lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at her and said sincerely, I'm Yasuo, a very good player. Chapter 11 Comfort from Mom. After Qin Xuan finished speaking, he silently looked at Lu Qiong's right hand holding the coffee cup, secretly calculating which angle would be most convenient for him to dodge and have the highest success rate if she threw the coffee at him. He has never been a competitive person. To put it nicely, he is a person who goes with the flow. To put it bluntly, he has no desire to make progress. He originally came to this blind date just to go through the motions and complete the system task. The moment he saw Lu Qiong, he became even more certain that he was just there for the formalities. This girl is really ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't even glance at twice if you met her on the street. From Lu Qiong's words, I can tell that she probably has the same attitude as me. In this case, wouldn't it be better for everyone to just go through the motions in a down-to-earth manner? Why be so aggressive? Why put on such a condescending attitude, with a hint of disdain in your eyes from time to time? This made Qin Chuan a little unhappy. He wanted to end this blind date quickly. Lu Qiong was quite polite and didn't throw the coffee at him. Instead, he smiled calmly. It looks like there's nothing more to talk about. How about AA? It's okay, I'll pay. Qin Chuan said with a faint smile. Thank you for the coffee. I have to go to work in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. Lu Qiong picked up her bag, stood up and walked towards the door. After walking out of the cafe, she twisted her waist and walked straight towards a pink BMW on the opposite side of the road. After getting closer, he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Let's go and have dinner. Why is it so fast this time? A fashionable beauty next to her asked curiously. It seemed like less than 20 minutes had passed since she walked into the cafe. This kiss happened so quickly. My aunt told me about the other party's family conditions. They are not that good. He himself does not have any particularly outstanding advantages. He has just graduated for 2 years and has not yet found a stable job. I come to meet him just to report to my aunt so that she won't be embarrassed among her colleagues at work. Lu Qiong pouted. Well, it's a complete waste of time. The beauty started the car and drove forward. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued, please check it. As soon as Lu Qiong left, the system reward arrived as scheduled, and Qin Chuan's depressed mood instantly disappeared. Open the system to view. Host, Qin Chuan. System level, 1. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Height, 73. Temperament, 80. Item, none. Skills, none. System points, 300. System mall. System, how do I upgrade my level? Qin Chuan asked. The host can use points to upgrade the system level. After the level is upgraded, it will automatically prompt and the reward will increase accordingly. Qin Chuan opened the system mall and soon saw the level experience 300-1000 displayed in the upper left corner of the mall. The 300 experience points already obtained should be the points experience points consumed when purchasing the temperament potion and body potion last time. In other words, you still need to spend 700 points to upgrade the system level to level 2, which doesn't seem to be difficult. He had just completed the blind date mission and earned another 300 points, but after browsing the products in the system mall, he found that there was nothing special he needed to buy for the time being. Keep it for now. Even if you spend it, you can't upgrade it for the time being. When he shut down the system, the bank text message had already been sent. Qin Chuan was very happy looking at the balance of more than 80 million. He hasn't had time to spend so much money since it came into his account. He has nothing to do in the afternoon, so why not go out and spend some? I have been using my iPhone 6 for 2 or 3 years, and it's time to replace it with a new one. Lao Qin often complained that his mobile phone was not good and he could never get DD orders. He mentioned this to Zhou Lanqi and wanted to buy a faster phone, but was rejected by the latter. It's not that the family is short of a few thousand or $10,000, but mainly because Zhou Lanqi doesn't believe that she can't get a DD order because her phone is slow. I might as well buy one for him later. I also bought one for my sister Qin Xianyu and gave her a surprise when I returned to Jinhai. Forget it, I might as well buy 4, one for each of the 4 members of my family, so that everyone can benefit. If Lao Qin asked where the money came from, it would be relatively easy to fool him with 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Besides, with Comrade Zhou Lanqi as our flank, it wouldn't be a big problem. He paid the bill at the front desk and left the cafe. He was familiar with the area and there were mobile phone service centers everywhere, with one just a few minutes walk away. Nowadays, no one would sell their kidney to buy a fruit machine, as there are many people who can afford it. Qin Chuan bought 4 units in one go. The salesperson was happy but not to the point of being shocked or flattering. The customers next to him just looked at him a few more times at most. Pay with your card and walk out of the business hall. What to do next? Poverty really limits a person's imagination. He planned to wait until he returned to Jinhai to decide on buying a car and a house. Queensland is a small place and there are no internationally renowned luxury stores like Hermes and Louis Vuitton. Qin Chuan is also a real country bumpkin. He grew up here since he was a child. However, the class he belongs to is destined to be isolated from those high consumption places. Now he has 80 million yuan in his card and he feels like he has so much money that he doesn't know how to spend it. I stood at the door confused for a while. Forget it, let us go home. It's not convenient to go out for a stroll with 4 mobile phones in my hands. I stopped a car on the side of the road and got home after half an hour of driving. Not long after I entered the door, my mother called. How's it going, son? What? Blind date, did you get the one? What do you mean by winning? She never took a fancy to me at all. Qin Chuan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This shouldn't be the case. My son is so handsome, how could she not like him? Zhou Lanqi wondered. Although she said Qin Chuan was unreliable in many ways, he was still her own child after all. It was natural for her to look down on him, but it would be strange if others looked down on him. Son, don't doubt yourself and don't have any shadows. It's her loss if she doesn't like you. I'll find something for you later. It's hard to find a two-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged girls. Zhou Lanqi went on to comfort him. Mom, please forgive me, I'm still a child. Qin Chuan pouted and said, let's not talk about this, I want to eat braised fish tonight. Okay, then I'll stop by the market and buy a fish and cook it for you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Zhou Lanqi hung up the phone after saying that. She always speaks and acts in this impetuous style, and Qin Chuan has long been accustomed to it. I returned to the bedroom and called my sister Qin Xianyu. Grandma's birthday was in 2 days, so I asked her when she would be back. After just 2 rings, the other party hung up, and then a WeChat message came in. What's wrong, bro? I'm in class. Oh, it's Grandma's birthday, when will you be back? I may not be able to go back. That day is our school anniversary and our art department is busy preparing for the show. I can't leave. I'll send a video to my grandma and tell her about it later. Okay, then go to class. Chapter 12, Hardcore Fans and Anti-Fans. Evening. Zhou Lanqi made braised fish and cooked rice, and Qin brought some cooked food in cold dishes when he came back. A home-cooked meal was served, and the family of 3 sat around the table and began to eat dinner. Qin Chuan's blind date failed, so Qin naturally did not miss the opportunity to attack him. It's normal that people don't like you. If you have a proper job now, and the monthly salary doesn't have to be too high, maybe 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, people might consider it. When will you change your lax behavior? Qin Chuan just focused on eating, and what he heard went in one ear and out the other. He was used to it. He could understand Lao Qin, who was just disappointed with his friend. Which parent doesn't want the best for their children? But now is an era when undergraduates are everywhere. Not only is he attending a second-tier university, but he is also studying a useless major like philosophy. Doesn't graduation mean unemployment? Of course, his own high expectations and low skills are also a reason. Well, your son comes home so rarely, can't you just be quiet? Zhou Lanqi tapped the rim of the bowl lightly and gave Qin a glare. It's not hard to find a job now, but it's hard to find a good job. I've been working in the company for more than 10 years and I only make over 5,000 now. Think about what you and Xiaochuan were doing when you were your age. How can we be the same back then as we are now? Qin said, I am doing this for his own good. If he continues to change jobs every few days like he does now, how can he settle down? After that, he turned to Qin Chuan again and said earnestly, how about this, since you have a driver's license, go back to Koan City and drive a taxi with me. If you work hard, you can make several thousand yuan a month. If you don't want to drive a taxi, I can ask your mom for help and find you a job here. Or if you want to take the civil service exam, we support you. Oh, now that you mention it, I remembered that I bought some things for you too when I was shopping this afternoon. Qin Chuan forced himself to change the subject, put down his chopsticks, stood up and walked towards the bedroom. See? My son has grown up now. Can't you say less if he doesn't want to listen? Zhou Lanqi said. I'm his father. What's wrong with saying a few words to him? Isn't this for his own good? Qin blew his beard and glared, expressing his dissatisfaction. Not long after, Qin Chuan came out with two iPhone 12s in his hands and handed them to Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin respectively. Dad, didn't you say that you always couldn't get an order with Didi? This is the latest model of Apple phone. It's very fast. You can try it. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Qin Yimin was stunned for a moment, then he took the phone and opened the package. A brand new black Apple phone appeared in front of him. He took out the phone and asked, "Where did you get the money?" He knew that each cell phone cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and this kid bought two at once, which amounted to nearly 20,000 yuan. I've been working for so long, I can't afford two mobile phones. Qin Chuan said calmly. Qin Yimin didn't say anything, but he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although it was just a mobile phone, it was the first time I bought a gift for this kid. As the saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received. So he naturally did not want to nag Qin Chuan anymore and started to fiddle with the new phone. Zhou Lanqi was very happy to receive the gift from her son, but she still complained a little. You damn kid, my phone is still usable, why did I buy such an expensive one, what a waste of money. Qin Chuan chuckled. It was the first time he gave a gift to his parents, and he felt a little satisfied. Sometimes, happiness is really simple. The next day was Saturday, and in a few days it would be Qin Chuan's grandmother's birthday. Today, several relatives were coming to the house to discuss how to celebrate the old lady's birthday. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Qin Chuan was awakened by a burst of chattering noise. He stretched, got up, put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom, and saw his second aunt Zhou Lanqiu, third uncle Zhou Guohua, and two cousins who had come over. There are 4 sisters in my mother's family, and she is the fourth and youngest. I have 2 older sisters and 1 older brother. That is Qin Chuan's aunt, second aunt, and third uncle. My eldest aunt and grandmother live in the town, and my second aunt and third uncle are both in Kunming. Luo Junfeng, whom Qin Yimin mentioned last time, is the second son of his second aunt Zhou Lanqiu. One of the 2 cousins is a little girl with a ponytail and a quirky look named Luo Tian, who is also from his second aunt's family. The other one has a small bun on her head and is very cute. She is Zhou Xiaotong from my third uncle's family. The 2 little girls are about the same age. Zhou Xiaotong is in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and Luo Tian is in the 1st grade of high school. Second aunt, third uncle. Qin Chuan rubbed his hair and greeted him with a smile. When did Xiaochuan come back? Asked the second aunt with a smile. I've been back for 2 or 3 days. Qin Chuan blurted out. Are you unemployed again? My third uncle teased him when he heard that he had been back for 2 or 3 days. Third uncle, please sit down first. I'll go to the bathroom first and then we can talk after I come back. Qin Chuan said as he went into the bathroom. He thought to himself, I've only changed 4 or 5 jobs in the 2 years since I graduated. Is I really that notorious? This kid. Zhou Guohua smiled helplessly, then turned to Zhou Lanqi. You can talk to him whenever you have time. This won't work. The housing prices in Jinhai are ridiculously high now. If he wants to buy a house and get married in Jinhai in the future, you and Yimin won't be able to come up with that much money even if you work yourself to death. We are family and we don't have different opinions. As Qin Chuan's uncle, he doesn't need to be secretive. Old Qin has talked to him a lot, but it's no use. Just ignore him and let him do whatever he wants. Zhou Lanqi was open-minded and said with a smile. No one knew where the 1 million Qin Chuan gave her came from, otherwise he would definitely be so confident now. However, Qin Chuan acted like nothing had happened at home these 2 days. He was very calm and didn't look guilty at all, which made her feel more at ease. If he really did something illegal, this guy wouldn't act so calm. When Qin Chuan finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, his mother and other 3 elders had already started talking about his grandmother's birthday. His 2 cousins were playing with their mobile phones and complaining to each other while playing. How come you died again? What a pitfall. You are the one who is pitiful. You didn't even know to block my skills. You are a support. What is a support for? It is to escort you at the critical moment, you know. Qin Chuan walked over with a smile, poured a glass of warm water, gulped down a few gulps, and sat on the sofa next to him. Brother Xiaochuan, do you play King of Glory? Luo Tian asked. Not much fun. What's your rank? Platinum, I think. Then when we're done with this, you can lead us. Okay. Mom was discussing something with her second aunt and third uncle, and Qin Chuan couldn't get a word in. He was just sitting there doing nothing anyway. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian and Zhou Xiaotong dragged Qin Xuan to his bedroom to play online games. The two little girls are really too green. Although Qin Xuan hasn't played the King of Glory much, all those years of playing it are not in vain. Naturally, he is much better than them. After leading them to win 3 games in a row, the two little girls were so happy that they immediately pestered Qin Xuan to guide them more often in the future. Okay, you two play while I watch a movie. Qin Xuan agreed, turned on his computer and found a comedy to watch. Luo Tian and Zhou Xiaotong also quit the game and started playing with their phones. Why is Su Chuchu on the hot search again? She is such a troublemaker. She can cause so many troubles just by getting married. She is on the hot search every other day. It never ends. I am annoyed when I see her. A few minutes later, Luo Tian complained while typing. When Su Chuchu won the championship in the talent show, Luo Tian's idol only got second place. She has always been indignant about this and is definitely a big black fan of Su Chuchu. On the contrary, Zhou Xiaotong is a die-hard fan of Su Chuchu. She was certainly unhappy to hear Luo Tian slandering her idol. If you insult my idol again, I will end my friendship with you. Our Su Chuchu is beautiful and has strong business skills. It is not unusual for her to be on the trending search list. It shows that our family is popular. You can tell at a glance that she's had plastic surgery. She's not pretty at all. Ugh. Zhou Xiaotong pretended to dry heave and said disapprovingly. Your Yin Xia just had plastic surgery. I think she had 3 kilograms of hyaluronic acid injected into her face. It's as stiff as a wax figure. Luo Tian was not convinced and immediately hit back. Yun Xia is the runner-up that Luo Tian has supported for 3 years. The two little girls were arguing with each other, neither of them giving in. They were arguing so hard that their faces turned red and they were about to fight. Qin Xuan was also very curious about what happened to his big star wife, so he quietly opened Weibo. Soon I saw the 5th most popular search, Su Chuchu, don't bother me anymore. This entry alone was a bit confusing, but when I clicked on it, I found out that Su Chuchu's Weibo had been updated with the words don't bother me anymore. Below are some speculations from gossip media. For example, the media captured yesterday that Su Chuchu's parents and her fiancé Zhang Shu met at the villa where she lived to discuss their marriage. A few hours later, Su Chuchu's parents and Zhang Shu left the villa. From their expressions, it can be seen that there seemed to be an argument. Below is a very blurry video. However, it can still be seen that the expressions of the few people who walked out of the villa were not very good. Especially the one who was specially marked, his face was gloomy, and his anger seemed to be felt through the screen. Could it be that the two of them haven't reconciled? Qin Xuan thought to himself. Brother Xiaochuan, please tell me something fair. Isn't Su Chuchu really ugly? She can't sing well, and she's a bitch, a green tea bitch. Zhou Xiaotong was still arguing with Luo Tian, who suddenly turned to Qin Xuan and asked him to seek justice. Qin Xuan. Is it really okay for you to call your cousin-in-law like that? Yun Xia is the ugly girl. Not only ugly, but also ugly. Zhou Xiaotong said with a blushing face. Alright, you two are fighting for a star, it's no big deal. Qin Xuan tried to reconcile them. If your parents hear this, they will definitely scold you. The two little girls usually have a close relationship, but once their idols are involved, they always quarrel fiercely, but everything is fine after a while. Snort. The two of them snorted at the same time and ignored each other, just like children. Qin Xuan saw that they had finally quieted down and was just about to continue watching the movie when he heard a WeChat notification sound from his phone. He picked up his phone and took a look. Su Chuchu, where are you now? Qin Xuan thought for a moment and replied, I'm in my hometown in Kun City. Is there anything wrong? Su Chuchu, specific address. Qin Xuan, what are you doing? Su Chuchu, send it. Qin Xuan hesitated for a moment. He promised Su Chuchu last time that if her parents asked about his situation, he would tell her. He couldn't go back on his word. After much thought, I finally sent my home address. Chapter 13, Getting the Certificate. Qin Xuan didn't take the address seriously after sending it, and guessed that Su Chuchu might be doing it to please her parents. After all, they are now husband and wife, so it's quite strange that they don't even know where the other person's family is from. Brother Xiaochuan, my second brother will be here later. You haven't met his girlfriend yet, right? Luo Tian had just had a fight with Zhou Xiaotong, so she certainly couldn't take the initiative to chat with her at this moment, so she just asked Qin Xuan for no apparent reason. His second brother is Luo Junfeng, the reference figure who was often used by Qin Yimin to attack Qin Xuan. No, have you seen it? Qin Xuan was also curious and asked back. I've seen her. She's so beautiful. My brother is so ugly. I don't know how he managed to get her. It's really unfair. Luo Tian was very clear about criticizing his own brother. Qin Xuan. In fact, no one in their family is particularly ugly. Although Luo Junfeng's appearance is not as good as Qin Xuan's, he can barely be called a handsome guy. The soundproofing in old residential areas like Xingfu Home is not very good. After about half an hour, greetings were heard from outside again. Qin Xuan, Luo Tian, and Zhou Xiaotong got up and walked out of the bedroom. The small living room was full of people. A tall and beautiful lady was holding Luo Junfeng's sleeve and greeting everyone. Qin Yimin was there too. Usually when Zhou Lanqi was at work, he would just eat lunch outside. On weekends, if Zhou Lanqi was at home, he would rush back to eat at noon. In addition, some relatives were visiting today, so it would not be good for him, the head of the family, to be away. When he returned to the community, he happened to meet Luo Junfeng and his girlfriend, so they came up together. Xiaochuan is at home. Let me introduce her to you. Luo Junfeng saw Qin Xuan, smiled, and took the initiative to introduce the beauty next to him in a joking tone. This is your sister-in-law, Xia Xiaorong. He is a few months older than Qin Xuan. They had a very good relationship before high school. Although they both work in Jinhai now, they are in different circles and contact each other less often. When Xia Xiaorong heard him introduce himself like this, she felt a little embarrassed and pinched him secretly. Hello, sister-in-law. Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. Hello. Xia Xiaorong also nodded and greeted him. Junfeng, Xiaoxia, sit down and drink some water first. Lunch will be ready soon. Zhou Lanxu was very happy looking at her son and future daughter-in-law. Auntie, let me help you. Xia Xiaorong let go of Luo Junfeng's sleeve and pretended to help. This is your first time here, so we can't let you do anything. Just go and sit down. We are family, so don't be polite. Come and chat with us. Zhou Lanqi stopped her quickly. After a few polite words, Xia Xiaorong was ultimately unable to enter the kitchen. Zhou Lanqi and Zhou Lanxu returned to the kitchen to work, while the others sat in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Luo Junfeng and Xia Xiaorong naturally became the center of the topic. They talked about their current jobs, future plans, and the current housing prices in Jinhai City. In our family, Junfeng is the only one who has made progress. He has a good job and has found a beautiful girlfriend like Xiaoxia. Once he buys a house and gets married next year, we will be stable, praised third uncle Zhou Guowa. Luo Junfeng had a confident smile on his face and seemed to be enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention. Especially having such a beautiful girlfriend by his side makes him feel very proud. You better hurry up, kid. In a few years, all the pretty girls will be taken, and you can just cry. Zhou Guowa patted Qin Xuan's shoulder and joked. I'll hold on tight, I'll definitely hold on tight. Qin Xuan said casually. He needs to get his job stable first, otherwise no girl will be interested in him and she will be left starving following him. Qin Yimin was not polite to his own son at all and made trouble on the spot. Before, Qin Xuan was always compared with Luo Junfeng. Now that Luo Junfeng was right in front of him with his girlfriend, the gap in Qin Xuan's heart was even greater. Brother Xiaochuan is so handsome, he will definitely find a girlfriend as beautiful as Xiaoxia. Before Qin Xuan could say anything, Zhou Xiaotong spoke first. Qin Xuan silently gave a thumbs up to this little cousin who had a keen eye for talent, and he would definitely give her a few sets of Huanggang exercises as a reward. If Zhou Xiaotong knew what this guy was thinking at this moment, he would probably regret it so much that he would be furious with him. In the kitchen, Zhou Lanqi was also extremely envious. She didn't say it, but she would be satisfied if that bastard of hers could bring home a girlfriend as beautiful as Xiaoxia. Nearing noon, more than a dozen sumptuous dishes were served. Zhou Lanqi asked everyone to prepare for dinner. Qin Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Su Chuchu. I'm at the gate of your community, come out for a moment. Qin Xuan. Reply, why did you come to my house? Is there something you can't talk about over the phone? Su Chuchu, stop talking nonsense and come down quickly. Qin Xuan pinched his nose. This big star was really rude. Forget it, the thing has already happened, we have to handle the after sales properly, right? Wait a moment. Qin Chuan replied with 2 words, then greeted Zhou Lanqi, Xin Yimin, and others. I'll go down for a while, you guys eat first, I'll be back soon. Let's eat. What urgent matter do you have that you can't talk about after dinner? Zhou Lanqi asked. A friend passed by the gate of our community. I came down to chat with him. You guys eat first. Qin Chuan said something nonsense as he opened the door and walked out. In a red Porsche across the road from the community entrance. Su Chuchu wore a sexy navy blue blouse with an exquisite cut and a pair of white slim jeans, which perfectly outlined her long legs. A black baseball cap covered her long hair and half of her delicate face. She wore a pair of large sunglasses on her small and tall nose and a mask. She was almost fully armed. Through the car window, she saw Qin Chuan from afar, wearing a white t-shirt, plaid shorts, and walking towards her in slippers. She frowned slightly. Qin Chuan walked out of the community gate and walked straight over. Residents living in happy homes basically cannot afford such a luxury car. Furthermore, I could see from a distance that the woman in the car was wearing a mask. Who wears a mask in such a hot day? You're crazy. I guess there is no one else except his big star wife. What's the urgent matter? Can't we tell it over the phone? Qin Chuan wondered as he approached. Get in the car. Su Chuchu said these 2 words indifferently. Qin Chuan opened the car door and walked to the passenger seat. A faint feminine fragrance immediately rushed into his nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. Su Chuchu closed the car window. Perhaps she felt a little stuffy wearing a mask, so she took off the mask and put it aside. Qin Chuan glanced at her red lips, which were round, plump and sexy like rubies, and his heart beat a little faster for some reason. He is indeed a big star. Even if only half of her face is exposed, she is incredibly beautiful. Tell me, what's the matter that requires you to come all the way here? Qin Chuan cleared his throat and forced himself to calm down. Get the certificate. Su Chuchu turned her head to look at him, still speaking sparingly. Chapter 14 Su Chuchu visits. Get a certificate? What certificate? Qin Chuan couldn't keep up with Su Chuchu's pace, and he didn't react for a while, and asked in confusion. Marriage certificate. Su Chuchu opened her red lips and turned to look at him. Her eyes behind her sunglasses were full of seriousness. She added slowly, our marriage certificate. Qin Chuan's body trembled and he looked at her in surprise. Sister, you're not drunk, are you? He was really confused by this beautiful superstar. What kind of idea was this? She came up with one thing after another. Suddenly I remembered the hot search I saw this morning. Is this another case of being angry with Zhang Shu or his parents? There's no need to jump into the fire pit. Bah, how did I become a fire pit? What a mess. He's a little bit out of his mind right now. I'm serious. I'm in your city of Kuan. Su Chuchu said this as she picked up her bag, took out the household registration booklet from the bag, and showed it to Qin Chuan. I have brought my household registration book. At that time, her family knew that she was going to marry Zhang Shu, so they had already left the household registration book with her in advance so that it would be convenient for them to apply for a marriage certificate at any time. Now it came in handy. Impossible. We didn't say we wanted to get a marriage certificate at that time. Qin Chuan refused immediately. Su Chuchu is indeed very beautiful, and she is also a popular star. I wonder how many men are willing to go through fire and water for her, let alone such a good thing as marrying her. But Qin Chuan knew some of the inside story, and it was very likely that Su Chuchu did this just to get angry with someone. I was just a tool she used to vent her anger on others. Let's take a step back. Even if Su Chuchu really wanted to marry him, he would have to think about it. Although he had only been a paparazzi for about a month, he had read a lot of scandalous news in the entertainment industry. Su Chuchu is very popular now and she is beautiful, so there must be no shortage of high-quality men around her. There are many big names in the circle, top young actors, wealthy and powerful people. If she gets involved in scandals in the future. Or maybe she could develop into the film and television industry in the future, and interact with other male actors on the screen, and there might even be passionate scenes. Which man can endure this? Anyway, Qin Chuan can't stand it, he is still a pure little man. Qin Chuan's reaction was so strong and his rejection was so straightforward that Su Chuchu was clearly stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but question her own charm. Could it be that she had no attraction to this guy at all? Or, is this guy not interested in women? It didn't seem so. The way he looked at me was no different from that of other men, he just restrained himself a lot on purpose. I want to get the marriage certificate so that those people who are pestering me and my parents will give up completely. So, help me again. Su Chu said calmly, didn't you say last time that you would help people to the end? A grown man can't go back on his word. Qin Chuan. I'm an easy person to talk to, but don't let me be the only one to suffer. There should be a lot of men pursuing you around you, why don't you just find one? Who told you that I have a lot of suitors around me? Su Chu sighed silently, I'm usually busy with work and fly around all the time, so I basically don't have the opportunity to have too many interactions with men in the circle. Are you doing this just to get angry? Qin Chuan softened his tone. Do you hate me? Su Chu avoided the question. Not annoying. Qin Chuan replied. It's really hard to dislike such a stunning beauty, but what does this have to do with getting a marriage certificate? They are two completely different things. A marriage certificate is something that has legal force. Can you just get it casually? Besides, this matter involves too many things. It's troublesome just thinking about it. Since you don't hate it, why not give it a try? Maybe we are suitable for each other. Su Chu paused and said with courage. She also didn't hate Qin Chuan, of course, she just didn't hate him. However, there are too many people around her whom she dislikes, which makes Qin Chuan seem a little pleasing to the eye. The entanglement of Zhang Shu, the extreme pressure and nagging from her parents, and the ubiquitous pressure from public opinion outside made her feel breathless. Perhaps only if the marriage certificate is placed in front of them will everyone calm down. What if it's not suitable? Qin Chuan asked back. How do you know if you don't try? Su Chu said. Take my advice. Forget it. I really can't help you with this. Qin Chuan was speechless. What was going on? Su Chu pursed her lips and fell silent. The big sunglasses covered most of her face, and Qin Chuan couldn't see her expression, let alone what she was thinking. My parents are at home, and there are guests at home, so I won't invite you up. Qin Chuan hardened his heart, opened the car door, got out, and walked into the community. When we got home, everyone had already started eating and was laughing and having a great time. Come over and have dinner. Zhou Lanqi called him. Qin Chuan responded, ran to the bathroom to wash his hands, and came back to sit down. Brother Xiaochuan, we were just talking about you. Luo Tian said. What do you want to talk about? Qin Chuan picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into the bowl, and asked. We are talking about asking my sister-in-law to take some time to introduce you to a beauty from their company. Luo Tian said with a giggle. Okay, when I have time I'll visit your company and I'll definitely find the prettiest one. Qin Chuan was speechless. Why did they talk about girlfriends again? However, he was thick-skinned and looked at Xia Xiaorong and joked. No problem. After Xia Xiaorong gradually became familiar with everyone, she became less reserved and said with a smile. The most beautiful one in their company is right here. Where else can there be the most beautiful one? Luo Junfeng took over the conversation and praised his girlfriend in a roundabout way. The family chatted while eating. Luo Junfeng and Xia Xiaorong were always being affectionate with each other, showing their affection as if no one was around, and showing off their love. Everyone's blood sugar skyrocketed and they were almost getting diabetes. Qin Chuan couldn't help but complain, that's enough, you two, you are so arrogant. I haven't eaten enough food, but I'm almost full of dog food. If you have the ability, you should find a girlfriend right away. Luo Junfeng said with a grin. Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. I'll go open it. Zhou Xiaotong, who was near the door, immediately stood up and trotted over to open it. Squeak. When the door opened, Zhou Xiaotong saw a tall, fashionably dressed young woman standing at the door. The woman was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Even so, the aura she exuded made people involuntarily think of the word beauty. Who are you looking for? Zhou Xiaotong blinked her big black eyes, feeling that the figure looked familiar. Su Chu was not wearing a hat when she came up, probably because she felt it was a bit impolite to come dressed like this. As she spoke, she took off her sunglasses and mask, put them in her bag, and said with a warm smile, I'm looking for Qin Chuan. Does he live here? Zhou Xiaotong's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth slightly opened, and she stared at Su Chuchu in amazement. She is a die-hard fan of Su Chuchu and is very familiar with her. This beautiful lady in front of me looks so familiar. How come she looks exactly like my idol? The little girl's mind went blank immediately. Impossible. Impossible. Su Chuchu, a big star. How come he's here? He must just look alike. Yes, that must be the case. Oh, live here, please come in. After being stunned for several seconds, Zhou Xiaotong came back to her senses. Still a little absent-minded, she leaned sideways, making room for Su Chuchu to come in. Chapter 15. She is a big star. Tong Tong, who is it? Zhou Lanqi's questioning voice came from the living room. I don't recognize, this. Zhou Xiaotong's little head was still a little confused, and she stared at Su Chuchu intently. They looked so similar that she replied incoherently. Su Chuchu smiled and nodded slightly to her, then took a step forward and walked in. After all, she is a big star, and she seems to have her own light. As soon as she enters the door, the not-so-spacious living room suddenly seems to become much brighter. All eyes unconsciously focused on her. Cough, cough. Qin Xuan just stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, turned his head and almost choked to death on the spot, coughing violently. I secretly groaned in my heart, why did my sister come to my house? What on earth are you going to do? He should have expected that Su Chuchu would not give up. You can tell what kind of personality this girl has from the fact that she captured herself as a bridegroom out of anger. Xinimin, Zhou Lanqi and other elders rarely pay attention to entertainment stars, but Su Chuchu often appears on TV, and they think this girl looks very familiar. They may not remember the name, but they always feel like a star. Of course, that's all. They would never think that a big star who they often see on TV would appear in front of them alive. Besides, what kind of family is the Qin family? It's just an ordinary small family. Can you invite a big star to visit? Luo Junfeng, Xia Xiaorong, Luo Tian and other young people who often hang out on the internet were stunned when they saw Su Chuchu. They were all very familiar with this popular beauty star. Especially recently, Su Chuchu has often been on the hot searches, and it's hard not to see her. Luo Tian, a die-hard fan of Su Chuchu, naturally paid a lot of attention to her, which made her even more confused. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looked at each other silently, and the same idea came to their mind at the same time. Fake. They simply look alike. Or it was plastic surgery, made according to Su Chuchu's model. In short, it definitely couldn't be her. Zhou Lanqi looked Su Chuchu up and down, then stood up and greeted her. Girl, who are you looking for? Auntie, I'm looking for Qin Xuan. Su Chuchu glanced at Qin Xuan, and nodded to Qin Yimin and others. Her smile was gentle, particularly kind, sweet and elegant. She is completely different from her previous image of a cold and aloof goddess with a stern face. Qin Xuan held the dining table with one hand, bent over. He had been choked just now and has not recovered yet. The sudden visit of Su Chuchu, the uninvited guest, caught everyone off guard and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. However, Zhou Lanqi quickly remembered that Qin Xuan suddenly went out before lunch and said that a friend was waiting for him downstairs. This beautiful lady was most likely the friend he had just gone downstairs to meet. Oh, come on, girl, please sit down. Zhou Lanqi walked over and said very warmly and politely, you haven't eaten yet? Auntie will make you something you want to eat now. Su Chuchu came at a wrong time. Everyone had almost finished lunch, and we couldn't use the leftovers on the table to treat her. After Zhou Lanqi finished speaking, she did not forget to glance at Qin Xuan. He secretly complained in his heart, what's wrong with this kid? He didn't even say hello in advance when his friends came. Auntie, don't bother me. I've already eaten. Su Chuchu said with a smile. At this time, Qin Xuan finally recovered, took a tissue to wipe his mouth, stood up and walked over, looking at Su Chuchu with a red face, and blurted out. Why are you still here? How can you talk like that, kid? Zhou Lanqi glared at him and scolded. Such a beautiful girl came all the way to see him, but this brat still looked unhappy. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. Qin Xuan. Girl, this brat usually doesn't know how to talk, so just ignore him. Have you really eaten? Don't be polite here, just treat it as your own home. After scolding Qin Xuan, Zhou Lanqi turned to Su Chuchu, so enthusiastic. If her son could find such a beautiful girlfriend, she would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. That brat is not polite, so I have to do it myself. At least I can leave a good impression on the girl, right? No need to trouble you, Auntie. I've really eaten. Su Choo Choo said politely. Oh, that's fine. Come and sit down. Come, sit over here. Joe Lanchi pulled her to the sofa area next to her, and Su Choo Choo didn't hesitate to sit down. Xiaochuan, why are you standing there? Go and pour a glass of water for your friend. Joe Lanchi saw Qin Chuan standing there motionlessly staring at Su Choo Choo, and glared at him. Qin Chuan suddenly felt like he had no desire to live. Mom, do you know her? Why is she so enthusiastic right away? However, facing his mother's sharp gaze, he had no choice but to turn around and walk to the water dispenser to take out a disposable cup to get water for Su Choo Choo. Girl, you are so pretty, even prettier than the stars on TV. Joe Lanchi looked at Su Choo Choo again. This girl was really likable and pretty. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. By the way, girl, what's your name? Are you a college classmate of our Xiaochuan? Auntie, my name is Su Choo Choo. Su Choo Choo replied with a smile on her face. The smile on Joe Lanchi's face froze slightly. The name Su Choo Choo seemed to suddenly match a beautiful female star on TV. When Zhou Xiaotong heard Su Choo Choo introduce herself, she immediately lost her composure. She suddenly stood up from her chair, her mouth wide open in surprise. Now she was almost certain that the beautiful girl in front of her who looked exactly like her idol was herself. Are you really Su Choo Choo? The one who is. It would be fine if they just looked alike, but isn't it too much of a coincidence that they also have the same name? Do you know him? Zhou Xiaotong's father Zhou Guohua usually doesn't pay much attention to celebrities and seldom goes online. Seeing his daughter being startled, he asked softly. Dad, you are so out of date. Our Choo Choo is a big star. I like her so much that I have bought all her records and peripherals. Zhou Xiaotong was so excited that she almost cried. Hello. Su Choo Choo smiled at Zhou Xiaotong. She didn't deny it, which was equivalent to admitting it. Sister Susu, can you give me an autograph? I really like you. Zhou Xiaotong couldn't wait to come over and said excitedly. Sure, give me your phone, come over here, and take a photo with you. Su Choo Choo waved at her and patted the seat next to her, motioning her to sit next to her. She is very approachable, just like the big sister next door, without any airs of a big star. Zhou Xiaotong was flattered and very happy. What's the big deal about signing? Now we're taking a photo. She hurried over and sat next to Su Choo Choo, turned on the camera on her mobile phone and handed it to Su Choo Choo. Su Choo Choo adjusted the camera, held her in her arms, looking very intimate, and then posed for a photo. Click, press the camera button. Su Choo Choo looked at the effect and it seemed pretty good, then handed the phone back to Zhou Xiaotong and said with a smile. How about seeing it? It looks good. Sister Susu, you took a great photo. Zhou Xiaotong was very satisfied. The others looked at this scene with disbelief written all over their faces. No wonder this girl is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but her temperament is also outstanding. Xia Xiaorong is also very beautiful, but she pales in comparison to the real superstar Su Choo Choo. But how did Qin Chuan know such a big star? It's a bit unbelievable that someone came to his house in person. Qin Chuan took a cup of warm water, came back and handed it to Su Choo Choo, glanced at her unhappily, but didn't say anything. At least so far, this girl is normal. Chapter 16, Getting Married Secretly? Singers are far less popular than actors. As a new generation female singer who has just debuted for 3 years, Su Choo Choo is still not well known among the middle-aged and elderly people over 40 years old. Especially since the company positioned her as an idol singer, the works she released since her debut have not been widely sung. In the past 2 years, she has participated in several mediocre variety shows and won several endorsements, but her popularity has always been low. Therefore, elders like Zhou Lanchi and Qin Yimin had some impression of her. However, even if a second or third tier out-of-date artist suddenly came to their home, they would be flattered. After all, Queensland is a small place, and there are only a few stars coming to the entire city in a year. They don't usually have access to such celebrities. Although Zhou Lanchi is usually hot-tempered and outgoing, she still feels a little awkward with such a big star around her. At the same time, he secretly gave up the idea of taking the beautiful Su Choo Choo as his daughter-in-law. She knows her own limitations. How could a big star possibly fall in love with her own son? That brat is not worthy of me. That. Su. Auntie, you can just call me Choo Choo. Okay, Choo-choo, how did you get to know my Xiaochuan? Not only Zhou Lanqi was curious, but others also wanted to know how Qin Xuan, who was usually carefree, knew this beautiful superstar. Everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Su Choo-choo quietly. Su Choo-choo smiled faintly, gently lifted the hair beside her cheek behind her ear, and a hint of feminine shyness appeared on her pretty face. Auntie, I'm Xiaochuan's girlfriend. She spoke quietly, but her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. This is a bombshell. Everyone looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief. No one dared to believe this was true. Su Choo-choo, a stunning and popular star. Qin Xuan has been a lazy person since he was a child. He is a second-rate guy who has not even found a stable job 2 years after graduation. How could two people who have nothing in common? If Qin Xuan knew that his family evaluated him like this, he would probably vomit 2 kilograms of blood. That was not all. What Su Choo-choo said next made them drop their jaws. That's not right. In fact, Xiaochuan and I had our wedding a few days ago. I should say that I am his wife. Su Choo-choo added in a shocking way. Zhou Lanqi. Qin Xuan. Everyone. What? My Su Su has become my sister-in-law? Zhou Xiaotong blinked her watery eyes, her gaze moving back and forth between Su Choo-choo and Qin Xuan. What? How come the rival I've been smearing for 3 years suddenly became my sister-in-law? Luo Tian was also confused. Does that mean she can no longer smear her in the future? What the hell is black about it? I have never seen such a down-to-earth superstar in my life. There is no time to become a fan, I am now announcing that I have switched sides. From today on, I am a die-hard fan of Su Choo-choo. Yun Sha Sha? Who is Yun Sha Sha? Love whoever you want. This, girl, are you mistaken? Zhou Lanqi was stunned for a long time and couldn't believe it was true. She didn't even know her own son was getting married. This is really ridiculous. Qin Yimin and others were also surprised, and they looked at each other silently. Auntie, how could I make a mistake about such an important matter as marriage? Su Choo-choo pursed her lips, took out her phone from her bag, opened the album, and handed it to Zhou Lanqi. These are the photos we took during our wedding, please take a look. There were so many guests at the wedding, and the wedding company also took photos. The ones saved in her phone were the ones taken by Li Yao. Zhou Lanqi hurriedly took the phone, looked through the photos, and was immediately dumbfounded. The handsome groom in the white suit in the photo is clearly his own son. Especially the one where Qin Xuan kisses Su Choo-choo's forehead, the shot is particularly beautiful. This. Qin Xuan was going crazy. What on earth was this woman trying to do? He winked at her and asked silently, "What are you doing?" Su Choo-choo simply ignored him and didn't pay any attention to him. At this time, Qin Yimin and others also gathered around. Zhou Lanqi handed the phone to Qin Yimin, who flipped through the photos one by one. Zhou Lanqiu, Zhou Guohua, Luo Junfeng, and others also stretched their necks to stare at the phone. There was no doubt that the person in the photo was Qin Xuan. Lao Qin's mood now is as complicated as Zhou Lanqi's. A few days ago, I was arranging to introduce a girl to Qin Xuan, but I didn't expect that this guy had already got married secretly. The most important thing is that they, as parents, were kept in the dark. What is this? Xiaochuan, what is going on? Zhou Lanqi looked up at Qin Xuan and asked. Logically speaking, her son's marriage is a happy event, and she also hopes that the boy will bring home a girlfriend as soon as possible. But this guy got married without telling his family, and his wife was a beautiful celebrity. Zhou Lanqi felt inexplicably a little nervous. Well, Mom, this is a long story. Just listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly. Qin Xuan scratched his hair, not knowing where to start for a moment. He felt like his head was about to explode. Aunt, our wedding has already taken place. Today I came to see you and Uncle, and by the way, I came to find Xiaochuan to get the marriage certificate. But he dislikes my profession and thinks it's too much trouble, so he refuses to get the marriage certificate with me. Now I don't know what to do. As Su Choo-choo spoke, her eyes became red and she was about to cry. She looked so pitiful, just like a young wife who had suffered a lot of injustice. Qin Xuan has become the Chen Shimi who seduced and then abandoned his lover. Qin Xuan looked at her in surprise. Sister, it's a shame if you don't act with your acting skills. Acting doesn't make more money than singing. Brother! How could you do this? How is our Su Su not worthy of you? What's wrong with Sister Su Su being a celebrity? Didn't you know that Su Su was a celebrity when you married her? I despise you for turning your back on me now. If you don't give our Su Su an explanation, I will no longer recognize you as my cousin. Seeing Su Chuchu's aggrieved and pitiful appearance, Zhou Xiaotong pouted and spoke to Qin Chuan indignantly. Yes, I stand with Su Su this time. Brother, you are a grown man, how can you be so irresponsible? What's wrong with Su Su? She's beautiful and makes more money than you, why do you look down on her? Luo Tian couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to speak up for Su Chuchu. Qin Chuan. Are you too crazy? Whatever she says, you believe it? Brain-dead fans are so cruel, they don't even recognize their relatives. That's not right, Luo Tian, aren't you a fan of Su Chuchu? Why are you joining in the fun? You two, stop making trouble. Zhou Guowo waved his hand to signal Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian to be quiet, and then turned to Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, what's going on? Tell me. Third uncle, parents, second aunt, let's go talk first, and I'll explain it to you later. Qin Chuan had a look of despair on his face. He pulled Su Chuchu up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 17, only $4.50. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Fortunately, my parents don't have high blood pressure or heart disease, otherwise they would have been seriously injured by you. Qin Chuan pulled Su Chuchu into the bedroom, closed the door, and said angrily and helplessly. Su Chuchu gently pulled her wrist out of his hand. He didn't use much effort, but he could feel that Su Chuchu also wanted to talk to him alone. Get the certificate. Su Chuchu turned her head to look out the window, and immediately returned to her usual state of aloof goddess, and replied briefly. This acting skill can be said to be perfect and he can control it freely. It's a pity that you don't go into acting. If you go into movies, you will definitely win the next Oscar. Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart. Helping you complete the wedding is just a show for you, but getting the marriage certificate is legally binding. Divorce is common in your entertainment industry. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to mess around with you, okay? Qin Chuan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you spend more time with me here, maybe you can find a man who is willing to go crazy with you. You are more pleasing to the eye. Su Chuchu walked to the computer desk, flipping through a novel on it, and said calmly. Indeed, there is never a shortage of handsome men in the circle, but she flies around frequently and has few interactions with them. There are even fewer people who please her. It's not that she is picky, she has never intended to look for someone in the circle since she entered this circle. What's wrong with me? I'll change it. Qin Chuan said. Su Chuchu turned to look at her, their eyes met, and they remained silent. After a while, Qin Chuan was finally defeated. Come, let me talk you through it. Do you know what getting a marriage certificate means? It means that the money you earn in the future and the house and car you buy will be the common property of the couple. When we divorce in the future, you will have to give me half of it. Think about it carefully, isn't that a big loss? Qin Chuan appealed to his emotions and explained the situation logically. This is actually his own concern. He is now a man with a system. In the future, the money earned through system tasks will definitely be much more than Su Chuchu's. If we divorce in the future, 1/10 half of my property go to Su Chuchu? Isn't that fucked up? In fact, it's not a matter of money, he just thinks it's too troublesome. Su Chuchu is a big star, and her husband is bound to be criticized by the public, and, in short, it's very troublesome. So, I won't return this ring to you for now. I can't take it off anyway. According to the law, the diamond ring is a personal item given to me for my exclusive use and is my personal property before marriage. My annual income is actually not that much. If we get divorced within a year, I won't suffer any loss. Su Chuchu shook the Hayana Royal Duke worth tens of millions in her hand. She is a singer and doesn't make as much money as an actor. Her annual income is estimated to be only tens of millions. She now has a question in her mind. Qin Chuan carries a diamond ring worth tens of millions with him, but lives in such an old neighborhood. Moreover, his parents and relatives don't seem to be from wealthy families. It's quite strange. Qin Chuan. So you have been planning this for a long time? I'm just answering the question you just asked. Su Chuchu said calmly. Qin Chuan covered his forehead and was speechless. Is it so unfair for you to marry me? After a moment's silence, Su Chuchu looked at him and asked. This is not a matter of being wronged or not, this is fake. Qin Chuan said. Maybe it will come true as time goes by. It's always shown in TV dramas. Besides, can you guarantee that you won't get divorced if you marry another woman in the future? Su Chuchu said, your mother and your two sisters like me very much. In this way, neither of us will be urged to get married in the future. Isn't that great? You don't have so many heretical theories. Xin Chuan shook his head. Anyway, I won't go with you to get the marriage certificate. Then I will stay at your house and won't leave. Once the reporters know that I live here, this place will soon be bustling. Su Chuchu said with an expression that seemed to be not afraid of trouble. Aren't you being a rogue? You are a big star, can't you have some style? Xin Chuan was going crazy. I'm thirsty. Go get me a glass of water. Su Chuchu sat on the computer chair. She usually doesn't talk much, but today she talked a little too much. Xin Chuan, you really don't consider yourself an outsider. After complaining, he still got up and went to the living room to pour her some water. As expected, when he walked into the living room, the whole family looked at him strangely. He smiled stiffly at everyone, walked to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water, and turned back to the bedroom. Brother, don't let me look down on you. Zhou Xiaotong stared at him and warned him with a pout. Hiss. Children, don't interrupt adults' affairs. Xin Chuan glanced at her and said unhappily. Returning to the bedroom, he handed the water to Su Chuchu. Thank you. Su Chuchu took the cup of water and said thank you. Gulp. Gulp. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. She looked away, her cheeks slightly red, and felt a little embarrassed. Didn't you have lunch? Xin Chuan showed a gloating smile. What do you think? Su Chuchu took a sip of water. She hadn't had breakfast for a long time. She came here as soon as she arrived in Kunming. It was almost 2 o'clock now. She had no time to eat. I just told Zhou Lanqi that I had dinner, but that was just a polite remark. He was so hungry that he asked Xin Chuan to pour him a glass of water. I'll go get you something to eat. Xin Chuan said this and walked out of the bedroom again. 2 or 3 minutes later, he came in holding a bucket of instant noodles. Is that all? Su Chuchu seemed dissatisfied. There are still leftovers. Xin Chuan put the instant noodles on the computer desk and said, it's good enough to have something to eat, but you are still picky. Big stars are really hard to please. That's it. Su Chuchu muttered indifferently, opened the instant noodles, and started to eat them with a slurp. She didn't look like a cool goddess at all, she looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Xin Chuan stood behind her, looking at her graceful back. To be honest, if she was just an ordinary girl, Xin Chuan probably wouldn't be so repulsive. After all, she was really beautiful. But forget it. That can't be possible. Xin Chuan gritted his teeth and thought, it's just getting a certificate. What if I can't afford it? Only $4.50. Lao Qin, do you think this is reliable? In the living room, Zhou Lanqi asked Qin Yimin. To be honest, if Su Chuchu really married into the Qin family, Zhou Lanqi would be the happiest. In the future, it will be so prestigious and cool to go shopping with such a beautiful daughter-in-law who is a big star. But she always felt it was a little unreal. What can we rely on? Even if we agree, Su Chuchu's parents have to agree too. Don't you know what our conditions are? If we are not a good match, how can we have a good future? She is a big star. How can our son, who is not a person like him, subdue her? Xin Yimin obviously felt that this matter was unreliable. I think the girl is very sincere and she even came to my house in person. I don't care what you think. As long as they have discussed it, I will support it 100%. Zhou Lanqi was unwilling to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law go away like that. I support it too. Zhou Xiaotong raised her hand. I support it 100%. Luo Tian raised his hand. Having a celebrity sister-in-law at home is very prestigious, isn't it? If you want an autograph, you can get one. If you want a photo, you can take a photo. You can even show off in front of your classmates and friends. How great is that? You are everywhere. Zhou Lanqi glared at the two little girls. If you ask me, let's see what the two children's attitudes are. Xiaochuan is not a child anymore, and that girl is not a child either. If there is nothing wrong with them, can we, as elders, forcibly separate them? Xin Yimin remained silent. What Zhou Lanqi said made sense. That bastard has already gotten married to the girl, how can he, as a father, break them up? Yes, this is the modern age. Everyone is equal, and celebrities are human beings too. Luo Junfeng also echoed. Chapter 18. I have the final say on my marriage. In the bedroom, Su Chuchu finished her instant noodles and wiped her mouth. She noticed Qin Xuan staring at her with a strange expression and said indifferently, "Have you ever seen a female star eat instant noodles? I've never seen anyone eat voraciously." Qin Xuan curled his lips and teased her in a somewhat exaggerated manner. In fact, it can't be said to be wolfing down the food, but it's just not very elegant. Chewing a mouthful of bread more than 30 times is the standard eating posture for female celebrities. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes at him angrily, ignored him, and took out her cell phone to start swiping. He looked as if he was determined to confront him to the end. "Are you really planning to stay in my house?" Qin Xuan asked. "What else?" Su Chuchu asked without raising her head. "My parents are not young anymore. They would definitely be upset if they saw or heard some messy scandals between their daughter-in-law and other men. So you understand what I mean, right?" Qin Xuan sighed softly. This was also one of his concerns. "So, you agree to get the certificate?" Su Chuchu looked up suddenly, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of surprise. "Qin Xuan, I can promise you that, at least before we get divorced, I will keep my distance from all men and will never have any scandals with anyone," Su Chuchu vowed. "Let's go and get the certificate." Qin Xuan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly towards the door. Getting a marriage certificate inexplicably gave him a sense of righteousness and heroism, a sense of being ready to die. "Mom, get me the household registration booklet so we can go get the marriage certificate." The two walked out of the bedroom and came to Qin Zhou Lanqi and others. Qin Xuan spoke calmly and asked Zhou Lanqi for the household registration book. Since he had decided to get married with Su Chuchu, he no longer hesitated and just went for it. "Have you discussed it?" Zhou Lanqi and Qin looked at each other and asked uncertainly. "Well, Chuchu loves me so much, and she put aside her celebrity status to come to me. I can't let her down. Besides, we've already had our wedding, and I think I should take on the responsibilities that a man should take on. Aren't you guys also looking forward to me settling down soon?" Qin Xuan said seriously without blushing, "Maybe, by this time next year, you'll be able to hold your grandchildren." As he spoke, he gently grabbed Su Chuchu's soft, boneless little hand to show his sincerity. This guy's nonsense, coupled with this little action, made Su Chuchu's pair of small ears slightly red, and her face was full of shame, but she did not struggle. "Girl, this is a big marriage, what do your parents say? Before you get the marriage certificate, we have to meet your parents, right? As for the wedding, you two can't just hold the wedding quietly without telling your relatives and friends. That's not right, right?" Qin looked at the two of them and solemnly expressed his concerns. It's not surprising that the two young people would do anything on impulse. As an elder, he must be sensible, so as to avoid any unpleasantness and become a target of gossip. "Uncle, Xiaochuan and I are both adults. We will be responsible for our own actions. I can also decide my own marriage." Su Chuchu pursed her lips and said. "This." Qin, Zhou Lanqi and Zhou Lanshu looked at each other. They were not fools and they could clearly understand the meaning behind Su Chuchu's words. It was very likely that her parents did not approve of this marriage at all. This is indeed the reason why Su Chuchu is reluctant to talk more about her parents. "Okay, Dad, stop talking nonsense. Chuchu has brought her household registration booklet. Once we get the certificate, it's done. We will explain to Chuchu's parents ourselves," Qin Xuan said in a nonchalant tone. Su Chuchu pinched him secretly. "This bastard, what does it mean to have the rice cooked before it is cooked?" Qin and his wife were in a dilemma. If they let them get the certificate, it felt a bit unreliable, but it also seemed not good to refuse. The girl is such a big star, and she came in person, and the two of them have already had their wedding. The two little girls, Zhou Shatong and Luo Tian, were eager to have their wedding night right there, but they were still young and had no say at all. They could only look at their elders and wait for them to give in. "Mom, hurry up, don't hesitate," Qin Xuan urged. "You've always been asking me to bring you a daughter-in-law. Now that she's home, why are you still hesitating?" Zhou Lanqi looked at Qin. Although she has the final say at home most of the time, she still has to seek Qin opinion on such a big matter. Qin hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Now that things have come to this, we can only take one step at a time. Who made this brat so ignorant that he didn't even say hello and just..." Zhou Lanqi then got up, went back to the bedroom, took out the household registration book and handed it to Qin Chuan. Go ahead. Okay. Qin Chuan responded with a grin, went back to the house to change his clothes, and took Su Chuchu out. As soon as she went out, Su Chuchu took out a mask and sunglasses from her bag and put them on. Qin Chuan turned his head to look at her, and secretly complained, "What's the point of having a celebrity wife? Others feel very proud when they go out with their beautiful girlfriends, but I can't feel that kind of happiness when I go out with my wife, because she doesn't show her face at all." Ha! Why am I so superficial? Can you drive? After leaving the community and coming to Su Chuchu's red Porsche, Su Chuchu asked. Meeting. Then you drive. I'm not familiar with your Kuan city. Su Chuchu handed him the car keys. Qin Chuan said oh, took the key, walked over, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After Su Chuchu fastened her safety belt, he started the car and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. It takes about 20 minutes to drive to the destination. Taking photos, filling out forms, and physical examination, the whole process went smoothly. Except that the photographer was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Chuchu looked familiar when taking the photo, but he didn't say anything. After all, no one would have thought that a big star would come to a small place like Kuan City to get a marriage certificate. There is only one step left. Qin Chuan sighed as he looked at an office responsible for stamping documents. You don't want to regret it, do you? Su Chuchu glanced at him. Getting a marriage certificate is like going to the execution ground, is it that serious? Qin Chuan ignored her and walked over. The office door was open. He knocked gently and walked straight in. At first glance, I saw a young girl in uniform sitting behind the desk. The girl happened to be looking this way. Their eyes met and they were both stunned for a moment. Lu Qiong? The person in charge of processing the marriage certificate was Lu Qiong, the same person Qin Chuan had just met yesterday and whom he had ended up with unhappily. That's a bit. Chapter 19 Official Announcement. The Marriage Registration Office is a subordinate unit of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before this, Qin Chuan only knew that Lu Qiong worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but he didn't expect that she worked here. What a coincidence. The two of them just had a quick blind date yesterday and didn't have any feelings for each other. Although they parted unhappily in the end, they didn't become enemies. So Qin Chuan still greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence, we meet again. Lu Qiong frowned, looked him up and down, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When the two of them were on a blind date yesterday, Qin Chuan's behavior could be described as cynical if you put it nicely, and careless if you put it bluntly. Could it be that he did that on purpose to get my attention? Later you realized it was useless, so you came back to pursue me? Men are so childish. It's no wonder Lu Qiong thought this way. Who would have thought that this guy was still on a blind date the day before, and found a suitable partner to get a marriage certificate the next day? No matter how you look at it, it was too fast. How did you find yourself here? We are not suitable for each other, so don't waste your time on me. This is an office environment, and I hope you can respect yourself. Lu Qiong's face darkened and he spoke out. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. What the hell? I'm here to get a marriage certificate, why don't you respect yourself? I have absolutely no idea what she is saying. Ta ta ta. Before I could savor the meaning of Lu Qiong's words, Su Chuchu had already walked in on high heels. Even though she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, her tall and well-proportioned figure, and the temperament she exuded, were enough to make people think of the word beauty. Let's get a marriage license. After Su Chuchu came in, Qin Chuan didn't delve into what Lu Qiong meant by what she had just said. He walked to the desk and sat down, placing all the documents in front of Lu Qiong. Su Chuchu also walked to the seat next to her and sat down. Lu Qiong glanced at the two of them with a strange look, picked up the household registration book, marriage application form and other materials in front of her and took a quick look at them. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Qin Chuan, shaking his head secretly. This guy was going on a blind date with me yesterday, and today he brought a girl here to get a marriage certificate. He is really unreliable. How long have you known each other? Lu Qiong asked, looking at the two of them with a playful look, playing with a ballpoint pen in her hand. We can't get the marriage certificate if we've known each other for too short a time? How long will it take to get it? Qin Chuan didn't mean to tease her. He was simply curious because it was his first time getting married and he had no experience. You can get it. Lu Qiong gritted her teeth, looked at Su Chuchu, and said as a matter of routine, "Please take off your mask and sunglasses." She was also very curious about what kind of girlfriend a man as unreliable and incompetent as Qin Chuan could find. "I just saw his girlfriend. She has a nice figure and seems to have a good temperament. I guess she is not that good looking. Otherwise, why would you wear a mask and such big sunglasses in the middle of summer?" Su Chuchu said oh and took off her mask and sunglasses. That beautiful face soon appeared in front of Lu Qiong. Click. The ballpoint pen in her hand fell on the desk. He looked at Su Chuchu in amazement. "The beautiful lady in front of me is not only incredibly beautiful, but also looks very familiar. This is... You are Su." After being in a daze for 4 or 5 seconds, Lu Qiong finally came to her senses. She was so excited and looked incredible that she almost cried out. Su Chuchu put her index finger to her lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Lu Qiong immediately understood and quickly covered her mouth, then lowered her head and carefully looked at Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu's household registration books again. He immediately confirmed that the beautiful woman in front of him was none other than the popular star, Su Chuchu. But... She looked at Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu again. Completely confused. The goddess that many men admire is actually going to get married with someone. The most important thing is that this guy is a nobody who has no money, no power, and doesn't even have a stable job. She really couldn't figure out what was so attractive about Qin Chuan. "It's incredible that I could get the favor of this beautiful superstar. Who can tell me what is wrong with this world?" Lu Qiong's 3 views were severely damaged and shattered on the spot. "Ms. Su, are you willing to marry him?" Finally, she couldn't help but ask one more question. "Qin Chuan, why don't you ask me if I'm doing this voluntarily? Maybe I was forced into it." Lu Qiong ignored him completely. "Is there any need to ask?" "Yes." Under the desk where Lu Qiong couldn't see, Su Chuchu gently kicked Qin Chuan, smiled slightly, and replied with 2 words without hesitation. "All right." Lu Qiong had nothing to say now. She sighed softly, took out 2 marriage certificates from the side, and started processing them for the 2 of them. In addition to feeling sorry for Su Chuchu, she also felt inexplicably complicated. The man whom I looked down upon yesterday married the famous star Su Chuchu. Was it because I had no vision? Did I not see the shining points in him? That's impossible. There must be something wrong with Su Chuchu's aesthetic taste. Having said that, Qin Chuan doesn't have any other advantages, but he is quite handsome. Could it be that Su Chuchu was simply attracted by his good looks? It shouldn't be that serious, right? There are so many handsome young men in the entertainment industry, countless of them are good-looking, and there are many talented and wealthy men. Lu Qiong racked his brains but couldn't figure out what went wrong. The marriage certificate was finally obtained. Qin Chuan followed Su Chuchu out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding the 2 little red books and looking at them left and right, and sighed, "I will be a married man from now on. Su Chuchu, you must be responsible for me." Su Chuchu, on the other hand, showed no emotion and didn't seem to have any changes in her mood, and she ignored him. Back in the car, she stretched out her hand to signal Qin Chuan to give her the marriage certificate. Snap. Took a photo. Then he started fiddling with his phone. "It's getting late, shall we go back?" After a few minutes, seeing that it was getting late, Qin Chuan asked. "I have a 9 o'clock flight to attend a press conference at a TV station in Binchang. I have to return to Jinhai immediately to arrange my schedule. I won't go to your house with you. You should take a taxi back by yourself and explain to your aunt and uncle when you get home." Su Chuchu turned her head to look at him and said with a hint of apology on her face. "I just got the certificate, but I didn't even meet Qin Chuan's parents. It's indeed a bit inappropriate. But time is really tight, there is nothing we can do. Why do I feel like I've been abandoned after my work has been done?" Qin Chuan said speechlessly. "You're overthinking it. The notice over there was signed a month ago. If you breach the contract, you'll have to pay a huge sum of money." Su Chuchu explained seriously. "Okay, give me the marriage certificate and let my parents see it." Qin Chuan didn't say anything else. As a big star, it is normal for him to be busy. It is understandable. Su Chuchu gave him 2 marriage certificates. "It's going to be dark soon, so drive slowly." Qin Chuan took the marriage certificate and casually reminded him. Su Chuchu turned her head to look at him again, blinked a few times quickly, and said softly. Qin Chuan pushed the door and got out of the car, waved at her, watched the car go farther and farther away, looked down at the marriage certificate in his hand, and smiled bitterly. Does this count as a formal marriage? I'm still a little dazed. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was my cousin Zhou Xiaotong calling. Brother, have you got the marriage certificate? How do you know? I've been keeping an eye on Susu's Weibo, it's official. Zhou Xiaotong said excitedly. Well. After ending the call with Zhou Xiaotong, he opened Weibo and clicked on Su Chuchu's Weibo. The latest Weibo post, official announcement. Below is their marriage certificate and the photo of him kissing Su Chuchu's forehead at the wedding. Tonight, there will probably be another storm on the internet. Chapter 20: A gift for my cousin. A villa area in a prosperous area of Jinhai City. In the living room of number 18 Li Jinghuading. Chao Qin sat upright on the sofa, holding her phone and looking at the Weibo post posted by Su Chuchu with a look of despair on her face. Her head ached. Su Chuchu left the villa without saying a word in the morning, and got the marriage certificate in a blink of an eye, catching her, the agent, off guard. In just over 10 minutes since Su Chuchu posted on Weibo, it has already climbed to the 10th place on the hot search list. It's too late to suppress it now. To put it another way, as long as she doesn't delete the Weibo post herself, there's no point in suppressing it. Of course, Zheng Shu, Su Chuchu's parents, and Xingha Music, where Su Chuchu works, were also caught off guard. As for the last wedding, at least there was some time to prepare the photos. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Chuchu had obviously made things irreversible. There was also an uproar on the internet. Congratulations, the goddess has finally found her home, but who is this man? Why isn't he Zhang Shu? The photo of Qin Chuan kissing Su Chuchu's forehead only showed her profile, but it was obviously not a photo. Ah, where did this pretty boy come from to steal my goddess? Draw your sword. I want to duel with you. When will the goddess get divorced? Who is this groom? Does anyone know him? The groom seems quite handsome just from the side. The news of Su Chuchu's marriage had been circulating for a long time, and her fans were mentally prepared. However, when she posted the marriage certificate and photos, it still caused a large number of fans to wail. The most talked about topic is who the groom is. Of course, there are also many of her haters who left sarcastic comments below. My marriage has been trending on the internet for 3 days and a half. It's so annoying. When will Su Chuchu retire? How long has it been since she released any new works? She only knows how to hype herself up. She is a cancer in the entertainment industry. Chao Qin sighed silently and dialed Su Chuchu's number. Sister Qin, I'm driving. What's the matter? Su Chuchu's voice came out quickly, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Go ahead and pretend, don't you know what you did? Chao Qin was so angry that she laughed. It's already this time and you're still pretending to be crazy, do you think I'm blind? Miss Su, next time you do something so earth-shattering, could you please tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared? Okay, I'll treat you to a big meal later. Su Chuchu chuckled. Don't give me that shit, at least 2 meals. Chao Qin said. Okay, any meal is fine. What does the company say? Su Chuchu asked. It's unlucky for Xingha Music to have such a disobedient girl like her. I guess things are probably in chaos now. But there is nothing we can do about it, since she is the top lady in the company. The company is counting on her to generate revenue. At least for now, no other artist in the company can replace her. You just posted that Weibo not long ago. We can't assess the impact on you right now. The company hasn't said anything yet. Chao Qin said. Oh. I'll wait for you at the airport. When you arrive, we'll fly directly to Bincheng. Chao Qin gave her final instructions and hung up the phone. Brother, you're back, where's your sister-in-law? As soon as Qin Chuan entered the door, Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian immediately came to greet him. Zhou Xiaotong stretched her neck to look behind Qin Chuan, but did not see Su Chuchu. She frowned and asked. Originally, my second aunt and my third uncle had discussed my grandmother's birthday in the morning and were about to go back, but they didn't expect to encounter the big event of Qin Chuan's marriage, so they stayed. Brother Xiaochuan, have you read Weibo? The internet is going crazy. The photo of you kissing Su Su is so handsome. Luo Tian said excitedly. Here are the gifts I bought for you. Qin Chuan didn't respond, but handed a gift box to the two of them with one hand. Is this a gift from my sister-in-law? Can I see what it is? The two of them took one each and were so happy that they couldn't wait to squat on the ground and start opening the gifts. I gave it to you. Qin Chuan smiled meaningfully, then walked straight towards Qin Yimin, Zhou Lanqi and the others, explaining to them, Choo Choo's flight tonight is to go to Bincheng to record a program. Time is tight, so I told you that I will find time to come and see you later. Why are you in such a hurry? Your father and I have prepared a red envelope for her. Zhou Lanqi said, a little disappointed. Not only did I prepare red envelopes, I also prepared a lot of ingredients, planning to make something delicious for my daughter-in-law in the evening. The elders discussed the matter for most of the afternoon and have now completely accepted this reality. Zhou Lanqi has also put herself in the role of mother-in-law. Hey, that's the bad thing about being a celebrity, they're too busy, they have to run around everywhere every day, otherwise why would I hesitate whether to get the marriage certificate with her? Qin Chuan said nonsense casually, and stretched out his hand towards Zhou Lanqi. Here, give me the red envelope, too, let me see how much money you gave my wife. Go! Zhou Lanqi glanced at him and slapped his hand away. What are your plans for the wedding? Qin Yimin asked. Oh, when Choo Choo has time, we will hold a wedding again. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Qin Yimin nodded and said nothing more. Second aunt, third uncle, you have to prepare a big red envelope for me when the time comes. My wife is a big star, and she won't look down on her if I don't give her enough. Qin Chuan poured himself a glass of water and joked with Zhou Lanqiu and Zhou Guohua. You're indispensable. Zhou Guohua laughed. Bang! Bang! The two little girls who were happily opening their gifts at the door threw the gifts Qin Chuan gave them to the ground, then gritted their teeth and stared at him fiercely, as if they were going to fight him for 300 rounds. There is a lot of resentment. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Qin Chuan took a sip of water, looked at the two little girls with a smile and asked. Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian clenched their fists, wanting to tear the bastard to pieces. 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation? College entrance examination mathematics real question bank? High school 600 simulation test questions? Only ghosts like it. Qin Chuan doesn't care whether they like it or not. Who made these two guys be so disloyal and disloyal today? Of course, this is also for their future. Luo Tian is about to enter the second year of high school, and Zhou Xiaotong will also be promoted to senior high school after this summer vacation, so they both need it just in time. Chapter 21 I Am a Gigolo? It must be said that Su Choo Choo is quite kind in one respect. All she posted on Weibo were the two marriage certificates and the photo of Qin Chuan's profile, without revealing any other information about Qin Chuan. But this has achieved the effect she wanted. She wants to set the record straight, and that photo is to tell the general public that her marriage partner is not the person rumored. The two marriage certificates expressed Zhang Shu and her parents' anger and resistance, and also made them give up completely. So, never let a woman hold a grudge against you. When they are completely disappointed in someone, they are 10,000 times more heartless than men. Zhang Shu probably didn't expect that his absence from the wedding would make Su Choo Choo so resentful that she didn't even give him a chance. However, despite Su Choo Choo's deliberate cover-up, she could not withstand the raging gossip from the majority of netizens. So the next morning, Qin Chuan's name was already on the hot search list. Brother, look, you're on the trending search. Qin Chuan had just finished breakfast when Zhou Xiaotong called. He said nonchalantly. There is no wall that is impenetrable. When Su Choo Choo posted that Weibo, she anticipated what the outcome would be. She knew that he would be exposed sooner or later, and she was mentally prepared. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. I chatted with Zhou Xiaotong for a few minutes, hung up the phone, and opened Weibo. Soon I saw my name ranking high on the trending searches. Clicked in and took a quick look. Many frontal photos of him at the wedding have been exposed. This is not surprising. There were so many people at the wedding, and I guess everyone took photos. A few photos have leaked out sporadically in the past few days, but they haven't caused much stir. Now, taking advantage of this trend, all of them have been unearthed again. Among them, the content with the most reposts and comments was revealed by a marketing account called Kwaniai Ziguapi. Good job. I'm just like that. Su Choo Choo's newlywed husband turned out to be a trainee paparazzi. The popular new generation female singer announced her marriage yesterday. What surprised everyone was that Su Choo Choo's marriage partner was someone else, not Zhang Shu, the young director of Aowei Culture, as rumored before. Some netizens revealed that this man named Qin Chuan was actually just an intern reporter for an entertainment weekly, and was actually the paparazzi that everyone knew. The speech was long and convincing. Below are some photos of Qin Chuan at the wedding. There were thousands of messages. Qin Chuan curiously clicked on the comments below, guessing that they wouldn't be very harmonious. As expected, except for a few voices of doubt, most of the netizens who left messages were critical of himself. No way, why is Su Chuchu so depressed that she wants to marry this pretty boy? She will have to support him in the future. It's obvious that this man is a gigolo. Disgusting. I am dying of tears. This gigolo is not worthy of our Su. I ask every day, is the goddess divorced? Qin Chuan, if you have any self-awareness, please stay away from our Su, and it would be best if you get a divorce right here. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. You're a gigolo. Not only did your goddess cheat me out of a diamond ring worth tens of millions, she also took a bucket of instant noodles from my house. I haven't said anything yet, and you're yelling for nothing. He was also very bored, so he moved his fingers swiftly and typed a few paragraphs, then sent them out one by one using his Weibo account. Ruka Wakid, I'm just a passerby. This handsome guy named Qin Chuan is so handsome. I think it's possible that Su Chuchu was attracted by his beauty. Ruka Wakid, how do you know that Qin Chuan is a gigolo? Why don't you say that he might be a rich second generation and that he becomes a paparazzi just to experience life? Ruka Wakid, objectively speaking, although Su Chuchu is pretty, she is already an old woman in her 30s. I think Qin Chuan is only in his early 20s at most. She is just an old cow eating young grass. I think Su Chuchu is not worthy of him. Ruka Wakid, in summary, I think it is very likely that Su Chuchu is pestering Qin Chuan and shamelessly wants to marry him. After posting these, just close Weibo. It can be imagined that when Su Chuchu's fans saw those messages, they would swarm in and curse him like sharks smelling blood. Out of sight, out of mind. Just enjoy yourself first. His name and photo became a hot topic, so naturally some people who knew him also saw it. A high school classmate who didn't deserve a name called me and said, Qin Chuan, you know Su Chuchu, right? The beautiful Su Chuchu who won the championship of Star of Tomorrow and made her debut. You know her, right? I know. She announced her marriage on Weibo yesterday. I saw that her husband looks exactly like you and has the same name. Could it be you? That's me. You must come to the wedding to drink. Fuck, you're getting better and better at boasting, haha. I'm going to work now, let's get together some other time when we have time. Qin Chuan? Beep, beep. Not long. The call from a former colleague who doesn't even deserve a name came in again. Xiaochuan, have you checked Weibo? You're on the trending search, and you've even obtained a marriage certificate with Su Chuchu. Oh, I see. So is the groom you? Did someone steal your photo and Photoshop it? It's not Photoshop, it's me. You are Su Chuchu's husband? Yes, it's me. Remember to come and give gifts when we have our wedding. I believe you? Unless I have a hole in my brain, how can you be as unreliable as before? I'm busy now, please contact me if you have time. Qin Chuan? What's going on? Why doesn't anyone believe me? Then what's the point of calling and asking? He was a little confused. Could it be related to the temperament mixture and body shape mixture I took? The overall temperament of themselves in those photos, with the blessing of that high-end suit, is very different from the impression they have of themselves, so they just think the two are very similar, but don't believe they are the same person? Of course, it is estimated that his acquaintances do not believe that a big star would fall in love with him. After all, in their eyes, Su Chuchu and he were from completely different worlds. Whatever, believe it or not, Qin Chuan shrugged. Just when I was about to play games for a while, another call came in. It's someone, this person has a name, Zhang Jinsong, his college classmate and best friend. Chuaner, where are you? My grandmother is at home in Kuan City. She's celebrating her birthday and will be back for a few days. Oh, when will you return to Jinhai? The day after tomorrow. Okay, then when you come back, let's go out and have a couple of drinks together. Okay, no problem. Hang up, let's talk when we meet. Beep beep beep. Why didn't he ask about my marriage to Su Chuchu? Why? This is unscientific. Chapter 22. It's all my fault that I'm too handsome. After being questioned repeatedly, Qin Chuan finally got a call from Zhang Jinsong, who was very likely to believe him, but he didn't even mention the hot search. Qin Chuan was a little depressed. But then he thought that Zhang Jinsong might not have seen the trending search yet, and he felt relieved. Since the news of Su Chuchu's marriage was announced, she has been on the hot search list every few days because of this. Passers-by have been visually fatigued by the continuous bombardment. It is no wonder that many black fans have jumped out to accuse her of only hype. Now that her marriage has finally been settled, the heat died down quickly, and by the afternoon, the topic of Su Chuchu and Qin Xuan disappeared from the hot search list. At least Qin Xuan's side was very peaceful for the next 2 days. No reporters came to block his door, so he breathed a sigh of relief. The third day was my grandmother's birthday. The whole family set out early in the morning and returned to the town in a mighty procession after meeting up with my second aunt and third uncle's families. When the whole family got together, Qin Xuan naturally became the center of conversation, and was inevitably asked questions that made him dry-mouthed. In the past, Qin Xuan should not have been favored by this family. Now that he has married a big star, even Zhou Lanqi feels proud. After celebrating my grandmother's birthday, I returned to Kunming on the same day. It was already evening when I got home. After a busy day, the family of 3 was a little tired and went to bed early. The next day, breakfast time. Grandma's birthday has passed, and I don't have anything to do at home, so I will go back to Jinhai in the afternoon. Qin Xuan drank a mouthful of porridge and greeted Qinimin and Zhou Lanqi. You and Chu Chu have already obtained the marriage certificate, but the elders of both sides have not met. This is a bit unreasonable. We are the man, so we are in the wrong anyway. Go back and discuss with Chu Chu to see if we can meet his parents and sit down and have a good talk. And your wedding can't just be held between the two of you, Qinimin warns seriously. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll call you when I'm done. Qin Xuan replied lightly. Do you want me to give it to you? Qinimin felt worried when he saw that he didn't take it seriously. How could such a beautiful and famous star be interested in such a thing? No, I'll just take a taxi back. I'm just driving a taxi, just give me the money. Qin Xuan. In the end, he refused to let Qinimin send him off. Qinimin did not insist and went out after dinner. Zhou Lanqi cleaned up the dishes and went to the bedroom. When she came out of the bedroom, she had 2 bank cards in her hand. She walked over and put the 2 bank cards in front of Qin Xuan. The 1 million you transferred to me was given to you by Chu Chu, right? Although she is rich, we can't take this money. You should return it. After saying that, he pointed at another bank card with his finger. There's 500,000 yuan in this card. Take it. Your father means that whether you want to buy a car or start a business, you can decide for yourself. Just don't spend it recklessly. This bastard married such a rich celebrity, Zhou Lanqi, and Qinimin didn't know what to do. No matter how hard they tried, they could not bridge the gap between their family and Su Chuchu. The only thing that can be done is to hope that Qin Xuan can stand up for himself. After all, it would not look good if it got out that he was a gigolo. Mom, you look down on your son too much. I can hook up with big stars, so can't I make $1 million? I'm not that spineless. This money is really earned by me. You can just keep it for yourself. Qin Xuan said half jokingly and half seriously. Of course he wouldn't take the money, as he still had more than 80 million in his account. You know me, I spend money lavishly. If you give me so much money, I might squander it all in a few days. How about this, you use this money to buy me a house in Kuan City. Our house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. When Chu Chu and I come back during the summer vacation, if Xiaoyer is also at home, it won't be big enough to live in. Qin Xuan continued. Zhou Lanqi thought about it and felt that what the boy said made sense. Okay, I'll discuss it with your dad. We'll pay 1 million, plus Chu Chu's 1 million, to buy you a house here. When the time comes, both of your names will be written on the property title. Qin Xuan. How can we be sure that the 1 million was given by Su Chuchu? Forget it, he didn't want to explain anymore. It's only 1 million anyway, so whatever. After Zhou Lanqi went to work, Qin Xuan rested at home for a while and then took a taxi back to Jinhai. He called Qin Xinyu in the middle of the trip, asked her to have lunch with him, and also gave her the new phone. After more than an hour's drive, we arrived at the gate of Jinhaikai University. It happened to be lunchtime. Elder brother. After waiting at the school gate for a few minutes, Qin Xinyu came trotting over and greeted him crisply. She is about 1.65 meters tall, not too tall, but just right. A simple white t-shirt on the upper body, a pair of denim shorts on the lower body, and a pair of clean white shoes. When she smiles, a small dimple will appear on the right cheek. lively, bright, pure, and lovely. Qin Xianyu is a sophomore this year, and Qin Xuan heard that she is still a small cadre in the student union's literature and art department. This girl has loved singing and dancing since she was young and has good academic performance. Qin Xuan wondered if Lao Qin and Zhou Lanqi had passed on all their excellent genes to her. During the college entrance examination, she was still clamoring to apply to an art school, but her plan was nipped in the bud by comrade Zhou Lanqi. In the end, I gave up the idea and chose Jinhai University of Finance and Economics, which is close to home and ranked among the top 10 in the country. Here, this is for you. Qin Xuan handed her the new phone. Wow, iPhone 12? Qin Xianyu exclaimed exaggeratedly, took it happily, looked at it over and over, then blinked her watery eyes and looked at him playfully, whispering, "Where did you get the money? Tell me the truth, is it that rich woman Su Chuchu who keeps you?" Su Chuchu came to visit in person. Qin Xuan also got a marriage certificate with her, and it became a hot topic again. It would be hard for her, his biological sister, not to know about it. Then do you want it? Don't give it to me. Qin Xuan was too lazy to explain and pretended to snatch the phone away. Qin Xianyu quickly hugged him in his arms and said with a smile, "You gave me this gift with your body, how can I live up to your kindness, brother, you have worked hard." "TSK, where did you learn this nonsense from?" Qin Xuan said unhappily, "Let's go and eat." "Okay. What do you want to eat?" "There's a pretty good barbecue restaurant over there." "Okay, let's have barbecue." "Brother, tell me quickly, Su Chuchu is so beautiful and such a big star, how did you marry her?" "Hey, blame me for being so handsome. You know, I've been very popular with girls since I was a kid. She fell in love with me the first time she saw me. She loved me so much that she even chased me to my house and threatened to commit suicide if I didn't marry her. What can I do? I'm also very distressed. I have no choice but to marry her reluctantly." You blew the cow to death. Chapter 23: 10 million living expenses. The purchasing power of contemporary college students is still considerable. The barbecue restaurant is close to the University of Finance and Economics. When Qin Xuan and his sister walked into the restaurant, it was already crowded and they finally waited for a seat. Soon, various ingredients were served on the table. Qin Xuan began to grill the meat. Opposite him, Qin Xianyu sipped the juice, staring at him with a pair of dark almond-shaped eyes. She still found it incredible. "One reason is that I haven't seen my brother for just half a month, and he seems much more handsome than before. It wasn't bad before, but now he looks much more energetic and seems to be a different person. Maybe this is what they mean when people feel happy. The next thing is of course the matter of my brother marrying Su Chuchu. In her impression, her brother is just an unreliable young man who is only slightly better than a street thug. She really doesn't know what the big star Su Chuchu wants from him. It can't be true, as he said, that Su Chuchu wants him to be good looking? What a joke! He's a big star, how can he be so superficial?" Of course, this unreliable young man was very kind to her younger sister. Even though he lived a tight life, he would come over every now and then to help her improve her meals or take her shopping for some clothes. "Is there money on my face?" Qin Xuan noticed that she was staring at him and asked with a raised eyebrow. "Brother, now that you have Su Chuchu, will you not be as nice to me as before?" Qin Xianyu asked with a smile. "Of course. People always say that a man forgets his mother after getting married. Even his mother can be forgotten, so your sister is nothing." Qin Xuan picked up a piece of roasted beef and put it on the plate, saying seriously, "Believe it or not, I will bite you to death." Qin Xianyu gritted his teeth, lowered his head slightly, and glared at him with his eyes rolled back, like an angry kitten. "Eat quickly," Qin Xuan said with a smile. "Brother, when will you take me to meet my sister-in-law? Just open Baidu and search for it and you'll see it. I want to see him alive." "Okay, I'll take you to see him when I have the chance." Qin Xuan chuckled. "By the way, do you have classes this afternoon?" "Whether you have classes or not depends on what you want to do." Qin Xianyu stuffed a piece of pork belly into his mouth and muttered, "To consume. Then there will be no class." Jinhai Global City, covering an area of more than 200,000 square meters, is the most prestigious super shopping center in the city. 4 years in college and 2 years after graduation, Qin Xuan has been in Jinhai for 6 years in total. This is his first time stepping into this place, and it is truly an eye-opener and he is filled with admiration. The lights are bright, and the decoration style is magnificent in European style. Even the elevators are more luxurious and grand than those in ordinary shopping malls. Cafes, cinemas, theaters, high-end restaurants, children's playgrounds, various international brands, and so on. In short, you can find all the consumer entertainment you can think of here. Brother, the things here should be very expensive, right? You are now spending your sister-in-law's money, so forget it. Qin Xianyu rolled her eyes and looked around in a daze. She had probably never been to such a high-end place before, and subconsciously felt that things in such a high-end place must be expensive. If Qin Xuan spent his own money, she would definitely feel justified. But now he was spending Su Chuchu's money, and the little girl felt uneasy. What's the use of counting? If she's not happy, your brother will dump her. Qin Xuan raised his arm and put it on her shoulders, saying arrogantly, "Let's go. Today I'll take you to experience what it means to be extravagant and materialistic." Qin Xianyu was completely speechless. Probably no one else except her brother could be so self-righteous about living off someone. Qin Xuan carried him all the way and soon they walked into a Chanel store. The waiter enthusiastically took Qin Xianyu to try on the clothes. "Brother, how about this one?" "Good." "What about this one?" "Good." "What about this one?" "Very good." Qin Xianyu has a good foundation, and Chanel is an internationally renowned brand, which looks very natural on her. Qin Xuan can't actually give any constructive suggestions, so he can only respond perfunctorily. After trying on a few, she was torn between two dresses. One is a white dress with blue embroidery patterns, which looks very elegant when worn. The other one is more cute in style, which is more suitable for her current identity as a student. She flipped over the price tags and took a look, secretly smacking her lips. None of the items was less than 50,000. He turned his head to look at Qin Xuan and found that he was looking at him with a smile. The little girl pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and pointed to a cheaper white dress with a guilty conscience and said, "Let's take this one." "Pack both," Qin Xuan said to the clerk. "Brother, one is enough, just one is enough." Qin Xianyu quickly winked at him and waved her little hands and said repeatedly, "Pack them up." Qin Xuan ignored her and turned to look at the counter next to him. "Take a look at these shoes and bags to see if you like any. There are also perfumes and lipsticks." "No need, brother. Really no need. This bag is nice, give it to her to try. And that lipstick, give her 10 bottles of the latest perfume and let her spray it every day." Qin Xianyu. The clerk was also shocked. How could this be like buying cabbage in the vegetable market? We are a top luxury brand. Could you please show us a little respect? Well, whoever pays is the boss, so we can put aside the issue of respect for now. Do you think you look like a nouveau riche? Qin Xuan walked out of Chanel carrying a lot of bags, turned his head to look at Xiaoyer who was still a little confused, and asked with a smile. "A little bit." Qin Xianyu nodded his head. "The key point is not this at all. The key point is that you are spending Su Chuchu's money. Don't you feel guilty at all? Let him be a nouveau riche, but I don't want someone to just throw a bone at me and kidnap my sister in the future," Qin Xuan said with a frank smile. He has only this one sister, and she's so cute and pretty, there's no guarantee that she won't be targeted by some thieves. It's better to take her to see the world in advance than to let her be deceived by some malicious rich second generations in the future. Of course, in this process, he, a country bumpkin, also saw the world. As for his consumption concept, it doesn't matter. He is very rich now and he will only get richer in the foreseeable future. "You are the dog." Qin Xianyu didn't react to what he meant. Anyway, it didn't sound like a nice thing to say. "Hello, welcome to Versace, the top menswear brand. Come on, watch me while I buy 2 pieces of clothes." Qin Xuan pulled her in. "When I came out, I had a few more handbags in my hands." "Hello, we are Prada. Nice sunglasses." One person picked out 2 pairs. "This bag looks nice, would you like 2 more?" "No, no more." "Where's the suitcase?" "How about 1? I remember yours was really ugly." Patek Philippe Boutique. Mr. Qin has a good eye. This 5905P001 is very popular, but the price is as high as 680,000, which makes many people shy away. We usually don't have it in stock. It just happened to be transferred here today and you took a fancy to it. It seems that you are really destined to have it. A dignified and elegant female clerk was introducing Qin Xuan. "Then let's go with this one." Qin Xuan made the decision without blinking, then pointed at Qin Xianyu and said, "Introduce one to this beautiful lady as well." "I don't need it. I can check the time on my phone." Qin Xianyu is crazy. Where am I? Who am I? Is this guy in front of me really my brother? Is he crazy? 680,000 yuan for a watch? She totally couldn't understand why people would spend so much money on a watch when they could check the time on their mobile phones. She would never accept it this time. Clothes, bags, and watches are completely different concepts to her. Qin Xuan couldn't persuade her, so he just gave up. "Brother, is this really okay for us?" Leaving Universal City, in the taxi, Qin Xianyu asked with a frown on his face. Shopping is supposed to be a happy thing for her, but today she felt so stressed while shopping. Su Chuchu is a big star, there is no doubt that she is very rich, but she can't afford to squander like this. This trip cost an estimated 2 to 3 million. The little girl feels very guilty now. "What's wrong with that?" Qin Xuan said with a smile. "Anyway, it's not very good." Qin Xianyu curled his lips. "Send me your card number and I'll give you some living expenses." Qin Xuan took the initiative to change the subject. There was no way to explain to her that the money was his, so he just let her think whatever she wanted. "No, I still have some. I'll give you more money. You don't have to ask your family for money every month. If there's an emergency, you can always take it out. Then just transfer it to my WeChat. My WeChat limit has been reached." Qin Xuan said casually. "Oh." Qin Xianyu then took out his bank card and sent him the card number. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. There were quite a lot of stuff, so Qin Xuan asked the taxi driver to wait for a moment as he planned to get off the car to give Qin Xianyu a ride. "Brother, you don't have to send me off. It's not that heavy. You can go back." Qin Xianyu was carrying 2 handbags. She lifted and pulled them easily twice and said with a smile. Although there were a lot of bags, they were just a few clothes, shoes, perfumes and so on, so they were really not that heavy. "Okay, then I'll come see you another day." Qin Xuan rubbed her little head and said with a doting look on his face, but the tone of the next sentence became a little different. "If you want to date someone, bring them here so I can take a look first. If you dare to date them secretly, I'll break your legs." Qin Xianyu rolled her eyes, shook her head, and pushed his hand away. "It's too broad. Don't think you can tell me what to do just because you bought me so many things. Go away." Qin Xuan waved his hand to send her away. "Bye-bye." Qin Xianyu turned and walked towards the school. Just as she was not far from the school gate, her cell phone suddenly rang. She clicked on the message and took a look, then stood there in a daze. "Your savings account with the last number 0321 received a transfer income of 10 million.00 at 1721 on June 18, 20. The current balance is 1021.00. 1.2.3. How many zeros are there? 10 million? Qin Xianyu stared at the phone screen intently, confirming repeatedly. It really is 10 million. Immediately afterwards, a WeChat message popped up. I've transferred the living expenses to you. Don't tell your parents for now. Chapter 24. Who would use Weibo? The 10 million living expenses completely stunned Qin Xianyu. She stood there for a long while before she came to her senses. When he looked back at where Qin Xuan had just stood, he only saw the taillights of the car moving farther and farther away, and it disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Elder brother. In addition to being shocked, a warm current surged from her heart. Her nose felt sore, her eyes became hot and moist, and she called out in a hoarse voice. Regardless of who the money belongs to, at least at this moment, Qin Xianyu feels that her brother is absolutely the best brother in the world. She didn't bother to be polite with Qin Xuan and didn't transfer the money back to him. It's safer to keep this money with myself than with him. At least she doesn't spend money recklessly. Rest assured. He simply sent a voice message to Qin Xuan and continued walking towards the dormitory building, thinking to himself as he walked. Su Chuchu is really rich. It seems that she is really devoted to my brother, otherwise why would she hand over so much money to him? He just transferred 10 million to me casually. The money Su Chuchu gave him was probably no less than 20 million. Is my brother so charming? Why didn't I see that before? Doesn't Su Chuchu worry that my brother will become bad after taking the money? Qin Xuan received her voice message on WeChat and smiled brightly. Although the family never let this girl suffer because of money, that was based on the premise that she had a clear understanding of the family's conditions and would never make demands beyond that range. For example, she had originally wanted to apply to a music college. Art exam candidates are very expensive. The cost of extracurricular tutoring every week alone is a considerable expense. It is said that if you want to go to a more professional training course, it will cost tens of thousands of dollars a season. After being admitted, the tuition fee is at least twice as expensive as that of ordinary subjects. I guess she mustered up a lot of courage to tell her family that she wanted to go to music school. Although Joe Lunchi did not allow her to apply to the music conservatory not because of the cost, she never mentioned the matter again. Qin Xuan could actually feel that she felt a little aggrieved at the time. But she kept it all in her heart. Now that Qin Xuan is rich, he doesn't want this girl to suffer any grievances again. Let her eat well, dress well, and enjoy college life without worries. He naturally knew that even if he gave Xiaoyar 10 million, she would not spend it carelessly. But with that 10 million in pocket money lying around in her card, at least she wouldn't get lost in the money and fall in love with some malicious thief. Now Xiaoyar should believe that this money is mine, right? Such a large sum of money, no one except a moron would think that it was given to me by Su Chu Chu. We just got married, how is that possible? Besides, Su Chu Chu has only been in the industry for 3 years, how can she have so much money? But why is this girl so calm? Why don't you ask me where the money comes from? Qin Xuan was a little puzzled. It was almost 6 o'clock when we returned to the rental house. After taking a quick shower and just about to go downstairs for dinner, Zhang Jinsong called. Have you returned to Jinhai? I just arrived at noon. I took Xiaoyar shopping in the afternoon and just got home. Qin Xuan replied. Want to hang out? By the way, I'll introduce you to a girl. She's my girlfriend's best friend, a flight attendant. She's so pretty. If I didn't already have a girlfriend, I wouldn't be willing to introduce her to you. You're such a lucky guy. Where? Qin Xuan thought for a moment and asked, don't go to a bar or something. I haven't eaten yet and I want to eat something. It seems that Zhang Jinsong has most likely not checked Weibo these days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have introduced any girls to him. Sorry, Buddy is married. Let me arrange it and I'll send you the address later. Zhang Jinsong said and hung up the phone. After a while, the address came. Dingfeng Road, Amman International? Qin Xuan looked at the address he sent and thought to himself that this rich man was usually so stingy, why was he spending so much today? Was there some good news? Zhang Jinsong is a native of Jinhai and his family has some assets. However, this guy is a typical miser. Apart from spending money on picking up girls, it is almost impossible to borrow a penny from him. Of course, he has a good relationship with Qin Xuan, so he behaves a little more generously. However, this was the first time that Qin Xuan had been treated like a 5-star hotel like Amman International. Okay, it's rare that Mr. Dog is willing to donate blood today, so there's no need to be polite. Qin Xuan didn't think much about it. He quickly counted the results of today's battle, picked out 2 pieces of clothes with very hidden logos to change into, packed up simply, went downstairs and took a taxi to Amman International. About 20 minutes later, Qin Xuan appeared on the roadside opposite Amman International. He looked up at the magnificent and brightly lit Amman International Hotel opposite and dialed Zhang Jinsong's number. I'm here, where are you? The call was connected quickly and Qin Xuan asked. Have you seen the Amman International Hotel? Zhang Jinsong replied from the other end. See, I'm just across the street. Come over here. There's a small alley about 200 meters east of Amman International. There's Lao Zhang Barbecue about 100 meters in. It's very conspicuous and you can see it when you get there. I ordered some lamb ribs for you. Come over quickly. Qin Xuan. Damn. I shouldn't have expected anything from this guy. The 5-star hotel turned into a roadside stall in the blink of an eye. The gap is too big. After hanging up the phone, I followed the instructions given by Zhang Jinsong, crossed the road, and soon found the alley. After walking a distance inside, Lao Zhang Barbecue appeared in sight. From a distance, I could see Zhang Jinsong chatting with 2 beautiful girls. They were talking and laughing and seemed to be having a very happy time. Most girls don't mind eating street food with rich people. The dog owner is well aware of this. He owns a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 2 million yuan, which is enough to prove his strength. So he comes to eat at roadside stalls, which seems low-key, friendly and down-to-earth to outsiders. Why are you so slow? Come and sit down. Seeing Qin Chuan coming over, Zhang Jinsong pulled the chair next to him and greeted him with a smile. Qin Chuan walked over and sat down. The two girls sitting opposite him saw his eyes light up slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in their eyes. I wonder if it's because he looks a little familiar. Let me introduce her to you. Zhang Jinsong pointed at the beautiful woman with brown curly hair and fashionable clothes sitting opposite him. This is my girlfriend Lulu, you know her, so I won't introduce her. Isn't your girlfriend called Xiaoqing? Qin Chuan said seriously. This guy changes girlfriends every now and then, and often he changes to another one before they even get to know each other. However, this Lulu seems to have lasted a little longer. Qin Chuan actually does know her, and he simply wants to take a little revenge on this rich guy for making him wait in vain. Zhang Jinsong. The girl named Lulu looked at Zhang Jinsong with strange eyes. Ahem, you remembered it wrongly. Have you been too busy lately and your memory is so bad? Zhang Jinsong coughed twice, kicked him lightly, and blinked. Oh, I remember now. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded to Lulu, sorry. It's okay. Lulu also smiled back. This beautiful lady is Lulu's best friend Hiro. Zhang Jinsong pointed to the beautiful lady with a hot body sitting next to Lulu and introduced her to Qin Chuan. Beautiful lady this is my good friend, Qin Chuan. Hello. Hello. The two nodded to each other and said a simple hello. Come on, let's have one first. Zhang Jinsong poured Qin Chuan a glass of beer and raised his glass. The four of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. How is it? I didn't lie to you, isn't she pretty? Taking advantage of the time when Lulu and Hiro were chatting, Zhang Jinsong winked at Qin Chuan and said with a sly smile, I'm giving you a chance, seize it. Haven't you checked Weibo recently? Qin Chuan said with a smile. No, what's wrong? Zhang Jinsong asked puzzledly, who uses Weibo? Is it because the girls on Douyin are not pretty, or the news and articles on Tushio lack depth? If you are really bored, you can always read novels. Tomato novels are good and free. Why use Weibo? Qin Chuan. Chapter 25 I am her husband. It is now almost 100% certain that Zhang Jinsong has not checked Weibo in the past few days. Rich people have a wide range of entertainment options, so it's normal that they don't care as much about entertainment gossip as the general public. Su Chuchu is married. Qin Chuan said with a serious expression. Oh, I remember it's been circulating on the internet for a while. You're not her fan, are you? I haven't heard that you're a fan of hers. When Su Chuchu made her debut, he and Qin Chuan were still in college. She has been quite popular in the 3 years since her debut, so Zhang Jinsong naturally knew who she was. Qin Chuan didn't say anything, but was secretly planning to shock the rich man. Seeing Qin Chuan's sad face, as if he had just broken up with his girlfriend, Zhang Jinsong picked up his glass and clinked it with his, comforting him, what's the big deal? Are you so serious about chasing stars? You fans don't really think you can marry the real star one day, do you? Come on, a beautiful celebrity like Su Chuchu is surrounded by so many wealthy men, how can you ordinary people have a chance to get involved? Think positively. Zhang Jinsong patted his shoulder gently, glanced at Hiro opposite him, and whispered, you might as well spend your time on this beauty. Although you are poor, you are handsome. Maybe you have a chance, right? Maybe someone will be willing to support you. It's more realistic than your star chasing. I'm not a fan of Su Chuchu. Qin Chuan shook his head. Then what does her marriage have to do with you? Zhang Jinsong was stunned for a moment and glanced at him as if he was a lunatic. I'm his husband. Qin Chuan said seriously, then turned to look at him. Was he surprised or not? However, Zhang Jinsong's expected shocked expression did not appear. He slowly peeled a boiled peanut and put it into his mouth. He picked up a tissue and wiped his hands while smiling and said, You are just one of her husbands. She has hundreds of thousands of husbands. At least before Su Chuchu got married, there were definitely a lot of people calling her wife and baby on the internet. You don't believe it? How could that be? I would believe you if you said you were her father. Zhang Jinsong grabbed the wine glass, come on, another one. In addition to husband fans and wife fans, there are also mom fans and dad fans. The big dog fans also understand a little bit of riceball culture. Qin Chuan. Forget it, I'll bring the marriage certificate someday and slap it directly on this guy's face. Then he won't be able to help but believe it. In fact, if you put yourself in his shoes, if one day Zhang Jinsong suddenly told you that he was married, you probably wouldn't believe it. While the two of them were chatting here, the two beauties Lulu and Hiro on the opposite side were not idle either, whispering, talking and laughing. Hiro glanced at Qin Xuan intentionally or unintentionally, and seemed to have a good impression of him. Qin Xuan is much more outstanding than Zhang Jinsong in both appearance and temperament. Birds of a feather flock together. Zhang Jinsong's financial situation is so good, his buddy should not be much worse off. Your boyfriend looks like a male celebrity, but he always seems a little familiar. What does he do? Hiro asked softly. I don't know either. This is the second time I've met him. If you think he's good, you can add me on WeChat and get to know him privately later. He doesn't have a girlfriend, does he? He was alone the last time I saw him, and he was alone this time too. It shouldn't be. Lulu shook her head slightly. Then I won't be polite. Hiro giggled. She is still very confident in her charm. If she is too ugly, she won't be able to be a flight attendant. If you have time tomorrow, come with me to check out the car. On this side, Qin Xuan asked Zhang Jinsong. After returning to Jinhai, it's time to put buying a house and a car on the agenda. He knows quite a bit about cars, but he is still far behind Zhang Jinsong, the big dog owner. Okay, you finally got it? I told you to hurry up and buy one. Otherwise, with your pretty face, why would you have been single for 2 years? I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll go with you. Zhang Jinsong agreed immediately. The rich man knows nothing about the sufferings of the world. Everyone with money knows how to enjoy life. He knows that Qin Xuan is poor, but he doesn't know that Qin Xuan is so poor that he can't even afford a car, not that he doesn't want to buy one. Lulu, do you two have anything to do tomorrow? Xuaner is going to buy a car tomorrow, let's go take a look together. Zhang Jinsong turned to ask Lulu and Hiro. Qin Xuan actually didn't want to make it public, but now it was obviously too late. I'm fine. Hiro glanced at Qin Xuan and smiled faintly. This is a good opportunity to check out Qin Xuan's financial strength. He is so handsome, and if he has good financial strength as well, it would be perfect. I'm fine too. Lulu said, I heard there's a car show at the convention center tomorrow, why don't we go over there and take a look? Let me check. Zhang Jinsong picked up his phone and checked. Sure enough, there was a large auto show at the convention center tomorrow. He turned to Qin Xuan and said, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Let's go together. Qin Xuan nodded. Time passed quickly as we drank and chatted, and before we knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. Zhang Jinsong suggested going for KTV, but Qin Xuan had been hanging out with Qin Xianyu for half the afternoon and was a little tired, so he declined. Zhang Jinsong did not force it and took Hiro and Lulu to the next show, while Qin Xuan took a taxi home. I came home, took a shower, and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time, Qin Xuan felt that the bed he had slept on for 2 years was so hard. The ceiling is all white, how can it be so ugly? Why is the air conditioning cooling effect so poor? Why is the occasional whistle outside so loud? Is it possible to sleep? It seems that after buying the car, I have to decide on the house as soon as possible. This is probably how human desires gradually grow. When he was about to fall asleep thinking about these messy things, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Su Chuchu. You're back to Jinhai? Below is a photo of him, Zhang Jinsong, Lulu and others drinking and chatting at Laojiang barbecue. I just arrived today. Are you following me? Qin Xuan replied. Su Chuchu, I don't have the time. A fan sent me a private message asking if it was you. Qin Xuan was curious, how did you reply? Su Chuchu, no. Qin Xuan, now you know how troublesome it is to be your husband, right? I was secretly photographed while having a barbecue with my friends. Send me another 2 million to compensate me. Dream on. After a long while, Su Chuchu came back. What did your parents say? Qin Xuan curled his lips, suddenly remembering that old Qin had repeatedly told him to arrange a meeting with Su Chuchu's parents as soon as possible. Back home. He left in anger, didn't he? It seems that I won't be able to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law for a while. Qin Xuan felt inexplicably relieved. On the other end of the phone, Su Chuchu lay sideways on the bed, watching him reply, her face slightly hot, and she avoided the topic, give me your parents' phone number. I will take time to call them every few days so that they don't worry. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and thought that Su Chu Chu was quite thoughtful. Anyway, the two are now officially husband and wife. It's just that their marriage was too hasty, and their family can't help but worry. If Su Chu Chu could call her mother every now and then, it would definitely make them worry less. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan sent her Zhou Lanqi and Lao Qin's number. Where do you live now? Just after sending it, Su Chu Chu asked. Fulu New Village. Be specific. What are you doing? Qin Chuan asked vigilantly. The last time this sister showed up at his house without even saying hello left him with a bit of a trauma. Then I changed my mind and realized that it seemed strange that we were already husband and wife and didn't even know where the other person lived. I just sent the address over. Chapter 26. I like to keep a low profile. Asleep. After Qin Chuan sent the address, he could hardly open his eyes. He yawned loudly and was so sleepy that he sent 2 more words without waiting for Su Chu Chu's reply. On the other side, Su Chu Chu picked up her phone and looked at the message he sent. The fluorescent light reflected on her pretty face, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. She felt like she could now understand the temperament of the guy on the other end of the phone. In fact, he is just hard on the outside but soft on the inside. From the time he agreed to help me complete the wedding, to the time he agreed to get the marriage certificate with me, it seemed like every time he would first resist desperately, and then compromise. What does your friend Qin Chuan do last night? The next morning, Zhang Jinsong first picked up Lulu and Hiro, and then rushed to where Qin Chuan lived. On the way, Hiro asked him. Just like me, an unemployed vagrant. Zhang Jinsong blurted out yesterday when he just learned that Qin Chuan had resigned. Hiro said, oh. He bought a car even though he had no job. His family must be very rich. But my buddy is definitely a potential stock. Zhang Jinsong probably realized that it was not right to say that about Qin Chuan, so he added something back. Hiro didn't seem to care. She smiled and didn't say anything. However, when the car drove into the very dilapidated Fulu New Village near the suburbs, her expression changed slightly. Then he changed his mind and thought again. If Qin Chuan's family is from Fulu New Village, it seems not bad. Although this place is a bit shabby now, it may be demolished someday in the future. Just compensating a few houses would be at least tens of millions in Jinhai City, where every inch of land is valuable. Then, my mood suddenly became bright again. Soon, the car stopped at the door of a private house. Qin Chuan had already gone out and was waiting for them. Zhang Jinsong opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, started the car and turned towards the convention and exhibition center. Qin Chuan, is your home here? We drank and chatted together last night and everyone already knew each other, Hiro asked. No, it's a rented house. Qin Chuan said frankly. Oh. Hiro's mood instantly fell to the bottom again. After a long and anxious journey, we finally arrived at the convention and exhibition center. Zhang Jinsong had a lot of connections and had gotten the tickets from somewhere. A group of 4 got off the car and went straight into the venue. Looking around, the entire auto show center was crowded and very lively. However, the venue was spacious enough and did not seem crowded. From affordable domestic cars to top supercars worth millions or tens of millions, nearly 100 vehicle brands participated in this auto show. All the exhibition areas were surrounded by many tourists. Especially those exhibition areas with beautiful car models are the most attractive. A group of 4 people walked and looked around. Lulu walked in front holding Hiro's sleeve, pointing at an expensive car from time to time, with a look of longing in her eyes. Later, Qin Chuan and Zhang Jinsong focused more on the car models. It's man's nature, there's nothing you can do about it. The quality is quite high this year. Zhang Jinsong's eyes fell on a car model wearing very wild and revealing clothes next to a Land Rover, and he exclaimed sincerely. Qin Chuan smiled without saying anything. Most of the car models were indeed good-looking, with excellent figures and looks, especially those next to top sports cars, who were much more outstanding. However, compared to Su Chu Chu, she is not even a little bit inferior in any aspect. Why do I think of her at this time? I am a married man now. She is my wife. Very normal. Yes, that's normal. Is there a car model you like? Hiro turned her head and looked at Qin Chuan and asked. I haven't decided yet. I personally like things that are more low-key. I won't consider cars that attract too much attention on the road. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Hiro said, oh. Low profile? That should mean it can only be a car priced below 200,000 yuan. I felt disappointed again. Then let's not go that way. The cars ahead seemed to be more expensive. Hiro took Lulu and turned to walk towards the Volkswagen brand exhibition area on the other side. Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment and did not follow over immediately. Instead, he looked straight at the Porsche exhibition area in front of him. He thought that the gray Cayenne was quite low-key. Don't look over there. You can't afford it over there. Zhang Jinsong knew a little about his situation. He put his arm around his shoulders and tapped Hiro's back with his chin. If you can get a car worth more than 300,000 yuan today, you can win her over. Do you believe it? Qin Xuan glanced at him and ignored him. What is your current budget? If it's not enough, I'll advance the money for you. I'll at least help you pick up a car worth more than 300,000 yuan today. Zhang Jinsong added, let you win Hiro first, and don't rush to pay me back. I'm not short of money anyway. This surprised Qin Xuan and he looked at him in surprise. The big dog never lends money to others. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine? No need to look at me so moved. I'm so rich, but I have a poor friend like you. I'll be embarrassed if you mention a car worth 1 or 200,000 yuan in front of Hiro and Lulu. Zhang Jinsong said half jokingly and half seriously. Qin Xuan glanced at him, gave him a middle finger, and then walked towards the Porsche exhibition area in front. The dog owner was now panicking. I'm just saying that, don't take it seriously. I can only give you a maximum of 200,000 yuan. There's no way I can give you more than 200,000 yuan. As he spoke, he hurriedly followed. That's it. Qin Xuan looked at the Cayenne again before and after he got closer. He had actually looked up information about it before. As a luxury SUV, the Porsche Cayenne was moderately priced for him, had excellent handling performance, and a stylish yet unobtrusive appearance. It met his definition of low-key, and it would not attract too much attention when driving on the road. What is that? Xuaner, don't be impulsive, I don't have that much money in my card. Zhang Jinsong said hurriedly. Qin Xuan had already waved to a nearby salesperson, do you have this car in stock? Zhang Jinsong. Seeing the salesperson running towards him, he was really panicked. He is a second-generation rich man and has money, but all his money comes from his family. The monthly expenses his family gives him are only 100,000 yuan. Sometimes he would save some of the money he couldn't spend, and he had been saving for almost a year. Now, he only has a little over 300,000 yuan in his card. This Cayenne definitely starts at 1 million. Even if he took out all of it, it wouldn't be enough. It would be so embarrassing if I couldn't pay the money when the time comes. Sir, do you want to pick up the car on site? The salesperson asked with a smile. Yes, do you have a car in stock? Qin Xuan said calmly. Yes, do you want to test drive it? No need, take me to go through the formalities. At this time, Hiro and Lulu found that Qin Xuan and the others did not follow them, so they turned back. Chapter 27. What happened to keeping a low profile? People go to auto shows to join in the fun and enjoy the sight, while the vast majority of people who actually buy cars purchase them through 4S stores or other channels. So when Qin Xuan was about to pick up the car on the spot, the spectators around the exhibition area were still a little shocked. The landing price of the top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne is around 2 million yuan, which is just a small amount of money for Qin Xuan, but for most of the spectators who come to the auto show to enjoy the sight, it is already a bit of a fortune. When Zhang Jinsong saw Qin Xuan following the salesperson to the exhibition area to go through the formalities in a serious manner, he secretly groaned in his heart. He estimated that Qin Xuan had no more than 200,000 yuan on him at most, and with the more than 300,000 yuan in his own card, it was not even enough for a down payment. He was regretting it so much now. He shouldn't have instigated this guy, and he shouldn't have taken on so much responsibility. What can I do now? I can only go along with him. Good brothers should share hardships and be together for a lifetime. When Hiro and Lulu came over, they saw the two men following the salesperson to the back of the exhibition area, so they quickened their pace to catch up. Zhang Jinsong, which one do you like? Lulu subconsciously thought that Zhang Jinsong wanted to buy a car. He currently drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but his boyfriend is rich, so it wouldn't be a big deal for him to buy a Porsche on a whim. Of course, it would be even better if I bought it for her. I'm not the one buying it. Xuaner wants to buy it. Zhang Jinsong replied casually. Lulu said oh with a bit of disappointment, but he row beside her brightened up her eyes. He lives in such cheap public housing, but the first thing he buys is a Porsche. It seems that Qin Chuan is really low-key and secretive. I like low-key men. Low-key men are the most attractive. Led by the salesperson, the group came to a simple office area temporarily set up behind the exhibition area and met the sales manager. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Chang Wei, the sales manager in charge of the Porsche exhibition area. Are you sure you want to pick up the car today? After the salesperson gave a brief introduction, sales manager Chang Wei bowed slightly and confirmed with a smile. As mentioned before, few people will pick up a car at a car show. Sure. Qin Chuan ignored Zhang Jinsong's frantic glances at him and said in a firm tone. At the same time, a golden bank card was handed over. Please help me with the formalities. Hiro looked at him with stars in her eyes. He was so domineering and charming when he said the word okay. He looks so handsome when he hands over the bank card. Zhang Jinsong looked hopeless. It would be very embarrassing if your card couldn't be used to pay later. But there is not enough money in my card, and I want to help him pay some of the bill, but I am unable to do so. Chang Wei did not delay any further. He took the bank card, asked Qin Chuan what configuration he needed, and immediately started processing it for him. Although the procedures for picking up the car at the auto show are a bit cumbersome, Chang Wei naturally does not want to miss such a business deal. When the bank card was swiped through the POS machine and the receipt was slowly ejected, Zhang Jinsong breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Qin Chuan in surprise. 2 million. Where does this guy get so much money? He not only understood Qin Chuan's situation, but also had a general idea of the situation at Qin Chuan's family. It is almost impossible to come up with such a large sum of money at once. Won the lottery? Could it be that he is kept by some rich woman? Maybe it's really possible. This handsome guy is really attractive to women. However, it was not convenient for him to ask in front of so many people. Not bad, huh? Seeing Hiro's infatuated look, Lulu gently tugged at her sleeve and chuckled softly. More than good, he's great. From now on he is my Prince Charming, my male god. He is mine, and no one can snatch him from me. Hiro stared at Qin Chuan, who was waiting to go through the formalities not far away. Her heart was moved and she said impatiently. Be more reserved, be more reserved. If you are too proactive, men won't cherish you. Lulu hurriedly held her tightly, fearing that she would pounce on him accidentally. I understand. Hiro glanced at her and said with a charming smile. No man can escape from my palm, unless he is gay. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's a little troublesome to handle the procedures here. Chang Wei brought over 2 glasses of water and handed them to Qin Chuan and Zhang Jinsong respectively, with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay. Qin Chuan nodded slightly to show his understanding. Has Mr. Qin's license plate been photographed? Chang Wei asked. If not, we can get it for you. When he mentioned this, Qin Chuan remembered that he had forgotten about it. I might as well just get the license plate here. Even though it might be a little expensive, it doesn't matter. I've got money anyway. Then please give me the card directly. How much does it cost? No trouble. Chang Wei waved his hand and continued, ordinary license plates cost about 100,000 yuan here. We also have a few better license plates, but they are more expensive. The most expensive one is a gold license plate D00008, which costs 4.8 million, and another one is a gold license plate H66888, which costs 1.9 million. While introducing, Chang Wei paid attention to Qin Chuan's expression. In fact, he didn't have too high expectations. After all, a license plate costs much more than many luxury cars, which most people cannot afford. Qin Chuan really couldn't accept it. I thought, who would buy such an expensive license plate? Wouldn't he that be stupid? I don't like to be too high profile. Ding. System task, please select the license plate of gold D00008, cash reward of 30 million, system points of 300. Qin Chuan was halfway through his words when the system voice suddenly came from his head. Nima. Host, please pay attention to civilized language. The host has the right to refuse this mission. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth. Well, the money is given by you anyway, and there is a 30 million cash reward, so what's the big deal if I act like a moron? Let's take the gold license plate D.00008. Qin Chuan paused and continued with the previous sentence. Chang Wei was stunned. He couldn't immediately figure out what the inevitable connection was between not liking to be too high profile and the gold D00008 license plate that costs as much as 4.8 million yuan. Big brother? Don't you think your two sentences are contradictory? Zhang Jinsong also looked at Qin Chuan with a question mark on his face. He suspected he had heard wrongly. What does 4.8 million mean? It's enough to buy 2 Porsche Cayennes. That's not the point. The point is money. Does this guy really have so much money? Hiro and Lulu were dumbfounded on the spot and looked at each other silently. Spending 2 million to buy a Cayenne and spending nearly 5 million to buy a license plate are not just a matter of more money. This is simply inhumane. What happened to keeping a low profile? Mr. Qin, if you are sure you want the gold D00008 license plate, you will need to pay another 4.8 million. Chang Wei couldn't hide his excitement on his face. He emphasized the price of 4.8 million and confirmed it again. Swipe the card. Qin Chuan took out the bank card and handed it to him, saying calmly, "Okay, please wait a moment, I will do it for you." Chang Wei took the bank card with both hands, and his attitude was a little more respectful than before. A young man who is willing to spend nearly 5 million to buy a license plate is definitely not simple. Zhang Jinsong did not stop Qin Chuan and did not say a word throughout the whole process. Dog owners are rarely shocked. Now he was shocked by Qin Chuan's inhumane behavior. What are you staring at? Qin Chuan saw him sitting there with a dazed look on his face, not saying a word, and waved his hand in front of him. Zhang Jinsong finally came to his senses, turned his head and looked at him with narrowed eyes. You are not my buddy Qin Chuan, who are you? Take off your human skin mask. Qin Chuan. Neuropathy. Chapter 28. The dog owner gives way to a talented person. Well, it seems that I can't hide it anymore. Seeing that he had no choice but to give Zhang Jinsong an explanation, Qin Chuan sighed softly and said seriously. The two of them had been best friends who had shared bunk beds together for 4 years in college. They were so close that they were almost like wearing the same pair of pants. There was no need for her to hide anything from him. Won the lottery? Zhang Jinsong couldn't wait to know how he could become so rich overnight. He became so wealthy that even he, a second-generation rich man, felt ashamed of himself. Qin Chuan shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said thoughtfully, "To be honest, I have been hiding my identity for so many years. In fact, I am one of the direct descendants of a hidden noble family in the imperial capital. I was driven out of my home when I was very young and became a wanderer among the people. Later, I was adopted by my current parents. Until recently, the family's butler suddenly found me and told me the truth. I was living outside these years because it was actually a test given to me by the family. Now that the probation period is finally over, it is only natural that I will become the next successor to the family head." Zhang Jinsong stared at him with wide eyes. Can you be more perfunctory in your explanation? Isn't this the common identity of the protagonist in those vulgar online novels? As for Hiro and Lulu, they couldn't understand what he was saying at all. You don't believe it? Qin Chuan was very puzzled when he saw Zhang Jinsong's face full of disbelief. Nonsense. Anyone with a common sense will not believe your nonsense. What do you think? Zhang Jinsong said unhappily. Believe it or not. A smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face. He picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip of water. I have explained it anyway. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk more, Zhang Jinsong could only suppress his curiosity temporarily. He knew this guy too well, and he was afraid that he would not be able to get any more answers if he asked more. Besides, topics related to money are not convenient to discuss in public. I don't think this can be done in a short time. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch. The procedures were rather complicated and had not been completed by noon, so Qin Chuan called Zhang Jinsong and the other two. Zhang Jinsong and the others came with him to look at the car, so he should treat them to a meal. Of course you have to treat me. Zhang Jinsong said, we must have a good meal at noon. Now it is time for him, the rich man, to step down and let others take over. Qin Chuan is the real rich man. He spent nearly 7 million in one go, leaving this rich second generation far behind. Let's go, you can choose the place. Qin Chuan smiled, waved his hand, and took the lead to walk towards the auto show hall. Zhang Jinsong and 3 others followed closely behind. As soon as he walked into the hall, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and took a look. Su Chuchu sent him a WeChat message. Going to buy a car? Qin Chuan frowned slightly, turned his head and looked around. He felt like he was being secretly watched, which was creepy. What's wrong? Zhang Jinsong asked. It's okay. Qin Chuan replied casually, and then replied to Su Chuchu, another fan? It's about to become a trending topic. Su Chuchu replied quickly. Qin Chuan. How can I become a trending topic just because I bought a car? Confused, I opened Weibo and searched for my own name. Quickly find the entries related to yourself. Today, some netizens photographed Su Chuchu's newlywed husband Qin Chuan taking two beauties to the auto show. The three of them were talking and laughing, and seemed to have a very close relationship. Afterwards, Qin Chuan spent a lot of money to buy a luxury car at the auto show. Previously, a reporter confirmed that Qin Chuan was a trainee paparazzi. As Su Chuchu's husband, he took other women to the auto show in public. What do you think? The intention of one of the gossip celebrities to stir up trouble was very obvious. Isn't the implication that he used Su Chuchu's money to pick up girls and squander it? The video posted below is of him, Zhang Jinsong, Hiro and Lulu just walking into the auto show. It's only a few seconds long and only captures Qin Chuan, Hiro, and Lulu. Oh my god, this is obviously intentional. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Needless to say, the following comments are naturally a criticism of him. Su is so pitiful. How could she have such a bastard man? He took another woman to the auto show just a few days after getting married. Does he have no shame? Goddess, hurry up and get a divorce. It's better not to have that gigolo. Not only is he a gigolo, he's also a scumbag. Su Chuchu's vision is really hard to describe. She left Zhang Shu alone and found such a piece of trash. Qin Chuan frowned, feeling as if this was directed specifically at him, too deliberate. Those two girls were brought by a college classmate of mine. He was not captured in the video. He explained it to Su Chuchu. Although the two were not actually husband and wife, they were officially husband and wife in the legal sense, so he felt it was necessary. Oh. Su Chuchu replied with just one word. What now? Seeing that it was about to be pushed to the front page of the hot search, Qin Chuan didn't know how to deal with this situation. He himself didn't care, but he was afraid that it would affect Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu, no way, take care of yourself. Qin Chuan. Su Chuchu, I'll get used to it slowly. Qin Chuan, being scolded online every now and then? Su Chuchu, you are so popular now, it's a good opportunity for me to take advantage of you. Qin Chuan, I suspect you arranged this on purpose. Su Chuchu, I'm not that boring. Qin Chuan, okay, if I can increase your popularity, I will be doing you a great favor. On the other side of the phone, Su Chuchu was hugging a pillow, leaning cross-legged on the sofa, with her round chin resting on the pillow. She looked at the WeChat message sent by Qin Chuan, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. His helpless and innocent expression unconsciously appeared in my mind. TSK, what's with that sultry expression on your face? Who are you talking to? Li Yao's discordant voice suddenly came from the side. You are the one who is swaying. A hint of panic flashed in Su Chuchu's eyes, and she rolled her eyes at her. Isn't that your little husband? Li Yao looked at her. Something's wrong. Didn't you say that you got the marriage certificate with him just to make Zhang Shu and your parents give up completely? A secret attack? In fact, you have been interested in her for a long time. Just to find a reasonable reason for yourself to take that person down? Su Chuchu, I've known you for so many years, but I only now realize that you are quite scheming. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Chuchu blushed and said stubbornly, I've only known him for a few days, how is that possible? My heart is in love and it's out of control. Li Yao raised her eyebrows and pouted. You're looking for a beating. Su Chuchu threw the pillow aside and rushed over. In a blink of an eye, the two beauties started playing together, and the scene was very erotic. Outsiders would never imagine that Su Chuchu, who always appears cool and elegant, behaves like this at home. On the other hand, Qin Chuan felt like he was completely on a pirate ship and couldn't get off for a while. The group of four returned to the car and Zhang Jinsong drove to the restaurant. Chapter 29, Back seats are safer. You usually have to make a reservation 3 days in advance to come here, and they only serve a few tables of guests every day. Fortunately, a guest cancelled his reservation today, so we just caught up with him. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped at the door of an ancient house, and Zhang Jinsong introduced it to Qin Chuan and the other two. There are white walls and green tiles, and an ancient signboard hangs on the high door lintel with 4 big characters on it: Hansan Private Kitchen. 2 old-fashioned vermilion doors were open, and at the door stood 2 female receptionists wearing cloisonné cheongsams, both of whom were of excellent figure and appearance. "Let's go." Shin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt and said. "This place looks very expensive at first glance. Putting aside other things, the value of a house like this in the prosperous area of Jinhai City, where every inch of land is valuable, is enough to make people astounded. It seems that Mr. Go was really upset today, and he had to bleed a lot. I can also take this opportunity to broaden my horizons and experience what the life of rich people is like." A group of 4 pushed the door and got out of the car, walking towards the entrance of Hansan Private Kitchen. "Are you Mr. Zhang?" As I approached, one of the pretty female receptionists asked with a gentle smile on her face. Even her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was obvious that she had been carefully selected. Zhang Jinsong nodded and said yes. "Please come this way." The female receptionist nodded slightly and made a gesture of invitation. As you step into the courtyard, the authentic, historical atmosphere that is full of time hits you. Pavilions and waterside pavilions are scattered along the way, and the flowers, plants, and trees are lush and verdant, making the yard very quiet and elegant. Led by the receptionist, everyone soon arrived at a private room full of ancient charm. The private room is filled with sandalwood, which makes people feel calm as soon as they enter. It seems that they instantly forget the impetuous emotions brought by the bustling outside world, and suddenly return to the ancient life of men farming and women weaving. There are several famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the surrounding walls, and the exquisitely crafted precious solid wood furniture shows luxury everywhere. I've already ordered the dishes. I'm not being polite. The dishes here are all prepared by the state banquet chef himself, and they taste very good. It's definitely 100 times better than the so-called top foreign cuisine in 5-star hotels. I'm really not used to eating caviar, truffles, and other things. After everyone sat down, Zhang Jinsong smiled and said to Qin Xuan, "We will drive later, so we won't drink. The tea here is good. I heard it is Da Hong Pao. Anyway, it is not available on the market, and I can't taste it. You can try it later." "Do you come here often?" Qin Xuan asked, looking around. "You think we're going to a restaurant? Most people can't afford this. One meal would cost me all my monthly allowance." Zhang Jinsong pouted and said without exaggeration, "I came here twice before with my grandfather. What a waste." Even Hiro, who had seen some of the world, couldn't help but click her tongue. Zhang Jinsong's pocket money must be at least tens of thousands a month. This guy wasted nearly 5 million on a license plate? Zhang Jinsong pointed at Qin Xuan, feeling very upset. 5 million is enough to buy a top-of-the-line sports car, but to buy a license plate is just outrageous. Why don't you just go to heaven? Qin Xuan smiled but said nothing. I thought to myself, I also want to keep a low profile, but I can't lose 30 million just because of keeping a low profile, right? Then I can get a normal license plate. Hiro couldn't hide her admiration when she looked at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan is not a fool, how could he not notice it? However, the other party did not express it too obviously. He would not take the initiative to confess to her that he was married and let her give up the idea as soon as possible. That would make him seem presumptuous. Let us wait for the right opportunity, Qin Xuan thought to himself. A few minutes later, one after another exquisite dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were served. When each dish comes, the waiter will give a detailed introduction. One has to admit that the state banquet chef at Hansan Private Kitchen is indeed quite capable. I can't say why it's delicious, but it's just very delicious. This is good. This is delicious. Fuck, try this. None of us here are cultured people, so we can only express our feelings in the simplest and most intuitive language. Things like stimulating taste buds and melting in the mouth do not exist at all. However, there is no doubt that the exquisite and delicious dishes paired with a very stylish environment are definitely an ultimate enjoyment. Of course, the price is also quite high, nearly 130,000 for a meal. In the past, Qin Xuan wouldn't even dare to think about it. It was almost 3 o'clock after dinner. After leaving Hansan Private Kitchen and returning to the auto show center, some procedures required him to be present in person, which delayed him for more than an hour. At nearly 5 o'clock, I finally received a call from Chang Wei, saying that the car had been registered and was parked at the west gate of the auto show center. After several people left the auto show hall, Zhang Jinsong drove quickly to the destination. The quartz gray Cayenne was already parked there. The $2 million Cayenne was not very eye-catching, but the small license plate did attract the attention of many passers-by. Qin Chuan got out of Zhang Jinsong's Mercedes-Benz G-Class and walked straight over. "Mr. Qin, here are all the documents and car keys. Please keep them safe. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me." Chang Wei came over and handed Qin Chuan an exquisite gift bag with a smile. "Thank you." Qin Chuan took it and nodded. "This license plate is so cool." Zhang Jinsong stood in front of the car, staring at the license plate worth nearly 5 million and exclaimed. He was a little envious. That license plate is to a man what a watch is to a man. It instantly raised the 2 million Cayenne to a higher level. But I can only envy them. If he dares to spend 5 million to buy a license plate, the old man will sever the father-son relationship with him. "Let's go, just take a walk around to get used to the environment first," Qin Chuan said as he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the car, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and took a look. He was a little surprised. It was Su Chu calling. "As far as I can remember, she never called me. Where are you?" After pressing the answer button, Su Chu's lukewarm and slightly cold voice came out. "I just picked up the car. It's still at the convention center. Nanmen, come and pick me up." "Ah." She was doing some work with a friend nearby, and she left because of something urgent. Su Chu's tone sounded a little weak. "Okay, then you wait there for me, I'll be there soon." Qin Chuan agreed without thinking too much. Su Chu said and hung up the phone. "You are such an unreliable friend." Qin Chuan muttered something, put his phone aside, and was about to start the car when a figure suddenly appeared outside the car window. He turned his head and saw Hiro looking at him with a smile on her face. "Can I try out your new car?" Qin Chuan hesitated for a second, but it was not easy to refuse. He nodded to the back seat and said, "Of course, get in the car." Hiro walked around and came to the passenger door. She pulled the door and found that it was locked and could not be opened at all. "Please sit in the back. The new car hasn't been running yet, so the back seat is safer," Qin Chuan said seriously. Hiro was stunned for a moment, said "oh" reluctantly, walked over, opened the car door and got in. Qin Chuan fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove towards the south gate of the auto show center. Zhang Jinsong followed behind in his car. "I have to go to the south gate to pick someone up first," Qin Chuan said while driving. "Oh, your friend?" Hiro asked. "My wife." "Hiro." The air suddenly became still. The west gate of the Convention and Exhibition Center is not far from the south gate and can be reached in a blink of an eye. From a distance, I could see Su Chu wearing a white three-quarter sleeve shirt with the hem of the shirt tucked into a floral dress with a mixture of red, yellow and blue, which looked both retro and very fashionable. Of course, he was still fully armed, wearing big sunglasses that covered half of his face and a mask. Even so, when she stood there, the eyes of people around her were involuntarily attracted to her. Chapter 30. The rival is too strong. Wife? Didn't Lulu say he didn't have a girlfriend? How come a wife suddenly appeared? Hiro was confused and felt a little anxious. Could it be that Lulu was mistaken? He actually has a girlfriend. He's too young to get married so early. Boyfriends and girlfriends may call each other that. It doesn't matter. Even if I have a girlfriend, as long as I'm not married, I have the right to fight for him. I won't give up this opportunity with such a high-quality man. I want good looks and a good figure, no worse than other women in any aspect. Calm down. Calm down. Hiro secretly made up her mind that she would not give up even if Qin Chuan had a girlfriend, and she was very confident in her conditions. So she forced herself to calm down and prepared to face her love rival. Why did Chuaner stop the car? Is there something wrong with the car? That's unlikely. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind, Zhang Jinsong stepped on the brakes, held the steering wheel, looked at Qin Chuan's Cayenne, and muttered softly. Soon, a young girl wearing sunglasses and a mask and dressed fashionably was seen opening the passenger door and getting in. Fuck, the 5 million license plate is really not fake, and a beautiful woman took the initiative to get in the car. I told you, if this guy had bought a car earlier, he would have been single a long time ago. There's no need to be single for 2 years. Although he couldn't see her face, Zhang Jinsong judged that the girl was definitely a beauty based on her clothing style and the temperament she exuded. But Hiro is still in his car. Lulu patted him lightly and reminded him. I'll go. They won't fight, will they? Zhang Jinson was inexplicably a little excited, and said with an expression that looked like he was ready to watch the fun. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Su Chuchu sat leisurely in the passenger seat. Hiro instantly understood why Qin Chuan asked her to sit in the back seat, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became very subtle. Qin Chuan sniffed and turned to look at Su Chuchu. A faint feminine fragrance entered my nostrils. I didn't know what perfume she was using, but it was very elegant and smelled good. Li Yao originally said she would pick me up after she finished her work, but something urgent happened and she couldn't come. It's hard to get a taxi here. Su Chuchu blinked quickly under her sunglasses and spoke in a flat tone. Well, there are quite a lot of people here to visit the auto show today, so it's really hard to get a taxi. Qin Chuan glanced at the taxis parked across the street waiting for passengers and smiled slightly. He didn't expose her or ask her why she was here. It was very strange that she, a big star, went to a crowded place like a car show alone without an assistant or security. The beautiful lady behind is a friend I just met yesterday, Hiro. He took the initiative to introduce her to Su Chuchu. Hello, nice to meet you. Before Qin Chuan introduced himself, Su Chuchu had already taken off her sunglasses and mask, turned to look at Hiro, and greeted her with an elegant and gentle smile on her face. Hello, hello. The moment Hiro saw Su Chuchu's true face, disbelief was written all over her face, and she stammered. Isn't this the female star Su Chuchu? How did she? Anyone who occasionally pays attention to entertainment gossip will be familiar with her face, Su Chuchu. Stunning, absolutely beautiful, even if she were to act, she would definitely be the leading female role material. You are Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu added for her. Hiro's face changed and she was completely confused. Qin Chuan's wife is Su Chuchu? Qin Chuan's name was on the hot search list for a long time that day. Hiro didn't pay much attention to Weibo, so she naturally missed it. Of course, even if they paid attention to the hot search, most ordinary people would not associate the Qin Chuan in front of them with Su Chuchu's husband Qin Chuan, such as Qin Chuan's classmates or former colleagues. Hiro was full of confidence just now, thinking that with her looks and figure, she might still have a chance to win Qin Chuan over. All confidence collapsed at this moment. No matter which aspect, Su Chuchu seemed to be able to crush her. This love rival is too powerful. She has no chance of winning at all. If you compete with her for a man, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Where are you going? We'll take you back first. Su Chuchu asked with a smile. Oh, no, I just want to experience this new car. My friend's car is right behind me, so I won't bother you. Hiro came back to her senses and forced a smile. Then I'll go back. I'll contact you when I have time. As he said that, he waved to Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu, opened the car door and got out. Then he walked quickly towards Zhang Jinsong's Mercedes-Benz G. I took a few deep breaths in the middle. His face didn't look very good, and he looked like he was running away. Babble? Why is Hiro back? Did he lose the fight? It's been less than 2 minutes and the winner has been decided. It's too fast. Zhang Jinsong saw her walking towards him, grinned and joked. What's going on? Why are you back? What's up with that woman who got into Qin Chuan's car? Hiro looked unhappy and got into the car in a depressed mood. Lulu couldn't help but ask curiously. His wife. Hiro sighed. After worrying about gains and losses all day, it's inevitable to feel a little sad that it was all for nothing. Chuaner has been single for 2 years and doesn't even have a girlfriend, so how could he have a wife? Besides, how could I not know that he was married? Zhang Jinsong turned to look at her, not believing it at all. He and Qin Chuan hadn't seen each other for at most half a month. The last time they met, he didn't have a girlfriend. How could he suddenly have a girlfriend? Besides, Qin Chuan would definitely tell him the first thing he knew when he found a girlfriend, and it would be impossible for him to hide such a big thing as marriage. Real. His wife is Su Chuchu. Hiro said with a serious expression and a firm tone, she is the female star Su Chuchu. Lulu. Zhang Jinsong. He suddenly remembered that Qin Chuan told him last night that he was Su Chuchu's husband. WTF. Can't be true? Chapter 31. Why am I on the hot search again? Are you here to check on me? After Hiro got off the car, Qin Chuan glanced at Su Chuchu next to him and asked in a joking tone. If she came to check on him, it seems that their relationship has not reached that stage yet. But it's strange that she appeared here for no apparent reason. Su Chuchu put on her sunglasses again, ignored him, and looked aloof. Qin Chuan had already seen her ability to switch seamlessly between different roles, so it was nothing surprising to him. She is elegant and sweet in front of the camera, cold and arrogant in private. The most important thing is that she can not only play the amiable big sister next door, but also the poor young wife who has suffered all kinds of grievances. Are you afraid? In fact, being a celebrity is not easy. Just like the people in Sichuan and Chongqing who change their faces, you have several different faces in front of and behind the scenes. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Or should we go eat something first? Qin Chuan shrugged, raised his wrist to check the time, it was almost 6 o'clock, and asked. The relationship between the two is very strange, and we still don't know where she lives. Let's go to your place. Su Chuchu hesitated for 2 seconds and spoke lightly. Qin Chuan's body trembled, and he turned to look at her with a little surprise. Is this my superstar wife Su Chuchu? This doesn't sound like something she would say. Besides, it's getting dark soon, and we're a man and a woman alone in a room. What do you want to do, girl? I don't want to go back for now. I want to go to your place and have some peace and quiet. Su Chuchu turned her face away, her tone a little stiff, as if she was not good at making excuses, and then added, You can take me back later. Then be prepared, it's a bit messy there. Qin Chuan thought about it. They were now legally married, and it was a legitimate relationship between a man and a woman. It wouldn't be a big deal even if they were photographed living together. However, the place where he lived was indeed a bit messy, so he gave her a heads up in advance. Su Chuchu pushed the sunglasses on her nose, said him, and said nothing more. At this time, Zhang Jinsong suddenly appeared outside the passenger window and stared at Su Chuchu in disbelief for 3 full seconds, probably trying to confirm that the woman wearing sunglasses was really Su Chuchu. Hello, my name is Zhang Jinsong. After confirmation, he still looked incredulous. He forced an unnatural smile and stretched out his hand to say hello. Su Chuchu turned to look at him, thinking that a fan had recognized her, and did not respond immediately. Put your claws back. Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Jinsong and lightly scolded him, then introduced him to Su Chuchu. Zhang Jinsong, my college roommate. You don't have to shake hands with him. This guy is not a good guy. It's best to stay away from him. Su Chuchu smiled slightly and nodded to Zhang Jinsong. She was quite obedient and had no intention of shaking hands with Zhang Jinsong. Zhang Jinsong glared at Qin Chuan with a look of dissatisfaction, and naturally withdrew his right hand, feeling so sore. He was puzzled as to how this kid Qin Chuan managed to hook up with a big star like Su Chuchu. This is too unscientific. You guys are really together? You've already got the certificate, what do you think? Go follow my wife on Weibo, give her a thumbs up, fight against those who hate her or something like that. Qin Chuan chuckled, by the way, transfer the money to me later. Hearing him call the word wife so smoothly, Su Chuchu's ears turned a little red and she glanced at him subtly. Zhang Jinsong. Fortunately, my friend, you didn't even say hello to my wedding, and you still want to gift money? We are going home, so you don't have to follow us. Qin Chuan said, started the car and drove slowly forward. Zhang Jinsong stood there, watching the car go farther and farther away. It took him a while to come back to his senses. What happened today was a huge shock to him. The standard room is less than 50 square meters. There is a bathroom on the left side of the door and a small kitchen on the left side of the bay window. A blue single sofa is facing the TV. On one side of the TV cabinet is a small bookshelf with a row of novels on it, and below is a small computer desk. Overall, all the necessary facilities are available. This is the nest where Qin Chuan lives now. It's a bit messy, just sit anywhere and I'll tidy it up a bit. After bringing Su Chuchu in, Qin Chuan looked at the messy house, scratched his hair and smiled a little awkwardly. It's better than I thought. Su Chuchu took a quick glance. Although it was a bit messy, it was much cleaner and tidier than she had imagined. Do you have slippers? Both pairs are mine, if you don't mind. Forget it, I'll go downstairs and buy you a pair. There's a convenience store downstairs. Qin Chuan's little shabby house was actually not that particular, so it didn't matter whether she changed her shoes or not. But seeing that she was wearing high heels, she guessed that they were not comfortable after wearing them for a long time, so she turned around and was about to go out. It's yours. I don't mind. Su Choo Choo called him. Oh, all right. Shin Chuan was stunned for a moment, took out a pair of beige slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at her feet. She took off her high heels and put on slippers. Shin Chuan's shoes were much bigger than hers, and her pair of white and tender little feet looked particularly cute in the big slippers. The toes are of uniform length, without any nail polish, the skin is as white as jade, delicate and smooth, the lines are soft and not bony. This is the so-called jade foot, so beautiful that people can't help but want to grab it in their hands and play with it. Cough cough. Shin Chuan coughed twice to clear his throat and quickly looked away. Damn. Do I have any special hobbies? Why is it so weird? What's wrong? Su Choo Choo didn't notice that he was staring at her feet in a daze. When she raised her eyes, she saw that his face looked a little abnormal, as if he had done something bad. Nothing, it just doesn't fit. Shin Chuan said embarrassedly, and hurriedly took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on. Let's make do with it. Su Choo Choo walked over and sat on the sofa, then picked up a novel on the coffee table and started flipping through it casually. There are beer and Coke in the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? Shin Chuan asked after changing into slippers. Then he suddenly realized, I forgot that you female stars have to maintain your figure. You shouldn't drink these. Let me boil some water for you. Coke. Su Choo Choo turned a page and said briefly. Shin Chuan said oh, turned around, took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator and handed it to her. Can I drink it cold? Su Choo Choo didn't say a word. She raised her hand to take it, opened the pull ring, and took a small sip. Shin Chuan looked at her and smiled, as if it didn't seem like he needed to serve her that much. He also opened a can of beer, gulped down 2 gulps, and started to clean the house. Su Choo Choo just sat there reading, very quietly. Shin Chuan didn't bother her either. When I was almost done packing, a phone call came in. It was from Zhou Xiaotong. Brother, can you please stop bringing bad luck to your sister-in-law? You're on the trending search again, can't you just calm down? Our fans are scolding you right now. I have no choice but to curse along with him. Shin Chuan? Am I trending again? What did I do again? Could it be that someone took a photo of me taking Su Choo Choo home? She is my wife, this is normal. Chapter 32 Your Weibo name is Ruka Wakid. I'm trending again. After ending the call with Zhou Xiaotong, Shin Chuan turned around and looked at Su Choo Choo helplessly. Although the reason is still unclear, it is probably not a good thing, otherwise Su Choo Choo's fans would not be so angry. When Su Choo Choo saw his innocent and helpless expression, she couldn't help but want to laugh mischievously, but also felt a little guilty for some reason. Ultimately, it was me who dragged him into this. If it weren't for her, this guy wouldn't have been subjected to cyberbullying one after another. I'm a little jealous of your current popularity. Su Choo Choo resisted the urge to laugh and spoke calmly. I wonder how many of his colleagues wish to be as popular as he is. But Shin Chuan is not a public figure after all, and it is quite pitiful that he is dragged out and scolded every now and then. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Shin Chuan had already opened Weibo and was talking while browsing it. Su Choo Choo also took out her cell phone from her bag and opened Weibo, secretly guessing that it was most likely related to her. As expected. One for each person. The 7th hot search, Shin Chuan's sky-high priced license plate. The marketing account with the most comments and reposts. Su Choo Choo's newlywed husband Shin Chuan not only bought a luxury car worth $2 million at the auto show today, but also spent nearly $5 million to buy a gold license plate with the word D00008. Later, some netizens witnessed Su Choo Choo herself arriving at the scene. She seemed dissatisfied with Shin Chuan's extravagant behavior and drove the female companion next to Shin Chuan out of the car. I wonder what netizens think about this matter. The comments below are without exception, an overwhelming barrage of condemnation and abuse. In addition to Su Choo Choo's fans, there are also many passers-by who have an anti-rich mentality. I can't think of any new way to curse. It's nothing more than that Shin Chuan is a gigolo, a scumbag, and so on. Su Choo Choo also noticed the license plate early in the morning. It was indeed a bit high profile. She was also wondering what was going on with this guy. Not to mention his hometown in Kunming, let us just talk about this small house now. The rent is probably only $1,000 or $2,000 a month, but he was wearing a diamond ring worth tens of millions at the wedding. Not only did he spend a ton of money today to buy a car, he also spent nearly $5 million to buy a license plate. It's really weird. The 8th hot search that followed closely behind was feeling sorry for Su Choo Choo. A large number of Su Chuchu's fans and passers-by flocked to her Weibo to leave messages. Some comforted her, some sympathized with her. Most people naturally advised her to quickly divorce Qin Xuan, that pretty boy. Her number of fans actually increased by more than 100,000. Thank you for contributing to my popularity. My fans have increased by more than 100,000. Su Chuchu finally couldn't help but curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Qin Xuan. You're still laughing? He clearly saw the gloating smile on Su Chuchu's face. Did I laugh? Su Chuchu's smile faded and she refused to admit it. I smiled. Qin Xuan said firmly, and then changed the subject, but you look good when you smile, don't always have a stern face. When he first saw so many people scolding him online, he was indeed very upset. But now his immunity seems to be getting stronger and he doesn't take it too seriously. Am I ugly when I don't smile? Su Chuchu raised her eyes and looked at him. Qin Xuan was speechless, not really. I was smiling the whole time in front of the camera. Su Chuchu lowered her eyes, her tone a little dim. Qin Xuan roughly understood what she meant. She presents herself in front of the camera with an elegant and sweet image. That is her profession and job, or it can be said that it is the personality imposed on her by the company and the outside world. That personality can make more people like her, gain more fans, and thus make money for the company or partners. Of course, she herself also gained fame and fortune in the process. After work, she prefers to be unconcealed in her life, laughing when she wants to laugh and crying when she wants to cry. This is the real her. Have you ever thought about giving up your career as a singer and doing something else? Qin Xuan asked curiously. I can't do anything except singing. Su Chuchu sighed silently. You can also act. Qin Xuan blurted out. He had seen the sister's acting skills, and she was so good at controlling herself. Su Chuchu slowly raised her head and stared at him dimly. Okay, it was just a joke. Qin Xuan waved his hand. Of course he was just kidding. When he was acting, he had to nibble at other male actors all the time, and he couldn't stand it either. Give me your phone. Su Chuchu stretched out her hand to him. What? Checking the phone? Qin Xuan asked cautiously. That's not necessary. Just now I saw someone scolding me on Weibo. I wanted to scold back, but I don't have a secondary account. Su Chuchu's beautiful little face was full of dissatisfaction. She's kind of cute at this moment, and very real. Oh. Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, there was nothing shameful in his phone, so he handed it to her calmly. I'll register a small account for you later, and you can curse back at anyone who curses you. Su Chuchu took the phone and opened Weibo. After a few seconds, her beautiful eyebrows gradually frowned. Your Weibo name is Rukawa Kid? I'm not good at naming. I just picked it randomly. Sorry for making fun of me. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu glanced at him coldly and said. I'm just a passerby. This handsome guy named Qin Xuan is so handsome. I think it's possible that Su Chuchu was attracted by his beauty. How do you know that Qin Xuan is Su Chuchu's gigolo? Why don't you say that he might be a rich second generation and that he becomes a paparazzi just to experience life? Qin Xuan's smile froze on his face. I immediately recalled that this was the message I left when I was responding to those netizens who accused him of being a gigolo. I closed the message right after leaving it, and later forgot about it, but... This is so fucking embarrassing. There's no point in getting the phone back now. Su Chuchu glanced at him coldly again and continued. Objectively speaking, although Su Chuchu is pretty, she is already an old woman in her 30s. I think Qin Xuan is only in his early 20s at most. She is just an old cow eating young grass. I think Su Chuchu is not worthy of him. To sum up, I think it is very likely that Su Chuchu is pestering Qin Xuan and shamelessly wants to marry him. Qin Xuan. I'm an old woman who's almost 30 years old? Su Chuchu tilted her little head and stared at him sharply. Are you hungry? Qin Xuan pinched his nose and changed the subject. Su Chuchu looked at him silently, her eyes full of murderous intent, which was quite intimidating. Qin Xuan asked again, shall we go out to eat or order takeout? I think you should order takeout. It's not convenient for you to go outside and it's easy to attract onlookers. What do you want to eat? I know a place with good spicy beef bones. Chapter 33 New works put on hold. Well, how about I go kneel down in front of the keyboard? The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Seeing that Su Chuchu was unwilling to give up, Qin Chuan scratched his forehead and got back to the topic. It was just a casual remark at that time, but now when Su Chuchu reads it out, it seems a bit harsh. Especially for Su Chuchu, the person involved, it must be even more harsh. Of course, it is impossible to kneel down in front of the keyboard. It has not reached that point yet. The main thing is to show your attitude. Kneel down. Su Chuchu shifted her gaze and looked at the keyboard on the computer desk opposite with a serious expression. Qin Chuan. I was just being polite, why are you taking it so seriously? A man's knees are made of gold. How could I really kneel on the keyboard? Is it not what I sent that you wanted to curse back at me just now? He asked, trying to change the subject. Yeah. Su Chuchu did not deny it. No one is perfect, and no one can make everyone like him or her. There are many people who like her online, but there are also many black fans who hate her. Being criticized and scolded is something that a star and a public figure must face. It was impossible for her to pay attention to all the messages that slandered her, but the post by Qin Chuan had the most comments, and most of them were her fans hitting back at him, so it was very conspicuous. Well, it's the first time I saw so many people scolding me online. I was just talking nonsense at the moment and was impulsive. Don't take it seriously. Just delete it and pretend you didn't see it. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said frankly. Su Chuchu ignored him, her breathtakingly beautiful face still looked cold and calm. How about this, you pinch me, and we'll be even. He stretched out his hand in front of Su Chuchu and said sincerely, let me make it clear first, no nail polish. Childish. Su Chuchu's expression suddenly softened. She wasn't actually angry. There are so many people scolding her online every day. If she got angry every time, she would have been angry to death long ago. Instead, I find it a bit funny. This guy is secretly promoting himself without bragging about it. He is too shameless. Besides that, she especially wanted to see this guy being caught doing something bad and being at a loss what to do. For some reason, he looked a little cute. This word doesn't seem to be very appropriate when used to describe him. Anyway, I just wanted to tease him. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. I want to eat spicy hot pot. Su Chuchu said again. He was still a little slow, and finally came to his senses. He quickly withdrew his hand, smiled and said. Okay, let's have spicy hot pot. To be honest, he had never thought that a female star like Su Chuchu would eat spicy hot pot. But no matter what, the matter was over and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you delete it yourself, what if it is dug up by netizens? You will be on the hot search again. Su Chuchu handed him the phone and reminded him. Wherever you go, you will leave traces behind, especially in this internet age of information explosion. If they are discovered by someone with ulterior motives, there will definitely be another bloody storm. You're really not angry anymore? Qin Chuan took the phone, a little unsure. You seem to want me to be angry? Su Chuchu asked back. I'm glad you're not angry. I'll order now. Qin Chuan smiled, deleted his messages and started ordering takeout. You probably rarely eat spicy hot pot, right? Considering that female celebrities need to maintain their figure, Su Chuchu would probably resist eating high-calorie food like malatang even if she wanted to. Su Chuchu said him indifferently. It's not easy to be a celebrity. Qin Chuan curled his lips, ordered 2 servings of spicy hot pot, and then finished mopping the floor that he had not finished yet. I called my aunt at noon. Su Chuchu suddenly said something inexplicable. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly remembered that she had asked him for her mother's number that day, saying that she would call home every once in a while so that her family wouldn't worry. What did you talk about? Qin Chuan asked with interest. He was curious about what a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who had just met briefly could talk about. We didn't talk much. I left in a hurry last time, so it would be better to explain it in person. Oh. Qin Chuan said, thinking about what his mother said, he knew that she must have talked about more than just this. What do you call my mom? Su Chuchu raised her eyelids and glanced at him, then replied, Auntie. Let my mother transfer the money for changing my statement first. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu. Should I call your parents? Qin Chuan said, Old Qin in my family has been thinking about this and wants to meet your parents. No, let's talk about it later. Su Chuchu shook her head. This guy is on the hot search every other day, and nothing good happens to him. It would be strange if his parents would pay attention to him. Okay then. Qin Xuan did not insist. He guessed that Su Chuchu's parents must still be angry. How could they not be angry when the little girl they raised with so much effort was abducted by a guy they had never even met? Except for Zhang Jinsong, who comes here occasionally, almost no one comes to Qin Xuan. Su Chuchu's arrival added a different flavor to the small room. He couldn't put it into words, but it felt pretty good anyway, even though she was just sitting there quietly. More than 10 minutes later, the takeaway was finally delivered and the two began to eat. This time, Su Chuchu ate slowly and elegantly, and put down her chopsticks after just a few bites. You eat so little, isn't it to your appetite? Qin Xuan asked casually when he saw her eating so little. I'm full. Oh. Qin Xuan guessed that she was doing this to maintain her figure, and that it would be useless to persuade her, so he just let her be. After a while, Su Chuchu's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, took a look, stood up and walked to the bay window to answer it. Chu-Chu, where are you? On the other side of the phone, Chao Qin asked in an anxious tone. Here with Qin Xuan. Su Chuchu glanced at Qin Xuan without hiding anything. After all, the two of them were now in an open relationship as husband and wife. About your new song. The company has decided to put it on hold for the time being. Chao Qin said concisely and seriously. Su Chuchu has not released any new works for more than a year. The company started preparing new songs for her a few months ago. Two of the songs were specially tailored for her by top songwriters in the industry who were invited to write them at a high price. Chao Qin had a bad feeling when the recording session was suddenly cancelled just when it was about to begin. Although Su Chuchu is still popular now, she has not been getting along well with the company recently. No company would like an artist who is out of control. But now she is still the backbone of the company. Mostly, Galaxy Music did this to warn her. After all, a complete breakup would do no one any good. I understand. Su Chuchu said calmly. Come back for a while, let's discuss how to communicate with the company. We have already announced that you will release a new song next month, and your fans are waiting for it. If the work is not released by then. Chao Qin said hesitantly. Okay, I'll go back now. Su Chuchu said. Chapter 34. Are you born in the year of the dog? What's wrong? Qin Xuan saw that Su Chuchu looked unhappy when she came back after answering the phone, so he looked at her and asked. It's work. Have you finished eating? Take me back after you finish eating. There was no point in telling him, and besides, their relationship didn't seem to be to the point where they could talk about everything, so Su Chuchu didn't tell him in detail. Oh, almost. So anxious? Qin Xuan looked up at her. Well, I've been out for a long time. Su Chuchu turned her head and looked out the window. Okay, I'll take you there. Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Qin Xuan did not ask any more questions. Seeing that she seemed very anxious, he took a tissue to wipe his mouth, picked up the car keys and stood up. Su Chuchu put on sunglasses and a mask, and the two changed their shoes, went out, went downstairs and returned to the car. Qin Xuan started the car and drove towards Lijinghuading according to the address she gave. Call me if there's anything I can do to help, Qin Xuan said while driving on the way. He could clearly feel that Su Chuchu was not in a good mood, and asking too much would probably only make her more upset. Su Chuchu said softly and said nothing more. There was no conversation along the way. After about half an hour, the car slowly stopped at the door of number 18 Lijinghuading. I'm going back. Drive slower, Su Chuchu said as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Would you like to invite me in and sit down? Qin Xuan said with a smile. Sister Qin is here, so it's not very convenient. Su Chuchu blurted out, and only then realized that something seemed wrong. Oh, then I'll go next time when there's no one around, Qin Xuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu glanced at him, ignored him, pushed the door, got out of the car and walked straight to the door. Qin Xuan watched her go in, then turned the car around and headed home. Qin Xuan sent you back? Su Chuchu returned home, sat on the sofa, poured a glass of water and drank 2 sips. Chao Qin came over and sat next to her, looking her up and down. Yeah. Su Chuchu put down the cup and said. What is your relationship now? Chao Qin was also very curious. At that time, the two of them were just acting together temporarily and there was no question of any feelings between them. But how come after a few times, it seemed like the fake had become real? I've got the certificate, what do you say? You're not going to fall in love with him, are you ready to play for real? Didn't you say you came back to discuss work? Why are we talking about him now? Su Chu said. I'm your agent. It's my job to care about your personal life. Chao Qin shrugged. The only way to relieve worries is gossip. Work matters are like that now, so it wouldn't be a waste to talk about it later. It would be nice to chat about some gossip and relax first. Is there anything to eat? Su Chu changed the subject. It's so late, haven't you two eaten yet? It was almost 9 o'clock, which was long past dinner time. I didn't have time. Su Chu was embarrassed to say that she was not full, so she lied calmly. Last time, she fainted from hunger at Qin Chuan's house in Koan City. She didn't care much about her image and let Qin Chuan see her looking a little embarrassed. This time, she didn't want to lose her composure in front of that guy again. Especially when eating spicy hot pot, it is easy to sweat profusely. But you seem to smell like spicy hot pot. Chao Qin sniffed, moved closer to her and sniffed, then looked at her strangely. Are you born in the year of the dog? Su Chu rolled her eyes at her. Although Chao Qin is her agent, apart from their working relationship, the two of them are no different from friends in private. Chao Qin shook her head and looked at her with scrutiny. Su Chu, can I still trust you? I don't want to bother with you. Su Chu stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Not long after she walked, she heard Chao Qin's voice behind her. Xiao Yang is on vacation these 2 days, and you're not staying here. I see there are only 2 apples left in the refrigerator, so you can just make do with them. The Xiao Yang she mentioned is Yang Xiaowei, and is Su Chu's assistant. Su Chu had no work schedule in recent days, so Chao Qin gave her a holiday. Su Chu blocked all of Zhang Shu's phone numbers and WeChat accounts. Some time ago, Zhang Shu frequently came to Lijing Huading to find her, which made her very annoyed. After returning from Bincheng after recording the show this time, she rarely stayed here and spent most of her time at Li Yao's place. Su Chu quickly took out a washed apple from the refrigerator. She was too lazy to peel it and started eating it directly. Tell me, what does the company mean? Returning to the living room, Su Chu sat on the sofa opposite Chao Qin and asked. You should know that the company was very optimistic about your marriage with Zhang Shu, but I didn't expect so many things to happen recently. Although your popularity has increased instead of decreased, these things have dealt a heavy blow to your image, especially your marriage to Qin Chuan. Let me be frank. I feel the company lacks confidence in your future development. You turned down all your work plans after returning from Bincheng this time, which made your superiors very dissatisfied with you. I guess that other colleagues in the company are also privately spreading rumors that the top management intends to shift resources toward Wencheng and no longer focus all resources on you. Chao Qin talked freely, saying that Wencheng was also an artist of Xinghe music, so naturally she was not as famous as Su Chu. However, if the company pushed her hard, no one could say whether she could replace Su Chu in the future. The entertainment industry is like this. Some people become famous overnight and are only a flash in the pan, while others accumulate knowledge and make a comeback overnight. Now the 3 new songs that were originally prepared for you have been shelved. I think the company is indirectly warning you. You should know what I mean. Your contract still has 3 years left. You should know what it means for a singer to have no works for 3 years. So, let's go to the company tomorrow and talk to them. If you lower your attitude, there shouldn't be any big problems. Chao Qin sighed and continued. Galaxy Music is far inferior to other large entertainment companies in strength, but if they are really determined to give up Su Chu, even if it does not reach the point of completely shedding her, it will be a huge blow to her future. After all, up to now, Su Chu has not produced any particularly outstanding works. It was entirely based on the popularity accumulated during the talent show. You mean I can't refuse any job the company assigns me in the future? Or maybe it will be hidden in the snow? Su Chu blinked and looked calm. It's not that serious. You are popular and can bring profits to the company. But without the company's support in all aspects, you may never produce any good works. What about 3 years later? Your contract will expire by then. Without any works, can you still maintain your current popularity? Chao Qin asked solemnly. So when it's time to bow your head, I don't want you to confront the company head-on. Chapter 35. Have you been put on ice by the company? Just when Su Chu and Chao Qin were discussing how to negotiate with the company next, Qin Chuan had already returned to the rental house. As soon as I entered the door, I could still smell a faint fragrance lingering in the corridor, which was exactly the same as the fragrance emanating from Su Chu Chu. It was naturally left by her. Elegant and fresh, it makes people feel relaxed and happy. This perfume must be expensive. Qin Chuan sniffed and thought to himself. He simply cleaned up the unfinished spicy hot pot on the coffee table, sat on the sofa and recalled that Su Chu Chu was suddenly in a bad mood just now. He took out his mobile phone and searched, trying to see if he could find out what had happened. Naturally, the internal affairs of Galaxy Music would not leak out so quickly. He searched Weibo, Tieba, and all major portals, but couldn't find anything, so he had to give up. I stretched, got up, went to the bathroom to take a shower, turned on the computer to play 2 games, and went to bed at around 11 o'clock. I opened the system and took a look while lying on the bed. Host, Qin Chuan. System level, 1. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Height, 73. Temperament, 80. Item, none. Skills, none. System points, 600. System mall. Open the mall. The level experience displayed in the upper left corner of the mall is still at 300-1000. It will take 700 system points to upgrade the system level to level 2. Even if he used up all of his existing 600 points, it would still not be enough for the upgrade. It's a bit painful. For other time travelers, the system gives them cars, houses, and shares as soon as they start, and they can reach the peak of their lives in minutes. But why is my system so stingy? Although the tasks issued are not difficult, the frequency is too low. Of course, due to Qin Chuan's personality, he is actually very content. He doesn't like to be too ostentatious, and there aren't so many villain clowns around him for him to trample on. Even Zhang Jinsong, the rich second generation, is a positive character. What's the point of getting so many rewards if he can't slap the villains in the face and trample on them? After a quick look, I spent 300 points to buy 30 doses of physical compound, leaving the remaining 300 points for emergencies. His current physical fitness score is only 65 points, and he still has a lot of good life waiting for him in the rest of his life. It would be a pity if he got an incurable disease and died. After drinking dose after dose, a barely noticeable warm current circulated throughout the body. Constitution +1. Constitution +1. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in my head. After drinking 30 doses of the physical compound, I didn't feel any particularly obvious feeling. I should know the effect after I go downstairs tomorrow. Now that the car has been bought, the next step is to put buying a house on the agenda. While imagining what my mansion would look like, I fell asleep in a daze. For the next 2 days, Qin Chuan's life was as peaceful as usual. I took some time to look at several high-end properties, but haven't made a final decision yet. In Jinhai City, an international and prosperous metropolis, housing prices are often tens of millions per unit, and there are many high-end villas that cost hundreds of millions per unit. So even though he has nearly 100 million in cash in his card, he still needs to be cautious. This morning I walked around a villa area under the guidance of the salesperson. After I had a general idea, I left the sales office and returned to the car. He doesn't have many friends, and the one he contacts most often is Zhang Jinsong. However, that guy doesn't care about things like houses at all, so he can't give him any advice. Why don't you give Su Chu Chu a call and ask for her opinion? We are husband and wife now, so it's only right to ask for her opinion on something as big as buying a house. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair and thought to himself, then he remembered that she left in a hurry that day as if she had something urgent to do. I wonder if her problem has been resolved. As soon as he thought of this, he took out his cell phone and was hesitating whether to send a WeChat message to ask, when Zhou Xiaotong called. Brother, it's all your fault. My sister-in-law might be banned from the company. As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Xiaotong started crying and complaining. Qin Chuan. Who told you that? Su Chu Chu is so popular now, any company that is not stupid would not hide her, as that would be a loss of money. It's on the trending search list. Our fans have already protested on the company's official Weibo account. Zhou Xiaotong said, you should ask your sister-in-law what's going on. Is it because you've brought her too much negative attention that the company is hiding her? I even added heat to her. Qin Chuan said speechlessly, okay, stop crying, wait until I figure out what's going on first. After comforting the little girl for a few more words, he hung up the phone and opened Weibo, and soon saw the hot search about Su Chu Chu being hidden. Took a quick look. The general content is that Su Chuchu's new work, originally scheduled to be released next month, has been shelved indefinitely by the company. Some gossip celebrities were even more certain, claiming that they had confirmed from an internal staff member of Galaxy Music that Su Chuchu had completely fallen out with the company because of this incident and was very likely to be banned by the company. For Su Chuchu's fans, since her debut, Su Chuchu has only released a few new songs in the first year of her debut. In the following year or so, the company almost treated her as a tool to make money. Her schedule was filled with various commercial performances, endorsements, announcements, but she did not make good plans for her future, nor prepare new works for her. Fans have long been dissatisfied with this. At the beginning of the month, Su Chuchu announced on Weibo that a new work would be released soon. Fans were excited and had been looking forward to it for a long time. But now it was suddenly reported that the new song was shelved indefinitely, and she might even be hidden. Of course, her fans were not happy with this and they all spoke up for her and started to argue with her on the spot. This should be a conflict between Su Chuchu and the company. It seems to have nothing to do with me. Why are there still people jumping out to scold me? Qin Xuan saw the comments below and saw a large number of fans pointing their fingers at him, which made him very confused. If this goes on, I guess it will be my fault if Su Chuchu has toothache in the future. After closing Weibo, he hesitated for a moment. Su Chuchu should not be in a very good mood at this moment. How should she start? Let me send a WeChat message first. I typed a few words and clicked send. Have you been put on ice by the company? Less than half a minute later, Su Chuchu came back with a message and corrected him. It's Shuazan. Qin Xuan, it's almost the same idea. From the 3 words sent by Su Chuchu, I could vaguely feel that she seemed to be okay, and not as unhappy as I imagined. Su Chuchu, it's not that serious, I just had some conflicts with the company. It's already trending on the internet, there's no need to hide it from him anymore. It is indeed not as serious as what is said online. She still has value and can make money for the company, so how could she be completely hidden? But it is certain that the company's focus will not be on her in the future. Don't even think about new songs. In fact, her conflict with the company has a long history. As the outside world has seen, she is a singer. For more than a year, the company has never mentioned preparing new works for her except for arranging schedules for her. Every time she goes on a show, she plays those 2 not-so-popular songs over and over again. After her repeated requests, the company only started preparing works for her a few months ago, but now it has suddenly been put on hold indefinitely. I went to the company with Chao Qin to discuss something a few days ago, but the talks broke down. I don't know how the internal company information leaked out, but now there is the hot search about her being banned. Come out and relax? Qin Xuan said. It took a long time for Su Chuchu to respond. Come pick me up. Chapter 36, Come to my place? Dressing room number 18, Li Jinghuading. Su Chuchu was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. After applying her lipstick, she checked it carefully and turned to Chao Qin. Sister Qin, how about my lipstick color? Is it okay? It's very pretty. Chao Qin stood aside with her arms folded, speaking absent-mindedly. Su Chuchu's new song was shelved. As her agent, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She had no other choice but to spend her own money to find the song. If a good song of high quality can be found, the company will not be unwilling to invest any resources in publicity and promotion because of the long-term cooperation. After all, Su Chuchu is still an artist of the company and can create profits for the company. If you really roll your eyes, it won't benefit anyone. Chao Qin has been in the circle for so many years and has some connections. Yesterday, she finally contacted Liang Wanshua, a senior producer in the circle. This person's musical quality and production level are definitely top-notch in the circle. His personal morals are not very good. In 2 words, he is lustful. I had originally agreed that I would meet with Liang Wanshua today to discuss collaboration on the new song. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly changed his mind this morning and bluntly asked Su Chuchu to come over for dinner and listen to Su Chuchu's live voice. Chao Qin knew that the other party didn't have a very good reputation, but it was nothing to just have a meal with him. But Su Chuchu was a little resistant to this. I spent most of the morning persuading him before he reluctantly agreed. Originally she didn't even want to put on makeup, but after going to the bathroom, she came back and suddenly became so enthusiastic. Sister Qin, come and give me a hug. After Su Chuchu finished putting on her makeup, she stood up and spread her arms towards Chao Qin. Ha! Chao Qin was stunned. Thank you for your tolerance and forgiveness over the years. You are still willing to stay by my side and help me at this time. Thank you so much. Su Chuchu said sincerely, walked forward, and gently hugged Chao Qin. Why are you saying all this? I've been with you since your debut. In my eyes, you're like my own sister. How can I really ignore you? Chao Qin was also a little moved and said softly. Then I have to go out for a while, so I'll leave Liang Wanchua to you. Su Chuchu pursed her lips and held her hand. No, didn't we already agree on this? Chao Qin's face changed and she almost fell into her trap and refused on the spot. I have something urgent to do. Su Chuchu said seriously. Is there anything more important than your new song? Chao Qin asked back. Su Chuchu blinked. Don't you still have me? Auntie, it's already late, please stop making trouble, okay? Chao Qin said helplessly, if Liang Wanchua doesn't see you today, your new song will probably fail. It doesn't matter if it's not good enough. At worst, I won't be a singer anymore. Su Chuchu lowered her eyebrows and pondered for a moment, looking a little angry. Then she looked up at Chao Qin and said, I'm going out now anyway, so I'll trouble you to go there. Whether it will work or not is up to fate. After saying that, she turned around and started packing her cosmetics, cell phone, etc. into her bag, as if she was about to go out. You? Chao Qin stamped her feet anxiously. She was also troubled by having to deal with such an artist. I'll treat you to dinner later. After Su Chuchu packed up, she said hello and walked straight out and down the stairs with light steps. Chao Qin. I want your meal? 2 meals. Su Chuchu's voice came from the stairs. Chao Qin held his forehead inside. When Su Chuchu went out, Qin Chuan's car was already waiting at the door. She walked over, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. A faint fragrance immediately filled the carriage. What perfume are you using? It smells nice. Qin Chuan said. It's useless. Su Chuchu replied briefly while fastening her seatbelt. Qin Chuan said, oh. If she really didn't use perfume, this would be the so-called female body fragrance, right? Is there anywhere you want to go? Just open it casually. Su Chuchu said. Good. Qin Chuan responded, started the car, and drove forward aimlessly. There was silence in the car. Qin Chuan didn't know whether he should ask her about her company, but his intuition told him it was better not to talk about this for now. You want to buy a house? Su Chuchu saw some promotional brochures and materials about a real estate project placed next to her seat, so she took them and took a look, then asked first. Yes, I have this plan. Qin Chuan said with a smile, I was planning to ask for your opinion before coming here. I have never bought a house, so what advice can I give you? Su Chuchu blinked her beautiful eyes quickly behind her sunglasses. Li Jinghua Tang is the company's property. She flies back and forth usually, and her time in Jinhai is very limited in a year. When she goes out of town, she stays in a hotel, and when she comes back, she stays here for a few days or stays at Liao's place. So there is no need to buy a house at all. Just give me some advice. Qin Chuan chuckled. If you live alone, you don't need to buy such a big house. It's too quiet and unpopular. Su Chuchu pointed to a large flat of more than 400 square meters on the brochure and briefly expressed her opinion. Also, you bought such an expensive house, and if you get divorced in the future you will have to share it with me, which is quite a loss. Su Chuchu paused and continued. I have completely forgotten about the divorce. Qin Chuan glanced at her quickly. Su Chuchu's heart inexplicably moved, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her face away. Qin Chuan caught her little action and laughed secretly in his heart. At that time, she was so brave to chase him directly to his home and even told him that she could look around. Maybe she would be suitable. Why am I feeling shy now? What you said reminds me. After I buy the house, you transfer half of the payment to me. This way I won't lose out. Qin Chuan said again. No, I'm not staying here, why should I spend money? Su Chuchu raised her eyebrows, gave him a fierce look, and rejected him immediately. She just took a rough look and based on the housing prices in Jinhai, the house this guy was looking at was probably no less than 30 million yuan, and she simply didn't have that much money. In the 3 years since her debut, she has indeed made some money, which is definitely not a small amount compared to ordinary people, but compared with the housing prices in Jinhai, it is just that. You can go and live there. Don't want. Or you can just treat it as an investment. I heard from experts that real estate in Jinhai City will have great room for appreciation in the future, especially high-end residential properties. Don't want. The two chatted casually, time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was evening. Walking through the streets and alleys, I somehow ended up near Fulunu village. Would you like to come over and sit with me? Qin Chuan asked casually when passing by the village entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Su Chuchu glanced at him strangely. He quickly realized what was going on. I secretly felt wronged in my heart. I really didn't drive here on purpose. But soon, Su Chuchu said softly. Qin Chuan was delighted, he didn't know why, but he was very happy and immediately turned the car around and drove towards the village. Chapter 37, Singing. The two bought some fruits and snacks downstairs, but forgot to buy slippers. Back at the rental house, Su Chuchu changed into Qin Chuan's slippers as usual. Qin Chuan couldn't help but stare at her lovely, flawless white feet for several seconds. It's over. I'm sure there's something wrong. Isn't that thin and soft waist pretty? Isn't that pair of white, long and straight beautiful legs beautiful? Why did you target someone else's feet? So evil. This reminded him of a senior named Shiman. No, I am a gentleman. This guy cried out loudly in his heart. Su Chushu naturally had no idea what was going on in this guy's mind, so she sat on the sofa, tore open a bag of potato chips, and started eating them with a crunch. Give me a Coke. Oh. Qin Chuan opened the refrigerator, took out a can of Coke and handed it to her, smiling and saying, Why do I feel like you're giving up on yourself? Is there? Su Chuchu took the Coke and took a sip, without any self-consciousness of a female star. A little. Qin Chuan sat aside and picked up an orange, kneading it back and forth in his hand. His eyes unconsciously fell on her pair of jade feet again. He was completely hopeless. Just give up on yourself. I don't have any plans recently anyway. Su Chuchu said. She was unwilling to accept the unpresentable commercial performances arranged by the company in the first place. Now that things have completely fallen out, it's good that both sides have no way out. Naturally, they will not arrange any more work for her in the short term, so she can rest for a while. Now that you've broken up with the company, what are your plans next? Since we have come to this point, Qin Chuan might as well ask one more question. Just wait it out. Su Chuchu said lightly, My contract will expire in 3 years. I just need to wait until it expires. What about terminating the contract early? Qin Chuan asked. 3 years is enough to ruin an artist, especially a female star like Su Chuchu. Her golden period is between 20 and 30 years old. In 3 years, she will be exactly 30 years old. The entertainment industry will not stop because of her. There will be wave after wave of youthful and beautiful young idols appearing in the public eye. And Su Chuchu is probably the type most easily replaced. When it comes down to it, female singers or idols without any works are too replaceable. If Su Chuchu continued to stay in the company, she would most likely have faded into obscurity if she hadn't had a few successful works to gain a firm foothold in the circle after 3 years. The penalty for breach of contract is 200 million. Su Chuchu glanced at him, with an imperceptible bitterness on her face. It's not really about money. I joined Galaxy Music when I was 20 years old and signed a 10-year contract. I worked hard for the company for 7 years, but now I have to lose so much money. I can't accept this, she continued. Her age has put her in an extremely embarrassing situation now. If she were in her early 20s now, with her current fame and popularity, there would probably be many other entertainment companies willing to extend an olive branch, pay the penalty, and bring her under their umbrella. But she is 27 now, and the golden age of a female star is coming to an end. No company is willing to take that risk. Qin Chuan nodded slightly to show his understanding. He can earn 200 million in liquidated damages by completing a few more system tasks. However, their relationship is still in a delicate stage. Even if he offered to help her pay such a large amount of liquidated damages, Su Chuchu would most likely not accept it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Su Chuchu took the initiative to change the subject. Then I looked at the wooden guitar leaning against the corner next to the bed, which I hadn't noticed when I came last time. Can you play guitar? No, it's just for show. When I was in college, I saw someone playing guitar to woo girls, so I bought one on a whim and learned a very simple song. Later, I found out that I was tone deaf and couldn't sing in tune. It was useless even if I learned it, so I gave up. Qin Chuan followed her gaze and shook his head. This world is more than 90% similar to the original world he lived in. When he first traveled to this world, he had thought that he could reach the pinnacle of life by copying songs and books like other time travelers before him. It turned out that many classic songs and literary works from that world did not exist in this world. But he soon discovered that this simply wouldn't work. His tone deafness is one thing, but the most important thing is that he doesn't have such a strong memory. For example, he had listened to many songs in his previous life, but when he sang them, it basically became another weird and completely unreliable song. In addition, he basically can't sing a complete song. "Sing a few lines for me," Su Chu Chu said with interest. "No, please. I love singing. Besides, singing in front of a singer like you would be like showing off my skills in front of an expert." Qin Chuan waved his hand and said modestly for once. When he goes to KTV, he only drinks and doesn't sing. How could he sing in front of Su Chu Chu? His singing would definitely damage his image in her heart. Bite. System task, please sing for 2 minutes. Task reward, master all instruments. Task points, 300. Qin Chuan. He was stunned for a moment. Cash rewards replaced with skills? Being proficient in all musical instruments is really awesome. Even if I can't sing well, I can still show Su Chu Chu how to play the guitar later. Sing, I promise not to laugh at you. Su Chu Chu became even more interested. She really wanted to hear how bad this guy's singing was. "You said it. Then I'll make a fool of myself," Qin Chuan said. Since there was such a generous reward, he would just go for it. At most he would make a fool of himself, in front of his wife. It didn't seem like a big deal. "I promise." Su Chu Chu raised 3 fingers as if swearing. "What song do you want to listen to?" Qin Chuan asked. "The Most Beautiful Time." Su Chu Chu thought for a while and said. "Never heard of it." Qin Chuan shook his head. "My song." Su Chu Chu blared at him and said through gritted teeth. Awkward. However, Su Chu Chu's songs were not very popular to begin with, so it can't be entirely blamed on him. Besides, he doesn't listen to music much on weekdays. "Then just sing your best song." "Good." Qin Chuan straightened up, cleared his throat, and began to sing at a moderate volume. "The boundless horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of singing is the happiest?" This song, the most dazzling song, is probably the one he is most confident in. It has a catchy melody and catchy lyrics. In his original world, it was very popular in the streets and alleys and was the absolute dominant song choice for square dancing. After listening to a few words, Su Chu Chu slowly lowered her head, trying hard to suppress the urge to laugh. She feels a little regretful now. Qin Chuan's singing is not only out of tune, it is a disaster, with no melody at all. It's a torture to hear it in your ears. Qin Chuan turned his head to look at her, and saw that she was lowering her head with her shoulders shaking constantly, and she was obviously trying hard to hold back. "I can't take care of her anymore. I have to sing for 2 minutes to complete the task. I can't give up halfway, so I just keep singing." At once. I hear the moving music in your heart. On the stage of the sky. The boundless horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. Congratulations to the host for completing the task reward has been issued. Finally, the system voice sounded in his mind, and he stopped. He turned around and saw Su Chu Chu was already laughing hard. "Didn't you agree not to laugh at me?" Qin Chuan scratched his forehead, feeling speechless. Ahem. I feel, this song, is very funny." Su Chu Chu covered her mouth with her hands, already laughing so hard that she was out of breath, and stammered as she tried to argue. "How about I show you the guitar? The mastery of all musical instruments is already in the system inventory." Qin Chuan wants to get back at his former glory and avenge his previous humiliation. No. Su Chu Chu waved her hands and refused repeatedly. She didn't want to be tortured by the noise again. Chapter 38 Chao Qin is in pain. "I can actually play the guitar pretty well. I was just being modest. Let me show you." Qin Chuan looked at Su Chu Chu's pretty face, which was flushed red because of trying not to laugh. That was definitely a mockery. Because of the man's strong self-esteem, he naturally refused to give up and had to save some face. "I know, there's really no need." Su Choo Choo took a sip of Coke and declined again. A guy who turned singing into noise, she really didn't believe that playing guitar could be so good. Even from a few meters away she could see a thin layer of dust on the guitar, obviously it had not been touched for a long time. Qin Xuan had stood up and walked towards the guitar that he hadn't touched for a long time. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He stopped and took out his cell phone to take a look. It was Zhang Jinsong calling. He pressed the answer button and asked directly. "What's up?" "I'd like to invite you to dinner, come quickly," Zhang Jinsong said. "What standard? With my current worth, can you afford something lower than 5 stars? Qin Xuan said arrogantly. Zhang Jinsong. 5 stars then. How about Amman International? Last time, Qin Xuan spent 130,000 yuan on a meal at Hansan Private Kitchen, so it's nothing to invite him to Amman International for a meal. Wait a moment. Qin Xuan covered the microphone and looked at Su Choo Choo. Do you still remember Zhang Jinsong whom you met that day? Please have dinner. The intention was to ask her if she was willing to go. Su Choo Choo pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. It will be here in about half an hour. You order the food first. My wife will go with you, Qin Xuan said to Zhang Jinsong after letting go of the microphone with a smile on his face. Zhang Jinsong was jealous again. He had now confirmed that Qin Xuan really married a beautiful celebrity. Su Choo Choo's Weibo still had photos of the two of them, so it couldn't be fake. Have to. He responded and hung up the phone. When Su Choo Choo heard the word wife, her earlobes unconsciously turned a light red. She lowered her eyebrows, pinched a piece of French fry and put it in her mouth, pretending not to hear it. There was no time to show off the guitar, so the two of them simply packed up and went out to Amman International. After about half an hour, the car slowly stopped in the open-air parking lot in front of the hotel. After getting off the car, he walked into the hotel lobby, reported the box number given by Zhang Jinsong, and quickly arrived at the box door under the guidance of a waiter. In the box, Zhang Jinsong was bragging intimately with a young girl. Do you have a favorite star? I'll let you meet a big star later. Hey, Chuaner is here. You're here pretty fast today. Come and sit down. Miss Su, we meet again. Come and sit down. Seeing Qin Xuan and Su Choo Choo come in, Zhang Jinsong stood up and greeted them warmly. The girl next to him's eyes lit up when she saw Su Choo Choo, her face instantly filled with surprise, and she also stood up. Qin Xuan had never seen her, but she was quite pretty. Of course, it is far worse than Su Choo Choo. My girlfriend Xiao Han. Zhang Jinsong smiled playfully and winked at Qin Xuan, taking the initiative to introduce her, and then introduced Xiao Han, my buddy Qin Xuan, you should be familiar with the great star Su. Hello. Xiao Han looked a little excited and waved to greet Qin Xuan and the others. Hello. Qin Xuan greeted with a calm smile. It's only been 3 days since I last saw him, and this guy has a new girlfriend? No wonder he agreed so readily to have dinner at Amman International. Su Choo Choo didn't know about the dog owner's style, so she smiled and nodded to the two of them. After everyone sat down, Zhang Jinsong asked the waiter to serve the dishes, and then said to Qin Xuan. Red. No, I have to drive later. Qin Xuan waved his hand. He had to send Su Choo Choo back later. Just find a designated driver. You've already ordered, so just have a couple of drinks, Zhang Jinsong advised. Okay then. Qin Xuan glanced at Su Choo Choo beside him and said after a little hesitation. What? You're being controlled right after we got married? Zhang Jinsong's eyes moved between the two of them and he said sourly. You know shit, Qin Xuan said. Soon, the food and wine were served, and the four of them ate and chatted. After a few drinks, they were no longer as reserved as when they first met, especially Xiao Han, who was quite lively and talkative. Sister Susu, do you know Jiang Hua? I've seen him a few times at award ceremonies. Su Choo Choo also drank 2 glasses, her cheeks flushed, making her look even more charming, and she chuckled. I heard that he is gay. Is it true? Last time someone took a picture of him walking into a hotel hand in hand with a man. I didn't expect that such a handsome guy would be. The Jiang Hua that Xiao Han mentioned is a popular young male singer. I'm not sure, we've only met a few times, so I can't say I know each other. Su Choo Choo smiled very gently and kindly. Oh. Sister Susu, your skin is so good, can you recommend some cosmetics to me? Sure, but the most important thing is to pay attention to the rules of life, otherwise Although Zhang Jinsong is a rich second generation, there is still a big gap between rich second generations. He is a grassroots rich second generation and usually does not have the opportunity to get close to stars like Su Chuchu. So I also asked Su Chuchu some gossips about the rumors in the entertainment industry. Su Chuchu looked elegant and amiable from beginning to end. She answered every question and told them directly that she didn't know if she didn't understand. She was very cooperative. If you're bothered by them, just ignore them. Qin Xuan moved closer to Su Chuchu, put his hand to his mouth, and spoke softly. It's okay. Su Chuchu smiled. Qin Xuan smiled and said nothing more, but he was a little puzzled. His sister was not as kind to him as she was to others. What was the reason? There's another party going on over at Dynasty. Let's go sing karaoke together? After having a good meal and a good drink, Zhang Jinsong said to Qin Xuan and Su Chuchu. It's getting late, so we won't go. You two can go and have fun. From what Zhang Jinsong said, there must be a lot of people there. Qin Xuan was not very interested in karaoke. He saw that Su Chuchu seemed a little tired, so he simply refused. Brother Chuan, let's go together. Xiaohan wanted to get better acquainted with Su Chuchu, and it would be best if they could make friends, so he also invited her. Forget it. When your brother Qin Xuan was a freshman in college, he spent a month learning to play the guitar in order to pursue a senior girl. Originally, the senior girl was somewhat interested in him, but he went to sing a song for her and ruined the relationship. Now he has a trauma on singing. If he doesn't want to go, then don't go. Zhang Jinsong did not force him and casually brought out Qin Xuan's embarrassing story. Su Chuchu turned her head to look at Qin Xuan, and immediately remembered his tragic singing. She didn't expect there was such a story, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaohan also laughed happily. Qin Xuan looked hopeless and glared at Zhang Jinsong fiercely. Then let's retreat. Zhang Jinsong didn't take it seriously and stood up and said. A group of 4 left the box and walked towards the elevator. Mr. Liang, thank you for your magnanimity today and for not getting mad at us. I will apologize to you in person when Chuchu comes back from the recording of the show. Okay, but recently a lot of people have asked me to write songs for them, so you have to hurry up. While Qin Xuan and others were waiting for the elevator, 3 people came out from another box, talking and laughing. Liang Huanxua? Sister Qin? Su Chuchu turned around and saw Liang Huanxua and Chao Qin, looking a little surprised. When Chao Qin saw her, his face changed instantly and he glanced at her frantically, but it was obviously too late. Miss Su, what a coincidence. When Liang Huanxua saw Su Chuchu, he was slightly stunned. He glanced coldly at Chao Qin beside him, then turned his gaze back to Su Chuchu with a gloomy face and an unpleasant tone. He is a very famous producer in the circle and a long-term partner of many big-name singers. Even though Su Chuchu had never worked with him before, she was not unfamiliar with him. It's just that he has problems with his personal morality, and Su Chuchu has a very bad impression of him. However, Su Chuchu couldn't be too obvious in front of him. After all, he was a senior in the circle and his qualifications were there. As for why Chao Qin suddenly became so nervous, she roughly understood what was going on. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that Teacher Liang was also having dinner here. Su Chuchu said with a smile. Chao Qin looked embarrassed and sighed silently. It was all over now. Su Chuchu suddenly changed her mind and stood Liang Huanxua up, so Chao Qin had to make up an excuse that she had an urgent announcement to attend and couldn't come in person. After much persuasion, she finally managed to get Liang Huanxua to have dinner here and talk about making a new song for Su Chuchu. After the meal, we said all the nice things we could and finally the conversation went pretty well. I didn't expect to meet her here. Now that's good, Liang Huanxua will know that I have deceived him. Chao Qin was feeling very sad because she was afraid that the new song would fail. I don't dare to be Miss Su's teacher. Liang Huanxua said sarcastically, then quickly glanced at Qin Xuan, Zhang Jinsong, and the other 2, and soon set his sights on Su Chuchu. It seems that Liang is too petty to be worthy of having dinner with Miss Su. Chapter 39 Mastery of All Instruments. Teacher Liang, you are joking. You are a senior, but you are embarrassing us juniors by saying that. Chao Qin hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. It was indeed our fault today. I will definitely apologize to you later. She knew Su Chuchu's temper and was afraid that this girl would get angry, which would only mess things up completely. As a senior producer in the industry, Liang Huanxua is inevitably a little arrogant. Although this person's character is not very good, he has extensive connections in the circle and his production standards are quite high. He is basically an authority in the music industry. If she offends him completely this time, it will do Su Chuchu no good but only harm. Xiao Chao, I agreed to meet you because of Brother Hua. Is this what you said about your artist having an announcement today and we can't meet face to face? Liang Huanchua said with his hands behind his back, his face grim. It seems like you guys don't take it very seriously either. I think we should just forget it. I'm going to say something you may not like to hear. The people who invited me to sing are all very talented and famous singers. Miss Su is still a little lacking in skills. The implication was that Su Chuchu was not qualified enough for him to personally produce a song for her. In fact, Su Chuchu is recognized in the circle for her good singing skills and her voice is very recognizable, but she just hasn't come across good works. It's the same no matter where the music scene is, a good classic song is hard to come by. Liang Huanchua had just finished speaking. The elevator arrived and slowly opened. He glanced at Su Chuchu coldly, snorted, and walked straight into the elevator. Teacher Liang, I'm so sorry. Chao Qin looked at Su Chuchu, who was standing there indifferently with a helpless look on her face, and hurriedly followed her in. Who is this grandson? Who are you turning your back on? The elevator door hadn't closed yet, and Zhang Jinsong said with his hands in his pockets, looking unhappy. Xin Chuan waved his hand to signal him and looked at Su Chuchu. Liang Huanchua, a music producer in the industry. Let's go, it's okay. Su Chuchu looked calm, smiled faintly, and did not explain further. Combining Liang Huanchua's words, Xin Chuan could roughly judge what had happened. Su Chuchu turned down the dinner with Liang Huanchua in order to have a date with herself? This guy was secretly happy and touched, and he glanced at Su Chuchu twice silently. As the group walked out of the hotel, they saw Chao Qin standing there alone. You guys go and have fun. Xin Chuan sent Zhang Jinsong and Xiaohan away. Okay, call me if you have anything. Zhang Jinsong made a phone call gesture and took Xiaohan to the next game. Sister Qin. Su Chuchu walked to Chao Qin and soon found that Chao Qin's eyes were red and she looked very aggrieved. She is extremely unlucky to have met the artist Su Chuchu. But the relationship between the two of them is as good as that of sisters, and she can't scold her mercilessly like she does to other people, or simply let her go and let her fend for herself. I'm sorry. Su Chuchu took Chao Qin's hand and apologized sincerely. Chao Qin gently shook off her hand, turned her head and refused to pay any attention to her. Sister Qin, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Su Chuchu said in a coquettish tone, I shouldn't have come here to eat. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you and Liang Huanchua had an appointment to come here? Is this your attitude of admitting your mistakes? I used so many connections to invite Liang Huanchua, and you ruined it like this. Now there is no hope at all. What do you think we should do? Chao Qin glared at her and interrupted her. Su Chuchu pursed her lips and said, let's find someone else. Didn't you also say that he has bad character? That's easy for you to say. All the songwriters and producers who are a little bit famous are waiting in line. By the time it's your turn, it's too late, Chao Qin said unhappily. Then, she became even more angry and added, you're also late. Chao Qin has done her best for her, so Su Chuchu can no longer say something like I can just stop being a singer out of spite. Okay, Sister Qin, let's think of another way. Next time, I promise to listen to your instructions and do whatever you ask me to do. There are so many people coming and going here, let's not stay here. Su Chuchu frowned and said nicely. Chao Qin wiped the tears from her eyes, but she still softened her heart. She glanced at her helplessly and shook her head. I really can't do anything about you. After saying this, she looked at Qin Chuan beside her with resentment. If it weren't for this guy, Su Chuchu might not be so passive now. I really can't see what's so good about him. He was clearly just brought here for a scene, so how could the two of them hook up so secretly and even get a marriage certificate? But he is simply a stumbling block in Su Chuchu's acting career. Otherwise, the company would not have made up its mind to give up Su Chuchu. What happened today was all because of this kid, how hateful. However, considering Su Chuchu's current relationship with him, Chao Qin couldn't say anything. Sister Qin. Qin Chuan noticed Chao Qin's unfriendly gaze and greeted her shamelessly. Chao Qin naturally didn't give him a good look, and said indifferently, I have something to discuss with Chuchu, so I'll go back first. Qin Chuan pinched his nose and looked at Su Chuchu. Send me a WeChat message when you get home. Su Chuchu said oh and left with Chao Qin. Qin Chuan watched the two people disappear from his sight and walked towards the parking lot. Not long after he walked away, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Su Chu Chu. Don't drive yourself, find a designated driver. Qin Chuan's lips curled up into a smile unconsciously, and then, he skipped towards the parking lot. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Qin Chuan returned home. After a simple wash, he felt no sleepiness at all. Lying on the bed, Su Chu Chu's figure kept appearing in my mind, as well as her pair of snow-white and flawless jade feet. Wajie, am I poisoned? Let's think about something serious. Su Chu Chu is now suffering from the lack of good works. Maybe I can help her, but I don't know if it will work. He turned on the system and all the information appeared in his mind. Host, Qin Chuan. System level, 1. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Height, 73. Temperament, 80. Item, mastery of all musical instruments. Skills, none. System points, 600. System mall. I opened the system mall. I spent 300 points to buy a physical potion last time. Now the level experience displayed in the upper left corner of the mall has reached 600-1000. I need to spend another 400 system points to upgrade the system level to level 2. The existing system points are enough for upgrading. I'll see if there's anything that requires points, and upgrade the system level first. Click on the inventory. A small golden book was flashing with brilliant light. It was the skill book for mastering all musical instruments. If you can achieve proficiency in a musical instrument, music theory knowledge shouldn't be a problem. Click to use, and the golden little book gradually dissipates and turns into wisps of golden light, quickly merging into the brain consciousness. Qin Chuan suddenly felt a huge and complex information flooding into his mind, followed by a faint warm current gathering in his chest, and then quickly flowing to his limbs and bones. He subconsciously moved his 10 fingers and soon realized that they seemed to be much more flexible. I can even feel that my breath is much smoother and longer than before. After a little thought, I soon realized that since I was proficient in all instruments, some instruments only needed hands to play, such as piano and guitar. Some require the use of both hands and feet, such as drums. There are also those that require mouth and hand coordination, such as trumpets. And mastering all the instruments can allow his hands, feet, and mouth to achieve unity. The system is really powerful. Chapter 40 Great Improvement in Musical Literacy. Let's try it out first to see how it works. Qin Chuan got up from the bed, picked up the dusty guitar placed in the corner, found a dry rag to wipe it clean, and then returned to the bed with the guitar in his arms. The guitar needed to be retuned after not being touched for a few years, otherwise it would not play in tune. In the past, he had no knowledge of music theory and could not even tell the pitch, so he had to ask other classmates to help him tune the music. Now, every time he plucks the strings, the notes appear naturally in his mind. After tuning it, I tried playing it a few times. G chord, F chord, hook, slide. He is extremely proficient in various chords and playing techniques. The chord switching is also smooth and fluid, as if it has been practiced for many years without interruption. I opened my phone, searched for a guitar score, quickly glanced through it, and immediately had a general idea of the chord progression. After trying to practice a few times, I was able to play it completely, which was amazing. This alone won't work, Qin Chuan said secretly. He had many melodies in his head, many classic songs from his original world, but most of them were just fragments. For some, he only remembered the chorus and lyrics, so even if he could write the music based on these melodies now, it would still be incomplete. Most people are probably like him, and they can't sing a song completely without looking at the lyrics. Not to mention that he was tone deaf in both of his previous lives. Open the system again, open the system mall, and try to see if you can find anything useful. After a few minutes, I finally found the composing skill in the music sub-item in the skill category. Entry level, 300 points, master level, 1000 points, master level, 5000 points, so expensive. Qin Chuan felt a little annoyed when he saw the required points. Now he only has 600 system points, which means he can only buy entry-level composing skills. But what kind of shit can you come up with entry-level arranging skills? The song he composed is probably not usable. Give up. Keep looking. After searching the major skill categories, continue to look in the consumable categories. Memory potion? I quickly found this in the consumables section, and it only cost 10 points to buy one dose. View features. Memory potion can help the host recall what happened in the past and strengthen the memory of that time. Each dose of memory potion lasts for 3 hours. After reading the function introduction, Qin Chuan was delighted, thinking that this might be useful. Buy one dose first to try out the effect. It's only 10 points, which is very cheap. I don't know if I can make him remember certain scenes from his previous life. After all, so much time has passed. Click to buy, and a dose of memory potion will be added to the inventory. After taking it out, it turned out to be a bottle of potion that was almost exactly the same as the temperament potion and the appearance potion. I opened it and drank it, but there was no particularly obvious feeling. I closed my eyes and scenes flashed through my mind. Immediately, those images suddenly stopped at the scene of playing games in an internet cafe during high school in the previous life. It's so real, it feels like being there. This is what is called enhanced memory. At that time, Audition was very popular, and the sound of keyboard tapping could be heard one after another in the internet cafe, which was very lively. He was one of the many netizens who smashed the keyboards. Wearing headphones, rhythmic music echoed in his ears. Let us just go with this one. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Chuan finally selected a classic song that was familiar to many people at that time. He immediately got up from the bed, found a pen and paper, sat down at the desk, and started to transcribe the score while the melody of the song kept repeating in his mind. With the music theory knowledge he has now mastered, it is not difficult to transcribe the melody by listening to it, but it still takes some time. It was almost 2 o'clock when I finished writing the simple musical score. I filled in the lyrics, checked them from beginning to end, and after confirming that there should be no problems, I rubbed my face, stretched, and went to bed. When I woke up the next day, it was almost 10 o'clock. After a quick wash, he opened the food delivery platform and ordered a takeaway. While waiting for the food to arrive, he had nothing better to do and picked up the simple music score he had written last night to take a look at it. Suddenly, he became a little hesitant. Curly eyelashes. Isn't this song a little too sweet and bouncy? Su Chuchu's appearance and voice are quite suitable, but she is already 27 years old. If she continues to sing a song like this, won't it sound like she is forcing herself to look younger? If Su Chuchu knew that this guy said this about her, she would definitely fight him to the death. Otherwise, let's look for other suitable songs. Qin Chuan muttered something, opened the system mall, and spent another 10 points to buy a dose of memory potion and drank it. Images flashed through my mind, and as my thoughts turned, the scene quickly switched to a New Year's Eve party of a certain year. You are the luck that I want to keep. It turns out that we were so close to love. That's me against the world. The rain that accompanied me. Every scene is your spotless sincerity. I'm so lucky to meet you. Xiao Xingyun, this song seems to fit Su Chuchu's image quite well. The song is not bad. Although it cannot be called a classic, at least it was popular in the original world for a period of time and was widely sung. Prepare 2 more songs and see which style she likes. Qin Chuan thought. Although this world is very similar to his original world, there are still some differences. He wasn't sure if these songs would be popular here. Of course, even if these songs don't become popular, the quality of them is absolutely unquestionable. It would be a waste of time to transcribe the music, so Qin Chuan decided to learn it first and sing it to Su Chuchu later. He himself doesn't listen to music very often, and he's tone deaf, so he doesn't know much about the level of music in this world. Su Chuchu has been a singer for so many years, she should have a certain ability to distinguish. Sing it to Su Chuchu? Am I overthinking it or do I want to humiliate myself? He rubbed his forehead, the tragic scene of being ridiculed by Su Chuchu yesterday was still vivid in his mind. That's not right. My tone deafness may be due to my lack of musical sense and poor ability to distinguish sounds. Now that I am proficient in all musical instruments and have acquired knowledge of music theory, my sense of rhythm, pitch and musicality will naturally improve as well. So these all influence each other. Otherwise, I would not be able to play an instrument at all, let alone transcribe music. With this in mind, he sang a few lines in a low voice. The boundless horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of singing is the most cheerful? It seems to be different from before. After singing a few lines of lyrics, he was secretly surprised. His singing skills and voice are average, but he is always on tune. Although most people who are tone deaf are not aware of their tone deafness, it is different for him now. After he sings, the notes seem to pop up automatically in his mind, and he can be 100% sure that he is not out of tune. It's not enough to just sing in tune. She laughed at me so badly yesterday. I have to get back at her today. After a burst of joy, he was not satisfied with just singing in tune, he wanted to save face. So, he opened the system and saw last night that singing was one of the music skills. Professional singing skills 500 points. Bought it. I went back to the inventory and clicked to use it. I immediately felt a warm air flow through my throat and then into my nasal cavity. Immediately, he felt that his mouth, nose, and throat seemed to be cleansed by the airflow, and his breathing became extremely smooth and clear. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were so close to love. After singing a few lines, I immediately felt that the feeling was very different from before. The most dazzling ethnic style is not very obvious. Little Lucky sounds very different when sung by him. His breath is steady and long, his voice is as gentle as silk, and his emotions are full. Although this is a girl's song, he sings it without any sense of incongruity, and his voice fits the mood of the lyrics very well. This is what is called good singing skills. It's really good. A person who has been tone deaf for 2 lifetimes, who didn't even dare to take a microphone in a KTV, was suddenly able to sing so well. He was very happy. The memory potion still lasted long enough. After the takeaway was delivered, he found 2 more songs suitable for Su Choo Choo in his head while eating. These songs were all familiar to everyone in his previous life. Although he had not been able to sing them reliably before, he was very familiar with the melody and lyrics. Just a brief review is all that is needed. In addition, his musical literacy has been greatly improved, so it doesn't take him too long to learn it almost perfectly. In fact, you don't need to learn a whole song. The main thing is to sing a section for Su Choo Choo to try. Let her hear the quality of the song first, whether she likes it, and whether her fans or listeners will buy it. After about 2 hours, I had almost learned all the songs, including Curly Eyelashes, Little Lucky, and 2 other songs. He packed up briefly, went downstairs, and drove to Lijianghuading. Chapter 41. Not optimistic. In the 3 years since her debut, Su Choo Choo has rarely had the opportunity to be as free as she is now, and she is still somewhat uncomfortable. Although she occasionally gets angry and thinks that she might as well give up being a singer, she has been learning music since she was a child, and becoming a singer has been her dream. How can she just give up a dream that she has pursued for so long? However, with the future looking bleak, she suddenly felt empty inside and always felt irritated. After lunch, I took a short rest and went to the piano room to practice. Chao Chin was busy contacting the production team all morning, but there seemed to be no progress. Everyone is vying for good songs. It will not be Su Choo Choo's turn to be a talented and famous producer in the short term, and those with average ability might as well not do it. She hasn't released any new works for more than a year, and her fans have very high expectations. If she doesn't come up with 2 decent works as soon as possible, they will definitely be disappointed. Sister Susu, I cut some fruit for you, take a rest. Su Choo Choo had been practicing the piano in the piano room for more than half an hour when a girl in her early 20s with a ponytail, wearing a pink shirt and blue pencil pants, came in with a plate of cut fruit. It was her assistant Yang Xiaowei, who had just returned this morning after 2 days of vacation. Put it there first. Su Choo Choo flipped through the music score and said casually. Yang Xiaowei put the fruit plate on the coffee table 5 meters away from the piano, walked over, and whispered, Sister Chin seems to be in a bad mood. I heard her swearing just now. It's probably because of the new song. Su Choo Choo sighed softly and said Sister Susu, you can sing and play the piano, why don't you try writing something yourself? Maybe you can write a good song. Yang Xiaowei asked cautiously. Writing a song is not that easy. Su Choo Choo turned her head to look at her and gave a wry smile. It's not that you can create just by being able to sing or play the piano. Of course, songwriting isn't that difficult. You can probably write it if you know music theory, but writing a good song requires more than just professional knowledge. It requires more talent and inspiration. Especially talent, which is a gift from God. Unfortunately, God didn't give it to me. There are many people who can sing, and many who sing well. Every year, tens of thousands of students graduate from music-related majors. However, looking at the entire music industry, the number of music producers who can be called top-notch can be counted on one's fingers. A large part of the rest is purely based on luck. According to statistics, there are millions of original songs released online every year. However, only a handful of them are well known and sung by the audience. It is truly like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. It's not that Su Choo Choo hasn't tried to write her own songs. But there is no need for others to judge what she wrote, she herself cannot stand it. Yang Xiaowei stuck out her tongue and realized that she seemed to have asked a very stupid question. Ta ta ta. Accompanied by the sound of high heels hitting the ground, Chao Qin walked in expressionlessly. Sister Qin. Yang Xiaowei greeted. Chao Qin nodded. Go water the flowers in the yard. Oh, okay. Yang Xiaowei responded and walked out. Chao Qin walked to the sofa area and sat down. She glanced at the fruit plate on the coffee table, picked up a piece of dragon fruit with a toothpick and started eating it. She leaned on the sofa with her arms folded, silent, obviously sulking. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Qin. Su Chuchu looked up at Chao Qin and said with a guilty look on her face. I'll accept it if you can work harder and finish your new song as soon as possible. Chao Qin said sullenly. Take your time, there's no rush. Su Chuchu walked over and sat next to her, comforting her. Yes, if the emperor is not anxious, then the eunuch is anxious, so why should I be anxious? Otherwise, you go and communicate with the company. I am willing to cooperate with the company's work. Su Chuchu hesitated for a long time, lowered her head, sighed, and said reluctantly. Okay, you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. I'll think of a solution. You have already forged a feud with the company's top management. Even if you bow your head now, they will no longer accommodate you as they did before. The 3 new songs I prepared for you have been confirmed for Wenqing. So, there is no need. Now we can only rely on ourselves to do well. Chao Qin said, first, finish the new song, and I will find other work for you. Su Chuchu nodded slightly, yeah. The two chatted for a while, and Chao Qin stood up and said, I have an appointment with a friend who is an arranger. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. After saying that, he moved towards the door. After a few steps, he saw Yang Xiaowei leading Qin Xuan in. Why are you here? Chao Qin was stunned for a moment and asked without thinking. Although Qin Xuan and Su Chuchu have already obtained their marriage certificate, Chao Qin has not yet fully accepted this reality in her subconscious. Su Chuchu was also a little surprised to see him, and stood up and walked over. Qin Xuan didn't tell her that he was coming before he came, intending to give her a surprise. When he arrived here, Yang Xiaowei was watering flowers in the yard. Knowing his relationship with Su Chuchu, she brought him up directly. Oh, aren't you guys looking for songs these days? I wrote a new song last night. How about I bring it here for you to listen to? Qin Xuan said with a smile. He didn't say it, but it was legal and reasonable for me to come to find my wife, so why did Sister Qin act like she was guarding against a thief? Chao Qin. Su Chuchu. The first reaction of the two was that he must be here to make people laugh. Especially Su Chuchu, who had just witnessed his cruel singing yesterday and heard his touching past. It's not that she looks down on Qin Xuan. A guy who only learned guitar for a month and sang out of tune all the way to the Himalayas probably has never even seen the musical notation. Write a song? It's even more of a fantasy. If you're fine, don't come and make trouble. Chao Qin was so anxious now that she was about to get angry, and said unhappily. If he hadn't seduced Su Chuchu out yesterday, he might not be in such a passive situation now. In her impression, nothing good seemed to have happened since Qin Xuan appeared. He was simply a jinx. Su Chuchu covered her forehead with her hands, speechless for a while. I don't know what to say. I've written it. You can listen to it and see if it works. It won't take up too much time. Qin Xuan smiled, looked at the piano next to him, and asked Su Chuchu, can this piano be used? Su Chuchu nodded subconsciously. Then I'll play and sing it for you guys to listen. Qin Xuan said lightly as he walked towards the piano, looking very confident. Su Chuchu. She didn't know where this guy got his confidence from. You can't even sing well, how can you play the guitar and sing? Thinking of his terrible singing voice yesterday, Su Chuchu felt even more hopeless. Please, as long as you don't sing, I will warm your bed at night. Chapter 42. Is this song not nice? Qin Xuan walked to the piano and sat down. He took out the simple music score he had written last night from his pocket and placed it on the piano board. His eyes quickly scanned the 88 black and white keys, and he extended an index finger from each hand and pressed a key at random. Ding dong. 2 clear and pleasant sounds were heard immediately. He has mastered all the instruments. Just from these 2 beautiful sounds, we can tell that this piano is very good and its price should not be cheap. After all, he had been exposed to guitar before and had even studied for a month, so it was easy for him to pick up the guitar. This was his first time touching a piano. Still a little strange. Su Chuchu looked at him with complicated eyes. I knew in my heart that he was probably worried about his new song. But, expecting him to be able to write songs is much less reliable than his singing. Without the slightest hope. I'm leaving. Chao Qin was a little impatient. She felt that it was a waste of time to watch him perform monkey tricks here. She had an appointment with someone, so she said hello to Su Chuchu and turned to walk out the door. Qin Chuan was concentrating on the music score and didn't notice her at all. He took a deep breath and placed his hands lightly on the keyboard. Soon a string of cheerful notes jumped out from the keyboard. Thump, 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 thump. He had listened to the song Curly Eyelashes no less than 100 times when he first came into contact with Audition. When a few familiar notes jumped out in the prelude, it seemed to bring him back to his high school days in his previous life. Su Chuchu was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Even though Qin Chuan only played for 5 seconds, one could tell from the melody alone that he was not playing randomly. Qin Chuan was very focused, his 10 fingers flying between the black and white keys, and his playing technique was very skillful and smooth. Thump, 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 thump. As the prelude ends, the tempo suddenly speeds up and the main song begins. Qin Chuan also started singing along. My heart was pounding. My soul is about to leave my body, it feels so good. Oh, you smile at me. The temperature is getting higher and higher, what should I do? The eyes are peekaboo. As soon as he opened his mouth, Su Chuchu completely lost her composure and stared at him in amazement. This guy, why isn't he singing out of tune? Not only was his singing in tune, but this song, which was clearly a sweet girl style, didn't feel out of place when he sang it. Instead, it had a different flavor. I can't describe what the taste is, but it sounds pretty good. Yang Xiaolui beside her was also staring at Qin Chuan intently. But her focus is not on singing for the time being. Qin Chuan sat upright in front of the piano, his handsome profile looking even more angular against the light. He can play the piano and sing beautifully. Sister Su, what kind of a fantastic husband did she find? Qin Chuan should be the person that all women yearn to date. On the stairs outside the door, Chao Qin stopped and turned to look at the door of the piano room. The door was open and she could hear it clearly. This song seems pretty good? Although she is not a professional singer, she has been in the entertainment industry for many years. She can more or less judge whether a song is good or not. Eyelashes curled and eyes blinked. How can the words turn around when they are on the tip of my tongue? Your smile is like the crescent moon. The atmosphere is so romantic, I need your company. Eyelashes curled and eyes blinked. The world of heartbeat becomes fun. Come and play the game of big wind blowing, what to blow? Blowing the love at first sight. Soon it was the chorus part, and Qin Chuan singing accompanied by the sound of the piano almost spread throughout the villa. Push. 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 Chao Qin quickly turned around and went upstairs, walking quickly towards the piano room. When she walked into the piano room, she saw Su Chuchu and Yang Xiaolui staring at Qin Chuan with dull faces, as if they were deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Cough. It was not until she walked up to the two of them and deliberately coughed that Su Chuchu and Yang Xiaolui came to their senses. Sister Qin? Didn't you go out? Yang Xiaolui spoke first. This song is so nice. It will definitely be good if sung to Sister Susu. Without waiting for Chao Qin to answer, she continued with excitement. Chao Qin ignored her and looked at Su Chuchu with a suspicious look on her face. Is this his original work? Can he really write songs? After all, Chao Qin didn't know much about Qin Chuan. Probably only knew that he was a paparazzi, a rich paparazzi, when they first met. Not only does she carry a diamond ring worth tens of millions with her, but a few days ago she also spent a huge amount of money to buy a luxury car and a license plate worth 5 million. Should be right? Su Chuchu wasn't sure either. It's really unbelievable that a tone-deaf person could not only sing in tune completely overnight, but also sing very well and create such a beautiful song. She still couldn't believe it. However, her intuition told her that Qin Chuan would not tease her with a plagiarized song, because that would be too boring. If this were the case, the impression he left in his mind would definitely be greatly reduced. Check it out. Chao Qin took out her cell phone from her bag and said with a serious expression. If this is really an original song, then it is undoubtedly a treasure. Based on her years of experience, even if this song doesn't become a big hit, it will definitely not be bad. This one song is all I need to give an explanation to my fans. But if it was plagiarized, this guy is really hopeless. Suchuchu and Yang Xiaowei also took out their mobile phones and started searching online. Xin Chuan was completely immersed in his own singing and playing, and didn't notice the actions of the three people at all. So this is what it feels like to play and sing by yourself. Unrestrained, unfettered, and free. It was undoubtedly a wonderful experience for him, a man who has been tone deaf for 2 lifetimes. This may also be due to the valuable piano in front of him. When he pressed the last note, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and he suddenly came to his senses. When I turned around, I saw Su Chuchu, Chao Qin, and the other two were looking down at their phones, as if they were not listening to me singing at all. I suddenly felt a little lost. Could it be that this song is not good? Or do they think the quality is not good and too salivating? Or is it too sweet and dynamic, not suitable for Su Chuchu's current age? This was also something he had considered before. Thinking of this, he smiled awkwardly and said to Su Chuchu and the other two, "Is this song not okay? I have another song for you guys to listen to." The song Little Lucky is quite consistent with Su Chuchu's current positioning. He thought to himself. After saying this, he turned around, straightened his body, placed his hands on the piano keys, and started playing again with a serious expression. Su Chuchu, Chao Qin, and Yang Xiaowei suddenly looked up at him, and then stared at each other silently. "There's another one?" After the prelude ended, Xin Chuan's singing voice sounded again, accompanied by the piano music. "I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass. I heard the bell ringing in the distance. But I did not hear your voice. Call my name earnestly." Chapter 43. I have another song. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were once so close to love. That decision for me against the world. The rain that accompanied me in the shower. Every scene is filled with your spotless sincerity. I am so lucky to meet you. Along with the soothing rhythm of the piano, Xin Chuan's gentle singing voice echoed in the ears of the three people. It's completely different from the cheerful song with curly eyelashes just now. The melody of Little Lucky is gentle and fresh, but the lyrics are full of emotion and touch the heart. Even if you haven't seen the movie, you can still feel the mood expressed in the lyrics. It's like a person who has lost a loved one and is murmuring about regret and bitterness. No matter from which aspect, there is no doubt that this is another masterpiece. Su Chuchu stared at Xin Chuan in a daze, completely immersed in his singing, or rather, immersed in the song. Yang Xiaowei doesn't understand music, but she can tell whether a song is good or not. This is the charm of music. Although the styles of the two songs are completely different, she thinks they both sound very nice. She looked at Su Chuchu and Chao Qin, who were both surprised, and was the first to speak. "I didn't find the song just now." Su Chuchu and Chao Qin came to their senses and looked at each other. The former shook her head with a determined look in her eyes. "I didn't find out. It should be an original song." Although she still found it hard to believe, the facts were before her and she had no choice but to believe it. "What about this one?" Chao Qin frowned slightly. "Isn't it also an original work?" "Check again." So, the three of them once again turned their eyes away from Xin Chuan and lowered their heads to swipe their phones. Xin Chuan did not write the music score for the song Little Lucky. He originally planned to let Su Chuchu listen to it first, and then write the music score if it was okay. So he only learned the first half, which ended in about a minute. When I turned around, I saw Su Chuchu and the other two were still looking down at their phones. He was a little depressed. "No way? This song isn't okay either? Aren't your requirements too high? Is this one not okay too?" "I think it's pretty good," Xin Chuan said to Su Chuchu. "Ah." Su Chuchu raised her eyes to look at him, walked over, and looked him up and down. "Are these two songs really your original works?" "Yes," Xin Chuan said shamelessly without blushing or getting nervous. "Anyway, these songs don't exist in this world." Aren't you singing out of tune? How could that be?" Su Chuchu still couldn't understand. Tone deafness is basically congenital and it is very difficult to correct it. How could it be cured overnight? This is unscientific. I don't know what happened. I suddenly got enlightened when I woke up this morning. It's magical. Xin Chuan said with a smile. "Maybe I was stimulated by your ridicule yesterday." Su Chuchu. "Did it inspire you to write songs?" Didn't you only learn guitar for a month? Yes, I only learned guitar for a month, but I didn't say I can't play the piano, and I didn't say I can't write songs. Qin Chuan said. Su Chuchu was speechless for a moment. It's not a big problem to learn a musical instrument if you are tone deaf. He certainly didn't say that. But she still felt it was too unreal. Even a top musician does not have inspiration all the time. Most of the time it takes a long time to polish a song, and there is no guarantee that it will be accepted by the public. It is even more impossible to ensure that every song is a masterpiece. In her opinion, the two songs this guy just played and sang were definitely top-notch. If I remember correctly, he seemed to say that he wrote this last night? Do these two songs have titles? Oh, the previous song was called Curly Eyelashes, and the song just now was called Little Luck. Qin Chuan replied truthfully, so, what do you think? Su Chuchu looked at him strangely. I couldn't figure out whether this guy really didn't know that these two songs were already top-notch, or if he was just pretending to be cool. Qin Chuan certainly knew that these two songs were very good, but that was in the original world. He was not sure whether they were very good in this world, so he asked her to identify them first. Very good. Su Chuchu said with a bit of mixed feelings, and then said very confidently, no, it's very good. Perhaps the happiest thing for a singer is to encounter a good song that suits him or her. Especially for a singer who has debuted for so many years, she doesn't even have a song that can be called a famous song. This is like a lingering pain in her heart. At this time, Xiao Qin and Yang Xiaowei also came over. Xiao Qin, were those two songs you just sang for Chu Chu? Xiao Qin asked calmly, but the way she addressed him had changed, sounding much more intimate. Now she can almost confirm that these two songs are indeed original songs. And they are definitely all above the best. If Su Chuchu could perform these two songs, it might help her gain a firm foothold in the music industry. Yes, otherwise why would I let you listen first? Qin Chuan looked at Su Chuchu and said with a faint smile. A blush suddenly appeared on Su Chuchu's snow-white face, her beautiful eyes moved, her long and thick eyelashes blinked quickly a few times, and her gaze drifted away. Xiao Qin couldn't hide her joy. The three songs that the company prepared for Su Chuchu have not been produced yet. She could now conclude that it would definitely not be better than Qin Chuan's two poems. It may even be far worse. Yang Xiaowei looked at Qin Chuan with eyes full of admiration. Oh, by the way, there is another folk song. Let me sing it for you. I think it's quite suitable for you to sing. Qin Chuan snapped his fingers. He actually prepared 5 songs this time, but only performed 2. Su Chuchu, Xiao Qin, Yang Xiaowei. Soon, Qin Chuan's singing voice sounded again. Don't dare to look back. Looking around unnaturally, secretly liking. Secretly chatting up always makes me feel uneasy. Trying to say goodnight is so empty and sad. Indulge, like, hate. The dotted in the board slowly fade away. Indulgent, willful, casual. Unbridled, easy, overturning all the joy. Xiaoban is also a good song that is popular and widely sung. Chapter 44. I worked in a foot massage parlor. What do you think of this one? Is it possible? The song Xiaoban was the same as the previous song Little Fortune. Qin Chuan only learned a section and finished singing it quickly. Then he turned to look at Su Chuchu, who had a dazed expression, and asked calmly. He didn't feel like he had done anything remarkable. After all, these songs didn't come from him, he just copied them over, so the sense of accomplishment is not that strong. Su Chuchu and Xiao Qin's current mood could not be expressed in words. Excited, amazed, and incredible. What kind of monster is this guy? If it was just a fine song, it could be explained as he does have some talent. He has sung 2 songs in a row, which means he is definitely gifted and has a lot of inspiration. But it's a bit ridiculous to create 3 works of such high quality at once. Even the musicians at the top of the pyramid in the circle probably can't do it. Did you really create this? Su Chuchu tried her best to suppress her excitement, pretending to be calm, and confirmed with him again. You don't believe it? How about I improvise a song for you on the spot? Qin Chuan was a little inflated, since he still had 2 songs to perform. I want all 3 songs. Seeing that he was a bit cocky, Su Chuchu secretly rolled her eyes in her heart and did not give him a chance to show off, so she made the decision immediately. I personally feel that the first song is not suitable for you, but the next 2 are okay. Qin Chuan suggested after a moment of hesitation. Why? Su Chuchu was puzzled. The first song was also very nice. The first song is too lively and dynamic, more suitable for a girl in her early 20s. You should go for a gentle and intellectual style now. Before Qin Chuan finished speaking, he felt Su Chuchu looking at him with murderous eyes, so he quickly shut up. I want them all, Su Chuchu said with a stern face and a little bossy. What did that bastard just mean? It just means that I'm old. Son of a bitch. As long as you think it's okay. Qin Chuan chuckled. It was originally prepared for her. Since she was satisfied with these 3 songs, Qin Chuan decided to keep the remaining 2 for the time being and use them next time she wanted to release an album. Anyway, the songs were in his mind and no one could take them away from him. Little, Teacher Qin, shall we talk about the contract? Xiao Qin was already a little impatient, and changed the way she addressed Qin Chuan, showing a little more respect. We two don't need a contract, right? Qin Chuan looked at Su Chuchu. They are husband and wife now, and he doesn't expect to make money from this. Su Chuchu didn't say anything, her pretty face felt a little hot. Although you and Chuchu are husband and wife, this also involves Xinghe music, so it's best to handle it in a fair and impartial manner. Xiao Qin explained with a smile, sign the copyright contract, and whether you accept the money or not is your business. Okay then. Qin Chuan said. The 3 of them returned to the sofa area and sat down. Su Chuchu and Xiao Qin explained to him some issues related to copyright. Qin Chuan listened casually and didn't care too much. On the one hand, he didn't expect to make money from the copyright, and on the other hand, he was very sure that Su Chuchu would not cheat him. Xiao Qin did not hesitate and directly set the price at 200,000. This is already the price charged by musicians who are somewhat famous in the industry. Whether the company is willing to reimburse the money is another matter. If the company doesn't pay, Su Chuchu can still afford to pay hundreds of thousands. Whether Qin Chuan accepts it or not is up to the couple, and Xiao Qin only needs to sort out the copyright contract. Let's eat here later. In the afternoon, you should prepare the complete musical notations of the remaining 2 songs so that Sister Qin can take them to produce as soon as possible. It was almost noon when the contract was signed, Su Chuchu said to Qin Chuan. It is not enough to just use the simple notation. You also need to hire a professional arranger to polish the song to make it more complete. Then I can have a chance to try your cooking skills. Qin Chuan said with a smile. I can't cook. Su Chuchu's mouth twitched and her eyes flickered. Qin Chuan. Well, it's obviously too much to expect big stars to cook. As expected, we ordered takeout, which was quite filling. Teacher Qin, I didn't expect you could write songs. That's amazing. From now on, you write songs and Sister Su sings. This is a match made in heaven. I really envy you too. At the dinner table, Yang Shelby looked at the talented man and beautiful woman and felt extremely envious. I can't even stop your mouth when I'm eating. Su Chuchu glanced at her and said. Yang Shelby stuck out her tongue and giggled. Xiao Qin looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. From a paparazzi to a rich paparazzi, and then to a creative talent, she found it increasingly difficult to see through this person. But overall, my impression of him has changed a lot. After lunch, Xiao Qin went to the company to discuss copyright fees, distribution and publicity, while Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu went to the piano room to write music. Shelby was tactful enough not to disturb them. Qin Chuan had only learned 1 section of the 2 songs, Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Ban, and he still needed the help of memory potion for the second half. So he took the time to go to the bathroom, opened the system mall and directly bought 2 doses to drink. After I came back, I sat at the piano and started writing. Compared to transcribing the music, the lyrics are much simpler. He would write down the lyrics first and then compose the music according to the melody in his mind. Su Chuchu brought a chair and sat quietly beside him. Because she was at home, she was dressed casually, in a very tight and simple gray sleeveless suspender skirt. Her exquisite figure was faintly visible, and one could even vaguely see the outline of her underwear. Her sexy white collarbone was exposed to the air, and her flaxen hair was casually tied into a loose bun, revealing her snow-white neck, making her look a little lazy and intellectual at the same time. Composing music is something that requires special concentration, but with her sitting next to him, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Your feet must be uncomfortable when you wear high heels normally, right? After he wrote down a few notes, he slightly turned his head to glance at Su Chuchu, and then his eyes unconsciously dropped, quickly sweeping over her white and tender feet wearing a pair of red slippers. It's okay if I don't participate in the event and just stand for a while, Su Chuchu said. Wearing high heels too much will hurt your feet. I used to work in a foot massage parlor and learned from the massage master there for a few days. My technique is pretty good. I'll give you a massage when I have the chance some other day. Qin Chuan retracted his gaze and looked at the half-written music score in front of him, pretending to be nonchalant. This guy really has bad intentions and can even come up with such a ridiculous excuse. Foot massage parlor? He did go there with the dog owner. Of course, it's just a foot massage. As for the rest, it's complete bullshit. Hearing this, Su Chuchu looked at him strangely. Oh, a legitimate foot massage parlor. Qin Chuan noticed her strange look and added emphasis. You have quite a lot of experience. Su Chuchu didn't even doubt it. Now Su Chuchu probably wouldn't be too surprised if he told her what he had done. From a paparazzi to a second-generation rich, from a tone-deaf person to a creative genius, is there anything more bizarre than these? Chapter 45: The Sour Smell of Love. It's always good to have many skills. My massage technique is really good. Do you want to experience it now? Qin Chuan said with a righteous face. No need, just write the score quickly. Su Chuchu's 10 toes shrank unconsciously, not letting this guy's conspiracy succeed. Okay. Qin Chuan curled his lips with some regret, temporarily put aside those dirty thoughts, and concentrated on composing music. Time passed, and after about 3 hours, it was finally completed. Su Chuchu took the music score and looked at it, her eyes filled with unconcealed satisfaction. She was also amazed by Qin Chuan's creative method. When a normal musician gets inspiration or suddenly thinks of a melody, he will write it down first and then gradually improve it. It seemed like Qin Chuan had completed the entire song directly in his mind, which was incredibly powerful. Please sing these 3 songs again. I'll record them with my phone. I'll take some time to practice them so that things will go more smoothly when we get into the recording studio. It's true that she can read music, but it takes time to sing the whole song and become familiar with it just by looking at the score. It would be faster to record a simple demo first. Okay. Qin Chuan responded. Su Chuchu took out her cell phone and turned on the recording. Are you ready? Okay, I'll start. Qin Chuan sat up straight, looking intently at the musical score in front of him, ready to play. Let's start. Su Chuchu pressed the recording button. Qin Chuan's slender fingers began to dance on the piano keys, and beautiful and crisp notes followed. Thump, 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 thump. My heart is pounding, and my soul is about to leave my body. It feels so good. My eyelashes are curved and my eyes are blinking. The world around me has become so interesting. One song ends, and the next one begins. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass, I hear the bell for the end of get out of class ringing in the distance. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were so close to love. Su Chuchu stared at him intently, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Sitting in front of the piano and singing, he seemed like a different person, with a glow on his body. Very much like a serious person. He was totally different from his usual carefree self. Is that all right? After singing half of the last song, Qin Chuan turned around and asked. Oh, that should be okay. Their eyes met and Su Chuchu quickly looked away, her snow-white neck instantly turning pink. Play it and give it a listen. Su Chuchu pressed the play button, and Qin Chuan's singing voice came out, and she quickly confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Would you like to try singing a song for me? Qin Chuan suggested. No. Su Chuchu flatly refused. She was not familiar with these songs yet, and she would definitely stumble when singing them. She didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of this guy and be laughed at by him in return. It's just a short song. It's the first time for me to listen to a big star singing live at such a close distance. Qin Chuan said sincerely. Not only was it live, but Su Chuchu was singing alone to herself, which had a different meaning. You can listen to it on the website when it's online. Su Chuchu looked down at the music score, unmoved. Qin Chuan wanted to say something when Chao Qin came in after returning from the company. I talked with the company for an entire afternoon, and they only reimbursed 50,000 for each song. The company is responsible for distribution, but they are not responsible for promotion. Chao Qin briefly informed Su Chuchu of the negotiation results. It was expected, so Su Chuchu was not too surprised. She is now in such a bad relationship with the company, and the company is only able to do this probably because of Chao Qin's face. It doesn't matter, we can promote it ourselves. Su Chu Chu nodded slightly. She is quite popular now, and her marriage made a lot of noise some time ago, so she is also quite popular. If a program sends her an invitation, the company will not refuse. After all, no one can resist money. This is the only way now. Chao Qin poured a glass of water and took a sip. He walked over with the glass in hand and looked at the two of them. Have you finished writing the music? It's done, take a look. Su Chu Chu handed over the song sheet. Okay, then I'll find someone to edit it as soon as possible. Chao Qin took it and glanced at it. She didn't understand music theory, but she had already listened to the song, and with Su Chu Chu to check it, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's have dinner here. Su Chu Chu looked outside. The sky was gradually getting darker, so she turned to Qin Chuan and said, Good. Qin Chuan didn't bother to be polite with her. He would eat alone when he went back home, so it was nice to have three beauties to accompany him here. Still take out. It's a little lighter than lunch, but still tasty. Thanks. After resting for a while after dinner, Su Chu Chu saw Qin Chuan out and suddenly said thank you. Qin Chuan turned to look at her, feeling a little surprised. Su Chu Chu's beautiful face under the streetlight suddenly became more charming, which made him feel moved. He originally wanted to say a few polite words, but what came out of his mouth was, How are you going to thank me? Tell me, how do you want me to thank you? Su Chu Chu sniffed and glanced at him sideways. Let me think about it. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Promise yourself to me? The two are already a legal couple, so it seems a bit unnecessary. Can I play with your feet? Pooh. Abnormal. He could imagine how Su Chu Chu would react when she heard his request. This requires slow progress, don't rush. Why don't you treat me to a meal alone some other day? In the end, he didn't have the courage to make any excessive demands. No problem. Su Chu Chu breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that this guy might make some unreasonable demands, but she didn't expect it to be as simple as having a meal. But why doesn't he make some excessive demands? For example? Give me a kiss? This thought flashed quickly through her mind, and Su Chu Chu's cheeks felt a little hot. She puffed out her cheeks and exhaled silently. Then I'll go back. The two walked side by side to the car, and Qin Chuan said goodbye. Drive slower. Su Chu Chu waved her fair little hand. After watching Qin Chuan's car disappear into the night, Su Chu Chu returned to the villa. In the living room, Chao Qin was holding a computer, busy with something. Yang Xiaowei was making tea nearby. When she saw her come back, she asked casually. Teacher Qin is gone? Well, please buy me a few cookbooks online later. Su Chu Chu walked over and sat next to her and said. Sister Susu wants to learn how to cook? Yang Xiaowei asked. Chao Qin raised her head and looked at her with surprise. If I remember correctly, she was usually too lazy to even make instant noodles. Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook? Are your hands for cooking? That's used for playing the piano and winning awards, do you understand? What's more, she flies back and forth all the time and stays in hotels most of the time, so there are rarely any opportunities for her to cook. I haven't had anything to do recently, so I tried to learn something. It's not healthy to always eat takeout, and the food out there might not be clean either. Su Chu Chu grabbed a pillow and hugged it in her arms, then reached out to pick up the tea that Yang Xiaowei had brewed and took a sip. I think you should stop wasting your time. You'll be busy after you start recording the new song, and then you'll have to participate in promotional shows. Then you'll spend less time at home. If you really don't want to eat takeout, we can just ask an aunt to come over and cook for you. Chao Qin retracted her gaze and continued to stare at the computer screen. The kitchen is idle anyway, so I'll give it a try. Maybe I have a talent for this. Su Chu Chu said with a smile. Sister Susu, don't you want to cook for Teacher Qin? People say that if you want to capture a man, you must first capture his stomach, Yang Xiaowei joked with a smile. Chao Qin suddenly came to her senses and turned to look at Su Chu Chu again. She immediately noticed that her face was flushed and she was blinking rapidly, trying to cover it up. You're the only one who talks too much. Su Chu Chu gently patted the back of Yang Xiaowei's head and denied it flatly. Who said I made it for him? I wanted to learn it myself. It's always good to have many skills. If I can't sing in the future, I can become a cook. The words were spoken in a steady and balanced manner. But she couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. 2a. This sour smell of love. Chao Qing gritted her teeth secretly. Chapter 46. Do you think you can slander my wife? Qin Chuan returned home, took a shower first, and seeing that it was still early, he called home. Hey, you still remember to call home? I thought you forgot about your mother after you got married. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhou Lanqi started to scold in a joking tone. Mom, this is unreasonable. I used to do it at least once every 2 weeks, and this time it's only been a week. I've made a lot of progress, okay? Qin Chuan said with a grin. In the past, he changed jobs every now and then, and his family was often scolded when he called home. As time went by, he seldom called unless there was something important. It's different now. He is wealthy and married to a big star, so he feels very confident. Then should I give you the Best Filial Son award? Zhou Lanqi snorted. That's not necessary. Qin Chuan said with a smile, by the way, Shu Chu called you a few days ago? Well, she even apologized to us. It's normal for Chu Chu to be busy as a big star, and we understand. She works very hard, so you should do more housework at home and don't be lazy like you are at home. Qin Chuan, I am not lazy at all, it's because you, Mom, don't let me do anything. As he said this, he always felt that what his mother said sounded a little wrong. What did Su Chu Chu talk to her about? Why is housework involved? As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you will be grateful. You are living in someone else's house and spending their money. This is not a long-term solution. If it gets out, people will laugh at you. Your father and I don't have much ability and can't help you with anything. You have to know this clearly, okay? Zhou Lanqi continued to remind him. Qin Chuan. It's understandable that my mother thought I was spending Su Chu Chu's money. But why did she make it seem like Su Chu Chu and I were living together? Qin Chuan thought to himself, but did not say it out loud. Recently, your father and I are looking for houses for you here. When we have finished looking around, you two can come back and take a look. It's not far anyway. Good. Your dad asked me to ask your Chu Chu's parents what they are saying now? Don't worry about it, we will take care of it. Zhou Lanqi continued to talk for a long time, and Qin Chuan listened quietly, occasionally responding. The call ended in half an hour. My mom is really good at talking. Qin Chuan muttered something, then picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Chu Chu. You told my mom that we were going to live together? Well, isn't it weird not living together? After a few seconds, Su Chu Chu quickly replied. Qin Chuan thought about it and felt that it seemed a bit strange that the two of them were living separately right after getting their marriage certificate. I guess it was my mother who asked, otherwise Su Chu Chu probably wouldn't have said these things on her own initiative. What's wrong? Su Chu Chu sent a message after a while. It's okay. I find it weird too. How about I move in with you? I want to be your gigolo. Anyway, everyone thinks I'm your gigolo now. I can't afford it. Su Chu Chu replied. Hearing this tone, Qin Chuan immediately imagined her stern face, which was quite cute. Qin Chuan, I can do housework and massage feet. I'll think about it. Why mention feet again? This damn obsession. Not considering it. Su Chu Chu replied with 3 concise words. Qin Chuan did not continue to dwell on this topic and took the initiative to change the subject. When will the new song be released? At the beginning of next month, time is a bit tight. So you should be very busy recently, right? It's okay, it's mainly about practicing and recording songs. Su Chu Chu said. The busiest time is when the new song is ready to be released and promoted. The two chatted for a while and said good night to each other. Qin Chuan looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock. But those who go to bed before 12 o'clock are called young people? He originally wanted to practice guitar, but gave up because it was too disturbing at this time. Go back to bed and read a novel. He lay down on the bed and turned on his phone again. After a month of being a paparazzi, he habitually opened Weibo to see if there was any interesting news. The first hot search was, famous musician Liang Huanchua criticized Su Chu Chu. When I clicked on it, I saw a long Weibo post by Liang Huanchua at the top, which read as follows. First of all, let me make it clear that I have never had any prejudice against the traffic singers emerging in the current music scene. I respect them. In my opinion, there is nothing wrong with traffic itself. The fact that young people like them is also determined by the market. However, what I want to say is that one must cultivate virtue before cultivating knowledge. No matter how popular you are now, you must at least have artistic ethics. Although I am not a talented person, I have produced songs for no less than 50 singers since I started my career, including many evergreens and superstars. All of them, the more popular they become, the more humble they become, because only in this way can they go a long way. But nowadays, some popular singers don't have a single outstanding work since their debut, yet they are also arrogant and look down on others. Let me give you a simple example. I believe everyone is familiar with Su Chu Chu, who debuted through a talent show 3 years ago. A few days ago, her team contacted me and wanted me to help make a song. As a senior, I felt that it was my responsibility to give these young people some guidance to make their future acting career smoother, so I agreed. I told her team that I needed to communicate with Su Chu Chu in person. At least I wanted to hear her live voice and singing skills, so that I could produce a work suitable for her based on her specific situation. Her team agreed. What I didn't expect was that, something that had already been decided, our big star Su Chu Chu actually cancelled the event at the last minute in order to have a party with friends. I can tell now. A traffic singer like Su Chu Chu, who has no artistic ethics, acts like a big shot at every turn, and has no professionalism at all, is destined to go nowhere. I hope her fans can also recognize whether the idol you follow is worth following and what good values she can bring to you. Liang Wanchua doesn't have many fans, only about 1 million, and most of them are zombie fans. But he is a senior in the music industry and a very famous music producer, and his status and appeal in the circle are there. He wrote hundreds of words, each of which was heart-wrenching and bloodless. Qin Chuan frowned. I immediately thought of the gentle middle-aged man I met at Amman International the night before. That day, Su Chu Chu turned down his dinner invitation in order to have a date with herself. Is this the reason you have a grudge against each other? Click on the comments. Those who are trying to take advantage of the popularity and flatter Su Chu Chu, her fans and her haters are already fighting with each other. Musician Guan Shan, I very much agree with Mr. Liang's point of view. Only truly good works can last for a long time. Popular singers are ultimately short-lived, and it is only a matter of time before they become outdated. Original singer Lin Jianzhou, I support teacher Liang. This kind of traffic singer who disrespects her predecessors and professionalism should be banned and boycotted by the entire music industry. An 18th tier female singer, I support teacher Liang. Teacher Liang does not need to be angry because of this person. I don't know how many people would love to receive your guidance. This Su Chu Chu is relying on her own popularity, which is really too much. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. Mad. You think you can slander my wife? Chapter 47. You have a hole in your brain. The little sleepiness Qin Chuan felt instantly disappeared. He immediately got up from the bed, put on his slippers, walked to the computer desk and turned on the computer. He had never heard of Liang Wanchua before. Now all we know is that he is a relatively famous music producer. As for what works he has and how high his status in the music industry is, Qin Chuan is not quite sure. So I opened the search engine and checked it out. Liang Wanchua was the lead singer of a veteran band 25 years ago. After the band disbanded, he turned to behind-the-scenes work. 10 years ago, he wrote a song, the one who has been loved for the then not-so-famous female singer Song Xinmei. Song Xinmei became famous overnight with this song. Since then, her singing career has been smooth sailing and she is now a household name and queen-level female singer. Liang Wanchua also became famous because of this song. Of course, this is limited to the industry. For the vast majority of listeners, they rarely pay attention to who wrote a song. So it's normal that Qin Chuan has never heard of him. In recent years, Liang Wanchua has composed or produced many songs for many singers. All in all, there are no less than 50 works. However, only a few of them became popular, and only 2 or 3 songs sung by big-name singers were somewhat famous. They all seem pretty normal. Qin Chuan found a few popular songs, including his famous song, and listened to them, muttering to himself. How should I put it? The songs composed by Liang Wanchua cannot be said to be too bad, they are just full of a earthy flavor. 10 years have passed, and his latest song is still stuck in the framework of the hit song The One Who Has Been Loved 10 years ago, with no progress or innovation at all. With Chao Qin's level, what kind of shit can he produce if he is asked to compose a song? Qin Chuan turned off the music player and said with a curled lip. Then he quickly came across some gossip about Liang Wanchua. One of the news items was that an unknown female singer took him directly to court, accusing him of molesting her while she was drunk. In the end, the evidence was conclusive and Liang Huanchua lost the case. However, since he has been behind the scenes for more than 20 years and is not well known to the outside world, it did not cause much fuss. There are only a few reports on this. Most of his other gossips are also related to women. Overall, this man's reputation is not very good. Maybe Su Chuchu turned down his dinner invitation because of these things? Qin Chuan thought to himself. At this time, that Weibo post was still ranked first in the hot search list, which was very eye-catching. Liang Huanchua doesn't have many fans, but his appeal is extremely amazing. On the one hand, he is a senior in the music industry with extensive connections, and he quickly gained support from many people in the circle. On the other hand, given the current situation in the entertainment industry, both the industry and the general public are very dissatisfied with the fact that traffic stars occupy a large amount of screen resources. Although this is only one-sided, it is easy for the majority of netizens to blindly follow. As a result, the comments under his Weibo quickly turned into a carnival party criticizing Su Chuchu. Many well-known artists in the circle also gave likes. A large number of passers-by who did not know the truth pointed the finger at Su Chuchu. Her haters were even more delighted and swarmed over to curse her. When will Su Chuchu, this cancer of the entertainment industry, retire? She has no works and no character. How stupid must one be to be a fan of her? After 3 years of debut, he doesn't even have a single album worth mentioning, and he still calls himself a singer. It's really ridiculous. Su Chuchu has a large number of fans and their fighting power is very strong. They were a little trembling when they saw this situation. Some of the more rational fans do not want the incident to escalate. After all, this time it seems to have angered the public. Teacher Liang, calm down. Our Su Su is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Su Su is still young, and may not have considered things carefully. Please forgive me, Mr. Liang. It must be that Su Su's agent Chao Qin didn't communicate well. Chao Qin, come out and die. The other group is Su Chuchu's more die-hard fans, the kind who would support her even if she committed murder and arson. As a senior, isn't it a bit too petty for you to attack a new singer like this? You are an old artist, what can't you discuss privately? I think our Su Su definitely didn't mean it. You denounce a junior so loudly, you have no grace at all. Who are you? Don't come and take advantage of our popularity. However, the brainless fans are still a minority after all, and they were soon drowned out by the numerous insults and accusations. This group of brainless fans has such low quality. Qin Chuan quickly looked through the comments below and did not take Su Chuchu's brainless fans' attacks on Liang Huanchua on his Weibo very seriously. Then he stretched, stood up, got a can of beer, opened the pull ring and gulped down a few mouthfuls, rubbed his hands, and pressed both hands on the keyboard. His expression was serious and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. 10 fingers dancing, full of vigor. That's an exaggeration. Anyway, it looks very cool, you can use your imagination. Roko Akid, Teacher Liang always says that one should cultivate morality before learning. I wonder if the artistic morality you are talking about includes touching a female singer who has dreams and is inexperienced in the world. Roko Akid, you are a hypocritical person in front of others, but you are worse than a beast behind their backs. You should know why Su Chuchu doesn't want to have dinner with you. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Roko Akid, I saw on your Weibo that you are a certified famous music producer? Do you deserve the word famous? You have been making that old-fashioned song for 10 years and you still have the nerve to call yourself a music producer? Roko Akid, Su Chuchu asked you to write songs, I think she might have a hole in her brain, she might as well ask me, for those crappy songs you wrote, I can write 4 kilograms a day. Roko Akid, finally, I'm not targeting Liang Huanchua. I'm saying that all of you original singers, musicians, and 18th tier singers here are garbage. Roko Akid, this is the last sentence. Su Chuchu's new song will be online at the beginning of next month. I hope everyone will support it. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, let us advertise for her first. If it ranks first on the trending search list, someone will always see it. After sending the last sentence, I finally felt satisfied with my scolding. Quality? What is quality? Qin Chuan closed his Weibo and wanted to send a WeChat message to ask Su Chuchu how she was. After all, she was the person involved. She must be sad to be attacked and abused by so many people online, right? But seeing that the time was almost 11 o'clock, she might have already gone to bed, so I decided to give up. I got up, brushed my teeth, and came back to get ready for bed. Just as I turned off the lights, my cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from Su Chuchu. You have a hole in your brain. Qin Chuan. How did you see it so quickly? It is estimated that Liang Huanchua's Weibo post now has 20,000 to 30,000 comments, and it is not easy to find his comments among them. Su Chuchu, I follow your Weibo. Qin Chuan finally understood what was going on, but when did you secretly follow me on Weibo? Su Chuchu, I liked your message just now. Qin Chuan, you really don't mind making trouble. With her like, both her fans and passers-by will probably soon find out that she liked the comment that insulted Liang Huanchua. She is deliberately trying to stir up trouble. Su Chuchu, just think of it as building momentum for the new song in advance. Chapter 48 Su Chuchu's new song. Qin Chuan, you are really working hard to promote your new song and take advantage of the popularity. I am just an unknown person, it doesn't matter how you insult me, but when Su Chuchu liked my post, the nature of the matter was different. Su Chuchu said confidently, this is my popularity, not freeloading. Qin Chuan thought about it and felt that what she said was true. This was originally a hot search related to her. If Liang Huanchua attacked an ordinary person, there would definitely not be any splash. Seeing that she didn't seem to take the online abuse and accusations seriously at all, Qin Chuan felt relieved. I didn't expect Su Chuchu to be so strong mentally. Oh, I almost forgot, this sister almost stayed at my house and refused to leave. She was so shameless. As expected of the entertainment industry, people with thin skin can't make it. Qin Chuan secretly complained. A residential area in Kunming City. In the bedroom of Zhou Guowa's house. Tong Tong, please send me a beautiful photo of your sister-in-law. Luo Tian had a solemn expression as he sat in front of the computer, typing away on the keyboard. On the bed behind him, Zhou Xiaotong was busy controlling two mobile phones. The two little girls are not only Su Chuchu's die-hard fans, but also her relatives. They are busy calling on the fan club to control comments. Why don't you contact your president and ask him to talk to my sister-in-law's agent as soon as possible and figure out how to deal with it? Luo Tian added, we can't go on like this. This trending search will probably last until tomorrow morning. My sister-in-law's lousy company has almost zero public relations capabilities. Usually, it's all organized by our fans. Besides, my sister-in-law and the company have broken up now, so they won't care anymore. Zhou Xiaotong muttered while typing. The falling out between Su Chuchu and the company has been on the hot search list, so fans like them are naturally very aware of it. Everyone, look, Su liked a comment that insulted Liang Huanchua. After a while, this message suddenly popped up in a fan group with hundreds of people. Boom! The fan group immediately went wild. Faint. It's over. This is going to stir up a hornet's nest. I must have slipped. Send a private message to Susu right now while there aren't many people around, and ask her to cancel it. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm so tired. I've been busy most of the night. I'm sure I'll be scolded again. Public opinion is now almost overwhelmingly in favor of Liang Huanchua. Most of Su Chuchu's fans are very cautious about this senior singer. If they continue to pester him, they will hardly gain any advantage and will only ruin Su Chuchu's popularity. Especially now that Su Chuchu had just experienced a marriage crisis and then had a falling out with the company, she was at a low point right now. On the other hand, among those who express support for Liang Huanchua, there are many well-known figures in the circle who have their own traffic. Now she personally liked a comment that insulted Liang Huanchua. Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? People were already accusing her of disrespecting her seniors. This, the fans are trembling, scared to death. Sister, you think you haven't been criticized enough? No, it wasn't a slip of the hand. Look, Susu liked not just one post, she liked several, all of which were scolding Liang Huanchua. If he just liked one comment, it could be explained as an accidental slip of the hand, but since he liked several comments from the same ID in a row, the accidental slip of the hand obviously cannot be explained. Fuck, it's true. Could it be that the account was hacked? I am studying programming, I can guarantee that this is definitely not a hack. I can write 4 kilograms of those crappy songs you wrote in a day. Damn, this guy is so good at scolding. No wonder Susu noticed it. Ryukawa Kid? Why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, I remember, isn't this the ID that hacked our Susu last time? I also remembered that we scolded him so much a few days ago that it was pinned on the top of the post. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he suddenly turn from evil to good? No matter what, as long as they speak for Su Su, they are friendly forces. We can let bygones be bygones. Besides, Su Su has given a thumbs up. Yes, yes, yes. I am Su Weiwu, I am going to fight head on. Damn it. I don't want to endure it anymore. Since I, Su Du, am so brave and willing to personally take action, what are we afraid of? Let's just fight them head on. But there are so many of them. What are you afraid of? They are just a bunch of gorillas. We are the regular army. Fuck the senior singers, fuck him. The real protagonist personally came out, and instantly the fans who had been feeling aggrieved all night became excited as if their blood had been injected into chicken blood, and they were ready to have a big fight with the other party. Come on, brothers and sisters, let's push Rukawa Kid up first. Yes, I, Su, have already liked it, what are you waiting for? The news that Su Chuchu liked and cursed Liang Huanchua quickly spread to all fan groups. As someone in the fan group said, those passers-by who are just joining in the fun and those black fans who are excited to see the prey have no unified organization. They are just a group of gorillas and a mob. Previously, most of Su Chuchu's fans did not dare to fight back too fiercely, mainly because they were worried about affecting Su Chuchu. It's different now. Su Chuchu has personally taken action and the real owner has given it his all. All of a sudden, these fans have no worries anymore. With unified command and concentrated efforts, in just over 10 minutes, the messages that Su Chuchu liked were pushed to the top. Many black fans and passers-by also contributed a lot. Of course, they just want to watch the fun and enjoy the action. Since Su Chuchu liked so many negative comments about Liang Huanchua, it was as if she personally got involved in a fight with Liang Huanchua. That would be more exciting. My Su also liked the comment that said she would release a new song early next month. Wasn't her new song shelved by the company? Soon, a fan discovered the trick from the last message that Su Chuchu liked. There won't really be new songs, will there? But wasn't it because she had to find a song at the last minute that she offended Liang Huanchua? Where could she find a new song in such a short time? Don't guess, just wait for the official announcement. A high-end club in Jinhai City. Bang! Liang Huanchua looked at the comments pinned on Weibo and turned pale with anger. He put the wine glass in his hand heavily on the bar and said with gritted teeth, "A little girl who has only been in the industry for 3 years is so arrogant." He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone, quickly found Chao Qin's number and dialed it. He had contacted her several times before and didn't delete her number. After a busy tone, Chao Qin's lazy and hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "Teacher Liang? Why are you calling now?" "What do you mean?" Liang Huanchua asked coldly. What happened again? Let me ask you, what does it mean when Su Chuchu liked the comment that insulted me? Liang Huanchua said with emphasis. "Oh, my hand must have slipped." Chao Qin said lightly. "Hand. Slip. Mr. Liang, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I'm too sleepy." Beep beep beep. Liang Huanchua. Chao Qin lay on the bed and rolled her eyes. The officials are allowed to set fires but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Who are you? She complained silently and sighed softly. She didn't dare to guarantee whether Su Chuchu's doing this would be a blessing or a curse. The trending search in which Liang Huanchua criticized Su Chuchu did not gradually drop from the top position until around 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Immediately afterwards, another Weibo post related to Su Chuchu quickly became a hot search. Hot search number 8, Su Chuchu's new song. Chapter 49, You Are Not Worthy. It seems to be working pretty well. At the breakfast stall downstairs, Qin Chuan was holding a bun in one hand and browsing Weibo with the other, thinking to himself. Su Chuchu has about tens of millions of fans, which is not a small number for a singer who has just debuted for 3 years, but she is still some distance away from being a top star. In addition, the company will not invest resources in promoting her new song now. Normally, her new song will most likely not attract much attention, and it is basically impossible for it to be on the hot search list. Now, the song has reached the 8th place on the trending search list before it was even released, and it shows signs of continuing to move up. Clicking on Su Chuchu's Weibo, I immediately saw a short Weibo post she updated early in the morning. The new song will be released on the 5th of next month, so stay tuned. The comments below are full of joy and seem harmonious. After all, this is her Weibo, her home platform. Some black fans or passers-by who came to cause trouble were quickly reported or pushed into corners where they could not be seen. After last night's battle, her fans are still full of fighting spirit. In addition to her Weibo, you can clearly see that they are trying hard to control the comments, or taking advantage of the popularity to advertise her new song crazily. Shin Chuan saw his own Weibo and many private messages, so he clicked on it and took a quick look. Most of them were cursing at him, mostly passers-by and haters who came to vent their anger after his comments were pinned to the top of the post last night. Some of them should be fans of Su Chu Chu, and many of them came to invite him to join Su Chu Chu's official fan club. He actually gained 20,000 new followers on Weibo. It's most likely related to what happened last night. It is also possible that Su Chu Chu's fans saw that she followed them and followed her. He has only updated one post on Weibo since he registered, which was just a few CG wallpapers of games, but there are hundreds of comments below. The post that was pushed to the top was a message from a netizen named Soda Biscuit. Brother Fong, the Susu official fan club sincerely invites you to join. Below are some comments from Su Chu Chu's fans. Brother Fong is extremely powerful. Our fan club is in urgent need of talents like you. Please join us and let us protect the best Susu together. Warmly welcome Brother Fong to join us. From now on, we will be brothers in the same trench. The corners of Shin Chuan's mouth twitched. This second-rate feeling was too strong. Also, what the hell is Brother Fong? Shin Chuan replied, "No, I'm not her fan, I'm her husband." He put down his phone and asked the waiter to bring 2 more buns. Living habits are not so easy to change. Even though he is rich now, he is not used to eating 2 bowls of birds' nests early in the morning. He still prefers the buns and fried dough sticks downstairs. After breakfast, I returned to the rental house and opened Weibo again, and saw a few more comments under my Weibo post. Ha, I'm Susu's husband too. I've liked her since she debuted. Yes, me too. It doesn't matter. We are all Susu's husbands. Join us and protect our wives. Shin Chuan's face was full of black lines. No wonder the rich man said that he was just one of Su Chu Chu's husbands. Damn. I guess he must have millions of love rivals, right? He gritted his teeth and replied, "You don't deserve it." Li Jinghua Ting. Su Chu Chu looked through Shin Chuan's Weibo, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Don't be too happy too soon, because you'll just get a lot more haters. Even some of your peers in the industry have begun to question your character. It won't be easy to clean up later. Xiao Qin, who was standing next to her, looked at her, thinking that she was happy about the trending search, and said worriedly, "Why don't they question Liang Wanshua's character?" Su Chu Chu curled her lips and said, "The innocent are innocent. I can't make everyone like me, so let the works speak for themselves. I believe in Shin Chuan's songs." She is confident about the 3 works that will be released next month. Okay, it's already like this now. You should hurry up and get familiar with the song. I'll go to my friend's studio and ask them to polish the song so we can record as soon as possible. Xiao Qin stood up, picked up the bag and gave instructions. Su Chu Chu said stood up and walked towards the piano room. Just as she walked into the piano room, a phone call came in. She picked up the phone and took a look, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Wen Cheng? Why would she call me? Both of them are artists of Galaxy Music and have contact information with each other, but Su Chu Chu was very busy in the past and could only go to the company a few times a year, so they did not have much interaction. After Su Chu Chu's company fell out, she is now the new talent that the company is preparing to promote. The company also gave her the 3 songs that were originally tailor-made for Su Chu Chu. But there is no grudge between the two. Hello. Su Chu Chu pressed the answer button and said calmly, "Sister Susu, long time no see, how are you?" When Xing's clear voice came out, and she sounded like she was in a good mood. "Very good." Su Chu Chu said indifferently. "I saw that you announced on Weibo that you would release a new song on the 5th of next month, so I called to say hello. My new song will also be released on that day, as assigned by the company. We just happened to coincide with each other." Wen Xing said. "Oh, that's quite a coincidence." Su Chu Chu still didn't understand why she called to tell him this. Was she trying to show off? "Sister Susu, I didn't expect that things would get so bad between you and the company, otherwise these songs would definitely not be my turn. The songs are really nice, you must remember to listen to them when the time comes." Wen Xing said with a strong taste of tea. "I will." Su Chu Chu raised her lips into a faint smile. Without Wen Xing's reminder, she was also very curious about the songs the company had prepared for her. By the way, the company is also planning to increase resources for promotion, with the goal of reaching the top of the new song chart. Wen Qing said excitedly. Really? Congratulations. Su Chuchu chuckled. It seems that the company has really made up its mind to promote her this time, and is very confident about the new song that will be released soon. The full name of the new song chart that Wen Qing mentioned should be the Chinese Music Billboard New Song Chart. The Chinese Music Billboard is recognized as the most authoritative music platform. For a new song, the most important thing is naturally to be able to get a high ranking on the new song chart. After a week of competition in each issue, the top 10 new songs will not only attract more listeners' attention, but the platform will also promote them to varying degrees based on their rankings. It's not that easy to get into the top 10. In addition to competing with tens of thousands of new songs on the same stage, they also have to avoid some big-name and top-tier singers. If a singer has no fame at all, it will be very difficult to stand out from the crowd. This time, Galaxy Music will probably spend a lot of money to promote Wen Qing's new song. Has Sister Su finished recording her new song? Which musician is it? Wen Qing asked again. You'll know after the new song is released. Su Chuchu said. Oh. Chapter 50. I sing a song for my senior. Galaxy Music is just a small record company in the industry with limited resources. In the past, Su Chuchu was the pillar of the company, and almost all the resources were concentrated on her. Of course, she is also very competitive and almost single-handedly accounts for more than half of the company's revenue. Now that she has completely fallen out with the company, Wen Qing has taken advantage of the situation to move up to the top. Now is the time when she is in high spirits. The two of them spoke politely on the phone, but Su Chuchu could still hear that the other party was clearly showing off. She has been in the circle for so many years, and she has seen a lot of people flattering the powerful and bullying the weak, but she doesn't take it seriously. After ending the call, he walked to the piano and sat down, ready to practice the new song. His eyes fell on the music score written by Qin Xuan. Looking at the lyrics he wrote that looked like a dog crawling, he couldn't help but complain, is this written by a human? How can it be written so ugly? Achoo! Qin Xuan couldn't help sneezing as soon as he walked out of the house. He rubbed his nose hard and turned around to see Zhang Jinsong's Mercedes-Benz G driving towards him. Key! In the blink of an eye, they were in front of each other. Zhang Jinsong jumped out of the car with a smile, walked towards the side quickly, and threw the car keys to Qin Xuan on the way. Qin Xuan raised his hand to take it and handed him his car keys. What are you going to do today? Why do you have to change cars? Take the girls out for some fun, driving your car is cooler. Zhang Jinsong said shamelessly, grinning, I just want to experience what's different about a car with a 5 million license plate. Qin Xuan looked down on him. Where are you going to look at houses? Zhang Jinsong asked. Over there on Chongqing Road. The matter of Su Chuchu's new song has come to an end for the time being. He just needs to wait for it to be recorded and released online, and it's time for him to get back to his own business. Okay, then go ahead and get busy. Bring Su Chuchu with you guys and I'll treat you guys to a meal. Zhang Jinsong said as he turned around and walked towards the Cayenne, adding, the main thing is to bring Su Chuchu with me. Qin Xuan was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards his G-Class. We got in the car, started it and drove straight towards Chongqing Road. Royal Water Bay. It is one of the few high-end residential areas within the third ring road of Jinhai City. It was built by Baoxing Real Estate, a leading domestic real estate company, at a cost of over 1 billion yuan and took 6 years to create this charming city. There are 3 artificial rivers, 5 large artificial lakes, 300 acres of landscaped forest, 120,000 flowers and trees of various types in the community, and the forest coverage rate reaches 68%. The overall planning concept is based on waterscape and panoramic natural environment. The scarcity of resources makes the villa extremely valuable, and the comfort and living experience it brings are beyond description. Don't ask him why he knows so much. That's what the ad says. In Jinhai City, where every inch of land is valuable, he had never even thought about buying such a high-end property, let alone a house outside the 6th Ring Road. How could he possibly pay attention to these things? After about half an hour's drive, a sales center with a very unique architectural style came into view. I parked the car in the parking space on the side of the sales center, got out and walked straight to the door. Welcome. When passing by the door, 2 female receptionists, who were wearing well-cut professional suits and had excellent figures and faces, bowed slightly and greeted us with smiles. Although Qin Chuan was a little young, he was well dressed and had a good temperament, so he was naturally not neglected. Of course, the staff of high-end properties like this have all received professional training. Even if someone comes who is not dressed very appropriately, they will still treat him with courtesy so as not to miss out on some wealthy people who do not pay much attention to their appearance. This kind of thing may have happened from time to time in the past, but it rarely happens now. Qin Chuan walked into the sales hall calmly. The spotless marble floor reflected the light, the giant crystal chandelier was as dazzling as a diamond, and the unique and very grand decorations all showed that this was a high-end property. As soon as I stepped into the hall, a swaying figure came towards me. "Hello sir, I'm Xiao Xia, the sales consultant of Yushuiwen. May I ask, are you Qin Chuan?" The sales lady, whose real name is Xia Qiao, greeted Qin Chuan with a smile. When she saw the visitor's face clearly, she was slightly stunned. "Senior, what a coincidence! You work here?" Qin Chuan was also a little surprised to see her. He was slightly stunned and said with a smile. At that time, they had just graduated from high school where they had to wear school uniforms to go to and from school every day. The senior girls on campus who were dressed fashionably and beautifully looked so beautiful in the eyes of these country bumpkins. Of course, this senior named Xiao Qiao was also quite pretty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a month learning guitar to pursue her. Who would have thought that he would scare people away after learning a song with so much effort? Let us not talk about those embarrassing things in the past. After all, 5 or 6 years have passed, and he and the senior have basically had no contact since that incident. We met again after many years, and my senior sister is still very beautiful. She is tall, has fair skin, and delicate and harmonious facial features. The fitted black uniform perfectly outlined her curvy figure, adding to her sophisticated and mature image of a working woman. "Yeah, what are you doing? To come and see the house?" Xia Qiao looked this junior up and down. After not seeing him for a few years, he seemed to be much more handsome than before. It's no wonder that she still remembers Qin Chuan's name. This guy's singing really impressed her so much. She has never had such bad singing before. Originally, she had some good feelings towards Qin Chuan. After all, he was quite handsome at that time. But that song of his destroyed all her good feelings towards her, and there was no more after that. Love on campus is so simple. Back to the present, she didn't know much about Qin Chuan, but her impression was that he was not a rich second generation or something. Because the rich second generation doesn't need to learn guitar to pursue girls, they can just spend money on them. Therefore, she doubted whether Qin Chuan could afford a villa worth tens of millions in Yushui Bay. After all, he was too young. "Oh, just take a look. Can you introduce it to me?" Qin Chuan chuckled. "Okay, then I'll introduce you to our house in Yushui Bay. Come and sit down." Since they were alumni and had some history together, Xia Qiao spoke a little more casually, not as formally as when he was receiving other customers. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and followed her to the reception area. "Tea, juice, or coffee?" Xia Qiao asked after sitting down in the reception area. "Coffee bar," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Xia Qiao quickly brought a cup of coffee over and handed it to him. "Thank you." Qin Chuan took it and thanked him. Xia Qiao sat down aside, opened the information on the coffee table, and began to professionally introduce the housing environment and related supporting facilities of Yushui Bay to him. Qin Chuan stirred his coffee and listened absent-mindedly, but his mind was thinking about something else. That incident a few years ago left him with a huge trauma, and until a few days ago he never used a microphone when entering a KTV. It's different now, his singing skills have made a qualitative leap. "Do you want to sing another song for the senior to save your face? By the way, are you buying the house for investment or for your own use?" Xia Qiao suddenly asked. "Senior, can I sing another song for you?" Qin Chuan was thinking about this in his mind and blurted out subconsciously. Xia Qiao was stunned. Chapter 51. I really just want to sing a song. I am married. Facing Qin Chuan's sincere gaze, Xia Qiao's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she spoke softly. She had to admit, the little brother was really handsome. Seeing him looking at her from such a close distance, her heart couldn't help but flutter. But she was indeed married, and it was not just a random excuse to fool Qin Chuan. Although her current husband is not on the same level as Qin Chuan in terms of appearance and temperament, he is very capable. He is currently working as a design manager in an advertising company with an annual salary of 1 million, and he is also very considerate to her. She has a good salary here and, overall, apart from some conflicts with her mother-in-law over not wanting to have children too early, she is very satisfied with her current situation. Qin Chuan suddenly offered to sing a song for her, and asked her to make sure that he was not here to buy a house. She secretly guessed that he might have come here specifically for her. Still feeling the same? Why? I didn't expect my junior to be so infatuated. After so many years, he still misses me. I don't know how he found out that I work here. Unfortunately, I'm already married. Xiao Qiao automatically imagined a scene in her head where a love-struck junior had been in love for years, finally found the woman he deeply loved, and burst into tears and was heartbroken when he learned that she was married. Ah? Qin Chuan didn't understand at first and was slightly stunned. I just wanted to sing a song for you, how did it become related to marriage? However, he soon realized that it was indeed a bit abrupt for him to suddenly make such a strange request, and the senior student must have misunderstood that he still had feelings for her. This is a huge misunderstanding. I really just want to sing a song in front of her. In fact, I was not singing for her, but for myself. Otherwise, there will always be a hurdle in his heart, just like when he did something stupid as a child, he would occasionally think about it and still want to slap himself twice. Really? I got married last year. If you have nothing to do, don't come to see me again. This is a workplace. It wouldn't be good if my colleagues spread the news or my husband found out. Seeing that he was playing dumb, Xiao Qiao frowned and said seriously. Although Qin Chuan is handsome, she is still very rational and restrained when it comes to matters between men and women. After all, her current husband is much better than many men, so she is not too greedy. Otherwise, when she works here, most of the clients she comes into contact with every day are rich people, and she is always exposed to temptations. Qin Chuan. Senior, you misunderstood. I'm just here to look at the house. How about this, you take me to the community and take a look at the model house. Seeing that the two of them were not on the same wavelength, he didn't dare to mention singing anymore, otherwise the senior sister would really think that he still had feelings for her. Okay, I'll take you to see it. Xiao Qiao still didn't seem to believe what he said. She hesitated for a moment and said in a helpless tone. Naturally, I don't have any expectations. But putting that past aside, Qin Chuan is after all her schoolmate and also her potential client. Since the client has asked, she cannot refuse. Furthermore, the price of Yushui Bay is high, and the average house type costs tens of millions, so there are not many customers coming to see the house every day. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go out for a walk. She stood up, said a few words to her colleagues, and left the sales office with Qin Chuan. Take the electric sightseeing car specially used for house viewing and enter the community. Soon after entering the community, waves of fresh water vapor and the fragrance of wood and grass hit you in the face, making you want to take a few deep breaths. The sightseeing bus moved slowly forward, as if traveling through a forest. The unnamed big trees on both sides of the road blocked out all the sunlight. Although it was June, one could feel a slight chill at all times. Along the way, 2 rows of lush green plants stretch all the way to the end of the green belt. Cobblestone paths meander through large tracts of evergreen woods, and the sound of gurgling water can be heard everywhere. Just as advertised. The greening of Yushui Bay has reached the extreme. Just like its name, the waterscape layout in various places is also very exquisite. It's really good. Qin Chuan quickly visited the place along the way and liked the environment here very much. Xiao Qiao, who was standing next to him, also introduced the various supporting facilities of the community to him very professionally and carefully. He listened very carefully this time, he really came to see the house. Our Yushuiwan community is divided into Western-style buildings and villas. That's the Western-style building area. Xiao Qiao pointed to a group of Western-style buildings not far away and said, the average price is 150,000 per square meter, 1 apartment per floor, and the areas are 280 square meters and that's the villa area. There are single-family villas and townhouses. Each one costs about 80 million. Qin Chuan was also calculating his current funds in his mind. Fortunately, he could still afford to buy a house here, whether it was a Western-style building or a villa. Shall I take you to see the Western-style building first? Xiao Qiao asked. Good. Recently, Qin Chuan has often fantasized in his mind about what kind of house he wants to buy, but if you ask him to say what he wants in person, he really can't say it. The sightseeing bus soon stopped near the Western-style building, and Xiao Qiao took him to a model room on the first floor. The room is decorated in a simple style, and all facilities are mainly in black, white, and gray. Opposite the door is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which echoes an artificial lake in the woods a little further away. Standing in front of the window and looking out is a refreshing sight. This is the master bedroom. Outside is a 10 square meter terrace, which is large enough so you can put a lounge chair here and bask in the sun or plant some flowers when the weather is good. After looking at the living room, Xiao Qiao introduced him to the rest area. Let's go take a look at the villa. Qin Xuan looked around the room and didn't want to waste her time introducing it. The decoration style and other indicators of this room were very good, but he didn't like it very much. Why? You don't like this one? Xiao Qiao asked with a professional smile, feeling a little impatient. She had already guessed that he was not sincere in coming to see the house, yet he was so troublesome. We don't like each other, Qin Xuan said. Xiao Qiao. All right. The two went downstairs and got on the sightseeing bus to the villa area. Senior. I'm singing really well right now, how about I sing a few lines for you to hear? No, I don't actually like listening to music. Let me sing a few lines. The boundless horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. Qin Xuan didn't care. He decided to sing a few lines for his senior sister today to show her how he couldn't get over the hurdle. A few minutes later, on the shore of the artificial lake, a row of traditional Chinese-style townhouses comes into view. Xiao Qiao led him into one of the buildings. When you open the door, a courtyard that combines simplicity, refinement and nature comes into view. In front of me, a gray stone brick road winds its way to a 3-story villa not far ahead. Along the way, there is a lush bamboo forest, and rockery, and a small pond dotted the right side of the yard. What is even more exaggerated is that there is actually an artificially dug stream running through the yard. Being in it, you feel as if you are away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the quiet and remote feeling is fascinating. Qin Xuan fell in love with this courtyard at first sight. That's it. Xiao Qiao took him to the villa, and before they had gone far, he had made the decision. How much is this one? 83 million, luxurious decoration, all furniture and appliances are imported. Xiao Qiao replied casually. This is what I want. Qin Xuan said. It's a good match. Don't you want to see the interior of the villa? Oh, let's take a look at it then. Chapter 52 Long Legs Band. After viewing the house, Qin Xuan signed the contract neatly, paid by credit card, completed all the formalities, and then drove away. Xiao Qiao watched Qin Xuan drive a Mercedes-Benz G away from the sales center and stood there in a daze for a long time. This was probably the fastest selling house since she started working. The full amount is 83 million, plus various taxes. How come my junior is so rich? She has dealt with many wealthy people of all kinds while working here. Even if they wanted to buy such an expensive house, they would think twice before making a move. After all, it was nearly 100 million in cash. Qin Xuan didn't he come here to buy a house just for me, right? He also sang The Vast Horizon Is My Love to me. Although I don't know what song it is, it seems quite nice. Oh, my junior brother really cares about me. He is so handsome and rich. If I were not married yet, I would definitely consider him. System, if you don't send me any more tasks, I might become the first host to die of poverty. Qin Xuan returned home, opened his mobile banking app and saw that there was only a few 100,000 yuan left, which made him feel a little anxious. The system ignored him. Forget it. Fortunately, I had the foresight to leave 10 million for Qin Xianyu. If I really run out of money, I can ask her for some back. At worst, I can survive by selling a few songs. He muttered to himself, wondering whether he should move to Yushuabei today. The villa has everything, even the bedding is high-end goods that has not been opened. You can move in today. The furniture and appliances in the rental house all belong to the landlord. He didn't have much luggage. Apart from his computer, some documents such as his diploma, and a few clothes, he didn't need to bring anything else. After thinking for a while, I decided to just move. I packed up quickly, checked out from the landlord, and drove to Yushuabei. After returning to the villa and packing his clothes and documents, he stood alone on the small balcony of a master bedroom on the second floor to admire the scenery in and around the yard. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. The only downside is that it seems a bit deserted. There is still a lack of a hostess here. He naturally thought of Su Chu Chu. It would be nice if she could move in someday. Let's drink tea together, play the piano and sing songs, and raise a dog and 2 cats. Then have 10 or 8 kids. Anyway, the house is big enough for them to have fun. Okay, that is too far-fetched. Let us find a few people to warm up the house first, this is the tradition. It can also be called a warm stove, so generally people would light a fire to cook and invite guests to their home for a meal. He took out his cell phone and called Su Chu Chu first. The number you dialed is currently unanswered, please call again later. After a busy tone, no one answered the call. I didn't know what he was busy with, so I sent a WeChat message, I bought a house. Are you free tomorrow? After sending the WeChat message, he dialed Qin Xianyu's number again, and Qin Xianyu's crisp voice soon came out. Brother, what's the matter? I bought a house. Come over for lunch tomorrow. Great, great. Tomorrow is Saturday. Can I see my sister-in-law tomorrow? Qin Xianyu said happily. I'm not sure yet. Just come on time. Su Chu Chu has been busy practicing and recording songs recently, so she might not be able to come. He had nothing to say to avoid disappointing her. Oh, then please send me the address. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan called Zhang Jinsong again. I've bought the house. Come over for dinner tomorrow. So fast? Where is the house? How much is it? Zhang Jinsong asked rapidly. Yushui Bay, more than 80 million. Fuck, do you want me to bring some girls over to celebrate your housewarming? Get lost, I called Xiao Yuer and Su Chu Chu. Okay, send me the specific address and I'll go there tomorrow. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Jinsong, Qin Chuan flipped through the address book. He doesn't have many friends. After graduation, his classmates each have their own circles and they keep in touch less and less. He changes jobs every now and then and doesn't have many familiar colleagues. Besides, if he doesn't keep in touch with them often, suddenly calling them to come over for dinner seems a bit like showing off his wealth, so he thinks about it and decides to give up. I looked at the time and it was almost 2 o'clock. I was so busy all morning that I forgot to eat lunch. I felt a little hungry now. Just as I was about to get up and go out to eat, Su Chu Chu's WeChat popped up, send me the address. Qin Chuan grinned, sent the address and added, if Sister Qin and Shelby are free, come over too. It will be more lively with more people. Su Chu Chu, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Practice singing. Sing a few lines for me to check your performance. Let me hear how you sing my song. No, I'm not familiar with it yet. After chatting for a few minutes, Qin Chuan went out. I drove out to have lunch, and stopped by a nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities, some ingredients, and 2 live fish, in preparation for cooking a meal at home tomorrow at noon. It was approaching evening. 3 young and beautiful figures appeared in front of a shabby-looking warehouse near Jinhai University of Finance and Economics. One of them, a petite girl with a ponytail named Milele, looked around, turned to look at Qin Xianyu, and said with a bit of disdain, Xiao Yuer, isn't this place too remote? It's not easy to find a place, but it's relatively quiet here, and it won't disturb anyone. Qin Xianyu wore a blue pattern knitted short-sleeved shirt and a dark plaid pleated skirt, and said with a bright smile, although the outside is a little torn, the inside is still very good. I've already had it cleaned up. As she spoke, she took out the key from her bag, walked forward, opened the rolling door, and pushed it closed with a bang. A spacious space immediately appeared in front of the 3 people. Nalil glanced quickly at another girl with curly hair. It's quite clean. I think it's pretty good. The curly-haired girl nodded and said. Not bad. Nalil's opinion also changed. You seem very dissatisfied, Xiao Lele? Qin Xianyu put his arm on Milele's shoulder and raised his eyebrows. No, you are the captain, everything you said is right. Nalil shrank his neck. Hee, let's go in and take a look. We're still in the initial stages, so let's just make do here for the time being. Qin Xianyu let go of Milele and pulled her inside. Xiao Yuer, how much is the rent for this place? The 3 of them walked in side by side, and the curly-haired girl asked. 5,000 a month. Qin Xianyu replied. It's so expensive. The curly-haired girl smacked her lips, but it's not easy to find a place with this price near our school. We will transfer the shared money to you later, said Milil. 5,000 yuan is not a lot, but even if it is shared, it is still a considerable burden for students like them. No need, I'll pay for it. I'm the captain. Qin Xianyu waved her hand. The rich woman now has 10 million in her card and is very confident. That won't work. You have to give it to me. Really no need. Squeak! At this moment, a mountain bike stopped at the door, and then a girl with short hair and neutral clothes walked in quickly, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay." Shin Xianyu waved at her and said with a smile, "Well, now that everyone is here, I will officially announce that from today on, our Long Legs band is officially established." Quack! Quack! "Captain, how about we change our name?" Malil said with a bitter face while clapping his hands. Chapter 53 Warm House Banquet. Why? Isn't this a good name? Shin Xianyu was puzzled. The four of us voted unanimously last night. You can't regret it now. I feel that this name is a bit humiliating to me. Malil looked down at her short legs. She is only 1.6 meters tall, which makes her a relatively petite girl. It's okay, maybe you can grow taller this year. Shin Xianyu comforted her. I'm already 19. Malil pouted. Then what do you want to change it to? Shin Xianyu asked helplessly. I haven't decided yet. Then let's call them Long Legs first, and we'll discuss it when you've made up your mind. Shin Xianyu said. Forming this band was just a hobby anyway, so at least for the time being, it didn't have to be that serious. She just wanted to find some like-minded friends to play music together. She actually had this idea for a long time, but forming a band is quite expensive, so she never mentioned it. But it's different now. She is now a wealthy woman worth tens of millions, so this is not a big deal. Of course, she would not spend money recklessly. After all, in her mind, the money belonged to her sister-in-law, so when she was looking for a rehearsal room, she tried to find a cheaper place. Long live the captain. Captain, I love you. Mi Leilei's eyes lit up, and she pouted happily and was about to kiss Shin Xianyu. After Shin Xianyu finally pushed her away, he said seriously, I'm going to my brother's place. You guys move the existing equipment here first. If it doesn't work, find a few male classmates in the department to help. Okay, don't worry about it and leave it to us. There's not much stuff, said the short-haired girl. Okay, then to celebrate the official establishment of our Long Legs, I'll treat you tonight. Let's go. Shin Xianyu waved her hand and said. Coconut shreds, I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat buffet. The next day, Qin Chuan got up, washed, went out to have breakfast, and bought some vegetables, meat, etc. When he came back and found that there seemed to be nothing to do, he took a stroll in the yard. The 2 live fish he bought yesterday were kept in a small pond. He walked over to take a look and found that they were still alive and kicking after a night. So I thought about buying a few more and raising them in the future. This small pond has running water, so there is a high probability that they will not die. I can just catch one whenever I want to eat it, which is pretty good. Then he saw a piece of vacant land opposite the small pond, and he thought he could clean it up and plant some flowers and plants. I'm still so young, why am I thinking about things I can only do when I'm old? He curled his lips and laughed at himself. Just as I was about to turn around and go back to the house, I saw the door was pushed open a crack and a little head popped in. Elder brother. Shin Xianyu turned her big watery eyes and looked around. She soon saw Qin Chuan standing in the yard. She then opened the door and walked in, greeting him sweetly. Why don't you call me and I'll pick you up? Qin Chuan said. The Yushuiwan community is quite large. It takes at least 10 minutes to walk from the entrance to here. No need, it's not hard to find here. I asked the security guard in the community and found it quickly. Qin Xianyu looked around the beautiful courtyard and said with an unsophisticated look, Is my sister-in-law home? Your sister-in-law and I don't live together yet. Qin Chuan told the truth. Why? Let's not talk about this for now. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll tell you in detail later. Just don't tell your family yet. Okay. Qin Xianyu didn't ask any more questions and sighed again. Sister-in-law is really rich. It must have cost a lot to buy such a big yard. Qin Chuan. Your sister-in-law has only been in the industry for 3 years. She can't make that much money and can't afford such an expensive yard. I bought the house. I don't believe it. Where do you get so much money? Qin Xianyu didn't believe it at all. Believe it or not. Qin Chuan led her into the house, not bothering to explain. He turned his head and glanced at her. Also, is it appropriate for you to come here empty-handed? Didn't you ask me to come for dinner? I'm holding a housewarming party today. Do you understand that it's a celebration of a new home? You should at least give me a red envelope. Oh, that's no problem. I'll send you a WeChat red envelope later. Okay, come, I'll show you around first. Oh, by the way, when will my sister-in-law come? Qin Xianyu followed him, hoping to meet his superstar sister-in-law as soon as possible. Before noon, I'll call and ask later. Oh, so you're having a home warming party at noon, so shouldn't you be preparing dinner now? It's still early. I've already bought the food. Let's cook together when people arrive. Oh. What have you been doing at school lately? Just study. What else can I do in school? I'm not like you, a poor student who only knows how to play games all night long when I'm in school. I want to get a scholarship. Qin Xianyu didn't dare to tell him that she had formed a band for the time being. Although her brother was a poor student, he was still very strict with her. Hey, who are you calling a poor student? Huh? Why is your face blushing? Qin Chuan glanced at her and said, I got it sunbathed when I came here just now. Qin Xianyu replied confidently. Oh, this master bedroom is reserved for you. If you want to come over on Sunday or whenever you want, you can stay in this room. Qin Chuan pushed open a south-facing master bedroom on the third floor and introduced it to her. You left a room for me? Qin Xianyu said with surprise as he admired the spacious and beautiful bedroom. Nonsense, there are so many rooms here that I can't even live in them all. Qin Chuan smiled and said, How about it, do you like it? I like it. Qin Xianyu looked left and right with sparkling eyes, extremely happy. Come here often if you like. If you don't want to live in school, you can come and live at my home. Qin Chuan said. At least in the short term, he would live alone here and it would be quite lonely. Yushui Bay is not too far from the University of Finance and Economics. It's more convenient for me to live in school. Qin Xianyu thought to himself, You must be joking. If I let you manage me every day while living here, what will happen to the band I formed? It's up to you. Qin Chuan said. After touring upstairs and downstairs, the brother and sister returned to the living room on the first floor. Not long after they sat down, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. It was Su Chu calling. I'll be there soon. Do you need me to bring you anything? Su Chu asked on the phone. No need, just come here empty-handed. We have everything at home. Qin Chuan said. Su Chu said oh and hung up the phone. Is my sister-in-law here? Qin Xianyu asked with a blink. Then I'll go to the door to pick her up. Qin Xianyu ran out the door. Qin Chuan. Chapter 54 This time is definitely true love. Sister Su, what exactly does Teacher Qin do? He's so rich. I heard the houses here are worth tens of millions. The red Porsche entered the Yushui Wan community. Yang Xiaowei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked around, feeling a little curious. I don't know either. Maybe there's a mine at home. Su Chu concentrated on driving and replied casually. That guy used to be a paparazzi and worked in a foot massage parlor. The last time she saw his parents in his hometown of Kuan City, they didn't behave like rich people, so Su Chu was still a little confused. Teacher Xiao Qin is so handsome, so talented, and so rich. Sister Susu, I really envy you. Yang Xiaowei said with emotion. Su Chu. According to the location Qin Chuan gave her, she followed the navigation and soon arrived in front of the villa. As soon as I got off the car, a pretty girl rushed over and greeted me with a look of joy on her face. Sister-in-law, you're here. Su Chu was slightly stunned. She hadn't seen him last time in Kuan City. My sister Qin Xianyu. A sister from the same mother. Qin Chuan just happened to come out of his house and introduced her to him. Sister-in-law, you can just call me Xiaoyer. Qin Xianyu said with a smile. He was so happy to finally meet his big star sister-in-law. It's a nice name. Su Chu said with a kind and gentle smile. Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law. You are so beautiful, 10,000 times more beautiful than what you see on TV. Qin Xianyu is a very sweet girl. You are very beautiful too. Su Chu smiled without any compliment. Qin Xianyu was indeed very good-looking, especially the two dimples on her lips when she smiled, which were very beautiful. Okay, stop praising each other here, and go home and talk. Qin Chuan looked at the aunt and sister-in-law praising each other, feeling both amused and helpless. This is my assistant Yang Xiaowei. Su Chuchu also introduced Yang Xiaowei to Qin Xianyu. Hello, Sister Xiaowei. Hello. As he was talking, he was walking towards home. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Jinsong happened to arrive. Getting off the car with him was a girl in her early 20s with a pure and lovely look. Let me introduce to you my girlfriend Jiang Shui. Zhang Jinsong excitedly introduced her to Qin Chuan and others. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu looked at each other. It's only been a few days? Why did you change people? Even Qin Chuan was a little surprised. What was wrong with his grandson recently? Although he changed his grandson frequently before, it was never as frequent as it is now. Hello. The little girl named Jiang Shui greeted everyone timidly, blinking her long eyelashes quickly a few times. She seemed a little reserved, shy, and uncomfortable. She is tall, has an oval face, fair skin with a rosy glow, and black, clear eyes that are watery. She looks like a college student who just came from the mountains and is inexperienced in the world. Be a human being, please. Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Jinsong with complicated eyes and secretly complained in his heart. The others smiled and greeted Jiang Shui. Come on, don't stand outside, go home first and talk later. Qin Chuan led a group of people into the yard in a mighty manner. Zhang Jinsong introduced Jiang Shui one by one. Qin Chuan, my buddy, Su Chuchu, a big star, you should have seen her on TV. That pretty little girl is called Qin Xianyu, Xiaoyer. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyer, do you have a boyfriend? No. Qin Xianyu said without hesitation. That's right. Don't talk about it for now. Wait until after graduation. There are many outstanding young talents like me. You can take your time to choose. Zhang Jinsong said shamelessly. What's it got to do with you? Qin Chuan glared at him. This bastard had evil intentions towards Xiao Yuer before, but was later suppressed by him. He has never let his guard down, fearing that this grandson may still have evil intentions. I'm just concerned about my sister. Zhang Jinsong said with a pout. You don't need to worry about it. Qin Chuan sneered. Zhang Jinsong ignored him and turned to Jiang Shui and said, what do you think of this yard? If you think it's okay, let's buy one when we get married. Were you the same as him before? Su Chuchu looked at Zhang Jinsong and Jiang Shui who were walking in front, and asked Qin Chuan softly. Qin Chuan didn't understand what she meant. He changes girlfriends every few days. Birds of a feather flock together. No wonder Su Chuchu thinks so. I am a serious man. Do you think he looks like a serious man? Qin Chuan tapped Zhang Jinsong with his chin. Naturally, he didn't want to be compared with this grandson. Besides, he didn't have the conditions even if he wanted to. Su Chuchu smiled but said nothing. She felt that neither of them seemed like serious people. Back in the villa, Qin Chuan gave them a brief tour of his mansion, and then they returned to the spacious living room and sat down. Chuaner, you are hosting a home-warming banquet. Where is the banquet? Zhang Jinsong looked around but there was nothing to eat. Oh, according to tradition, the warmhouse banquet requires a fire to warm up the stove. I bought some vegetables and was thinking of waiting for you to come and cook a meal. Qin Chuan said. Okay, let's get started. It's getting late. I didn't eat breakfast, so I'm a little hungry. Zhang Jinsong rubbed his stomach and said. I can't cook, who among you can? Qin Chuan asked as he glanced at the crowd. Zhang Jinsong. Everyone. If you can't cook, why do you invite everyone here to hold a home-warming party? Everyone looked at each other, and Qin Xianyu was the first to speak up. I don't know how either. I only know how to cook noodles or something. Yang Xiaowei glanced at everyone and said. Su Chuchu didn't say anything. She had just asked Yang Xiaowei to buy her a cookbook 2 days ago, and it was not clear whether she had bought it or not. However, no one expected a big star to be able to cook, so they automatically ignored her. Not to mention Zhang Jinsong, the dog owner has always been a person who has nothing to lose. I'll do it. At this time Jiang Shui raised her hand like a primary school student and said timidly. All eyes fell on her. You can cook? Zhang Jinsong asked with surprise. Jiang Shui nodded, I just don't know if it suits your taste. It's fine as long as it's cooked. There's no need to be so particular. Zhang Jinsong waved his hand and stood up, saying, Come on, I'll help you. Jiang Shui said oh and followed him to the kitchen. I'll go and help. Yang Xiaowei also stood up and followed. I'll go take a look too. One after another, everyone soon arrived in the kitchen. Fortunately, the open kitchen was spacious enough and did not seem crowded. At first, Jiang Shui seemed a little uncomfortable as everyone was watching from the side, but she soon immersed herself in all kinds of ingredients. In just a few minutes, everyone was quickly conquered by Jiang Shui's cooking skills. Even though no dish has been prepared yet, her skillful knife skills alone have astounded everyone. Once the ingredients are in her hands, it's like magic, and in the blink of an eye, they become pleasing to the eye. Zhang Jinsong also enjoyed it, helping her pick and wash vegetables and prepare dishes, and was busy having a lot of fun. Xiaoxue, you are so awesome! Qin Xianyu couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiang Shui pushed a strand of hair that fell in front of her face behind her ear and smiled shyly. Did you buy the recipe I asked you to buy for me? Su Chuchu asked Yang Xiaowei softly. I bought it. It should arrive today. Yang Xiaowei said. After a while, Jin Chuan suddenly thought of the 2 live fish he bought, and called Zhang Jinsong. There are 2 more fish in the small pond outside. Come with me to catch them. Zhang Jinsong responded, wiped his hands, and followed him out of the kitchen and into the yard. Chuaner, I found true love. As soon as the 2 of them walked into the yard, Zhang Jinsong said excitedly. You don't deserve it. Qin Chuan glanced at him. You don't understand. This is definitely true love. Zhang Jinsong said with a very firm tone. I can understand that you want to eat a cucumber to remove the oil after you get tired of eating meat and fish, but you'd better not mess with a good girl like Jiang Shui. Qin Chuan said seriously. You are jealous of me. You must be jealous that I have a girlfriend who is so beautiful and can cook so well. Zhang Jinsong muttered. Bah! Chapter 55 Gulp Gulp. The 2 chatted and soon arrived at the small pond. They stood by the edge and didn't know how to start. Tell me yourself, are you mentally retarded? Zhang Jinsong complained as he looked at the 2 fearless big live fish at the bottom of the water. A little bit. Qin Chuan pinched his nose and had to admit that he had miscalculated this time. This small pond was at least 6 or 7 square meters, and the fish had a lot of space to move around in it, so it was not easy to catch them. How did you know Jiang Shui? As he was thinking of a solution, he couldn't help but feel curious about how a good girl like Jiang Shui, who looked very conservative and traditional, fell into the hands of Zhang Jinsong, this evil person. Oh, yesterday I went to Jinhai University to pick up a beautiful girl, and she took the initiative to come over and get in my car. Guess what she told me? Zhang Jinsong turned his head and looked at him, keeping him in suspense. Qin Chuan didn't respond and waited for the next step. She said she could sleep with me for one night and give me her first time, but she wanted 10,000 yuan. Zhang Jinsong sniffed and said, this is fate. When fate comes, it can't be stopped. There are so many cars at the gate of Jin University, why did she choose to get in my car? So, you promised her? Qin Chuan interrupted him, and the image of Jiang Shui's helpless look at that time unconsciously emerged in his mind. Also, why did you get into your car? Didn't you have any idea? No, I gave her 10,000 yuan to let her get off the bus. Zhang Jinsong's smile faded a little, and he said righteously. Qin Chuan looked at him with some surprise. Zhang Jinsong looked at him, stamped his feet lightly and chuckled, you don't have to look at me like that. Brother still has some integrity. If I really agreed to her, it might ruin her. Godahu was considered a veteran in the love field, but when he saw Jiang Shui at a loss and stammering yesterday, he could obviously sense that she might really be in trouble. He would not take advantage of someone in distress. At least he still had this moral integrity. Why didn't you ask her for the money? I asked, but he refused to tell me. Then what? Then she said she could be my girlfriend, and I agreed. Zhang Jinsong shrugged, squatted down and paddled his hands in the water. I thought that if she needed money again, she wouldn't sell herself out like she did yesterday. Qin Chuan looked down at him. This made him look at this guy with a new respect. I didn't know what to say next, so I squatted down and started rolling up my trouser legs, preparing to go down and catch the fish. Do you suspect that she might not really be my girlfriend? Is there any need to doubt this? You don't care anyway, right? I care now. I have decided to marry her. Of course, this must be based on her willingness. Zhang Jinsong said hurriedly, how do you think I can make her truly fall in love with me? Roll up your trouser legs and go fishing. Xin Xuan looked at his serious expression and still didn't believe that he would change his ways and become a new man one day, so he changed the subject abruptly and said, "Catch the fish, maybe he will really fall in love with you." In the kitchen, Qin Xianyu, Su Chuchu, and the other two wanted to help Jiang Shui, but they soon found that they could not do anything and might even cause more trouble. They had no choice but to stand aside and continue to appreciate how Jiang Shui turned a pile of ingredients into delicious dishes. At this time, she had already made several dishes, which looked very appetizing. "Xiaoshui, your family runs a restaurant, right?" Qin Xianyu asked as he pinched a potato shred into his mouth. "No, when I was a kid my parents were often not at home, so I did it myself and learned it slowly." Jiang Shui shook her head gently and smiled faintly. Qin Xianyu said, "Oh, that's amazing. You guys go and rest outside, I can handle it here by myself." Jiang Shui's face flushed, a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on her fair forehead, her smile was simple, natural, and sincere. "It's okay. It's not bad for us to observe and learn here. Just tell me if you need help." Su Chuchu said. Make way, the fish are coming." At this time, Zhang Jinsong came back carrying a small bucket. He was wet and a little disheveled, but he looked very happy, with his mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. "Is he alive?" Jiang Shui asked. "Yes, it's fresh." "Kill him." The dog owner had never killed a fish before. His face twitched a few times, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "Okay." After a while, he was seen staring at the two fish in the bucket in a daze, as if he had no idea where to start. "Brother Dason, you're not going to kill them with your mind, are you?" Qin Xianyu teased. "Actually, I think this fish is quite pitiful. Why don't we not eat it today? Look how nice it is for them to be in pairs." Zhang Jinsong scratched his head and said seriously, "Maybe they are two male fish or two female fish." Qin Xianyu curled his lips. "Then we can also come in pairs." Zhang Jinsong said. "How about I do it?" Jiang Shui probably guessed that he might have never killed a fish before, so she walked over with a kitchen knife. No, it's just killing a fish. How can I bear to let you do such a dirty and tiring job?" Zhang Jinsong said quickly, "Just give me the knife." Jiang Shui's face was already red, and after hearing what he said, it immediately turned red all the way to her ears. Qin Xianyu pretended to dry heave, it was so greasy. "Sister-in-law, let's go out." Su Chuchu smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Just wait outside and enjoy the feast Xiaoshui and I have prepared for you." Zhang Jinsong waved at them with a smile. A group of light bulbs. About half an hour later, more than a dozen dishes were served and everyone sat around the table. Zhang Jinsong brought some red wine in his car, but he forgot to take it when he entered the house. He went back to get the wine, poured a glass for each person, and the meal officially began. "Come on, let's toast to Jiang Shui first. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Xuan raised his glass and saluted Jiang Shui. It's not hard. Jiang Shui quickly waved her two little hands, then held up the wine glass with both hands and drank it down. Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Jinsong was also stunned for a moment. Gulp. Su Chuchu and Qin Xianyu were not so generous, but they always drank half a glass of red wine in one breath. Eat vegetables. After drinking a glass of wine, Qin Xuan picked up the chopsticks and started eating first. This braised fish is absolutely amazing. Sister-in-law, this fish head in tofu soup is very fresh and delicious. You should try it." Qin Xianyu took a sip of the soup and said with his eyes lighting up. "This sweet and sour pork ribs is definitely the best sweet and sour pork ribs I have ever eaten." Zhang Jinsong also praised it exaggeratedly. Jiang Shui was a little nervous at first, fearing that the dishes she cooked would not suit everyone's appetite. But when she saw that everyone was quite satisfied with the food, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile broke out on her face. Chapter 56 Leisure Time. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, there was little food left on the plates and everyone gradually slowed down. "Xiaoshui, you are good enough to open a restaurant with your cooking skills. The food you cook is much more delicious than those in restaurants." Qin Xianyu smacked his lips, rubbed his belly, and praised highly. "Really?" Jiang Shui was concentrating on eating. Hearing her say this, she raised her head suddenly. Her clear almond-shaped eyes flashed with eagerness, but soon dimmed. "Of course it's true. The food in the restaurant is delicious, but the taste is too formulaic. They all taste the same. The dishes you cook are different. Not only are they delicious, but they also have a homely flavor. If you open a restaurant, your business will definitely be very good. Qin Xianyu said. I didn't do that well, not that well. Jiang Shui felt a little embarrassed by her praise and waved her hands repeatedly. It's okay to cook a meal occasionally, but running a restaurant is so tiring having to get up early and go to bed late. Besides, how can I bear to let our Xiaoxue stay around the kitchen surrounded by smoke and fire every day? Zhang Jinsong slumped in a chair, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Not to mention Su Chuchu, even Qin Xianyu was completely immune to such greasy words and couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, it still has a certain lethality to the inexperienced Jiang Shui. She pursed her lips slightly, her eyes flickered, and her cheeks flushed. Sister-in-law, if I want to be a star, can you take a look at if there is anything about me that needs plastic surgery? Qin Xianyu turned to Su Chuchu, sat up straight, and asked with a smile. Are you itching for trouble? Qin Chuan glared at her. Why would someone so young be thinking about plastic surgery? I'm just asking casually. I don't really want to do anything. Qin Xianyu retorted with a sidelong glance at him. You don't need any plastic surgery. You're already very beautiful. Su Chuchu looked her up and down again and said with certainty. Really? Qin Xianyu lowered his eyelids and quickly glanced at his chest, as if he was not very confident about a certain part of his chest. Do you want to die? Qin Chuan immediately caught her look and grabbed the ball of paper in front of him and threw it at her. Qin Xianyu pouted and ignored him. Su Chuchu leaned to the side, put one hand to her mouth and whispered something to her. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at her in surprise. Does it really work? I heard it's useful. Su Chuchu smiled slightly. Then sister-in-law, please teach me later. Okay. Su Chuchu nodded in response. What did you tell her? I'm telling you, don't teach her any evil ways. Qin Chuan saw that the two of them were whispering and it must be something bad, so he looked at Su Chuchu and asked. You are the one who is doing evil things. Su Chuchu glanced at him sideways. Listen to what this bastard said, as if I often do evil things, or I am that kind of person. As a grown man, you shouldn't meddle in our women's affairs. Qin Xianyu rolled her eyes at him. Now that she had her sister-in-law's support, the little girl was very arrogant. Qin Chuan, hey, I think you are really looking for trouble. Sister-in-law, keep an eye on your husband. Look at what kind of face he has. Qin Xianyu grabbed Su Chuchu's sleeve, looking as if they were determined to fight the evil forces to the end with a common hatred for the enemy. Su Chuchu. After a while of noise, things soon quieted down again. After eating and drinking, everyone leaned back in their chairs with empty eyes and started chatting. By the way, my wife's new song will be released early next month, remember to support her. Qin Chuan said to Zhang Jinsong. Su Chuchu glanced at him sideways. Every time she heard him call the word wife so smoothly, she had a very subtle and indescribable feeling in her heart. How can the song be supported? It's not a movie, I can still book the entire theater. Zhang Jinsong said casually, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Why not? Digital singles can be purchased repeatedly. Just buy it about 8,000 times. Qin Chuan said. Zhang Jinsong, then I might as well just give the red envelope directly. That's fine. Qin Chuan didn't bother to be polite with him. By the way, transfer my wedding gift money to me as well. You guys chat slowly, I'll clean up. After a while, Jiang Shui stood up and started to clean up the dishes. I'll do it, you don't have to worry about it. Qin Chuan was about to open his mouth to stop him, but Zhang Jinsong had already jumped up from his chair and rushed to help clean up. Jiang Shui, let him clean up. Your brother Song has never washed dishes since he was a child. Give him a chance and let him experience life. Qin Chuan waved his hand to signal Jiang Shui. Yes, I have always longed for this kind of plain life with the daily necessities of life, like washing dishes, mopping the floor, washing clothes, etc., which can not only cultivate my sentiments but also strengthen my body. As the rich man talked, he couldn't even continue to make up stories. Qin Chuan and others silently despised him. Do you dare to lick it harder? Jiang Shui stood there, not knowing what to do. Qin Xianyu stood up and pushed her into the chair. You've been busy all morning, take a break. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Shui's face. She nodded slightly and then sat there obediently. All the kitchen work was given to Zhang Jinsong, allowing him to cultivate his sentiments or strengthen his body, while the others continued to lie on their chairs and waste their time. Sister-in-law, when will you move in? Then you can teach me that when I come over. Xin Xianyu winked at Su Chuchu. Although she still didn't know why his brother and sister-in-law didn't live together, it was not good for them to keep living apart like this, especially since his sister-in-law was so beautiful and a big star. She didn't know how many thieves were eyeing her. This is a good reason to give it a try. Oh, I've been busy recording a new song recently. I'll move here after I finish this part. Su Chuchu blinked a few times quickly, pretending to be calm, and then subconsciously glanced at Qin Chuan. You go ahead and do your own thing. Let my brother help you move. Once everything is ready, you can move in. Qin Xianyu insisted. Su Chuchu. Qin Chuan silently gave the little sister a thumbs up, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have wronged her just now. It turns out that Xiao Yuer was laying the groundwork, from plastic surgery to moving. The pit was dug quite deep. It would be a pity if he didn't write a novel. I think Xiao Yuer is right. Isn't the house you live in now owned by the company? We have a house at home, so don't live there. Besides, your relationship with the company is so strained now. Who knows what they will say about you behind your back if you live there? Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at Su Chuchu. I'll think about it. Su Chuchu glanced at him and felt like this guy was taking advantage of the situation. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and did not insist on this topic anymore. It seems that the relationship between the two is still a little lacking, so let's just let nature take its course. After Zhang Jinsong came back from cleaning the kitchen, a group of people gathered together and chatted nonsense. Time passed quickly and it was evening in a blink of an eye. It was time for the warm home party to end. Shall we drive? After Zhang Jinsong took Jiang Shui away, Qin Chuan asked Yang shall we? Yes. Yang shall we nodded. Then please send Xiao Yer back to school. After you send her to school, you can go back first. I will send Chuchu back later. Okay. Yang shall we agreed directly without asking Su Chuchu's opinion. Su Chuchu was quite speechless. When you were making the arrangements, didn't you ask for my opinion as the person involved? Chapter 57. Are you sure you won't be poisoned if you eat this? After watching Yang shall we drive away with Qin Xianyu, Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu returned to the villa. This was not the first time the two of them were alone together, so they were not so restrained. In my impression, Su Chuchu never seemed to be restrained. After all, she is a big star who often appears in public. She is thick-skinned and has no stage fright at all. When she first went to Qin Chuan's house and faced Qin Chuan's parents and relatives, she performed very easily. You singers should learn songs quickly, right? Returning to the living room, Qin Chuan took out tea leaves and asked casually while making tea. He didn't usually drink tea, but there was a set of ready-made tea sets in the villa, so he bought some tea on a whim. Fortunately, it's not difficult to learn. You just have to practice and sing well. It's best to get it right in one take when you go into the studio to record. This is professionalism, just like a good actor filming a movie. Basically, only those who can get it right in one take are called good actors. Su Chuchu said. Why do you sound like you're bragging about yourself? Qin Chuan turned and glanced at her. I'm a professional singer. Su Chuchu said seriously. Come, try the tea I made. Qin Chuan made the tea, poured it, and handed her a cup. Su Chuchu took it and took a sip, thinking to herself, if you just throw some tea leaves in and boil them, can you expect flowers to come out of it? The news that you are going to release a new song has already become a hot topic, and it has received quite a lot of attention. It should be fine, and don't feel pressured. Besides, don't you think the songs I wrote are pretty good? Qin Chuan also poured himself a cup and pretended to put it under his nose to smell the tea. I don't feel any pressure. Su Chuchu said insincerely. It is definitely unrealistic to have no pressure. The higher the attention, the greater the pressure. According to her own musical taste, Qin Chuan's 3 songs are undoubtedly masterpieces, but they will eventually have to be put on the market and tested by the general audience. No one is 100% sure whether a song can become popular. She was full of confidence before publishing her previous works, but in the end, only her die-hard fans paid for them. If these 3 songs fail to gain recognition from more people, she might have to doubt whether she can continue on her path as a singer. It's good that there's no pressure. Qin Chuan said with a smile. You seem to be very opposed to your sister entering the entertainment industry? Su Chuchu suddenly asked. Why do you ask? She told you that she wanted to enter the entertainment industry? Qin Chuan asked puzzledly. Qin Xianyu had never mentioned this to him. No, it's just my intuition. I'm not an old-fashioned person. No matter what circle it is, as long as it's a formal circle, if she really likes it, I will support it. Qin Chuan said with an O. We drank tea and chatted for a while, and the sky outside had already darkened. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll order takeout. Qin Chuan asked. Let's not order takeout. I'll go cook. Su Chuchu thought for a moment, then stood up and said. Don't you know how to cook? I saw Jiang Shui cooking at noon and it seemed quite simple. I'll give it a try. It should be fine. Su Chuchu walked towards the kitchen, speaking confidently as she walked. When Qin Chuan heard this, he quickly got up and followed her, fearing that she would blow up the kitchen. The two of them came to the kitchen one after another. What do you want to eat? Su Chuchu counted the remaining ingredients from lunch, with an attitude that you can order whatever you want, and it's unclear where she got the confidence from. Keep it simple, just cook a bowl of noodles. Qin Chuan had no expectations of her at all, but he didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm either. Egg noodles? Well, egg noodles. Su Chuchu quickly found noodles, eggs, tomatoes, and a bunch of onions. The ingredients were quite complete. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, beating eggs, he did it quite well. Then add water and turn on the fire. She opened the noodles, took out a handful and asked Qin Chuan, is it enough? Qin Chuan nodded. Then she took the noodles and started throwing them into the pot. Don't be in a hurry, the water hasn't turned on yet. Qin Chuan quickly stopped her. Su Chuchu looked puzzled, is it okay if the water is not boiled? Qin Chuan, this is common sense. I feel like you're calling me stupid. It seems that this word is not used very accurately. You. Su Chuchu glared at him with resentment. The key point was that Jiang Shui didn't make noodles at noon. Okay, let me do it. You watch from the side and do it next time after you have learned it. Qin Chuan took the noodles from her hand and put them aside. Su Chuchu also has self-awareness and knows her own limitations in cooking, so she didn't insist. Qin Chuan skillfully turned on the fire, first heated the wok, poured in oil, and then beat in the eggs after the oil was hot. A few minutes later, 2 bowls of black noodles were placed in front of them. Su Chuchu looked at the noodles, then looked up at Qin Chuan with a big question mark on her face. This is called stir-fried noodles, and it's this color. Don't be fooled by the fact that it smells a bit burnt. This is what makes stir-fried noodles so special. The egg should be a little burnt, and the soy sauce should be a little heavier. Although it doesn't look very good, it must taste good. If you don't believe me, try it. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and lied very confidently. How could he possibly admit that he didn't perform well? That would be so embarrassing. Su Chuchu picked up the chopsticks and stirred the bowl twice. Are you sure you won't be poisoned if you eat this? How is that possible? In order to prove his innocence, Qin Chuan picked up the chopsticks and started eating first. In fact, his cooking skills are just as good as Su Chuchu's. But he probably knew the process. So, even though it doesn't look very good, the taste is not too bad and it's barely edible. Su Chuchu was quite considerate and ate half a bowl anyway. After dinner, the two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. They turned on the TV, but there was no program they wanted to watch, they just wanted to listen to it. What do you do when you are not busy? Qin Chuan asked lazily while leaning on the sofa. I practice piano, sing songs, watch movies, and rarely go out. Su Chuchu sat beside him with her legs crossed, looking at her phone, and replied casually. She was dressed casually today, wearing a simple dark blue shirt on top and a pair of whitish wide-leg jeans on the bottom. Qin Chuan said oh, picked up his mobile phone, and prepared to see if there was any interesting news in the past 2 days. Clatter! He heard a slight noise and subconsciously looked over there. It turned out that Su Chuchu's legs were crossed and her right leg naturally left the ground, and the slippers on her feet slipped to the ground. That slightly raised, jade-smooth foot was a fatal temptation to him. It's a pity that this guy has the intention but not the courage. If he just wanted to hold hands, it would be fine, at least it would be normal. But he just happened to stare at people's feet, which is a bit perverted. Last time, he even made up a lie about working in a foot massage parlor but failed, so he has been thinking about finding another legitimate excuse. Bite. System task, please caress your lover's feet for 2 minutes. Task reward, 100 million cash, task points, 600. Chapter 58, Wish Come True. After the system upgrade, the rewards will double. Under the temptation of a 100 million cash reward, Qin Chuan is now full of courage. Not to mention letting him touch Su Chuchu's feet, he might even think twice about touching the electric switch. I'm so poor, I only have a few 100,000 left. If I don't make money, how will I live in the future? Well, actually, I should be able to live a pretty good life. After all, he is worth over 100 million now. Even if the system suddenly disappears now, he is still much richer than ordinary people. However, of course, more money is better. He stared absent-mindedly at the screen of his mobile phone, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally passing over Su Chuchu's pair of white, tender, and attractive little feet. Even though he was extremely brave now, at least his mind was still clear and he wouldn't just go up and touch her. That would be not only rude but also despicable, and would most likely cause Su Chuchu to resist strongly. 2 minutes is not a long time. If she resists, she will definitely not be able to complete the task. Force yourself? Are you kidding? Then the romance drama will become an ethics drama. It doesn't fit the setting. So she must be willing, and it would be best if she would take the initiative to put her feet in front of him. This is very difficult. Su Chuchu has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and is definitely not someone who can be easily fooled by an ignorant girl. Why are you staring at my feet? Just when this guy was secretly planning how to prepare for a detour, Su Chuchu suddenly looked at him and asked. In fact, she had long noticed that Qin Chuan had been stealing glances at her feet for no apparent reason. Finally, she couldn't help but look down at her own bare feet. They were fine, and there was nothing wrong with them. After all, feet are not a very private and sensitive part of the body, so she just felt strange and didn't think much about it. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat and his mind went blank for half a second. Am I so obvious? Fortunately, he has always been thick-skinned and has a decent mental state. He quickly gathered his thoughts and said calmly, "Oh, it's a professional habit. Didn't I tell you last time that I used to work in a foot massage parlor? Now I can't help but pay attention to the feet when I see them." What are you paying attention to? Su Chuchu looked at him, seeming very curious. This professional habit was indeed quite novel. Have you been having trouble sleeping recently? Qin Chuan asked back. Yes, a little bit. Su Chuchu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. In fact, she has not been sleeping well, especially in the past 2 days. Her new song will be released at the beginning of next month. Although she said that she has no pressure, only she knows how much pressure she is under. When I was working at a foot massage parlor, the master taught me a trick. After soaking your feet every night, you only need to press the Yongquan and data points for 3 to 5 minutes. This will ensure that you can sleep until you wake up naturally. I have tried it and it is very useful. Qin Chuan said seriously, you might as well try it when you go back. Su Chuchu's answer was what he expected. Nowadays, who doesn't have some anxiety? How many people have good sleep? If you ask, the answer will most likely be yes. Really? Su Chuchu was obviously interested. Come, let me tell you where these 2 acupoints are. You can try them when you go back. Qin Chuan bet that she didn't even know where these 2 acupoints were. In fact, he himself doesn't know the exact locations of these 2 acupoints. Anyway, no one knows. If I say what the acupoints are, then that's what they are. It didn't matter if Su Chuchu looked back and found out that she was wrong, because she had already touched it. After touching it the first time, I became familiar with it the second time. Delicious. Sure enough, Su Chuchu moved her body without any hesitation and stretched her little feet to Qin Chuan's legs. Qin Chuan's eyes fell on the little white foot, which seemed a little unreal. It was done? Wasn't it a little too easy? But Su Chuchu's beautiful white little feet are already in front of me, how could they be fake? My heart was beating faster and I was so excited. He swallowed silently, put down his phone, pretended to be calm, reached out and grabbed Su Chuchu's feet. The touch was warm and delicate, and the skin was as smooth as silk. It was truly a jade foot. What are you doing? Su Chuchu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, she stared at him in surprise, and struggled slightly. How could Qin Chuan let her get away so easily? He subconsciously tightened his grip and said confidently, let me tell you about the acupuncture points. Why don't you just point it out to me? Su Chuchu felt completely different when someone was staring at her feet than when someone was holding her feet in their hands. Her heart beat faster for some reason. I'll press it twice for you so you can feel it more intuitively. Qin Chuan said sincerely. Su Chuchu's pretty face turned red and her heart was beating wildly. She felt something was weird, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. But now Qin Chuan had already grabbed her feet. Seeing his serious look, he hesitated for a moment, and finally let go. Okay, just tap it. Qin Chuan was delighted, and then he began to pretend to press her feet gently a few times. This is the Yongquan acupoint. How is it? Do you feel it? It feels numb and a little itchy. Su Chuchu blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a twinkling gaze. It's right, it's effective. This is the Dadu acupoint, which is mainly responsible for the brain nerves. Pressing it for 2 or 3 minutes can help relieve stress. Qin Chuan changed the position and pressed a few more times, then asked again. As for whether it is Dadu point or not, and what it governs, it's up to you to govern wherever you want. Are you sure you can pinch feet? It's not that Su Chuchu has never had a foot massage before, but she feels that Qin Chuan's technique is completely different from others. Look at what you said. Although I was not a professional foot massager when I worked in the foot massage parlor, I at least learned from the master for almost a month. Every master's massage technique is different. My master's family is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. They are a long-lived family, and the elders in the family have lived to be at least over 80 years old. Qin Chuan said immediately. This guy finally got the feet he had coveted for so long and held them in his hands. He was so happy that even his lies were very smooth and without any hesitation. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued, please check it. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the task was finally completed. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of letting go. He continued to press for a while before asking, how do you feel now? Su Chuchu, I don't feel anything. That's impossible. I don't really feel anything. Hey, look at my memory. I must have missed a step. You have to soak your feet first. How about boiling some water for you to soak your feet first, and then I'll try it for you? Forget it, that's all. Su Chuchu looked at him with strange eyes, already doubting whether he could really give a foot massage. Okay then, go back and soak your feet. Try the places I pressed for you just now. It will definitely work. Qin Chuan reluctantly let go of her little feet. When he looked up, he saw her cheeks flushed. Why is your face so red? No way. Su Chuchu looked away and said twinkling. It must be that the massage I did just now worked. You didn't soak your feet in advance so you didn't feel it obviously. Qin Chuan said. Su Chuchu. Chapter 59 Don't give birth to a baby. Are you sure you can massage feet? Su Chuchu stared at him with a questioning look, and suddenly felt as if she had been fooled. This guy couldn't just make up an excuse to. What a nasty hobby. In fact, Qin Chuan was also very puzzled. In the past, he was only interested in animal feet, such as spicy pig's trotters, pickled pepper chicken feet and so on. I don't know what happened, but without any warning, he suddenly started staring at Su Chuchu's feet, and it was out of control. It was very strange. Why don't you believe it? Why don't you go soak your feet now and I'll try to massage you again? Qin Chuan would definitely not admit it. Besides, now that the system reward has arrived, he is sure that there must be massage skills in the mall, so he is full of confidence. He didn't buy it before because he only had 50 points left and couldn't buy any skills. Maybe he was too calm. Although Su Chuchu was still half believing and half doubting, she didn't continue to worry about it. Qin Chuan secretly admired his own acting skills and courage. He really remained calm in the face of danger and performed at a superb level. You don't have athlete's foot? No. It doesn't matter if there is. I should go back. At around 9 o'clock, Su Chuchu raised her wrist to check the time, then stood up and said, Oh, I'll take you there. The two went out and got in the car. Qin Chuan drove towards Lijinghuading. While driving, he recalled the indescribable feeling of holding Su Chuchu's feet in his hands, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Why are you laughing? Su Chuchu inadvertently caught a glimpse of him smiling like an idiot, which made her feel a little creepy. Oh, I feel like this is pretty good now. Qin Chuan turned his head and glanced at her quickly, saying something that sounded incomprehensible at first. Being less than lovers is probably the most exciting stage in the entire relationship, and he is enjoying this feeling now. Su Chuchu didn't say anything, just blinked her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. After nearly half an hour's drive, the car slowly stopped in front of number 18 Li Jinghuoding. Qin Chuan looked at her and said, "Please consider the matter of moving." Although I didn't expect her to give in so quickly, I still mentioned it. Su Chuchu said softly, "Well, I'll go back then. You drive carefully." Watching Qin Chuan's car disappear into the night, she let out a silent sigh. Living together? Isn't it too fast? Wouldn't it soon lose its novelty? This guy will see me without makeup. Maybe you can even hear me burp or fart. The image of the female star has completely collapsed. It's so horrible, I can't even imagine it. It's good like this now. She immediately dismissed the thought, muttered softly, turned and walked towards the villa. In the living room, Chao Qin was swiping her phone with her head down while Yang Shelwei was cutting fruit beside her. "Sister Susu, why are you back?" Yang Shelwei was startled when she saw her come in. "I thought you were staying at teacher Xiao Qin's place tonight. Are you planning to deduct my salary? I didn't even say anything, and you left me without my permission. Is that okay?" Su Chuchu glanced at her and said. Yang Shelwei stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "But you didn't object." "I mean, well, I just want you to stay with teacher Xiao Qin for a while longer." "Have you bought the recipe?" Su Chuchu walked over and asked. "Oh, it's here. Everything is here." Yang Shelwei pointed to several thick cookbooks on the coffee table. Su Chuchu picked up a book and sat aside to read it. "Sister Susu, are you going to move in with teacher Qin?" Yang Shelwei asked. Xiao Qin raised her eyelids and glanced at Su Chuchu, praying silently in her heart, "It's okay to get married, but don't give birth to a child now." Once a woman becomes pregnant and has a baby, all her thoughts are focused on the child and family. She, as an agent, is probably going to lose her job. "Who told you that?" Su Chuchu said casually. "You are married now. If you keep living separately like this, rumors will spread outside." Yang Shelwei said. "Shelwei, talk less." Chao Qin interrupted her quickly. "What is this girl doing? What if Su Chuchu is instigated by her and really goes out to have a baby? Will you still want to work?" "I won't move for the time being," Su Chuchu said. Hearing her say this, Chao Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Qin, how's the arrangement going?" "It's almost done," Chao Qin replied. Su Chuchu said closed the recipe, stretched, stood up and walked towards the piano room. "I'm going to practice singing." Chao Qin and Yang Shelwei looked at each other. What kind of approach is this? Practicing singing late at night? We're going to bed soon, okay? Qin Chuan returned home, washed up briefly and went back to the bedroom. He lay on the bed and opened the system to check. Host, Qin Chuan. System level, 2. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Height, 73. Temperament, 80. Item, none. Skills, mastery of all musical instruments. System points, 650. I opened them all and quickly found the massage skill under the medical category. I definitely won't learn it for the time being, and I'm not going to work in a foot massage parlor, so I won't be able to use it. I'd better make sure I have this skill first so that I can have peace of mind. Then he looked through the other skill items, but they were too complicated and made him confused about which ones to learn. So he simply kept the points and studied them when needed. As for the expendable ones, forget it. I'm not trying to attract a lot of women. My looks and figure are enough for me. I shut down the system, checked my mobile banking account, and confirmed that 100 million in cash had arrived. What to do next? He put his phone aside, put his hands behind his head, and thought to himself. To splurge? Anyway, with the support of the system, even if you do nothing, you only need to complete some very simple tasks to obtain wealth that most people cannot obtain in their entire lives. Doing business? What to do? You can't open a foot massage parlor, right? Continue to be a lazy guy and let things take their course? These questions kept turning around in my mind, making it a tangled mess. When I was about to fall asleep, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and took a look. It was a long voice message from Su Chuchu. After clicking it, Su Chuchu's melodious singing voice came out accompanied by the sound of piano. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass. I heard the bell ringing in the distance. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were once so close to love. It was only a short part, and it suddenly stopped when Qin Chuan was listening intently. He felt a little unsatisfied, but he was already very happy. Although this song has little to do with the current situation between the two, it was sung by Su Chu Chu to him alone, so it has a different meaning. Chapter 60. We have to stand up. 2 days passed in a flash, and the arrangements of Su Chu Chu's 3 songs were completed. She specially sent them to Qin Chuan for him to listen to. The rearrangement will definitely be somewhat different from the original version, but the main melody has not changed and it is basically not much different. Qin Chuan can't give any advice. Su Chu Chu herself is a professional. With her musical literacy, if she thinks it is okay, then there should be no problem. Then we went into the studio to record. Qin Chuan is still very free, he is just a salted fish now. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jinsong came over and the 1 salted fish became 2 salted fish. What have you been doing these past 2 days? The two of them huddled on the sofa playing games. Qin Chuan wondered how the rich man could have the leisure to come here and play games with him. According to this guy's usual behavior, he should be hanging out outside. I spend the whole day with Xiaoshuai at Jinda University, including eating and going to the library. In short, I accompany her in everything she does. When she is in class, I play ball with others on the school playground. Zhang Jinsong said. Don't they bother you? I was just worried that she would annoy me, so I came to find you. Qin Chuan quickly understood what he meant. Even if he had a girlfriend before, he could still attract other girls as long as his girlfriend was not around. It's different now. After meeting true love, I don't have the energy to attract other men, so I can only come over and play with him. It's not a good thing for us to be so lazy all the time. We are only in our 20s and in the prime of our lives. We have to stand up and act smart. Qin Chuan said with emotion while operating the game. How do you support it? To do business. Why do you want to do business? To make money. Why should I pursue a career if I don't lack money? Isn't it good to enjoy life? What you said makes a lot of sense. Qin Chuan was speechless for a moment. No wonder he always felt weird when thinking about what to do these 2 days. It turned out that this was the crux of the problem. But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. The world's richest man is so rich but he is still working. Superficial, the meaning of life is not just to enjoy. Then what do you think is the meaning of life? To fight for all mankind? Zhang Jinsong asked back. Qin Chuan. Forget it, let us end this topic. It is impossible to make any sense of the conversation with a 20-year-old rich second generation who is living a life of drunkenness and dreams, because his vision and experience are limited after all. In fact, he is not much better than Zhang Jinsong. I guess he is not as knowledgeable as Zhang Jinsong. At least Zhang Jinsong knew where the most fun nightclubs in Jinhai were. After playing a few games, it was almost dark when I looked up. Let's go out for dinner and take a walk. Qin Chuan stood up and stretched. He had been staying at home for the past 2 days, so he went out for some fresh air. Zhang Jinsong drove, and the two had dinner at a nice restaurant first, and then Zhang Jinsong took him to a bar. Music bar, have a couple of drinks before going back. Zhang Jinsong unbuckled his seatbelt, not sure whether he was explaining to himself or to Qin Chuan. The two walked into the bar side by side. Groups of guests were sitting together drinking and chatting. On the stage, a pretty girl was singing with a guitar, and behind her was a 3-member band. There was no loud rhythmic music, but it wasn't deserted either, the atmosphere was just right. Led by a male waiter, the two quickly found a seat and sat down. Zhang Jinsong ordered drinks and snacks with ease. It still tastes familiar. Zhang Jinsong poured a small glass of whiskey, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. You've never drunk this wine? Qin Chuan grabbed the bottle and took a look. It was a very common foreign wine in bars. You don't understand. I haven't been to the bar for 3 days. Drinking in this atmosphere is the main way to enjoy it. Zhang Jinsong squeezed a pistachio and put it in his mouth, smacking his lips. That's not a big deal. Qin Chuan said with a chuckle. You don't know, the way Xiaoshuai looked at me when I came to the bar to drink, I guess in her eyes, people who come to the bar are not serious people. Zhang Jinsong curled his lips and sighed silently. She can't be unaware now that you are not a serious person, right? Qin Chuan said with a smile. Nonsense, I am definitely an upright and kind person in her heart now. Zhang Jinsong glanced at him and said, so, I must maintain my image in her heart. Qin Chuan thought about it and agreed. Zhang Shui definitely didn't know that this guy actually went to hook up with female students from Jinan University that day. She might have simply seen that the Qianzhang Jinsong was driving looked more expensive and had a more impressive license plate, and it was obvious that he was a rich man, so she got into his car. Zhang Jinsong was very principled and gave her 10,000 yuan without asking her to sacrifice herself, and his image of being great and glorious was established in this way. Qin Chuan couldn't tell whether it was a good thing for him to change for Zhang Shui, so he raised his glass and clinked it with him. I don't know what to say, I wish you a happy wedding in advance. Thank you for your good wishes. Zhang Jinsong grinned. The two chatted casually, occasionally staring at the resident singer on the small stage and listening to the songs. Two handsome guys, is it just you two? Two fashionable little beauties suddenly appeared from somewhere. One of them, with golden curly hair and wearing a short skirt, asked with a smile. Qin Chuan looked up at them and said, Mind if we have a drink together? The blonde beauty said with a smile. Mind. Qin Chuan and Zhang Jinsong said in unison as if it was a conditioned reflex. The two beauties were stunned for a moment, then their eyes moved strangely between the two of them, looked at each other, smiled, and turned away. Qin Chuan and the other man didn't care. They didn't know them anyway, so they let them do whatever they wanted. After a while, a host jumped onto the stage and announced with a smile. It's today's lucky time again. It's still the same old rule. Whoever the light shines on will come up and sing a song. Today's 3 lucky winners and their friends will all get 20% off on drinks tonight. After he finished speaking, there was a fairly warm round of applause from the audience. This is a daily activity held at 8 o'clock every night in this bar, and it can be considered a feature. It doesn't matter how you sing. Even if you don't sing well, everyone just enjoys it. The first lucky person was a young girl dressed in a very literary style. She walked onto the stage with great grace, told the band behind her the song she was going to sing, and then began to sing along with the accompaniment. It was a folk song, and her singing skills could not be called superb, but she was sincere. After the song, he won a lot of applause and cheers. The second person to come on stage was a burly man with a fierce and ferocious look. He was wearing a black vest and had dragon and tiger tattoos on his muscular arms, looking like a gangster. However, he sang a very gentle love song. His voice was mellow and his singing skills were very delicate and skillful. The huge contrast with his appearance immediately won him applause from the audience. There are many experts among the people. This live performance is amazing. What do you think, Mr. Liang? At a booth in the middle of the bar, a middle-aged man in a gray suit turned his head and looked at a young and beautiful woman in her 30s next to him and asked. His appearance is a little disappointing, but the contrast is quite interesting. The beautiful woman smiled lightly. You can go and talk to him later to see if he is interested in signing with the company. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded in response. The last lucky person, the light fell on Qin Chuan without any suspense. It's over. Zhang Jinsong covered his forehead and said with a look of despair. Chapter 61 suddenly enlightened. It's no wonder that Zhang Jinsong lamented. In his eyes, Qin Chuan is still the Qin Chuan who sings so well. If we let him go up to sing, everyone's ears will definitely suffer. He might even be the first person in the bar's history to sing a customer away. Go ahead and just howl a few times just to show your appreciation. Zhang Jinsong said helplessly. In the past, Qin Chuan never took the microphone in KTV, but since he was out there to have fun, it would be too boring if he refused to go on stage at this time. Handsome man, congratulations on becoming the last lucky winner today. Please come to the stage and sing for everyone to win a chance to get discounts for you and your friends tonight. The host at the side of the stage waved the microphone at Qin Chuan. At the same time, many eyes fell on Qin Chuan. Many of the beauty's eyes lit up. This handsome guy was too handsome and seemed a little familiar. But no one should associate him with Su Chuchu's husband. Am I someone who needs a discount? I just want to show off. Qin Chuan took a sip of wine to moisten his throat and walked up with big strides. Brother, just tell the band in the back what song you want to sing, and they will accompany you. The host handed him the microphone. Qin Chuan took the microphone and clipped it on the microphone stand. He turned around and said to the guitarist of the band behind him, Brother, can you lend me your guitar? You want to play it yourself? Qin Chuan said and thought to himself that you guys definitely can't play the song I'm going to sing. The guitarist was naturally happy to do so and handed the guitar to him without saying a word. This friend wants to sing and play the guitar by himself, that's quite interesting," said the host with a smile. The guests in the audience immediately became more excited. Qin Xuan sat on a high stool and ran his thumb across the 6 strings to test the sound. He is handsome, and if he plays and sings by himself, even if his singing is average, it will definitely cause an uproar among the beauties present. This young man is good, Mr. Liang. His looks alone show that he has great potential. The man in the gray suit looked at the woman next to him with surprise. It's pretty good. Let's listen to it first. The woman stared straight at Qin Xuan on the stage, feeling inexplicably expectant. It's quite a good pretender. However, Zhang Jinsong, who was in the audience, couldn't help but complain softly when he saw him pretending to pluck the strings of the guitar. He knew Qin Xuan's skills very well. He had only learned for a month, and he doubted whether this guy could finish playing a song. The lights in the bar dimmed and Qin Xuan took a breath silently. I prepared 5 songs for Su Chu Chu last time, and I still have 2 in my mind, which can be used soon. The moment he plucked the strings, everyone in the audience fell silent unconsciously. A simple prelude sounded, and soon entered the main part. Qin Xuan held the guitar, his expression calm and composed, and sang along. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sigh in the heart of the person looking up. Zhang Jinsong had just put the wine glass to his lips when his hand paused and his expression, which looked like he was waiting to see a show, suddenly froze. WTF. Something seems wrong. Although he didn't know what song Qin Xuan was singing, it sounded clearly on point. And this song seems to sound pretty good? Also, he plays the guitar quite skillfully. Did this kid practice at home? The vocal conditions are very good. Qin Xuan only sang a few lines before the man in gray suit commented softly. The woman next to her didn't say a word, but the corners of her sexy mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Just a few low chants, like a lonely person whispering that all the people who have accompanied him along the way have left, perhaps they were friends, or relatives, or perhaps lovers. Everyone should have such a person in their past life, and it is easy to resonate with them. Then it quickly enters the chorus. I pray to have a transparent heart. And eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Go beyond the lies to embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I get lost in the night. The brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me to you. Qin Xuan plucked the strings skillfully, and the sound was a little hoarse. It was not his own voice. He was imitating because he felt that the original version was the most charming. Although the imitation was not perfect, he tried his best. This song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, is undoubtedly a classic. The so-called classic probably means that even after many years, it can still make people feel something and be moved when listening to it again. Of course, this must be a new song for the guests in the audience. However, a good classic song is also able to resonate with most listeners. This song did that. There was silence in the audience. All eyes were focused on Qin Xuan. After a chorus, some people couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Some people couldn't help but wave their arms along with the singing. There were tears gleaming in some people's eyes. Some people even lowered their heads and sobbed silently. Zhang Jinsong stared at him blankly, not daring to believe that the person on the stage was Qin Xuan. It's more than wrong. This is fucking weird. Next to the gray suit, the woman whose real name is Liang Anlu frowned slightly and felt her breathing inexplicably quickened. I pray to have a transparent heart. And eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, I embrace you beyond the lies. In the last chorus, Qin Xuan sang more and more passionately and even stood up from the high chair. Many people also stood up. When the last note fell, the whole bar was still silent. Qin Xuan glanced at the people below the stage who were still unsatisfied, and knew that today's performance was well done. He turned around with satisfaction and handed the guitar to the guitarist, who still had a dazed look on his face. Thanks, brother. Oh, the guitarist finally came back to his senses, looked at him with admiration, opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. Qin Xuan strode off the stage, and a burst of sparse applause was heard in the middle. The applause grew louder and louder until he walked back to his seat. Dude, what song is this? It's so beautiful, why haven't I heard it before? Fuck, this song almost made me cry. This guy is so handsome, and he sings so beautifully, let's go get to know him. He clasped his hands together and greeted everyone. Then he sat down again, picked up the glass and drank the remaining wine in the bottom of the glass. He soon found that Zhang Jinsong was staring at him with a strange look. Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. He pointed to his temple and explained briefly. Zhang Jinsong. This time, this bastard was too lazy to even make up a lie. It was even more perfunctory than last time. Hello, excuse me for bothering you. At this time, a polite middle-aged man in a gray suit came over and greeted Qin Chuan. Who are you? Qin Chuan asked. Would it be convenient for you to sit down and chat? The man in gray suit asked with a humble smile on his face. Please sit down. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and pointed to the seat next to him. This is my business card. The man in the gray suit sat down, took out his business card holder and handed it over with both hands. Launching entertainment? Qin Chuan took it and took a look. The man's name was Guodong, and his position on the business card was the manager of launching entertainment. Yes, I wonder if you are interested in learning about our company? Guodong nodded and went straight to the point. Chapter 62, Is your company for sale? Please introduce it to me. Qin Chuan had never heard of this launching entertainment company. Zhang Jinsong took a sip of wine to calm himself down and slowly recovered. The slightly plump middle-aged man next to him, wearing a suit in such hot weather, is either a salesman or a liar. I really don't know why I'm wasting my time with him. Oh, our launching entertainment is a comprehensive entertainment company that focuses on film and television production, music planning, and the cultivation of internet celebrities and idol groups. Recently, we have successively promoted several new internet celebrities, and idol groups are also undergoing systematic training. Now the company is vigorously expanding its artist recruitment. Guodong spoke eloquently and quickly introduced the current business scope of launching entertainment and the achievements it has made so far, and also painted a big picture for it. Your company has only been established for a short time, right? I haven't heard of it before. After all, Qin Chuan had worked as a paparazzi for more than a month, so he had some impression of some famous big companies. To be honest, our company was just established last year, but please rest assured that our launching entertainment is definitely a formal company. My boss and I have all been working in the industry for nearly 10 years. Our company's training and career planning for artists are definitely the most complete in the industry. Guodong said sincerely. He just felt that he was being led by the nose by a young man in his 20s, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, he can understand that he is young and frivolous. This young man whose name is not even known yet is indeed very promising. Regardless of how his song just now sounded, his appearance alone is very impressive. If you can sign him to the company, you basically don't need to spend too much time and resources to train him. Just a little packaging, and if you're lucky, there's a very good chance he'll become an overnight hit. Qin Chuan held his business card, his eyes drooping, as if thinking about something. Excuse me, is that song you just mentioned an original song? Guodong saw Qin Chuan was in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking, so he took the initiative to ask. A song of such high quality, if it is really original, then I have definitely found a treasure today. He is a good singer and songwriter, has good looks, and if he develops well, he will have a bright future and become the company's top artist. Yes. Qin Chuan nodded absent-mindedly. What a great song, your singing skills are also very good. Guodong was delighted and praised sincerely without any flattery. He couldn't wait to continue. It's like this, I wonder if you are interested. Are you selling your company? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Puff. Cough cough. Zhang Jinsong almost spit out the wine. Then he looked at Qin Chuan in surprise. He found that he was now increasingly unable to keep up with his pace. Guodong's smile suddenly froze on his face. Feeling offended. I'm here to sign you to my company to make money for us. You turn around and threaten to acquire our company? Although launching entertainment is not ranked high in the industry, it is still a new company with a net worth of at least tens of millions. You just open your mouth? He has seen many rampant young people. This is the first time I have encountered such a rampant one. He suspected that Qin Chuan might be making fun of him, and he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. His smile gradually faded and his expression turned unsightly. I'm serious, not joking. Qin Chuan smiled, looked at him sincerely, and said solemnly. He really meant it. He has been thinking about doing something these past 2 days. It's been boring to have nothing to do. After 2 days, I still haven't figured out the reason. The appearance of Guodong made him suddenly feel that it would be a good idea to set up an entertainment company. Later I signed Suchuchu to the company, the husband and wife follow each other. Well, it seems really good. However, if he were asked to set up an entertainment company from scratch, he would definitely not know where to start. After all, his experience is limited. It's better to just buy a ready-made one. Let someone knowledgeable like Guidong be responsible for the company's daily operations. He himself is responsible for the production and so on. Seems like there's a way forward? Of course, it doesn't matter even if I lose. With the system protecting him, he has nothing to fear. It's a small entertainment company that has just been established for a year. I should be able to afford it with my current 100 million, right? It doesn't matter. If you can't finish it in one go, you can still invest in it. Well, I'm not the boss and can't make the decision. Guodong laughed dryly and was about to get up and leave. This kid certainly has some talent and has great potential to become a big hit. It's just that his character is not good. I have already revealed my identity, he should know my purpose. Even if you have no intention of signing a contract with a company, there is no need to make fun of others. Oh, yes, let's add each other on WeChat first. You can go back and ask your boss. If you want to sell it, you can contact me. Xin Chuan took out his phone and opened WeChat. Come on, scan me. Guodong. A few minutes later, Xin Chuan and Zhang Jinsong walked out of the bar. When they left, someone asked him the name of the song he had just sung. Xin Chuan told them the name since they couldn't find it anyway. A beautiful woman came over and asked for her WeChat, but Xin Chuan didn't give it to her. This is the self-awareness of a married man. The two returned to the car, and Zhang Jinsong asked, "You're not really going to buy that entertainment company, are you?" "Of course it's true." Xin Chuan said firmly, "I'm a decent person. I want to build a career and contribute to society. I can't be in the same boat with a scum like you who just sits there and waits to die and makes no contribution to society at all. I can contribute to GDP just by eating, drinking and having fun, okay?" Zhang Jinsong said with a fuck, "The entertainment industry is quite complicated, I'm afraid you can't handle it. My wife is in the entertainment industry. If I don't understand, I can ask her." Xin Chuan said with a relaxed smile. What he actually wanted to say was that it didn't matter even if he messed up. Anyway, we don't rely entirely on the company to make money. It's always more interesting to find something to do than to lie down at home all day. Zhang Jinsong. In the bar. Guodong stood up from his seat and let out a silent breath, feeling very angry. Then he moved to his original seat and sat down. What? No intention? Liang Anlu turned to look at him, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, and one could tell there was a hint of regret in her tone. Guodong nodded, then shook his head. What do you mean? Liang Anlu didn't understand what he meant. Oh, I haven't even had the chance to express my intention to sign him, and that guy threatened to acquire our company. I feel like he is kidding me. Guodong said angrily. Liang Anlu. By the way, he also added me on WeChat and left me a phone number, asking me as your boss if you have any intention of selling the company to him. This guy is too arrogant. Guodong said angrily with a gloomy face. Although he and Liang Anlu are in a superior subordinate relationship, they have known each other for many years and don't have to worry too much when talking to each other in private. Send me his phone number and I'll talk to him in person. Liang Anlu said. No hope. That guy looks like a scoundrel. Guodong took out his cell phone and sent Xin Chuan's number to her, muttering to himself. What's his name? Liang Anlu asked. The surname is Qin, he didn't tell me his first name. Chapter 63 Investment. From Liang Anlu's perspective, there was no reason for her not to give this call a try. First of all, with her many years of experience and vision in the industry, Xin Chuan is undoubtedly a very promising and talented young talent. She will try her best to persuade him to join launching entertainment with her utmost sincerity. As for Xin Chuan's proposal to acquire her company, she thought it was probably a joke. After all, he was too young and looked to be no more than 20 years old. Of course, if it is true, it is not impossible to talk about it. The entertainment industry is currently in a recession, with thousands of entertainment companies going bankrupt every year. Even some old companies can't hold on any longer. It is more difficult for startup companies like Launching Entertainment to survive. Since she founded Launching last year, excluding the initial investment, the book loss has reached nearly 3 million. For now, continued investment is needed. So she is under a lot of pressure now. Despite this, Lan Xing has poured a lot of her effort into it, and she certainly would not consider selling the company at this time. It would not be a bad thing if someone invested in the business and shared the financial pressure, allowing her to give it a try without any hesitation. To put it another way, even if the other party is just joking, there is no harm in making a phone call. The other side. Qin Xuan called a designated driver to take Zhang Jinsong home, and then he returned to Yushui Bay. Not long after I got home, I received a call from Liang Anlu. Hello, I'm Liang Anlu, the boss of Launching Entertainment. Are you Mr. Qin? Liang Anlu's voice was mature and capable. It's me. Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised that the boss of Launching Entertainment was actually a woman. From the tone of her voice, he could vaguely feel that she must be a strong woman. I heard from our manager Gua that Mr. Qin is interested in acquiring our launching. Are you kidding him? I'm serious. Qin Xuan said with a firm tone. Let's talk in person. Is Mr. Qin free tomorrow? Liang Anlu said after a slight pause. There is time. The meeting place was scheduled to be a cafe in a star-rated hotel. The next morning, when Qin Xuan arrived at the coffee shop at the agreed time, Liang Anlu had already arrived early. Qin Xuan had a good impression of her, and she basically met his imagination of a strong woman in the workplace. He is dressed very smartly and competently. After all, he is the boss of a company and has a strong aura. Because of her makeup and skin care, it's hard to guess her actual age. She looks to be in her early 30s at most. Liang Anlu met Qin Xuan last night. However, the lights in the bar were dim and there was some distance between us. Seeing him up close at this time, besides being amazed, the more I looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Hello, Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan approached with a warm smile, introduced himself and extended his hand. When this guy gets serious, he looks very serious, completely different from his usual sloppy appearance. Hello, you are Su Chuchu's. Liang Anlu reacted quickly, but was still a little unsure. Husband. Qin Xuan added for her. No wonder you look familiar. Please take a seat. Liang Anlu smiled suddenly. Liang Anlu transformed herself from an agent to running her own company. She has been working in the circle for many years. She met Su Chuchu when attending an event, but there was no substantive communication. The news of Su Chuchu's marriage some time ago made a lot of noise, and she couldn't help but pay attention to it. Naturally, she had some impression of her mysterious husband who was not in the entertainment industry. But in a place like a bar, it's hard to connect the two people together. In addition, the person in front of me has been a frequent visitor to hot searches in recent times, and most of the hot words about him are very negative, such as paparazzi, gigolo, and scumbag. Therefore, Liang Anlu's impression of him at this time was somewhat complicated. But on second thought, she is a businessman now, and she should focus on business and put other things aside for the time being. Mr. Qin, are you sure you are interested in our launching? Liang Anlu confirmed again with a smile. She knew this industry very well. She had an idea of how much Su Chuchu could earn in a year given her situation. It was probably around 10 million at most. If it is true as the outside world says that Qin Xuan is a gigolo at Su Chuchu's expense, then he should not have much money. Millions? 10 million? Su Chuchu wouldn't take out all her savings to let him start a business, right? Besides, Su Chuchu's current condition doesn't seem very optimistic. I'm sure. Qin Xuan chuckled. It's like this. I founded launching and put a lot of effort into it. It's like my child. Now it's gradually getting on the right track. I definitely won't consider selling it. If Mr. Qin is interested, he can consider investing in the shares. Liang Anlu said bluntly. Can. Qin Xuan agreed without much hesitation. He had thought about this issue before he came. Investing in shares may be the most appropriate way, at least for him. He doesn't know how to manage and operate a company. If he buys the company, he will definitely hand it over to someone else to run. This makes it difficult to guarantee whether the other party will run the company wholeheartedly. Although he doesn't expect the company to make money, he also doesn't want others to take advantage of him. If you invest, everyone will share the risks, and Liang Anlu will also do her best to manage the company. Now it seems that Liang Anlu still has a lot of feelings for Launching Entertainment, which she founded. He felt more at ease. I want to know how much investment Mr. Qin is going to invest? Liang Anlu said with a smile. Whether it's 5 million or 10 million. Lan Xing's financial pressure can be greatly relieved, at least it can support her for a while. She believed that with her abilities, she would be able to get through this most difficult time soon. I'll invest 50 million first. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said seriously. He didn't know the exact market value of launching entertainment, but 50 million should be able to buy a lot of shares, at least giving him a certain say in the company. Liang Anlu was stunned for a moment, then looked at him in astonishment. With 50 million, you can buy launching directly. For a moment she couldn't figure out whether Qin Chuan was serious or joking. He has so much money? Su Chuchu has only been in the industry for 3 years, it is impossible for her to earn so much money. What's wrong? Qin Chuan asked, seeing her slightly surprised expression. It's too much. Our launching is just a small startup entertainment company, and its net worth is about this number. Liang Anlu showed a complicated smile and spoke frankly. Then how about this, you tell me how many shares you can transfer to me at most, and I'll ask someone to evaluate it. Qin Chuan thought about it. He didn't know much about acquiring shares, so he should find a professional to do it. Liang Anlu, okay. Chapter 64. I'm not interested in managing a company. Liang Anlu had no reason to refuse Qin Chuan's investment, so she agreed to his proposal without much hesitation. As for where his funds come from, given Su Chuchu's fame, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, Liang Anlu couldn't help but ask one more question, a more personal question. Mr. Qin invested in our launching, Su Chuchu should know about this, right? I haven't had time to tell her yet. I'll give her a surprise later. Qin Chuan chuckled. At that time, a top contract will be directly placed in front of Su Chuchu. Come, terminate the contract with Xingha immediately, and your husband will sign you. He is definitely a domineering president, and seems quite handsome. Of course, it's just a fantasy for now, at least it hasn't reached that point yet. When Liang Anlu heard him say this, she was immediately speechless. Are you sure this isn't a shock? Forget it. After all, this involves the private affairs of the couple, and it is not convenient for her, an outsider, to say anything more. Besides, she is a businessman now, and business is business. As long as Qin Chuan can pay, it's fine. Mr. Qin is really romantic. Fortunately, Mr. Liang also thinks this surprise is good, right? Well. After chatting for a while without any awkwardness, Qin Chuan suggested going to the company to take a look. He couldn't just throw money away without even seeing what the company was like. Mr. Qin wanted to inspect the investment targets on site, so Liang Anlu naturally had no reason to refuse. On the way to the company, Qin Chuan contacted a very famous law firm in Jinhai City in advance. After arriving at launching, Liang Anlu took him around the company and gave him a detailed and frank introduction to the company's current situation. Although Qin Chuan has never run a company, he has at least worked there, and it can be seen that all aspects of the company's operations are very orderly. The entire company is filled with a very dynamic atmosphere. Liang Anlu's plans for the company's future also sound very detailed and ambitious. At least it shows that she and her team are indeed capable and really want to work hard. How many shares can Mr. Liang transfer to me at most? Qin Chuan asked. At most 30%. Liang Anlu thought for a moment and gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the current financial pressure, she really didn't want to survive by transferring shares. At least 40. Qin Chuan shook his head and smiled. No. Liang Anlu said firmly. Boss Liang, are you worried that I, an outsider, will interfere too much in the company's affairs? Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said sincerely, you can rest assured. I invested in this company mainly because of Boss Liang and your team. I believe that the company will continue to grow under your leadership, so I can assure you that the final decision-making power for all company affairs will always be in your hands. I am an outsider. I know my own weight and will not interfere with the company's operations. 35 at most. Liang Anlu said after a moment of hesitation. At least 40. Qin Chuan insisted. That afternoon, the law firm sent a professional team of several people to launching to conduct asset appraisal, etc. The team leader was a middle-aged man with a fat body and severe baldness. His name was Zhu Qingsheng. He seemed to be a team leader of the business project team of the law firm. They are very familiar with the business of share acquisition, so it went smoothly. In the late afternoon, Qin Chuan and Liang Anlu signed the share transfer agreement. As Liang Anlu assessed her own company, Launching's net worth is around 50 million. After some bargaining, Qin Chuan finally bought 40% of the shares from her for 20 million. Liang Anlu felt a little painful. It's not a matter of price. As she said, Lan Xing is like her child. It feels like you can no longer afford to raise your child and are forced to find a stepfather for him. But there's nothing I can do. The industry is currently in a downturn, and the situation of a startup entertainment company is even more grim. She can only find a stepfather for her child first, and then seek survival and development. The injection of 20 million yuan in funds will not only immediately alleviate her financial pressure, but also allow her to no longer be restricted. In fact, in the coming days, whenever Liang Anlu recalled today, she would be extremely grateful for the decision she made at this time. After signing the agreement, Qin Xuan handed over the other procedures to Zhu Qingsheng. After all, he was a professional. It was almost evening when all affairs were handled. Zhu Qingsheng took the people from the office and left lunching. Qin Xuan and Liang Anlu came to an office next door. After the two sat down in the reception area, an assistant quickly brought 2 cups of coffee. Mr. Qin will be the company's major shareholder from now on. It's a bit late today. I'll take some time in the next 2 days to gather the company's management team together for a meal so that we can get to know each other. Liang Anlu said with a smile as she picked up her coffee. It took only half a day from the decision to transfer shares to the signing of the formal agreement, and most of the company's employees didn't even know what was going on. The reason is simply that Qin Xuan is too decisive. Liang Anlu never expected that the 20 million deal was finalized just by him going around the company, and even the audit team was prepared in advance. It was as if he had been planning to target Lan Xing for a long time, which caught her off guard. This also made her feel that Qin Xuan's temperament was quite compatible with hers. Of course, since the sponsor gives money so generously, there should be no one who cannot get along with him. Okay, Mr. Liang, just call me by my name from now on. Mr. Qin sounds a bit awkward to me. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Okay, this office is idle now. How about you work here when you come to the company in the future? Liang Anlu asked after looking around. That's good. I'm not interested in managing a company, nor do I understand it. I probably won't come to the company often. I will mainly rely on President Liang in the future. Qin Xuan told the truth. Mr. Qin is being modest. Let's stop being polite here. Mr. Liang, just call me by my name. If that doesn't sound right, you can call me Xiaochuan. Okay. Liang Anlu smiled. She felt that this kid was quite interesting. By the way, have you ever thought about developing a career in the entertainment industry? I'm already developing into the entertainment industry. Qin Xuan said. I mean becoming an artist. With my many years of experience and vision, you have the potential to become famous. Your singing skills and voice are also very good. If you are interested, you can give it a try. Liang Anlu looked at him expectantly. Qin Xuan shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Okay, I searched the internet for that song yesterday but couldn't find it. It should be an original song, right? Did you write it? Yes. Qin Xuan said without changing his expression. The song is pretty good, it might be a big hit. How about you release a single first to test the waters? No. Qin Xuan felt that Liang Anlu seemed to be setting a trap for him. Not only did she take his money, but she also wanted to covet his person. This was a bit too much. He really never considered becoming an artist. You have such good conditions, it would be a pity if you don't become an artist, you should reconsider it later. Our company is now lacking a top artist to carry the banner. If you are willing, the company will mobilize all resources to fully support you. Liang Anlu did not give up and continued to persuade. Chapter 65. What is the name of this song? As the boss of an entertainment company, Liang Anlu was really good at talking, and Qin Xuan almost won her over. However, he still didn't give in the end. Being an artist was not in his plan in the short term. He was busy as hell but still didn't make much money. How could he make money quickly and without any fatigue by doing system tasks? Seeing his firm attitude, Liang Anlu felt a little regretful, but she had no choice. She chatted with him for a few more minutes and then went back to her office. Qin Xuan had nothing to do here, so he prepared to go home. Not long after I walked out of the office, I saw Guodong walking towards me in a hurry. Manager Gui. He took the initiative to greet him. Guodong was slightly stunned when he saw him. After he gave Liang Anlu Qin Xuan's phone number last night, he no longer took him seriously. He didn't think that Liang Anlu's call would have any effect at all. Naturally, they didn't think Qin Chuan really had the ability to buy their company. He has been out all day today and still has no idea what happened in the company. Are you here to buy our company? Guodong looked him up and down and said in a teasing tone. No, your boss doesn't want to sell it. Qin Chuan said seriously. Guodong was almost amused by him. This kid talked as if he could really afford it. So why are you here in our company? Have you figured it out and are here to sign the contract? What happened last night left him with a bad impression of Qin Chuan, but he didn't hold a grudge against him. It would be a good thing if this guy could sign with the company. Mr. Liang personally took action, and it turned out that the experience is indeed the best. Ta ta ta. Qin Chuan was about to speak when he heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground from behind him. He turned his head and saw Liang Anlu's female assistant walking towards him quickly. Director Qin, this is the company's access card. President Liang asked me to bring it to you. Thank you. Qin Chuan took it and thanked him. Qin, Dong? Guodong was slightly surprised, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Oh, I bought some shares of the company. Qin Chuan said with a faint smile, we will be colleagues from now on. Manager Gua, please take care of me. Buying shares? Guodong looked at Liang Anlu's assistant with a puzzled look on his face. Obviously, he still didn't quite believe it. He knew a little about the company's financial problems, but Mr. Liang had never said that he wanted to sell shares. President Qin just acquired 40% of our company's shares this afternoon. The assistant smiled and nodded, I will announce it to everyone tomorrow morning. Guodong. With 40% of the shares, this guy is no longer just a colleague, he has clearly become his second boss. He looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. What he said last night about buying a company turned out to be serious. Qin Chuan walked into the elevator and suddenly felt like he was quite awesome. He had actually become Mr. Qin. Thinking back. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'm so hungry. The most important thing is to find a place to have dinner. The elevator quickly arrived at the underground parking lot. Just as I got back into the car, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chu calling. I pressed the answer button and Su Chu's crisp voice came out. Where are you? What's going on here on Xinhong Road? I think I owe you a meal. Su Chu said. Still now? Qin Chuan was a little surprised that she suddenly remembered this matter, but he was still very happy. He was also very hungry. I'll pick you up. Su Chu said him again, I'm recording a song here in the financial center. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan drove to the financial center. The distance is not far, and it takes about 10 minutes to drive to the destination. Su Chu was wearing a floral dress today, 2 pigtails tied behind her head, and a gray fisherman's hat. She was still fully armed. She didn't take off her sunglasses and mask until she got into the car and asked, What are you doing over at Xinhong Road? Keep it secret for now. Qin Chuan sniffed, and a wisp of elegant fragrance immediately rushed into his nostrils, and he smiled faintly. I was planning to give her a surprise, so of course I couldn't reveal it so early. Su Chu turned her head to look at him and didn't continue asking. Anyway, this guy has always been weird and does nothing except having a lot of money. Why did you suddenly think of treating me to a meal today? Qin Chuan asked curiously as he started the car. I sent my car for maintenance, and it's inconvenient to take a taxi. Can you please take me back after we have dinner? Su Chu said. I thought. Qin Chuan curled his lips, hesitating to speak. He originally wanted to say, I thought you missed me, but when the words came to his lips, they seemed a little greasy, so he gave up. Why? Su Chu asked indifferently. Nothing, what shall we eat? I rarely eat out. You choose the place. Okay, let's go ahead and let me think about it. Qin Chuan changed direction and slowly drove into the main road. Apart from Hansan Private Kitchen, he had never eaten at any other distinctive restaurants before. Besides, with Su Chu's status, she would easily attract onlookers wherever she went, so it was not easy to find a place with few people, suitable food and environment. Auntie called me yesterday and said she had shown us a house in your city of Kunming and asked us to go back and take a look when we have time. After a while, Su Chu suddenly said. Why didn't my mother tell me? Qin Chuan was puzzled. Did his mother forget that she had a son and only remembered that she had a daughter-in-law? How should I know? He must have forgotten. Su Chuchu pursed her lips. She was also wondering, Qin Xuan had already bought such an expensive villa in Jinhai, why did his family still want to buy a house for them in Kuan City? What did you say? Qin Xuan asked. I'll go over after I'm done with these few days. Su Chuchu said, blinking quickly a few times. Well, it doesn't matter. Just do your thing first. It doesn't matter if you're 10 days or half a month late. The house is there and you can't move away. Qin Xuan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. The old home in Kuan City is a 2-bedroom apartment. Su Chuchu told her mother that they now live together. If she goes back, she can't stay in a hotel, right? Then if we go back we can sleep together. A bit exciting. He coughed lightly, cleared his throat and said, actually, I guess my mother just wanted to see you. Last time you came home, she prepared a red envelope for you, but you left in a hurry and she didn't have time to give it to you. Why don't we take some time to go back soon? It's not far anyway, and it only takes an hour to get there. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Su Chuchu was looking at him with a confused expression. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said, well, it depends on your time. If you have enough time, we will go back. If not, we will go back a few days later. Let me think about it. Su Chuchu retracted her gaze. Yeah. Qin Xuan was delighted. He thought that there would be a chance if he thought about it. About 2 minutes later, Su Chuchu turned on her phone and clicked on a video, and the sound of the video came out quickly. I pray to have a transparent heart. And eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, I embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I get lost in the night. It was just a few short sentences and it was over in just a dozen seconds. It was a video of Qin Xuan singing with a guitar in a bar. Someone recorded it and posted it online. What's the name of this song? Su Chuchu looked at him and asked. Qin Xuan. This should be the reason why you took the initiative to invite me to dinner today, right? Chapter 66 Principles are meant to be broken. The brightest star in the night sky. Qin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth with a barely noticeable smile. Of course, he was not so bored as to expose her. Doesn't a big star have any face? For a singer, a good song is undoubtedly a great temptation. Qin Xuan may not be able to empathize with her, but he can probably understand it. It sounds great. Su Chuchu played it again and turned to ask, did you compose this song as well? Yeah. Qin Xuan felt a little embarrassed every time he answered this kind of question. You sing very well, too. Su Chuchu played it again. Although the picture and sound quality were not very good, as a professional singer she could hear that Qin Xuan's singing was very tasteful. From the reactions of the audience, she could also feel the atmosphere at that time. It's okay, it's not bad enough. It was quite rare to hear Su Chuchu say the word very good. He was already feeling a little elated in his heart, but his face remained calm and modest. Although his singing skills have reached professional level, it still lacks some charm compared to the original version, and he is very clear about this. Such a good song should be heard by more people. Su Chuchu continued, do you want to release this song? This seems to be different from what Qin Xuan thought. He thought Su Chuchu wanted this song, so why did she suddenly ask him to release it? I'm not a singer, so why should I release any songs? What's wrong? Su Chuchu asked. This song is actually prepared for you. Qin Xuan told the truth. Su Chuchu's already cold expression froze obviously, and the softest part of her heart seemed to be suddenly touched. She then looked at him with complicated eyes. She only looked away hurriedly when Qin Xuan took the time to glance at her. This song doesn't quite suit my style. I'm afraid I won't be able to sing it well. It would be a shame to waste such a good song. You sing very tastefully, and it really brings out the charm of this song. Su Chuchu blushed and her heart beat fast, but her tone was very serious. Qin Xuan has given her 3 new songs of such high quality, and she is already very satisfied. The most important thing is that she really doesn't have the confidence that she can sing this song better than Qin Xuan. But I haven't thought about releasing a song myself. Qin Xuan said very seriously. Lian Anlu persuaded him for a long time in the afternoon, but he still didn't give in. It's not like he would give in immediately just because Su Chuchu mentioned it. That would be totally unprincipled. I like this song very much. It's a pity to let other people sing such a good song. Besides, others may not be able to sing out its essence. So I think it's best for you to sing it yourself. Su Chuchu hesitated for a moment and said again. Qin Chuan, do you really think so? Su Chuchu nodded and said Okay, I'll send it. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment and then responded. In principle? What are the principles? Principles are meant to be broken. Do you need my help contacting the arranger and recording studio for you? Su Chuchu asked. No, just do your thing, I can handle it myself. After all, he is now the president of an entertainment company, so it is quite easy for him to release a song. Liang Anlu is eager for him to release the song. As long as he is willing, the company will definitely concentrate resources on promoting him. As soon as the words fell, Su Chuchu's cell phone rang. She picked it up and took a look, then quickly glanced at Qin Chuan next to her. After a slight hesitation, she picked up the phone. Yang Xiaohui's voice immediately came from the other side. Sister Susu, where are you? You don't have to wait for me. I'll go back later by myself. That won't work. If I don't take you back, Sister Qin will be mad at me. In the underground parking lot of the financial center, in Su Chuchu's red Porsche, Yang Xiaohui said with a frown. We clearly agreed to pick her up at this time, how could she just disappear like that? Qin Chuan and I are together. Su Chuchu pursed her lips. Oh, so that's the case. Okay then, I'll report to Sister Qin. Yang Xiaohui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chuchu hung up the phone and said casually, It's Yang Xiaohui. She came to the recording studio to pick me up. Qin Chuan said Is he reporting to himself? Am I such a petty person? Su Chuchu naturally had no idea what was going on in his mind. If I knew, someone who always cares about his fans, doesn't seem to have a big heart. After wandering around for more than 10 minutes, Qin Chuan finally called Zhang Jinsong to ask where there was a suitable restaurant. Lin's Old Courtyard is actually a specialty restaurant with a relatively remote location and exquisite environment and dishes. Following the address given by Zhang Jinsong, Qin Chuan finally found this inconspicuous place. There were not many guests and Su Chuchu was fully armed, so she did not attract much attention. The two of them quickly arrived at the private room. This should be the first time the two of them have eaten out alone, which seems to be more like a date. Is eating at home a date? Is watching a movie at home a date? Definitely not. After each of them ordered 2 dishes, the waiter left. The not-so-spacious private room immediately fell silent. Although the two people were already very familiar with each other, the atmosphere was inexplicably a little subtle. Is this our first date? Qin Chuan said with a smile. It's strange that they started dating so long after getting the marriage certificate. Not really, this meal is to pay back a debt. Su Chuchu said. You wishful thinking, shouldn't boys take the initiative in things like dates, she thought proudly in her heart. Then let's go to a movie after dinner, so that should count as a date. Qin Chuan didn't know why he was suddenly troubled by this issue. Is it very important? Of course it's not important, but we always have to find something to talk about, otherwise it would be awkward to just stare at each other. Are there any good movies recently? Su Chuchu thought for a while and said. Let me check. Qin Chuan really hadn't paid attention to these things recently. He took out his phone and started to check the recently released movies. What kind of movies do you like to watch? Anything is fine. Su Chuchu said. Since her debut, she has rarely had the opportunity to go to the cinema to watch movies, and she can't remember how long it has been since the last time. What matters is not what movie you watch, but who you watch it with. So she can really do anything, even documentaries. However, to Qin Chuan's ears, anything goes sounds like whatever, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Of course, he's not straight enough to choose a movie that most girls wouldn't be interested in. So in the end, I chose the safest romance movie. Soon, several delicious dishes were served. The rich man really knows how to enjoy himself. The food here tastes quite good. Qin Chuan secretly thinks that he must find time to eat at all the famous restaurants in Jinhai City. When Su Chuchu paid the bill after dinner, Qin Chuan had already paid the bill in advance. You can owe it to me first and pay me back next time. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Su Chuchu agreed readily. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision, as the meal she wanted to return had not been prepared yet. Chapter 67 I actually have the potential to be a screenwriter? It was nearly 9 o'clock when they left the restaurant. This should be the time when the cinema is crowded, so the two of them just walked around nearby and digested their food. The streetlights cast two long shadows on the ground. The two people were very close to each other and occasionally touched each other's hands, but neither of them distanced themselves because of this. Qin Xuan's heartbeat was much faster than usual. He turned his head and quickly observed Su Chuchu's reaction. He saw that her face was expressionless, still cold and clear, and she didn't react at all. In private, she really doesn't like to laugh much, and Qin Xuan has become more or less used to it. But at this time she had no expression at all, which made him a little confused. Can we hold this hand? The TV series and the movie are 100% related. But this is not a TV series or a movie. He was quite thick-skinned and had been in love before, but he didn't seem to have encountered a situation like this, and he was a little undecided for a moment. Just when he was hesitating, Su Chuchu suddenly reached out and held his arm. A cool and delicate touch instantly spread throughout the arm. Happiness came so suddenly that his whole body stiffened as if by reflex and his heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Looking sideways again, Su Chuchu's face was still expressionless. She just blinked a few times quickly and her ears were a little red, but due to the dim light, it was not easy to be discovered. Qin Xuan withdrew his gaze and smiled like the silly son of a landlord. Su Chuchu glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and pursed her lips slightly. Something called sweetness spread in her heart. She also had a rapid heartbeat and difficulty breathing. She just hit it better. This is thanks to her pretty good acting skills. Are you tired? Shall we go back? After walking aimlessly for more than 10 minutes, Qin Xuan asked. She was wearing high heels today, and it must be very uncomfortable for her to walk for too long. Su Chuchu said loosened her arm around his, turned around and walked towards the parking lot as if nothing had happened. Qin Xuan looked at the place where she had just held his hand with lingering interest and sighed softly. It was almost 10 o'clock when we got back to the car. It still seemed a little early. It was really not easy to go to a movie with a big star. Su Chuchu's phone rang again, this time it was Chao Qin calling. Sister Qin, what's the matter? It's past 10 o'clock, why haven't you come back yet? Oh, you don't have to wait for me, go to bed early. You're not coming back? Then you must be careful about your safety. Chao Qin said in surprise. Qin Xuan and I are together, don't worry. Su Chuchu didn't understand what she meant at first. Chao Qin patted her forehead lightly and said, you have to be careful when you are with him, okay? A man and a woman alone, a fire burning in the fire, careless and unprepared. Chu, listen to me. You are still young, so you can put off having children for another 2 years. Once you have a few good songs, you will be able to gain a firm foothold in the music industry. It won't be too late to consider having children then. Do you understand what I mean now? Su Chuchu. What is going on? How does this relate to having a baby? However, in front of Qin Xuan, she didn't know how to explain to Chao Qin for a moment. Did you hear me? Chao Qin asked again. According to her observation, Su Chuchu has obviously been deeply involved in it recently. It is said that a woman's IQ automatically drops to negative when she is in love. It is not impossible that she really wants to give Qin Xuan a child on impulse. I understand. I'll go back later. Su Chuchu glanced at Qin Xuan, her little face as red as a ripe apple. You must be careful about your safety, okay? I know. Let's go see a movie. Su Chuchu said perfunctorily. After hanging up the phone, she let out a long breath. What did Sister Qin say to you? Why is your face red? Qin Xuan looked at her curiously and asked. No, nothing. Do you look like nothing happened? Qin Xuan said silently. However, she was unwilling to talk, and Qin Xuan did not continue to ask. Today is not the weekend, and by nearly 11 o'clock there were already fewer people in the cinema. Qin Xuan bought the tickets and also bought 2 standard movie sets. When the time came, the two of them checked their tickets and entered the screening room. When Qin Xuan bought the ticket, he specifically bought it in a corner so that Su Chuchu could take off her mask and sunglasses. Otherwise, watching a movie wearing sunglasses would be insane. Fortunately, there were not many spectators at this time, and no one was around their seats. Su Chuchu took off her sunglasses and mask and breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the lights in the theater gradually dimmed and the movie began. The film tells the story of a street gang leader who falls in love with a cold female president. In order to be worthy of the heroine, he dresses himself up as a workplace elite, and then they fall in love and hate each other in the process of pursuing her, and finally they get married. Qin Chuan felt as if he was reading some kind of online novel. However, the plot is quite novel and the rhythm is good. It makes people laugh out loud at times and their blood boils at times. There are also many heartwarming scenes. Su Chuchu also watched with great interest. Zhou Xing, why are you so perverted? What's wrong with me? Why do you keep staring at my feet? Don't get me wrong, I used to work in a foot massage parlor for a while. Maybe it's a professional habit, but now I can't help but observe the feet when I see them. Halfway through the movie, a familiar scene suddenly appeared. In order to touch the heroine's feet, the hero lied that he used to work in a foot massage shop. Even the lines seemed very familiar. Su Chuchu frowned slightly. Qin Chuan felt a sense of shock in his heart and straightened his body involuntarily. No way, no way, no way. Do I still have the potential to be a screenwriter? Female lead, foot massage shop? Male protagonist, a regular foot massage shop. Female lead, then, what are you observing? Male lead, have you been feeling a bit down lately? Do you always feel like you can't concentrate when you're working? The heroine hesitated for a moment, a little bit indeed. Male lead, when I was working in a foot massage shop, a master taught me a few tricks, which were very effective. After soaking your feet every day, just massage the Yongquan acupoint. Qin Chuan was dumbfounded. This plot and these lines were so similar to what he did to fool Su Chuchu that day. The following plot was similar to that day. The hero successfully touched the heroine's feet and was extremely happy. The heroine was foolishly taken advantage of by him. However, the male protagonist outside the screen, Qin Chuan, was not so happy. He could feel Su Chuchu staring at him with burning eyes. Obviously, it's impossible not to explain. He turned his head to look at Su Chuchu, pretended to be calm and pointed at the movie screen, curled his lips and said, "This movie is not good at all. What a stupid screenwriter. How could the heroine be so stupid that she couldn't even see through this little trick? It's an insult to intelligence." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that Su Chuchu's eyes seemed to become sharper. Ma da. What did I say? He soon realized that Su Chuchu didn't see it that day. Chapter 68. I'm a serious person. This movie was undoubtedly the most exciting one Qin Chuan had ever seen in his life. He didn't even have the heart to watch what happened in the second half. Wouldn't it be better for us to just have our meal and go home? What's the point of watching a movie? Su Chuchu stared at him quietly for a while, and then continued to watch intently as if nothing had happened. After the movie ended, the two walked out of the screening room side by side. Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at Su Chuchu. She was still the same, with no expression, as if nothing had happened. This should have been revealed, right? She is indeed a big star with a broad mind. If it were another little girl, she would probably have to coax her for a while. After coming out of the cinema and returning to the car, Qin Chuan felt that this matter seemed not to be over yet, so he was not in a hurry to drive. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Su Chuchu suddenly sighed softly, and said as if she had accepted her fate. In fact, many people have some special fetishes. As long as they don't hurt other people, you don't have to feel pressured or feel inferior. It's not something to be ashamed of. Kindness. Qin Chuan thought that Su Chuchu had started to settle accounts with him for how he had tricked her that day, and he had already made up his mind to admit his mistake. I didn't expect that she was talking about something completely different. After realizing it belatedly, I quickly denied it. I didn't. It's actually not that difficult to fool her. Just think of it as you are lusting after her body. They are legally married and their relationship seems to be going well recently. It's just a little awkward at best. But if she really believed that I had some special fetish, that would be a whole other level of matter. It doesn't matter if you have it, it's not a disease. As far as I know, there are many celebrities in the world who have personally admitted that they have this habit. I can understand that. Su Chuchu turned her head and glanced at him. His habit is not uncommon. It's just that few people bring it up to discuss. The relationship between the two has developed to this stage, and there is nothing to be shy about. Instead of dodging, it's better to open up and talk about it. I really don't have the kind of fetish you think. Well, I just think your feet are beautiful, that's all. Qin Chuan had to be honest, I have never had any interest in other people's feet. You don't have to explain. It's okay. I can accept it. Su Chuchu pursed her lips and said as if to comfort him. She had no doubt at all when Qin Xuan said that she had beautiful feet. Many people had praised her feet before, and someone even suggested that she could become a foot model a long time ago. Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment. What does acceptable mean? Does that mean that if I really have that kind of fetish, she would be willing to let me play with her feet? Is this what you mean? Is that what she meant? But of course I can't ask her directly at this time, because that would be indirectly admitting that I really have that special fetish. Or, why not just admit it, so you can play it openly in the future? Do you have any other special hobbies? For example. Su Chuchu hesitated to speak, seeming a little embarrassed to say it. For example? Qin Xuan asked. Like, underwear or something. Su Chuchu turned her eyes away and spoke evasively. Qin Xuan. No. He was already a little disappointed at this point. Su Chuchu had obviously determined that he had some kind of fetish, and even suspected that he might have other fetishes. Maybe he has already associated it with a dark and windy night when he sneaked onto the rooftop like some pervert to steal people's underwear. WTF. I am such a serious person. If there is any problem, please tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. Su Chuchu said again. Just stab me to death. Qin Xuan pinched his brows and said speechlessly, your acceptance range is quite. I can accept it even if I didn't say that. Su Chuchu interrupted him immediately. I understand. I really didn't. Qin Xuan said. That's good. Su Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's just move on from this topic? Qin Xuan looked at her and asked. Su Chuchu nodded and said It's getting late. I'll take you home. It was already past 1 in the morning. Qin Xuan let out a long sigh and started the car. There was no conversation along the way. After more than half an hour, the car slowly stopped at the door of number 18 Lijing Huading. I'm going back. Drive slowly on the road. Su Chuchu reminded him, unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door and got out of the car, then stood aside waiting for him to turn around. Let me emphasize again, I don't have any quirks. I'm only interested in your feet. Qin Xuan turned around and said seriously through the car window. Su Chuchu's eyes suddenly widened, she stamped her feet lightly, and glared at him fiercely, you oughta die. Qin Xuan grinned and ignored her, driving forward. Asshole. I haven't settled the score with you for cheating me yet. Su Chuchu cursed angrily and turned to walk towards the villa. When I walked into the living room, I saw Chao Qin leaning on the sofa with her eyes closed. Sister Qin, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? It's almost 2 o'clock. Su Chuchu walked over and asked. You know it's almost 2 o'clock. Chao Qin teased her without even opening her eyes, I thought you were going to stay out all night. I haven't been to the cinema for a long time, so I went to see a movie. Su Chuchu sat next to her and leaned on her. Did you really just watch a movie? Real. You guys are already like this now. Actually, I shouldn't care. Even if you really don't want to be a singer and want to go back to take care of your husband and children, I respect your decision. Chao Qin opened her eyes and sighed. With Qin Xuan's financial resources, if Su Chuchu is willing, there is no need for her to continue on this path. You're overthinking it. I'm not considering quitting the entertainment industry for the time being. Su Chuchu's pretty face flushed slightly when she heard the words supporting her husband in raising children. Well, you said it, I didn't force you. I know. I said it myself. Go back to sleep and stop worrying about nothing every day. Su Chuchu said with a smile. I'm counting on you to become a pop diva one day, how can I not worry about you? Chao Qin finally smiled, stood up and walked upstairs, saying halfway, don't eat secretly. No. Qin Xuan returned home, washed up briefly, went back to his room and lay on the bed. He found that he was not sleepy at all, so he got up and went to the study, preparing to write the score of the brightest star in the night sky. But I felt so sleepy halfway through writing that I went back to my room to sleep. The next morning, not long after I got up, I received a call from my mother. Let us go back and talk about the house viewing. Okay, we'll go back after Chuchu finishes this part. Don't delay too long. The houses in that neighborhood are very popular. If you're late, you might not be able to buy one. I know, Mom. Qin Xuan said with a smile, by the way, why did you call Chuchu first before calling me? Can you be the head of the family? Zhou Lanqi asked back. You're kidding. Between Choo Choo and I, your son has always been the one that has the final say. Qin Chuan boasted while eating breakfast. Don't brag, how could I not know how much you weigh? Okay, let's stop talking. The feelings have faded and even my own son doesn't trust me. Qin Chuan sighed. What are you talking about, you bastard? Chapter 69 asks if they are selling the company. Entertainment companies do not have as strict a requirement for clocking in as other businesses. Besides, Qin Chuan is now the second boss of launching and doesn't need to punch in. After breakfast, he returned to his study to finish the music score that he had not finished last night before driving to the company. This is our second boss. He's so young and handsome. He's more handsome than the trainees in our company. Young, handsome, and rich, don't compete with me. Wake up, don't you know Su Choo Choo's husband? Ah. He is Su Choo Choo's husband. I was wondering why he looked familiar. I saw him on the hot search a few days ago, and it seems that the reviews were not very good. He's not really a gigolo, is he? The company had sent out the notice early on, and now almost everyone knows that the company has a new shareholder. As soon as Qin Chuan appeared in the company, it was inevitable that he caused a lot of discussion. He has been on the hot search list frequently recently, so I guess there must be a lot of gossip about him behind the scenes. It was expected, so he didn't care too much about what they were talking about. He went straight to Liang Anlu's office door, knocked twice gently, and after hearing a come in from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Liang Anlu was standing in front of the French window in the office with a cup of coffee in her hand. When she heard footsteps coming over, she turned around and saw that it was Qin Chuan. She smiled and greeted him. The coffee in the company is good. Would you like a cup? No need, I just want to talk to you about something. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Liang Anlu has a very strong aura, but after dealing with her for a day yesterday, I found that she is still very easygoing, so she is not as reserved as before, and her speech is more casual. Sit down and talk. Liang Anlu gestured towards the reception area and walked over. After they sat down one after another, Qin Chuan took out the music sheet from his pocket and handed it to her, saying straight to the point, I want to release a song, the one I sang at the bar that day, what do you think of it? Oh? Liang Anlu's eyes lit up. I persuaded him for a long time yesterday and he finally gave in. How come he suddenly figured it out after coming back one night? After taking the score and taking a look at it, she only had a vague understanding of music theory, but if it was the song Qin Chuan sang that night, there would definitely be no problem. The situation at that time is still vivid in my mind. Almost everyone in the bar was infected, even she couldn't help but be moved. This is definitely an excellent work. The brightest star in the night sky, that's a good song title too. Send it to the arrangement department later and let them make a version of the arrangement first. If you think it's okay, go ahead and then the company will do its best to help you promote it. Liang Anlu said happily. You misunderstood. I just released a song and have no intention of becoming an artist. Qin Chuan waved his hand. That's fine, take your time. Liang Anlu picked up the coffee, took a sip, and said with a smile. Qin Chuan. What does it mean to take your time? I really didn't plan to be an artist. Never mind, leave it to her. What made you suddenly change your mind and release a song? Liang Anlu couldn't help but feel curious. I was so tired of talking to him yesterday, but he showed no sign of giving in. How come his attitude changed so drastically overnight? My wife likes this song. She thinks my singing is okay and advised me to release it. So I released it. Qin Chuan said. Liang Anlu. After being fed a mouthful of dog food early in the morning, she instantly felt that the coffee in her hand was no longer fragrant. She rolled her eyes secretly in her heart and put the coffee on the coffee table in front of her. She seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, how long will Su Choo Choo's contract with Xinghe Music last? 3 years. Qin Chuan roughly understood what she meant. Lan Xing was currently lacking a well-known top artist. If Su Choo Choo could be signed, it would be a good opportunity. The penalty should be quite a lot, right? 200 million. Qin Chuan said. 200 million. The entire Galaxy Music is not worth that much. Liang Anlu repeated the high penalty for breach of contract and said with some regret, I heard that she and Galaxy are now in a very bad relationship. I guess these 3 years will be wasted like this. She has good conditions. It's a pity. If Su Choo Choo was a top singer now, or had the fame she has now in her early 20s, there would definitely be a big company that would extend an olive branch to her at all costs, pay the penalty, or directly acquire Galaxy Music. Unfortunately, she is still a little bit away from being a top star, and she has no representative works. Her age is also there. Let alone 200 million, 50 million is enough to make most companies back off. However, Liang Anlu's words reminded Qin Xuan that since the entire Galaxy Music was not worth 200 million, there was actually no need to pay so much liquidated damages for Su Chuchu. Wouldn't it be enough to just buy Galaxy Music directly? Mr. Liang, you are an insider. Do you know the boss of Xinghe Music? We've met, but we've never talked. What's wrong? Liang Anlu said. Can you help me contact them and ask if their company is for sale? Qin Xuan said seriously. Liang Anlu was slightly stunned, then looked at him with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Although Galaxy Music is also a small entertainment company, with a similar scale to launching, it has at least established a firm foothold in the industry. Especially after Su Chuchu became famous and made her debut, the company's popularity also rose. Although ever since Su Chuchu and Xinghe had a falling out, the outside world generally is not optimistic that Xinghe can quickly come up with a popular artist to replace Su Chuchu. However, the estimated market value is at least around 100 million. This is not the point. The point is that she doesn't believe Qin Xuan has the ability to buy Galaxy Music. Like most people, Liang Anlu got to know Qin Xuan through those trending searches. He was a paparazzi, a scumbag, and a gigolo, and there were basically no positive comments about him. The 20 million he invested in launching yesterday already made Liang Anlu very surprised why Su Chuchu would give him such a large sum of money to manage. However, since I am an outsider, I can't ask more questions. Su Chuchu has only been in the industry for 3 years. In her opinion, being able to come up with 20 million in cash is almost the limit. I'm serious. Seeing her disbelieving expression, Qin Xuan said solemnly, "Or you can inject capital, but this time I must have a controlling stake." Okay, then I'll try to see if I can get in touch with them and ask them if they're interested. Liang Anlu nodded with a complicated expression. She is not sure whether it will be sold, but in the current environment, most companies will not refuse investment, especially small companies. If they want to continue to grow, they must continue to invest capital. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Liang. Qin Xuan said. It's just a small matter. No need to be so polite. Liang Anlu said politely. She now couldn't see through her partner. Chapter 70. What is that fun thing? Do you think Galaxy Music will raise the price if they know that I plan to buy their company? Qin Xuan asked. We haven't even started yet, so you don't have to think too much about it. I'll contact the other party in the name of my company for the time being. Liang Anlu said with a smile. That's right. Qin Xuan said. He didn't know whether Xinghe was interested or not. It was too early to worry about it now. Are you free tomorrow night? I'll call the company's management together for dinner. Okay, I have time. That's settled then. The two chatted for a while and then Qin Xuan returned to his office. He came here today just to release the song. The arrangement department would take care of the music, so he didn't have to worry about it. He also had no intention of getting involved in the company's affairs, so he didn't know what to do after returning to the office. So I took out my phone and prepared to play a couple of games. As soon as I entered the game, I suddenly felt something was wrong. I came here to build a career, but after all this time it seems like I have just changed from a salted fish staying at home to a salted fish staying in the office. So he spent 20 million to get himself an office? It's a bit painful. He turned his head and looked outside the office through the frosted glass wall. Forget it, home is too quiet, at least it's lively here. Although launching doesn't have any famous artists, if you go out for a walk occasionally, you can meet many handsome and beautiful trainees and internet celebrities coming in and out, which is quite pleasing to the eye. Once I entered the game, I quickly put all the messy thoughts out of my mind. Li Jinghua Ting. Su Chuchu has already recorded her 3 songs, and the next step is post-production, which will be handled by the studio, so she will have free time today. Early in the morning, Yang Xiaowei went out to buy a lot of ingredients and various seasonings. After working for a whole morning, she finally realized that understanding a recipe and cooking are 2 completely different things. Just like she can understand music scores and compositions. Even if you follow the recipe step by step, the result is either horrible or inedible. Sister Susu, why don't you just forget it? You obviously don't have any talent for this. You can just learn to make a vegetable salad or something. It's simple and healthy. Yang Xiaowei looked at the messy kitchen and pouted. If she continues to do this, the kitchen may need to be renovated. Su Chuchu glared at her with a look of dissatisfaction. I mean, you are destined to enjoy a leisurely life. Cooking is not suitable for you. Yang Xiaowei quickly changed her words. Su Chuchu ignored her and picked up the recipe to see if there was anything simpler. Why don't we just forget about it today, or ask an auntie to come and teach you hand in hand some other day? That way it will be more intuitive and you'll learn faster. Yang Xiaowei picked up a piece of carrot as thick as her little finger, looked at it, and said with a look of disgust. Su Chuchu probably thought that her method might work. After pondering for a moment, she finally put down the recipe and walked towards the living room, saying, "Then contact an aunt as soon as possible." "Okay." Yang Xiaowei responded. The two returned to the living room one after the other. Su Chuchu sat cross-legged on the sofa and picked up her mobile phone to check Weibo and read gossip. After a few minutes, her eyes inadvertently fell on her feet. "Xiaowei, do my feet look good?" She stretched out one of her beautiful legs and looked at her feet and asked. "It looks good. At least it's better looking than mine." Yang Xiaowei took a look, picked up a piece of dragon fruit with a toothpick and put it in her mouth, muttering perfunctorily. "What's so good about feet? They are all like that, at most they are a little whiter and more tender. I remember there was a male classmate in college who particularly liked to stare at other people's feet." "Do you think he was a pervert?" Su Chuchu said. "I don't have that quirk. I'm only interested in your feet. What that bastard said last night before he left sounded so perverted. Why can't I hate him at all? I'm not normal, am I?" Thinking of this, she frowned slightly. A little bit," Yang Xiaowei said with a long tone. "I think it's okay. It's better than some men who like to stare at this place." Su Chuchu pointed at her chest and pouted. "That's different. It's normal for men to stare here, but it's a bit abnormal to stare at feet." Yang Xiaowei felt that her boss seemed a little strange today. She never talked about this topic with her before. "I think it's quite normal." Su Chuchu thought for a moment, then turned on the camera on her mobile phone, moved her feet in different positions, and took a few photos. Yang Xiaowei turned her head and looked at her strangely. The boss seemed to be acting abnormally today. On the other side, Xin Chuan played 2 games and casually swiped his phone to kill time. There was a sudden knock on the door. He raised his eyes and looked over. "Come in." Soon, a young girl in her early 20s, of medium build, with soft features and a ponytail pushed the door and walked in. "Boss Qin, here are the company's artist information and some of the company's recent work arrangements. Boss Liang asked me to send them to you." The girl came closer and placed a stack of documents on his desk. "Oh, put it here." Xin Chuan nodded. He felt that Liang Anlu was being a bit unnecessary and he had no interest in reading these things at all. But it is understandable why Liang Anlu did this. Although he has stated that he is not interested in managing the company, from Liang Anlu's perspective, he is now the second boss of the company, and it seems a bit unreasonable if he is really not allowed to participate in anything. "My name is Hua Chunfeng. I will be your assistant from now on. Mr. Qin can contact me anytime if you need any help with your work." The girl nodded and said with a smile. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. "Why do I need an assistant when I have nothing to do? Staring at each other? Let us play together?" "No, just go do your thing. I don't need any help." Hua Chunfeng opened her mouth. Her boss asked her to come and be the assistant of the second boss, but the second boss didn't need her. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing her dilemma, Qin Chuan waved his hands and said, "It's not your problem. Forget it. Go get me a cup of coffee first. I'll talk to Mr. Liang later." "Okay." Hua Chunfeng responded, turned around and left the office to pour him coffee. After a while, she came back with a cup of coffee and put it on Qin Chuan's desk. "Thanks." Xin Chuan glanced at the coffee she placed in front of him, thanked her, picked it up and took a sip, then concentrated on reading the novel again. At this moment, a WeChat message from Su Chuchu suddenly popped up. He clicked it and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened a little and he almost spit out the coffee he had just drunk. Ahem. What is this woman trying to do? What Su Chuchu sent was a photo of one of her feet. However, it was withdrawn within 2 seconds of being sent out. The coffee is a little hot. Hua Chunfang had not walked far when she heard him coughing. She turned around and saw him wiping the corner of his mouth with his thumb, frowning and looking apologetic. Jin Chuan waved his hand. It's okay, go and get busy. After Hua Chunfang left, he looked at the message that Su Chu Chu had withdrawn, thought for a moment, and replied, "What was that interesting thing that flashed by just now? I didn't see it clearly." Send it again. Chapter 71, Visiting Comic Convention. Fun stuff? This damn pervert. Su Chu Chu looked at the WeChat message sent by Qin Xuan, her teeth gnashing, her pretty face flushed, and her 10 toes clenched involuntarily. Press the keyboard to reply, wrong message. Qin Xuan, the next time you send a wrong message, please let me know in advance so I can save it. Su Chu Chu, I didn't post anything. Qin Xuan laughed in silence. He could imagine her pouting and looking proud. I really can't confront her about this, otherwise what will I do if I make the wrong post in the future? That must be my eyes playing tricks on me. Everything looks like feet now. Su Chu Chu, pervert. Qin Xuan, didn't you go to record the song today? I'm done recording, resting at home. I just happened to be on vacation today. Can I come to see you? Su Chu Chu rolled her eyes secretly. What the hell, when do you not take a rest? Just as I typed OK and was about to send the message, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Chao Qin calling. Chu Chu, you will be a temporary guest on Shangnan TV tonight. It's a good opportunity to promote your new song. Get ready for your flight this afternoon. Oh, okay. Su Chu Chu said reluctantly. I fought hard to get you this opportunity. Stop whining and hurry up and take action, baby. I'll be home soon. Chao Qin seemed to be in a good mood on the phone. Got it, I'll clean it up right away. After hanging up the phone, he pursed his lips and replied to Qin Xuan, I have a flight to Shangnan TV to record a program in the afternoon. How long? If everything goes well, he should be back tomorrow. I'll take you there. No, we'll go to the airport when Sister Qin comes back, so you don't have to run back and forth. So urgent? Well, have a nice trip. Qin Xuan suddenly felt empty inside. Recently, I almost forgot that Su Chu Chu was a star. She needs to fly to commercial performances and participate in events. If those 3 songs she gave her became popular, would she be even busier in the future? Just as I was thinking about it with a sense of loss, my cell phone rang. I took a look and saw that it was my cousin Zhou Xiaotong calling. Cousin, Luo Tian and I will arrive in Jinhai at noon, ready to welcome you. Don't you have classes today? Qin Xuan asked. It's the weekend. Oh, I forgot, what are you doing in Jinhai? There's a comic exhibition going on at the World Expo Center these 2 days. Let's go over there and have some fun. Oh, all right. Why do you sound so unhappy? Do you not welcome us? If you are not welcome, then you won't come? It's a nice thought. Even if you're not welcome, go ahead. What are you asking? Just send me your location when you get there. Okay. Zhou Xiaotong said with a giggle. Kunchi is only an hour's drive from Jinhai, making it very convenient to travel back and forth. Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian are both 16 or 17 years old, and Luo Junfeng and Qin Xuan are both in Jinhai, so their family is not worried about them. Near noon, Qin Xuan picked them up at the intercity bus station. Luo Tian, why don't you two go and bother Luo Junfeng? I'm just your cousin, Luo Junfeng is your real brother. Qin Xuan joked as the 2 little girls got in the car. My brother has to go to work, and you don't, you stingy guy. Luo Tian rolled her eyes at him. Who said I'm fine? I'm now a major shareholder of a company, with hundreds of people under me. I'm very busy. Qin Xuan said unconvinced while driving. Bullshit. Luo Tian didn't believe it at all. I came to see you so I could meet my sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaotong actually told the real reason, as fans of my sister-in-law, we came to see how angry my sister-in-law is because of you. Then you may be disappointed. Your sister-in-law is taking a flight out of town to record a program this afternoon and she probably won't be back until tomorrow, Qin Xuan said. Ah? Zhou Xiaotong frowned and said a little disappointedly, how come our fan club didn't know that Su Su had a schedule recently? It's probably temporary. Qin Xuan said. Su Chu Chu originally said that she would rest at home, but suddenly she had to go out. It was probably because she received a temporary notice. Okay. Zhou Xiaotong sighed. I'll take you to eat first, and then I'll go to the comic exhibition with you in the afternoon. Although Qin Xuan is a game enthusiast, he has never paid much attention to comic exhibitions. Since he has nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well accompany them to take a look. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Luo Tian asked. Her cousin is a celebrity now, and if he is recognized, he might be surrounded by people. I'm not a celebrity, just recognize me if you want. Qin Xuan said nonchalantly. No, you won't be on the hot searches if you are recognized, and we don't want to be on the hot searches with you. If our fan club finds out that we are with you, we might be expelled from the fan club, said Zhou Xiaodong. Yes, you are now the biggest enemy of us Su fans. Luo Tian added. Qin Xuan. Then I have to go too. I'm worried if you two go alone. If someone kidnaps you, I won't be able to explain to your parents when I get back. After chatting and walking through several streets, Qin Xuan found a nice restaurant to take the two little girls to have lunch, and then drove them to the comic exhibition at the World Expo Museum. We arrived at the World Expo Museum after about 10 minutes. Here's your ticket. Let's go our separate ways and call each other when we get back. Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian went to buy the tickets, and came back to hand one to Qin Xuan. What do you mean? Are you two really planning to abandon me? I just treated you to lunch at noon, and you are turning your back on me? I should have let you guys come here by yourselves, regardless of whether you live or die. Qin Xuan took the ticket with a helpless smile. It would be so boring to visit a comic convention alone. Brother, we have no choice. Please understand. Zhou Xiaotong said helplessly. Yes, it's your fault that you always bring bad luck to my sister-in-law. Our fan club has already announced that we are irreconcilable with you. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Go away. Qin Xuan snorted and waved his hand to send them away. Then the two little girls parted ways with him. Qin Xuan pinched his nose and had to enter the venue alone. It is said that this is the largest comic exhibition this year. As soon as I entered the venue, I found that it was indeed packed with people and very lively. Cosplayers dressed as virtual characters from various games, comics, etc. can be seen everywhere walking among the crowd. Occasionally you can see a group of people taking photos around beautiful cosplayers wearing wigs of various colors and strange costumes. Although Qin Xuan had never been to a comic convention before, he had occasionally seen some videos, so he didn't think there was anything new about it. He was sightseeing in a hurry, with all kinds of games and anime music filling his ears. Perhaps he was not too much of a homebody, as he soon felt a bit bored. Just as I was about to go back, I inadvertently saw a stage performance in the distance, so I walked over. A girl group wearing JK uniforms is dancing passionately on the stage. The stage was surrounded by crowds of people, many of whom were holding cameras and taking pictures non-stop. There were bursts of warm applause from time to time. After a dance, a band came on stage. Hello everyone, we are the Long Legs Band. Chapter 72 Caught in the Act. The song performed by the Long Legs Band is the theme song of a passionate anime. Qin Xianyu's sweet and pure appearance originally seemed to be incompatible with passion. Fortunately, her voice and singing skills can fully support it. Although her Long Legs Band was formed not long ago, the four members of the band have actually been working together for nearly a year, so they cooperate very well and have a great understanding of each other. The dynamic live band coupled with Qin Xianyu's outstanding singing voice quickly got the audience excited, and the atmosphere was very warm. Perhaps infected by the enthusiasm of the audience, Qin Xianyu sang more and more devotedly, but as he sang, he felt something was wrong. It made her feel very uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping at her in some inconspicuous corner. This is the first public performance of our Long Legs Band. It was an opportunity that I finally fought for. Don't mess it up. She muttered to herself and quickly adjusted her state. Outside the dark crowd below the stage, Qin Xuan looked at Qin Xianyu with complicated eyes as he watched her jumping and dancing on the stage and letting herself go, feeling mixed emotions. A few days ago, Su Chuchu asked him if he was opposed to Qin Xianyu entering the entertainment industry, and he expressed his support. I guess it was probably this girl who asked Su Chuchu to sound out the issue in advance. But it was one thing to just say it casually. But now he saw with his own eyes this group of bastards in the audience staring at Qin Xianyu, and some of them were taking pictures with cameras, which still made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, he wouldn't go up and drag Qin Xianyu off the stage on the spot. After all, she is already 20 years old and is no longer the yellow-haired girl who followed him like a shadow when he was a child. He could also tell that she was comfortable on stage and enjoying herself. The song lasted several minutes and passed quickly. After a simple bow, Qin Xianyu retreated with her three friends. Finally, the performance is over. I'm so nervous. Are you guys nervous? I'm fine. Why are you so nervous? We just performed at the school celebration and it was a great success. How can it be the same? We are all classmates at school, it's not a professional stage, even if I mess up it's not a big deal. If I mess up today, maybe someone will post it online and it will be really embarrassing. How did I perform today? Did I sing well? Ox. Are we going back to school now? Why are you going back so early? Now that you're here, go shopping for a while before going back. I agree. Second. Backstage, Qin Xianyu, Milele and the other two were very excited after having just completed a very successful performance. They chatted with each other and soon agreed to go to the comic exhibition together. After simply packing up their equipment, the group of four walked out of the backstage, talking and laughing. Not long after they walked away, Qin Xianyu suddenly stopped, turned around and quickly walked back to the backstage. I have to pee urgently, you guys go first. Milele was stunned for a moment. Then I saw a handsome young man rushing towards me at lightning speed. Before he could react, someone had already arrived and grabbed Qin Xianyu. What are you doing? You're crazy, let me go. If you don't let go, we'll call for help. The three of them immediately turned pale and rushed over to rescue Qin Xianyu. You were running? Why don't you run anymore? Qin Xuan said unhappily to Qin Xianyu, who was held in his arms. Brother Qin Xianyu called out with a playful smile, and said, let go, give me some face. Qin Xuan glared at her and let her go. Brother? Milele looked at Qin Xuan, it seemed that he looked a bit like him. Qin Xuan, my biological brother from the same mother. Qin Xianyu introduced the three of them, brother, this is my roommate Milele, and my classmate Du Jin. Qin Xuan smiled warmly and nodded to them one by one. Then you guys chat, we'll go shopping first and call each other later. After a simple greeting, Milele saw that the brother and sister might have something to talk about, so she said to Qin Xianyu. Well, you guys go, don't worry about me. Qin Xianyu waved at the three people. Brother, why are you here? Qin Xianyu asked after Milele and the other two left. Based on her understanding of Qin Xuan, he would not go to such a place, otherwise she would definitely not perform here. His brother was a poor student, but he didn't allow her to be a poor student. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Qin Xuan snorted. I formed a band, and today we have a chance to perform here, so let's come and give it a try. Qin Xianyu saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to confess. Long Legs Band? Qin Xuan said. It's a nice name, right? Qin Xianyu said complacently with her little face raised. Where do you get your confidence from? What's wrong with my 1.5 meter tall legs? Qin Xianyu was relieved to see that Qin Xuan didn't seem angry, and said with a smile, you haven't told me yet, why are you here? Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian came from Kunming City to watch the comic convention. I was afraid it would be unsafe for them to come alone, so I accompanied them here. Qin Xuan said. Where are they? Why aren't they with you? Qin Xianyu looked around and didn't see Luo Tian and Zhou Xiaotong at all, so he frowned. It's a long story, so I won't mention them anymore. Qin Xuan cleared his throat and said how embarrassed he was to be disliked. Qin Xianyu, what do you mean by not mentioning them? Aren't you afraid that it would be unsafe for them to come on their own? At that age, there shouldn't be any problem. If there's anything, they can just call. Let's go out and talk. Qin Xuan nodded slightly to signal. Qin Xianyu said oh and followed him out of the venue, saying as he walked, brother, don't worry, playing in a band will definitely not affect my studies. We can just have fun and usually use our spare time to rehearse. So what? Qin Xuan turned his head and looked at her. So don't tell my parents first, especially my old-fashioned dad, otherwise he will definitely scold me. Qin Xianyu pouted. China University of Finance and Economics is considered a top university in China, and her family still has high expectations of her. What if I don't agree? Then I'll tell my parents about you buying such an expensive house. I'm not afraid at all. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Then I'm not afraid either. I'm thick-skinned. Forget it, deal. Qin Xuan said, come back with me later, along with Zhou Xiaotong and the others. I guess you haven't seen each other for a while. Two little brats, what's the fun in playing with them? Qin Chuan. Chapter 73. Her brother doesn't seem to be a good person. Want to develop in the entertainment industry? After walking out of the noisy venue, the surroundings finally became much quieter. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Xianyu seriously and asked seriously. If Qin Xianyu really has this idea, he must make good plans for this girl. If he lets her go her own way outside, he, as her brother, will always be worried. No, we're just a few friends getting together to fool around. For now, we just want to get the band done. Qin Xianyu said with a rare shy smile. Besides, I just think, it's not that easy. She only occasionally had an idea that could not even be called a dream, but she was also very clear that a hobby was just a hobby, and turning a hobby into a career was another matter. At present, domestic bands are not mainstream in the entire entertainment industry. Many underground bands are in a very difficult situation. The more miserable ones may even have a life of having no food to eat, and they are kept going by their passion. I don't know how many bands couldn't hold on any longer and eventually had to face the end of disbanding. To put it another way, it seems that there has never been a successful all-female band among the many well-known bands. Her Long Legs band has just been formed and they don't even have an original song. It can be said that they are not even a formal band and are still a long way from entering the entertainment industry. Rather than a dream, it's more like a pipe dream. You still have some self-awareness. Qin Chuan ridiculed her. Although she said that, Qin Chuan could still tell from her subtle expression that this girl had thought about it. Perhaps she felt it was too unrealistic, and her family might not support or understand her, so she was hesitant. Bite. System task: help Qin Xianyu realize her dream and build a successful girl band. Cash and points rewards will be issued based on task progress. Skill reward: unknown, progress 0-100. Just when Qin Chuan was about to tell Qin Xianyu that he could help if she had any ideas, the voice of the system issuing tasks suddenly rang in his mind. His expression froze for a moment. Well, what is coming will come. This mission came at the right time. Even if there was no system task, he was planning to help Qin Xianyu. Now there is a reward for it, how great! This is clearly a long-term task. There are not only cash and points rewards, but also skill rewards. The mastery of all instruments last time benefited him a lot, so he was very interested in the unknown skill reward. Especially the word unknown, just like scratching a lottery ticket, it always makes people full of expectations. Find some time to let me see the current level of your band. Qin Chuan said calmly. He has now mastered all the instruments and wants to see what the conditions of her team members are like. Ah? Qin Xianyu asked in surprise, you've already seen it all. My singing is okay, right? How could she not know that Qin Chuan's singing was fatal? You didn't say it, but you, a tone-deaf person, act like you know a lot. How can you tell what level you are at? That's the result of your rehearsal. I want to see how it goes during your normal rehearsal. Qin Chuan said seriously. You don't understand, so what's so good about it? Qin Xianyu said with a little resistance. It was embarrassing to let acquaintances see her live performance. Who said I don't understand? I'll let you see what a musical genius is later. Qin Chuan curled his lips and said with a smug expression. Okay then, how about tomorrow? I'll take you to the rehearsal room to have a look. Qin Xianyu made a tisk sound, and seeing that he was not going to give up until he went to have a look, she had to agree. Then tomorrow morning. Qin Chuan said with finality. Qin Xianyu said in boredom. On the other side, Ni Lele and the other two separated from Qin Xianyu and wandered around the venue. Haven't you seen Xiao Ye's brother before? The girl with long curly hair named Dai Xian suddenly asked. She is from the foreign languages department. Ni Lele and the girl Duzhan who dresses in a more androgynous style are Qin Xianyu's classmates. They must have closer interactions with Qin Xianyu, so she asked this question. I heard her say she has a brother, and today I met him in person for the first time. Ni Lele said, you know what, her brother is quite handsome. My heart was pounding when I saw him just now, and I almost got shy. Ni Lele paused for a moment and then continued, I suddenly want to be Xiao Yuer's sister-in-law. I'll ask her brother if he has a girlfriend. If not, I plan to seduce him to be my boyfriend. What do you think? I may not like short legs. Duzhan, who has always been taciturn, rolled his eyes at her and joked. You don't understand this. Boys like girls like me, who are petite and cute. That way they will be more protective of you. Milil said disapprovingly. No, don't you find that her brother looks a little familiar? Daishian lowered his head and swiped his phone, opened the search engine, typed in Qin Chuan, and immediately found information about him. The photos and videos even have entries on Baidu, which even Qin Chuan himself probably didn't know. Look, this is the same person, right? Daishian looked through it carefully, then handed the phone to Milil. Some time ago, Su Chushu's marriage caused a lot of controversy, and young people like them who like to read celebrity gossip paid a lot of attention to it. But when I met him in real life, he was my classmate's brother, so it was difficult to connect him with Su Chuchu's husband at the first sight. Oh my god. When Milil took it and looked at it, his expression froze for a moment, and then he cursed in disbelief. Dujin took the phone from her, looked at it carefully, and frowned slightly. Xiao Yuer's brother is Su Chuchu's husband? This is unlikely. I think it's pretty close. What is the probability that they have the same name and look exactly the same? Dai Xian asked the two. Milil and Dujin looked at each other and were silent for a moment. They didn't know how high the probability was, but now they were almost certain that Xiao Yuer's brother was Su Chuchu's husband. Dujin returned the phone to Dai Xian, took out his own phone and looked through the news about Qin Chuan and netizens' comments about him. Whether it was some gossip marketing accounts or general entertainment news, the evaluation of him was generally negative. It was nothing more than his previous occupation, and there were also rumors that he was a gigolo at Su Chuchu's, and that he used Su Chuchu's money to take strange girls to the auto show and spend lavishly. Her brother doesn't seem to be a good person. The comments about him online are not very good. No wonder Xiao Yuer bought so many luxury goods when she went shopping last time. I thought she was kept by some rich second generation. She said her brother bought them for her, but I didn't quite believe it. Now it seems possible. Milil also lowered her head and scrolled through her phone with mixed feelings. Xiao Yuer's brother's affairs have nothing to do with her. In the future, don't mention her brother in front of her to avoid embarrassment. Let's just pretend we don't know. What do you think? Dujin put away his phone, thought for a while and suggested. The three of them looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. At this moment, Mileilei's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the phone, then at Dujin and the others. Xiao Yuer is calling. Lulu, ask them if they have anything to do tomorrow morning? If not, let's go to the rehearsal room. My brother wants to go and take a look. Pressing the answer button, Qin Xianyu said on the other end of the phone. Milil. Chapter 74. Then be a fool for once. Okay, tell them to meet at the rehearsal room tomorrow morning. In Qin Chuan's car in the open-air parking lot outside the World Expo Center, Qin Xianyu hung up the phone, turned around and said to him. After saying that, he reminded me, you can come to watch our rehearsal, but you have to promise me that you can watch it, but you don't understand anything, so you are not allowed to talk nonsense. Qin Chuan glanced at her and snorted nonchalantly. Tomorrow I will let you see what professionalism is. It's still early. Xiaotong and Luo Tian probably won't be back for a while. Do you want to go to the comic convention as well? No, I'm a little tired. Qin Xianyu shook his head and said, how are you and sister-in-law doing recently? Very good, respectful to each other. Hasn't my sister-in-law moved in yet? No hurry. Now that I have nothing to do, why don't you tell me what's going on between you and my sister-in-law? Qin Xianyu said with interest, as if he was listening to gossip. Want to listen? Qin Chuan glanced at her sideways. I want to listen. Qin Xianyu nodded. Okay, then I'll talk to you about it. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, this has to start from your sister-in-law's wedding. On that day, I and two colleagues. There was nothing to hide from Qin Xianyu about what had happened between him and Su Chuchu from the time they met to today. Although it is a bit strange compared to most marriages, there is nothing shameful about it. He must have skipped over the system issue. So you are in a fake marriage now? Qin Xianyu said in surprise after hearing this. Even if we have obtained the marriage certificate, it is not a fake marriage. Well, I can't explain it to you clearly. You can figure it out slowly by yourself. How dare my sister-in-law give you so much money? Qin Xianyu blinked, a little confused. You also think it's unreasonable, right? It's too unreasonable. Qin Xianyu said with a matter-of-fact expression. If it's irrational, why do you still think so? Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at her. Well. Use your pig brain. My house is worth more than 80 million. Does your sister-in-law have that much money? Qin Xianyu stopped talking, picked up his phone and silently searched how much money Su Chuchu could earn in a year. The public is very curious about the income of celebrities, so a lot of relevant information can be found on the internet. There are many different figures given, but the highest figure does not exceed 20 million. Now she was a little confused. My sister-in-law may not have that much money. Maybe she is a second-generation rich girl. Her family is rich. She looked at Qin Chuan and said uncertainly, besides, if it's not my sister-in-law's money, then it's even more unreasonable. Where did you get the money? I said it was blown by the strong wind. Do you believe me? Only a fool would believe that. Then just be a fool for once. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Qin Xianyu stared at him quietly, obviously she didn't want to be a fool. Just remember that the money belongs to your brother, and it came from a legitimate source. Qin Chuan said lazily. Really? Qin Xianyu saw that he was unwilling to say more, so he knew that he had no chance of getting anything out of him. Really? Qin Chuan said with certainty. Then I will believe you. Qin Xianyu hesitated for a long time, and had to choose to believe him. Even if he didn't believe him, what could he do? Just believe it. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Xiaodong's number. The call was connected soon. Are you going back to Kuan City today? Come back. Zhou Xiaodong's crisp voice came out. Then hurry back, it's getting late. I'll take you to the station. We're heading back, right away. We'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. Okay. About 10 minutes later, the two little girls came back happily, talking and laughing, holding the pillows, posters and other things they bought from the comic convention. When I opened the car door, I saw Qin Xianyu was also in the car. Cousin, why are you here too? Zhou Xiaotong got into the car and said with a look of surprise. Oh, I heard you came to Jinhai, so I came to see you, Qin Xianyu said with a smile. Of course, she couldn't let her two little cousins know that she was coming here to perform, otherwise her family would probably know about it soon. Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at her. This girl was now telling lies as good as his own, but he remained calm. Didn't you go to the comic convention? I went there, wandered around for a while and came back. The three little girls were chattering away as Qin Chuan started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. First, I sent Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian back to Kunming by intercity bus, and then I took Qin Xianyu back to Yushuaibei after having dinner. The bedroom specially reserved for her was fully equipped with bedding, toiletries, etc. The next morning, after the two had breakfast, Qin Chuan drove Qin Xianyu directly to her rehearsal room. Why are you in such a remote place? More than half an hour later, the car drove into a narrow and dilapidated road according to the address given by Qin Xianyu. Most people probably would not have thought that there was such a remote place near the University of Finance and Economics. It's cheap here and it doesn't disturb others, which is perfect. Qin Xianyu said. It's not safe. We don't rehearse tonight. That's not safe either. The living expenses I give you are for you to spend. So what? Are you going to keep it as a dowry? A few minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse. The two pushed the door and got out of the car. Qin Xianyu walked forward, lifted the rolling door, and walked in, followed closely by Qin Chuan. Although the spacious and simple warehouse has a faint smell of mold, it is tidied up quite well. Keyboards, bass, guitar, drum set and other equipment are placed inside. After the performance at the comic convention yesterday, Milil and the other two walked around and called a few male classmates to help transport the things back. There is a large square table near the right wall, with water cups, bags, and other miscellaneous items on it. There are several chairs and a fabric sofa around it. How is it? Not bad, right? Qin Xianyu asked with a smile. It's okay. When will your team members arrive? Qin Chuan said after glancing around. I just sent a WeChat message. They're on their way and will be here soon. Qin Chuan nodded and pointed at a guitar. Can you play it? He knew early on that Qin Xianyu could sing, but he didn't know whether she could play a musical instrument. She had never shown it at home or in front of him. She only sang on stage yesterday. I know a little. I don't play well, but I'm definitely better than you. She knew that Qin Chuan had learned guitar for a month. He learned a song at that time and brought the guitar home to show off to her and his parents. After that, there was no further news. Play one for me. Okay. Qin Xianyu pouted reluctantly, walked over, picked up the guitar, sat on a chair beside him, tuned it, and said to himself, "How about playing Romantic Starlight?" "Anything is fine," Qin Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 75. I must be hallucinating. Romantic Starlight is a song that many guitar novices in this world choose to practice. It is of medium difficulty, and Qin Xianyu's performance can only be considered average, barely passing. The high school workload left her with almost no time to learn guitar. Qin Xuan guessed that she probably started learning it in college. Being able to practice to her current level is already considered a good talent. Her advantage mainly lies in singing. How is it? Is it okay? Qin Xianyu stopped playing a song before it was finished, raised her little face with a hint of pride and asked. So. Qin Xuan briefly uttered 2 words to evaluate. Qin Xianyu curled his lips and didn't argue with him. His guitar playing skills were not even half-baked, and she didn't expect him to be able to play anything. He had to come and watch the rehearsal purely for fun. Do you have any original songs? Qin Xuan asked as he sat down on the chair next to her. Yes, the song we've been rehearsing recently is our first original work. You wrote it? We came up with this together. You can be the first audience member later and listen to it. Qin Xianyu seemed to have no confidence in their original creation. After all, none of them majored in music, and they all learned music theory by themselves. They only relied on occasional bursts of inspiration to piece together the music. As for buying songs, the band has just been formed and they have no plans to do so for the time being. Let me see it, Qin Xuan said. Qin Xianyu tore off a piece of simple music score from the music stand next to him and handed it to him. Qin Xuan took it and read it carefully. He really couldn't tell the quality of the song just by looking at the score, but he now had a good musical literacy, and his intuitive feeling seemed to be that there was nothing special about it. Qin Xianyu saw that he was pretending to look so carefully, and she bet that her brother absolutely didn't understand it. However, she was too lazy to complain about him, so she took out her cell phone and opened WeChat to ask Malil where the others were. Let me play it and let you hear it. Qin Xuan stood up and walked towards the electronic piano, speaking halfway. Qin Xianyu looked up at him, not taking his words seriously at all, and continued to hold her phone and send messages to Milele and the others. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. When a string of very smooth notes suddenly came, her hands paused. It was clearly the prelude to their band's original song. They had been rehearsing this song recently and she was very familiar with it. She slowly raised her eyes, slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and looked at Qin Xuan standing behind the camera with an exaggerated expression. She couldn't believe that he was her biological brother. Qin Xuan looked at the music score with focused eyes, his 10 fingers dancing on the black and white keys like flowing water, and a smooth melody poured out from his fingertips. He had already looked through the score in advance, and the piece itself was quite soothing, so it was not difficult for him to play it. But in Qin Xianyu's eyes, it was a different matter. Qin Xuan learned to play the guitar for a period of time during his freshman year, but I've never heard that he learned to play the piano. Her mouth was slightly open, her expression dull, and she stared at Qin Xuan intently. She had begun to doubt her life. I must be hallucinating. Is this guy really my brother? Only professional keyboard players can play a new piece of music so skillfully after just looking at it once. Anyway, their band's keyboard player Malil definitely can't do it. Qin Xianyu knows her brother's character very well. If this guy had this kind of skill, he wouldn't be able to hide it and would have shown it off long ago. That's why it's even more surprising and feels even more incredible. Qin Xuan stopped after playing it once. When he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Xianyu staring at him in amazement. This was completely what he expected. As for the song they composed, it can only be said that there is really nothing special about it, and both the lyrics and the music are a bit immature. I don't think this song is good. He walked up to Qin Xianyu, who still had a dazed look on his face, and spoke bluntly. Qin Xianyu looked up at him. Is this the time to discuss this song? Shouldn't you explain to me what's going on with you? Brother? She asked with a puzzled look on her face. Don't ask. If you ask, it's just that I have extraordinary talent. Qin Xuan said calmly. There is no way to explain it, so I won't explain it. Anyway, you believe in the money thing. Believe this one more time. His idea is also very simple. In the foreseeable future, there will likely be many changes in myself. It's really troublesome to rack my brains to find reasons to explain every time. So you just need to get used to it slowly. Qin Xianyu. No, you have to give me an explanation, otherwise I will doubt whether you are my real brother. Qin Xianyu naturally didn't get away with it so easily. They were treating her like a fool. She was 100% sure that the man standing in front of her was her biological brother. But what just happened was so bizarre that she couldn't digest it in such a short time. Then wait for me to think of a reason to fool you, Qin Chuan said, rubbing his chin. Don't lie to me. That's a gifted person. He suddenly had an epiphany when he woke up. Just at this moment, footsteps and laughter were heard outside the door, and the brother and sister stopped talking about this topic. The rolling door was pushed open and Milil and the other two walked in. My brother Qin Chuan met you yesterday. Qin Xianyu gave the three of them a brief introduction again. Hello. Qin Chuan greeted the three people with a smile. Oh, hello. Hello. Although the three of them had agreed yesterday not to mention her brother in front of Qin Xianyu, but in front of Qin Chuan himself, the three of them still looked at him with somewhat strange eyes. Then let's get started. Now that everyone was present, Qin Xianyu had no choice but to put aside what had just happened and talk about it later. Okay, we have to hurry up and rehearse our own songs, so that we can sing our own original works when we have the opportunity to perform next time, Milil said with a smile. After a brief discussion, there was no further delay and the four of them quickly took their positions. Keyboardist Milele, bassist Dujin, drummer Daishian, and Qin Xianyu are the lead singer and guitarist of the team. From a professional perspective, this is almost like a makeshift team. Or to put it another way, it's even worse than a makeshift team. But they enjoyed it. After the rehearsal began, Qin Chuan sat on the sofa nearby and observed quietly. I soon realized that the task assigned by the system seemed to be quite difficult. It can be seen that the four of them are very talented, but they are probably latecomers and their basic skills are not solid. If it is a new song, it will be very difficult for them to cooperate with each other. They performed well at the comic convention yesterday, and I guess they put a lot of effort in private. After rehearsing several times, everyone felt a little tired, so they returned to the square table to drink water and rest. Brother Xiaochuan, you are the first listener of our new song. Do you think it will be a hit? Milele has always been cheerful and familiar with people. As soon as she sat down, she turned around and asked Qin Chuan. Chapter 76, Maybe Not a Human. To be honest, it's very risky. Qin Chuan was not afraid of disappointing them and told the truth. He had played it once himself before Milil and the others came, and they just rehearsed it a few more times. The melody was not catchy and the lyrics were a bit thin. Not to mention becoming popular, it was not even nice to listen to. Hey! Can't you encourage us? We have just been established and can't withstand the blow. We might disband tomorrow just because of what you said, Milil said with a smile, and his attitude was pretty good. They actually know their own strengths and weaknesses. At least for now, their band is more inclined to entertain themselves, and even their style positioning is not clear yet. Of course, if there is a chance to perform outside, I definitely don't want to miss the opportunity to show my face. Qin Chuan smiled and didn't respond. He thought it would be better if they disbanded, so that I could find a few decent musicians to accompany Qin Xianyu. With a few of you rookies getting together, my task would be a bit too difficult. Look at what you have accomplished. Qin Xianyu glanced at her. Believe me, with a beautiful and charming keyboard player like you in our band, we will definitely become the best girl band in the country in the future. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that our band has a bright future. Milil's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, I seem to be able to imagine that maybe in 3 to 5 years, our band will be able to hold concerts with 100,000 people at will, and every show will be sold out. Fans will fight to get tickets and get bloody. When she finished her daydreaming, Qin Xianyu encouraged her and said, yes, we have a bright future. You really dare to think so? Daishian lowered his head and pondered the music score. Perhaps he still felt that it was not perfect enough, so he said without raising his head. Think about it, it's not against the law, Milil said with a grin. We just rehearsed it several times, but I still feel like there's something wrong with our song. Daishian wondered. What's wrong? I also felt uncomfortable when I was singing just now. Qin Xianyu restrained his smile and immediately became serious. I can't say, Daishian said with a slightly distressed expression. Qin Xianyu and the other two also took the music score and started to study it. These rookies have absolutely no idea about song creation. They have racked their brains to put together a song that will not be judged as plagiarism and is barely listenable. There must be many immature details. They can only slowly discover the problems and revise them repeatedly through rehearsal. Just as they were thinking hard, Qin Chuan's voice came from the side. It would be better if it were changed to D key. Qin Xianyu and the others turned their heads to look at him, and he continued seriously, "You guys give it a try." He has now mastered all musical instruments, and the music theory knowledge stored in his mind is definitely not comparable to Qin Xianyu and others. Of course, this song will not become a good song even if the tune is changed, but it will definitely be smoother and more pleasant to the ear than it is now. Qin Xianyu's look at him was indeed not as surprised as before. At least subconsciously, she has gradually begun to accept the fact that her brother has suddenly become different. The other three seemed a little surprised. "Brother Xiaochuan, do you understand this too?" asked Milil. "I understand a little." Qin Chuan chuckled. While the two were talking, the other three had already shifted their attention back to the music score, and soon realized that what he said seemed to make some sense. "Let's try it out again," Qin Xianyu said to Milele and the other two. After a moment, all the positions were taken into place one after another. They have rehearsed this song many times and are very familiar with it, so even though they cannot be called very professional, changing the key is not too difficult for them. After a little adaptation, I soon got on track. Then I found that the awkward feeling before disappeared, and the whole song instantly became smoother and more pleasant. It's indeed much better. The first rehearsal was a little bumpy, but it was finally completed. The four of them looked at each other, and Dai Xian said with surprise, "Master, please accept my knees." Milele, who was standing behind the keyboard, bowed to Qin Chuan and said with admiration. Dai Xian and Duzhen also looked at him with gratitude. Qin Chuan suddenly got excited and walked to Duzhen, took the drumstick from her hand and said to everyone, "Come, I'll play the drums for you, and try to follow me." The drummer in a band is equivalent to the conductor of a symphony orchestra. He just gave a simple suggestion and the whole song was completely changed. In the eyes of Milil and others, he was undoubtedly a professional, so naturally they did not object. Dong dong clang. Dong dong clang. Looking at Qin Chuan playing the drum set extremely skillfully, with accurate and stable rhythm and excellent control of tone, Qin Xianyu was a little confused again. How come he can still play drums? And you fight so well? The other three were also very surprised. Qin Chuan played the drums much better than Duzhen. He was definitely an experienced veteran drummer. Dai Xian, right? Your bass was a little off pitch just now. Well, I'm not very proficient yet. I'll play it for you, and then try walking it again. As it turned out, Qin Xianyu was too ignorant too early. Then I discovered that Qin Chuan seemed to be able to play all the instruments in the rehearsal room with ease, whether it was drums, guitar, or bass. And the technical skills he displayed were more than enough to pin the four of them to the ground, humiliating. Milil and the other two were completely conquered by him after a series of shocks. It is not easy for a person to master a musical instrument. The person in front of him is like a music monster. All the instruments in his hands are definitely above professional level. This is a bit outrageous. After rehearsing several times under Qin Chuan's direction, they finally got it right and everyone went back to the side to rest. Everyone, including Qin Xianyu, looked at him with admiration in their eyes. "Brother, are you still human?" Qin Xianyu came close to him, looked at him with complicated eyes and said softly, "Qin Chuan. Brother Xiaochuan, you are so awesome. You know everything. You are even better than the gods." Milil said. "Xiao Yuer, if you had asked your brother to come over and give us some pointers earlier, we wouldn't have to take so many detours." Dai Xian also looked very happy. "Brother Xiaochuan, you play the drums very well. Please give me some pointers when you have time." Even Duzhen, who usually doesn't like to talk, looked at him with admiration. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Fangirl +4. At the same time, Milil and her friends also had some doubts about the rumors on the internet. Qin Chuan is such a talented person, does he need to be a paparazzi? Does he need to be a gigolo? Xiao Yuer, who exactly is your brother? Near noon, after Qin Xianyu and the other three watched Qin Chuan drive away, Milele finally couldn't help but ask. In fact, what she wanted to ask were the rumors on the internet. Maybe not a human. Qin Xianyu watched Qin Chuan's car going farther and farther away, feeling an indescribable weirdness in his heart. He scratched his hair and muttered softly. Milil. Chapter 77. Love makes people stupid. Your brother seems to be different from what is said on the internet. After seeing Qin Chuan off and returning to the rehearsal room, Milele walked and talked with Qin Xianyu in her arms. Putting aside other things, at least the online claims that he was a paparazzi and a gigolo do not seem to be tenable. You all know about it? Qin Xianyu didn't intend to hide it from them, she simply felt that there was no need to publicize the fact that she had a celebrity sister-in-law. Sister, can we have internet here? Milil glanced at her sideways. After meeting your brother yesterday, we realized that those messy rumors on the internet were indeed not credible. Now it seems that your brother is not the kind of person that is said to be on the internet. Dai Xian said. Brother Xiaochuan is definitely a musical genius. How could such a talented person become a paparazzi and live off others? I guess it is very likely that your sister-in-law's fans are deliberately slandering him. Dujin echoed. Well. Qin Xianyu opened her mouth. She wanted to say that her brother was not that powerful before, but she didn't say it in the end. Now even she was a little confused, and Milele and the others would definitely not believe it if she told them. Actually, your brother is handsome and talented. If I were your sister-in-law, I would be happy for him to eat my gigolo. It's a pity that we are one step too late. Milele said, why didn't you introduce your brother to us earlier? Otherwise, maybe I would be your sister-in-law now. I don't care, you have to compensate me with a boyfriend like your brother. Qin Xianyu, psycho. On the other side, Qin Chuan returned to launching entertainment and sat in the office thinking about how to quickly turn Qin Xianyu and her group from this makeshift group into a successful band. A few good songs that suit their style are definitely indispensable. Although I was also tone deaf in my previous life, I have listened to quite a few songs, so I can easily find a few of them. But before that, we have to help them solve their current problem. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. First of all, we need to provide them with a good rehearsal environment. At a minimum, you'll need a professional rehearsal room. Although the place is okay now, it is too remote. It is not safe for a few girls to stay there, and it is also a bit far from the school. Secondly, a set of professional equipment must be provided. Now they have everything they need, but most of them are not very high-end things. This amount of money may be a considerable expense for these students, but it is not even a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, while helping them, he will also receive mission rewards. Based on past experience, it will definitely not be less than tens of millions. As for whether or not to sign them to the company, he hasn't decided yet. If they sign with the company, they can use the company's resources to help them promote their products. Otherwise, they are not famous now, and there are not many activities they can participate in. Even if they have a few good representative works, it will probably take a long time to become popular quickly. If that happens, he might not be able to complete his task within 1 or 2 years. Of course, this depends on Qin Xianyu and the others' own wishes. Just as I was thinking about all these miscellaneous things, Liang Anlu knocked on the door and walked in, smiling. I came here specially to remind you not to forget the company's senior management dinner tonight. Okay. Qin Chuan said, by the way, I was just about to tell you something. You don't have to find an assistant for me. I don't need any help with anything. Xiao Hui is very efficient. Why are you not satisfied? Do you want to change to a prettier one? Liang Anlu said with a smile. It's really not necessary. Qin Chuan said speechlessly. Okay then. Liang Anlu shrugged. Mr. Liang, do you know if there is a good band rehearsal room near the University of Finance and Economics? Qin Chuan asked casually. Liang Anlu was in this field after all, so she might know more about this. We have it in our company. You can use it any time you need it. Liang Anlu thought he was going to practice singing and said with a smile. It's not for my use. My sister has formed a small band and wants to find a rehearsal room closer to the school for them to use. Qin Chuan said. Oh, I really don't know about that. Liang Anlu thought for a while. Look, it would be much more convenient if you had an assistant now. Just ask her to help you do it. This is a private matter. You are a major shareholder of the company, and your personal affairs are also considered official affairs. Mr. Liang, do you have any conspiracy? Why does he have to assign me an assistant? Qin Chuan joked. What conspiracy could I have? It's just to make your work more convenient. What else could it be? I think it's better to forget it. Just keep Xiaohua and let her handle some trivial matters. Liang Anlu said with a faint smile. Okay. Qin Xuan hesitated and nodded. There is a special practice room under the company. If you need to practice your new song, let Xiaohua arrange it for you. Good. I have asked someone to contact Xinghe Music, but there is no news yet. Liang Anlu said again. Don't worry, thank you for your help. After chatting for a few more minutes, Liang Anlu left the office. Qin Xuan stretched. It was already past lunchtime, but he had no appetite. Suddenly I remembered that Su Chuchu should be back from recording the show today. After thinking for a moment, I took out my phone and sent her a WeChat message. Did the recording of the show go smoothly? I just got off the plane and was preparing to go home. Su Chuchu replied a few seconds later. Do you need me to pick you up at the airport? Qin Xuan raised a faint smile and asked politely. He knew in his heart that it was probably not necessary, as Chao Qin should have arranged it long ago. Su Chuchu, not sincere. Qin Xuan. She could actually sense that I was not sincere even through the phone? This woman is so scary. On the airport highway, in a black nanny car. Su Chuchu glanced at the string of colon sent by Qin Xuan and curled her lips, thinking that all the fans know what time my flight leaves, but this guy didn't even ask in advance, and only now said he would come to pick me up at the airport. If this is not insincerity, then what is it? But soon another message popped up, then wait for me at the airport, I'll pick you up now. Su Chuchu turned her head and looked out the window. The car had just left the airport highway. She hesitated for a moment and said, Shall we stop the car in front? Oh. Yang Shelby responded. Why did you stop the car? To go to the bathroom? Chao Qin beside her looked at her with confusion. I remember the scenery ahead seems pretty good. I'll get off the car and take a look. You guys go back first. Su Chuchu blinked her long eyelashes twice quickly and said calmly. Chao Qin. Yang Shelby. Do you dare to say something more? If I remember correctly, there is a residential area in front. How can there be any scenery? Su Chuchu was never good at making excuses. She obviously felt that she had failed to fool him, so she had to confess, he came to pick me up. It's obvious who he is. Chao Qin understood as soon as she heard it, but she just couldn't understand it. She could clearly meet him at home, so why did he have to do this? As expected, love makes people less intelligent. Chapter 78 Who Made You Unhappy? Chao Qin couldn't understand why men and women in love would have such stupid behavior. At least she had never been so stupid. Yang Shelby had never been so stupid, but she felt inexplicably envious and a little yearning in her heart. She occasionally dreamed that one day in the future someone would be able to be stupid for her, or that she would be stupid for someone. Chao Qin had no choice but to drive back by herself, and asked Yang Shelby to accompany Su Chuchu to stay halfway to enjoy the scenery. After about 20 minutes, Qin Xuan's car slowly stopped next to the two of them. Yang Shelby walked to the back door and got in. Su Chuchu sat in the passenger seat, pulled down her mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she wrinkled her nose slightly, turned her head to look at Qin Xuan, and her delicate face was unconsciously covered with a layer of frost. Why didn't you stay at the airport and come here? Qin Xuan started the car and didn't notice her little action just now. He just wondered. After receiving the location sent by Su Chuchu, he rushed directly to this place where there was no village or shop nearby, so he was very surprised. Yang Shelby didn't say anything. She was also very curious about how her boss would answer. After waiting for a long time, Su Chuchu still didn't say anything, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little stiff. The carriage fell into silence. While driving, Qin Xuan suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. He took the time to quickly glance at Su Chuchu next to him. He saw that she had a stern face and her hands were tightly clenched together. He didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't respond to him at all. Although Su Chuchu usually behaves like this most of the time in private, he still vaguely sensed that she seemed to be sulking. Is it my fault for coming too slowly? It shouldn't be that necessary. After receiving the message from her, I drove here myself. The road was smooth and there was basically no delay. Besides, she didn't know that she was in Lunching Entertainment just now. It's much closer from Lunching Entertainment to here than from Yushui Bay. Since she asked me to pick her up, it meant that she was not angry at that time. How come this happened in the blink of an eye? After a moment of silence, he asked tentatively, is the recording of the show not going well? It went quite smoothly. This time Su Chuchu finally spoke, and her tone clearly sounded unhappy. Yang Xiaowei also noticed that her boss seemed a little unhappy. But she was also confused. Why? Shouldn't I be happy to see Teacher Qin? It was fine just now, why did it suddenly become like this? Oh. People in love are so hard to understand. By the way, Xiaoyer has formed a band. I went to their rehearsal room this morning and saw that they seemed to be doing well. The air pressure was a little low, and Qin Xuan didn't know what had happened or what he had done wrong, so he could only make small talk. Su Chuchu said him indifferently. I'll take you there to have a look some other day. Qin Xuan said again. Su Chuchu remained silent and ignored him. Who made you unhappy? After a while, Qin Xuan had to ask directly. No. Su Chuchu said stiffly, then turned to the window, looking like she didn't want to pay any attention to him. It was so obvious that Qin Xuan immediately understood that she was angry with him, but he had no idea what he had done wrong, which was a bit difficult to deal with. She was angry, but she didn't say it. This is probably a problem that many men will encounter. Except for singles. Qin Xuan pondered for a moment. Since she refused to say anything, he had to ask Yang Xiaowei for help. Xiaowei, you must have made my wife unhappy, right? I don't have one. Yang Xiaowei was caught in the crossfire and was stunned for a moment, confused. I thought to myself, Sister Susu was obviously angry because she saw you, what does it have to do with me? If it's not you, then it must be Sister Qin. Qin Xuan sighed, I have to have a good talk with Sister Qin later. My wife is so gentle and beautiful, why do I always make her angry? We work so hard, but how can she, as an agent, not care about the artist's emotions at all? This is really too much. He directly put the blame on Chao Qin, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. Yang Xiaowei. Su Chuchu turned her head and glanced at him. This guy is really shameless. No, I'll have a good chat with Chao Qin when I get back. My wife is such a tolerant person, but she made her angry. She must have done something excessive. Qin Xuan was filled with righteous indignation, and kept muttering to himself, as if he was going to settle accounts with Chao Qin. Seeing that he looked very serious, Su Chuchu wondered why she would really let him go talk to Chao Qin. It has nothing to do with others, okay? Chao Qin might turn around and blame herself later. Just get married, just date, why do you have to drag her into these trivial matters between the two of you? It has nothing to do with Sister Qin. Su Chuchu glanced at him and said. Impossible. Qin Xuan insisted that it was Chao Qin. I was fine when I sent you a WeChat message just now. You got angry after just a while. If it's not Xiaowei, then it must be her. Su Chuchu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She knew that this guy was just pretending to be stupid, but for some reason her anger subsided a lot. What's with the perfume in your car? After a while, Su Chuchu was really out of options. She couldn't let him really go back and question Sister Qin, so she had to ask softly. When Qin Xuan heard this, he suddenly realized what was going on. Is she suspicious that I'm attracting other men behind her back, and is she jealous? Am I that kind of person? Oh, the two cousins you met last time came over yesterday, and we went to the comic convention together. This morning I took Xiaoyer to the rehearsal room. Qin Xuan reported to her the general itinerary from yesterday to today. Because the space in the car was closed, the smell of Xiaoyer's perfume remained in the car. He didn't care about it before, but he didn't expect Su Chuchu to be so sensitive. Su Chuchu looked at him with questioning eyes. You can send a WeChat message to ask Xiaoyer right now. Qin Xuan looked calm. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Su Chuchu then withdrew her gaze, without saying anything or sending any WeChat messages. Qin Xuan glanced at her, his expression seemed to soften a lot, knowing that she had believed it, so he smiled and asked, Are you not angry now? I'm not angry. Su Chuchu blinked quickly and argued, then added, I'm not that petty. Okay, the person who was angry just now was not you, Qin Xuan smiled slightly. He was not so bored that he had to fight with her. Just believe it. I thought, why don't you just tell me directly about this little thing? You've already got the certificate, why are you beating around the bush here? It's so troublesome to keep guessing. I haven't had lunch yet. Let's find a place to eat? After a few minutes, Qin Xuan suddenly felt a little hungry. We haven't eaten yet. We don't want to be out, so let's order takeout. It will arrive at our house just in time for now. Yeah, okay. What do you want to eat? Su Chu Chu picked up her phone and started ordering takeout, as if nothing had happened. I'm not picky about food, just watch me. Qin Chuan concentrated on driving the car. Yang Xiaowei in the back seat was a little confused. She seemed to have not yet fully understood what was going on, and the two of them just reconciled like this? Chapter 79 Why the Feet Again? A small misunderstanding was quickly resolved and the atmosphere in the car immediately eased. It is normal for couples to get angry with each other occasionally. The most important thing is not to delay after the conflict occurs and to resolve it as soon as possible. After about 10 minutes, the group of three returned to Lijing Huoding. Teacher Xiaoqin is here. Xiaoqin had arrived home early and was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. When she saw the three people come in, she greeted Qin Chuan politely with a smile on her face. Now her attitude towards Qin Chuan can be simply summarized in one sentence: as long as you don't seduce Su Chu Chu to have a child, we will still be good friends. Sister Qin, you look beautiful again after not seeing you for a few days. Qin Chuan complimented in a joking tone. Xiaoqin was busy at the last Nuanzhu banquet, so it seems like we haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. Before he met Su Chu Chu, he had never come into contact with agents, and most of them impressed him as very strict characters. Xiaoqin overturned his impression of the profession of agent. She seems more like a parent or an older sister. So Qin Chuan had a pretty good impression of her. Su Chu Chu rolled her eyes secretly. She was clamoring to settle the score with others just now, but now she started to flatter them. Come and sit down. Xiaoqin smiled, but of course she didn't take his words seriously. I'm going to change my clothes. Su Chu Chu said this and went straight upstairs, and Yang Xiaowei followed her. Qin Chuan walked into the living room, sat down, and started chatting with Xiaoqin. What show did you guys record yesterday? One of the regular guests on Xiangnan TV's The Voice of China had an incident, so Chu Chu was asked to temporarily replace him for one episode. Xiaoqin said. Oh, I've seen that show, it's pretty good, everything went pretty smoothly. Well, it went pretty smoothly, but it was a bit exhausting. We didn't finish recording until the early hours of the morning. Not long after, Su Chu Chu and Yang Xiaowei each changed into loose and comfortable clothes and went downstairs. The takeaway was delivered on time, and the four of them ate and chatted in the living room. You haven't heard Xiao Yuer sing yet? Qin Chuan asked Su Chu Chu. No. Su Chu Chu replied. Next time I'll take you along to listen. You're a professional, go over and give her some pointers. Qin Xianyu's singing skills are pretty good, but he has not received any systematic training and his singing is completely unsophisticated. In fact, his singing skills have already reached a professional level, so there is nothing wrong with giving Qin Xianyu some pointers, but he always has to lay the groundwork for their next meeting. Okay, I'll find time to go and take a look. Su Chu Chu nodded and agreed. She and Qin Xianyu had only met once, and they got along very well last time and seemed to get along well. Sister Qin, do you know if there is a professional rehearsal room near the University of Finance and Economics? My sister and her friend's current rehearsal room is too remote. I want to find them a closer one. Qin Chuan asked Xiaoqin again. Since he was not a professional in this field, it was not easy to find a professional rehearsal room. There should be. I'll ask for you later. Xiaoqin said. After chatting and cleaning up after lunch, Xiaoqin went upstairs to rest, while Qin Chuan and Su Chu Chu sat on the sofa in the living room, browsing their phones and occasionally chatting about meaningless gossip. Sister Susu, I just learned a very beautiful manicure from the internet, do you want to try it? Yang Xiaowei came over with a bunch of small tools and nail polish, and asked Su Chu Chu with a smile. Do it yourself. Su Chu Chu smiled. That was something only little girls liked, and she felt like she was past that age. It's not very convenient to do it for myself. Yang Xiaowei said a little disappointedly as she sat on the carpet. Then just put on some nail polish and it will look good. Su Chu Chu was unmoved. Oh well. Yang Xiaowei sighed softly, then lay on the coffee table and carefully painted her fingernails. After painting one, she picked it up and looked at it carefully. When she was satisfied, she continued to paint the next one. After painting her fingernails, she lifted her feet up and started painting her toenails. Just like painting her fingernails, she lifted her feet up after painting one to see if it was evenly painted. Qin Chuan sat on the sofa next to him, pretending to be calm and looking through his phone. In the past, if he encountered this situation, he would definitely take a look openly, not because he liked to look at feet, but simply out of curiosity. But now, in Suchuchu's eyes, looking at other women's feet is probably equivalent to looking at their breasts or buttocks, so forget it. Sister Susu, what do you think of this color? Yang Xiaoli finished painting another toenail, raised her toe and asked Suchuchu. Suchuchu took a look, then glanced at Qin Chuan, who was looking straight ahead and scrolling through his phone, and said with a playful smile, "It looks good." "I think it looks good too. You really should try it. Your feet will look good in any color." "No need." Suchuchu shook her head and continued, "Xiaoli, why don't you go back to your room and apply it?" "Ah." Yang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then she quickly realized that she seemed to have accidentally become a light bulb. After looking at Qin Chuan, she smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay, then I won't disturb you and teacher Qin." After saying that, she packed up her nail polish and a bunch of small tools and went upstairs. Suchuchu watched Yang Xiaoli disappear at the stairs, then retracted her gaze and turned to Qin Chuan, staring at him silently. "Why are you looking at me?" Qin Chuan noticed her gaze and asked without raising his head. "You really won't stare at other people's feet?" Suchuchu asked curiously. "Really not," Qin Chuan said very confidently. He was 100% sure that he had no special hobbies. "When you sent me the photo that day, were you afraid that I would sneak a peek at other people's feet?" "I didn't send anything." Suchuchu glared at him and said stubbornly. "I don't know what was wrong with me that day. I regretted it the moment I sent the photo and quickly retracted it. I didn't expect that this guy still saw it. Now he brings it up in front of him. I feel so embarrassed." Qin Chuan. "Well, this means I will never admit it even if you kill me. Don't worry, I won't stare at other people. I really only like your feet." Qin Chuan turned to look at her and said with a smile but very seriously, "Keep your voice down and don't talk nonsense." Suchuchu looked at the stairs in panic and said angrily with a blushing face, "Then stretch your feet out here so I can see for a while." Qin Chuan lowered his voice and said, not knowing where he got the courage from, "Suchuchu. Chapter 80, Don't Push Your Way. Are feet really that pretty?" Someone had praised Suchuchu's beautiful feet before, but like most people, she never thought there was anything beautiful about feet, so she simply couldn't understand why anyone would like to look at feet. "Your feet are beautiful," Qin Chuan said sincerely, and by the way, he found a very upright reason for himself. "I am just appreciating it, just like appreciating a piece of art, you should understand." Suchuchu looked into his eyes, very frankly and sincerely. Qin Chuan is indeed very sincere. He is most sincere when he is fooling people. Liars are definitely most sincere when they are cheating people. How can they gain trust if they are not sincere? Okay then. Suchuchu hesitated for a moment, leaned sideways against the armrest of the sofa, and placed her two white and tender little feet on the sofa. She was fooled by this guy last time, so she won't be fooled so easily again. But after talking about it that night, she had subconsciously accepted the fact that Qin Chuan had some special hobbies. Besides, given their current relationship, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with showing him their feet. It is normal for men to like a woman's face, legs and breasts, but it doesn't make sense that it is abnormal to like feet. However, when Qin Chuan came over here, she couldn't help but stare at him vigilantly, as if she was guarding against a thief. "Yeah, it's really beautiful." Qin Chuan stared at her feet for a few seconds, then stopped and raised his eyes to praise her. "What's beautiful?" Suchuchu wrapped her arms around her calves and looked down at her feet. Apart from being whiter, more delicate, and with more symmetrical toes, her feet were indeed more pleasing to the eye than many people's feet. But that was all. There didn't seem to be anything else particularly worth appreciating. "I can't explain it, it's just a feeling," Qin Chuan said with a serious smile on his face. "Just like when we appreciate a piece of art, we often can't tell what's beautiful about it, we can only understand it intuitively, you know what I mean?" Suchuchu listened to him talking nonsense seriously and was too lazy to expose him. She nodded and said oh, seeming to understand. "I thought to myself, go ahead and watch if you like, just don't stare at other women's feet outside." Maybe it was because she was so easy to fool, which made Qin Chuan even bolder. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly asked, "Can I touch it?" "No." Suchuchu hurriedly retracted her two little feet and stared at her warily. "It's not like I haven't touched it before." Qin Chuan curled his lips. "Didn't you say you could accept it that night? Doesn't that mean you can play? I guess it's not cooked enough." How dare you say that? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Su Chu Chu gritted her teeth and glared at him. I really know how to massage feet. If you don't believe me, let's try it again later. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Su Chu Chu ignored him and said, I don't believe you, you idiot. Well, why don't you put your feet here so I can admire them up close? After a while, the evil fellow still had no intention of giving up. He patted his thigh lightly and said he would settle for the next best option. No. Su Chu Chu did not change her posture. Her two little feet were placed side by side on the sofa. She leaned against the armrest and lowered her head to scroll through her phone. She raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes at him. Qin Xuan smiled awkwardly and didn't force it. Time passed, and after nearly half an hour, Su Chu Chu seemed to be uncomfortable with her legs curled up. She unconsciously straightened them a little, and her 2 feet were almost touching Qin Xuan's legs. Qin Xuan glanced at her sideways, then naturally reached out and grabbed her white ankle, pulling it over and putting it on his leg. Su Chu Chu suddenly raised her head and glared at him, her beautiful eyebrows tightly knitted together. She pouted her lips and struggled a few times, and cursed softly, "Damn hooligan." Qin Xuan ignored her and held her ankle tightly, pressing it against his thigh. Su Chu Chu struggled symbolically for a few more times and then gave up, staring at him motionlessly. She saw that he had a smile on his face and looked shameless. He didn't even look at her and had no intention of letting go. They confronted each other silently for a moment, then Su Chu Chu angrily withdrew her gaze. Her beautiful eyes rolled a few times, and she picked up her phone and started browsing again. A few minutes later, Qin Xuan finally let go of her ankles. He glanced at Su Chu Chu's delicate and fair face and saw that she was staring at her phone intently, as if nothing had happened. The bastard became bolder and grabbed her other foot and gently placed it on his leg. He glanced at her again, still indifferent. The guy's mouth was grinning, he was so happy. The only regret is that she is now wearing a pair of loose silk trousers. If she wears a skirt, I dare not think about it for the time being. Su Chu Chu looked intently at the screen of her mobile phone, but her mind was not on it at all and she had no idea what she was looking at. The current posture of the two is very common among lovers. She actually didn't resist too much. But this guy seemed to be too obsessed with his feet, which made her feel weird. Her heartbeat speeded up and her breathing became a little quickened. 2 white, tender and extremely tempting little feet were placed right in front of him. Qin Xuan had no time to read the news, but staring at them and admiring them was too much. He looked at his phone absent-mindedly, lowering his eyes to glance at it every few seconds, feeling eager to try it out, secretly wondering whether he should pick it up and play with it for a while. After a series of sieges and captures, he is now a little overwhelmed. Don't push your luck. Just as this guy's mind was in turmoil and he was eager to try, Su Chu Chu seemed to sense something and warned him without even raising her head. Qin Xuan pinched his nose and coughed lightly, not denying it at all. We are all smart people, there is no point in quibbling. If it doesn't work today, I'll try again next time. If you act too hastily, you might not even let go of it in the future, which would be a big loss. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Qin Xuan glanced at Su Chu Chu and found that she had no intention of retracting her legs. He was happy in his heart, thinking that this was a big progress. Chao Qin went downstairs, got a cup of warm water and came over. It's not too surprising to see them in this posture now. As long as the two of them don't live together now, he can accept it even if he hugs and bites her in front of her. However, the two of them were staring at their phones and didn't even look at her the whole time, just treating her like air, which hurt her a lot. She stood aside, her eyes moving between the two of them for a few times, but still no one paid any attention to her. She put down the cup, rolled her eyes, and went back upstairs with a sour look on her face. I have an appointment tonight, so I have to go. Qin Xuan was going to have a dinner with the senior executives of launching entertainment in the evening. He stayed until nearly 5 o'clock and said goodbye to Su Chu Chu. Well, drink less. Su Chu Chu seemed to know her limits, so she didn't ask him about any social engagements, but simply gave him a reminder. I know what's going on. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 81. This wine has a strong after effect. The management of lunching is usually very busy and rarely seen in the company. During the 2 days Qin Xuan has been in the company, he has only become slightly familiar with Lian Anlu and Guodong. Knowing that they would be drinking in the evening, he simply decided not to drive. Guodong happened to be at the company, so they took his car and went to the booked hotel together. It is an indisputable fact that he is now the second boss of the company, and the misunderstanding between the two of them was over at that time. On the way, Guodong introduced him in advance the people who might be present tonight, and Qin Chuan listened casually. He had no intention of interfering in the company's operations, and he probably wouldn't have many opportunities to really deal with these people in the future. Having a meal together was just a formality, so that he wouldn't fail to recognize the management of his own company when they met in the future. When the two walked into a private room of a high-end Chinese restaurant in a prosperous area of Jinhai City, there were already 7 or 8 well-dressed men and women sitting inside. They were not too old, ranging from 30 to 40 years old. Liang Anlu had not arrived yet, so Guodong introduced her to everyone one by one. This is Director Zhou Che, the music production director. This is Li Xinghuai, the new media planning director. This is Qi Rong, the director of actor management. Qin Chuan nodded to everyone generously. Although small, the sparrow has all the organs. Although launching entertainment is not large in scale, it has a complete range of departments, which also reflects Liang Anlu's ambition. These managers are now very clear about Qin Chuan's back. At least on the surface, no one seemed to be looking down on him. Actually, it is understandable. No matter what, Qin Chuan is now the second in command of the company. All of these people who can sit in their current positions have worked hard in the workplace for many years. They are not so stupid as to offend their leaders for no reason. Furthermore, if I really have any emotions towards him, I guess it would only be envy and jealousy. Especially for the men present, marrying a beautiful star and having her provide them with a living, this should be the ultimate dream of many men. If they are given such an opportunity, anyone would be willing to do it. So apart from envy and jealousy, no one should look down on anyone else. That's going off topic. Not long after Qin Chuan and Guodong sat down, Liang Anlu also arrived. She spoke a few polite words, and then the food and wine were served. The glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was quite joyful. Qin Chuan, the new second in command, is bound to become the target of everyone's attack. At the beginning he could still handle it, as he had a good alcohol tolerance and it was probably due to his physical condition. But there were so many people, including Liang Anlu, who were all experienced in the bar. He was a rookie who had just graduated 2 years ago. How could he be their opponent? After a while, it became a bit difficult to cope. Fortunately, he has always been very sensible when it comes to drinking. When he felt he had reached his limit, he simply knocked down the cup and said very calmly, "No more, I can't drink anymore." Some people wanted to persuade her again, but Liang Anlu waved her hand to stop them. "This is our first gathering, so just do it. Everyone here is a respectable person. No one can guarantee that they won't make a fool of themselves if they drink too much. Just stop drinking in moderation and achieve the purpose of this dinner." Since Liang Anlu had spoken, naturally no one would force him. After having a good meal and a few drinks, the others were chatting about all sorts of things. Qin Chuan had a generation gap with them and couldn't get along with them, so he leaned back in his chair and thought about nothing. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He took it out and took a look. It was Su Chu Chu calling. I pressed the answer button, then found the box was too noisy, so I got up and walked outside. "Still socializing?" Su Chu Chu heard the chaos here and knew it hadn't ended yet. "Well, it's almost over." Qin Chuan turned his head and glanced at the door of the box. "Where?" "This side of Jiangdu Road." "Be more specific." "You're not coming to pick me up, are you?" Qin Chuan said with a smile. "I'm just taking a drive outside, so I'll give you a ride back home." The person on the other end paused for a moment. "I'll send you the location." Qin Chuan was happy in his heart. "Your style of making excuses is really too strong." Su Chu Chu said and hung up the phone. Qin Chuan looked at the hung-up phone screen, a bright smile broke out on his face, he opened WeChat, sent her his location and returned to the box. Could it be Su Chu Chu calling to check on me? Qin Chuan returned to the box and sat down again. Liang Anlu next to him smiled and joked. "You came to pick me up because you were worried that I might drink too much." Qin Chuan chuckled. Liang Anlu's expression froze for a moment, and she immediately became upset. She pouted and muttered, "I just asked this question unnecessarily. You are just looking for dog food to eat when you have nothing to do." 20 minutes later, Qin Chuan received a WeChat message from Su Chu Chu, "I'll be waiting for you across from the hotel." Immediately. At this time, the party was coming to an end and was about to end. Qin Chuan replied to her and turned to look at Liang Anlu. "Boss Liang, it's getting late, shall we leave? Is Su Chu Chu here?" Liang Anlu said as she saw his impatient look on his face. "How do you know?" Lian Anlu quickly announced the end of the show. When everyone walked out of the restaurant, talking and laughing, they all felt a little unsteady on their feet, but none of them were really drunk. Old Gua, help me up. After walking out of the hotel, Qin Chuan paused and greeted Guodong. Guodong was slightly stunned, and hurried over to support him and asked, "What's wrong? Is it too high?" "Well, the alcohol is still strong. Help me across the street." Qin Chuan put his arm directly on his shoulders, his eyes were blurred, his steps were staggering, and almost the weight of his entire body was on him. Guodong's shoulders sank and he looked at him with confusion. "It was fine just now, how come the after effect is really so strong? Why don't I feel anything?" In the red Porsche across the street, Su Chuchu saw Qin Chuan being carried towards her through the car window. She frowned slightly, opened the door and got out. Guodong was already close with Qin Chuan. When he saw Su Chuchu coming in person to pick up Qin Chuan, Guodong felt a little jealous. With such a virtuous and famous celebrity wife, what more could a husband ask for? "Old Gua, thanks, you can go back." Qin Chuan took his arm away from Guodong's shoulder, waved his hand and said something vaguely, then staggered towards Su Chuchu. Seeing that he could hardly walk steadily, Su Chuchu hurried forward to support him. Who would have thought that this guy would put his hand on the other person's shoulder and then take the other person into his arms? With such a warm and soft beauty in my arms, I was not dizzy to begin with, but now I feel a little dizzy. Didn't I tell you to drink less? Why did you drink so much? Su Chuchu's body suddenly stiffened, and a strong smell of alcohol entered her nose. She frowned and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not drunk." After hugging her for 2 full seconds, he finally let go of her hand contentedly and said with a silly smile, "You haven't drunk too much even though it's like this." Su Chuchu complained with her cheeks flushed, gently pushed him away, helped him into the car, leaned over to fasten his seatbelt, walked around and sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. "I'll take you home first." Qin Chuan uttered vaguely. Chapter 82. Let's talk slowly in bed. Why are you laughing? While driving, Su Chuchu caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan looking at her with a silly smile on his face from time to time. Was he drunk? "You came all the way to pick me up, I'm so happy," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu knew that he could just call a designated driver or take a taxi to go back, but she still came all the way. He was quite touched. Suddenly, he felt that it was not very kind and childish to pretend to be drunk and take advantage of others. Given their current relationship, there shouldn't be any problem with hugging openly, right? You're overthinking. I'm just taking a drive nearby and came here to give you a ride. Su Chuchu didn't admit that she came to pick him up. Then next time I'm entertaining you, come for a spin around the neighborhood. There won't be a next time. Su Chuchu said indifferently, also, if you dare to vomit on my car, I will kick you off. Qin Chuan. Where is the deep love between husband and wife? Don't worry, I'm not drunk. Drunk people always say they are not drunk and they still say they can drink. Su Chuchu snorted and muttered. I really didn't drink too much. Okay, I get it. Sit still and don't move. I'm driving, don't talk to me yet. Su Chuchu drove very steadily, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly go crazy while drunk. Later, she was relieved when she saw that he finally calmed down. It took more than half an hour to get back to Yushuabe without rushing or slowing down. Can you go back by yourself? Don't you want to come in and sit for a while? Qin Chuan asked when he saw that she had no intention of getting off the car. It's getting late. Su Chuchu hesitated and said, Sister Qin will be worried if we go back too late. He's not a child anymore. There's nothing to worry about. I'll call Sister Qin and tell her. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and said, Forget it, don't call me. I'll leave later. Su Chuchu blinked and said, It's because of you that Sister Qin is worried. She will be even more worried if you call her. The two men unbuckled their seatbelts, pushed the door open and got out of the car, then walked towards the villa side by side. Su Chuchu saw that he was walking steadily, completely different from when she saw him just now, with no signs of being drunk at all. She was slightly stunned. You're really not drunk? No, didn't I just say it? Qin Chuan said with a smile. And you? I just want to hug you. Qin Chuan confessed shamelessly. Su Chuchu glared at him, childish. After returning home and changing into slippers, they sat down in the living room. Qin Chuan poured her a glass of water, sat next to her, and suddenly said seriously, I think I should go meet your parents. Can we take some time to go to your house together? Why are you bringing this up suddenly? Su Chuchu was stunned for a moment. I wasn't sure before, so I didn't care whether your parents recognized me or not. I felt relieved not to see them. Qin Xuan rarely spoke so seriously. Su Chuchu hasn't mentioned her parents for some time, but he can imagine that she must be under a lot of pressure from her parents. He couldn't pretend that he knew nothing. It would be unmanly to just hide back and act dumb. What are you not sure about? Su Chuchu turned her eyes away and blinked rapidly a few times. It seemed that her focus had shifted a little. I'm not sure about our relationship. Qin Xuan said frankly, our marriage is different from others. To be honest, I didn't take it too seriously at the beginning. I just wanted to help you out of kindness, helplessness. I always feel that we could change our marriage certificate to a divorce certificate anytime someday. So it doesn't matter to me whether I meet your parents or not, or whether your parents accept me or not. But now it's different, I feel like I have to go meet them. After saying this, he paused for a moment. What's different now? Su Chuchu still didn't dare to look him in the eye. Her heart was pounding. I'd been waiting for you to say this. Now, I am sure that I like you, and I want this marriage to last forever. Qin Xuan held her fair little hand at the right time, looked at her emotionally and said, Are you willing? Su Chuchu let him hold her hand without any intention of struggling. Qin Xuan's hands were much bigger than hers. Her small hand was wrapped in his warm big hand, which made her feel at ease for some reason. She turned her gaze back to look at him, her pretty face so delicate and beautiful that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. Don't you want to? Qin Xuan asked. No. Su Chuchu hurriedly shook her head, her eyes flickering as she looked into his serious eyes. I do. A bright smile broke out on Qin Xuan's face and he gently held her in his arms. A few words matter with the dress drunk? The relationship between the two has developed to this stage, and it is time to come to a showdown. He still has this confidence. Su Chuchu buried her little face in his chest, smelling the strong smell of alcohol on him, but she didn't dislike it at all. However, Qin Xuan hugged her a little too tightly, making her a little breathless. They hugged each other like two statues for a long time, and she said in a muffled voice, But my parents may not like you. I am sure they will like me. They didn't like me before because they didn't know me. As a young talent like me, there is no reason for them not to like me as long as they know me. Su Chuchu chuckled. This guy is really shameless. However, he knew very well that his parents might not like him, but he still took the initiative to ask to meet them. In fact, this helped her relieve a lot of pressure indirectly, and she was still very touched. Qin Xuan is brave enough to take responsibility and face things, which makes her feel safe. It's not a solution to keep avoiding it like this. Now that the matter is settled, your parents won't let us get divorced, right? Qin Xuan said again. How can there be any raw rice? Su Chuchu gently pushed him away, her little face flushed red from lack of oxygen, and she glared at him in anger. Then let's cook it now. Qin Xuan said seriously. Rogue. Su Chuchu glanced at him, picked up the water beside her and gulped down a few mouthfuls to relieve her tension. I don't know anything about your parents' situation. Tell me about it first so I can be mentally prepared. Qin Xuan leaned on the sofa and pulled her into his arms. My dad is a piano teacher, and my mom plays the violin. Su Chuchu quickly introduced him to her parents. Generally speaking, she was born in a family with a strong musical atmosphere and was influenced by it since childhood. This was probably the reason why she chose to become a singer when she grew up. After introducing her family situation, she shared with Qin Xuan some of her experiences of going from an unknown little transparent person to finally stepping onto the big stage. She is in the fickle entertainment industry and has few true friends. It is rare for her to be able to speak freely without any guard like she does now. Qin Xuan also listened very carefully, occasionally interjecting a word, and the atmosphere was very quiet and leisurely. Time passed quickly, and it was almost 12 o'clock in a blink of an eye. Qin Xuan yawned softly and said, I feel like we still have a lot to talk about, and one night is not enough. The sofa the developer gave me is said to be imported high-end goods. I think it's either a scam or a fake. It's not comfortable to sit on. How about we go upstairs and lie on the bed and talk slowly? Chapter 83. What are you thinking about? Su Chuchu moved her little head away from Qin Xuan's shoulder and stared at him with a dim gaze. What's wrong? Qin Xuan asked with an innocent look on his face, as if to say, I really just want to lie on the bed and chat with you. After all, Su Chuchu has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Unless she was willing to be fooled, there is no way she could be deceived into bed by his lies. Although the two of them have now confirmed their relationship, it is too fast for her and she is not ready yet. Seeing this guy pretending to be innocent, she glanced at his mouth and pinched him hard. Qin Chuan hissed and said confidently, "Why are you pinching me? Are you thinking the wrong thing? Let's just hold hands and chat. Let's make it clear that neither of us can move. Whoever moves will be a bastard. I should go back." Su Chuchu didn't respond at all. She stood up, straightened her clothes and said, "Ah. It's so late. Let's just stay here for one night and sleep separately. If I don't go back, Sister Qin won't be able to sleep all night." Su Chuchu glanced at him. Men's words can be trusted. Even pigs can climb trees. How come she is stricter than a mother? We are married, but we can't live together? Is this fair? Qin Chuan muttered as he stood up. Su Chuchu smiled sweetly, "Let's talk about it after you meet my parents." She now had some suspicion that this guy's sudden and passionate confession tonight had ulterior motives. "Okay, then I'll take you home." Seeing that there was no hope today, Qin Chuan didn't force it. It seemed a bit hasty to make the relationship clear just now. Anyway, it was only a matter of sooner or later, so just let it go. How are you going to deliver the car when you are still drunk and can't drive? Go to bed early. I can go back by myself. I'll send you a WeChat message when I get home. Su Chuchu said while changing her shoes. Okay then. Qin Chuan said after thinking for a while. When she sent Su Chuchu out, she suddenly thought of something before getting in the car. "Oh, by the way, aren't you looking for a rehearsal room near the University of Finance and Economics? A friend of Sister Qin who used to play in a band is going to immigrate abroad soon. He has a rehearsal room there, and I heard it's pretty good. Sister Qin has already made arrangements with him. I'll give you the phone number later, and you can contact him directly tomorrow." "Well, okay, thanks Sister Qin for me," Qin Chuan said, and then spread his arms, "Hug me again." The two of them stayed together for a while before Su Chuchu returned to the car. After watching her car disappear into the night, Qin Chuan returned home, took a shower, and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. His mind was full of Su Chuchu's voice and smile. Recalling their experiences from the beginning to now, it seemed unexpectedly smooth. This must be fate. If someone else had sneaked into the hotel where Su Chuchu got married that day, and if I hadn't been caught. After receiving the message from Su Chuchu saying she came home, the two chatted until almost 2 o'clock before saying goodnight to each other and falling asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. After breakfast the next day, Qin Chuan took a taxi to the company. He contacted the rehearsal studio according to the phone number Su Chuchu sent him last night, agreed on a meeting time and place, stayed in the company for a while and then drove to the meeting. The agreed location was in a nice neighborhood near the University of Finance and Economics. After Qin Chuan arrived, he went to the house according to the house number. I quickly found the door of a room on the first floor of one of the buildings and knocked. "Qin Chuan, right?" Not long after, a middle-aged man with thick long hair and a full beard opened the door, looked him up and down, and greeted him with a smile. "Hello." Qin Chuan nodded. "Come in." The bearded uncle moved aside to let him in. "My name is Chao Kong. I was the one who talked to you on the phone this morning." When Qin Chuan walked in, he saw that this was a 3-bedroom apartment of more than 100 square meters. It was nicely decorated, but empty and without any breath of life. There were only a few sofas and a coffee table in the living room. What is the relationship between Brother Chao and Sister Qin? They were introduced by Chao Qin, and both of them have the last name Chao, so they are probably siblings, right? Qin Chuan couldn't help but be a little curious. "She was my agent for a while a long time ago, and later we became friends, old friends for many years," Chao Kong said with a smile. Before Qin Chuan came, Chao Qin had already introduced Qin Chuan's situation to him. He was quite reliable, so there was nothing wrong to say. Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Please come this way." Chao Kong took him to one of the rooms. Pushing open the door, a luxuriously decorated and spacious rehearsal room appears in front of you. The rehearsal room is equipped with various musical instruments, audio equipment, etc., and it looks very professional at first glance. "I used to be in a band, but I changed my career when it got tough. My career has been going pretty well in the past few years. This rehearsal room is where my friends and I hang out when we're free and reminisce about our youth. But since we're all busy, we haven't used it much since the renovation. I will immigrate abroad in a while, and the chances for us brothers to get together and play music again will be even slimmer. Chow Kong said with emotion. Domestic bands have never been mainstream, and there are many bands with ideals, dreams and talents that eventually give up this path temporarily due to the pressure of life. When I finally achieved success in my career and wanted to pick it up again, I was shocked to find that there were many ties around me. I no longer had the passion and drive I once had, and was left with only regrets. Chow Kong is probably one of them. I don't plan to sell this house, I'll keep it as a keepsake. The rehearsal room is empty anyway. If I can help some young people who are still pursuing their dreams, it can be regarded as my last contribution to Chinese music as a senior singer. So you can just pay whatever rent you think is appropriate. Chow Kong said generously. Is the sound insulation okay? Xin Chuan asked, looking around. He didn't know much about rehearsal rooms. After all, this was in a residential building. If the sound insulation was not good, he might be complained about. Don't worry, if a grenade explodes in here, no one outside can hear it. Chow Kong laughed loudly. When I was renovating it, I installed it as a professional rehearsal room, and this is on the first floor, so there will be no problem. Then he pointed at the equipment in the room and said, I'll keep these things for you. Use them as you like. It doesn't matter if they break. I configured them according to the highest standards when I bought them. They will definitely be enough for you. Isn't this a bit unreliable? Xin Chuan always felt that pie falling from the sky was a bit unreliable, but on second thought, since it was introduced by Chao Qin, there should be no problem. I can't take it away, and I can't sell it for much, so I'll leave it to someone who can use it. Chow Kong waved his hand as if he had no shortage of money. Well, Brother Chow is so kind, I can't take advantage of you. I will rent the whole room and pay you the rent according to the market price. Xin Chuan turned around and made a decision. Just give it as you think fit. I don't expect to live on this little rent. Chow Kong said casually. When can I use this? I can do it now. I don't live here. Okay, let's sign the contract. Chapter 84. What we lack least is confidence. Li Jinghua Ting. Yang Xiaoli came down from upstairs in a hurry. She ran to Chao Qin, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room and browsing her phone. She reported mysteriously, Sister Qin, did you notice that Su Su was very strange today? Is she acting weird today? Chao Qin asked without raising her head. Yang Xiaoli paused, obviously not. Ever since my boss and teacher Qin got married, something has been wrong. The most obvious thing is that I seem to smile more than before. In the past, the boss always had a sullen face in private, especially when she got home, as if the whole world owed her money. It's different now. I often see her smiling, and she seems to talk more than before. No, Sister Qin. Just now I went to the piano room and saw her practicing alone. She was smiling while playing. It was so scary. Yang Xiaoli said. Women become stupid once they fall in love. You don't understand because you have never been in love, but I give you a piece of advice. It's okay to fall in love, but don't be as stupid as her and get married. Chao Qin looked up at her and said. What are you talking about? Just at that moment, Su Chushu came down from upstairs with a smile on her face. We didn't talk about anything. Did you check Weibo? Chao Qin looked at her and said. No, what's wrong? Su Chushu walked over and sat down beside her. Take a look at the trending searches the company bought. Chao Qin handed her the phone. The competition for the top female singer of Galaxy Music? Su Chushu took it and took a look, curling her lips and said, such a trending search suddenly appeared, it's too obvious that it was bought. The company is promoting Wen Qing's new song, taking advantage of your popularity and stepping on you at the same time. Chao Qin smiled disapprovingly and said, otherwise, who would know who Wen Qing is? In fact, Wen Qing is also a well-known singer, but she cannot be compared with Su Chushu. She only has 1 or 2 million fans. If there wasn't a topic, probably not many people would pay attention to when she would release a new song. As we all know, Su Chushu has had a falling out with the company. Bringing up the competition for the top spot at this time inevitably makes people think that Xinghai is planning to let Wen Qing replace Su Chushu's position. Both of them have announced that they will release songs on the same day, so they will definitely be compared. This also shows that the company is very confident in Wen Qing's 3 songs. It's okay. It's also helping me promote my product, right? Su Chuchu returned the phone to her with a calm face. Song Shinmei's new album is about to be released, and the competition for the new song charts will be fierce in the next few days. Xiao Qin sighed softly, I'll try to get you some activities to show your face in the next 2 days. If you keep going like this, everyone will forget about you. It's been a while since the last time it was a hot search, and it's long lost its popularity. Now there are less than 10 days until the new song is released on the 5th, so we have to warm up again. Okay. Su Chuchu said listlessly. Don't be depressed. I asked you to record the show for your own good. It seems like I'm forcing you. Xiao Qin said. Isn't it enough for me to listen to you? Su Chuchu rolled her eyes. The other side. After Chao Kong took out the property title deed and asked Qin Chuan to check it, he quickly signed the contract. I'll buy the instruments and equipment in the rehearsal room. I'll have someone calculate the price and transfer it to you later. Qin Chuan first transferred 1 year's rent to him. He saw that there were several guitars of various types in the rehearsal room, and he guessed that they were all high-end products. The total cost should be quite a lot of money. He was already very satisfied with this rehearsal room, so he didn't feel comfortable taking advantage of others. Besides, this money is nothing to him. Chao Kong said a few polite words and then said nothing else. He left after handing over the keys, water, electricity, etc. Qin Chuan sent a WeChat message to Qin Xianyu after trying out various musical instruments and equipment in the rehearsal room. I'm outside your school. Bring your team members out for lunch at noon. Okay, you find a good place first, and we'll go there after class. Since the last time, Qin Xianyu has spent the past 2 days digesting and absorbing the information and has accepted the fact that her brother is a freak. She wished he could give them more guidance and replied quickly after receiving the message. It was still the same barbecue restaurant as last time. Qin Chuan arrived early and booked a private room to wait for them. Around 12 o'clock, Qin Xianyu, Mi Lele and the other two walked into the box chattering. I want to sit next to the great god and get some of his talent. As soon as Mi Lele entered the door, she ran to Qin Chuan and sat down with a smile. Brother, this girl has bad intentions towards you. She is plotting to become my sister-in-law. You'd better be careful of her. Qin Xianyu rolled his eyes at her. Milil glared at her and hurriedly waved her fist at her, threatening her from a distance. Qin Chuan didn't take their jokes seriously. He smiled faintly and said, Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll take you somewhere later. Where are you going? Qin Xianyu asked. You'll know when you get there. Qin Chuan kept it a secret. Magic. Qin Xianyu pouted and muttered. Soon, all kinds of ingredients were served on the table and everyone ate and chatted. Have you ever thought about signing a contract with a record company or something? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Which company is willing to sign us? There are so many bands that are more mature than us and no company is willing to sign us. It's even more impossible for us since we were just established not long ago and we don't have any fame yet. Qin Xianyu said. What if there is a company willing to sign you? Qin Chuan said seriously. We never considered it. Qin Xianyu and the other three looked at each other, and Dai Xian spoke. It would be best if a company signed them. But at least in the short term, they dare not even think about it. As Qin Xianyu said, bands are still relatively niche after all. Even if a record company wants to sign a band, it will definitely look for those that are already famous and capable. There are so many bands that are more mature, professional and experienced than them, but they can only find work on their own, and they are still far behind. Then you can think about this matter when you go back. If you are willing to sign a contract with the company, I should be able to help. Qin Chuan chuckled. We can't do it. We don't even have a serious work. Why would they sign us? Unless the record company is stupid. Dai Xian said rationally. Record companies are not doing charity. They want you to help the company make money. If you sign them, you will probably lose money. Aren't you aiming to become the best band in the country? How come you don't even have this little confidence? Qin Chuan joked. What we lack the most is confidence, but strength. Qin Xianyu said, when you have nothing to do, come and give us some advice. If we sign with a record company, will we have a lot of performance opportunities? Asked Milil. What are you thinking? Signing a contract with a company is also based on whether you have good works. Otherwise, who would be willing to invite us to perform? Oh, okay. After lunch, Qin Chuan drove them to the rehearsal room. The back row of seats was just enough for everyone to sit. Chapter 85, the band's first song. Wow! This bass is from Fender. I saw it online for nearly 20,000 yuan. And that Ibana is also over 10,000 yuan. The speakers are pretty good too, from Black Star. A set costs around 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. This is too expensive. There are even stage lights? It's absolutely amazing. As expected, Qin Xianyu and the others were amazed when they saw the rehearsal room and loved it very much. Brother? What is this? Qin Xianyu looked at Qin Chuan, and actually had guessed something in his heart. This rehearsal room is prepared for you. Your previous rehearsal room was too remote. This one is closer to your school, more convenient and safer. Qin Chuan said with a smile, and these musical instruments and equipment are for you to use. Qin Xianyu was not too surprised, because she knew in her heart that her brother did it for her. Milil and the others were a little confused and looked at Qin Chuan with bewilderment. It's understandable that he's nice to his sister, but treating them like this seems a bit too much. Of course, they were not so narcissistic that Qin Chuan would fall for them. Firstly, his wife was the beautiful Su Chuchu, and secondly, Qin Chuan had never shown any interest in anyone from beginning to end. But what does he want? Don't look at me like that. Your band has a bright future. I'm very optimistic about you. Just consider it an investment. I have already paid the rent for a year. Please send me the approximate price of the equipment and I will put it in my account. You can pay me back when you become popular all over the country. Qin Chuan said half jokingly and half seriously, if you don't become popular, just consider it a failed investment. It has a future. Brother Xiaochuan, do you have any misunderstandings about our band? Duzhen scratched his hair, feeling a little embarrassed. We are afraid of disappointing your high hopes for us. Dai Xian said with a guilty conscience. Looking around the country, there are few popular bands that can shout slogans at will. After all, they don't have the confidence and strength to put it into practice. If you don't want to let me down, then hurry up and familiarize yourself with the equipment. Time is tight. If you can't become popular within a year, I won't care about your life or death. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said with a smile. Since the master has so much confidence in us, I believe in his vision. We will definitely become popular. Come on, let's do it. Milil laughed heartlessly and couldn't wait to start tinkering with the speakers. Okay, don't hesitate. Just think of me as your brother sponsoring us. Let's try to make money as soon as possible. Qin Xianyu called to Dai Xian and Duzhen. Okay then. Thank you, Brother Xiaochuan. Dai Xian and Duzhen no longer hesitated. All the equipment here was what they had always dreamed of. It would be self-deception to say that they were not tempted. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go write a song for you and you can get familiar with it later. Qin Chuan greeted them, turned around and walked out of the rehearsal room and returned to the living room. Can your brother write songs? Dai Xian asked Qin Xianyu. Just because someone is good at playing musical instruments doesn't necessarily mean that he can write songs. Maybe. Qin Xianyu was not too sure. She was not sure what Qin Chuan could do. It's not surprising that the master can play so many instruments and write songs. He must be better than us. Milil said. That's right. If the Long Legs band wants to become a hit, they must complete the system tasks as quickly as possible, and the first song is especially important. It should be in line with their style and suitable for the tastes of young people. It has a strong sense of rhythm, is dynamic and catchy, and the lyrics are easy to understand and sing. Qin Chuan sat on the sofa in the living room and thought for a few minutes, and a song that met these conditions quickly emerged in his mind. He opened the system, bought a dose of memory potion and took it, and he quickly remembered it. There is paper and pen here, so start transcribing the music right away. After about 2 hours, he finally finished writing the song. After he finished writing the lyrics, he went over it in his mind again. After he found no problems, he stood up and walked into the rehearsal room. He waved the score in his hand at them and said, I've written the song for you. Qin Xianyu and others were stunned at the same time. They wrote a song in 2 hours? They have tried songwriting themselves and are well aware of how difficult it is. A song written in such a short time. Let me see it. Qin Xianyu came over and took the music score from him. Mi Lele and the other two quickly gathered around. Milele took a serious look at it and expressed his opinion. It seems pretty good, right? She is a keyboard player and is more sensitive and familiar with the musical notation than others. However, with her current level, it is actually difficult for her to understand what the whole song is like just by looking at the score. The same goes for everyone else. Qin Chuan took the score and walked to the electronic keyboard and said to them, "I'll play it for you first and listen to it. Oh, and collect the notes. I'll use them later." Qin Xianyu said oh and turned on the speaker. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and started playing. The melody of this song was not complicated, and he had already gone over it in his mind many times, so it was effortless for him to play it. Soon a string of cheerful melodies poured out from his fingertips, and Qin Chuan began to hum along. If you laugh, you will sing praises. When I frown, my heart aches. I have no time for me. Just feel your feelings. You are electricity and you are light. You are the only myth. I only love you. You are my superstar. This should be one of the few rock-style songs of SHE. It is also a very classic and widely sung song, which fits the style of their Long Legs band. Although a single electronic piano could not bring out the essence of the song, Qin Xianyu, Milele and others still brightened their eyes and looked at him with surprise. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of melody, it is much better than the original work they pieced together. Brother, did you really just write this? After Qin Chuan finished playing, although Qin Xianyu had already accepted that he was different from before, he was still somewhat surprised. Others are searching for comparisons to see if it is truly original. Inspiration suddenly came to me. Qin Chuan joked. Then this song is ours. Qin Xianyu rolled his eyes at him and didn't say anything polite. I wrote it for you guys. At this time, Milele and the other two had already confirmed that this song was definitely an original work, and they all looked incredulous. They were naturally very happy to hear that Qin Chuan was going to sing this song to them. Play it from the beginning. I'll record the other instruments of this song for you, and you can just go down and mix them together by yourselves. Qin Chuan said as he walked to the drum set. It would be difficult for them to compose the music themselves based on the simple score. It would be better to directly show them the other instruments of the song and let them follow suit. This would be much faster. He had already mastered all the instruments. He had gone through this song countless times in his mind, and while playing the electronic piano, he began to go through the other instruments. After nearly an hour, everything was finally done and Qin Chuan put down the electric guitar in his hand. Okay, the rest is up to you. Chapter 86, Taste the Food of Us Mortals. When Qin Chuan walked out of the rehearsal room, he heard the system prompt sound. He didn't check it immediately, but opened it and took a look when he returned to the car. System task: help Qin Xianyu realize her dream and build a successful girl band. Cash reward of 200 million has been issued, points reward of 1,200, skill reward, unknown progress 2100. 20% will give you a reward of 200 million? Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. If the calculation was correct, it would probably cost 10 billion if everything was completed. Although he hasn't figured out how to spend it, having so much money always makes people feel refreshed. As for the skill rewards, it seems that we may have to wait until all the tasks are completed? But it doesn't matter. System points can be used to purchase skills anyway, and it seems that there is nothing I urgently need to learn right now. He turned off the system and took out his cell phone. Liang Anlu had called him earlier and told him that the arrangement of the brightest star in the night sky had been sent to his email, but he had not had time to listen to it. I opened it and listened to it. I found that it was quite different from the original version. It was too popular and completely lost the charm of the original version. So he drove back to the company and went to the arrangement department to explain his arrangement requirements for the song in detail. By the time he finished, it was almost time to get off work. When I returned to the office and sat in my office chair, I suddenly felt that today was quite fulfilling. After resting for half an hour, I stretched and was about to get up and go home when Zhang Jinsong called. Where? Company. Fuck, you're not really going to buy that entertainment thing, are you? I bought some shares, and I'll talk if I have something to say. Come out for dinner. Zhang Jinsong said concisely. Send me the location. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and went back to eat alone. Take your wife with you. Let me ask her if she has time. I suddenly realized a problem. Why do I always take the initiative to call you and invite you out for dinner? You rarely take the initiative to invite me out for dinner. Is that so? You are a rich second generation, you have money. Qin Xuan said with a smile. I feel like you're humiliating me. You need to change this habit. You should take the initiative from now on. Today is mine, you choose the place. Qin Xuan said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he sent a WeChat message to Su Chuchu. Are you free? Let's have dinner together. Send me the address. Su Chuchu replied after a few seconds. I'll send it to you later. Qin Xuan looked at the phone screen and smiled brightly. It was nearly 6 o'clock when I left the company, and I arrived at the address given by Zhang Jinsong in half an hour. Zhang Jinsong and Jiang Shui had arrived early. Well, it's another open-air beer square. Dog owners really like this kind of roadside stalls. Qin Xuan actually likes this atmosphere of fireworks very much, but it would be a bit inconvenient if Su Chuchu came. He always has to take off his mask when eating. If he is seen by fans or something, he will be surrounded by people and might even become a hot topic. Can you have some class? How dare you let my wife come over to this place? Qin Xuan pouted and teased him. We should share the joy with the people. Zhang Jinsong chuckled, probably thinking that he had not thought it through. Why save money for this guy? If not, how about we go to another place? Forget it, let's talk about it after she comes. Qin Xuan waved his hand and sat down, and inadvertently discovered that there was a bruise at the corner of Godahu's eye. What happened to your eyes? Don't mention it. The security in Jinhai University is really bad. The night before yesterday, when I was walking back after sending Shoshua back to the dormitory, I just turned a corner and a figure suddenly jumped out from the corner of the wall next to me and punched me. Before I could react, the person disappeared. Zhang Jinsong grinned and said indignantly. I guess the students from Jinan University saw you, a rich second generation, showing off at their school every day and snatching the beauties from their school. They wanted to teach you a lesson. You should be lucky that they didn't hit you with a brick. Qin Xuan joked. After saying this, he suddenly realized one thing. After all, he was now a man worth hundreds of millions, so he seemed to have to pay more attention to his personal safety. As the old saying goes, there are unexpected changes in the weather and people are subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time. It's not so bad for someone like Zhang Jinsong, but if he encounters a robber or something unexpected happens and dies accidentally, it would be a huge loss. When I go back at night, I have to check whether the system skills include the Sunflower Manual, the Exorcism Sword, the Five Mountains Thunder Palm, etc. Learning a few of them can not only strengthen the body but also protect oneself, which seems to be quite good. Does it still hurt? Jiang Shui asked Zhang Jinsong with a guilty look on her face. It doesn't hurt. This little injury is nothing. Zhang Jinsong smiled and boasted, if they hadn't attacked me, 1 or 2 people wouldn't have been my match. I practiced taekwondo when I was a kid. Since you care about me so much, this punch of mine was not in vain. Jiang Shui blinked her clear eyes, lowered her head and didn't respond. Qin Xuan pinched his eyebrows and couldn't help feeling a chill. He waved to the waiter for a glass of draft beer, then he took a sip. By the way, Jiang Shui is about to have summer vacation. I heard that the mountains there are particularly beautiful. Why don't we go there together to play for a few days? Zhang Jinsong asked Qin Xuan. Let's talk about it later. I am a person with a career now, unlike you who are jobless. About 20 minutes later, when Su Chuchu arrived, it was already dark. The beer square was doing good business, with groups of customers gradually taking their seats, making it very lively. She was dressed casually today, in a light blue shirt with the hem tucked into a pair of black jeans, which made her slender and feminine body look even more curvaceous and graceful. He was wearing a black baseball cap, a pair of big sunglasses, and a mask. After a simple greeting, he sat down next to Qin Xuan. Is this okay? Qin Xuan looked around and asked, will we be recognized? It's okay, it's fine. Su Chuchu pulled down her mask and smiled slightly. Maybe by the time they recognize us, we'll have finished eating. You probably rarely come to places like this, right? Zhang Jinsong whispered, it's a good opportunity for you to try some of our mortal delicacies. Who would have thought that a big star would come to eat here? Even if he saw you, I guess he would just think you look similar. You say it as if I'm not worldly, but actually I often ate at street stalls with my family a long time ago. Su Chuchu said with a smile, before I officially debuted. Really? That's the downside of being a celebrity. You have to be careful about being secretly photographed even when you're eating, said Zhang Jinsong. After everyone arrived, Zhang Jinsong called the waiter over and ordered a bunch of grilled meat, grilled fish, grilled vegetables, etc. There were only a few items at the barbecue stall, and he never got tired of eating them over and over again. Jiang Shui didn't talk much, just kept her head down and ate silently. Zhang Jinsong was very attentive and would say something greasy and corny from time to time, which made Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu roll their eyes. Time passed quickly and it was almost 9 o'clock in a blink of an eye. I have to send Jiang Shui back to school, so I'll leave first, Zhang Jinsong said after looking at the time. Chapter 87 Street Star. There's still so much left. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Eat some more. After Zhang Jinsong and Jiang Shui left, Qin Chuan saw that Su Chuchu seemed to be still hungry but too embarrassed to continue eating, and couldn't help laughing, pointing to the large amount of food left on the table. No, I've gained a few pounds recently. Su Chuchu had drunk some wine just now, and her face was red under the light. She shook her head and said, if I gain more weight, I won't be able to be on camera. Let's go out for a walk to help digest the food later. If that doesn't work, just run 5,000 meters to digest it, Qin Chuan said again. Su Chuchu looks to weigh no more than 100 pounds, which is already a bit thin for her height. However, as a female star, body management is part of her job. So Qin Chuan would not specifically persuade her to eat more, saying that she is not fat or something like that. He would just advise her to eat enough and let it depend on her own wishes. Then, let's have another skewer. Su Chuchu thought about it, and finally mustered up the courage to pick up another skewer of grilled pork belly and started eating it in small bites. Well, it's a waste if we can't finish the food, and we can't pack it up. Qin Chuan said this and ate 2 more skewers with her. I'm fine. After Su Chuchu finished eating a skewer of grilled pork belly, she took a tissue to wipe her mouth, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Qin Chuan called the waiter to pay the bill, and the two of them got up and left the beer square. It is midsummer, and the streets are bustling during this time. Young couples walk hand in hand on the street, young couples play with their children on the roadside, and elderly people sit on street benches fanning themselves with palm leaf fans to enjoy the cool air. Everything is so harmonious. Hiccup. Su Chuchu held Qin Chuan's sleeve and walked not far from the beer square when she suddenly burped. She quickly covered her mouth and realized that she was wearing a mask. She hurriedly put her hand down and tried to pretend nothing happened. Qin Chuan turned his head to look at her and laughed secretly in his heart. What are you laughing at? Su Chuchu looked straight ahead and blinked twice. I'm not laughing. You smiled inwardly. Qin Chuan. Is this reasonable? Can't I laugh in my heart? No, how did you know I was laughing in my heart? Isn't it just a burp? What's so funny? Su Chuchu muttered, don't you know how to burp? Qin Chuan could imagine her pouting under the mask with a proud little expression on her face. No, actually I think your burps sound pretty nice. He was halfway through his words when he realized something was wrong. Ma da. Why do I show any signs of becoming like a big dog owner? He even said such shameful words, so he changed the topic and said, I didn't hear anything. Well, it doesn't look any better. Su Chuchu glanced at him and didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Do you want to run a few steps to burn off what you ate at night? Qin Chuan asked after walking along the road for a while. It's inconvenient to wear high heels. Su Chuchu looked down at the high heels she was wearing. Although they were only 4 or 5 centimeters, she certainly couldn't run away. She suddenly felt a little regretful and decided to wear flat shoes next time. Wait here for a moment. Qin Chuan pointed to a shoe store across the street that was still open. I'll go over and buy you a pair. I'll go with you, Su Chuchu said. The two crossed the road and went to the shoe store across the street. Su Chuchu quickly selected a pair of moon-white running shoes for more than 200 yuan, took off her high heels and put them in a shoe bag, and handed it to Qin Chuan to carry. When I walked out of the shoe store, it was not long since I had dinner, so I didn't run immediately. I continued walking around, and when I passed a small square on the street, I saw a street singer singing live not far away. The singer is a girl in her 20s, not tall and very pretty. It looked like he had just started live streaming not long ago. He had little interaction with the audience in the room and his expression was unnatural. Especially when there were only a dozen or so listeners standing around her, she always seemed a little at a loss. Su Chuchu pulled Qin Chuan to stop and watch. Later we slowly became parallel. You left with a smile. I responded with pain. All the innocence I once had is put away. The words were spoken calmly. But the eyes are hurt. The girl's voice is nice, lively and melodious, but this song doesn't seem to be suitable for her, so it can't be called pleasant. What song is this? Why is it so bad? No wonder there are so few audiences. Qin Xuan moved his head closer to Su Chuchu and asked in a low voice. Light year love. Su Chuchu glanced at him inconspicuously. Oh. My song. Su Chuchu paused and continued. I gritted my teeth in my heart. This is already one of my relatively popular songs. This guy must have done it on purpose. Ahem, actually, that. Qin Xuan rubbed his nose. Why did he always encounter such things? He should find some time to listen to all her songs. There's nothing wrong with this song, it's just that it doesn't suit her voice. It should be okay if you sing it. He added. Su Chuchu didn't appreciate it at all. She snorted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. This girl should be your fan. Do you want to give it a try? And give her a demonstration. After a moment, Qin Xuan turned around and encouraged her. If you are not a fan, you probably won't sing her songs. The songs are not very popular and there is nothing memorable about them. Many people may forget them quickly after listening to them, let alone learn to sing them specifically. After hearing what he said, Su Chuchu suddenly had an idea and found it quite novel because she had never sung on the street before. Is it okay? Isn't this a bit bad? She looked around, and even though she said that, it was obvious that she was ready to make some moves. What's wrong with that? You are a singer and you have performed on such a big stage before. There are only a few audiences here. It's just a small scene. Qin Xuan pointed to the less than 20 audiences surrounding the street singer not far away. Go ahead, Pikachu. I'll record it for you as a souvenir. Qin Xuan said as he took out his cell phone from his pocket. Su Chuchu. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered up the courage to nod. The two walked over one after the other. Su Chuchu walked in front, Qin Xuan followed with his mobile phone, walked through the audience, walked straight to the girl, and asked. Beautiful lady, can I sing a song? Ah. The little girl turned her head to look at her, stunned for a moment. It was probably the first time she encountered such an emergency. Just as Qin Xuan thought, she was indeed a fan of Su Chuchu, so even though Su Chuchu was wearing sunglasses and a mask, she still felt that she looked a little familiar and very friendly. Yes, sure. She quickly came to her senses and responded stutteringly. She was not good at interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room, so she handed the microphone directly to Su Chuchu. Thank you. Su Chuchu took the microphone, pulled down her mask and thanked him. Let's sing the song you just sang. Can you help me adjust the accompaniment? The little girl finally saw her face clearly. She covered her mouth in surprise and almost cried out. At this moment, the few viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked. Chapter 88 dedicated Su Chuchu. Shit. Everyone, tell me, am I hallucinating? Isn't this Su Chuchu? Little anchor, did you check the almanac before going out today? You actually ran into a wild celebrity on the street? The song she just sang was by Su Chuchu. She must have never expected to meet the original singer. This is so embarrassing. Little anchor, please get out of the way. Please get out of the way. Don't delay us from seeing the goddess. The girl is a new anchor. She is only pretty and has average eloquence. She can sing okay, but gets nervous easily, and her performance drops when she gets nervous. Therefore, there are not many viewers in the live broadcast room, and it is very deserted. Su Chuchu's sudden appearance immediately made the originally deserted live broadcast room lively. It is not uncommon for celebrities to live broadcast nowadays, but most of them are announced in advance. It would definitely be a double surprise for her to suddenly appear in the live broadcast room of a small outdoor anchor so late at night. Hello everyone. Su Chuchu smiled sweetly and greeted the viewers in the live broadcast room generously. This is also her first time to live broadcast in this way, and outdoors. However, she has rich stage experience and is not afraid of the stage. There were not many people in the live broadcast room plus the onlookers. As Qin Xuan said, it was just a small scene. Capture a wild goddess alive, haha. The goddess is so beautiful. Where is Susu? We need to go and watch. That's the Jinhai TV tower in the back. I roughly know where it is. The goddess is so down to earth. The viewers were also very considerate. It didn't matter whether they were fans or not. When such a big star appeared in the live broadcast room, they called her goddess every time. I happened to pass by here and saw this little girl singing my song. I came over out of curiosity to take a look. Is there any song you want to listen to? Su Chu Chu said with a sweet smile on her face. Just sing the song we just sang. We want to see the original singer crush the young anchor. Yes, yes, yes. Comparisons lead to hurt. Please hurt her as much as you can. The little girl next to her saw the comments from the netizens, her mouth twitched and she wanted to curse. However, I soon saw that the popularity of the live broadcast room was rising, and all kinds of valuable gifts were constantly being given out, and there were signs that the situation was getting more and more intense, so my mood suddenly brightened. Let it hurt, money is more valuable. If Su Chu Chu could stay in her live broadcast room for a while longer, it might be equivalent to her income for several months. Besides, he is my idol, so it is normal even if he sings better than me. At this time, many of the dozen or so passers-by who were watching had already recognized Su Chu Chu, and their facial expressions became interesting. Who would have thought that you could bump into a big star while taking a walk on the street? Of course, the big star is obviously busy right now, and no one has gathered around to take photos with him yet. Everyone is tactful and has picked up their phones to take pictures. Qin Xuan stood in the crowd with his mobile phone, recording the video silently like everyone else. No one paid special attention to him yet. Let's sing a duet. Su Chu Chu turned around and said to the anchor girl with a warm smile. Ah. The little girl was slightly startled, and said flattered, I can't do it. I can't sing well. She never dared to dream of being able to sing a duet with her idol. But singing in front of the original singer made her feel like she was showing off her skills. She was already nervous, and now she felt even more guilty. It's okay, you've sung very well. Su Chu Chu encouraged her with a smile. Okay then. The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of singing with her idol, and nodded in response. After a while, the prelude sounded and Su Chu Chu spoke first. This song Light Years of Love is already one of her relatively popular songs. She has sung it countless times in various occasions and is quite proficient in it. But it was a magical experience to sing on the street for the first time. After all, she was a professional. When she sang, her voice was much more beautiful than that of the little girl just now. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. You're so good at speaking. This is professionalism. Little anchor, hurry up and learn from this. It's so crispy, it sounds so beautiful. No matter whether they usually listen to Su Chu Chu's songs or not, they all started praising her and gave her all kinds of gifts crazily. Seeing that the little girl didn't dare to speak, Su Chu Chu encouraged her with her eyes. Only then did she muster up the courage to start singing along. After singing along for a few sentences, I seemed to feel much better than before and was not as nervous anymore. After the song was finished, the popularity of the live broadcast room jumped directly from the bottom few to the top few. And there are a large number of water friends coming in continuously. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Su Chu Chu seemed to be not satisfied either. At the request of the majority of netizens, she sang another song of her own. There's a female star singing over here, come and take a look. Which female star? Su Chu Chu. Oh, I don't know him. I'll go over and take a look. There's a female star singing over there, let's go over and see what's going on. Who is it? I don't know, but he's a celebrity anyway, let's go and take a look. Okay, let's go. Qin Xuan greatly underestimated people's nature of liking to watch the fun. Before long, the dozen or so spectators who had originally been watching had become a sea of smoke. The entire small square was about to be filled. And a steady stream of people are still gathering here. If the situation continues, it will probably spread outside the square in no time, causing traffic jams or attracting the police or urban management officers, which would then be a serious matter. As Su Chu Chu sang, she seemed to sense something was wrong. Probably no one expected so many people to gather in such a short time. When you normally attend events or commercial performances, the organizer will at least arrange security. Now that there are suddenly so many people around me, I feel a little panicked for some reason. Soon another song was finished. There was a burst of warm applause throughout the small square. Su Chu Chu took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room, and it had reached nearly 2 million. She suddenly thought that since things had come to this, why not take the opportunity to preview her new song? With this in mind, she waved to the crowd of viewers around her and said to the live studio, "Thank you everyone, my new song will be online on the 5th of next month, please support me." Haha, the goddess is so dedicated. She even doesn't forget to promote her songs. I will support you even if I sell everything I have. Susu can open an account and live stream more often. The audience around didn't react much, but the live broadcast room was very lively. Su Chuchu waved her hand and said hello, then handed the microphone to the anchor and encouraged her with a smile. "Come on, you sing very well." "Thank you, idol." The little girl said excitedly, "Are you leaving?" Su Chuchu smiled and nodded slightly, then walked towards Qin Chuan. When I got closer, I heard her urging in a low voice, let's go, let's go." Qin Chuan couldn't help laughing when he saw her timid look. Wasn't she quite brave just now? At this time, several fans at the scene saw her leaving and immediately surrounded her. "Susu, I'm your fan, can we take a photo together?" Chapter 89 Summer Night Run. "Susu, I have liked you for many years, please sign an autograph for me." "I'm your fan, I can sing every one of your songs, can we take a photo together?" "Sorry, it's not convenient today. Please move aside." Qin Chuanhu stood beside Su Chuchu and acted as her bodyguard. Isn't this Qin Chuan? Really? I thought it was a staff member. When Qin Chuan heard someone mention his name, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. According to Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian, he is the #1 enemy of Su Chuchu's fans. Now that he is surrounded by so many fans, will he be hit with bricks from behind like the rich man did? Thinking of this, he immediately became extra alert. But I soon discovered that this was not the case. "Brother Chuan, you must be nicer to our Susu, otherwise we won't agree. You two are such a good match, Brother Chuan, have you always been this handsome since you were a child?" Why are you so polite? It turns out that the internet is different from reality. No matter what they are like behind the screen, they are all gentle, respectful, frugal, and modest when face to face. Or in front of Su Chuchu, could these fans at least give their idol some face? It is also possible that those present here are rational fans, not brainless fans like Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian. All in all, everyone was pretty peaceful. After finally squeezing through the crowd and reaching the outer edge, he was blocked by a group of fans who had just arrived. Xingha Music positioned Su Chuchu as sweet and elegant, and she always appeared approachable in front of the camera. Faced with such enthusiastic fans, she was a little embarrassed. It seemed a bit inhumane to just leave, so she had to stop. "Then let's take a photo together." The fans were immediately excited, but fortunately they didn't encounter any crazy fans. Everyone was honest and consciously stood around Su Chuchu and Qin Chuan like stars surrounding the moon. Snap! Snap! The two fans each changed positions and took a few photos. "Susu, please sign for us." "Yes, it's not easy to meet you, please sign an autograph for us." "Okay, then come one by one." Su Chuchu smiled elegantly and calmly, took the pen from a fan and started signing for everyone. These fans are really hardworking, coming out in the middle of the night to chase their idol. Not long after, Qin Chuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of a white car with police lights flashing slowly stopping by the roadside, and then two middle-aged men in uniform got out of the car and walked towards this side. Judging from the uniform he's wearing, he's probably not a policeman. He's most likely an urban management officer or something like that. Oops. He thought to himself. Even if a big star like Su Chuchu is caught and not fined, she will be criticized and educated in person, and will probably be on the hot search list tomorrow or something. Although it was not a serious incident of cheating or drug use, it was definitely not something that could be exploited by her haters. Go! He pulled up Su Chuchu, who was still signing autographs for everyone, pushed away the fans surrounding them, and ran to the other side. All the fans were stunned and didn't react to what happened. The two urban management officers were originally here to evacuate the crowd, but suddenly they saw someone running away. They knew he was obviously guilty and he was not a good person, so they chased after him immediately. "Stop right there! Don't run!" Su Chuchu didn't know what was going on at first, but when she heard two loud shouts behind her, she turned her head and saw two middle-aged men in uniform chasing after her. I was so panicked at that moment that I had no time to think. I just ran away first. As for what would happen afterwards, he would think about it later and was pulled forward by Qin Chuan at a rapid speed. Fortunately, the pair of running shoes I am wearing now are quite neat today and it is quite convenient to run. The fans were stunned for a moment. What is going on? It's just a signature, is there any need to arrest people? Protect our Susu. I don't know who shouted, and no matter what the situation was, dozens of fans followed suit. So this is the scene that appeared on the street. Qin Chuan pulled Su Chu Chu and ran all the way. Two men in uniform were chasing after him. Dozens of fans were chasing the urban management uncle at the back. What's wrong? What happened up front? I don't know, it seems like the two people running in front are celebrities, otherwise why would so many people chase them? Let's go, and have a look together. Passers-by who didn't know the truth along the way were confused, but they couldn't resist their curiosity, and many of them unconsciously joined the pursuit team. The urban management uncle was a little panicked. What the hell is going on? Where did the man and woman in front come from? Why are there so many accomplices? Could it be that there are some male and female thieves coming out of nowhere? Middle-aged people are no longer able to run, and after chasing for more than 1,000 meters, the two middle-aged urban management officers finally couldn't stand it anymore. One of them bent over and gasped for breath and said, "No, Lao Zhang, I really can't run anymore. I can't run anymore. Those two young men can really run." The other one was not much behind. He put one hand on his waist, sweating profusely and panting. How about calling the police? How do I report it? Two people were running around on the street, disturbing public order? It's not a crime. It seems so. There was no obvious evidence at all that the young man and woman had done anything illegal, so calling the police seemed a bit of an overreaction. At this time, dozens of Su Chu Chu's fans followed the two of them, and when they saw that they were exhausted, they stopped as well. Who are you? The urban management uncle looked at them warily and soon found that these young people did not look like bad people. Su Chu Chu's fans looked at each other in silence, pretending nothing had happened. Didn't they say there were celebrities? Where are they? What's going on? What happened? Behind them were the passers-by who didn't know the truth. They all looked confused, and some of them still didn't understand why they followed a group of people around in the middle of the night. So after chasing for half a day, I ended up chasing for nothing? The other side. On a slightly remote street, next to a street lamp, Qin Chuan and Su Chu Chu sat on the curb, and it took them a long time to recover. At this moment, Su Chu Chu was like a fairy who had fallen down to earth, covered in dust and looking extremely embarrassed. Even though it was nearly 10 o'clock at night and much cooler than during the day, I still couldn't help running about 2 or 3 kilometers in one breath. She had taken off her mask and hat and threw them away when she ran away. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was still blushing under her sunglasses. She sat there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at her. It's quite funny to think that a sweet and elegant female star on the screen was chased around like a dog chasing a rabbit in the middle of the night. It's all your fault. Su Chu Chu noticed his gaze, sighed silently, and complained aloud. If this guy hadn't instigated me to go over and sing, I wouldn't be in such a mess. My image would have collapsed. But then again, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart, as if both her body and mind had been released. She was born into a musical family. Influenced by the family atmosphere, she has hardly done anything out of the ordinary since she was a child. Even when she wanted to pursue a career as a singer, she signed with the company only after seeking her parents' consent. Ever since this guy appeared beside her, she felt like her life had gone astray. Chapter 90. Don't try to trick me into giving birth to you. This way I can just use up what I had for dinner. Qin Chuan scratched his forehead, wondering who was singing so happily just now and why he is blaming me now. Su Chu Chu said nothing and glanced at him silently. I didn't expect you to be such a good runner. Qin Chuan said again. His physical condition is now almost at full capacity, and running 2 or 3 kilometers is no problem at all. He didn't expect that Su Chu Chu could also run so far in one breath. I exercise regularly. Su Chu Chu said. No wonder. Qin Chuan nodded to show that he understood. He needed to keep in shape. Where is this place? Su Chu Chu glanced around at the deserted streets. Since they sat down, she seemed to have not seen many cars passing by, and there were even very few pedestrians. Huaixing Road. Qin Chuan blurted out. Oh, you are quite familiar with Jinhai. Including the time she spent studying in Jinhai, she has been here for nearly 10 years, and there are many places she is unfamiliar with. Jinhai City is very large and has developed rapidly in recent years. Some of the remote or new streets may not even be familiar to the locals who have lived here for many years. I guess this road has just been opened not long ago, so it is so deserted. Qin Chuan pointed to the road sign behind him and said, "It's written here." He actually doesn't know, but he is still bright. Su Chuchu turned her head to look at the eye-catching road name on the road sign, her mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at him. It's only a few days before the new song is released, so I need to show my face more. Sister Qin is arranging work for me these 2 days, and I will probably go out of town to participate in activities soon. After a while, Su Chuchu pursed her lips and said reluctantly, "Then I have to guard the empty city alone again." Qin Chuan sighed, feeling a little disappointed. You always have to work. Their relationship had just been confirmed, and Su Chuchu seemed very reluctant to leave. She felt that it was unfair to Qin Chuan if she ran around like this at this time. But now that Galaxy Music's promotional resources are gone, Sister Qin is busy working for her, and she can't let Sister Qin's hard work go to waste. Also, my aunt called me again today, so I may have to wait a little longer before going back to look at the house. It's okay, I understand, and my mother should understand too. Qin Chuan could tell that she seemed a little guilty, so he grabbed her little hand and comforted her softly. Who's talking to you? Su Chuchu let him hold her hand, lowered her head and pouted. We've got the certificate, how can we do it without it? They chatted for who knows how long. Qin Chuan looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. The alcohol had long gone away. How was it? Did you rest well? If you have, let's go back. Su Chuchu nodded and said The two men stood up and brushed the dust off their pants. This place was neither far nor near from where they parked. It seemed unnecessary to take a taxi, but walking back would be a bit tiring, so I might as well just walk slowly. Besides, it's hard to get a taxi here, so I can only walk to the next intersection to see if I can get a taxi. The street was deserted, with few people passing by. Su Chuchu held his arm and walked side by side. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan suddenly asked, I just broke out in a sweat. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Not bad. Su Chuchu said. After resting for such a long time, the sweat had already dried off. I remember there's a pretty good hotel nearby. How about we go take a shower before going back? Su Chuchu snorted. This bastard's tricks of fooling people were getting more and more clumsy, and now he was fooling people without any disguise. Don't try to trick me into giving birth to your child. Okay, let's not talk about not having children. Let's kiss first. I want the kind with a brushed texture. Get lost. That's disgusting. Then the one without brushed is fine. After wandering through 2 streets, the streets gradually became more lively. However, it was already past 11 o'clock, and the small shops on the street had already started to close up, and there were fewer pedestrians on the road. I can't walk anymore. Su Chuchu suddenly stopped. You should be able to get a taxi up ahead, just hold on a little longer. Qin Chuan encouraged her, pointing to the intersection ahead. I can't move a step further. Su Chuchu puffed up her little face and said in a coquettish tone. Then let's rest for a while before we go. Carry me. Su Chuchu looked up at him. You wish. Qin Chuan refused sternly. You are an old lady of 27 years old, why do you still like to play the tricks of young people? Although there aren't many people on the streets now, it's still embarrassing to be seen by others. What's more, you are a big star. How shameful it is to be photographed and posted online. Am I heavy? Su Chuchu lay on Qin Chuan's back, buried her little face in his neck and asked softly. Heavy. Qin Chuan felt the warm breath she exhaled, and couldn't help but feel distracted, and his ears turned red unconsciously. Su Chuchu frowned her beautiful eyebrows slightly and bit his shoulder lightly. Hiss, it hurts. I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Am I heavy? It's very heavy, like I'm carrying the whole world on my back. Greasy. Hey. Why are your ears red? Su Chuchu quickly discovered that his ears were as red as if they were roasted. It's hot. Qin Chuan said. TSK, you are actually still shy? Su Chuchu smiled faintly and pinched his hot earlobe mischievously. This guy is so thick-skinned, but he is still shy? I would be shy. You're so funny. Qin Chuan said stubbornly, kiss me and see if I will be shy. Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Maybach suddenly stopped on the side of the road. The two of them looked over subconsciously. The rear window slowly rolled down, and a gentle, young and handsome face wearing black-framed glasses came into view. Qin Chuan thought he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Su Chuchu's expression froze for a moment. She looked at Zhang Shu in the car indifferently, and said softly to Qin Chuan, "Put me down." Qin Chuan put her down and quickly remembered who the person in the car was. Zhang Shu turned his head and looked at the two of them. There was no emotion in his eyes. Only he knew that at this moment his heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an ice-cold hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 91. Don't you want to beat him? Zhang Shu suppressed his turbulent emotions, pushed the door and got out of the car, pretending to be calm and composed as he walked over. His eyes lingered on Su Chuchu for a moment, and he found that the way she looked at him was still as indifferent as before. I couldn't help but feel a little colder in my heart. How could this woman be so cruel? How could she forget all my years of hard work so quickly? Then he shifted his gaze to look at Qin Chuan, with obvious disdain and anger in his eyes. As far as he knew, Su Chuchu paid this bastard 2 million to help complete the wedding. Even though they later got their marriage certificate, they still don't live together. I thought their marriage was just a transaction. But the scene he saw just now seemed completely different. He really couldn't figure out why he was inferior to this bastard? Jealousy can make a person unrecognizable. He now wanted to humiliate Qin Chuan severely, trample on him, mock him, make him retreat, and get out of here as far away as possible. If possible, he even wanted to pin Qin Chuan to the ground and beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his parents. But he is a decent man and cannot be so rude. It would be disrespectful, especially in front of Su Chuchu. So the only way to solve the problem is to use an elegant way. So he thought for a moment and finally spoke. You. Qin Chuan had seen many such scenes in novels and film and television works, but he didn't expect to encounter one himself today. Various images of villainous rich second generation showing off their power and making sarcastic remarks unconsciously emerged in my mind. You don't deserve her. How much do you want to leave her? How could he let the villain in front of him succeed in what he wanted to do? How could he let such a vulgar plot happen to himself? So Zhang Shu was interrupted by him righteously as soon as he uttered a word. Don't bother my wife anymore. Boom! Before Zhang Shu could react, a fist came at him unexpectedly. He felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and he staggered and involuntarily took 2 or 3 steps back. My eyes were dazzled and my mind went blank. Then a salty taste spread in the mouth. He covered his cheek and looked at Qin Chuan in astonishment. This is fucking, it seems like the plot is wrong? The few passers-by on the street heard the noise and looked over. Su Chuchu never expected that Qin Chuan would suddenly attack someone, and she was startled. She looked at the two of them in surprise. According to the routine of romance dramas, shouldn't you be jealous of me, engage in a few rounds of verbal battles, and then fight to the death? Why is it so violent right from the start? Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and shook his aching right hand, then pulled Su Chuchu up with his other hand. Let's go. Su Chuchu was still a little slow to react. She glanced at Zhang Shu quickly and was pulled forward by him. Not sure if he was dazed by Qin Chuan's punch, but Zhang Shu watched the two men turn around and leave, and was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. It's not worth it to fight. Su Chuchu said. I fought for you. Don't you want to beat him up? Qin Chuan turned his head to look at her and said righteously. He has been good at fighting since he was a child. It is better to strike first. However, what surprised him was that Zhang Shu did not fight back. He looks gentle and probably has never been in a fight. I do. Su Chuchu seemed a little conflicted, unable to explain clearly for a moment. She shook her head as soon as she finished speaking. I don't want to, not really. In her heart, that person was completely insignificant and not worth caring about anymore. If Zhang Shu had not run away from the marriage temporarily, the man next to her might not have appeared in her life, so she has no hatred towards Zhang Shu now. Strictly speaking, there is no emotional factor at all. If she has the chance, she would like to thank him for not marrying her. Huh? Qin Chuan was puzzled. If he hadn't run away from the marriage, wouldn't you have had no chance? Su Chuchu said with a blink. Now that you mention it, it's true. Qin Chuan said suddenly. After I said that, I felt something was wrong. What do you mean I have no chance? Didn't you pay me and beg me to be your groom, and then shamelessly come to my house to get the certificate? Forget it, let us not talk about the past and give this big star some face. Why is it different from what I imagined? Su Chuchu held his arm and muttered as they walked. What's different? Qin Chuan asked. Shouldn't you be jealous of me, competing to confess your love to me, and then? Su Chuchu raised her white chin and said. You've watched too many TV dramas. Qin Chuan interrupted her and said, if this grandson hadn't run away from marriage, I wouldn't have to pretend to be your groom. Now it's a mess. Who can I go to for justice? He deserves this punch. Say it again if you dare. Su Chuchu gritted her teeth and glared at him angrily. It hit your hand? Is this beauty so unpopular, bastard? There are so many people on the street. You're a female star, so you should pay attention to your image. Qin Chuan said quickly when he saw that she looked like she might bite him at any time. Zhang Shu covered his cheek with his hands, looking angrily at the two figures chasing and playing away. He felt like he was going crazy. But he is a decent man, he can't be as willful as Qin Chuan and chase after the other party and fight with him. Mr. Zhang. The driver got out of the car and stood aside, at a loss. Zhang Shu waved his hands to indicate that he was fine, then spat out a mouthful of blood foam and turned back to the car. He sat in the back seat with a livid face, and after a long silence, he said, Go back. The other side. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu returned to the parking lot near the beer square. Well, I'm going back. Next to Su Chuchu's car, she put her hands behind her back and pursed her lips to say goodbye. Sister Qin is arranging work for her. She might have to fly out of town tomorrow, so the next time they meet might be a few days later. Drive slowly and text me when you get home. Qin Chuan reminded with a smile. Su Chuchu said got into the car, sighed silently, started the car and drove slowly forward. When she turned around, she saw that Qin Chuan had turned around and walked towards the direction where he parked the car. She felt a little lost for some reason. There's not even a hint of reluctance. Asshole. He muttered something quietly and the car quickly drove out of the parking lot. Not long after driving, they discovered Qin Chuan's Cayenne following them. The two of them were not going the same way, so she drove for a while, and Qin Chuan's car was still following closely behind. Is this guy here to see me off? Chapter 92 Irresponsible Woman. Su Chuchu curled the corners of her mouth, and did not stop the car to ask him if he was here to see her off. Women enjoy this kind of subtle feeling that is beyond words. Although the public security in Jinhai has always been good, the sense of security brought to her by having someone protecting her along the way is a completely different experience. After about half an hour's drive, the two cars stopped one after the other at the gate of number 18 Lijinghuoding. But they all remained silent and did not get off the bus immediately. It was not until nearly 2 or 3 minutes later that Su Chuchu pushed open the car door and got out. With her hands behind her back and a smile on her lips, she slowly walked towards the car behind. Qin Chuan also got out of the car and watched her approaching with a smile on his face. Why don't you go home and follow me? When she got closer, Su Chuchu tilted her delicate and fair face, her pair of soul-stirring eyes staring into his eyes, and asked in a somewhat arrogant tone. Do you believe me if I tell you I'm lost? Qin Chuan looked around and chuckled. What do you think? Su Chuchu pouted. Well, I'm worried that grandson is harassing you. Qin Chuan confessed. Su Chuchu's face was filled with a happy smile, her eyes lowered, her eyes moving under her long eyelashes, and she puffed out her little mouth and said, Oh. Is this guy jealous? Not really. I didn't say a word to Zhang Shu from beginning to end tonight, and it seems that I didn't have the chance to say anything. But when I think about the fact that this guy is even jealous of his fans, he must be jealous. Well, I'll go back if I'm fine. Qin Chuan ruffled her hair and was about to turn around and open the car door when Su Chuchu quickly raised her eyes and looked at him. Wait a minute. How? Before Qin Chuan could finish speaking, Su Chuchu stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips lightly. Qin Chuan felt a touch of moisture and sweetness on his lips. Just when he was about to savor it, it was gone in an instant. He leaned forward instinctively. Su Chuchu's little head tilted slightly and took a step back to avoid it. She said with a playful smile, This is a reward for you. Hey, why are you so polite? Qin Chuan touched the corner of his mouth and said with a lingering feeling, How about another one? It was too sudden just now, and I haven't tasted the flavor yet. No more. Su Chuchu turned and walked towards the car, waving her hand halfway, drive slowly on the road. That's too much. You seduced me and then ran away. You irresponsible woman. Qin Chuan muttered as he stood there looking at her back. Su Chuchu ignored him and went straight back to the car and drove home. It's a date, but next time you can go ahead and not be so late. If I can't get through to you on the phone, I'll suspect that you've been abducted by Qin Xuan, and I'm about to call the police." As soon as Su Chu Chu walked into the living room, Chao Qin complained like an old woman. "What's wrong? My phone is out of battery." Su Chu Chu was already used to it and said calmly, "Come, take a look at what you have done first." Chao Qin came over and handed her the phone. Su Chu Chu took the phone and took a look at it. "Well, it's on the trending search list, and it's number 1. Hot Search 1, Su Chu Chu's Street Live broadcast. Sister is so beautiful and down to earth. I rarely listened to idol singers like this before. Su Chu Chu's live singing skills seem to be pretty good. Performing songs on the streets, Susu is so dedicated, huh? I was there. Tonight, Susu was beautiful and sang sweetly. The place was packed with people. Ah, the goddess has actually fallen to the point of live streaming on the street. It must be all because of her loser husband. The following are all positive reviews, except for the last one, which is a bit discordant. Isn't this pretty good? It's not some black material, and the song is even promoted. Su Chu Chu smiled as she scrolled through the comments. I didn't say it's bad. This is too dangerous, you know? I see there are so many people here. If something happens, can Qin Xuan take care of it alone? Chao Qin rolled her eyes at her. Being number 1 on the hot search list is definitely not inferior to the publicity effect of the popular variety shows on satellite TV stations, which is definitely a good thing. Chao Qin was just thinking that if she was asked to go live on the street, she would definitely not agree. Following Qin Xuan, she can really do anything. This person is too dangerous. Okay, I get it. I won't do it again. Su Chu Chu said in a rare and obedient manner, I'm already on the trending search list, so do I not have to show my face at events? What are you thinking? Do you think you have too many fans? Chao Qin pulled her to sit on the sofa, and said earnestly like the leader of a pyramid scheme, Chu Chu, you are going to be a queen of the music world. Although a large part of the reason you became popular before was because of your appearance, I have always been optimistic about your ability, so you can't slack off, do you know? Haven't you always wanted to be recognized by everyone through your singing? Now we have 3 such good songs. This is an opportunity for you, don't you think? You are married now, but don't forget your original intention. Sister Qin, you are right. I have been a little slack recently. Please hurry up and arrange some work for me. After a lively conversation, Su Chu Chu soon became full of energy and fighting spirit. Well, that's right. Chao Qin nodded with satisfaction. Qin Xuan returned to Yushuaibei, washed up and went back to his bedroom. He had not forgotten what he had thought about during the day. He must learn some self-defense skills. So I opened the system and checked it out. There are kung fu skills in the skill items, but there are no more fantasy kung fu such as the Sunflower Manual and the 5 Mountains Thunder Palm. They are all familiar fighting skills such as Tai Chi, Karate, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, etc. It seems that I can't go the fantasy route anymore. But these should be enough for self-defense. Tai Chi Mastery, 600 points, click to learn, there is no obvious feeling, just feel warm all over. Taekwondo Mastery, 600 points, click to learn, it also doesn't feel obvious. However, I can sense that all the key points of the movements and the force generating techniques have appeared in my mind. I learned these 2 skills first, and then bought a few bottles of physical fitness mixture to directly increase my physical fitness to the maximum, and kept the remaining points for future use. Suddenly, an idea flashed upon him and he thought of a very crucial question. It would be great if good things like physical constitution mixture could be given to family members, so that at least minor illnesses like fever and colds could be avoided. However, he estimated that the possibility of being able to be used by people other than the host was not high. Otherwise, the risk is too great. Can the products in the system all be used by other people? Cannot. As expected, the system voice replied with 2 cold words. All right. Qin Xuan felt somewhat regretful, and then checked other skills. Driving, painting, basketball, football, shooting, diving. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, he suddenly came up with many bold ideas. Should we win a few gold medals in the next Olympics to bring glory to our country? I wonder if a copy of a world-famous painting from my previous life could sell for a lot of money? Chapter 93 Female Hooligan. Qin Xuan was thinking about all these random things and was about to fall asleep when his cell phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and squinted to take a look. It was a WeChat message from Su Chu Chu. Are you asleep? No. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Qin Chuan, I almost fell asleep just now. Su Chu Chu, then I'll cheer you up. Qin Chuan? Refresh yourself? What to refresh yourself in the middle of the night? Just when I was confused, a video call invitation popped up in the chat box. He pressed the answer button. In the picture, Su Chu Chu should have just taken a shower. She was wearing a blue silk suspender pajamas and leaning against the head of the bed. Her sexy white collarbone was exposed, which was very attractive. Without makeup, this should be the first time he saw Su Chu Chu without makeup. She is naturally beautiful, her skin is still delicate and smooth, and she looks even more pure after removing her makeup. Qin Chuan stared at the screen intently, and instantly became alert and no longer sleepy. What was he doing? Could it be? My mind can't help but wander to various thoughts. It's a bit exciting. I'll show you something. Su Chu Chu smiled meaningfully. Qin Chuan, okay, hurry up. As he finished speaking, the scene changed and a pair of delicate, white feet immediately appeared on the screen, with the 10 toes moving playfully. Qin Chuan. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Good night. In just a few seconds, the screen moved back to Su Chu Chu's pretty little face. She said good night with a smile and hung up the video call. Qin Chuan, be a decent human being. Su Chu Chu then sent a long string of smirks. Have a good sleep. Qin Chuan pinched his eyebrows. What kind of world is this? When a woman acts like a hooligan, no one can stop her. The next day. In an office of Galaxy Music. Su Chu Chu really spared no effort to promote her new song. She went to the streets to live broadcast in the middle of the night. This must have been arranged by Chao Qin in advance. When Sheng lowered her head and scrolled through her phone to look at Weibo, and her tone sounded a little sour. The hot search for Su Chu Chu lasted all night and is still at a high level until 10 o'clock in the morning. The number of clicks and reposts is astonishing. When Xing asked herself if she went to the streets to live stream her singing like Su Chu Chu, there was a high probability that she wouldn't even make a splash, let alone become a trending topic. Many times, she couldn't help but envy Su Chu Chu for being so popular. This woman has always been good at hype. She can even make a big mess of her marriage. A man in a suit and tie next to her, with a feminine temperament, said with a smile, but now it's messed up. It was when Cheng's manager Pang Xiaodong. The man paused and continued, she relied on her popularity and thought she was strong enough to go against the company. She was left alone for a year or two. She didn't have any good works that could stand on their own. It would be useless to hype her up. It would be a matter of time before she became obsolete. I am very confident in your song this time. The company is now fully supporting you. It won't be long before you will be the #1 singer at Galaxy Music. What's there to fight for to be the top female employee in our company? I don't have the mind to fight for it. Wen Sheng said with a smug smile on her face. At least it's your first step to show your face. Almost at the same time. Not long after Qin Chuan arrived at the office, Liang Anlu knocked on the door and walked in. After a simple greeting, she got straight to the point and said, there's news from Xinghe Music. As long as the price is right, they're willing to sell it as a package. Really? Qin Chuan said with some surprise. It's not surprising, actually. The biggest asset of a company like ours is the artists. Now the company's mainstay Su Chu Chu is at odds with both sides again. If Su Chu Chu continues to refuse to cooperate, they really have no other choice but to hide her. If both sides are unwilling to give in, it will be a lose-lose situation in the end. Although they launched a newcomer with great fanfare a while ago, they actually have no confidence in him at all. In the current market environment, it's very difficult for a new singer to become popular. It is basically impossible to replace Su Chu Chu in the short term. Plus, given the sluggish market, it wouldn't be a bad thing if we could sell it early and make some money, Liang Anlu said. Qin Chuan nodded, then Mr. Liang, please help arrange it. I will meet with the other party. He now has more than 200 million yuan. According to Liang Anlu, Galaxy Music can only offer 70 or 80 million yuan at most. As long as the other party's price is not too outrageous, he can accept it. Are you really planning to buy it? Liang Anlu was confused when she saw how serious he was. This was not a small amount of money. Really? Qin Chuan said with certainty. Putting aside his relationship with Su Chuchu, not to mention that the 3 songs he gave her all became popular, even if only one of them became popular, as long as she had a famous song, her future net worth should be more than 700 or 800 million. Instead of letting her make money for Galaxy Music, it is better to let her make money for herself so that the money remains within the family. What's more, those songs were all written by him. It's a loss no matter how you think about it. Okay then, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Liang Anlu said. It's the same question again. If I come forward, will they raise the price? Qin Chuan asked casually. That's not the case. From a business perspective, Su Chuchu's contract is a contract, and this is a different matter. They shouldn't expect Su Chuchu to pay them 200 million in liquidated damages. If a lawsuit really comes to fruition, neither side can afford it. There's no need for that. Liang Anlu said. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Liang. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Don't do these empty things, show some sincerity. Liang Anlu said with a smile. After the matter is done, my wife and I will treat you to a meal. Forget it. Liang Anlu curled her lips. It was just a meal, not dog food. Then she changed the subject and said, I heard that you are not satisfied with the arrangement of your song? Oh, I've asked the arranger to modify it. I'll check it out later. If it's almost right, we can record it in the afternoon. Qin Chuan said. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back and take care of some things. Liang Anlu said hello and left the office. Qin Chuan went directly to the arrangement department, and the new version of the arrangement had been produced according to his ideas. He was quite satisfied after listening to it once. He asked his assistant to prepare a recording studio for him in advance, and he started recording in the afternoon. His singing skills are already at a professional level and there is absolutely no problem with his singing ability. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is his favorite song. Although he has not sung it many times, he has already memorized it and the recording in the afternoon went quite smoothly. Chapter 94 I May Be Your Boss Soon. When Qin Chuan finished recording the song and returned to the office, it was almost time to get off work. Liang Anlu called and said that she had already agreed on a time with Xingha Music to meet at their company tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Liang needs to be here tomorrow to help me check things. Qin Chuan said with a smile. No problem, I'll go with you tomorrow. Liang Anlu agreed readily. Considering that Qin Chuan is still too young, it would be easy for him to suffer losses due to his lack of experience when negotiating with a group of old hands who have been in the industry for so many years. As a partner, she is still willing to help. After ending the call with Liang Anlu, Qin Chuan immediately dialed Zhu Qingxing's number. The last time we acquired Launching Entertainment shares, the cooperation went very smoothly. Zhu Qingxing's team's professional capabilities are trustworthy, and the two of them left their contact information with each other last time. Hello, Mr. Qin. After a brief busy tone, Zhu Qingxing's voice was heard. I'm going to acquire a company tomorrow and I need a business negotiation team. Qin Chuan said straight to the point. Now that he has decided to acquire Galaxy Music, he hopes to get it done as quickly as possible. It would be best if we could get it tomorrow. No problem. What is the target you want to acquire? I can work overtime and make some preparations in advance. Zhu Qingxing said straightforwardly. Galaxy Music. Qin Chuan said. Oh, I see. Zhu Qingxing naturally already knew that he was Su Chuchu's husband, so when Qin Chuan mentioned Galaxy Music, he quickly knew which company it was. We chatted a few more words and then hung up. Qin Chuan looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner, so he picked up his phone and prepared to find Su Chuchu to have dinner together. We're going to record 2 episodes this time, so we might need to stay there for 3 or 4 days. Are you ready? Li Jinghuoding, Xiao Qin walked down from upstairs and saw Su Chuchu sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at her phone in a daze, so she asked casually. Last night, Su Chuchu's hot search remained on the hot search list until the afternoon, but she had already received invitations to several shows and activities early this morning. From several invitations, she chose a variety show on a certain satellite TV station with good ratings and a public welfare nature that helps the poor and farmers. It is not only popular, but also helps to enhance Su Chuchu's image in the minds of the audience. As for the fact that the company never stopped them from taking jobs privately, after all, it hadn't really reached the point where they were irreconcilable. Besides, the company had no reason to go against money. Oh, it's packed. Su Chuchu replied after coming to her senses. What were you thinking about just now? Chao Qin asked as she sat next to her. Nothing. Then I'll tell you in advance what you need to pay attention to this time, so you have an idea. Chao Qin said solemnly, we're going to the countryside this time, and the conditions are definitely not as good as in the city. During the recording process, everyone needs to go to the farmland and orchards to experience farm work in person, but it shouldn't be hard work. The most important thing is, when you see vegetables, fruits, crops, etc. that you don't recognize, don't just ask about them. That will make people think you have no common sense. Su Chu, why do I feel like you are scolding me? Just a reminder to you. Chao Qin said seriously, also, try to interact more with other guests, don't let others think that you are difficult to get along with. Chao Qin had no idea how many times she had reminded Su Chu of many things. In fact, Su Chu had always performed pretty well, but she was always worried and would remind her once in a while before each recording. She kept talking, and when she turned around she saw Su Chu looking absent-minded. Are you listening to me? Listen, don't mention plants, get along well with people, smile more. Su Chu replied. Chao Qin. There's still plenty of time for dinner for the 10 o'clock flight. I'll ask Qin Xuan to come over and have dinner together. Su Chu said. You two are married now, how can I not let you meet and have a meal together? Chao Qin rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, how about shall we and I get out of here and make room for you two to have a candlelight dinner alone? That's not necessary, let's eat together. Su Chu said with a giggle. Didn't you just meet yesterday? Why do you have to see each other again in such a short time? It's like you're parting forever in just 3 or 4 days. Chao Qin shook her head, unable to understand. You don't understand, this is called a sense of ritual. Su Chu smiled lightly, then I'll send him a message, you can order takeout. Then he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Xuan, let's have dinner together. Almost at the same second, a message from Qin Xuan appeared in the chat box, let's have dinner together? Qin Xuan, okay. Su Chu, okay. Once again amazing synchronicity. Sister Qin, you see, this is what we call telepathic communication. Su Chu smiled brightly and handed the phone to Chao Qin. Chao Qin glanced at the messages the two had sent, rolled her eyes, and stood up and said, I'll go upstairs to see how Shall We is packing. Su Chu said oh nonchalantly, and typed a reply to Qin Xuan, come to our place, with Sister Qin and Shall We. Qin Xuan, okay. Su Chu, my flight to Luqing to record the show is at 10 p.m. How long? About 3 or 4 days. So long. Just 3 or 4 days, not too long. Su Chu replied. When she was busy in the past, it was common for her to be away from Jinhai for a month. 3 or 4 days was indeed not a long time, but now she has ties here, and although she said this, she still felt a little reluctant in her heart. Qin Xuan, it's been quite a while. Su Chu, I'm going to the countryside this time, and I may have to work in the fields. Really? It would be nice to go to labor reform. Qin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth. There was nothing wrong with the female hooligan going for some labor reform. Su Chu? After chatting for a few more words, Qin Xuan put away his phone, left the company and headed for Lijing Huading. The takeaway was filling. Qin Xuan, Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei are already acquaintances. Everyone was eating and chatting casually, and there was no restraint at all. After dinner and resting for more than half an hour, Qin Xuan drove them to the airport. On the way, he took the time to look at Su Chu and said, I have a surprise for you when you come back. What surprise? Su Chu asked curiously. It's not a surprise to tell you that. Qin Xuan kept it a secret, thinking that when you come back, I will probably be your boss. Su Chu curled her lips and said, forget it if you don't want to say it. It is also possible that the surprise has arrived before you come back. Qin Xuan said with a smile. After all, Su Chu is still an artist of galaxy music. With such a sudden big change in the company, she must have got the news first. It cannot be concealed. Chapter 95 You are very professional. You're not going to write me another song, are you? Su Chu secretly wondered what kind of surprise Qin Xuan had prepared for her, and she began to look forward to it. It was already late when they arrived at the airport, so they didn't waste any more time. Reluctantly saying goodbye, Qin Xuan got back into the car and headed home. The next morning, Xu Qingsheng and a colleague rushed to launching and placed an evaluation report in front of Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan looked through a few pages carefully and couldn't understand it, so it must be very professional. So he looked up at Zhu Qingsheng and his colleagues, nodded seriously and praised, "You are indeed professionals. You made this in one night. It's not easy. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qin. Providing customized professional business services to customers is our company's mission," Zhu Qingsheng said with a smile. "Well, just tell me what your valuation of Galaxy Music is," Qin Chuan asked directly. He couldn't understand it anyway, so just be simple and direct. "Just over 70 million. Zhu Qingsheng replied, "The value of Galaxy Music is mainly reflected in the copyright of their company's songs and artists. It can be said that it mainly depends on your wife. As Liang Anlu said, the value of an entertainment company lies mainly in its artists. The most valuable artist of Galaxy Music is undoubtedly Su Chuchu. Although Su Chuchu has no outstanding works and is about to pass the golden age of idol singers, most importantly, she is married, which is the most fatal point for idol singers. However, at least in the short term, it does not seem to be too obvious. Her popularity are still there, and she can bring a lot of profits to the company. I still have to buy something for my wife. Damn it," Qin Chuan cursed in his heart. "Mr. Qin, please rest assured and leave the negotiation with Galaxy Music to us. We will do our best to help you negotiate the lowest price." Zhu Qingsheng continued. "I don't need the lowest price. Price is not a problem as long as it's not too outrageous. I want it fast, the faster the better, and it would be best if it can be finalized today." Qin Chuan stated his requirements. Zhu Qingsheng was stunned for a moment. "May I know why?" "This will make it easier for us to control the pace of the negotiations. I want to give my wife a surprise as soon as possible, it's that simple." Qin Chuan smiled and said nonsense, then waved his hand, "Just talk freely, I only have one request, that is, it has to be quick." Zhu Qingsheng, "Okay, I understand then. We will go with President Qin this afternoon to confirm the other party's willingness to sell. When we officially go to the negotiation table, President Qin can give us full authority." "Okay, I believe in your expertise." Qin Chuan nodded. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses, and it is safest to leave professional matters to professionals. If he could avoid showing up, he wouldn't want to get involved at all. Just let Zhu Qingsheng and the others negotiate it, and he will just have to pay the money. However, for such a big matter, the other party couldn't discuss it without seeing the real person, so he had to come forward. Not long after Zhu Qingsheng left, Hua Chunfang sent over the sample of the brightest star in the night sky. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with it after listening to it once, and it was ready for release. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Chuan and Liang Anlu set out from launching to Xinghe Music, and Zhu Qingsheng and his colleagues followed behind in a car. "When do you want to release the song?" As soon as the car left the company, Liang Anlu in the back seat asked about releasing songs. "You are the boss, you decide." Qin Chuan replied with a smile while driving. "Then I have really made up my mind," Liang Anlu said. Do you want me to buy an advertising space on the platform to promote you?" Liang Anlu asked. "If it is a new singer, even if there is an advertisement, the effect will not be very good. Qin Chuan is Su Chuchu's husband. Based on this fact alone, if an advertisement is placed on the platform, the effect should be good. Everyone must be curious about how Su Chuchu, the spendthrift husband, sings. As for that song, she had already heard it a long time ago and it was very likely to become popular, so it would be a waste not to promote it. Of course, she still respected Qin Chuan's wishes. It seems that Mr. Liang is still determined to do something evil. Qin Chuan joked, "I'm just releasing a song, so don't try to take advantage of me. I don't plan to be a singer." "Okay." Liang Anlu sighed softly. At this time, in an office of Galaxy Music, all three shareholders of the company were present. Chang Jingluan, the founder of Galaxy Music, is a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly overweight and well-mannered. He is also the largest shareholder of Galaxy Music, holding 70% of the shares. The other two partners, who form a minority, are his friends for many years. The three of them sat in the reception area, drinking tea and chatting, while waiting for the financial sponsor who would acquire the company to arrive. "Mr. Chang, have you thought it through? Are you really ready to retire?" asked one of the shareholders with a thin face named Liang Peng. "No matter how much you try, you won't make any waves. Let's take advantage of the fact that Su Chuchu is still popular and there are still people who want to take over the company. If we don't sell it now, when Su Chuchu's popularity wanes, how much do you think our company will be worth?" Chang Jingluan poured himself a glass, took a sip and asked back. The company only has Su Chuchu as an outstanding artist, and the others are not even third-tier singers. And it was obvious from his tone that he was not optimistic that Su Chuchu could maintain her current popularity. An idle female singer who has no works and is married, even if her popularity seems to be quite high now, will inevitably continue to decline in the future. Maybe in a few months, or maybe in a year or two, she may completely disappear from the public eye. Why don't we wait for Wenqing to release those 3 songs and see the results? It's better to be patient and wait for a few more days, just in case you win. Liang Ping said. Wenqing Yue is going to release a new song at the beginning of the month, and he still has hope for it. You also said what if? Chang Jingluan shook his head. Let's take a step back. Even if there is a what if, and 1 or 2 of her songs become popular, it's still far from being comparable to Su Chuchu. Popularity is a metaphysics. There are many singers whose songs are popular but they themselves are not. So I don't think it's any use. It's so difficult for new singers to stand out now. Even if we concentrate all our resources on promoting her, we may not be able to do so. I think we should forget it. Now is the perfect time. If the other party's offer is good, sell it as soon as possible and live happily ever after. Then I'll quit with you. The boss has changed, and there's no point in me staying here. Liang Ping nodded without hesitation. At this time, Chang Jingluan's cell phone rang and he picked up the phone to answer it. You will be here soon, right? Okay. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone, stood up and said, the sponsor will be here soon, shall we go down to greet him? Chapter 96 We are partners. Boss Chang, this is my friend Boss Qin whom I mentioned to you. Boss Qin, this is Boss Chang. Liang Anlu had previously met and had a brief chat with Chang Jingluan through a friend, but she did not tell Chang Jingluan in advance that the person who acquired Galaxy Music was Qin Xuan. After the 2 parties met, she naturally became the role of the middleman. Hello, Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan smiled warmly and took the initiative to extend his hand to greet. Oh, hello. Chang Jingluan was surprised when he saw him. He was stunned for a moment before he stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Liang Ping and another shareholder looked at each other. Isn't the Su Chuchu's husband? They had never seen him in person before, but they had seen photos and videos of him. He looked exactly the same and had the same name, so it should be him, right? But their thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as when Liang Anlu first met Qin Xuan. Su Chuchu's husband is not. Anyway, those are the rumors on the internet, so I won't go into details. This was also the main reason why they were not sure about Qin Xuan's identity at first. My wife has caused a lot of trouble to the company recently, Mr. Chang, please forgive me. Qin Xuan saw the expressions on the 3 people's faces and could probably guess what they were thinking, so he took the initiative to reveal his identity. Okay. Chang Jingluan laughed dryly and thought to himself that you are not an easy person to deal with either. Qin Xuan had already said this, so Chang Jingluan and the other 2 naturally no longer had any doubts. But it's hard not to have doubts. Does he really have the ability to acquire Galaxy? But on second thought, with such a big thing happening, he wouldn't just sit there and play with others for fun, right? Let's go, let's talk at the company. Chang Jingluan greeted everyone with a complicated expression. No matter what, now that people are here, we have to have a chat to see if there is any hope. As for Su Chuchu's contract, let's put it aside for now. Just as Liang Anlu said, they really didn't expect Su Chuchu to pay the 200 million yuan penalty to terminate the contract with the company. From a business perspective, it's not good for anyone to end up in a situation where everyone is killed. Then, led by Chang Jingluan, the group went to a meeting room in the company. Chang Jingluan had never expressed his intention to sell the company, so everything inside Xinghe continued to run in an orderly manner as before, with employees coming and going, all busy and peaceful. After a few simple pleasantries, they sat down one after another. Xu Qingsheng placed the assessment report he brought in front of Qin Xuan, and he pretended to flip through it. Xu Qingsheng knew that he hoped to reach a deal as quickly as possible, and was worried that if he showed too much urgency, the other party might raise the price. So before coming, he specifically and tactfully reminded him, roughly meaning that it would be better for him to talk less. So he just shut up and left everything to Xu Qingsheng and Liang Anlu. Xu Qingsheng quickly confirmed Chang Jingluan and others' willingness to sell and said directly, then let's talk about the price now. Judging from the professional qualities displayed by Xu Qingsheng, Chang Jingluan and the other 2 also realized that Qin Xuan came prepared. So the 3 of them looked at him with even more strange eyes. The calmness and composure that Qin Xuan displayed from beginning to end also made them a little confused. This is a deal worth tens of millions, but he doesn't seem to take it seriously at all. Too profound. Could it be that he is actually from a super family in the imperial capital? Xu Qingxing notified the business team that had already prepared, and he and his colleague started talking to Chang Jingluan and the other two. There is almost no buffer and it goes straight to the next stage. You guys chat, I'm going to go out for a while, call me if you need anything. Qin Xuan listened for a while and soon realized that Chang Jingluan and the others were not asking for an exorbitant price for Su Chuchu's contract, so he felt relieved. He sat for a while and felt a little bored, so he said hello to Xu Qingxing and left the meeting room leisurely. He just came here today to show his face, at least to let people know who bought their company. This goal has been achieved, and the rest can be left to Xu Qingxing and his team. As soon as he walked out of the meeting room, Liang Anlu followed him out. This company is not as impressive as ours. Qin Xuan glanced around and said something meaningless. The hardware is not valuable. Liang Anlu said. When I buy this place, Mr. Liang, would you be willing to include Xinghe in your grand blueprint? Qin Xuan turned his head and looked at her and asked. He needs a great management team. Liang Anlu is capable and decisive, and the team under her is also very mature. After interacting with each other for some time recently, it was found that the two of them had compatible auras and got along very harmoniously. Qin Xuan also got to know her better, and at least she was a trustworthy partner. So he felt relieved to leave the management of Galaxy Music to Liang Anlu. Although he didn't expect to make money from this, he also didn't want the company to collapse in his hands. If that happened, people might start to talk about whether he was a fool or not. Boss Qin, are you planning to be my boss? Liang Anlu was such a smart person, how could she not understand what he meant? What boss or no boss? We are partners. Qin Xuan corrected, if we work together, maybe we can really create an entertainment empire like you imagined in the future, don't you think? I used to make big promises for others, but now Boss Qin is making big promises for me. Liang Anlu pouted, pondered for a moment, and then said, I'll think about it. Okay, don't think about it too long. Qin Xuan nodded. Can I ask you a question? After a moment's silence, Liang Anlu looked at him and said. Excuse me. Forget it. I won't ask. Actually, I'm a rich second generation. Being a paparazzi is just my way of experiencing life. Qin Xuan could roughly guess what she wanted to ask, so he answered casually. Liang Anlu. Qin Xuan smiled and said, let's go downstairs and have a cup of coffee. I guess they still have something to talk about. After sitting in the cafe downstairs for about half an hour, Qin Xuan received a call from Xu Qingsheng. The offer they made was $5 million higher than our lowest estimate of their company. I feel this is not their bottom line. There is still hope that we can negotiate to our lowest estimate. Qin Xuan looked at the time and it was already past 4 o'clock. If they can sign the agreement today, we can pay the price they offer. Xu Qingxing's lowest estimated valuation for Xinghe was 73 million. Even if it was 5 million higher, it was still much lower than the price he expected. He had already made up his mind that even if the other party asked for 200 million, he would consider buying it, just as if he was paying a penalty to Su Chuchu and the other party was giving him a company as a gift. Okay, then I'll talk in this direction. Xu Qingsheng responded. More than half an hour passed, and Xu Qingsheng had already agreed on the final price with the other party. When Qin Xuan returned to the conference room, the agreement was ready. The deal was completed after the three shareholders, Chang Jingluan and Liang Ping, signed the equity transfer agreement. Boss Qin is really young and promising. When the two sides shook hands, Chang Jingluan smiled and praised, saying that he was very satisfied with the purchase price offered by Qin Xuan. After signing, he felt like he had suddenly thrown away a heavy burden and felt relieved. No. Qin Xuan said modestly, we had such a pleasant conversation today that it's worth celebrating. It's almost time for dinner. How about we have dinner together later? Manager Zhu, don't leave either. Let's all go together. Qin Xuan was also very satisfied with today's results and happily invited everyone to have a meal together. Boss Qin is treating us. I can't refuse such a generous offer. No problem. The atmosphere in the meeting room was harmonious and joyful. Chapter 97, Sleeping with Yun. Around 7 in the evening, Qin Xuan hosted a party in a high-end restaurant near Galaxy Music, where people toasted each other and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a few drinks, Chang Jingluan's old face turned red and he felt quite emotional inside. Galaxy Music has experienced many twists and turns since its establishment. Looking back now, the wisest decision he made was to let Su Chuchu, a little-known person, participate in that talent show. Su Chuchu became an overnight sensation and also brought back the Galaxy Music, which was facing disbandment. He had to admit that over the past 3 years, the company had almost treated Su Chuchu as a ruthless money-making machine. There is probably no other artist whose schedule is as busy as Su Chuchu's. No matter what commercial performances or variety shows, as long as the schedule is changed, the company will give it to her. She almost runs the entire company by herself. Chang Jingluan knew very well that this was a case of draining the pond to catch fish, but there was nothing he could do. He was a businessman and profit was his top priority. The conflict between Su Chuchu and the company has actually been going on for a long time. Because of the contract, the company has never taken it seriously, which eventually led to the current stalemate between the two parties. But now all this can be put behind us. Now he can be considered to have retired after achieving success. Su Chuchu's popularity is bound to decline after she gets married. With the resources that Galaxy Music has, it is impossible for them to launch an artist who can compete with her in the short term. Coupled with the current sluggish music market, if nothing unexpected happens, Galaxy Music will gradually go downhill. So before this, he felt that his decision today was a very wise one, as he was able to sell it at such a high price. It was no less than when he asked Su Chuchu to participate in that talent show. As for whether Qin Xuan bought Xingha Music because of Su Chuchu's contract, it didn't matter to him. Putting aside the relationship between Qin Xuan and Su Chuchu, from a purely businessman's perspective, this is definitely a losing business. Because Su Chuchu's net worth is not worth that much. Otherwise, other big companies would have contacted Xingha long ago. However, this incident made her husband Su Chuchu look at her with new eyes. It now seems that those messy rumors on the internet are pure nonsense. Someone who can take out nearly 80 million in cash in one go needs to live off his wife? Chang Jingluan was thinking about these messy things with empty eyes, when Qin Xuan suddenly raised his glass to him. Mr. Chang, come, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for your company's cultivation of Chuchu for so many years. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Chuchu signed with our Xingha when she was still in college. I have watched her grow up. In my eyes, she is like my own child. You must treat Chuchu well in the future. Chang Jingluan raised his glass and said in a very formal manner. You are really cruel to your own child. You dare to write a penalty of 200 million for breach of contract. Qin Xuan teased him with a smile. He didn't know what Su Chuchu was thinking at the time. She dared to sign such a contract. He estimated that she was probably fooled. He also guessed that Su Chuchu probably signed it without her family's knowledge, otherwise her parents would definitely stop her. I'm optimistic about Chuchu's potential and know that she will become famous sooner or later, so I'm prepared to put all the company's resources into making her famous. What if she leaves the company just after I make her famous? Then I'll suffer a great loss. This is also a guarantee for the company. Chang Jingluan laughed dryly and awkwardly found an unconvincing reason. Qin Xuan was too lazy to argue about this matter anymore. He clinked glasses with him from a distance and drank it all in one gulp. The drinking party ended with great fun. Qin Xuan and Liang Anlu returned to the car and waited for the designated driver to be available. The latter took the initiative to suggest, if you are too busy, you can ask Lao Guo to come over to your side to help with the handover work. Lao Guo and I have worked together for many years and he is quite capable. He is enough for the time being. Last time, launching Qin Xuan only invested in the company, and there will basically be no changes in the company. This time, Galaxy Music is being fully acquired, and there will be a lot of work to be handed over next. Xu Qingsheng can provide legal, financial and other assistance, but someone is still needed to take overall control. Thank you, Mr. Liang, for lending me your player. Qin Xuan said with a smile. He naturally hoped that Liang Anlu could take charge personally, but she hadn't thought it through yet, so it was not convenient to force her. He was not very sure about Guodong's abilities, but since Liang Anlu recommended him, there should be no problem. After a day of recording a show, Su Chuchu returned to her residence. After washing up, she sent 2 WeChat messages to Qin Xuan but received no reply. She lay on the bed and read gossip. After a while, a message suddenly popped up on WeChat. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but then dimmed again when she saw that it was sent by her best friend Liao. Liao, I'm overseas and will be back in a few days. Do you want me to bring you some local specialties? Su Chuchu thought for a moment and replied, "No need, why did you go abroad?" "Li Yao, my mom has been forcing me to get married recently, so I'm going out to avoid the limelight." "Oh. I can see that you are just trying to fool me. What are you doing?" Wait for Qin Chuan to reply. "You bastard, do you have any humanity? You're showing off your love to me across the ocean. Be a decent person." Li Yao was very resentful. "Did chatting with me delay you from waiting for WeChat? Why are you being so perfunctory to me?" Su Chuchu, I'll treat you to a meal when you come back." Li Yao, "Okay, bring your little husband with you, let me see what magic he has that makes you so inhumane." At this time, a message from Qin Chuan popped up. "I was taking a shower just now. Did the recording of the show go smoothly today?" Su Chuchu raised her lips slightly and typed a reply to Li Yao. "No more," Qin Chuan has replied. "Li Yao, can't we chat at the same time?" Angry. "We want video. We're done. You're a good friend of humans, but not of me." Su Chuchu dismissed her with a series of laughing emojis, and then replied to Qin Chuan, "It went smoothly. I went to the vegetable garden in the morning and picked vegetables with a group of ants. We will have a bonfire party in the evening. The rice wine here is delicious. I asked Shall we to buy some and send it back. You can try it then." Qin Chuan, "Okay, how is it? Are you tired?" Su Chuchu, "It's okay, but the place where I live is quite remote. There are no street lights outside. It's pitch black. I'm a little scared." Qin Chuan, "Don't Sister Qin and Xiao Hui live with you?" "They are in another room." "Oh, then why don't you sleep with the light on?" "I can't sleep with the light on." "What should we do then?" "Why don't you turn on the video? I think you won't be scared if I watch you." Qin Chuan leaned against the bed and looked at the message she sent, grinning, and sent a video call invitation. "I thought if I wanted to start the video, I should just start directly. We are so familiar with each other, why am I still beating around the bush?" The video was connected quickly. Perhaps because she was outside, Su Chuchu's pajamas were quite conservative today. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was still pretty and charming. "You won't be afraid now, right?" Qin Chuan asked with a smile. "Well, chat with me for a while." "Good." The two chatted casually. Su Chuchu was probably very tired after being busy all day. Not long after, Qin Chuan saw her eyelids drooping, but she was still mumbling to him. "What did you do today?" Qin Chuan paused for a moment and said, "I'll buy your company." Su Chuchu opened her mouth slightly and said, "Oh," then her eyes finally closed, and there was no further words. Chapter 98, The Battle for the Number One Sister. It was midsummer and the sky was already bright at 6 in the morning. Su Chuchu woke up in a daze, and habitually picked up her phone to take a look, and found that the video call was still on. The picture on the screen was horizontal, and the phone should be propped up on the pillow or something else. In the video, Qin Chuan was sleeping soundly, and his handsome face was incredibly handsome. As soon as Su Chuchu opened her eyes and saw such a beautiful scene, she instantly lost all her sleepiness and thought sweetly in her heart, "Silly. Is he worried that I would be scared if I woke up in the middle of the night, so he never turned off the video?" In her joy, she was infatuated with Qin Chuan, who was still sleeping on the screen. How can this guy be so handsome even on a video call? It's really unfair. As we all know, your appearance plummets during video calls. But Qin Chuan seemed to be unaffected at all, and he was extremely handsome from every angle. "I really want to take a bite." Su Chuchu blinked, hesitated for a moment, and moved her little head slowly towards the screen. At the right time, Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and saw her looking at the phone screen with a dazed look on her face. He didn't react for a moment and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" "Ah. No. Nothing, I called you to wake up." Bang. After Su Chuchu finished speaking, she quickly hung up the phone, turned over and lay flat on the bed. Her pretty fair face flushed instantly. She covered her chest, puffed up her face and took several deep breaths. Even though the two of them had already kissed. But kissing in public and kissing secretly are two completely different things. So shameful. It took me a long time to finally calm down and get up from bed to wash up. As soon as she walked out of the door, Xiao Qin was walking towards her and was about to wake her up. When she got closer, she saw her face was flushed, frowned, looked her up and down, and said in confusion, "Why is your face so red?" "Ah? Really?" Su Chuchu's eyes flickered, and she didn't admit it at all. "No, I went to wash my face." As he spoke, he hurried towards the bathroom. Chao Qin looked at her strangely. Why did she look like she was in heat so early in the morning? What was she doing? On the other side, Qin Chuan stretched his body and suddenly paused. He finally came to his senses and muttered with a grin, "Wake me up?" She clearly wanted to kiss me secretly just now. "TSK, I was kind enough to sleep with you, but you turned your back on me and tried to kiss me secretly? Fortunately, I woke up in time, otherwise you would have succeeded, you female hooligan." Su Chuchu washed her face, brushed her teeth, changed clothes, and put on beautiful makeup. Half an hour passed. As for what Qin Chuan talked to her about last night, she was actually half asleep and half awake at the time. Even if she recalled it now, it seemed like a dream. When I walked downstairs, I happened to meet two male guests who were coming back from jogging outside. "Susu, are you up?" One of the seniors in the circle named Dewey wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and greeted with a smile. "Teacher Dew, why did you get up so early?" "I thought I got up early enough," Su Chuchu said with a sweet smile. "I'm old and I don't sleep much, so I'm used to getting up early to exercise. Besides, the air in the countryside is good. Going out for a run makes me feel refreshed." Dewey walked to a table nearby, poured a glass of water and said with a smile, "It is said that there will be a temporary guest today. Do you know who it is?" asked another new generation actor named Bai Xiang. "There are temporary guests? How come I don't know about it?" Su Chuchu didn't get any news about this. "I did hear a little gossip, but I can't reveal it now. I guess it should be soon. You'll know when the person gets here." Dewey took a sip of water and said with a long smile, "Susu, you should be very familiar with it." "Me?" Su Chuchu looked confused. She is a singer. Unlike actors who stay on the crew for several months, it is relatively easy for her to make friends in the circle. She usually collaborates with others in a hurry when recording a program, and at most they record together for 3 or 4 days like this time. Therefore, there are actually very few artists that she can say she is very familiar with. "Yes, I'm 100% sure that you know him," Dewey said. After he said that, Su Chuchu became a little curious. About half an hour later, 7 male and female guests arrived one after another. When everyone was busy making breakfast, Su Chuchu finally met her acquaintance. It was Wen Qing from Xingha Music. In fact, although the two are from the same company, they are not really familiar with each other. Su Chuchu only went back to the company a few times a year. If Wen Qing hadn't called her last time to show off, she would at best have had a slight impression of this person, nothing more. "Hello Teacher Du, hello Sister Susu, hello Brother Bai. Hello everyone, my name is Wen Qing, please take care of me." Wen Qing greeted the guests politely. The last time the competition for the #1 female singer at Galaxy Music was trending on the search, it was obvious that the company arranged for her to scam Su Chuchu, let alone she actually scammed him. Logically speaking, the program team should not invite an unknown artist like her to be a guest. It was precisely because of this rumor of the competition for the top female host that the program team thought this was a gimmick and sent her an invitation. Except for Su Chuchu, the other guests were unfamiliar with Wen Qing. However, they had all heard about the so-called competition for the top spot between the two of them, and they all knew that this was a deliberate arrangement by the program crew. Their eyes unconsciously wandered between Su Chuchu and Wen Qing, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. This is exactly what the program crew wants. This is exactly the kind of scene they want. "Don't just stand there, Xiao Bai. Help the beautiful lady with her luggage." Dewey was the most senior person here, so it was natural for him to be in charge of the situation. He patted Bai Xiang's shoulder gently and gestured. "Oh, come, let me help you." Bai Xiang hurried forward to help Wen Qing with her luggage. "No, it's not that heavy, I can do it myself." Wen Qing smiled brightly and politely. Seeing everyone cooking, she was also very active. "You guys are cooking, then I will come over to help later." "It's okay, you just arrived, take a rest for a while, breakfast will be ready soon." Dewey waved his hand. After some polite exchanges, Wen Qing carried her luggage upstairs. Su Chuchu and other guests continued to be busy with their own things. As for the competition for the #1 female star, no one mentioned it. It would be very embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing out in the open. Besides, we are recording a program now and there are cameras everywhere. If something inaccurate is said and it is maliciously edited in, it may easily cause misunderstanding. Su Chuchu was calm. She knew that it was the company's deliberate trick, so she didn't take it to heart at all. She can understand that the program team has taken such action. The program needs topics and gimmicks to attract more audiences. The effect of her promoting the new song will also be greater. It can be considered a win-win situation. Besides, in her opinion, there was actually no conflict between her and Wenqing. No matter what the outside world said, she would be immune to it after so many years of working in the circle. Notify the cameraman to focus on the interaction between Su Chuchu and Wenqing. It's best not to miss even a glance. The program director instructed the editor beside him. If there is good material, you can release it in advance. This is worth a hot search. It can be used as a preheating for the next episode. Okay. The director nodded in response. Chapter 99. Which teacher Chin? Wenqing's last attempt to scam Su Chuchu was very successful, and it seems like she has become a little addicted to it. After putting her luggage away and going downstairs, she quickly prepared breakfast with everyone, but she always moved closer to Su Chuchu intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was deliberately providing material for the program team. Seeing Su Chuchu peeling lettuce, she immediately came over and said with a smile, "Sister Su, let me do it. I often do this at home." "It's okay, go and have a rest," Su Chuchu said with a polite smile. "Just give it to me." You can tell from Sister Susu's hands that they haven't done such rough work. Wenqing took the lettuce from her hand with an attitude of caring for her. Su Chuchu had no choice but to let go. The lettuce was being pulled and tugged at, and it was cut maliciously. The two of them might almost fight over the lettuce. She was indeed not good at housework, but Wenqing peeled the paper quickly and thinly, which showed that she had some basic skills. With this comparison, it is naturally outdone. "Susu, I heard that you're going to release a new song early next month. Can you introduce it to everyone in advance?" The program crew had informed in advance, and Du Wei knew that Su Chuchu had a new work to be released, so he took the initiative to cue her. Oh. Just as Su Chuchu was about to introduce her new song, Wenqing beside her said, "Teacher Du, I will release a song on the same day as Sister Susu next month. Please support me." Dewey was slightly stunned, thinking that this little girl named Wenqing looked harmless in appearance, but she was actually quite scheming and too sharp, seeming a little too eager for quick success. But it was hard to say these words in front of him, so he laughed and said, "Okay, I'll definitely listen to it when the time comes. This time, one of my songs was composed by teacher Wang Huan and written by teacher Gong Xingran himself. I will definitely not disappoint everyone," Wenqing said very proudly. The two people she mentioned are both well-known songwriters and producers in the music scene today. "I know teacher Wang Huan. The songs she writes are all good, and her style is very suitable for young singers like you," Dewey said casually. "Yes, I particularly like the song Waiting for the Wind written by teacher Wang Huan. The song he wrote for me this time is also very nice," Wenqing said, turning to Su Chuchu and asking, "Sister Susu, which teacher helped you write your new song?" "Oh, teacher Chin," Su Chuchu said with a faint smile. "Teacher Chin? Which teacher Chin?" Wenqing asked curiously. "There are only a few top songwriters in the circle. I quickly screened through my mind and it seems that there is no one with the surname Chin. It should be that some unknown musicians wrote it." "Guess what?" Su Chuchu smiled playfully. "I can't guess." Wenqing shook her head. "Let's leave it as a suspense. We'll know in a few days," Su Chuchu said with a smile. Since she didn't want to say, Wenqing didn't ask any more questions. After breakfast, everyone went to the small square in the village as arranged by the program team and started a small farm work competition with the villagers. Who wins or loses is secondary, just for fun. During lunch, in a makeshift editing room, the program director told the assistant director, "Cut out the part where Wenqing steals Su Chuchu's work, and the part where she interrupts to introduce her new song." Did you see it? In this close-up of Su Chuchu, the expression on her face is a little unnatural. It's obvious that Wenqing is pissed off. After you edit it, send it to those marketing accounts. It will be on the trending searches, and there will be topics for the next show. Let's do it now. Su Chuchu won't have any objection to this, right? This action was too obvious, and the assistant director was worried that Su Chuchu would be unhappy. We are promoting her song, what opinion could she have? All right. Hashtag Su Chuchu and Wenqing have a gunpowder smell hashtag. As expected, this kind of entertainment industry quarrel that is popular among netizens is very eye-catching. Shortly after the afternoon program started recording, it was already on the hot search list and its ranking continued to rise. However, mobile phones are not allowed during the recording of the program, and Su Chu Chu and others had no idea about it. The hot search naturally brings up the topic of the competition for the number one female star at Galaxy Music. As for how much weight the number one female star of Galaxy Music, a second-rate entertainment company, has, no one cares at all. The serious matter is fighting over who is the number one female star. Wenqing's number of fans is not on the same level as Su Chu Chu's. It's just that Su Chu Chu is a famous person and has many black fans and passers-by who criticize her. The comments below inevitably turned into a battle between fans and black fans. Didn't Su Chu Chu get banned? She doesn't even have a position now, how can she compete for the top spot? I'm also curious about how she can still participate in the show? Won't the company hold her accountable for accepting activities without permission? Su Chu Chu is a cancer in the entertainment industry. She should quit the industry right away. Why is she still fighting for the top spot? Who is Wenqing? Never mind, no matter who she is, as long as she is not Su Chu Chu, I will support her unconditionally. This Wenqing is so disgusting. No one even cue her, but she shamelessly promotes her new song. Is she shameless? Wenqing, you scheming woman. Get away from me and stop taking advantage of our Su Su. Su Chu Chu can't do housework at all, and she's still pretending. Look at Wenqing, she's pretty and capable. If I have to choose between the two of them, I'll definitely choose Wenqing. What? Not a girlfriend? That's it. It doesn't matter if our fairy sister can't do housework. The little fairy just needs to stand there beautifully. It's so pretty and pleasing to the eye. A fairy who is almost 30 years old? The production team is abominable, using our Su Su to stir up hype. Various opinions are rampant, some of which are very sharp. Hey, Su Su, Wenqing, how come the two of you are on the trending search? During the break of the program recording, the guests and staff simply went under a big poplar tree in the village to cool off and drink water. Bai Xiang said in surprise while swiping his phone. What trending search? I didn't bring my phone with me. Wenqing quickly came over and asked. Look for yourself. Bai Xiang handed the phone to her directly. Wenqing took the phone and flipped through it for a few times, then looked at Su Chu Chu apologetically. Sister Chu Chu, did I make you unhappy this morning? I really didn't mean to, I just spoke too quickly, don't take it to heart. Although she said this, she was very happy in her heart. To her, she is a nobody. No matter what, she is sure to make money from this wave. Otherwise, how could she be so popular? It is estimated that most people don't even know who she is. After the last time and this time, at least many people know her, and she is tied together with Su Chu Chu. As a result, when their new songs are released, they will definitely be compared with each other. She was very confident in her new song, which was definitely much better than the song Su Chu Chu made with some unknown musicians. When she compared the two, she might think this was a great opportunity for her to turn things around. No, I'm not that stingy. Su Chu Chu had also seen the trending search and smiled calmly. But I rolled my eyes secretly in my heart. What else could I say in front of so many people? It wasn't because she particularly cared about what happened in the morning or the comments online, she simply felt that the girl was too pretentious. Wenqing is a newcomer who wants to get promoted, so she can understand this feeling. However, these little tricks are so despicable that they are bound to make people disgusted. Alas, I am like this, I speak my mind, and I have never recorded this kind of reality show before. If there is anything I did not do well or if I said something wrong, please forgive me, seniors. Wenqing returned the phone to Bai Xiangchong and said to everyone humbly. It's okay. We've all been new here. Don't be nervous. Just be yourself. Yes, it's okay, just relax. Even though everyone thought she was unlikable, they still said a few words to comfort her. Chapter 100 Offending the Boss Lady. After a short break, the program continued recording and everyone handed their phones back to their assistants or agents for safekeeping. She's a bitch and she's trying to be a saint. Sister Su Su is too accommodating to her. Outside the field, Yang Shalwi lowered her head and scrolled through her phone, muttering indignantly. Wenqing took advantage of the popularity and stepped on her own boss, pretending to be an innocent person. It was really too much. Your sister Su Su doesn't want to argue with her. The more she argues, the more she will do what she wants. She is now looking forward to Su Su quarreling with her. Xiao Qin beside her smiled and seemed to be open-minded, but she was actually quite helpless. She's stuck to me like a dogskin plaster and I can't get rid of her. There's really nothing I can do but try to stay away from her. Sister Qin, I'm sorry. Wen Shang is still a newcomer and doesn't know much. We are all in the same company. Please bear with me. It's also my fault that I didn't teach her well in advance and was negligent. Wen Shang's agent Pang Xiaodong came over and said with a fake smile. The teaching is very good. Xiao Qin smiled slightly, with something hidden in her words. Your rank is so high, and you still say that you are not a good teacher, then you are being too modest. Well, we are from the same company, so I will speak frankly. Pang Xiaodong could clearly hear that she was mocking him, and his expression froze for a moment, then he smiled calmly and said, What's there to fight for the top position in our company? Wen Xing really doesn't have the heart to fight for this. But now we all know Su Chuchu's situation, so let's just assume that she can make more contributions to the company before she becomes too old, and help the newcomers. I don't think Sister Qin would be prepared to tie it to her. You've been in the industry for so many years, and you have more than enough experience, resources and other conditions to guide a top artist. Why waste your time on her? Pang Xiaodong's words were both frank and harsh. Xiao Qin is a very experienced and mature gold medal agent both in the circle and within the company. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asked to take care of Su Chuchu, the most important person in the company. However, in Pang Xiaodong's opinion, Su Chuchu will almost certainly become out of fashion soon, so there is no need to continue wasting too much energy on her. Xiao Qin's face darkened slightly, and she glanced at him sharply. Take care of your artist first, it's not your turn to worry about Su Su's affairs. Yang Xiaoli heard Pang Xiaodong talking about her boss becoming obsolete, and she became depressed and just looked down at her phone. At this moment, someone in the colleague group suddenly at all members. I clicked on it and took a look. It was an announcement issued by the company. She quickly glanced through the announcement and the discussions of her colleagues and was stunned. What? Teacher Qin bought the company? This is fake, right? It was too sudden. If the company wanted to sell, there shouldn't be any news about it in advance. But soon a few photos of the company boss Chang Jingluan and Qin Xuan taking photos were posted in the group, which could not be fake. It can also be seen from the discussions of colleagues below that it was teacher Xiao Qin who bought the company. I'm just thinking about Sister Qin. Pang Xiaodong kept chattering, if Su Chuchu becomes outdated in your circle, your reputation in the circle will also be affected. There's really nothing to fight for the title of the top female boss in the company. If Sister Su can't be the top female boss, she can just be the boss's wife. Yang Xiaoli suddenly looked up, raised her chin and glared at him angrily. Her words that were neither here nor there confused Pang Xiaodong and Xiao Qin. They had no idea what she was saying. What's wrong with this girl? Did she have heat stroke? Pang Xiaodong was stunned. Your whole family has suffered from heat stroke. Yang Xiaoli handed the phone to Xiao Qin. Sister Qin, take a look. Pang Xiaodong, your assistant is quite fierce. Xiao Qin ignored him, took Yang Xiaoli's phone and took a look at it. Then her eyes lit up, her brows slightly frowned, and she quickly turned to the announcement. After being stunned for a moment, she slapped her forehead lightly, as if she couldn't believe this fact for a moment. Sister Qin, I'm serious. There are several good newcomers in our company. Why don't you give it a try? With your ability, you may be able to lead the newcomers and make some progress. At least they have more potential than Su Chuchu. Pang Xiaodong was still talking. You should worry about the artist you have carefully trained first. Xiao Qin interrupted him, handed him the phone and said calmly, look for yourself. What? Pang Xiaodong took the phone in confusion and flipped through the chat records of his colleagues. His eyes suddenly widened, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his expression became more and more ugly. Su Chuchu's husband bought the company? Didn't Su Chuchu become the boss's wife? This is the end. I offended the boss lady this morning. After finally confirming it, he was completely stunned. Seeing Pang Xiaodong standing there in a daze for a long time, his face turning pale and blue, as if his girlfriend had just died, Yang Xiaoli finally felt relieved and took her phone from him. Give me the phone. Pang Xiaodong finally came to his senses and looked at Xiao Qin with complicated eyes, as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Well, Sister Qin, just listen to what I said just now, and don't spread it to Su. It's not easy for Xiao Wen to get to where he is today. Everyone has worked hard. Let's stop here for today and call it a day. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the director of the program team saw that everyone was a little tired, so he announced the end of today's recording. Following a burst of sparse applause, everyone packed up and prepared to go back to their residences to rest. Sister Susu, let's go together. Just after taking a few steps, when Sheng approached Su Chuchu again and said. Su Chuchu smiled slightly without saying anything. You've been performing all day today, aren't you satisfied? Sister Susu, I actually admire you very much. The two walked side by side, and when Sheng took the initiative to talk. What do you admire about me? I admire your courage for getting married right away. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to be as free and easy as you. There's nothing to admire. Su Chuchu said perfunctorily. By the way, what does your husband do now? Wen Qing asked innocently. She must be aware of Qin Chuan's reputation on the internet. It was obvious that she asked this question deliberately to embarrass Su Chuchu. Sister Susu. At this time, Yang Shelby trotted over and hurriedly handed Su Chuchu's phone to her. Something big has happened. Check the colleague group. What's wrong? Su Chuchu frowned and asked when she saw her anxious look. You'll know once you take a look. Come and take a look. Yang Shelby deliberately kept the question in suspense and urged repeatedly. Su Chuchu opened her phone with a puzzled look on her face and clicked on the group chat with her colleagues, who were chatting animatedly in the group. Chapter 101. What's the point of taking advantage of you? Why did you suddenly change your boss? Will there be any changes in our jobs? The work of Galaxy Music is very trivial, and some people have only seen the announcement now. It's clearly stated in the announcement that everything remains the same, except for a new boss. It has nothing to do with us small employees. That's good. I'm doing well in the company. I don't know what to do if I have to find another job. You're a jerk? Our boss lady is in the group. If you say that you're a jerk in front of her, be careful to get fired. Sister Susu, look, someone is clearly just messing around in the company. I was wrong. I must work hard and treat the company as my home. Su Chuchu has been in the company for 7 years. She has been too busy since her debut, and is not familiar with many of the new people. However, she is relatively familiar with many of the former employees. In addition to the messy messages in the colleague group, she also received several private messages. Old colleague 1, Susu, I met your husband today. He is so handsome. You, as the boss wife, must take good care of us in the future. Old colleague 2, Sister Susu, you are so mean. You did a great job keeping it a secret, even from us. Old colleague 3. Boss lady? Qin Chuan went to the company? Su Chuchu was confused and didn't understand what was happening. At this time, Pang Xiaodong and Xiao Qin came over one after another. Brother Dong, Sister Qin. When Xin greeted the two with a smile. Pang Xiaodong looked at her with complicated eyes, handed her the phone to her, then looked at Su Chuchu, smiled and said familiarly. Susu, no, I have to call you the boss lady now. You are too patient. You didn't even tell us a word about your husband's acquisition of the company. That's really not nice of you. Su Chuchu raised her eyes and glanced at him, but she didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being, her mind still a little confused. When Qing's smile suddenly froze on her face, and she stammered, What, acquire what company? The meaning of Pang Xiaodong's words was very clear. She simply didn't want to believe what she heard. Oh, Susu's husband bought our company. Pang Xiaodong explained, and then added in a joking tone, From now on, your sister Susu will be our boss lady, so you better be careful. Wen Cheng. Pang Xiaodong was obviously not joking. She frowned slightly and began to doubt her life. Just now she asked Su Chuchu's husband what he did for a living, trying to embarrass her, but in the blink of an eye her husband became her boss? The most important thing is that I had just offended her this morning. Can I still release my new song? Will it be put on ice? When Qing stood there in a daze, her heart was in turmoil and she wanted to cry but had no tears. She is a newcomer and might be blacklisted before she can even make a name for herself. How can she possibly afford the high penalty for breach of contract? That would be completely the end for her. Su Chuchu's eyes became moist, her nose felt sore, and she felt so moved that she wanted to cry. She already knew what had happened, and quickly recalled what Qin Chuan said to her last night. It wasn't a dream at all, this guy really bought the company. As for the reason, it must be because of his contract and he didn't want to be wronged in the company. Is this the surprise he wants for me? Her mood at this moment was actually very complicated. There are surprises of course, but more importantly, I am moved. Of course, there is also fear, after all, so much money. She picked up her phone and wanted to send a WeChat message to Qin Chuan. She opened the chat interface, thought for a moment, and closed it again. Sister Qin, I'm going to make a phone call. After a moment's silence, she smiled at Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei, then quickly walked aside with her cell phone. I dialed Qin Chuan's number and soon heard a familiar voice on the other end. Missed me? You bought our company? Well, I'm planning to start a business. I can't just sit around doing nothing every day. Qin Chuan said lightly. Why didn't you discuss this with me in advance? Su Chuchu said with a slightly complaining tone. Galaxy Music is just a small company in the industry, but even so, the entertainment industry has always been complicated. Can this guy run it well if he buys it like this? That's tens of millions. Then there will be no surprise. Qin Chuan smiled and said, let's not talk about the company first. Did you want to take advantage of me this morning? Su Chuchu was stunned for a moment, her pretty face flushed, and she denied it flatly, I didn't. I was originally very touched, but this guy's behavior completely ruined my mood. I saw it all. Qin Chuan teased her. What's the point of taking advantage of you? I just want to take advantage of you. Su Chuchu simply stopped arguing and said with confidence. That's right. Next time you want to kiss me, you don't have to be sneaky. I can't hurt you by kissing you. Qin Chuan said with a smile. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back and rest. Sister Qin is waiting for me. Su Chuchu found an excuse to get rid of him. She originally wanted to talk to him about business, but she was distracted by this guy and suddenly didn't know where to start. Okay, let's talk tonight. I'm busy here. I won't talk to you. Then you'll be scared. You're so ugly, it's even scarier. Galaxy Music is a small, insignificant company, and such a small-scale acquisition should never have been reported in the newspapers. But it was another matter when it was acquired by Qin Chuan. First of all, Su Chuchu was an artist of Galaxy Music, and his acquisition of the company his wife belongs to is itself a hot topic. Furthermore, netizens have always rumored that he was a gigolo like Su Chuchu, but suddenly he spent nearly 80 million to buy Galaxy Music, which was a bit strange. So, after the news leaked out from within the company, it became a hot topic by dinner time. In the afternoon, the popularity of Su Chuchu and Wen Cheng's story was declining, while the popularity of Qin Chuan's acquisition of Xinghe was gradually increasing. This situation soon became the case. Hot Search 20, the tension between Su Chuchu and Wen Cheng. Hot Search 21, Qin Chuan acquires Galaxy Music. Isn't Qin Chuan the prodigal husband of Su Chuchu? What's going on? What the hell, he saw his wife being bullied this afternoon, so he bought the company. Why is he fighting for the top position? Why is he just going to be the boss wife? Those who supported Wen Qing this afternoon were simply a large-scale corpse whipping scene. How can we still fight for this? Wen Qing has offended the boss lady this time. She might be put on ice. The most confused is Su Chuchu's fan club. Qin Chuan's acquisition of Galaxy Music is undoubtedly a good thing. At least this way, there is no need to worry about Su Chuchu being hidden by the company. However, Qin Chuan, whom they had always regarded as a great enemy, suddenly did something like this, which was so different from their previous impression of him that they found it a little difficult to adapt for a while. Who can tell me what's going on? Someone asked this question in one of the largest official fan clubs. Susu shouldn't have that much money, right? Did we misunderstand Qin Chuan? All the money he spent before was his own? Does he have any more dirty secrets? Bring them out now, or I might have to accept the fact that he is Susu's husband. Chapter 102. Is this the tone you use when talking to your boss? Dinner time. Thousands of miles away, at Su Chuchu's parents' home. Lao Su, what do you think about this? Xin Ling asked while eating. Her appearance is somewhat similar to Su Chuchu, dignified and elegant, well-maintained, and looks no more than 40 years old. This thing she was referring to was naturally Qin Chuan's acquisition of Galaxy Music. Although they were very unhappy because Su Chuchu suddenly found someone to marry. However, as parents, we still pay close attention to her movements. So when Qin Chuan became a hot topic, they noticed it very quickly. What do you mean, how do I see it? His problem is his character. It has nothing to do with whether he is rich or not. Until now, he has not even dared to come and see us. Such an irresponsible man is not worthy of Susu's trust. The gentle and elegant middle-aged man sitting opposite, Su Chuchu's father Su Daxiang, said in a serious tone. No one would be able to accept that a bastard who had never even met their daughter kidnapped her. Of course, the comments about Qin Chuan on the internet also gave them a very bad impression of Qin Chuan. We've got the certificate, so what? Are you asking my daughter to get a divorce now? Xin Lingjing glanced at him and said, how about I call Chu Chu later to ask her when she can bring the person here? At least we can get to know each other. This won't work. If you want to see me, then go ahead. I won't see you. Su Daxiang said unhappily. Whatever you want, old stubborn. I'll bring my grandson back some other day and see what you can do. Xin Ling slammed her chopsticks on the table, muttered something, and stood up and walked towards the living room. Su Daxiang. I felt even more upset. Qin Chuan feels helpless about the fact that he often appears on the hot search list. Once it becomes a hot topic, all kinds of troubles will arise. It's impossible to keep a low profile. In addition to the constant calls from reporters, I also had to explain to people where all the money came from. People like Zhou Xiaotong and Luo Tian are easy to deal with, they can just get away with it in any way they want. This time even Zhou Lanqi and Lao Qin were alarmed. They don't usually pay attention to Weibo or care about entertainment gossip. But people around or relatives at home are always paying attention, and the news soon reaches their ears. Son, where did you get so much money? Zhou Lanqi asked straight to the point as soon as the call was connected. She always thought that the 1 million last time belonged to Su Chuchu, but now it is nearly 80 million. She doesn't know whether Su Chuchu has so much money, but it doesn't make sense that Su Chuchu used so much money to let her son buy the company she belonged to. Do you believe me if I tell you that it was blown here by the strong wind? Qin Chuan prepared to tough it out according to his own method. After all, as long as there was no problem with the bank, no one could put a knife to his neck and ask him where the money came from. He had no intention of hiding the money from his parents, but he was worried that taking out too much money at once would scare them. Since this is the case now, I might as well take this opportunity to reveal my cards. At first they may worry that the money is not from a legitimate source, but after a while they will find that there is no problem and they will gradually get used to it. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou Lanqi said angrily. Anyway, it's mine. Didn't I tell you last time? I guarantee it comes from a legitimate source. You don't need to ask anything else. Qin Chuan said with a grin. You didn't tell us clearly how much money it was, so your father and I were unsure. Zhou Lanqi said. There's no problem with the money. Even if there was a problem, I wouldn't dare spend it so openly, right? You and my dad can rest assured. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Zhou Lanqi hesitated for a few minutes and realized that he was determined not to confess. Finally, she hung up the phone and turned to Qin Yimin, saying, this bastard won't say anything. Qin Yimin heard everything and frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. He couldn't call the police to arrest the guy and interrogate him. Besides, some of what Qin Chuan said seemed to make sense. If the money came from illegal sources, he wouldn't dare spend it like this. Why don't you say something? Zhou Lanqi said anxiously when she saw that Qin Yimin couldn't say a word for a long time. That kid is a bit of a gangster, but he won't do anything illegal. Let's wait and see. Qin Yimin pondered for a moment and sighed softly. He had just finished talking about a transfer text message Zhou Lanqi suddenly received. She picked up the phone and took a look. After being stunned for a full half-minute, she raised her head and looked at Qin Yimin with horror. That bastard transferred 20 million to me. Qin Yimin. Then he received another WeChat message from Qin Chuan, this is a gift to you, keep it. The other side. The program team prepared a sumptuous dinner to reward everyone. The guests sat around the table, chatting, eating, and laughing. Wen Sheng became much quieter and always seemed absent-minded. Everyone already knows what happened. This slap in the face was too hard and too timely. It's quite funny when you think about it. Of course, we didn't discuss it publicly to save people as face. Su Chuchu didn't particularly care about her little tricks, so naturally she didn't care about them anymore. Besides, that would make one seem too mean-spirited. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. After washing up, Su Chuchu returned to her room and lay down for a while. She tossed and turned but couldn't help but make a video call to Qin Chuan. I answered the phone quickly and saw that he was concentrating on the computer screen and didn't look at me at all. I frowned and asked, what are you doing? Is this the tone you use when talking to your boss? Qin Chuan said arrogantly while operating the game without even turning his head. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes and asked again in a soft voice. Boss, what are you busy with? After 2 or 3 hours of digestion and absorption, she has now accepted the fact that this guy bought Xinghe. I'm fighting in the canyon and will be done soon. Please wait a moment if you need to report on your work. Although Su Chuchu didn't usually play games, she knew what he was doing and said, Do you look a bit like a boss? After chatting for a while, the game ended quickly. Qin Chuan picked up his phone and returned to the bed. He said seriously, I won't arrange any work for you after you finish recording the show. Didn't you say you were going to meet your parents last time? It's time to make it happen. Have you thought it through? Su Chuchu asked. Is there any need to think about this? You will have to meet your father-in-law and mother-in-law sooner or later. Qin Chuan said with a smile. What father-in-law? Su Chuchu was too lazy to refute halfway through her words, that I'll go to your house first when I get back, and then go to my house. Okay, by the way, has your song not been sent to the company yet? It seems not yet. I'll ask Sister Qin to send it to you tomorrow. Good. Chapter 103 Signing a Contract with Long Legs. Aren't you worried about losing the company? After chatting for a few minutes, Su Chuchu brought the topic back on track. Don't we have you as our pillar? I heard that you supported Xinghe by yourself before. I have high hopes for you, Su Chuchu. The whole company is counting on you. Boss Qin said with the face of a profiteer. Having said that, he naturally didn't want to make Su Chuchu too hard. Isn't there a band called Long Legs? I don't know how Qin Xianyu and the others are rehearsing. It's about time you can take it out for a walk and test the waters. It's definitely not that I want to let my sister down. Su Chuchu is already famous, while Qin Xianyu and the others are just newcomers and need more training and to accumulate popularity. Besides, they are young and strong now, so it is a good time for them to strive. I will try my best, boss. However, you have to write a few more songs for me in the future. The more popular I become, the more money I will make, and the more money the company will make. It will be a win-win situation for us. Su Chuchu said with a smile. That's good to say. When a husband and wife are of one mind, they can cut through metal. I'm a little sleepy. After chatting for a while, Su Chuchu covered her mouth and yawned. Today's recording was very exhausting and she was feeling a little sleepy. Do you need someone to sleep with? I'll accompany you. Su Chuchu thought for a while and said, then she lay on her side on the bed, pulled a pillow over, placed her phone on the pillow, and faced the screen with her little face. You don't snore when you sleep, do you? Qin Chuan asked. Su Chuchu had closed her eyes, but she slowly opened them after hearing what he said. After a moment's hesitation, she said with a desperate attitude, I don't know, probably not. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes again. The next morning, when Qin Chuan opened his eyes, he saw Su Chuchu's fair and beautiful face on the screen. He thought that if he could see such a beautiful face every day when he woke up, he would definitely be in a good mood all day long. Of course, it would be better if there wasn't a screen between us. But before that, I have to deal with my father-in-law and mother-in-law first. Otherwise, I guess Su Chuchu would always feel uncomfortable. Which girl doesn't want her marriage to be blessed and supported by her parents? A few minutes later, Su Chuchu's long eyelashes trembled a few times and she slowly opened her eyes. Morning. Morning. They looked at each other, said good morning to each other, chatted for a few meaningless minutes, turned off the video and prepared to get up. Qin Chuan got up, washed, and had breakfast on the way to Galaxy Music. I arrived at the company around 9 o'clock. Not long after I arrived at the office, Wadong knocked on the door and walked in. Boss Qin, do you think you should continue with Wenqing's new song? The promotion of Wenqing's new song is the recent focus of Xinghe Music, but the situation is different now. After Qin Chuan acquired Xinghe, the conflict between Su Chuchu and the company naturally disappeared. It seems that the company's resources should be tilted towards Su Chuchu again. After all, whether in terms of fame or popularity, Su Chuchu is definitely more likely to bring benefits to the company than Wenqing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wenqing was scheming from yesterday's trending search. That's why Guodong asked this question. Let's follow the original plan and give her what she deserves. Qin Chuan made the final decision, whether she can become popular depends on her luck. He was not so petty as to ruin a person because of such a small matter. Su Chuchu shouldn't be that stingy. Besides, from the 2 trending searches yesterday, many people already knew that he acquired Galaxy Music. If he suddenly cancels releasing a song for Wenqing now, one can imagine how the outside world will evaluate him and Su Choo Choo. And my wife's songs also need to be publicized and promoted. Qin Chuan added. Okay, I'll do it right away. Hua Dong nodded. There's nothing else to do. Go and get busy. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Chuan said politely with a smile. Lao Guo was borrowed by Liang Anlu to help out, so strictly speaking, he was not his subordinate. If it was in launching, it would be reasonable for Qin Chuan to tell him to do things. You're too polite, Mr. Qin. Guodong said with a smile. Oh, by the way, have someone send me a few artist contracts. Qin Chuan suddenly thought of something. Okay. Guodong responded, turned around and left the office to get busy. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Xinyu's number. After a few busy tones, Qin Xinyu's crisp voice came out. Brother, did you buy your sister-in-law's company? She actually saw the trending search yesterday, but now that Qin Chuan has done something, she doesn't seem to be too surprised, so she didn't call to ask specifically. Well, I'll go to the rehearsal room during the lunch break to check the results of your rehearsal. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Okay, a warm welcome. We don't have classes in the afternoon and we'll be there later. Qin Xianyu said happily. After chatting casually for a few more words, when he hung up the phone, a few blank papers had been delivered and placed in front of Qin Chuan. He went through it in detail, filled in what needed to be filled in, and stamped it with the company seal. Near noon, I had lunch in the restaurant downstairs, then drove to Qin Xianyu and her friend's rehearsal room with the contract. After about a 20-minute drive, Qin Xianyu and 3 others had already arrived at the rehearsal room. Come on, walk through it and let me listen. After a simple greeting, Qin Chuan didn't waste any more time. Okay. The lead singer is in place, the drummer is in place, the bassist is in place. The prelude sounded, accompanied by a strong drum beat, and soon entered the main song part. If you laugh, you will sing praises. When I frown, my heart aches. You are electricity, you are light. You are the only myth. I only love you. You are my superstar. Qin Chuan folded his arms and nodded silently in his heart. The results were remarkable and it was already starting to work. It seemed that these little girls had put in a lot of effort recently. How is it? Are you okay? After the song was finished, Qin Xianyu raised her little face and asked. Milil and the other 2 also looked at him expectantly, waiting for comments from this great god. It's pretty good, but the chorus part in the middle seems a bit thin if the lead singer sings it alone. You can let me Lele and Dai Xian sing harmony together. You can try it later to see if it will be better. Qin Chuan made a simple suggestion. What else? Asked Milil. No, everything else is pretty good. Once you get more familiar with it, you can perform on stage. Qin Chuan said with a smile. When Qin Xianyu and the others heard him say this, they all smiled brightly on their faces. You should already know that I acquired Galaxy Music. I talked to you about signing a contract last time. What do you think about it? Qin Chuan asked. Qin Xianyu was sure there was no problem, and he was mainly asking about the other 3 people. Milil and the other 2 looked at each other. They were naturally very willing to do it. At the beginning, they just didn't consider that the company would be willing to sign them. Now that Qin Chuan is willing to sign them, and with his relationship with Qin Xianyu, there is basically no need to think about it anymore. Brother Xiaochuan, is your company really willing to sign us? Dai Xian asked uncertainly. Of course, I have brought all the contracts. Qin Chuan shook the artist contracts in his hand and said, take a look at the contents first, and then he sent the contracts to them one by one. Chapter 104 I think you're sleepy. $1 for breach of contract? Milil and the other 2 looked through the contract carefully and soon discovered that this contract had almost no binding force on them, especially the penalty for breach of contract was only $1. Even though they didn't know what other artists' contracts were like, they knew this was too unreasonable. Master, this isn't a good idea. Although we are friends with Xiaoyuer, you will suffer a lot this way. Milil scratched his hair, a little embarrassed. Just sign it if you think it's okay. Qin Chuan said with a casual smile. From his point of view, he just wanted to complete the system task as quickly as possible. The prize money was estimated to be 1 billion yuan, and he did not expect to use that small amount of liquidated damages to restrain them. Besides, all copyrights of the songs will belong to the company in the future. Among them, Qin Xianyu is the core. Even if others withdraw midway, it will not have much impact on the band. Dujin, who was not good at speaking, pondered for a moment, then found a pen and signed his name without saying a word. Mi Lele and Dai Xian did not hesitate any longer and signed quickly. Then everyone looked at Qin Xianyu. I want to sign too? Qin Xianyu scratched his face. Brothers and sisters should settle the accounts clearly. Please sign it. Qin Chuan pointed at the contract in her hand and said. Okay then. Qin Xianyu curled his lips and signed his name on the contract. Come on, call me boss. Qin Chuan collected the signed contracts one by one. Qin Xianyu and the other three looked at each other, winked at each other, bowed to him in unison, and shouted in unison, Hello, boss. Well, that's good. Then you guys continue to rehearse. Later I need to make a recording version of this song. Wait for me to notify you to come over to record the song, and the company will send the song to you. Qin Chuan glanced at the four beautiful girls who were pleasing to the eye and smiled with satisfaction. Right now they are not very famous and have almost no chance to perform live, so they need to release the songs first and build some fame. Qin Chuan then planned to shoot a MV for them. No problem, boss. Milil waved and shouted at him happily. After leaving the rehearsal room and returning to the company, Qin Chuan sent the live version of Superstar by the Long Legs Band to the arrangement department. He roughly explained the arrangement direction to the department head and asked them to produce a recorded version as soon as possible. The arrangement department of Galaxy Music is quite reliable and sent the arrangement sample to me the next morning. Qin Chuan listened to it and was quite satisfied, so he made the decision. Then he notified Qin Xianyu and the others to come over to record a song. After they came over that afternoon, Qin Chuan personally spent the entire afternoon helping them record the song, leaving the post-production part to the recording studio. After seeing Qin Xianyu off, Qin Chuan went to Guodong's office and talked to him about filming a music video for the Long Legs Band. Guodong was a little surprised and asked, filming a music video? For new artists, filming a music video is basically just a loss-making effort to gain publicity. It doesn't have much effect. In today's environment, only companies willing to spend money to produce MVs for singers with some fame. No company will invest too much in new people. Besides, it doesn't have much effect. It doesn't matter. It's my sister's band. It's just a loss. Qin Chuan said nonchalantly. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Guodong nodded in response. The work for the Long Legs Band has been almost finished, and all they have to do is wait for the song and MV to be released. Qin Chuan returned to the office, and thinking that Su Chuchu would be back tomorrow, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to ask what time her flight was. Arrive at Jinhai at 2 p.m. Su Chuchu replied quickly. I'll pick you up then. Thank you, boss. Teacher Qin, oh no, I should call you boss now. The next afternoon, Qin Chuan picked up Su Chuchu and the other two at the airport. When Yang Xiaoli saw him, she just greeted him and quickly changed her words. After only not seeing each other for a few days, the former teacher Qin had become her boss, and she couldn't adapt to the situation in just a short time. You can call me anything you want. Qin Chuan smiled nonchalantly. Not only Yang Xiaoli, Chao Qin also felt a little awkward when she saw him again after a few days. When I first met Qin Chuan, he was just a very wretched paparazzi. It hasn't been long now, and it seems like just a blink of an eye, and now he has become my boss. It's really outrageous. Let me tell you something. The house you are living in now is Chang Jingluan's private property. I think he will take it back soon. I will arrange another place for you to live as soon as possible. Qin Chuan said while driving on the way back to Lijinghuading. He only found out yesterday that since Lijinghuading was Chang Jingluan's private property, both parties did not take this into account during the acquisition appraisal. No need to trouble you. I have a house in Jinhai. I usually live there with Chuchu for the convenience of work. We can just move to my place. Chao Qin said. The company itself has no obligation to provide them with accommodation. Su Chuchu's situation is rather special. In the 3 years since her debut, she has almost single-handedly supported the entire company. Chang Jingluan naturally wanted to be nicer to this god of wealth, so he let her live in Lijinghuading. Chao Qin has a house in Jinhai, but it feels lonely being alone at home, so she lives there with Su Chuchu most of the time. In fact, they used to fly back and forth all over the country and could only stay there for a few days in a year. Sister Susu, why don't you move in with Teacher Qin, and Sister Qin and I will go live with her? Yang Xiaoli suggested. Su Chuchu blinked and said nothing. Shall we? You have worked hard recently. Your bonus this month will be doubled. Qin Chuan turned his head to glance at her and said with a smile. Really? Thank you, boss. Yang Xiaowei smiled and continued, you're both married now. If outsiders knew you were living apart like this, they might gossip about you. They might even say you're not in a good relationship or something. It's a good opportunity to move right over here and save you the trouble of moving back and forth in the future. Chao Qin rubbed his forehead, feeling tired. Yang Xiaowei, you are the one who talks too much. Su Chuchu said. I think it's a good idea for you to move in together. Yang Xiaowei muttered, it would be even better if you could have a baby sooner. Sister Susu, you are so beautiful, and teacher Shao Qin is handsome and talented. Your child will definitely be beautiful and smart. I find that Xiaowei is becoming more and more eloquent. I will ask the finance department to give you a raise when I get back. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Thank you, boss. Yang Xiaowei was so happy when she heard it. Su Chuchu. Chao Qin suddenly felt that she should say something, but after thinking about it, she finally held back. There was a traffic jam on the road and it took nearly an hour to get back to Lijinghuading. Chao Qin thought that Qin Xuan and Su Chuchu hadn't seen each other for a few days, so she wanted to give them some time alone. After sitting in the living room for a while, she stood up and said, You guys chat, I'm a little sleepy, I'll go upstairs and take a nap. After saying that, he walked towards the stairs. When he was almost there, he found Yang Xiaowei still sitting there indifferent. He turned around and called her, Xiaowei, you must be sleepy too. Go back to your room and take a nap. I'm not sleepy. Yang Xiaowei didn't understand what she meant and blurted out. I think you're sleepy. Chao Qin glared at her helplessly. Oh, then I'm sleepy. Yang Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then finally understood and quickly got up and followed. Chapter 105, Did you taste anything this time? Xiaowei is such a good girl, but she is a little silly sometimes and can be easily tricked into going to Xishan to dig coal. Qin Xuan thought to himself as he watched Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei go upstairs. Did you receive the rice wine I mailed to you? Su Chuchu asked as she stood up and walked upstairs. Received it, it's pretty good. Qin Xuan was slightly stunned, then stood up and followed. Su Chuchu noticed that he was following her, so she stopped and turned to look at him. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Oh, I'll go take a look. Qin Xuan said seriously. Su Chuchu looked at his shameless expression, feeling both angry and amused. She turned around and pushed him back a few steps to the sofa, sit there and wait for a while. I'll be down in a moment. Qin Xuan looked down at her, frozen in place, as if he wanted to watch her change clothes. Su Chuchu looked helpless, she tiptoed and kissed him lightly on the cheek, be good and listen. Did you see it? Can I take advantage of you whenever I want? Qin Xuan. I am the boss, the domineering president, sister. If you do this, my image will be ruined. Well, the character setting is not important, this sweet kiss is still quite enjoyable. The two of them had their own thoughts. Qin Xuan sat back on the sofa obediently, and Su Chuchu turned and walked upstairs. A few minutes later, she changed into a simple and loose gray t-shirt and a pair of white denim shorts and walked downstairs. Her pair of snow-white, slender legs seemed to be shining, dazzling the eyes and making people unable to take their eyes away. Don't you like feet? As Su Chuchu walked over, she noticed that he was staring at her legs, as if she thought this was a normal reaction for a man. I like them all. Qin Xuan had no idea that he was caught red-handed. His eyes were always on her pair of beautiful bare legs. He would feel guilty if he didn't look at them once more. So do you prefer legs or feet? Su Chuchu sat down next to him, very close to him, with a faint fragrance floating in the air. The alluring body fragrance emanating from her successfully diverted Qin Xuan's attention. He raised his eyes to look at her, blinked, thought for a moment, and said seriously. It's hard to compare. Or you can let me touch them all, and I'll compare them and tell you now. Su Chuchu glanced at him and didn't fall for it at all. She grabbed a pillow and hugged it in her arms. When are we going to your house? You just came back and you must be tired these past few days. Take a day off tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow. Well, I brought a set of cosmetics that I usually use for Auntie, and they are pretty good. Su Chuchu said, by the way, what does Uncle like? Qin Xuan leaned back on the sofa with his hands behind his head and thought for a while. It seemed that old Qin didn't have any special hobbies. He was just a steady and dull middle-aged handsome guy. If you were to ask what he liked, the only thing that was certain was that he liked money. Last time, he even wanted to make money from his own son. It was terrible. He likes money. I can't carry a wad of money over there. Su Chuchu glanced at him. She was in a hurry last time and didn't bring anything with her. This time it was a formal visit, so she had to bring some decent gifts. Then just give him some of the rice wine you mailed back. May I? Why not? We don't have so many rules in our family. All right then. After chatting about serious things for a while, it was finally time to do something less serious. Qin Chuan naturally leaned towards her and held her in his arms, feeling soft and comfortable. Su Chuchu also obediently snuggled into his arms, wrinkled her nose, sniffed the scent on his body, and felt at ease. Whether it was him following her all the way that day, or secretly buying the company to solve her contract problems, or this guy insisting on sleeping with her every night, she felt completely safe. Would you like to kiss me? She raised her little head and pouted her lips slightly. Qin Chuan lowered his head without hesitation and pressed forward. Do you want to? Is there any need to ask such a question? Do you know what a short absence makes the heart grow fonder means? Okay, Sister Qin is at home. After more than 10 seconds, Su Chuchu gently pushed him away, her face flushed as she said something angrily. Did you taste anything this time? Sweet. Qin Chuan chuckled, buried his head in her soft hair, and took a deep breath. It smelled really good. Holding a soft jade in my arms, I can't help but feel excited and can't control the impulse of my claws. But after all, Xiao Qin and Yang Xiaowei were still upstairs, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous for the time being. He could only stop when he was done and at most kiss her little face from time to time. I signed Xiaodier's band to my company, so they don't have to mess around outside and never make a name for themselves. Well, last time you said you would take me to their rehearsal room. How about we go together tomorrow since we have a day off? Sure, they will be happy to see you. The two chatted for a while, and Su Chuchu simply lay on the sofa with her head resting on Qin Chuan's thigh. Qin Chuan looked down at her. She looked even more alluring from this angle. It would definitely be more tempting if you were lying in bed. His fingers gently stroked Su Chuchu's flawless, fair, and delicate face. When his eyes moved slightly, the woman's graceful curves came into view. She was full of temptation. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but put his paws on her belly and rubbed it gently. He could feel her flat belly through her clothes. She must have exercised a lot, so the feeling was okay. It should feel better if he moved higher. That's it, don't move anymore. Su Chuchu clearly felt his hand moving up inch by inch. Her heart was pounding and she quickly put her little hand on the back of his hand to prevent him from going any further. Qin Chuan's hand stopped just below the peak. These things happened naturally and smoothly. There was no point in forcing them. Think about what shall we said. Where should we move you? Su Chuchu asked with blinking eyes. Logically speaking, in today's social atmosphere, it is normal for couples to live together 1 or 2 months after confirming their relationship. What's more, they are now married and their relationship has developed to this stage, so it seems nothing wrong to move in together. She was simply worried that Qin Chuan would see that she had many imperfections and her image would collapse. But now, he has already seen me without makeup, he has also seen me looking sloppy when I just woke up, and maybe he has even seen me snoring when I sleep. Forget it, this guy has seen everything that you should and shouldn't have seen. Don't you want to? Qin Chuan saw that she was still a little hesitant, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Then you are not allowed to bully me. Su Chuchu raised her little hand and pinched his chin. How could that be? How could I bear to bully you? When Qin Chuan heard that she finally gave in, he was so happy that he almost swore to the sky. I thought to myself that it depends on what kind of bullying it is. Domestic violence is definitely something I can't bear. As for the rest. Okay then, we'll move in when we come back from my parents' place. Su Chuchu agreed reluctantly. Good. Chapter 106 I Don't Dislike You. Then we can eat together, work together, curl up on the sofa and watch TV together, sit under the eaves together to bask in the sun. It will be nice to do things that a couple should do together. Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly as he thought about his future life. He was a man without any ambitions. He bought Lanqing simply to avoid being idle like a useless person, and he bought Xinghe to help Su Chuchu solve the contract problem. In fact, living a carefree and happy life is the life he longs for. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so obscenely? Su Chuchu looked at his silly smile and guessed that this guy was definitely not thinking of anything good. Can't you see that this is a happy smile of mine? How can it be vulgar? Qin Chuan explained, suppressing his smile. Then what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Su Chuchu asked. I just want us to do something that normal couples would do together in the future. It's still obscene. By the way, when Shane should follow the plan given to her by the company, she will be given all the publicity resources that she deserves. As for whether she can make a name for herself, it depends on herself. Qin Chuan said. She should. If I remember correctly, she has been in the company for more than 2 years. All newcomers will go through the same stage as she is now. Think about it, a contract is basically 10 years. Especially for these newcomers, these 10 years are their most precious 10 years. If they can't make a breakthrough, it means they have wasted such a long time. Su Chuchu was quite emotional. She had experienced this kind of anxiety before and could empathize with her. She now sees the possibility of becoming famous and is trying desperately to seize this opportunity. I can understand that. I knew my wife wouldn't be so stingy. Qin Chuan said with a smile. The flattery is too obvious. This is love. Su Chuchu curled her lips and didn't respond. She crossed her long, white legs and suddenly lifted one leg and shook her little feet. I've walked a lot these past few days, would you like to give me a foot massage? Sure. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this a benefit? There is absolutely no reason to refuse. Su Chuchu stood up and turned her head, resting it on the armrest of the sofa, and placed her 2 white and tender little feet on his legs. She closed her eyes and said, let's start. Let me enjoy the service of a professional technician. Okay. Qin Chuan smiled, grabbed the delicate and smooth feet, held them in his hands, and kneaded them gently. Are you massaging my feet? You're touching them. Su Chuchu opened her eyes and stared at him. For some reason, even though she had been mentally prepared, her cheeks still felt hot when he held her feet in his hands and rubbed them. The technique is just different. I call it a full foot massage. Qin Chuan said casually. When he turned around, he saw her face flushed. She seemed to have discovered something fishy. A sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Your face is red. Your feet can't be so sensitive, right? No. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, you are so disgusting. Such beautiful feet would feel even better if they were wearing stockings. You have stockings, right? Do you want to try them on me? Qin Chuan kneaded her white and tender little feet, and said with a fantasy. Pervert. Su Chuchu curled her lips and sneered, and then couldn't help but be curious, what kind of stockings do you like? What kinds do you have? Qin Chuan asked back. Like black, white, or colorful? Gray. Su Chuchu's legs are so beautiful that she doesn't even need to wear stockings, so she rarely wears them. Qin Chuan stared at her feet and legs, and his mind quickly presented the image of this pair of beautiful legs wearing various stockings. He quickly compared them and said, white ones, please. Black is mature and sexy, and makes you look thinner. White is lively and cute, but it makes your legs look thick, so it has very high requirements for leg length. Su Chuchu's beautiful legs are straight and slender, and she can totally handle white stockings. You are more perverted than I thought. Su Chuchu made a S sound and said with a look of disgust. This is also called perversion. Are you underestimating perversion? Qin Chuan said as he unconsciously raised his hand and put it under his nose to smell it. What do you smell? Su Chuchu's face changed and she quickly pulled her foot back, tilted her head, bent her toes, wrinkled her nose and sniffed a few times. Fortunately, it doesn't smell bad. Then, with a stern face, he kicked him hard and put his foot back. Qin Chuan grinned after getting it back. He held it in his hand and played with it while saying, I don't dislike yours. Then do you want to give me a kiss? Su Chuchu blurted out. Qin Chuan looked at her in surprise, imitated her and made a yes sound, saying disdainfully, you're more perverted than me. I was just saying it casually. Su Chuchu immediately realized that something was wrong, and she explained hastily with a nervous look on her face, as if she was afraid that this guy would suddenly go crazy and really do such a perverted thing. At this time, Yang Shelwei's voice came from the upstairs stairs. Boss, Sister Susu, I want to go downstairs to get some snacks, please put on your clothes. Qin Chuan. Su Chuchu. Get down. Su Chuchu said unhappily. She didn't know what kind of mess was in this girl's head. Yang Shelby giggled, went downstairs, trotted all the way to the refrigerator next to the kitchen, opened it, took out some snacks and 2 bottles of drinks, then went upstairs again. She didn't even look at Qin Chuan and the other person the whole time, and was very self-conscious. She is so considerate. It would be unreasonable not to give her a promotion in the future, Qin Xiang smiled to himself. The two of them chatted casually, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was dusk. Chao Qin and Yang Shelby went downstairs. Qin Chuan naturally stayed to have dinner together. It's still takeaway, but it's very filling. Open your mouth. Su Chu picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Qin Chuan's mouth. The separation of just a few days seemed to have brought their relationship into a new stage. She now did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed in front of Chao Qin and Yang Shelby, and had become so arrogant that she looked down on everyone. You eat it, I'll do it myself. Qin Chuan opened his mouth and took a bite, saying while chewing. Open your mouth. After a moment, Su Chu picked up another piece of vegetable and handed it over. Just eat, don't worry about me. Chao Qin and Yang Shelby rolled their eyes secretly, and suddenly felt that the sumptuous dinner on the table had lost its flavor. Chapter 107 Pianist. Chao Qin watched the two of them displaying their affection scrupulously in front of her and felt that life was meaningless. In the past, Qin Chuan was just Qin Chuan, and Su Chu was an artist he brought up. It's different now. One is the boss of the company and the other is the boss's wife. What can she say? Fortunately, we moved out in a few days, so we don't have to suffer this torture anymore. After dinner, Qin Chuan and Su Chu took a short rest and went out for a walk to digest the food. On a starry summer night, the cool breeze took away the heat of the whole day, and the two of them strolled around the neighborhood holding hands. Then let's go to Xiaoyer and the others' place together after we get to the company tomorrow? I don't want to go to the company for the time being. Su Chu said after a moment of hesitation. Why? Qin Chuan was puzzled. Let's talk about it after a while. Su Chu replied. She felt a little awkward as she suddenly had an additional identity from being a company artist. If you go back to the company now, it would be like Nian Heiluzhen Huan returning to the palace. How cool. Qin Chuan joked. What? Su Chu didn't understand. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. Well, there is no such TV series in this world. Nothing. It's just a concubine in ancient times who was framed and driven out of the palace by the emperor. Later, she regained the emperor's favor, was promoted to a noble concubine and returned to the palace. She killed those who framed her and cuckolded the emperor. He explained it briefly. Su Chu said she didn't understand how this was similar to herself, but she didn't think about it any further. Then you can rest in the morning. I'll pick you up in the afternoon and we can go together. Come on, give me a kiss. My face is almost swollen from your kisses. Su Chu complained. Then kiss me. Don't want. When two people in love are together, they always feel that time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was almost 10 o'clock. After bidding farewell reluctantly, Qin Chuan went home. On the way back to Yushuaibei, I received a call from Liang Anlu, saying that his song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky had been released. Without any publicity or promotion, it unsurprisingly fell on deaf ears. At least no feedback yet. Today's society is so impetuous that few people have the leisure to listen to countless new songs one by one and choose their favorite songs. Most people still look for songs directly from various rankings. This was all within Qin Chuan's expectations and he had no regrets. On the contrary, Liang Anlu felt quite upset. It was a pity that such a good song was buried. Qin Chuan got home soon after finishing the call with Liang Anlu. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Su Chu. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky has been released. Come and listen to it and see what you think. Listen now. After receiving the message, Su Chu immediately opened the music player, searched for The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and clicked to play. After a prelude, Qin Chuan's voice with a slightly grainy texture but good texture came out. The last video clip was only a dozen seconds long, and the live sound quality was noisy. Listening to the official version now is a completely different experience. Even Chao Qin and Yang Shelby who were standing by couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen carefully. Is this Teacher Qin's song? The song was over in just a few minutes and Chao Qin couldn't help but ask. Well, not bad. Su Chu smiled a little proudly. It's very likely to be a hit. Chao Qin nodded. What's the name of the song? Send it to me so I can add it to my playlist. I must listen to the boss's songs. Yang Xiaowei said impatiently. The brightest star in the night sky, search it yourself. Su Chuchu typed a reply to Qin Chuan, it sounds so good. Is it that exaggerated? Qin Chuan grinned after receiving the reply. Even when Su Chuchu praised him in the past, she would usually stop at the right point. Now that she is suddenly so direct, he is somewhat uncomfortable with it. Su Chuchu, that's not an exaggeration at all. I've added it to my playlist and played it on repeat. Such a good song needs to be heard by more people. Why don't you try to promote it? Forget it. I don't plan to be a singer. I'll just go with the flow. Well, it's a shame to waste such a good song. Just think of it as singing for you alone. Such a sweet mouth. After chatting for a few more sentences and saying good night to each other, Qin Chuan sent Qin Xianyu a WeChat message to say hello and go to the rehearsal room tomorrow. Qin Xianyu was naturally very happy that his sister-in-law was coming over, and he agreed immediately. The next day was Saturday. Qin Chuan went to the company in the morning to deal with some company matters. After lunch and a short rest, he drove to Lijinghuading to pick up Su Chuchu, and then went to the rehearsal room. After more than half an hour's drive, the car slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of the community. When the two arrived at the rehearsal room, several members of the Long Legs band had already arrived early. Seeing Su Chuchu in person, especially Milele and the other two, they were inevitably excited, and taking photos and signing autographs were naturally indispensable. Sister-in-law, we have arranged a new song. Please listen to it and give us some suggestions. Qin Xianyu said. Okay. Su Chuchu said with a smile. Qin Xianyu and the others quickly took their positions. According to the advice Qin Chuan had given them before, they added harmony to the chorus, making the whole song fuller. You wrote this song, right? Halfway through listening, Su Chuchu turned to Qin Chuan and asked. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said The arrangements and lyrics of the two songs Superstar and Curly Eyelashes might sound a bit corny if you listen to them too many times. However, for those who have just heard them, they are impressive enough and not too corny. This guy is simply a monster. Su Chuchu turned her head and thought silently. If you think about it carefully, it has only been such a short period of time, and he has actually written 5 songs of such high quality. Musical genius seems to be insufficient to describe this guy. Thinking of this, I felt a little proud. Fortunately, I caught this man, otherwise I don't know who would have benefited. Sister-in-law, how is it? I don't have any suggestions for you. This is good enough. Really? Qin Xianyu said happily. Certainly. It seems that many people don't like the younger sister, so I'll try to keep the article short. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu stayed in the rehearsal room for a while and then left. They returned to the underground parking lot and were about to get in the car when a voice came from nearby. Su Chuchu? The two looked back and soon saw an old lady with silver hair, wearing a pair of gold-threaded silver glasses, and exuding a scholarly air, walking towards them with a smile. The old lady was accompanied by a young man in his 30s, tall and with an elegant temperament. Professor Liang? What a coincidence! Su Chuchu walked over with a look of surprise and greeted him. Professor Liang, whose real name is Liang Songqing, was her teacher at Gimhe College of Music. He is a very authoritative vocal professor in China and a member of the Musicians Association. It's been a long time since we last met. Do you live here? Professor Liang looked at the two of them with a kind smile. Su Chuchu should be one of the most famous students she has ever taught. Although she has graduated for so many years, she can still be seen frequently on TV, so the old lady recognized her at a glance. No, I'm here to do something. What are you doing? Su Chuchu said with a smile. In the first few years after graduation, she would often take time to visit her mentor. However, since her debut, she has been too busy and has no time at all. She was invited to the school for the annual anniversary celebration, but she usually came and went in a hurry. I live here. I just moved here last year. Professor Liang said with a smile, and then introduced the man next to her. Let me introduce you, this is my grandson Zhang Xiao, you should be familiar with him. Zhang Xiao, you should be familiar with Su Chuchu, right? She is your grandmother's favorite student. The old lady said cheerfully. Hello. The man named Zhang Xiao nodded to Su Chuchu very politely. Su Chuchu just noticed the young man in front of her named Zhang Xiao. He is a piano composer and performer renowned both at home and abroad. She had even made a special trip to listen to his concert before, but she never expected that he was actually Professor Liang's grandson. Professor Liang, there's no need to introduce Teacher Zhang. I didn't expect you two have this kind of relationship, Su Chuchu said with a smile. Liang Songqing pulled her along without further explanation. Zhang Zhao's first concert of this tour is in Jinhai, and he came to see me today. I heard about Teacher Zhang's concert tour, and the tickets are hard to buy, Su Chuchu said. I'll give you two later, Liang Songqing said, then glanced at Qin Xuan. I heard that you are married. This is your husband, right? She usually doesn't pay much attention to entertainment gossip, but she has heard a little about the marriage of her favorite student. Yes. Su Chuchu nodded and introduced Qin Xuan. This is my teacher at Jinhai Conservatory of Music, Professor Liang Songqing. Hello, Professor Liang. Qin Xuan greeted politely. Very good looking, Professor Liang said with a smile. Okay, then let's not stand here, let's go home and talk. You are usually so busy, it's been a long time since you came to see me. Su Chuchu looked at Qin Xuan hesitantly. She also felt that they hadn't seen each other for such a long time, but it would not be right to leave with nothing. What? Now that you're famous, the old lady can't hire you anymore? Professor Liang joked. Chapter 108 High Art. Unable to refuse the kind invitation, Su Chuchu and Qin Xuan had no choice but to follow Liang Songqing home. The house is very large, estimated to be a 4-bedroom apartment of about 200 square meters. Although Liang Songqing is over 70 years old, she is engaged in literary and artistic work after all. From the way she dresses, we can tell that she is a very fashionable old lady. The decoration style of the house is also very modern. A white piano is placed in the center of the living room, which instantly makes the room full of artistic atmosphere. Just sit anywhere. It's like being at home here. Don't be restrained. After entering the door, the old lady greeted the two of them very casually. Squeak. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of one of the bedrooms opened. A girl about 17 or 18 years old in pajamas walked out of the room and greeted Professor Liang and Zhang Xiao with a smile. Grandma, is my cousin here? Just after saying hello, she saw the guests at home. She looked carefully, perhaps thinking that she had seen wrongly. Her expression froze for a moment, and then her eyes lit up and she said with surprise, You are Su? Hello. Su Chuchu smiled and nodded. My granddaughter Zhou Hang is a die-hard fan of yours. Professor Liang smiled and briefly introduced her. Hang, why don't you pour a glass of water for your sister Su? Let me change my clothes, I'll be right there. Zhou Hang was so excited to see his idol that he quickly ran back to his room to change clothes. This girl. Professor Liang smiled dotingly, turned around and greeted Qin Xuan and the other two. Hurry up and sit down, don't stand. Several people quickly sat down in the living room. Not long after, Zhou Hang came out of the house and busied himself washing fruits and serving tea and water to everyone. Sister Su, you are going to release a new song in a few days. Can you tell me in advance what style the new song will be? Su Chuchu thought for a moment and said, I will update a few audio clips on Weibo tonight. You will know then. The style this time is different from before and I am sure you will not be disappointed. Okay, then I'll wait for you to update your Weibo. Zhou Hang didn't hesitate. He smiled and sat down next to her. Su Chuchu nodded slightly, and suddenly thought of something. I just heard a good song yesterday and I can recommend it to you. Okay. Zhou Hang nodded repeatedly. Professor Liang, you are a professional. Can you please also give your comments on this song? Su Chuchu said with a smile on her face, as if presenting a treasure. Okay, let me listen. Liang Songqing said with a smile. Su Chuchu glanced at Qin Xuan beside her, took out her mobile phone, opened the music player, flipped through the playlist, and clicked play. It was his song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, I embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I get lost in the night. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me to you. It sounds really nice. After the song was played, Zhou Hang was the first to comment. With her current professional qualifications, she couldn't explain the whole story, but from a listener's perspective, the song seemed impeccable. It's pretty good. Liang Songqing made a brief comment. After he opened his mouth as if to continue speaking, Zhang Xiao beside him suddenly said, Hang should listen to more elegant classical music and less of these meaningless pop songs. That will affect your level of music appreciation. Liang San Qing. Qin Chuan. A strange look flashed across Su Chuchu's face, and she glanced at Qin Chuan unconsciously. She just sings pop songs. Isn't Zhang Zhao's statement a roundabout way of saying that what she sings is just some meaningless stuff? Furthermore, the song just now was written, composed, and sung by Qin Chuan. He said this right after the song was played, which seemed like he was commenting on the song. Someone once said that in the field of music, classical music looks down on rock looks down on pop looks down on rap, and rap looks down on everyone. In fact, what everyone really looks down on is classical music. At least in Zhang Zhao's eyes, whether it is rock, pop, or rap, they can all be called junk music, and only classical music is elegant art. Whether it was intentional or not, it was always a bit rude for him to say this in front of Su Chuchu, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. I heard everything. Zhou Hang curled his lips. Although she was born in such a family atmosphere, she was still young after all, and compared to the piano music that her cousin called elegant, she still preferred pop music. There is no distinction between high and low music. There is a lot of good popular music. We can't generalize. Professor Liang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Her grandson is good in every way except that he always thinks highly of himself and is too arrogant. Of course, Zhang Xiao has reason to be proud. Looking back on his life experience over the past 30 years, it can be described as smooth sailing. He became famous at a young age and was called a piano prodigy by many professionals in the domestic music circle since he was 5 or 6 years old. At the age of 18, he studied abroad at a top music school and won numerous awards in major domestic and international piano competitions. Several classical music albums released in recent years have received extremely high praise in the industry. He is a talented and truly leading figure in the field of domestic classical music. It is also well known internationally. If you really like it, you can listen to foreign pop music, but forget about Chinese pop music. There has been no progress in the past decade or so. Most of the songs are assembly line products and there is no appreciation at all. Zhang Xiao smiled indifferently, unconsciously revealing an attitude of superiority. Chapter 109 I can also be elegant. Excuse me for asking, Teacher Zhang, what do you think of the song just now? Qin Chuan asked with a faint smile. He had no intention of arguing with Zhang Xiao about whether Chinese pop music or foreign pop music was superior, nor did he intend to argue with him about whether classical music was more elegant than popular music. Because there is no clear reason for these things, there are already many such topics on the internet, and the final result is still that everyone has their own opinion. He simply couldn't stand this guy's inexplicable sense of superiority, as if he was saying, you are all a bunch of vulgar people, and I am the only elegant one. Qin Chuan admitted that he was a vulgar person, but he just looked down on the man who was acting superior. Then I'll give a brief review. Zhang Xiao felt that this kind of song was not worth wasting time and energy on, but since Qin Chuan asked, he pondered for a moment and uttered 8 words briefly, vulgar and unbearable, moaning without reason. No, I think it's pretty nice. The song just now is much better than a lot of the popular songs nowadays. Zhou Hang immediately retorted. The melody lines of pop music are too simple and not very enjoyable. I won't comment on how well this singer sings, but the composer of this song should listen to more classical music and improve his music processing ability and professional quality. Zhang Xiao continued to preach. Su Chuchu's face changed slightly when she heard that. She looked at Qin Chuan silently and gently pulled the corner of his clothes, as if she was afraid that he would get angry. Qin Chuan turned around and looked at her with a warm smile, without any sign of anger. Su Chuchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Qin Chuan's next words immediately made her feel conflicted again. I wrote this song. Qin Chuan retracted his gaze and turned to Zhang Xiao with a smile on his face. When he sang The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, he deliberately imitated the voice of the original version, which was very different from his usual speaking voice. So it is hard to tell that the singer is himself. Not to mention the composer, Zhang Xiao had never even seen the song, so naturally there was no way he knew it was written by him. Su Chuchu. Zhou Hang. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Liang Songqing's expression also became a little strange. No offense, I'm just giving my evaluation from the perspective of a professional composer. Zhang Zhao's eyes were a little embarrassed, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a frank smile, as I said, Mr. Qin still has a lot of room for improvement in the field of music. He is a piano composer and performer renowned both at home and abroad. I wonder how many people would like to receive his guidance. For him, even if he pointed out the other party's shortcomings in front of Qin Xuan, it was still a reminder to the other party. On the contrary, he felt that it was Qin Xuan's honor to receive his guidance. Not everyone has such an honor. Actually, I can be very elegant too. How about I play a piece of music and ask teacher Zhang for some comments? Qin Xuan said calmly, pointing to the white piano in the living room that looked very valuable. Oh? What's your piano level? Zhang Xiao asked. I didn't take the exam. Qin Xuan said frankly. He also had no idea what level the musical instrument proficiency awarded by the system was in reality. Of course, he had no intention of making a living from it and had never considered taking an exam or anything like that. Okay, go ahead and give it a try. Anyway, no one has anything to do right now. I'll listen and maybe I can give you some advice. Zhang Xiao sneered, still speaking from a didactic perspective. He could probably see that the young man seemed very unconvinced. It's quite interesting. Showing off your piano in front of me is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. Although the two of them spoke politely, Su Chuchu and the other two still vaguely felt the tension and their expressions were a little complicated. I'll go to the bathroom first and come back to help you. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Please go ahead. Zhang Xiao nodded slightly. The bathroom is over there. Zhou Hang hurriedly pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Thank you. Qin Xuan stood up and walked over. I walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror looking at myself. He was indeed a vulgar person. Whether in his previous life or this life, he seemed to have never listened to any of those world-famous piano pieces carefully and in their entirety. I bought a memory potion from the system mall and drank it. My memory quickly went back to a certain spring festival gala. The scene of a young piano master playing with two cellists on the stage appeared in my mind. The piece played was the world-famous song Flight of the Bumblebee. No, this is too difficult. I have to practice hard so I can show off later. He muttered to himself. Flight of the Bumblebee is one of the most difficult and fastest famous songs in the world. If you can't perform it in one go, the essence of this song cannot be reflected. Even though he has mastered the piano now, it is almost impossible for him to play it quickly in a short period of time. How's your husband's piano playing? In the living room, Liang Songqing asked Su Chuchu. It's okay. Su Chuchu said uncertainly. Although Qin Xuan had demonstrated his piano playing in front of her before, the melodies of the songs he played were relatively simple and did not require the display of very advanced skills, so she was not sure about Qin Xuan's attainments in piano playing. It's a sign of your talent to be able to write that song. Liang Songhing said with a smile, somewhat trying to comfort her. The old lady didn't expect things to turn out like this. She had originally invited Su Chuchu to her home as a guest, but the two young people suddenly started to fight for no apparent reason. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with it. He is indeed talented. Su Chuchu did not deny it. A few people chatted for about 10 minutes, and Qin Xuan walked out of the bathroom. Su Chuchu looked at him with strange eyes, wondering why it took so long to go to the toilet. I suddenly had an inspiration just now, so I composed a song on the spot. I'll play it and Professor Liang and Teacher Zhang will give me some guidance. Qin Xuan faced everyone's gazes, spoke lightly, and walked straight to the piano in the living room. Everyone. Not to mention Liang Songqing and the others, even Su Chuchu was a little surprised. Composing a song in 10 minutes? This. As he spoke, he had already sat down in front of the piano, put his hands on the keyboard, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes silently for a moment. Looking back over the 10 minutes, he was not sure if he could play the entire piece. Although this piece of music is not a famous piece by piano masters such as Beethoven and Chopin, it is a divine song that is familiar to many people in that world. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and pressed the first key. Ding. Ding dong. Ding. Bite. A string of untunable notes flowed out, with no melody at all. Su Chuchu frowned slightly, a little confused. What was this guy doing? Stop messing around. Even if I'm really bad at it, I can still play a pop song. A hint of doubt appeared on Liang Songqing's face. It sounded like Qin Xuan was playing randomly, awkwardly, and without any rules. A barely perceptible hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Zhang Zhao's mouth. I even doubt whether he is really the composer of the song just now. Or, can he really play the piano? Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. Another minute passed, and finally a smooth melody came out. Then there was another melody that was not only smooth but also very powerful, echoing throughout the room. But it soon became completely unmelodious, messy and unpleasant to the ear. Chapter 110. What is the name of this song? Qin Chuan tapped the piano keys thoughtfully. Su Chuchu could hardly sit still. She believed in Qin Chuan's talent, but what was happening now? Although this is a private occasion, it is not the time to cause trouble, brother. Qin Chuan was naturally not making trouble. He needs to transform the melody in his mind, which is not a piano piece, into notes, and in some places he needs to improvise on the spot, which is a difficult process. I just went over it roughly in my head a few times, but when I actually played it, I found that it was not that simple. A few more minutes passed, and the chaotic piano music still did not stop. But he was a guest after all, and Liang Sung-hing couldn't interrupt him directly, so she could only endure the torture of the noise silently. Thump, thump, ding. After stumbling for a while, Qin Chuan finally got into the groove. He played faster and faster, his 10 fingers dancing swiftly on the keys, becoming more and more fluent, with powerful melodies pouring out from his fingertips. After just a few melodies, Zhang Zhao's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, looking at him in disbelief. What song is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it really be that he created it in such a short time? This is impossible. As an internationally renowned pianist, Zhang Zhao should have heard almost all the famous pieces. But he had never heard this song, which was so shocking and yet so unfamiliar. Even so, the majestic melody was enough to make his blood boil. This is the amazing power of music. Qin Chuan can indeed play the piano, but how well he plays is no longer important now. If this piece of music was composed by him, Zhang Zhao could only describe his current mood as feeling ashamed. Su Chuchu, Liang Songqing, and Zhou Hang also looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief, listening carefully and quietly. Especially the first two, they have quite some accomplishments in piano playing. The song Qin Chuan was playing at the moment was so shocking. The piece was very short, only about 2 minutes, and was finished very quickly. There was complete silence all around. Qin Chuan exhaled slowly and turned to look at Su Chuchu and the others. He saw that the 4 of them were staring at him in amazement, as if they were still immersed in the melody just now and were still not satisfied. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently his pretense was successful. Zhang Zhao was the first to stand up, and asked excitedly, "Mr. Qin, what is the name of this song?" It seemed that he had forgotten that just a dozen minutes ago, he had shamelessly asked Qin Chuan to listen to more classical music to improve his musical literacy, and he also forgot that he was ready to give him some pointers. He is not only a pianist, but also one of the most talented young composers recognized in the industry. At this moment he had to admit that he could never write a song as stirring as the one he just heard. What made him even more unbelievable was that Qin Chuan only spent over 10 minutes to compose this piece of music. It was truly unimaginable. To put it another way, even if it was not created in such a short period of time, it would still be amazing enough. Compared to pop music, it is much more difficult to compose a high-quality piano piece. He is a piano composer himself and is well aware of this. He's a pirate. Qin Chuan stood up and walked over, took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his hands, smiled and said, "What he just played was the soundtrack He's a Pirate, which was known as one of the 10 most majestic BGMs in the world in his previous life, and is from the famous movie Pirates of the Caribbean." He had indeed never specifically listened to the famous pieces of music by those piano masters, but he had watched this classic series of movies more than once, and this soundtrack was as classic as the movie. Whenever Captain Jack does something, this exciting melody will sound, which is very impressive. Of course, the original version is mainly played on the violin. If it could be played on the violin, it might be able to better show the essence of the song. After all, the piano is not quite right, but it already sounds very good. I'm sorry, I was so presumptuous just now, really. At this time, Zhang Zhao finally calmed down, and quickly recalled what he had said before. He couldn't help feeling ashamed and stammered. He has always been arrogant, so it seemed a bit difficult for him to say something too humble all of a sudden. Forget it, just treat it as an exchange between musicians. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Zhang Zhao nodded slightly with a guilty look on his face, then looked at him expectantly and asked, "This piece of music is really wonderful. I wonder if I would have the honor to invite you to my concert to collaborate with me once." He can't say that he worships Qin Chuan now, but at least he admires and respects him. "I have to go home to visit my family in the next 2 days, so I'm afraid I don't have time." Qin Chuan declined. According to the original plan, he was going back to Kunming tomorrow, and he had no interest in playing a duet on stage with a grown man. Okay. Zhang Xiao said a little disappointedly, and then asked expectantly, then. I wonder if you can authorize me to play this piece at the concert? Okay. Qin Xuan hesitated for a moment and agreed, I'll write the score for you later. Thank you so much. There's no need for the score. I've already written it down here. Zhang Xiao tapped his temple and said with a slightly stiff smile. All right. Qin Xuan was slightly stunned. This guy was indeed a famous pianist. His sensitivity to notes and memory were beyond the reach of normal people. Oh, by the way, this is my business card. I hope I can have the honor of working with you in the future. Zhang Xiao took out his business card holder, pulled out a business card and handed it to Qin Xuan. Okay. Qin Xuan took the business card, looked at it and nodded. Liang Songqing looked at this scene with some surprise. It was the first time for her to see her proud grandson being so humble towards others. In addition, it is inevitable to be curious about how a young man with such outstanding talents like Qin Xuan could be unknown. Apart from the fact that he is Su Chuchu's husband, no one has ever heard of such a person before. As for Su Chuchu, she was still staring at Qin Xuan blankly. What's the matter with this guy's head? How can there be strong creativity? He is simply not a human being. Why are you looking at me like that? After leaving the Liang family, Qin Xuan noticed that Su Chuchu was looking at him with strange eyes. Did you really write that in such a short time? Su Chuchu asked. Are you worshipping me more and more now? Show off. Just tell me, right? No. I don't believe it. No. Su Chuchu raised her little hand and rubbed his forehead. Are you an alien? How do you have a head? It seems like you have never called me husband. Call me that and I'll tell you what's going on with my head. Qin Xuan said with a smile. No. Su Chuchu blinked, and after thinking for a while, she still didn't say anything. Chapter 111. You don't love me anymore. What are your parents' names? Su Chuchu asked in confusion after returning to the car. Why are you asking this? Qin Xuan wondered as he fastened his seatbelt. Just ask. I'll know sooner or later anyway. I can't always not know your parents' names, right? Yes, my mother's name is Zhou Lanqi and my father's name is Qin Yimin. Qin Xuan thought for a while and said, where are your parents? My mother's name is Xin Ling and my father's name is Su Daxiang. Su Chuchu replied straightforwardly. Qin Xuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard her father's name, then he turned his head to look at her, leaned back in his chair and sighed softly, your father sounds like a difficult person. Why do you say that? Su Chuchu was confused. Could you tell this from the name? In fact, apart from being stubborn about his marriage, Lao Su is actually quite reasonable. After all, he is an intellectual. You're already saying bad things about my dad behind his back before I even see him. Be careful or I'll go back and tell on you. No, does your dad like hand-ground coffee? Qin Xuan asked with a sly smile. He likes to drink tea. Su Chuchu looked at him suspiciously. Why do you always ask such strange questions? No, I thought if he likes it, I could buy him a coffee machine as a gift. Qin Xuan started the car and smiled calmly. Su Chuchu said, oh, and said, he likes to drink tea, so just bring him 2 boxes of tea. You're going to my house tomorrow, why don't you seem nervous at all? He will go back to Kuan City tomorrow, and the next thing he will do is to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law. When he thought of this, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Seeing Su Chuchu acting like she didn't take it seriously at all, he suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Why should I be nervous? Su Chuchu asked back, and then said with a relaxed look, I've been to your house and met your parents last time. Not only did I meet your parents, but I also met so many of your relatives. They seemed to like me very much. I even called my aunt this morning and told her that we would be back tomorrow. We're already so familiar with each other, so why should I be nervous? Okay. Qin Xuan nodded. That was true. Last time, his sister made such a big noise at home, so there was nothing to be nervous about this time. Besides, she is thick-skinned. After all, it is the first time she meets her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the situation is different. Are you scared? If you are, we can go meet my parents later. Su Chuchu turned to look at him and said with great sympathy. Are you kidding? Am I a coward? Qin Xuan snorted and said stubbornly, it's just meeting the parents. What's the big deal? Your husband is so outstanding. He's a good son-in-law that you can't find even with a lantern. Extremely narcissistic. If he was still as careless as before, he would definitely not have such confidence. No matter what, I am now worth over 100 million yuan, I have my own company and career, and more importantly, I am talented. When I think about it this way, I suddenly feel less nervous. I think you are just a coward. Su Chu pouted. How is that possible? Xin Chuan said, then paused, his shoulders slowly slumped, and he said, well, I'm just worried that they won't want to see me, and then I won't even have the chance to show my strengths. Don't worry, if they refuse to see you, I will elope with you. Su Chu chuckled, this guy is really a coward. It is hard to imagine that such a shameless guy will have such a day. It is quite funny to think about it. Then she continued to comfort him. Don't be afraid. My parents are not cannibals. I'll protect you. Just treat my house as usual. We've already got the marriage certificate. What else can we do if they don't agree? Right? That makes sense. Xin Chuan grinned and nodded, then what are we going to do now? I'm a little hungry. Let's go have a meal first. I haven't been shopping for a long time. How about I pick out 2 pieces of clothes for you together? Su Chu looked at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. Okay, you've been busy for so many days, so I'll just reward you and treat you to a good meal. Thank you, boss. Su Chu agreed immediately. Call me husband. Boss. Jinhai International Trade Plaza. After having dinner at the China World Trade Center, the two picked out 2 pieces of clothes each. Then they put the clothes back in the car and took a walk outside. When Qin Xuan was buying clothes just now, he found that he was recognized by the clerk as soon as he entered the store. This was not a good sign. I estimated that it wouldn't be long before I would be like Su Chu, or I would be recognized at a glance wherever I went, and might even be pointed at or stared at. He actually doesn't like to be such a person, but it seems he can't avoid it, because the woman he married is a big star. What are you thinking about? Su Chu rolled up his sleeves and asked after seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time. Nowadays, more and more people recognize me when I walk on the street. Qin Xuan said with a wry smile. You don't like it, do you? I guess I'm not used to it yet, but I'll get used to it slowly. If it hadn't been for me then, you wouldn't be in such trouble now. Su Chu said with a guilty look on her face. Oh, why are you saying this? But don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Su Chu interrupted him before he could finish. How are you going to take responsibility? I've pledged my love to you, am I not responsible? But I haven't gotten pregnant yet. I don't plan to break off the engagement. I'll rely on you for the rest of my life. Sooner or later, I'll be yours. Su Chu glanced at him, why are you so obsessed with lewd things? I want milk tea. When passing by a milk tea shop, Su Chu suddenly grabbed him and said, what flavor do you want to drink? Qin Xuan asked as the two walked into the store. Lemon, maybe. Su Chu looked at the various flavors on the sign in the store. 1 cup of smoothie milk tea and 1 cup of lemon milk tea. Qin Xuan said to the clerk. 2 cups of milk tea were quickly made. After paying, Qin Xuan handed her the lemon milk tea, and they each left the milk tea shop holding a cup. Su Chu took a sip and frowned slightly, let me taste yours. Qin Xuan handed it to her. She took it and took another sip, yours tastes better, let's switch. Okay. Qin Xuan took her lemon milk tea and took a sip. It was indeed quite sour. He couldn't help but frown, why don't we switch it over? You don't love me anymore. Su Chu subconsciously protected the milk tea in her hand and looked at him sideways. Qin Xuan. After Su Chu finished speaking, she suddenly realized that this guy seemed to have never said those 3 words to her, so she continued, it seems that you have never said sweet words to me before, now say a few words to corrupt me. I can't. Qin Xuan is indeed not good at this. Normally, he would get goosebumps when he heard corny words, and now that he is suddenly asked to say them, he is even more at a loss. I don't believe it. I'm just saying a few words. Su Chu said in a coquettish tone. Ever since she came back from recording the show, Qin Xuan felt that the cold and aloof goddess she used to be was gone forever, and she was becoming more and more like a little woman. My wife's request is so simple and reasonable, I have to satisfy her no matter what. Okay, let me think about it. Qin Chuan thought for a moment, stopped, turned around and looked at her affectionately. Su Chuchu tilted her little face up, blinking her bright eyes as she looked into his eyes with full anticipation. Qin Chuan, for the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you, the plainness is you, the poverty is also you, the glory is you, the gentleness in my heart is you, and wherever I look is you. Su Chuchu's heart moved slightly, her eyes were instantly filled with emotion, she pursed her lips, threw herself into his arms and said softly, me too. Qin Chuan silently breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Brother Ma. Chapter 112 The Second Visit. Around 10 o'clock the next day. Happy home. Tons. There was a very rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. Zhou Lanqi talked to Su Chuchu on the phone yesterday and learned that they would be coming back today. She went to the market to buy a lot of ingredients yesterday. Today happened to be the weekend and she didn't have to go to work, so she started preparing lunch after breakfast. After working for a while, she wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. She glanced at Qin Yimin who was sitting there drinking tea and said, "Don't be so sad when your daughter-in-law comes home today. It's as if you don't welcome her." I know. You've said it so many times. Qin Yimin sighed and said a little impatiently. Ever since Qin Chuan got back 20 million, he hasn't even had the heart to drive these past 2 days. Of course it wasn't because he was rich, but because that brat suddenly gave him back such a large sum of money, which was too hot to handle. It was like holding a bomb in his hand, and he felt very nervous. Fortunately, he has a good mental state, otherwise he would have had a heart attack. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father, but now he has no idea about his own boy at all. I'm telling you that you don't like it. Anyway, things have already happened. Let's just take it one step at a time. There's no point in worrying, right? Zhou Lanqi was able to let it go, but there was nothing she could do if she didn't. That little bastard was determined not to say anything. That being said, I still feel uneasy. Qin Yimin took a sip of tea and said thoughtfully, "Why don't you ask him privately when he comes back?" Zhou Lanqi said, "But we have to make an agreement, don't get impatient. The child is grown up now, and Chuchu is still here, so don't quarrel between you two. But I don't think I can get anything out of him. That guy is just like you. He's determined not to tell you anything. It's useless even if you pry his mouth open with something." Qin Yimin said nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Lanqi hurried over to open the door, and when she opened it, she saw Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu standing at the door. "Mom, we're back." Qin Chuan smiled brightly and spoke first. "Auntie." Su Chuchu greeted Tian Sisi. "Come in quickly. Why do you bring so many things from your own home?" Zhou Lanqi still liked Su Chuchu very much when she saw her again. She moved aside and let the two of them into the house. "This is the cosmetics my wife brought for you." Qin Chuan walked in and handed the cosmetics prepared by Su Chuchu to Zhou Lanqi and said, "This is rice wine for my dad. It's very good. Why would you bring gifts for your family? You are really good." Zhou Lanqi smiled and turned to the living room and shouted, Lao Qin, our son and Chuchu are back." Lao Qin said him and stood up from the sofa. The house was not big, and he could see her just by turning his head. Qin Chuan greeted him cheerfully, "Dad, my wife, you've seen her before, so I won't introduce her to you." "Hello, uncle." "Hello, come and sit down, the meal will be ready soon." Lao Qin nodded. "I'll go help Auntie cook." Su Chuchu said. No, just take a rest. I'm almost done with my work." "Don't be polite in your own home. Just go and sit down." Zhou Lanqi didn't want to ask her daughter-in-law, a famous star, to help her cook, so she said quickly, "Then let's take a break first. If you need help, call us." Qin Chuan said, pulling Su Chuchu to sit in the living room. Qin Yimin was fiddling with the electric kettle to make tea. Normally, the father and son didn't have much to talk about, and now with Su Chuchu joining the mix, he felt an indescribable discomfort. He looked at this, then glanced at that, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. It stands to reason that it is a happy event for this boy to find such a beautiful and famous wife. He has also obtained the marriage certificate. It is a big step in his life and it also puts his mind at ease as a father. Furthermore, he had always been worried that the two families would have trouble getting along in the future due to the mismatch in social status. Now that he had the 20 million, he would be able to hold his head higher when meeting his in-laws in the future. But the source of the money was unclear, and he felt very conflicted now. Qin Chuan couldn't understand the tangle in his heart. He took an orange from the fruit plate, peeled it, and handed it to Su Chu Chu. He winked at her, as if to say, "Weren't you very brave before you came? Why are you silent?" Su Chu Chu glanced at him inconspicuously. Usually, she only chatted enthusiastically with Zhou Lanqi on the phone. She didn't talk much with Qin Yimin last time here. They still felt a little unfamiliar and had no idea what to talk about. "How's your business lately? Is the new cell phone I bought for you working?" Qin Chuan picked up a banana and peeled it while talking to Qin Yimin. "It's okay." Qin Yimin poured a glass of water for each of them and pushed it over. "You have been drinking this jasmine tea since I was a child. It's time to change." Qin Chuan glanced at the dozen yuan jasmine tea on the coffee table. "Old Qin has been drinking it for more than 10 years and has never changed. I'm used to drinking this, but not to other drinks." Qin Yimin replied, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then raised his eyes to look at Su Chu Chu and asked, "What do your parents say now?" "Oh, we have discussed it. When we get back, we will go to my house to discuss it with my parents and arrange a time for you to meet," Su Chu Chu said with a smile. "Of course I should have gone there earlier." Qin Yimin nodded in agreement. Su Chu Chu broke off a slice of orange and put it in her mouth, and the scene fell silent again. Qin Chuan simply picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, otherwise the atmosphere was too depressing. Usually when the father and son met, most of the time it was old Qin who scolded and educated him, and there was really nothing else to talk about. From the kitchen came the sounds of pots and pans colliding and hot oil sizzling. The midday news was playing on TV. The three of them were silent for a while, and Su Chu Chu stood up and said, "I'll go help Auntie." "Go ahead." Qin Chuan didn't stop her. He thought, what kind of help can you offer? It's good enough if you don't cause more trouble. But he also knew that she would be bored sitting here, so it would be nice for her to go and chat with her mother to improve the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As she walked into the kitchen, she soon heard Zhou Lanqi's voice. "Don't get your hands dirty. Go back and sit down. I'll be done soon. I'll study for a while and then we can cook for ourselves when we get back," Su Chu Chu said with a smile. "Okay, then you can just watch from the side." Zhou Lanqi said with a smile, "I heard that you have been very busy recently. Are you done now?" "Almost." "That's good. When you're done, you can stay at home for a few more days. I've already cleaned up the room for you." Su Chu Chu was speechless. "What's wrong? You're not planning to stay for a while and leave like last time, are you?" "That won't work. No matter how busy you are, you have to stay home for at least 2 days." Zhou Lanqi refused. "Well, it's up to you. Last time he came and went in a hurry, so it seemed inappropriate to leave on the same day he came back this time." Su Chu Chu paused for a moment and agreed. Chapter 113 Family Status. Su Chu Chu told Zhou Lanqi on the phone that she and Qin Chuan lived together. "Now I am in a dilemma. I feel like I have dug a hole for myself. I can't just stay in a hotel outside tonight. It looks like I have to share a room with that LSP Qin Chuan tonight." She sighed to herself, feeling a little nervous. "It is so difficult to meet the right person in this life, but I happened to meet him by chance." In fact, she was willing to give herself to this man in her heart. However, it has only been 2 months since the two of them met. Even though their relationship was progressing by leaps and bounds, she always felt like something was missing. A formal wedding? Parents' blessing and recognition? She couldn't say. After all, we are husband and wife now. Even if something happens, it's reasonable. Besides, we've already slept together for the past few days. Now there are just 2 less screens. She kept comforting herself, but she was still quite conflicted. In the living room, while Su Chu Chu and Zhou Lanqi were chatting in the kitchen, Qin Yimin looked up at Qin Chuan and asked, "What about the money?" "It comes from a legitimate source, so you can use it without worry. My mother has been in our Qin family for decades, taking care of the 3 of us every day. It's time for her to enjoy her life," Qin Chuan said with a relaxed smile. "Don't drive your taxi anymore. Take my mom out for a trip, or just buy an RV and go on a road trip. By the time you've had enough fun, my wife and I might have a baby, and she'll be able to come back and take care of it for us." Lao Qin. "Xiaochuan, wash your hands and get ready to eat." Just at that moment, Zhou Lanqi poked her head out from the kitchen and greeted the two of them. "Here I come." Qin Chuan was finally relieved. He quickly responded and walked towards the kitchen. On the way, Su Choo Choo came out with the cooked dishes and blew him a kiss with a pout. If you continue to mess around, you will bear the consequences. Qin Chuan complained inwardly, walked into the kitchen, turned on the faucet and washed his hands. He took the time to glance at the several prepared dishes on the side: sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish. Wow, it's really different when his daughter-in-law comes to visit. The meal is really sumptuous. In the past, I might come back once every 1 or 2 months, and at most I would add one main dish, but today I came back with 3 or 4. He suddenly felt that his family's position was in jeopardy. Well, he had no family status at all. It used to be ranked last. Now there is just one more person above my head. He took 2 dishes and placed them on the dining table, then pointed to the bathroom and said to Su Choo Choo, "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Su Choo Choo said him and turned to walk towards the bathroom. When I came out after washing my hands, the food was already on the table. The family of 4 sat around the table and started eating. My mother's braised fish is really special. Try it. Qin Chuan said as he put a piece of braised fish into her bowl. I can do it myself. Su Choo Choo said with a smile. Zhou Lanqi on the opposite side curled her lips secretly, thinking, my own pig has been seduced away by the cabbage. I've been busy for most of the day and I haven't seen you pick up a piece of food with your chopsticks for me. Thinking so in her heart, looking at the pretty cabbage in front of her, she was still very happy. We're all family, so don't be so formal. Forget about your figure and eat as much as you want. Yeah. Su Choo Choo nodded slightly and responded obediently. How is it? Is the fish cooked well? Qin Chuan asked. It's delicious. Auntie's cooking is better than those made by star chefs. Please teach me later. Su Choo Choo flattered. No problem. Eat more if it's delicious. I'll teach you my special recipe when I have time. Zhou Lanqi said with a happy smile, by the way, did this little bastard bully you? No, he's very good to me. That's good. If he dares to bully you, just tell your aunt and I will take care of him for you. Zhou Lanqi said. Qin Chuan. True family status 1. Come here. After a while, Su Choo Choo saw some oil on the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth, so she took out a tissue and motioned him. What's wrong? Qin Chuan moved his face a little closer to her. Su Choo Choo wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. It's like someone is trying to snatch it from you. Qin Chuan's face was full of silly smile and happiness. Watching the two of them showing their affection as if no one was around, Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin looked at each other silently for a few seconds. I felt relieved but also a little bit unreal. In the blink of an eye, my son has really grown up. I used to worry that he was lazy and unruly all the time, and it would be difficult for him to find a girlfriend in the future. Now he has started a family. It was probably because Qin Chuan's marriage was too sudden. When other people's children get married, there is a dowry, a house, a meeting between the parents of both sides, a wedding, and a whole host of other things. As parents, they had no sense of involvement in Qin Chuan's marriage. After so much time has passed, they are still a little dazed when they see the scene. The meal was uneventful. Everyone put down their chopsticks and took a break. Just as Su Choo Choo stood up to clean up, Zhou Lanqi stopped her. Choo Choo, put it down. I can't let you wash the dishes. Let Xiaochuan clean up. Sit down and talk to Auntie. Su Choo Choo, it's okay, I'll do it. Qin Chuan. Family status, well, let's not talk about it. There's nothing to mention about it. Qin Chuan didn't wait for Zhou Lanqi to greet him, and hurriedly got up to clean up the dishes. Su Choo Choo was also busy helping to clean up. The two of them walked into the kitchen carrying empty bowls and plates. Qin Chuan turned on the faucet and started washing the dishes. Su Choo Choo stood aside and watched, saying with a smug look on her face, "You heard everything just now. Don't bully me, or I'll tell your mother and punish you. Come, let me feel you to see if you are full." Qin Chuan didn't respond. He stretched out his hand towards her belly and gestured with a smirk, thinking to himself, are the bullying you two talking about the same thing? You're acting like a hooligan, right? I'll ask your aunt to deal with you. Su Choo Choo threatened. You should change your tone. Why are you still calling me auntie? I haven't received the money for changing my statement yet. Su Choo Choo made up an excuse. Although she had spoken to Zhou Lanqi on the phone several times, this was only the second time they had met. It was inevitable that she would feel a little embarrassed to change her statement suddenly. Then I'll ask my mom to give you the money for changing your name later. It was all prepared last time, but you left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to give it to you. No, no, it's not enough for me to scream. Su Chuchu glared at him and said hurriedly, there is no such thing as a fee for changing one's words. Then go and call now. This is too much. Mom, Chuchu said to change, woo. Qinchuan suddenly turned around and shouted outside. Su Chuchu hurriedly covered his mouth with her hands and looked outside in panic. Fortunately, Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin had returned to the living room to watch TV and didn't hear it at all. You want to die. Su Chuchu gritted her teeth, released her little hand that was covering his mouth, and pinched him gently a few times. The two of them fooled around for a while, and finally finished washing the dishes. They also cleaned up the kitchen a little bit, and returned to the living room. Qin Xuan greeted Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin and said, Mom and Dad, let's go back to the room and rest for a while. Go ahead. After lunch break, let's go check out the neighborhood we've taken a fancy to. Okay. Qin Xuan responded and pulled Su Chuchu back to his room. As soon as you enter the room, you will see bright red sheets and summer quilts with floral patterns on the bed. My mom's aesthetic taste is really the same for decades. Qin Xuan pouted and complained, then turned to look at Su Chuchu, but it's quite festive, right? Su Chuchu pursed her lips, feeling a little complicated. Chapter 114, Kiss for only 1 minute. How about we go back tomorrow? We left in such a hurry last time, and I don't think it would be a good idea to do the same thing this time. Su Chuchu walked over and sat on the edge of the bed and discussed with Qin Xuan seriously. In that case, we'll have to stay in the same room tonight. Qin Xuan said in a fake tone, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Before dinner, Su Chuchu chatted with her mother in the kitchen. Although he didn't hear clearly what they talked about, it was basically within his expectation that his mother would let Su Chuchu stay at home. Tell me, have you been planning this for a long time? Su Chuchu snorted as she saw him suppressing his smug expression. I didn't ask you to tell my mother that we have been living together. You pervert. Su Chuchu glanced at him and said. Qin Chuan. Why don't you lie down and rest for a while I play some games? It's not good to lie down right after eating. I'll move around a bit first, Su Chuchu said as she stood up and walked around the room, saying, it's all your fault. I've gained weight recently. You can't tell at all. Qin Chuan turned on the air conditioner to 26 degrees, looking her up and down. She had a charming figure, with a curvy figure, and no sign of fat at all. That was when you were a kid. Su Chuchu ignored him and pointed at a photo frame on his desk and asked. The photo shows the Qin family of 4, and Qin Chuan looks to be about 5 or 6 years old. She looked pretty when she was a child, but now she has grown crooked and is getting uglier and uglier. Su Chuchu pouted and complained. Nonsense, as long as they weren't too ugly when they were little, they were all pretty cute. Qin Chuan stared in dissatisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Huh? How am I ugly now? My appearance is already over 80 points, okay? If he wanted to, he could completely fill it up, but he never dared to do so. His main concern was whether it would change too much if he really filled it up. If that happened, someone might say he had plastic surgery. It would be a disaster if even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Including the figure, it is now over 70 points. He looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed, and he has six-pack abs. If he continues to take the bodybuilding potion, he doesn't know if he will become a muscular man. He doesn't like it, and Su Chuchu probably won't like it either. So he feels that overall things are good now. It's just so-so, barely acceptable. He looked better when he was a child. Su Chuchu glanced at him and said. So? Qin Xuan held her in his arms, buried his head in her neck and sniffed a few times. She smelled so good. Stop making trouble, stop making trouble. It's not good if your parents hear it. Su Chuchu's fair neck turned red instantly and she begged for mercy. After making a fuss for a while, Qin Xuan leaned on the bed to play games, while Su Chuchu lay on her side with her head resting on his belly, reading gossip. It was midsummer and the sun was scorching outside. The air conditioner in the bedroom was set to around 20 degrees, and the curtains were drawn. It was very comfortable. I'll sleep on the bed tonight and you'll sleep on the floor. Su Chuchu suddenly said while browsing her phone. Why? Qin Xuan asked absent-mindedly. You're so lecherous. If a man is lustful towards only one woman, that is true love. Qin Chuan glanced at her, not knowing where this heresy came from. Who knows if you are so lustful towards other women? I suspect you're afraid you can't control yourself. Qin Chuan snorted. Su Chuchu groaned, impossible, try taking off all your clothes and see if I will take a second look. Qin Chuan. Why don't we try it first? I'll hold you in sleep for a while, and see if I will behave myself. Okay. Su Chuchu thought for a moment, then jumped up and snuggled into his arms. Whether a woman is willing to be deceived depends entirely on whether she likes the person who is deceiving her. For example, now, she knew that this guy had bad intentions, but she was still willing to be fooled by him. Wait until I finish this game. Qin Chuan said while operating the game. You straight guy. Su Chuchu muttered and pinched his stomach lightly. Games are more fun than sleeping with your wife in your arms? I don't know if it's because of his mastery of all instruments that made his hand speed faster, but he plays the game very smoothly and finishes a game very quickly with impressive results. A bunch of rookies. He muttered something and quit the game, put his phone aside, took Su Chuchu in his arms, turned over gently and pressed her under him. You said you wouldn't move. Su Chuchu warned with a pout. Qin Chuan kissed her on the lips. Does this count? Calculate. Then I'll move around. I shouted. What are you yelling for? Asking my mom to save you? Just kiss for 1 minute. Qin Chuan said. Keep your word, After an unknown amount of time, Su Chuchu pushed him away with a blush on her face. It's time. Okay. Qin Chuan turned over reluctantly and lay down obediently. Su Chuchu also turned over and lay on her side, resting her head on his chest. Just stay like this, don't move, remember to wake me up after you sleep for a while. Good. Qin Chuan held her in his arms. Her soft hands felt very good. As for how good they were, it was definitely much better than hugging a pillow. He felt inexplicably safe and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. After a while, Su Chuchu's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she opened her eyes a little and looked at his handsome face. This guy was quite honest and didn't take advantage of the opportunity. The little head pressed into his arms and soon fell asleep sweetly. After Qin Chuan woke up, he looked at the time and saw that it was already past 2 o'clock. He lowered his head and kissed Su Chuchu on the forehead. Wake up, get up. Su Chuchu opened her eyes dazedly, wiped her saliva subconsciously, smacked her lips, and asked in confusion, what time is it? Why are you still drooling? What did you dream about just now? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. Su Chuchu was stunned for a moment with her eyelids drooping. When she heard his words, her pretty face turned red. She raised her eyelids and glanced at him. I didn't dream about anything. Then why are you blushing? None of your business. Su Chuchu quickly sat up from the bed. Why was she drooling while sleeping? Just as I was about to get out of bed, there were a few soft knocks on the door, followed by Zhou Lanqi's voice. Xiaochuan, are you awake? We should get going. Wake up, I'll be right there. Qin Chuan rubbed Su Chuchu's messy hair and answered the door. After getting up and washing up, Qin Chuan didn't waste too much time and drove his family of 4 out of the house to the community where they were going to look at houses. During the conversation, Zhou Lanqi chattered on and on about the general situation of the community. She and Lao Qin were interested in a 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters. A house price of nearly 20,000 is considered high-end property in Kunming. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu listened absent-mindedly. They didn't come back often, and the house was actually bought for the old couple to live in. As long as they were satisfied, it was enough. If they are willing to go to Jinhai, there are so many rooms in Yushui Bay that they can live in, and it would be no problem to buy another house. However, if they were asked to live in Jinhai for a long time, they would probably not be willing to do so. At their age, they don't want to move. All their relatives and friends are here, and they would not be used to Jinhai where they are unfamiliar with the place. Chapter 115 The Story of $3,000. Fenglin Green City is one of the few high-end properties currently on sale in Kunming. After about half an hour's drive, the car slowly stopped at the open-air parking lot on the side of the sales office. A family of 4 pushed the door and got out of the car, walking straight towards the sales office. Before coming, Zhou Lanqi had already contacted the sales lady who had taken them to see the house. As soon as they arrived at the door of the sales office, a pretty girl in a dark blue uniform was already waiting for them. Auntie Zhou, Uncle Qin, you are here. The sales lady named Fan Wenyao saw them coming and greeted them with a smile on her face. Zhou Lanqi and his wife originally thought that the 1 million Qin Chuan brought back last time belonged to Su Chuchu. Since the woman had given them so much money, they thought that theirs shouldn't be too shabby. 1 million, almost all the family savings, were used to buy this house, so the couple was naturally very cautious and put a lot of effort into choosing the house. Finally, I chose this place, looked at it several times, often called to inquire about the details of the house, and troubled Fan Wenyao a lot. Xiao Fan, thank you for your hard work again. Zhou Lanqi said politely. It's not hard, not hard. Fan Wenyao waved her hands quickly. When she saw Qin Chuan next to her, her expression paused slightly, probably because he looked a little familiar. If Qin Chuan just looked familiar, then Su Chuchu, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses and fully armed, would be even more suspicious. However, as a salesperson with decent professionalism, he was secretly surprised but did not say anything. Zhou Lanqi knew that Su Chuchu had a special identity, so she didn't introduce her in detail. Auntie Zhou, do you want to go directly to see the house today, or should I introduce it to you first? Fan Wenyao asked. Let's go and see the house directly. While you're at it, you can introduce this place to my son and daughter-in-law. Zhou Lanqi said with a friendly smile. Okay, this way please. Fan Wenyao smiled professionally, made a gesture of invitation, and then led the four people directly into the community. Fenglin Green City is still several levels lower than Jinhai's Yushui Bay and does not have a dedicated tour bus for pickup. After walking into the community, Fan Wenyao led the four people towards the house that Zhou Lanqi had seen before, and introduced them to the supporting facilities of the community. A few minutes later, we walked into a model room. Fan Wenyao could naturally tell who was the protagonist today, so she focused on introducing them to Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu. This is the living room. This is the baby's room. This is the study. The room was not very big, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms of more than 120 square meters, and the introduction was completed quickly. Qin Chuan looked at Su Chuchu and asked, "What do you think?" "It's quite good, the layout is very reasonable." The two had already discussed it before coming back. It only mattered who Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin liked. The house they had carefully selected must be one they liked, and they were definitely extra cautious, so there shouldn't be any problems. I think it's good too. Qin Chuan nodded, pretending to be satisfied, then turned to Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin and said, "Why don't we decide on it today? We've seen it several times. If you two think it's okay, then let's book this place." Zhou Lanqi had no objection. "Then I'll take you to choose the floor and room number." Fan Wenyao was happy when she heard their conversation, and a big smile unconsciously broke out on her face. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "Let's go." On the way back to the sales office, Su Chuchu walked in front holding Zhou Lanqi's sleeve. Qin Chuan and Qin Yimin followed behind them, a few meters away. "Have you two discussed the name on the property title?" Qin Yimin suddenly asked Qin Chuan in a low voice. Since buying a house inevitably involves this issue. From the perspective of Qin Yimin and his wife, they are just ordinary citizens. Even though there is 20 million in the card now, a house worth 2 million is not a small amount of money. Of course, they also knew that this money was nothing to Su Chuchu, but they couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. "We're already married, there's no need to be so clear about what's hers and what's mine." Qin Chuan said seriously, "We're not planning on getting divorced, not now, and not in the future." After that, he said with a nonchalant smile, "You don't think we are good, do you?" Qin Yimin glared at him and ignored him. As parents, of course he hoped that they could always be harmonious and happy. They were in the honeymoon stage now, so it was normal for them to get excited. But the divorce rate is so high now, who can predict what will happen in the future? After returning to the sales office, Qin Yimin took the time to talk to Zhou Lanqi. Zhou Lanqi already liked this daughter-in-law very much, so she didn't hesitate anymore and nodded immediately. On the contrary, Su Chuchu was in a dilemma. She seemed a little awkward whether to accept it or not. After a stalemate for a while, she finally decided to register the house under the names of Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin first. Fan Wenyao brought coffee provided by the sales department to the few people, and also brought the purchase contract for Zhou Lanqi and Qin Yimin to review. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu sat nearby with nothing to do, so they took their coffee to the reception area and sat down to chat. "Xiao Fan, yesterday you." Just after the contract was signed, a young man in a suit and tie suddenly came over and said to Fan Wenyao. However, halfway through his words, he inadvertently glanced at Qin Chuan behind him. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan was looking over here, and their eyes met, and they were both slightly stunned. "Chuaner? What a coincidence! Are you here to buy a house?" The young man had a stiff smile and was the first to greet him. "It's quite a coincidence. Qin Chuan looked at him with a smile. The young man's real name was Song Chi. He used to be a high school classmate with whom he had a good relationship, but they had not been in touch for more than a year. The first salary Qin Chuan received after graduation was borrowed by this guy. At that time, Song Chi vowed to pay it back within 2 days, but he kept delaying it, and he was almost kicked out by the landlord because he could not pay the rent. After that, they contacted each other several times, but Song Chi never mentioned paying back the money. After that, we basically lost contact. We were still friends on WeChat, but we never talked to each other again. You go ahead and do your work, we'll talk later. Song Chi greeted Fan Wenya first and then sat down opposite Qin Chuan. He quickly looked at the two of them and said with a smile, houses in Fonglin Green City are not cheap. It seems that you are doing well now. Qin Chuan glanced at the work badge on his chest, sales manager. No wonder he looked so proud. He nodded his head to Su Chuchu beside him and said jokingly, no, I'm with a rich woman. I'm simply too lazy to pay attention to him. 3,000 yuan is indeed not even a drop in the bucket for him now, but at that time it was nearly a month's salary for him. I trusted this grandson so much that I lent him the money, but in the end, he made himself so miserable. Later, I simply never mentioned it again. In fact, if he hadn't seen him, the matter would have been over. But now that he saw him sitting in front of him in such a pretentious manner, Qin Chuan was furious. From Song Chi's words, we can tell that he usually doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment gossip on the internet and doesn't seem to understand his own situation. You are still talking nonsense like before. Song Chigan naturally didn't believe his nonsense. He laughed dryly and said, let's find some time to get together with a few classmates. It's been so many years since we graduated from high school, and we haven't had a formal class reunion. No problem. Qin Chuan took a sip of the coffee in front of him and changed the subject. The coffee in your sales office is good. Yes, imported coffee beans are freshly ground. Song Chi said with a smile. Really? Then this cup of coffee must cost about 3,000 yuan, right? You guys are spending a lot of money for your customers. Qin Chuan smacked his lips. Song Chi, not that exaggerated. This coffee cup looks good. It should cost at least 3,000 yuan, right? Qin Chuan tapped the wall of the coffee cup with his index finger and asked again. Song Chi's face changed and he was speechless for a while. I thought to myself, can we not talk about the $3,000 now? It's been so long, it's just 3,000 yuan, what's the big deal? Don't be ridiculous, it's not that expensive. No? Qin Chuan looked at him with a playful look and said with a smile, then the suit you are wearing must be worth no less than 3,000 yuan. Song Chi. Su Chuchu looked at Qin Chuan with a strange look in her eyes. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he suddenly get so hung up on the 3,000 yuan? Well, you guys sit down first. I have something to do over there. I'll treat you to dinner later. Song Chi finally couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and said perfunctorily. Okay, the standard cannot be lower than 3,000 yuan. Song Chi's face turned red and he turned away. He realized that Qin Chuan was deliberately trying to disgust him. Chapter 116 It's good not to wear. Why do you keep asking for $3,000? After Song Chi left dejectedly, Su Chuchu couldn't help but ask softly out of curiosity. Qin Chuan smiled and told her the general story. This kind of person is really hateful. Su Chuchu said, and then couldn't help laughing and said, but you are also mean enough. Damaged? Not bad. He doesn't care about the money, he just gets angry when he sees this grandson. I almost pointed it out directly just now, but that guy hasn't mentioned paying back the money yet, and it's obvious that he has no intention of paying it back at all. It was almost 5 o'clock when all the formalities were completed. After leaving the sales office and returning to the car, Qin Chuan started the car and asked for everyone's opinions. Why don't we just eat out tonight? You don't have to cook after being busy all afternoon. Buying a house is a happy event anyway, so let's have a good meal outside to celebrate. Zhou Lanqi nodded. Qin Yimin and Su Chuchu naturally had no objections, so Qin Chuan drove through several streets and found a nice restaurant. The four of us had a happy dinner together and it was already past 8 o'clock when we got home. Zhou Lanqi turned on the TV and sat in the living room to watch TV, while Qin Yimin went downstairs for a walk. Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu returned to the bedroom and sat on the bed to rest for a while. Su Chuchu suddenly remembered that she didn't bring pajamas this time. She had planned to go out and buy them in the afternoon, but she never had the time. What if I don't have pajamas with me? Why don't you wear mine for the night? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said with a smile, or wear my mother's. It's your choice, but I think it's fine not to wear it. You bastard, I'll kick you off the bed later. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes at him, then sighed and muttered, I still want to change my underwear. What should I do? I can't give you my mother's underwear. I guess there's no place to buy it at this time. Qin Chuan scratched his head and said, do you girls wear underwear when you sleep at night? Nonsense. Su Chuchu glared at him. So should I wear it or not? Qin Chuan didn't understand. It's so uncomfortable to sleep in your underwear. Qin Chuan blinked and said thoughtfully. Are you thinking about something dirty again? Su Chuchu felt that this guy had no good thoughts in his mind at the first sight. No, since you're not going to wear it, just wash it later and change into it tomorrow morning. Qin Chuan flatly denied. It won't dry. Blow dry with a hairdryer. Why don't you just make do with the pajamas? After solving the underwear problem, Qin Chuan stood up and walked to the closet, took out his shirt and shorts for her and handed them to her. Okay. Su Chuchu looked at it with a bit of disdain, hesitated for a moment, took it and pouted, then I'll go take a shower first. Go ahead. Qin Chuan watched her leave, his heart pounding, and he lay on the bed with his mind wandering. About 10 minutes later, Su Chuchu returned to the bedroom, wiping her hair. Perhaps due to the moisture, the little face was white with a hint of red. Her hair was half dried, and her misty eyes were a little shy. She was incredibly beautiful. The shorts are not visible under the loose shirt, and a pair of slender, white legs are exposed to the air. This is the so-called missing lower body. It is so tempting and makes one's blood boil. It's really beautiful. Qin Chuan looked at her infatuatedly, his heart beating fast. Go wash it. Su Chuchu came over and saw his lustful eyes, so she quickly climbed onto the bed and pulled the quilt over herself. Oh. Qin Chuan came back to his senses, picked up his clothes for changing and went out. Su Chuchu watched him go out, blinked a few times quickly, her heart was in turmoil, then she got out of bed again and turned on the hairdryer to dry her hair. Qin Chuan took a shower and changed his clothes. He took the clothes that the two had taken off to the balcony and threw them into the washing machine. He turned on the faucet and stood by in a daze. The scene just now was a bit exciting, and he had to calm himself down first. Although he has been in a relationship, he is still a virgin. Where was this temptation? I was excited but also nervous. Zhou Lanqi, who was watching TV in the living room, saw him standing there motionless like a wooden stake, so she stood up and walked over to take a look at him. Why are you so nervous, like a thief? Nothing. I'll wash the clothes, you don't have to worry about it. Go back to the room. Zhou Lanqi said. Qin Chuan said and walked towards the room hesitantly. When I returned to the room, I saw Su Chuchu's hair had been blow-dried. She was leaning against the head of the bed and looking at her phone. With the bright red sheets and quilt, it seemed like she was on her wedding night. Su Chuchu stared at the phone screen without looking away, as if she didn't see him at all. Qin Chuan walked over, pulled open the quilt and lay down, leaning against the head of the bed with her shoulder to shoulder. For a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. What are you looking at? After a moment of silence, he stretched his neck and looked at Shinsa's mobile phone screen, as if he saw a divination page. Are you telling fortunes? Well, let's calculate whether our birth dates are compatible. Su Chuchu just randomly opened a link in the group without even reading it. Then are our horoscopes compatible? Qin Chuan asked curiously. The zodiac signs are very compatible. It's pretty accurate. The zodiac signs are not compatible. It says that we might quarrel easily in the future. If we want to stay together for a lifetime, we need to work very hard. Su Chuchu said nonsense. It's the 21st century, and there are still people who believe in this stuff. It's all superstition. Qin Chuan paused and curled his lips disapprovingly. Su Chuchu. After a brief chat, the weird atmosphere finally eased. It's getting late, shall we go to bed? Su Chuchu said and put her phone on the bedside table, then got into the bed, covering herself tightly with only her little head showing, looking extremely cute. Then I'll turn off the lights. Click. The room was plunged into darkness. The faint light from the living room squeezed in through the crack in the door, and the outline of a person could barely be seen. Qin Chuan returned to the bed in the dark, lifted the quilt and crawled in. Chapter 117. A man must be able to withstand temptation. In the dark room, two people were lying flat on the bed. They were clearly being very intimate in front of others in broad daylight, but at this moment, inexplicably, no one took the next step. Breathing is short and heartbeat is racing. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan finally groped his way and held Su Chuchu's soft little hand in his. "You said at noon that you wouldn't move around," Su Chuchu said softly, rolling her eyes. "Holding hands doesn't count." After a few minutes, Su Chuchu turned over and rested her head on his chest. She could immediately feel his heart beating hard and gently tickled his stomach. "Your heart is beating so fast." "And you?" "Me? I'm normal." "I don't believe it." "Let me listen to your heartbeat too." Qin Chuan leaned to the side, put his head against her chest and listened very carefully. "Your heartbeat is so soft." "Go away, you rascal." Su Chuchu pushed his head away, and pushed others away as well, scolding him. Qin Chuan shamelessly held her in his arms, hooked his arms around her neck like a sloth, buried his head in her hair, greedily sniffing her hair fragrance. "Do you know that your current posture is very feminine?" "Mother?" "Mother. Just call her mother, I like it this way." Qin Chuan didn't care and hugged her tighter. "I want to give you a child." After a moment's silence, Su Chuchu whispered in his ear. "If you love him, then giving him a child is probably the greatest love a woman can express." "Okay, let's give birth now." Qin Chuan was shocked and said impatiently. "Not now." Su Chuchu chuckled and changed the subject. "Okay, we cannot have children for now." Qin Chuan could understand. Firstly, the two of them had not yet had enough of their own world, so it was too early to talk about this now. But there are still many things we can do. It's not safe. Qin Chuan was shocked. How could he have forgotten about that thing? He pretended to stand up and said, "I can go out and buy it now." "Where are we going to buy it this late?" Su Chuchu held him, turned around and kissed him on the mouth, saying, "Be good, go to sleep." "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, how could I not be able to resist temptation?" Qin Chuan said calmly. "Then why are you so hot? How about you solve it yourself?" "No need, I'm fine." "Really?" Su Chuchu looked at him with a smile. "Real." After a while, Qin Chuan got up and walked out dejectedly. "Forget it, I'd better go take another shower." Su Chuchu looked at his disheveled back and felt angry, amused and pity for him. Qin Chuan rushed to the bathroom and took a quick cold shower. When he walked out of the bathroom, Zhou Lanqi in the living room looked at him strangely. "I remember you just took a shower. Why are you taking another shower?" "It's too hot." Qin Chuan replied casually. He hurried back to the room and saw Su Chuchu sitting on the bed looking at her phone. "Sister Qin just informed me that she wants me to attend an awards ceremony the day after tomorrow." "What awards ceremony?" Qin Chuan asked as he got into bed. "Golden Melody Award, Most Promising Female Singer." Su Chuchu shrugged. "I know about the Golden Melody Awards, but it doesn't seem to have much authority." Although the Golden Melody Awards is not very authoritative, it still attracts many singers to participate every year. It can be said to be a gathering of stars and very lively, so the attention it receives is very high. As for the awards, basically everyone can win one, and it will cause some discussion, but it is not very important. Everyone's main focus is on the competition among various female stars. No wonder the prizes have been revealed before the opening ceremony. Of course, this only applies to the singer himself. The outside world is not clear about it, and most people think that the prize was drawn on the same day. So Qin Chuan felt that he could participate or not in this kind of award ceremony which had no authority, but he still respected her opinion. "Are you going to attend?" "The award has already been given out. It would be bad not to go. Besides, it is an honor after all," said Su Chuchu. "Okay, let's go." Qin Chuan nodded. "Do you need me to go with you?" "I used to see celebrities walking the red carpet at award ceremonies on TV, and I was quite curious." He naturally had no intention of walking the red carpet, he simply wanted to go and see the action in person. "No need. Sister Qin and I can just go there. We'll be back in a day." Su Chuchu shook her head, knowing that he didn't like to be in public or under the spotlight. "If I get caught by reporters, I guess these things are inevitable." "Then let's go back tomorrow." Qin Chuan lay down, turned sideways and put his arms around her. "It's getting late, let's go to bed." Su Chuchu put down her phone and leaned into his arms, blinking her eyes at him and said softly, "Good night." "Good night." I love you. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Daydream. I love you too. Baji. Baji. After pecked each other a few times, they finally closed their eyes. Perhaps the cold shower really worked. Qin Chuan finally calmed down and was no longer as unbearable as before. When Qin Chuan woke up in the morning, he found Su Chuchu clinging to him like a little octopus. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw her beautiful face, and his mood instantly became very good. He seldom stayed in bed, but only a fool would want to get out of bed when he was holding a soft, fragrant beauty in his arms. One kiss, one more kiss. Stop making trouble, let me sleep a little longer. Su Chuchu pouted, turned over lazily, and turned her back to him. Qin Chuan hugged her from behind, and his claws couldn't help but become restless. Su Chuchu was too lazy to pay attention to him and let him take advantage of her. It was not until his claws became more and more unscrupulous that she spoke softly, mumbling in a harmless voice. If you move again, I'll bite you. Qin Chuan chuckled and finally stopped with satisfaction. It was Su Chuchu's first time staying overnight at Qin's house and she felt embarrassed to stay in bed too long, so she took a nap and then got up. They brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. Zhou Lanqi had already prepared breakfast. Dad, Mom, we'll be back in the afternoon. After breakfast, Qin Chuan said. Okay, I know you're all busy, so just go and do your work. It's not far from home anyway, and you can come back anytime. Zhou Lanqi also said cheerfully, leave the decoration of the house to us. Auntie, I will come back to see you often. Su Chuchu said obediently. Okay, if Auntie is free, she will go to Jinhai to see you. Zhou Lanqi smiled happily and said, by the way, Chuchu, come with me to the house. Su Chuchu said oh, got up and went back to the room with her. Zhou Lanqi took out a red envelope from the drawer and stuffed it into her hand. I've prepared it for you a long time ago. Take it. Thank you, Auntie. Su Chuchu accepted it generously. You've already received the red envelope, but you still call me Auntie? Mom. Su Chuchu thought for a moment and called out sweetly. Chapter 118 You are now a married woman. Originally, this procedure was to be carried out during the wedding, but Zhou Lanqi obviously couldn't wait any longer. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, it would be a bonus to call her mom more often. The two came out of the room. Su Chuchu glanced at Qin Chuan with a strange expression and slipped back to the bedroom, while Zhou Lanqi staggered back to the restaurant with a relieved smile on her face. Qin Chuan looked at this scene in confusion, always feeling that the two seemed to be plotting something. Mom, are you two planning to plot against me? Zhou Lanqi came over and just sat down. Qin Chuan looked at her warily and joked. You bastard. Zhou Lanqi cursed and raised her hand as if to hit him. Qin Chuan chuckled, quickly got up and walked towards the bedroom. Su Chuchu was sitting on the computer chair with her legs crossed. When she saw him come in, she waved the big red envelope in her hand at him as if to show off. Qin Chuan finally understood what was going on. He walked over to her and said, Come, let me see how much money Mom gave you for changing your name. Su Chuchu opened the red envelope and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Wow, 1 in a million, Mom really spent a lot of money. Qin Chuan said as he stretched out his hand as if to grab the money, Come on, divide the loot. Su Chuchu quickly held the money in front of her chest and said confidently, This is for me. This is nothing to her, but it represents the Qin family's recognition of her. Divide the spoils? Impossible. Little money grubber. Qin Chuan took his hand back and grinned, then change your words from now on, right? Su Chuchu pursed her lips and ignored him, putting the money back into the red envelope, obviously agreeing. TSK, even a big star can't withstand the corruption of capital. The world is really going downhill. Qin Chuan shook his head and sighed. I'm happy to. Su Chuchu glanced at him, You should first think about how to make my parents willing to corrupt you. You will attend the award ceremony tomorrow and will not be back until the day after tomorrow, so I have to postpone my visit to your house. Qin Chuan said with a smile. It's a good idea to give you 2 more days to buffer your time. I'm ready for this. After a short rest after lunch, Qin Chuan drove back to Jinhai and first sent Su Chuchu back to Lijinghuoding. Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei were also there. Sister Qin, what time is your flight? Su Chuchu's itinerary was arranged by Chao Qin, and Qin Chuan didn't worry about these trivial matters. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. Time is still quite tight. It will probably be midnight when we arrive at the hotel prepared by the organizer. We will only have a few hours to rest. I have an appointment with someone to choose a dress in the morning. Chao Qin replied. Then I'll come and pick you up later. Qin Xuan nodded and turned to Su Chuchu and said. He hasn't been in the company for 2 days, and there are some things that require his personal approval, so he has to go back to the company. If you're busy, we can go by ourselves. Su Chuchu said. Nothing to do. Qin Xuan smiled and said, I remember the award ceremony should be broadcast live, right? Then I'll be waiting for you to make your grand appearance tomorrow. Also, let me see the dress you've chosen first. Qin Xuan specifically reminded that every time there is such an award ceremony, it becomes an occasion for female stars to compete with each other for beauty, and each of them is eager to show off their good figures for the general public to appreciate. Men, as a rule, hope that other women wear as little as possible, and of course their own wives wear as tightly as possible, because they would feel they are being taken advantage of if others take even a second look at them. Why? Su Chuchu looked at him with blinked eyes playfully and asked deliberately. What do you think? You are a married woman now, don't you understand that you can't dress too wildly? I want it, it's none of your business. Then I will hide you. You dare. Chao Qin looked at the two flirting with each other and rubbed her forehead in silence, thinking to herself, you should just move out. It doesn't matter whether you have children or not. Qin Xuan left Li Jinghuoding and returned to Xingha Music. Guodong could make decisions on some miscellaneous matters in the company on his own, but some things still needed him to handle personally. For example, the shooting plan and budget for the MV Superstar by the Long Legs Band. Not long after arriving at the office, Guodong brought the plan over. Qin Xuan took a rough look at it. He didn't quite understand it and could only get a general idea. Trust the people you employ. Since Guodong has checked and found no problems, he has no objections. However, he soon discovered that the name of the MV director was Guodong himself, so he looked up at him with strange eyes. You directed it yourself? Actually, I'm a director. I graduated from the directing department of Jinhai Film Academy. Guodong scratched his hair a little embarrassedly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I can definitely make a music video. Please tell us your story. Qin Xuan leaned back in his chair and said with interest. A director becomes a scout, this Lao Gui is really a hidden talent. Well, let's talk about it when we have a chance. Guodong waved his hands, seeming to find it difficult to speak. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Everything else is just a small matter. The key is to make sure you take a good picture. Qin Xuan smiled and didn't force him. Just leave it to me. Guodong assured, patting his chest. How long will it take to shoot? If everything goes well, it will only take 2 or 3 days. Then I'll wait and see the finished product. Qin Xuan said seriously, by the way, my wife and Wenxing's new songs will be released tomorrow, right? It's all been arranged. Then there's nothing else to do, go and get busy. Qin Xuan nodded. The most promising female singer. After Lao Guo left, Qin Xuan leaned back in his chair and secretly thought about the award given to Su Chuchu by the Golden Melody Awards. Although the Golden Melody Awards were not very authoritative, this award was quite appropriate for Su Chuchu. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and Wensheng walked in. Is there something wrong? Qin Xuan looked up at her and asked indifferently. Although I had no intention of making a fuss with this girl, I still had a bad impression of her. I'm here to thank Mr. Qin and Sister Susu. Wenxing seemed a little reserved and hesitant. After the number 1 female star dispute incident, she had been worried that her new song might be cancelled or even shelved. Later, she found that not only did none of these happen, but the company's publicity and promotional resources for her were also carried out as before, which made her incredible and grateful at the same time. Is that all? Qin Xuan said with a faint smile. That's all right, go do whatever you need to do. Wensheng was stunned for a moment, nodded, said oh, and walked out. Afterwards, Qin Xuan dealt with some chores and then had some free time. He suddenly thought of the world-famous song Flight of the Bumblebee that he remembered when he was at Liang Songhing's house that day. It happened that he had nothing to do now, so he wrote down the score and took time to practice it later. In the future, he could play the 4-hand duet with Su Chuchu, which would have a bit of the flavor of harmonious music, which would be great. With this in mind, he opened the system and purchased a dose of memory potion. The scene of a certain year's spring festival gala quickly appeared in my mind, and I picked up a pen and paper to start writing the score. The song Flight of the Bumblebee is indeed one of the fastest piano pieces in the world. Even if you listen carefully, it is easy to accidentally miss one or two notes. It took a lot of effort to write the entire score. He stretched himself, raised his wrist to see that the time was almost up, put the music score away, put it in his pocket, and left the company. After having a simple dinner together at Lijinghuading, he drove Su Chu, Chao Qin, and the others to the airport. Chapter 119, Expired Singer. Forest Party Music Bar. Liang Anlu was wearing a blue business suit and sitting alone in a booth, drinking by herself. She raised her wrist to check the time from time to time, seemingly waiting for someone. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a wrinkled gray suit, with a circle of stubble around his mouth, and looking a little unkempt, hurried over. The man sat down next to her and said apologetically, "We're late. There was a traffic jam on the road. I thought you were being a big shot in front of me. You took the initiative to ask me out, so is it inappropriate for you to be half an hour late?" Liang Anlu snorted and blamed me. The man's name is Hu Ji, and he is her old friend for many years. More than a decade ago, he was a well-known singer who was popular all over the country. As time goes by, he has been gradually abandoned by the times and is now an out-of-date singer that few people may recognize when he walks on the street. You're playing big shot. I'm a middle-aged singer who's out of fashion. I don't even have any cards in my hand. I can't even play small cards, but I'm playing big shot. Hu Ji said self-deprecatingly, and grabbed the bottle on the bar and gulped down a glass. He gestured to Liang Anlu, "One drink for yourself." After saying that, he tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Liang Anlu curled her lips and didn't bother with him anymore. She asked, "Aren't you participating in legendary singing recently? How come you have time to come out and have a drink with me?" Legendary Voices is a very popular singing competition program recently, and most of the invited guests are out-of-date singers like Hu Ji. Having a program like this is undoubtedly a good opportunity for singers like Hu Ji to make a comeback. However, after 2 or 3 episodes, the popularity of other singers competing with him has more or less improved, but he has completely become a runner-up. He hasn't even made any splash and is very depressed. "You should have watched the show. What do you think is my problem? I just can't figure it out. I've been singing for so many years, and I don't think there's anything wrong with my singing skills. I've never made any mistakes before, and I haven't even had any scandals. Why don't the audience like me?" In front of his old friend, Hu Ji did not hide anything and directly expressed his troubles. This was a chance for him to turn things around, and no one wanted to miss it, but he always felt powerless and helpless, which was why he went to Liang Anlu to drink with him to relieve his boredom. "Your singing technique is too old-fashioned. Young audiences don't like your singing style, but they are the mainstream voice in the current music market. So, you understand what I mean." Liang Anlu took a sip of wine and said bluntly. "What else?" Hu Ji asked. "But you always choose new songs to please young audiences, which makes them seem inappropriate and even more unpleasant." Liang Anlu continued to analyze. "I've been singing for nearly 20 years, and my singing style can't be changed in a short time." Hu Ji sighed softly. "Plus, your personality is not likable. Legendary Voice is actually a reality show. You acted too nervous, dull, and uninteresting in the show, like an insignificant person, so the current situation is reasonable." Liang Anlu said again. "It turns out I have so many problems." Hu Ji smiled bitterly and sighed. Indeed, it has been many years since he last stepped onto such a big stage. He was walking on thin ice every second in front of the camera, hoping to leave a perfect image to the audience. He spoke and acted in a methodical manner, which made him look unremarkable. "I should have talked to you earlier. According to the current number of votes, I will be eliminated in the next round." Hu Ji took a sip of wine and said with a bitter face, "If you miss this opportunity, the next one may be a long way off." After a short silence, Liang Anlu asked with regret, "What song are you going to sing in the last episode?" "I have selected a few songs but haven't decided yet." Liang Anlu nodded and said After a slight pause, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She picked up her phone, turned on the music player and found Qin Chuan's song "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." She turned down the volume of the phone and handed it to him. "Listen to this song." Hu Ji took it and took a look. It's a new song. The singer's name is unfamiliar. He clicked play, the prelude sounded, and he put the phone to his ear and listened carefully. After more than 10 seconds, his eyes flashed with surprise and he raised his gaze to look at Liang Anlu. "Not bad. Liang Anlu said nothing and let him continue listening. Nearly another minute passed. Hu Ji's brows were knitted into a knot. Although there was a little noise around him, he was still immersed in the song on his phone. It's indeed a rare and good song. It's been a long time since I've had a song that I can fully listen to. The song ended in just a few minutes. He praised it highly and said, "I will sing this song in the next episode." After saying that, he looked at the songwriter and singer of the song and immediately found out that they were the same person. At the same time, he also realized a problem and that he needed authorization. "I just don't know how to contact this singer as soon as possible. Time is running out and I'm afraid of delays. I can ask for you, but I'm not sure if they are willing to authorize it." Liang Anlu chuckled. Qin Xuan himself has no intention of becoming a singer, so it shouldn't be a problem for others to cover his songs, right? She thought to herself. Do you know this singer? Very familiar. Okay, then please help me contact him as soon as possible. Hu Ji said impatiently. Qin Xuan sent Su Chuchu, Chao Qin, and the others to the airport and then went home. As soon as he finished taking a shower and returned to the bedroom, he received a call from Liang Anlu. After a brief greeting, Liang Anlu quickly told him that Hu Ji wanted to obtain the authorization for the brightest star in the night sky. Hu Ji was my old Qin's idol when he was young. Qin Xuan said with a smile while wiping his hair, "No problem, I can authorize you." He really has no plans to become a singer, so he doesn't want to waste resources on promoting the song after releasing it, but he is not opposed to others wanting to cover the song. Okay, that's settled then. After ending the call, Qin Xuan lay on the bed, turned on his mobile phone and prepared to order a piano online. Now the piano in Lijing Huading is also Chang Jingluan's private property. Su Chuchu will be moving in soon, so a piano is definitely necessary. Chapter 120, Stingy Man. The next day, Qin Xuan went to launching entertainment after breakfast. I told Liang Anlu last night that I would sign the authorization form today, and from the way she spoke it seemed quite urgent. Qin Xuan knocked on the door and walked into Liang Anlu's office, greeting her with a smile. I haven't seen you for a few days. Sister Lu looks beautiful again. Whenever you see Liang Anlu, she is always so energetic, as if she has endless energy. Coupled with her extraordinary looks, it is easy for people to want to conquer such a woman. I wonder which bastard will get the chance in the future, he thought to himself. It's rare to hear such words from you, but your flattery is too deliberate. Liang Anlu smiled slightly. This guy has always called her Mr. Liang in a serious manner. Suddenly changing the name made her feel that he had no good intentions. In fact, I know exactly what he is up to. He just wants me to work for him. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Qin Xuan said with a smile. The points rewarded by the system can provide him with various skills, but they cannot buy social experience and management experience. He never gave up asking Liang Anlu to help manage Galaxy Music. Let's sit down and talk. Liang Anlu didn't respond. She stood up and walked out, pointing to the reception area on the side. The two sat down and the assistant quickly brought 2 cups of coffee. How's Xinghe doing? Liang Anlu asked as she stirred her coffee. It's basically stable. Qin Xuan said with a smile, Old Gui is quite capable. After Galaxy changed its owner, apart from the resignation of some management, other changes were not significant and did not cause much shock. After all, we are all working, and it doesn't matter if we change places. Working for anyone is not working. That's good. Liang Anlu nodded slightly, and then talked about business. Your song is very good, but you are still a newcomer in the circle, so the licensing fee is not too high. I don't know much about this. Just think it's about right. Qin Xuan said readily. The licensing fee for a cover song is actually not that much, and he doesn't expect to make any money from it. Liang Anlu had already explained last night that Hu Ji was her friend. Of course, what she just said was true. Although Qin Xuan has written several songs, he has only released this one. A musician who is not famous is indeed worthless. The two of them quickly agreed on a price. Qin Xuan signed the authorization letter and then brought up the old matter again. What have you thought about? When do you plan to come and help me? Give me some more time to think about it. Liang Anlu still didn't give in. No problem. Qin Xuan did not force it. At least now everything in Xinghe was proceeding step by step. The overall situation was relatively stable and there was no need to rush. As soon as he finished speaking, WeChat suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Su Chuchu. Aren't you going to help me choose a dress? Let me try on a few for you to see. Shin Chuan smiled, looked up and said to Liang Anlu, my wife is going to participate in the Golden Voice Awards, I will help her pick out a dress first. Liang Anlu rolled her eyes secretly, okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Shin Chuan just returned to his office and replied to Su Chuchu, okay, send me the video. Not long after, Su Chuchu sent a video call and he pressed the answer button. The background of the video is a dressing room. Su Chuchu wore a red suspender dress. The material of the suspenders was very thin, and it was difficult to see without careful observation. Her breasts were half exposed, and the sides of her waist were completely hollowed out, revealing her fair and slender waist. She looked sexy, charming, and enchanting. If you dare to go out dressed like this, you'll come back with broken legs. Shin Chuan said in a joking tone. This dress is definitely worth appreciating if he wears it alone at home, but it's better not to wear it out to show outsiders. I think it looks pretty. Su Chuchu teased him with a mischievous smile on her face. I don't think it looks good. Okay, then I'll go change into another one for you to see. Su Chuchu pouted, turned around and handed the phone to Yang Xiaowei next to her, took another dress from her and went to change clothes aside. A few minutes later, Su Chuchu changed into a mint green gauze dress, half revealing her shoulders. Combined with her fair skin, she looked ethereal and very beautiful. She turned half a circle to show it off and asked, what about this one? Anything else? Isn't that possible? I'll look at the others. Well, you're really hard to please. Otherwise, I might as well just wear a high school uniform. Su Chuchu pouted. Shin Chuan pinched his chin and said with a smile, this is a good idea. My wife is naturally beautiful. She will definitely outshine all the other beauties at the awards ceremony in her school uniform. Then I'll become a joke. Su Chuchu refused to listen to his nonsense. Then she changed into a black velvet dress. Compared with the previous two dresses, this one can be described as conservative. The arms and legs are all wrapped tightly, leaving only the superior swan neck. It is not a slim-fitting dress style, and even the waistline is not very clear, but the dignified temperament is enough. The jewels embellishing the neckline add a sense of luxury to the dress, and the snowflake-shaped design is not too exaggerated, giving it a high-end feel. What about this one? Not bad, not bad. This is not a human being, it's a fairy. Shin Chuan finally nodded to show his satisfaction. Oh, man. Su Chuchu didn't buy it at all. She knew what he was thinking. Then let's go with this one. Well, what else do you do after picking out your dress? I still have to take pictures. My fans are waiting for my beautiful photos. Oh, what time is the live broadcast? Be at the venue at 5 p.m., red carpet ceremony at 7 p.m., awards ceremony at 8:30 p.m. Shin Chuan said, by the way, your new song will be online at 12 o'clock tonight. Are you nervous? There's nothing to be nervous about. Su Chuchu shook her head, I'm very confident. Give me a kiss. Mum. Su Chuchu pouted at the camera, then I'll be busy now. I'll contact you later. Shin Chuan hung up the video call reluctantly and smiled foolishly at the phone screen. After staying in lunching for a while, I returned to Xinghe to take care of some chores. It was almost the delivery time agreed with the piano store, so I left the company and went home. The piano store was also quite reliable. Not long after he returned home, the piano was delivered on time and the store also helped move the piano to a specially reserved piano room on the second floor. It was still early before the live broadcast of the awards ceremony, and he was bored, so he took out the score of Flight of the Bumblebee and started practicing. This song Flight of the Bumblebee is indeed very difficult, but with his current playing ability, he quickly became familiar with it after practicing it several times. During this period, Su Chuchu would send him a WeChat message every once in a while to report her itinerary. We are in a restaurant now. We may not have dinner tonight. We should eat more at noon. The steak here is pretty good. Let's eat together next time. I have to go back to the hotel now. I'm so sleepy. I still have 2 hours to rest. I'm in the car on the way to the venue now. Can you take a look at my makeup today? Putting aside her identity as a female celebrity, Su Chuchu, like most women, wants to share every bit of herself, even every second, with her lover. Chapter 121 Joining Forces Against. Previous Golden Melody Awards did not have a jury, and the awards were presented symbolically through questionnaires. In order to improve the outside world's perception that the award lacks authority, a jury was established this year for the first time. The judges invited are all prestigious musicians in the music industry, senior singers who are well known to the public, or very representative people in the music industry, or outstanding practitioners in the industry who are familiar with the development and direction of the music industry. However, since this is the first time that the jury was invited, it was rather hasty and was mainly symbolic. The main purpose of having these judges attend the awards ceremony is to stand on the stage for the Golden Melody Awards, at least to give the outside world an impression that the Golden Melody Awards still has a certain authority. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in a luxurious reception room at Xingyang City Gymnasium, where the Golden Melody Awards were held, all the judges gathered together. The most eye-catching one among them was a beautiful woman in her 30s, with delicate makeup and wearing a black gauze dress. She appeared among the crowd and stood out from the crowd. It is the Queen-level singer Song Shin-mei. He shot to fame 10 years ago with the song The One Who Has Been Loved, and his music career has been smooth sailing since then. Over the past decade, she has won numerous awards and released an album almost every 2 years. Her dozens of popular songs have long been at the top of KTV song lists. Now at the age of 32, she is already a recognized queen of the music world. With her current status, she no longer needs to prove herself through such an award ceremony. What's more, it is a Golden Melody Award which has no authority. At this moment, she was surrounded by several other members like a moon surrounded by stars, and no one knew what they were talking about. Shin-mei, long time no see, how are you doing recently? At this time, a gentle middle-aged man came over and said hello. Teacher Liang, when did you arrive? Song Shin-mei looked at the newcomer with surprise on her face. I just arrived. Seeing that you were busy, I said hello to some friends first. Liang Huanchua smiled in response. As a senior musician in the circle, he happened to be invited to serve as one of the judges of the Golden Melody Awards. The song The One Who Was Loved that made Song Shin-mei famous was written by him. He not only wrote the lyrics and music, but was also the producer of this song. In other words, it was he who made Song Shin-mei successful. Of course, Song Shin-mei also made him successful. That one song is enough to keep him active in the music scene today. Although we haven't had much contact with each other over the years, the friendship is always there. I heard that your new album is going to be released soon this year. I wish you good results in advance. Liang Huanchua continued. Given Song Shin-mei's current fan base and appeal, her new album is naturally highly anticipated. There is no doubt that it dominates the charts. If there are people who can compete with her, it is probably only a few superstars and top idol singers in the circle. However, as far as he knows, there seems to be no other big names releasing new songs recently except Song Shin-mei and a first-line male singer. As for Su Chuchu, in his eyes, she could not be compared with Song Shin-mei at all. It will be released at midnight tonight. Teacher Liang, please give me your guidance then. Song Shin-mei said modestly. After so many years, you haven't changed at all, and you are still as humble as before. I still remember the first time I saw you in the recording studio. At that time, you were just a young girl who had just come to Jinhai from Shaoxing to work hard. Time flies so fast. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now you have become a household name in the music industry. It's great. Liang Huanchua said with some emotion. I feel a little embarrassed when Teacher Liang said that. Song Shin-mei said with a smile. After a brief reminisce, the relationship between the two quickly became warmer. Not long after, the convener of the jury, Lu Huai, a senior veteran in the industry invited by the organizer, walked in with an assistant. After some more greetings, everyone took their seats. By the way, this is the list of winners for tonight. Let's take a look first. Lu Huai signaled to the assistant beside him to distribute a copy of the list of winners to everyone for review. Since this was the first time that the judges were invited, everyone only received the invitation letters a few days ago. It can be said that it was very temporary. However, the list of winners had been finalized long before that. Now let them take a look, and everyone will understand it tacitly, and it is actually just going through the process. The singer himself has been notified to come and receive the award. Basically, no one will raise any objections at this stage. If the news gets out, it will offend people. We are all in this circle, and we may encounter such objections at any time. There is no need to do so. However, there are exceptions to everything. Just when everyone was following the process casually, a discordant noise suddenly came out. Does everyone have any objection to Su Chuchu being the most promising female singer? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Liang Huanchua who was speaking. Not long ago, his Weibo post criticizing Su Chu Chu became the top trending search topic, and everyone more or less has some impression of it. Now that he asked this suddenly, his meaning couldn't be clearer. First of all, let me make it clear that my grudge with Su Chu Chu is a personal one, and I will not bring personal grudges into work. Liang Huanchua said righteously, looking like a gentleman, but since the Golden Melody Awards intends to convince the public, isn't it too casual to give this award like this? I have been in the industry for more than 20 years. From the perspective of a professional musician, she does not deserve this award. I suggest that Su Chu Chu be removed from the list of the most promising female singer. What do you think? After saying this, he looked around at everyone present. Everyone looked at each other, and no one responded for the time being. As the convener of this meeting, Lu Huai was also quite embarrassed. He lowered his head in thought, as if waiting for other people's opinions. Teacher Liang, everyone has been notified. The award ceremony will start in 2 hours. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to cancel it at the last minute? After a moment's silence, someone finally spoke up. It is a blasphemy to art that an artist like Su Chu Chu, who has no artistic ethics, can still gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. The entire industry should ban her. The entire music industry is in chaos now, and it is because of artists like this that the atmosphere is corrupted. It may be a good thing for us to take this opportunity to warn her. Liang Huanchua said righteously, then turned his head and looked at Song Xinmei expectantly for advice. Xinmei, what do you think? The meaning is very clear. He hopes Song Xinmei will stand on his side. Teacher Liang is a senior veteran in the music industry. His suggestions are also for the development of the music industry. I agree with his proposal. Song Xinmei said after a moment of hesitation. From her point of view, Su Chu Chu has nothing in common with her, and she actually doesn't want to get involved in this mess. But Liang Huanchua had been very kind to her, so it was understandable that she should give him some face at this time. With her current status, even if the news got out, it wouldn't be a big deal to offend a newcomer who has only debuted for 3 years. I agree. Then give the award to someone else. I agree. Since Liang Huanchua and Song Xinmei said so, since we are all in the same circle, we should at least give them some face in front of them. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's change the award winner. I will be responsible for communicating with the organizer. Seeing that everyone overwhelmingly agreed to this suggestion, Lu Huai didn't want to go against everyone's wishes. If an award is suddenly changed, all changes will have to be made to the host, award ceremony process, etc. Chapter 122, Don't you see who picked the clothes? Sister Qin, what time is our flight back to Jinhai tonight? Su Chu Chu asked Chao Qin in the car on the way to the award ceremony. The award ceremony will end at nearly 11 o'clock. I think I will miss the flight. Let's rest in the hotel for one night and go back tomorrow morning. Chao Qin said. Okay. Su Chu Chu pursed her lips and said a little disappointedly. Chao Qin looked at her helplessly, not knowing why she was so disappointed. Even if she could go back to Jinhai tonight, it would probably be 2 or 3 in the morning. It would be hard to imagine she could even go on a date or something. Soon, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the venue. Su Chu Chu got out of the car holding up her skirt and walked into the waiting area under the guidance of a guide. In the huge waiting area, there were already many singers and artists dressed in various gorgeous dresses, walking around and greeting people, or sitting in groups of 3 or 4 chatting. Because there is no time for dinner in the evening. Staff members walked around providing snacks and drinks. Among the artists who had already arrived, there were many who Su Chu Chu had met before at work, but most of them were just acquaintances. After greeting each other, they didn't talk much and went about their own business. Su Chu Chu found an empty seat and sat down. Because there were cameras everywhere, she always maintained an elegant and sweet image. Occasionally, reporters came to interview her and she would respond with a smile and take the opportunity to promote her new song that would be released tonight. Susu, long time no see. A young woman wearing a royal blue dress, with her hair tied up high, and dressed very elegantly came over to say hello. Long time no see, what have you been busy with lately? Su Chu Chu looked up at her. It was Yun Shasha, who had participated in the competition with her and won the runner-up. After the game, the two rarely had any contact again. When they occasionally met at some activities, they would just say hello. However, after all, the two debuted together as the champion and runner-up, so it is inevitable that people often compare them to see who has developed better. During the competition, the two groups of fans were simply incompatible, and Yun Shasha was also holding back a lot of anger in her heart. She never thought that she was worse than Su Chu Chu. The reason why Su Chu Chu won the championship was simply because of her face. Although Yun Shasha's appearance is quite outstanding, she pales in comparison with Su Chu Chu. That is why Su Chu Chu has been able to maintain such high popularity. Jealousy aside, the two of them had always been very friendly, at least on the surface. Yun Shasha has actually developed quite well in the past 2 years, especially this year, when she released a single that was both of good quality and popular. What else can I be busy with? It's nothing more than singing and running activities. Yun Shasha sat down beside her and said with a gentle smile, I'm not as lucky as you. I found a rich husband and can be a full-time wife at home and enjoy a peaceful life in the future. The news of Qin Xuan's acquisition of Xinghe made quite a splash a few days ago, so it was no surprise that she knew about it. Of course, even if Qin Xuan was not there, Su Chu Chu's rumored fiancé Zhang Shu was also worth over 10 billion. I don't plan to be a full-time housewife. Su Chu Chu was slightly stunned, and she could clearly hear a hint of sourness in her words. She is not sure whether the Qin family is a wealthy family. Some things do not need to be told to outsiders. Let others see it however they want. It is your own life to live. She feels very happy now. By the way, I heard that this year's Golden Melody Award was given to you for the most promising female singer. Congratulations. Seeing that she seemed unwilling to talk more, Yun Shasha took the initiative to change the subject. The Golden Melody Awards are all decided in advance, and those in the industry are naturally well aware of this. Generally speaking, everyone is very secretive about it and will not ask what awards other people have won. However, there has always been a rivalry between her and Su Chu Chu, and now that they are attending the awards ceremony at the same time, it is inevitable that they will be compared again. So she inquired in advance about the award Su Chu Chu had won. Thank you, Su Chu Chu said with a calm smile. She knew in her heart that Yun Shasha still had a grudge against her, but she never took it seriously. They were rivals back then, and the competition had ended 3 years ago, so at least for her, it was over long ago. Yun Shasha smiled playfully, stood up and said, then I'll go say hello to the others. Su Chu Chu is only the most promising female singer tonight, but she won the Best Female Singer award for her single this year, so her weight is naturally greater than Su Chu Chu's. Although the Golden Melody Awards are not authoritative enough, at least I finally beat Su Chu Chu this time. She didn't say it, but she was very happy in her heart. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the red carpet ceremony officially began and was broadcast live simultaneously on the internet and TV stations. Qin Xuan had just finished dinner. He cut some fruit and sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, playing games while leisurely waiting for Su Chu Chu to make her debut. Under the bright and dazzling lights, male and female singers dressed gorgeously and solemnly walked across the red carpet one after another, waving to the cameras on the side. Actually, there is nothing good to see. If it weren't for Su Chu Chu, he wouldn't bother wasting time on this. The internet is now bustling with activity. Fans from all over the world are working hard to support their idols and increase their stats. Before long, several pieces of news about the Golden Melody Awards had become trending searches. Hashtag Zhu Yishuan walks with the wind hashtag. Hashtag Sun Guang is a rich and noble son hashtag. Hashtag Chengni and Yang Yenning's interaction is so cute hashtag. And so on, you sing and I'll come on stage. Of course, most of the people who can make it to the hot searches are top-tier artists. Qin Xuan had never been a fan of a star, so he didn't quite understand the feelings of fans. It wasn't until Su Chu Chu appeared that he put down his phone and paid attention. Su Chu Chu was wearing the very conservative dress that he had helped her choose. But her figure and looks are there, and it seems that she can handle any style. It is precisely because of her style that is completely different from other female singers that she quickly became a hot search. Hashtag Su Chu Chu's beautiful castle princess look hashtag. Below the entry are the retouched photos and the raw photos sent back by the audience. She is so beautiful. Every move she makes is so elegant. I love her. She is so charming. She looks so good in the raw photos. Su Su, the eternal goddess. She looks so good in the raw photos. She seems to be more gentle and calm than before. She has a perfect temperament. She doesn't need to show off. She is still the most beautiful among all the girls. Su Chu Chu's red carpet appearance lasted only about a minute, and it was over in the blink of an eye. Qin Xuan was browsing Weibo and flipping through the comments below, which were full of rave reviews. He picked up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and put it in his mouth, muttering, "Don't you see who picked out the clothes?" Chapter 123 Awards Ceremony. The red carpet ceremony is over. On the gorgeous stage, a small choir sang an old song to kick off the award ceremony. After the choir finished singing, accompanied by a voice of "Please welcome the host Jung-do," in an instant, light and shadow intertwined, a high-pitched music sounded, and the host, dressed in a suit and tie, with an elegant demeanor, trotted onto the stage. After an emotional and humorous opening speech, the award ceremony finally got to the point. Now, please invite the award presenters, the famous music producers Han-jo and Tong Jingbai, to present the awards to the finalists of this year's Golden Melody Awards. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen behind him opened, and a middle-aged man and woman walked out with smiles on their faces. They stood in front of the microphone stand, joked with each other for a few words, and quickly got to the point. The nominees for the Best Composition Award at this year's Golden Melody Awards are, please look at the big screen. Han-jo spread his hands and gestured towards the screen behind him. Several shortlisted composers soon appeared on the screen, with detailed introductions given one by one. After a short pause, Tong Jingbai picked up the card and announced, the final winner of this year's Golden Melody Awards Best Composition Award is by Lee Jun. There was thunderous applause. A young composer named by Lee Jun stood up from the audience, simply waved his hand to express his gratitude, walked onto the stage to receive the award, and gave his speech. The next award was for Best Lyricist, which was ultimately won by a senior lyricist. It is impossible for an award ceremony to just be about awarding awards, as that would be too boring. Naturally, there will also be performances by many guests. For general audiences, the Golden Melody Awards themselves are not authoritative, and everyone just watches for fun. Awards like Best Composition and Lyrics Awards actually receive very little attention. Even though these two items are very important for whether a song can become popular, after all, they are behind-the-scenes workers, so people don't care much about them. The most eye-catching thing is the star standing on the stage. As time went by, several behind-the-scenes awards were announced. Now, please welcome the award presenter, the well-known group Wuching Brothers. As soon as the host finished speaking, a pair of middle-aged men who looked very similar strode out from the backstage. Wuching Brothers are a pair of twin duo who have been active in the music scene for nearly 20 years and are truly evergreens in the music industry. The two brothers stood on the stage, nodded to the audience, and joked with each other. The elder brother Yang Kai said, "Then we won't talk too much. Let's start the prize draw. I see that our friends in the audience can't wait any longer." My brother laughed and nodded. Yang Kai read out the script. The nominees for the most promising female singer at this year's Golden Melody Awards are, please look at the big screen. The photos and profiles of the finalists were immediately displayed one by one on the screen behind him. Su Chuchu was no longer on the shortlist. Only a very few of the stars in the audience knew that the award was originally given to her, so it did not cause any waves. Su Chuchu frowned slightly, wondering if there was something wrong. That's all, not disappointment at all. Yun Shasha next to her turned her head and looked at her, but naturally she didn't know what was going on. According to the information I heard early in the morning, Su Chuchu should have won this award. Is the news wrong? After a moment, Yang Kai opened his handcard, glanced at it, and announced loudly, the winner of this year's most promising female singer is Yu Mingji. There was still warm applause from the audience. Although this award is not very important, it is at least a recognition and honor. A female singer named Yu Mingji came on stage with a smile on her face and gave a speech to receive the award. In front of the TV, Qin Chuan was a little puzzled. Su Chuchu told him that she was the winner of the most promising female singer, so why did the winner suddenly change? He was not at the scene and had no idea what exactly happened. He could only wait for further news. Sister Qin, what's going on? Isn't this award Sister Susu's? Chao Qin and Yang Shelui stayed in the waiting area, each watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones. Seeing what happened on the scene, Yang Shelui said in confusion. The incident happened suddenly, and Chao Qin has not received any news so far, so naturally she doesn't know what happened. When the organizer sent her the invitation letter, it had already clearly specified that the award was for Su Chuchu. Suddenly, someone else was chosen. She was confused for a moment and didn't know what was going on. Let's wait and see. Maybe they'll decide to give the other prizes to Susu on the spur of the moment. Chao Qin said after a moment's hesitation. Basically, everyone who wins the Golden Melody Awards will win a prize. Even if you don't win a prestigious award, at least you will get a consolation prize. For example, the Best Rookie Award, the Most Influential Newcomer of the Year, etc. Anyway, as long as you can think of it, it basically won't be a wasted trip. Especially someone like Su Chuchu's status is actually not that small. There are many less famous people who have a consolation prize. If Su Chuchu doesn't get one, it would be too embarrassing. The organizer would not make such a low-level mistake. Even though she thought this in her heart, she still felt a little uneasy. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The award ceremony is still going on, and all kinds of gossip are spreading like wildfire, spreading across the internet, each one attracting more attention than the last. The original most promising female singer, Su Chuchu, was temporarily replaced. The judging panel jointly pressured the organizer to revoke Su Chuchu's most promising female singer award. Su Chuchu was banned. The Queen Song Shinmei personally went out to fight against Su Chuchu. All kinds of rumors bombarded the eyes of the spectators outside the venue. But it seems that they are not groundless. Liang Huanchuo was a member of the jury and was sitting there. Judging from the feud between him and Su Chuchu last time, it was not difficult to infer that he might be the one who was interfering. Song Shinmei became famous because of the song The One Who Has Been Loved, produced for her by Liang Huanchuo. With this connection, everything seems to make sense. Su Chuchu's fans have always been very strong. A senior boss in the circle and a queen of pop music teamed up to bully their own master. How could this be tolerated? How shameless! As a queen of the music world, Song Shinmei's fan base and appeal are naturally not to be underestimated. The internet quickly went viral. Fans of both sides fought each other. The award ceremony was still harmonious. I finally beat you once. Yun Shasha won the Best Female Singer award as she wished. After giving her speech, she walked off the stage and returned to her seat and spoke softly. Congratulations. Su Chuchu smiled calmly. The Best Male and Female Singer awards are usually presented at the end, and now it seems that I will not win any awards. To say that you don't feel anything is just deceiving yourself. But it didn't seem too sad. She attends many award ceremonies every year, perhaps as a guest performer, but more often she goes there with great anticipation to receive awards, but she doesn't always win as she wishes. Especially for some very authoritative awards, many singers who are more senior and more famous than her may have to run for many years. If you think about it this way, it's just a Golden Melody Award which doesn't have much authority, so it's actually no big deal. Just consider it a wasted day. Yun Shasha said nothing, feeling somewhat complicated. I can't tell why, but even though I defeated Su Chuchu this time, and won completely, I wasn't as excited as I had imagined. Unfair victory? Or is it that the Golden Melody Awards don't actually carry much weight? Or maybe it's because the competition ended 3 years ago, and my knot in my heart is not that heavy anymore? Chapter 124. Do you need comfort? Ever since Su Chuchu missed the most promising female singer, Jin Chuan started paying attention to the news online. Of course, he saw all the rumors circulating on the internet. Although many pieces of news do seem to be true, online rumors have always been true and false. It was not convenient for Su Chuchu to answer the phone at the awards ceremony, so she called Chao Qin to inquire about the situation. She learned that Chao Qin didn't know what had happened either. Thousands of miles apart, he could only wait and see. Fortunately, it was just a fake award, and in his opinion there was nothing to fight for. He originally didn't think it necessary to join in the fun. The awards ceremony finally came to an end. Everyone left the venue one after another. During this period, many people would glance at Su Chuchu intentionally or unintentionally, perhaps because they felt a little surprised. After all, everyone knows that the Golden Melody Awards only notify artists to receive their awards after they have been decided. It seems a bit unreasonable to miss out on such a popular guest like Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu has just debuted for 3 years. In addition to being frequently on the hot searches due to her high popularity, those who have dealt with her privately still recognize her character and personality. Although most of them are just nodding acquaintances, there are no conflicts after all. I can't say I feel sympathy for her, but many people feel unfair for her. I hope that if there is another opportunity in the future, we can have a fair competition on the stage. Su Chuchu and Yun Shasha walked out of the venue side by side. The latter shook the trophy in her hand and said with a smile, "That way you might get another runner-up trophy." Su Chuchu turned her head, looked at her and smiled. "That's not necessarily true. I'm the best female singer now." Yun Shasha pouted, feeling a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with Su Chuchu's current status, if she didn't win an award at the Golden Melody Awards, it would be embarrassing, if not for anything else. If it were someone else, their faces would have fallen to the ground. However, Su Chu Chu remained unusually calm from beginning to end. Why don't you seem unhappy at all? Why should I be unhappy? Winning and losing are common in the military. Am I going to cry? That would be your wish. Besides, I have to be elegant in front of so many cameras. This is the self-cultivation of a female star. Su Chu Chu was in the mood to joke. Besides, I have many trophies, so I don't need this one. When did you become so arrogant? Yun Shasha remembered that during the competition, this girl was extremely humble and polite to everyone. I was pretending before, but now I am the real me. Su Chu Chu joked. Okay, then see you later. The accompanying staff had already approached, and Yun Shasha shrugged and said goodbye. Goodbye. Su Chu Chu waved. At this time, Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei also came over, and both of them looked unhappy. Are you okay? Chao Qin spoke first. Do I look like something's wrong? Su Chu Chu said. I contacted the organizer, but they kept pushing the issue around and didn't give me a specific explanation. What a bunch of bastards. Chao Qin frowned, obviously a little angry. Forget it, it's not the first time I haven't won a prize. Su Chu Chu said with a relaxed look, let's go back. Boss Qin just called to ask what was going on. Do you want to call back? When the three of them returned to the car, Chao Qin took the initiative to report to her. Su Chu Chu said took out her cell phone and clicked on the video call. After a few beeps, Qin Chuan appeared on the screen. Do you need comfort? Yes. Su Chu Chu glanced at her little mouth and nodded. Let me think about how to comfort you. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, Can I sleep with you tonight? Who wants you to sleep with me? Su Chu Chu's face changed and she spat angrily. Sister Qin and Xiaowei are still here. This guy is really shameless. Are you okay? Qin Chuan stopped laughing and said seriously. Do I look like someone who has never suffered a blow? I'm not that fragile. Su Chu Chu said stubbornly. Although she has only debuted for 3 years, it has been 7 years since she signed the contract with the company. Before her debut, she was a small and transparent person wandering on the 18th line. She has suffered many setbacks, but she is still very strong inside. Is it that Liang Wanchua who was causing trouble? I don't know, but I think there should be some connection. I don't seem to have offended anyone except him. Su Chu Chu said. She hadn't had time to read the news online, but she saw at the venue that he was a member of the so-called jury, which inevitably made her think of something. This old guy still holds a grudge. Qin Chuan said with a smile. When will you be back? Tomorrow morning, there may be no flights now. Okay, then go back to the hotel and go to bed early. I'm going to wait until the new song is online before I go to sleep. Then I'll wait with you. We chatted occasionally and ended the call when we got off the car. After returning to the hotel, Su Chu Chu took off her high heels, changed into slippers, took a shower and changed into pajamas. When she came out of the bathroom, Chao Qin and Yang Xiaowei had already prepared some food. They hadn't had dinner yet and were hungry, so the three of them sat together and chatted while eating. After a while, Yang Xiaowei suddenly handed her the phone and said, Sister Susu, look. Su Chu Chu took the phone and took a look at it. Hot search number 1, Liang Wanchua clarifies. The content is as follows. The rumor online that Ms. Song Xinmei and I joined forces to suppress Su Chu Chu is not true. It was indeed me who suggested removing Su Chu Chu from the Most Promising Female Singer Award, and it was a decision that our jury unanimously passed. I have already asserted that a singer without artistic ethics will not go far. Where does Su Chu Chu have such potential? In the hundreds of words, in addition to clarifying the matter for Song Xinmei, he once again criticized Su Chu Chu and explained why Su Chu Chu did not deserve the award. The reason why his Weibo post became a hot topic is naturally inseparable from the contributions of Su Chu Chu as fans and Song Xinmei as fans. The comments below naturally became a battlefield between fans of both sides. Chapter 125 New Song Online. You want to be famous so badly, you come to us every day to get some love. Can you please give me some billion? It's just a fake award, look how proud you are of it, our Susu doesn't even care about that crappy award. Whether Susu has potential or not is not your turn to comment. You have only one well-known work in over 20 years. How dare you be a judge? No wonder the Golden Melody Awards are called a fake award. What kind of people are those judges? I suggest you get a brain checkup right away. Su Chu Chu's fans bombarded her with comments. but now Liang Huanchua seems to be tied to Song Xinmei. The latter attracted a large number of fans and the enthusiasm was extremely fierce. Mr. Liang is awesome. A little singer with no works, he only knows how to hype himself up every day. He is very diligent in being on the trending searches. I really don't know why there are so many fans who are crazy about him. It's terrible. Support Teacher Liang. Passers-by said that Teacher Liang's words were very sincere. Even our queen can't stand this third-rate singer who doesn't do his job properly every day, and a bunch of brainless fans are still there to be self-motivated. It's too funny. Boycott Su Choo Choo. Start with me. If Su Choo Choo had a little self-awareness, she should have retired earlier. Su Choo Choo originally had a lot of haters, and now she has provoked Song Xinmei. In less than half an hour, Liang Huanchua, who only had a few million zombie fans, had received tens of thousands of messages on his Weibo. Although Su Choo Choo's fans are powerful, their appeal is not at the same level as Song Xinmei's. Coupled with the participation of a large number of black fans, Su's fans were soon outnumbered and had to hide quietly. Their voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming condemnation. Liang Huanchua has set his sights on me. Su Choo Choo returned the phone to Yang Xiaowei. If it was just a guess before, Liang Huanchua has now admitted it himself. So, never offend a bad person. If you hadn't stood him up last time, so many things wouldn't have happened. Chao Qin sighed. The most crucial thing is that a big shot like Song Xinmei was inexplicably involved, making things even more difficult. After all, Su Choo Choo has only been in the industry for 3 years, and she doesn't have enough connections or resources yet. There is no benefit in offending such a big shot. Su Choo Choo didn't respond, but picked up her phone and opened Weibo. What are you going to do? Chao Qin looked at her vigilantly and reminded her, don't respond. No matter what you respond now, it will be wrong. Liang Huanchua is so keen on contributing to my popularity. It would be a waste if I don't take the opportunity to promote my song. Don't they all say that I like hype? Then I will hype it for them to see and piss them off to death. Su Choo Choo said while typing with her head down. Chao Qin. If I remember correctly, Song Xinmei's new album will also be released at midnight tonight. If you do this now, people will definitely compare it to you later. Su Choo Choo looked up at her, pondered for a moment and said, I won't compete with her. I will be satisfied as long as one of the 3 songs can enter the top 10. The important thing is to let more people listen to my songs. As for how others compare, let them do it. She knows that with her fan base, even if the quality of her new song is higher than Song Xinmei's, her ranking may not be higher. After all, Song Xinmei has been preparing for her new album for 2 years, and every song must have been carefully selected. Besides, Song Xinmei's previous albums have been of high quality, so this one will definitely not be bad. So even though she was very confident about her new song, she was still unsure about how to compete with Song Xinmei. Chao Qin, okay. Su Choo Choo didn't say anything else, and silently edited her Weibo post, which only contained a simple sentence, there are only 30 minutes left until the new song is released, so stay tuned. Then he put down his phone and started eating peacefully, as if leaving everything to fate. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, Su Choo Choo's Weibo was on the hot search list less than 20 minutes after it was updated. Looking forward to the new song. Looking forward to my sister's new song. I have classes tomorrow, and I've been waiting until now just for Susu's new song. The new song that Su fans have been waiting for 2 years is finally going to be released. They are all excited and looking forward to it. Of course, she is also unable to avoid malicious attacks from black fans and Song Xinmei's fans. She's here again with the hot searches, this woman will die if she doesn't hype herself up. Release a song on the same day as the diva, and get ready to be crushed. She is so ignorant and fearless that she chose to release a song with Song Xinmei. There is no harm without comparison. She is asking for harm. Several music critics in the industry have also given their predictions. Yuerdwa, based on past experience, Song Xinmei's album title song will dominate the charts for at least a month. I have already listened to the audio clips of her other songs in advance, and the quality is impeccable. I predict that at least 3 of the top 5 will be occupied by Gong Liang, and the remaining one will depend on the ability of others. Hippopotamus who loves listening to music, the timing of Su Choo Choo's new song release is unfortunate. If it hadn't collided with Song Xinmei, she would have had a chance to impact the top 5 with her popularity. Now, not only is there a queen in front of her, but there is also Gong Liang, a top-tier singer. It is estimated that it will be difficult for her to enter the top 5. Don't even think about the top 5. I'll be more radical. Queen song will take all 5 spots. There is already a snippet of Su Chuchu's new song on Weibo. I listened to it and it seems pretty good. Maybe there's a chance. At this time, the conflict between Liang Wanchua and Su Chuchu was dug up again and was still burning. Several members of the jury came out to support Liang Wanchua. As judges of the Golden Melody Awards, we strive to be fair and just in every award we make. Su Chuchu is indeed not eligible for the Most Promising Female Singer Award. Teacher Liang and I agree on this point. Support Teacher Liang. In another hotel room. As a queen of the music industry, Song Shinmei would not personally compete with a newcomer who has just debuted for 3 years. But that didn't stop her from watching the fun. At this moment, she was leaning on the sofa with a facial mask on and following the information on the internet. Naturally, she was not worried about her new song not performing well. Just as Su Chuchu thought, with her current status in the music industry, she is able to choose songwriters and producers to work with, and each new song is carefully selected and chosen based on merit. Most other singers do not have such treatment. Take Su Chuchu for example, she had a feud with Liang Wanchua because she asked him to compose a song for her. Song Shinmei knew Liang Wanchua's level. 20 years ago, he might have been pretty good. But 20 years have passed. Perhaps I am out of touch with the times, or perhaps I have run out of ideas and can no longer find inspiration. The songs I wrote are really unusable. Song Shinmei also asked him to compose a few songs in her early years, but the results were not satisfactory, so she gave up later. Sister May, can you predict how many songs will make the top 10 in this album? The female assistant next to her asked. No, I should say how many songs will make the top 5. Song Shinmei smiled but said nothing. Then let me make a prediction. At least 3 songs, taking the top 3 spots. The female assistant said with a smile. According to the album release situation in previous years, the top spot on the list will undoubtedly belong to the boss of the company. As for the lower rankings, it depends on whether there are any big names releasing songs together, or the quality of their new songs. At least among the singers who are online tonight, except Gong Liang, the other singers are not threatening. Who knows, Su Chuchu might be able to come and kill us. Song Shinmei said half jokingly and half seriously. She hasn't had the time to listen to Su Chuchu's new song. A singer who has only debuted for 3 years is actually still a newcomer and has no strength to pose a threat to her. Midnight. After much anticipation, the new album of pop diva Song Shinmei is released on time. Su Chuchu's 3 new songs also arrived as expected. Chapter 126. Now it's time to watch the fun. Without any surprise, the list was updated just 10 minutes ago, and Song Shinmei's album's single Lonely Bird quickly topped the list. The other 2 songs in the album ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, directly winning the top 3 places. Ranked 4th is Half Drunk and Awake by the top singer Gong Liang. As a first-line singer, it is natural for him to achieve this result. Su Chuchu's popularity is already quite high, and her hard work in promoting the brand in recent times seems to have played a significant role. The top-ranked film is Curly Eyelashes, which is currently ranked 10th. Xiaoban and Xiao Xingyun are both outside the top 10, ranking 15th and 18th respectively. This is not surprising, as songs with light and catchy melodies are more likely to be liked by the audience. The 2 songs Little Lucky and Little Half were not very popular in Qin Chuan's original world at the beginning. Wen Xing's 3 songs are all hovering around the 30th place. Although Xingha invested a lot of resources to promote her songs, she herself was not famous and only a limited number of people were willing to listen to her songs at the first time. However, it is not easy to achieve such results among thousands of new songs. Of course, if the quality of the song is high enough, it will slowly climb up. After all, the top 30 are still on the homepage and can be easily seen. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many singers who have released new songs. Even a seasoned veteran in the music industry like Gong Liang was not immune. He always feels particularly nervous and anxious the night before a new song is released. Especially this time, she ran into the popular singing queen Song Shinmei. Fortunately, the Golden Melody Awards before the new song was released was quite lively. At 10 past midnight, in the hotel where Gong Liang was staying, he was watching with great interest the violent dispute between Su Chuchu, Liang Wanchua and Song Shinmei. Brother Liang, your new song is online, why are you still in the mood to read gossip? The agent came over and reminded. Hey, I forgot something important. Gong Liang came back to his senses, closed Weibo and opened the music app. He took a look at the ranking first. He was probably not very satisfied with the ranking. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. Fourth. I was originally hoping that the top 3 would get third place. It seems a bit uncertain now. The Queen's appeal is indeed not to be underestimated. The current ranking has not stabilized yet, there is still a chance. The agent comforted him. Gong Liang didn't say anything, but clicked on the 3 songs of Song Xinmei that were ranked before him one by one. The songs are all good and of very high quality. As for the rest, it seems to be just that. As always, Song Xinmei's style, nothing new. Of course, this is enough. After all, she is a queen with a large number of loyal fans. As for being convinced, Gong Liang was actually unwilling to accept it, but there was nothing he could do. There is still a gap between first-line singers and divas, and this is the only way when the quality is similar. Su Chuchu's new song is climbing very fast. The agent refreshed the list and found that Curly Eyelashes, which was originally ranked 10th, moved up 2 places in an instant. Oh? Gong Liang also refreshed the list, frowned slightly, and immediately clicked to listen. After a prelude, the tempo suddenly quickened. This prelude is quite interesting. His heart moved and his brows furrowed even deeper. My heart was pounding. My soul is about to leave my body, it feels so good. Eyelashes curled and eyes blinked. How can the words turn around when they are on the tip of my tongue? Your smile is like the crescent moon. The atmosphere is so romantic, I need your company. Eyelashes curled and eyes blinked. The world of heartbeat becomes fun. Come and play what the wind blows. Blowing the love at first sight. The melody and lyrics of this song are not complicated, and it cannot be said to be outstanding in any aspect. However, it is this song that makes Gong Liang's originally somewhat irritable mood inexplicably better, and even makes people want to clap along. I didn't expect Su Chuchu to be able to handle this style. After the song ended, Gong Liang smiled with a hint of surprise. Su Chuchu's first few songs were also in this little girl style, mostly some lyrical songs that were somewhat whining. This song completely subverts her previous style. 2 more people have risen. The agent exclaimed. Gong Liang's expression froze and he suddenly became nervous. This was too fast. He jumped 4 places in a row and rushed directly to 6th place, just within reach of his 4th place. Not only did he not make it into the top 3, but he was also squeezed out of the 4th place, which was really embarrassing for a first-line singer like me. That's amazing. Look at her other 2 songs, they are also soaring fast. The agent suddenly discovered something and said in disbelief. Little Lucky, which was originally ranked 18th, has now soared to 12th place. Xiaoban is even more terrifying, it directly jumped from the 15th place to the 9th place. Gong Liang didn't say anything and quickly opened the 2 songs one by one and listened to them. After listening to the last 2 songs, he felt numb and sat there in silence. 3 songs in 3 different styles. Moreover, compared to Curly Eyelashes, the quality of Little Lucky and Little Half is definitely superior. Brother Liang. After a while, the agent next to him waved his hand in front of him. What's wrong with you? Gong Liang raised his head and looked at him seriously and said, It's over. I'm afraid I have no chance of being in the top 3. It would be great if I can stay in the top 5. Not really? The agent said. He had just listened to Su Chuchu's Little Lucky and Little Half. It was undeniable that they were amazing. However, as a first-line singer, Gong Liang had a large number of loyal fans, and they were all real fans, so he might not be squeezed out. As for that, Gong Liang said confidently, and then for some reason, he suddenly got a little excited and said, Su Chuchu's 3 songs may even have a chance to dethrone Song Xinmei. The agent looked at him as if he were a lunatic. On the one hand, he thought it was too early for him to say this. On the other hand, taking a step back, even if Su Chuchu brought Song Xinmei down, why are you so excited? If that happens, your ranking will be pushed back again. How about we make a bet? Gong Liang rubbed his hands and laughed. Forget it, I'm not that boring. The agent pouted. Now we're going to have some fun. Gong Liang seemed to have come to his senses all of a sudden. If you can't get into the top 3, what difference does it make what place you rank in? This time I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Not only did he run into the Queen Song Xinmei, but he also ran into the rising star Su Chuchu. Especially these 3 songs by Su Chuchu, even though their rankings were not as good as others, he was convinced. However, the secret rivalry between Su Chuchu, Liang Huanchua and Song Xinmei seems to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 127 The Queen's Sense of Crisis. Upset. Counterattack. It is probably something that many ordinary people who have nothing to do with the incident would like to see. Gong Liang is no exception. He doesn't have much interaction with Su Chuchu and Song Xinmei. Anyway, it's basically hopeless for him to get into the top 3 this time. So he just stands on the sidelines as an outsider, and it's not bad to be a spectator. If Su Chuchu really unexpectedly brings down Song Xinmei, it would be a huge slap in the face. Just a few hours ago, the Golden Melody Awards had just cancelled her Most Promising Female Singer award, and in an instant, the Queen was pulled off the top of the list. Let us put aside the question of whether the Golden Melody Awards are professional or not. However, a group of so-called senior musicians in the music industry, including Song Xinmei and Liang Huanchua, acted as if they were joining forces to encircle and suppress others, but now others have slapped them in the face. This script, even though Gong Liang was an outsider, he suddenly felt it was very inspiring and even a little bit refreshing. While looking forward to the show, as a veteran in the music industry, Su Chuchu suddenly came up with 3 new songs of such high quality. He naturally paid attention to the songwriters of these songs, and discovered that the lyrics and music of these songs were actually from the same person. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan again? Or Qin Chuan? Is this Qin Chuan her husband? He looked up and asked his agent. It's most likely. I didn't expect that Su Chuchu found the right person as her husband. Gong Liang laughed. Writing 3 good songs at once, this is simply a monster. The song ranked 5th is called We All Cried Later, and the singer is a new singer named Chen Xiangming. As a newcomer, he was able to get the 5th place, only behind Song Xinmei and Gong Liang. This must be because his company has invested huge resources in promoting him, and the quality of his songs is also good. Xiao Chen, 5th place is not bad. As long as you can maintain your current ranking, the company will increase its efforts to support you in the future. You have a bright future. Agent Yang Mu took the initiative to call to congratulate him. Thank you, Brother Yang. Our current achievements are all the result of the cultivation of Brother Yang and the company. Chen Xiangming said with excitement in his tone. As long as you follow the company's arrangements, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. Yang Mu encouraged in an excited voice, okay, it's getting late, so you should go to bed early. Okay. Chen Xiangming paused for a moment, then said in a heavy tone, Brother Yang. I was raped, anally. What did you say? The agent's face changed and he lowered his voice subconsciously. Who did it? When did it happen? Xiao Chen, listen to me. I don't care who did it. You have to suppress this matter. I don't care if you settle it privately or not. Anyway, you must not spread it to outsiders. It will have a huge impact on your image. Do you understand? No, Brother Yang, what I meant was that my song was leaked by someone. Chen Xiangming explained hurriedly. You fucking. The agent gritted his teeth and almost swore. He was so jumpy, could he please stop breathing so heavily? Who exploded you? Su Chuchu. That's right, when the 2 of them were talking on the phone. Curly Eyelashes is making great strides, and in a short time it has won 2 more cities and directly rushed to the 4th place, with rave reviews below. This song is too sweet. I didn't expect Su Chuchu to sing such a sweet song without any sense of incongruity. I can't tell you, you may not believe it, but my girlfriend just died yesterday, and listening to this song makes me feel like she's alive again. It's really magical. The guy upstairs is awesome. Watch out behind you, your girlfriend is coming with a knife. The one upstairs, there's no way he could have a girlfriend. It's just a catchy song, isn't that exaggerated? Catch a lemon alive. Go listen to Susu's other 2 songs. You won't be disappointed. The Other Side. As soon as the new song chart was released, under a pinned Weibo post by Song Xinmei promoting her new album a few days ago, several members of the jury including Liang Huanchua, Song Xinmei's friends in the circle, and a large number of fans sent their praise and congratulations. Congratulations on the new album's success. Congratulations. I wish the new album will sell well. The Beauty Sisters are so awesome, they took the top 3 spots. The Queen is the Queen, she deserves the title. Taking the top 3 is just routine, and taking the top 5 is not surprising. According to past experience, Song Xinmei always occupies the top few positions when the list opens, and at least in the short term almost no one can snatch a spot from her. Thank you, everyone. Song Xinmei looked through everyone's messages, simply expressed her gratitude below, then put down her phone, tore off her facial mask and threw it into the trash can beside her, reached out to touch her moist cheeks, stretched, and prepared to go back to her room to rest. Miss May, something's wrong. She stood up and took a few steps when her assistant suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Song Shinmei covered her mouth and yawned, then turned to look at her and asked casually. Su Chuchu's new song has surpassed Gong Liang and rushed to the 4th place. The assistant said in a serious tone. It was still in the 10th place a few minutes ago, and it was still far behind in terms of both playback volume and download volume. I just refreshed the page and it suddenly came up. It's really too fast. At this rate, the 3rd place might be taken away. Song Shinmei frowned slightly and sat back on the sofa. The assistant handed her the phone at the right time. She took the phone and took a look at it, and immediately all her sleepiness disappeared. Before, she had no interest in listening to Su Chuchu's songs, but now she had to take it seriously and clicked to play. The melody of Curly Eyelashes then came out. The song is indeed good, but it seems to be just good. Maybe it's because of Su Chuchu's promotional Weibo post just now. It's very popular now, so many people are listening to it? But if the number of views alone makes sense, the number of downloads is also soaring, which is a bit weird. Only people who like this song will download it actively, which means there are quite a few people who like it. Song Shinmei suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Of course, there's no need to panic. After all, she is the queen of pop. Even though the current data of this song Curly Eyelashes is very impressive, it is still a long way from his own song Lonely Bird. With one's own influence and past reputation, there was no way Su Chuchu could catch up. Take a look, her other 2 songs are also soaring, the assistant said nervously. Song Shinmei clicked on Little Lucky. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were once so close to love. That decision for me against the world. The rain that accompanied me in the shower. Every scene is filled with your spotless sincerity. I am so lucky to meet you. But I have lost the right to shed tears for you. I hope it is in the sky that I cannot see. You spread your wings. How lucky she is to have met you. Song Shinmei's originally relaxed expression gradually became more serious. This is a song full of fresh style, without too many techniques, no gorgeous high notes, and no complicated arrangement. Su Chuchu's narrative singing style tells the story, which goes deep into people's hearts like silent drizzles, making people unable to help but immerse themselves in it. It seems like something is really wrong. A huge sense of crisis suddenly came over me. She listened to the song in silence for a moment, then she clicked on Xiaoban. I dare not look back. Looking around unnaturally, secretly liking. Indulge those you like and those you hate. The pampered and tired ones slowly fade away. Indulge in willful and casual. Unbridled and easy to overturn all the joy. You shouldn't be too soft-hearted and bold. Too rigid and indecisive to play with unscrupulousness. You shouldn't give up and give up. Let go, stop thinking, feel helpless and impatient. Not really. A song ended, and Song Shinmei listened to the whole thing carefully, sitting there with a frown on her face, without moving, as if she was savoring the melody she had just heard. Given her level of appreciation, there is no doubt that this is also a rare good song. She was even somewhat thankful to hear such a song that seemed so original in both its melody and lyrics. The whole song is weird, but not at all abrupt and inexplicably catchy. Afterwards, she suddenly felt that breathing was a little difficult and her mood became nervous involuntarily. Chapter 128 I'm here to whip the corpse. What's going on? Is there a bug in the software? Kill like crazy, kill like crazy. Fuck. There's a surprise every time I refresh the list. Amid the exclamations of countless people, in just less than an hour, Su Chuchu's 3 new songs swept the charts like a dark horse, taking the charts by storm. There are still 10 minutes until 1 o'clock in the morning. Curly Eyelashes ranked 4th. Xiaoban ranked 6th. Little Lucky followed closely behind at 7th place. In addition to benefiting from Su Chuchu's unremitting publicity during this period, it is also naturally due to the high quality of these 3 songs. To Song Shinmei, it felt like an enemy at the gates. Gong Liang had anticipated this situation and he accepted his fate, so he was very calm and composed. Chen Xiangming was anally raped 3 times in just half an hour, and now he is numb. However, many people in the industry who had been quietly following the new song chart were shocked. This is too outrageous. At the same time, the 3 songs progressed in parallel, soaring upwards as if they were injected with chicken blood. And the speed is unprecedented. But they have to admit that although Su Chuchu's 3 songs have different styles, their quality is absolutely impeccable. They are not inferior to the three songs that dominated the charts by Song Shinmei, and are even better. In fact, before this, not many people had high expectations for Su Chu Chu. Based on the performance of her previous songs, they would at most just be on the charts. After all, her popularity was there, and even if the songs were average, she still had a large number of fans to pay for them. But they usually can't keep steady and are quickly covered by others. But this time it was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the new song she released this time was unexpectedly completely different from her previous styles? The music styles are varied, and each song is of high quality and has received rave reviews. It seems reasonable that she can turn the tide and directly threaten Song Shinmei now? As a result, many music critics began to soften their stance. I think these three songs by Su Chu Chu have a chance to challenge the top spot, especially the song Xiaoban. It's so weird, but it's so nice to listen to. You can listen to it a few more times. I guarantee you'll get more and more addicted to it. This is not the first time Song Shinmei has faced such a powerful enemy, but it will definitely be her most unforgettable enemy. It's too early to talk about challenging the top spot. There's still a big gap between the fourth place and the first place. But with the current momentum, I think it's a sure thing to take the third place. Of course, this is already very difficult. Regardless of whether she has the chance to challenge the top spot or whether she can take one of the top three spots, the current performance of Su Chu Chu's new song has already slapped the face of the Golden Melody Awards. Liang Huanchua, the person who took the initiative to cancel her title as the most promising female singer, has completely shut himself in. He took the initiative to admit that he suggested removing Su Chu Chu from the title of the most promising female singer, and the Weibo post criticizing Su Chu Chu is still ranked first on the hot search list, which seems particularly eye-catching now. It's simply like hanging someone up and whipping his corpse. But he couldn't bring himself to delete the post at this time, as that would mean he was admitting that he had made a mistake. The judges who left comments supporting him were all silent, hiding behind the screens and regretting their actions. Why did they get so involved? They were just looking for trouble. The new song that Su Chu Chu's fans have been waiting for so long is finally online, and it has achieved such good results, so they can't help but be excited. Su Chu Chu has always been criticized for not having any outstanding works. Now that she has produced three good works at once, they can finally hold their heads high. Su Su is so proud of herself. Really, I am about to cry to death. Yes, after waiting for such a long time, Su Su did not let us down. All the waiting was worth it. Becoming a fan of Su Su is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Everyone, stop sighing, the god of war Rukawa Kid has appeared, go and give him a thumbs up. Where? Liang Huanchua's Weibo. Right there. Su fans, who were originally preparing to call it a day as it was already getting late, flocked back to Liang Huanchua's Weibo and gave Rukawa Kid a like. Not long after, his message under Liang Huanchua's Weibo was pushed to the top of the list, with only a few words, "I'm here to whip the corpse." Ha, that's too cruel, shrimp and pig heart, but it's really satisfying to watch. It's so fucking satisfying. See if this guy has the nerve to come out and pretend again. Liang Huanchua, who hadn't slept yet, was so angry that his face turned green when he saw the comments below. But what can we do? He has also listened to Su Chu Chu's new song. These three songs alone are enough for her to gain a firm foothold in the music industry. He didn't have the power to completely block the other party, so he could only endure it silently. However, Song Shinmei's fans saw that Su Chu Chu had threatened their master, and in their eagerness to protect their master, they once again fought with Su's fans. The situation has now developed into a dispute between Su Chu Chu and Song Shinmei. Su Chu Chu's fans are so boastful. Their highest ranking song is only fourth, but they are so happy that they don't know what to do. They look like they have never seen the world. It's funny. Just stay tuned for those three crappy songs. Our queen song will always be someone you can never reach. To be honest, I think Su Chu Chu's new songs are actually pretty good. The guy upstairs, are you sure you're not drunk? There's a traitor among us. Stop arguing, hurry up and refresh the charts. Su Chu Chu's song seems to be ranked third. 1 o'clock in the morning. The third place of pop queen Song Shinmei's new song has officially changed hands. Chapter 129 Qin Xuan tried me. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. There was silence in the room. What's wrong? Song Shinmei suddenly asked indifferently. Curly eyelashes is third. The assistant refreshed the list and frowned slightly. Song Shinmei's mouth twitched, but she said nothing more, feeling a little complicated. If the spot had been taken away by Gong Liang or other singing kings and queens, she might not have been so conflicted. But Su Chu Chu, besides being a new singer, also made her feel a little awkward about the Golden Melody Awards. But I think this song is just like this. The data in all aspects has begun to weaken. The assistant consoled her. Also, Su Chu Chu's fans are all young people who are more active at night. Meijie, your fan base covers almost all age groups. You will definitely be able to get it back tomorrow. I don't think we need to worry. You should get some rest early. You have a flight to catch tomorrow. Song Shinmei pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom, still worried. In fact, she knew in her heart that although Su Chu Chu's fan base was not as large as hers, the quality of her 3 songs could fully make up for it. Of course, she doesn't think there's anything wrong with her songs. However, compared to Su Chu Chu's new song, I always feel like something is missing. She couldn't say. The style is too simple and not novel enough? After so many years, will fans become aesthetically fatigued? Naturally, she also noticed Qin Xuan, the composer of Su Chu Chu's new song. If nothing unexpected happens, he must be Su Chu Chu's husband. How come I've never heard of such a person in the circle before? It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. Not only did she notice it, but also industry insiders who were paying attention to the new song charts and Su Chu Chu's fans noticed this. Isn't Qin Xuan Su Chu Chu's husband? He actually wrote all 3 songs. I didn't expect that he is such a creative genius. He wrote 3 new songs of such high quality at once. He is really amazing. It seems like he has never written songs for others before. He keeps them so secret. I guess he has dedicated all the good songs he has accumulated over the years to Su Chu Chu. He is a model husband. Someone joked. Brother Xiaochuan, did you really write those songs for my sister-in-law? Zhou Xiaotong asked Qin Xuan in a WeChat message. Qin Xuan, you are not illiterate, the composer has written it down. When did you learn to write songs? Always. Qin Xuan said perfunctorily. Zhou Xiaotong was too lazy to argue with him about this. You've been doing well recently. Many members of our fan club are planning to recognize your marriage. Do I need your recognition? You're talking as if you're my own family. We are the maternal family. What time is it? Go to bed quickly. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Be careful or I will complain to your parents. Zhou Xiaotong sent a few angry expressions and logged off obediently. Even Su Chu Chu herself was surprised that the new song would achieve such good results. She had originally hoped that she would be satisfied as long as one song could maintain its position in the top 10. Seeing that with the current momentum, there was even a chance of taking the top 5, she simply couldn't even think about it. Of course, she also knew that this was all Qin Xuan's credit and had little to do with her. These 3 songs should also achieve good results even if sung by other people. At this moment, she was happily rolling around on the bed, and by the way, she was sending a video chat to Qin Xuan. You look very proud. Qin Xuan saw her lying flat on the bed with an uncontrollable smile on her little face, and spoke first. Happy. Su Chu Chu said with a smile. You can be proud, but don't get carried away, understand? Qin Xuan said in a condescending manner. I know, boss. Su Chu Chu said with a smile, then she burst into laughter and rolled over again with joy. Just now I saw the ranking rising rapidly, I thought I was seeing things. Hubby, you are really amazing. What did you call me just now? Boss. Is that what I heard? Definitely. Okay, since I'm so awesome, is there any reward? Qin Xuan said with a sneer. Su Chu Chu thought for a moment and said, I can let you kiss my feet. I don't want to kiss your feet. Qin Xuan retorted immediately. No? No. Qin Xuan said firmly. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. What time is the flight tomorrow? 10 o'clock. We should arrive in Jinhai around 12 o'clock. I'll pick you up then. The 2 chatted for a while and then went to sleep. It is already 2 o'clock in the morning at this time. The data on the new song chart will not change much, and the ranking will basically not change. The next morning, Su Chu Chu's 3 new songs were still as powerful as ever. The 2 songs Little Lucky and Little Half came from behind and took the 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Curly Eyelashes ranked 5th. Although there has not been much change in the ranking, the speed at which various data are soaring is still terrifying, and the gap with the top 2 is rapidly narrowing. Sister May, how about asking the company to increase resources for promotion, or arrange a few announcements for you to promote your song? Song Shinmei's assistant finally became a little uneasy. Logically speaking, with Song Shinmei's fame, she herself is a living signboard. She doesn't need to use the company's resources to promote her songs, and she doesn't need to go around promoting them. But the situation is a bit complicated now. If Su Chuchu really takes the top spot, it would be embarrassing, not to mention anything else. No need. Song Shinmei shook her head. If she did that, wouldn't it prove that she was afraid? Okay. The assistant said worriedly. Su Chuchu's new song almost swept the charts with overwhelming momentum, directly taking 3 of the top 5 spots, and even had a chance to challenge the top spot. Many people, including Liang Huanchua, found it hard to accept. However, the ones who found it most difficult to accept were not them, but someone else. After Chang Jingluan sold Xinghe to Qin Xuan, he has been enjoying a leisurely retirement life recently. Sometimes I even brag about it to others as if it was the wisest decision I had ever made. After breakfast this morning, he was humming a little tune and drinking tea when he suddenly remembered that today was the day when Chang and Su Chuchu's new song was released. Although he had already sold the company, he still couldn't help but open the music software to take a look out of curiosity. It was not a big deal when I saw it, but I immediately felt unwell. Su Chuchu's new song is ranked in the top 5 of the new song list? I listened to the 3 songs with doubts in my heart, and I was dumbfounded. These are not just 3 songs, these are huge amounts of money. Although the copyright of these songs does not belong to Xinghe, the company agreed upon at the time was responsible for their distribution. And Su Chuchu is also an artist of the company. Just from these, the benefits that the company can gain are immeasurable. What's more, there is Su Chuchu. Chang Jingluan was not optimistic about her development prospects at all at that time. After all, a married idol female singer was destined to go downhill. However, now, these 3 songs alone are enough to make her one of the top singers. How many people can make a living for their entire lives just by singing one song? Chang Jingluan has been working in this industry for many years and is very clear about the value of these 3 songs. It will surely be widely sung in the future. Su Chuchu's worth will definitely skyrocket. In a trance, he felt as if hundreds of millions of dollars had flown away from him right before his eyes. Hold. Qin Xuan cheated me. Chapter 130 Preparing to Move. Around noon, Qin Xuan picked up Su Chuchu, Chao Qin and others at the airport, and then returned to Li Jinghuoding. It can be seen that the 3 of them are very happy. Even Chao Qin, who is usually serious, has a smile in the corner of his eyes. Su Chuchu's song Little Lucky was playing in the car. Yang Shelwei can now sing along a few lines, which shows that this song is very popular. Mr. Qin, I received several event invitations this morning. What do you think? Chao Qin asked. Let's postpone the work for now. I have to go to Qi City to see my father-in-law these 2 days. Let's talk about it when I come back. Qin Xuan said with a smile. He didn't expect Su Chuchu to make money, but if she liked this job, he would respect her opinion. Okay. Chao Qin responded. At this time, Qin Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang, and he put on the Bluetooth headset to answer it. Who? I often manage things. Oh, Mr. Chang, what's the matter? It's nothing big, I just want to say hello to you. I'm going to use number 18 Li Jinghuoding in a couple of days, what do you think? Chang Jingluan gritted his teeth and spoke very politely. No matter what, Xinghe has been sold to Qin Xuan. It's a 2-way street and it's useless to talk about anything else now. As a businessman, he has nothing to say if he miscalculates. But he was still feeling angry and had no other choice. Taking the house back immediately would be a small trouble for Qin Xuan, which would make him feel a little better. Is that so? Okay then. I'll vacate the house for you in the next 2 days. Qin Xuan could feel a hint of resentment even through the screen, and said with a smile. Su Chuchu was young and ignorant and was cheated by this old guy. She deserves it now. Besides, those songs have nothing to do with you, so why are you angry? Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, you're too polite. After ending the call, Qin Xuan smiled as he drove. Chang Jingluan is going to take back the house in Li Jinghuoding. Before Su Chuchu could speak, Chao Qin said directly, we have to move sooner or later, so Shelwei and I will move to my place, so that I can have a companion, and Chuchu will move to your place. You really don't need me to arrange it for you? Qin Xuan asked. My house is just sitting there anyway. Chao Qin said. Okay, then you can go back and have a rest today, and we'll call a moving company to help you move tomorrow. Qin Chuan said and glanced quickly at Su Chu. Su Chu noticed his gaze, glanced at him sideways, and thought to herself, "You guy finally got what you wanted." They found a restaurant to have lunch on the way. After returning to Lijing Huoding, Chao Qin and Yang Shelwei tactfully went back to their rooms for a nap, leaving Qin Chuan and Su Chu in the living room. "Come here and let me kiss you." Su Chu sat cross-legged on the sofa and hooked her index finger at him. "Qin Chuan, what kind of lewd words are you saying? After all, you are a female star, do you understand how to be reserved? Sister Qin and Yang Shelwei are still upstairs. What if they see us? Stop talking nonsense." Su Chu rushed over before he could finish, put her arms around his neck, sat on his legs, smacked his face twice, and then looked at him smugly. "Does it smell good?" Qin Chuan nodded. Su Chu smiled sweetly. "Do you still want it?" Qin Chuan, why does it sound weird? Isn't this question usually asked by men? After Su Chu finished speaking, she realized that this question was a bit strange. Her face flushed, and she glanced to the side, blinking rapidly several times. Qin Chuan stared at her charming and slightly shy face, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. He pulled away, put her on the sofa, and pressed on her. A few seconds later, Su Chu gently pushed him away, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, blinked at him and said angrily, "Why do you use so much force every time?" As soon as I said it, I immediately felt that it sounded a bit weird. She gently patted her smooth forehead, looking annoyed. "What happened today? Then I'll be gentler next time," Qin Chuan said with a wicked smile. "Get up." Su Chu rolled her eyes at him and pushed him up. "Do you have a lot of stuff when you move tomorrow? Do you need me to help you pack it?" Qin Chuan asked. "It's okay, it's mainly some clothes. We used to fly everywhere and only stayed here for a few days a year. We rarely bought some unnecessary things." Su Chu said, "Let's go, I'll take you upstairs to have a look." Qin Chuan responded and followed her upstairs, first taking a look in the cloakroom. Indeed, there are quite a lot of clothes, shoes, bags, and so on. I don't actually buy a lot of clothes myself. Most of these clothes, shoes, etc. are gifts from brands. I wear them once during an event and can't bear to throw them away. They keep piling up and I don't know what to do with them. There are some I haven't worn yet. Then I'll take a look and decide whether to give it away or donate it." Su Chu gave him a brief introduction and soon returned to the bedroom. The layout of the spacious bedroom is simple and tidy. Apart from the bed, cabinets, and dressing table, there is basically no clutter. The room smelled sweet, it was the scent of Su Chu. Qin Chuan felt a little excited when he thought about living together soon and being able to smell this scent every day. "Are you tired? If you are, take a rest. I will help you clean up the party." "No need. The company should be busy with other things. I can do it myself. It's not a lot," Su Chu said. "Then let's move tomorrow and go meet my father-in-law the day after tomorrow." Qin Chuan nodded and smiled. "You seem to be looking forward to it. This way we can live together properly." Qin Chuan said, "You haven't told your parents yet that we should go back, right?" "Not yet." Su Chu said, taking out her cell phone, "I'll call them now." Su Chu's new song was released, and Xin Ling naturally paid special attention to it. As soon as Su Daxiang returned home, she couldn't wait to say, "Old Su, have you noticed that Chu's new songs were all written by Qin Chuan? I think this guy is pretty good. He comes from a good family and has talent. Look, Chu's new songs are ranked so high. I've listened to them. They're just a few catchy songs. Nothing to be surprised about," Su Daxiang said disapprovingly. He worked in the city's opera house, where his main job was piano accompaniment, and he had never been interested in pop music. "What's the big deal? It's a talent that he can write songs that so many people like to listen to." Xin Ling retorted, "You have played the piano for decades, why haven't you written a song for our daughter that so many people like?" Su Daxiang glared at her angrily, "These are things in different fields, how can you compare them like this? I say again, I look down on him not because of money, nor because of anything else. He has been hiding behind our daughter all this time, and he didn't even take the initiative to come and see us. How can I trust him with my daughter?" Ding-a-ling. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Ling's cell phone rang. She picked it up and took a look. It was Su Choo Choo calling. Since the last unpleasant parting, Su Choo Choo hadn't called home for a while. She hurriedly pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came out. Mom, Qin Chuan and I will be home the day after tomorrow. Chapter 131 Lian Onlu invites singing. Speak of the devil, my daughter and son-in-law will be back the day after tomorrow. After ending the call with Su Choo Choo, Xin Ling shook her phone at Su Daxiang and said with a look of relief. The last time they met, things were very tense between the two sides. Now that Su Choo Choo took the initiative to call her, this was an opportunity to ease the relationship. Besides, things have come to this point. There is no point in continuing to make trouble. We can't force our children to get a divorce. What son-in-law? I haven't acknowledged him. I won't see him even if he comes. Su Daxiang had a gloomy face and a very firm attitude. Hey, who was it just now who said that people didn't dare to see you? Now that they are here, you refuse to see them. What on earth do you want to do? Xin Ling frowned. Anyway, I won't see him. You can see him if you want. Su Daxiang said. Then they came home, and you still hid in your room? I live in the unit. Whatever you want. Xin Ling was too lazy to argue with this stubborn old man. She said these 3 words and turned back to the bedroom. Su Daxiang sat on the sofa in the living room in a bad mood. Thinking that Qin Chuan would be coming over the day after tomorrow, he felt inexplicably nervous. The new son-in-law is nervous when he sees his old father-in-law, and the old father-in-law is also nervous when he sees his new son-in-law. In the past, we could still see each other every once in a while, but now this one is a complete stranger and I have no idea what he is like. What do you mean? On the other hand, Qin Chuan was worried that Su Choo Choo's parents would say sorry we can't welcome them, which would be a bit troublesome. She didn't say anything, but from my mother's tone I could tell she was very happy. You don't have to worry. We've got the certificate anyway. Go and meet them so that they can at least know which pig has taken away their little cabbage. Su Choo Choo said. I'm not worried. Qin Chuan said stubbornly. It doesn't matter who is the cabbage and who is the pig. The important thing is that he has already decided that the woman in front of him is the one he is willing to protect forever. It's all my fault that I have such an unstable mind and got trapped without realizing it. You go and take care of the company's stuff. I'm a little sleepy and want to take a nap. Su Choo Choo took his hand and shook it. She didn't go to bed until after 2 o'clock last night. She was indeed a little tired after the long journey. Let's have dinner together tonight. After leaving Lijing Huating and returning to the company, Guodong sent a sample of the Superstar MV. Qin Chuan took a look at it and thought it was well shot. The overall effect can be summed up in one word: passionate, no, hot-blooded. Although the lyrics of this song describe love, the overall melody has little to do with the generally recognized love songs. The opening scene is a busy evening street with flashing neon lights and crowds of people. Qin Xianyu, a down-and-out wandering singer, stood on the street, humming weakly, but no one came to support him, making him look particularly lonely. Suddenly, Dujin, dressed in neutral clothes, came roaring over on a heavy motorcycle. Then another pickup truck drove through the crowd and stopped in front of her. Milil and the other 2 got out of the car one after another, and the former teammates reunited. He hurriedly put all kinds of equipment aside. They smiled and nodded to each other. Then the restless prelude sounded. Passers-by stopped to watch. Laugh and sing. When I frown, my heart aches. You are electricity and you are light. You are the only myth. I only love you. You are my superstar. You rule and I worship. As the chorus began, passers-by who had stopped walking involuntarily gathered here. Soon more and more people gathered. It feels like a deserted street. Everyone waved their hands to the rhythm. The huge billboards on the surrounding high-rise buildings also became pictures of the Long Legs band singing. Of course, the latter are post-production, otherwise it would be a considerable expense. Old Gua, you are quite capable. Qin Chuan looked up at Guodong and smiled. Mr. Qin, thank you for your praise. I think it's great. The song and the MV will be released together. When can it be done? Tomorrow at the latest. Then let's go online as soon as possible. Qin Chuan made the decision immediately. Okay. Guodong responded, and then continued, once this song is released, it will most likely become popular. By then, Long Legs may need a management team. Do you think I should arrange one for them? Every time he mentioned the name of the band, he felt it was strange. Why would they choose such a name? It sounded very embarrassing, but it was easy to remember. Let me arrange this, Qin Chuan said after thinking for a while. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go get busy now. Guodong said this and left the office. As soon as he left, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was Liang Anlu calling. After pressing the answer button and exchanging a few simple greetings, Liang Anlu said, "Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." "I'm afraid it won't work tonight," Qin Chuan said after a moment of hesitation. "To accompany my wife? Sister Liang is really very smart," Qin Chuan said with a smile. "Then when are you free?" Liang Anlu snorted twice, obviously having no intention of giving up. "Just tell me what you want to say. Why do we need to be polite?" Qin Chuan said with a chuckle. Liang Anlu has always been very sensible and has never asked him out for dinner alone. Suddenly, she was so persistent in asking him out for dinner. There must be something going on. Then I'll just say it straight. Liang Anlu said, "I want to invite you to sing a song." As the boss of launching, she pays attention to all the big and small things in the entertainment industry. Besides, the internet was so lively last night, it would be hard for her not to know. Naturally, Su Chuchu also listened to the 3 new songs Qin Chuan wrote for her. Although she couldn't say they were stunning, at least each one was a masterpiece. It also gave her a better understanding of Qin Chuan. This guy is simply incredible. The previous song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was already amazing. Such a good song is hard to come by. She originally thought that Qin Chuan only had this one. After all, it is quite rare for a musician to suddenly have a flash of inspiration and write such a good song. Now Launching has signed several singers and released more than 10 songs, but none of them has become popular so far. Qin Chuan released 4 songs of such high quality at once, how could she not be moved? Writing a song, that's not a problem, Qin Chuan said, but you know, inspiration doesn't just come. It may take some time. In fact, he can write many songs. Although he was tone deaf in his previous life, he has heard quite a few songs. The 5 songs written now are just the tip of the iceberg. He himself had no plans to become a singer, and many of his songs were not suitable for Su Chuchu and Qin Xianyu to sing, so there were still many good songs that could be sung by others. He did not agree to Liang Anlu immediately because he had his own considerations. Simply giving a song to others fails to reflect its true value. You know, every song he knows has been tested by the market. Even the most exciting national style, which was criticized by many people. That's okay. I'll make an appointment with you in advance. When you have inspiration, you can give priority to me. The price and other things are negotiable. Liang Anlu did not doubt him. She knew that any good song takes time to polish. Regarding copyright fees, although Qin Chuan is a shareholder of the company, he still has to handle things impartially. These are 2 different matters. Money or not is a small matter. I will definitely take it to heart if Sister Liang asks me to do so. Qin Chuan did not mention the matter of asking her to go to Xinghe to help again. It would not be good to urge her too much. After chatting for a while, I hung up the phone, took care of some chores at the company, and then it was time to get off work. Chapter 132, Sleep with Me. It was already dinner time when Qin Chuan left the company and returned to Lijinghuoding. After sitting for a while, the takeaway arrived and the 4 of them sat around the dining table and started eating. "Sister Qin, have you ever thought about training new people?" Qin Chuan suddenly asked Chao Qin. In the afternoon, when Guodong mentioned arranging a manager for the Long Legs band, he thought of Chao Qin. It is normal for an agent to manage multiple artists. Now she only has Su Chuchu as her manager. Su Chuchu will not be assigned too much work for the time being. Qin Xianyu and her friends just happen to need an experienced and responsible agent like Chao Qin. For Chao Qin, the more artists she manages and the more popular they become, her income will also increase. It is only a matter of time before the Long Legs band becomes popular, which will also increase her income. Of course, with Chao Qin's qualifications and connections, she is more than capable of bringing in a few new people. Chao Qin was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Chuchu. It's like this. Qin Chuan told her about the situation of the Long Legs band, and finally added, "Of course, you still have to take care of Chuchu." "Oh, that's no problem. I'll go see them first." Chao Qin hesitated for a moment and agreed. Given the current situation, Su Chuchu probably needs to rest for a while. Since it is Qin Chuan's sister's band, the company will definitely support it. With Qin Chuan's songwriting ability, there is a good chance that he will become popular. Qin Chuan is taking special care of me. She is not actually short of money, but after so many years, she seems to have become accustomed to the current pace of life. It would be difficult for her to adapt if she suddenly has free time. Su Chuchu naturally had no objection to Qin Chuan's arrangement. Shall we, how about a 30% salary increase starting from this month? Qin Chuan turned to Yang Xiaowei. He must fulfill his promise last time. Thank you, boss. Yang Xiaowei said with a smile. After dinner, Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu went upstairs to help her pack up. Moving is like this. Even though it may seem like you don't have much, after a simple packing process you still end up with 2 large suitcases. Well, actually there weren't many. There were still quite a few clothes and shoes that would just be piled up at home even if I took them with me. So I simply asked Chao Qin and Xiaohui to help take care of them. You must be tired? Sit down and take a rest. Su Chuchu picked up a bottle of water and handed it to Qin Chuan with a smile. Not bad. Qin Chuan took it, unscrewed the bottle, gulped down 2 gulps, and sat on the edge of the bed. There's no need to find a moving company. Sister Qin and Xiaohui don't have much stuff. Sister Qin's friends can come over tomorrow to help them move. That's fine too. Qin Chuan patted the person beside him and said, "Come and sit here." What? Su Chuchu sat over, stretched out her 2 little hands and rubbed his cheeks, then sat next to him obediently. How about moving to my place tonight? Qin Chuan put the water on the bedside table beside him, then lay down and smelled the fragrance of Su Chuchu's bed. I want to chat with Sister Qin and Xiaohui tonight. Su Chuchu poked his belly and said, You can take the luggage over first. I can drive over there myself tomorrow. Although they are not living together temporarily, they will still see each other often in the future. However, the 3 of them have been together almost all the time, both at work and in their spare time, in recent years, which is a big change now. And Sister Qin probably has a lot to say to me. Okay. Qin Chuan curled his lips. He didn't quite understand women's thoughts. He was going to move there tomorrow anyway, so one night wouldn't make a difference. Why are you so impatient? Su Chuchu turned her head and looked at him with a playful smile. Did this guy think that he could do whatever he wanted just because she moved over? We won't let him succeed so quickly. Things that are too easy to get are often not cherished. Besides, it seemed that I was the one who took the initiative from the beginning, which was not good. I had to observe him carefully for a while. I didn't. Qin Chuan denied it flatly, as if he was so lustful. No? Su Chuchu put her hand under his shirt and touched his belly. Huh? It looks pretty good. This guy doesn't look very strong, and it seems that he doesn't exercise regularly, but his abdominal muscles are hard and firm. Qin Chuan felt her soft little hands rubbing his belly, and a tingling sensation made him feel excited. He took her into his arms and scratched her slender waist a few times, warning her, If you touch me again, I will be rude. No more touching, no more touching. Su Chuchu surrendered repeatedly, twisted her little body and snuggled into his arms. The 2 of them lay quietly for a while, each with their own thoughts. Su Chuchu turned and looked at him. You promised me that you wouldn't bully me when I move over. How can I bear to bully you? Qin Chuan said solemnly. He would first coax the man home and then discuss whether to bully him or not. By the way, we have to find time to buy some gifts for my father-in-law and mother-in-law tomorrow. It's not too late to buy it when you come to our place. You don't need to bring anything special. Just buy 2 boxes of tea for my dad and some ordinary nutritional supplements for my mom. After chatting for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Qin Chuan went home with 2 suitcases. It was almost noon the next day. Su Chuchu drove to Yushu Bay. Qin Chuan led her to the bedroom. When he came back last night, he had already packed Su Chuchu's clothes and placed them in the cloakroom, and the rest of her cosmetics, jewelry, etc. were directly arranged on the dressing table in the bedroom. I live in this room? It's pretty good. Su Chuchu looked around and said with great satisfaction. Then she smiled playfully and asked him, But isn't this your room? I live here, so where do you live? Ah. Qin Chuan looked confused. What's wrong? Su Chuchu asked knowingly. I'll sleep here too. Qin Chuan said, What does this mean? Do we have to live separately now that we've moved here? You wish. Su Chuchu pointed to the next room. How about this? You can live in the next room. Impossible. I want to sleep here. Qin Chuan flatly refused. What a joke. He finally coaxed her home, but he was kicked out instead. I don't care. You can live next door for the time being. I will observe you for a period of time. After the observation period, I will let you go to bed. Su Chuchu raised her little face and said with a firm attitude. What kind of inspection is that? I'm your husband, we're married, and it's not like we've never slept together before. Qin Chuan argued. Su Chuchu found it so funny to see him so angry and helpless. She hesitated for a moment and then took the initiative to give in. How about this? You can sleep here, but you have to promise not to bully me. Okay. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. I'm fine, as long as you don't covet my body. Su Chuchu narrowed her eyes and stared at him, then slowly walked up to him and gently pushed him towards the bed. I'm hungry now, come and sleep with me for a while. Qin Chuan. Chapter 133. Men who can cook are the most handsome. Why did it become like this? I am a man. How can I be manipulated by a woman? Where is the dignity? Where is the face left? Qin Chuan was pushed down on the bed by Su Chuchu. He looked at her with a look of despair and felt very sad and angry. You didn't intend to let me sleep with you just now, but now you turn around and tease me. It's totally unreasonable. This female hooligan is getting more and more outrageous. You've changed. Su Chuchu lay beside him, pulled up his arm and put it under her head, turned her head and looked at him and said with a smile, How have I changed? You're getting more and more beautiful. Qin Chuan paused. He couldn't say that she was becoming more and more shameless. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. It was nice for couples to have a little romance occasionally. It's just that this sister keeps teasing him like this, and it's a bit uncomfortable that she doesn't let him succeed. Ugh. I saw several cookbooks when I was packing your luggage yesterday. Are you learning how to cook? Qin Chuan inadvertently saw several cookbooks that were packed out yesterday on the desk, and immediately remembered that he found them when he was packing her luggage last night. Well, I had nothing to do some time ago. I was free anyway, so I found something to do. Su Chuchu blinked a few times and said calmly. How's your study going? It's okay. Su Chuchu said casually. It would be embarrassing to say that she had learned nothing at all. Then let's go buy some vegetables and cook at home? Qin Chuan said, pinching her little face gently. Su Chuchu grabbed his hand and said with a long sigh, Cooking is so troublesome, let's order takeout. Didn't you learn it at all? Qin Chuan said with a smile. I learned it, but I didn't learn it. I'm simply not cut out to be a cook. Su Chuchu whimpered and had to admit it. Otherwise, when she bought the vegetables, she would be at a loss when cooking, and this guy would definitely laugh at her. I didn't ask you to do it, I'll do it. Now that we have moved in together, this will be our home from now on. How can it be called a home without some sense of home? We can't always eat out or order takeout, that wouldn't be appropriate. Stir-fried noodles? Su Chuchu had a deep memory of the bowl of noodles he made. I'm not going to have stir-fried noodles this time. I'm going to show you my cooking skills. I'm sure you'll be impressed. Qin Chuan pointed at the menu and said, Pick a few dishes from the list and see what's needed. We'll go out and buy some later and I'll cook for you. If I remember correctly, there are still a few hundred system points, which are enough to learn a cooking skill. Although this skill seems a bit useless, if he studies hard he can make it almost as good, at least it's edible. Besides, he doesn't like cooking, and he probably won't have many opportunities to cook in the future. Su Chuchu said stood up, walked over to take the menu, looked through it, and started ordering dishes with great interest. Since this guy is so interested, it might be a good idea to exercise in advance. Anyway, there is nothing to do today, so we can cook a meal together. Even if the taste is not good, it will be fun. However, she was obviously skeptical about Qin Chuan's cooking skills, so she didn't order any dishes that were too difficult. Then I'll order a plate of braised prawns, a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a plate of seaweed egg drop soup. Is that all? Just finish these first. Have to. Qin Chuan stood up and took the recipe, and used his mobile phone to write down what ingredients and seasonings needed to be bought, so that he wouldn't be delayed when he came back due to missing something. Cooking for two people is a bit annoying because it's easy to have leftovers if you're not careful. 2 dishes, a soup, and 2 bowls of rice are almost enough. There is still a long way to go and there is still plenty of time for you to show your talents. Then let's go buy some groceries now. I'm a little hungry. Okay, let's go. Su Chuchu pulled him up and went downstairs to buy things. More than half an hour later, the two returned home carrying large and small bags of food. Qin Chuan took the time to open the system and found the cooking item. He spent 300 points to learn professional level cooking skills and started working in the kitchen. Su Chuchu also changed her clothes and prepared to help with great interest. Come, let me help you put on your apron. Qin Chuan took out an apron and motioned to her. Su Chuchu turned around and opened her arms, just like a queen changing clothes. Qin Chuan put the apron on her from behind and sniffed her hair. It smells so good. You never forget to take advantage of others, you rascal. Su Chuchu curled her lips and nudged him lightly with her elbow. I'd love to. Qin Chuan dodged and said with a smile, why don't you just stay out of it and just watch and learn from the sidelines, and then you can do it next time. I'll help you wash the vegetables, and you can take care of the rest. Su Chuchu rolled up her sleeves and said, come on, if you cook well, there will be a reward in the evening. Qin Chuan poured out the prawns and cleaned them while looking at her expectantly and asked, what's the reward? It's a surprise. You'll definitely like it. Su Chuchu smiled charmingly and mysteriously. I like surprises the most. The connection between evening and surprise inevitably made him imagine a lot and he started to get busy happily. Can you really do it? Su Chuchu was still a little skeptical. Last time at the Nwanju banquet, this guy said in person that he couldn't cook, and the dark stir-fried noodles that night proved it. Although the taste was barely swallowable, I forced myself to eat it because I didn't want him to be too frustrated. This time, well, as long as it doesn't taste bad, I'll just put up with it and not discourage his enthusiasm. Cooking is not that easy. I learned it for a few days, but it was still a mess. It would be nice if this guy could grow up to be a qualified house husband. Just wait and see. I'll show you my true strength later. Qin Chuan didn't know what she was thinking. He just said confidently, and then added, I just didn't perform well last time. First, simmer the rice, then use scissors to remove the shrimp claws and whiskers, remove the sand line, and marinate with cooking wine. Take the washed onion and ginger, and skillfully cut them into shreds for later use. Su Chuchu looked at him blankly. Just looking at his knife skills, which looked quite good, it was clear that he couldn't cook. How many surprises does this guy have? How is it? Qin Chuan noticed a hint of surprise on her face and said smugly. Men who can cook are the most handsome. Su Chuchu leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. He smiled foolishly, took the peeled potatoes, and cut them into evenly thick strips with a click, click, click sound. Then he looked at Su Chuchu with an expression that said, praise me quickly. Men are born with a desire to show off in front of women, especially in front of the women they like. Su Chuchu gave him a thumbs up. Heat oil in a pan. When it is hot again, pour the marinated prawns into the pot. The method of braised prawns in oil is very simple. A few minutes later, a plate of fragrant, golden-colored prawns that looked very good came out of the pot. Next came the spicy and sour potato shreds, a very common home-cooked dish, and Qin Chuan was naturally able to prepare it with ease. Chapter 134. This is a misunderstanding. A plate of braised prawns, a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, 2 bowls of rice, and a plate of seaweed and egg soup were soon served. It was a simple lunch as the two sat face to face. Would you like to open a bottle of red wine? Qin Chuan glanced at the fruits of his labor and looked across. What kind of wine should I drink at noon? Let's celebrate. Celebrating what? To celebrate your move here, it's a happy new house. Qin Chuan said happily. Why do I feel like you are the happiest one? You are celebrating for yourself. Congratulations, you try it first to see if you like the taste. I'll go open the wine. Qin Chuan stood up and walked towards the wine cabinet. Su Chuchu picked up a piece of spicy and sour potato shreds with chopsticks and put it into her mouth, and said with surprise, delicious. Very authentic. Try the shrimp again. Qin Chuan returned to the dining table and urged while opening the wine. Su Chuchu peeled a shrimp and put it into her mouth. She nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and praised, very good, delicious. In fact, she has eaten all kinds of delicacies, but this is made by her own man, so it has a different meaning and the taste is naturally better. Moreover, this is absolutely a world of difference compared to the last bowl of stir-fried noodles, and it must be given affirmation. Otherwise, what if I don't do it in the future? Qin Chuan poured each of them half a glass of red wine, picked up a glass and handed it to her. Come on, clink glasses. Congratulations to Chef Qin for taking his cooking skills to the next level. Su Chuchu took it, clinked it lightly with his, and took a small sip. Thank you very much. There is still room for improvement. Qin Chuan said modestly with a cheerful smile. I started panting after praising you for a few words. Su Chuchu pouted and tapped the plate. Hurry up and eat. Qin Chuan smiled and started to eat. After drinking half a glass of red wine and finishing their meal, the two of them lazily leaned back in their chairs, chatting about trivial matters. Su Chuchu's face flushed, making her look particularly pretty. I'll wash the dishes. After a while, she took the initiative to speak, but her body showed no sign of moving. Qin Chuan nodded and said, You don't love me anymore. Su Chuchu frowned slightly. Ah? Shouldn't you take the initiative to wash it? Oh, I'll go wash it then. Not sincere. So difficult to please. See? I just moved in and you're already disliking me. Qin Chuan was a little overwhelmed, rubbed his forehead, and said sincerely, I definitely don't dislike you, I'll go wash it right away, I love washing dishes. After saying that, he immediately stood up, cleaned up the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. I'll go cheer you up. Su Chuchu smiled, stood up and followed. Why add oil to wash dishes? Qin Chuan muttered something, put the dishes into the sink, picked up the rag and started washing the dishes. Let me give you a back rub. You've worked hard, chef. Su Chuchu waved her two little fists and patted him on the back a few times. How is it? Are you satisfied with my service? Yeah, not bad. Qin Chuan turned his head. It would be even better if you kiss me again. Slutty. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, the two returned to the bedroom. Su Chuchu lazily lay down on the bed and rubbed her belly, sighing, if it continues like this, I'll get fat to death. Then get up and take a few steps. Qin Chuan said with a smile. I don't want to move. I'm going to start giving up on myself. Su Chuchu shook her head. Qin Chuan lay down beside her with ease, took her little hand and put it on his chest to play with it. After eating and drinking, it felt really good to hold his fragrant wife and play with her for a while. Will you dislike me if I gain weight in the future? Why would you ask such a stupid question? Qin Chuan blurted out and asked back. Su Chuchu turned her head and looked at him with some emotion. I knew you were the most. Is there any need to ask? Of course I can. Qin Chuan teased her with a sly smile. Su Chuchu's face fell, and she pinched his chest with her backhand. Then you are not allowed to touch me. If you're worried about gaining weight, there's a swimming pool downstairs after lunch break. We can go for a swim. Qin Chuan suggested. By the way, do you have a swimsuit? Yes, I have. What kind? What kind do you like? Of course that's the case. Qin Chuan raised his hands and made two circles in the air, then drew a triangle. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes and didn't respond. It's easy to feel sleepy in the summer, especially after lunch. After being quiet for a while, her eyelids began to feel heavy. She covered her mouth and yawned, then turned sideways with her back to him. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't touch me while I'm asleep, or I won't let you get in bed tonight. Qin Chuan shamelessly hugged her from behind. Her soft body exuded a delicate fragrance. Feeling her warm body temperature, he felt extremely comfortable. A huge sense of happiness filled his heart. He was already very satisfied just holding her like this. Of course, it would be even better if we could go further. With the soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms, he fell asleep quickly without realizing it. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he woke up again, Su Chuchu was still asleep. She was curled up in his arms like a kitten, and one of his hands was pressing on a place on her that shouldn't be pressed. The soft touch made him want to pinch it. After a struggle between his conscience and his desires, he finally held back, taking advantage of someone's misfortune and seeming quite vulgar. Afraid of waking her up, he carefully and slowly moved his hand away from the fullness. Just at that moment, Su Chuchu opened her eyes and her gaze fell on his hand. Qin Chuan paused, fearing that the air would suddenly become quiet. What are you going to do? I was afraid you would catch a cold, so I prepared to cover you with a blanket. Qin Chuan's mind raced and he quickly made up an excuse. Although I had touched it last time in Kunming, it was still a bit embarrassing to be caught red-handed. Su Chuchu raised her eyelids and looked at him, obviously not believing him. You beast. Xin Chuan looked innocent. This is a misunderstanding. Well, actually, it wasn't a misunderstanding, I touched it after all. But they were both asleep, so who knew she would press there? Is this a man's instinct? Su Chu Chu didn't care, she grabbed his hand and bit it gently. Hiss. Xin Chuan quickly pulled his hand away. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Su Chu Chu said angrily. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Chao Qin calling. She pressed the answer button and Chao Qin's excited voice came out. Take a quick look at the new song chart, it's number 1. Chapter 135. I won't waste it if I say so. First place? Su Chu Chu was stunned for a moment. She didn't pay attention to the charts today, not because she didn't care, but because even if she had high hopes for the new song, it would take time to top the charts. After all, the appeal of a pop diva should not be underestimated. Therefore, when she heard the news suddenly, she was a little bit skeptical. She came back to her senses in a second, sat up abruptly, hung up the phone and quickly opened the music software. I was surprised to find that Little Lucky had indeed rushed to the first place, Little Half followed closely in second place, and Song Shinmei's Lonely Bird dropped to third place, and My Own Curly Eyelashes was in fourth place. She blinked, but it still felt too unreal. Xin Chuan came over and rested his chin on her shoulder to take a look, also feeling quite surprised. Although he knew that the songs he copied had at least been tested by the market, he did not expect that they would cause such a big response so quickly. Su Chu Chu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and kissed him. Click, another kiss. After 2 kisses, it seemed that she still couldn't express her excitement at the moment. She simply threw her phone aside, turned around, pushed Xin Chuan down on the bed, turned over and straddled Xin Chuan, looking down at him with burning eyes. I'm going to reward you. Come on, abuse me as much as you can. Xin Chuan spread his hands, closed his eyes, and had a resigned expression on his face. Weak, pitiful, helpless. Forget it, I'll let you go for now. Su Chu Chu paused, got out of bed, and walked out the door in her slippers. Eh? Xin Chuan opened his eyes, got up and jumped out of bed and followed her, confused. I'm ready, how could you let me go? How could this person do this? He has already made his position clear. If he says he won't waste it, then he won't waste it. People should be honest, don't you know? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Su Chu Chu said as she walked. No, how can you let me go just like that? That would be too easy for me. I'll give you some time to prepare yourself mentally. I won't let you off so easily next time. Don't do it next time, do it now. This guy kept asking for abuse, but Su Chu Chu ignored him. The entire music industry was in an uproar at this time. Weibo, Tieba, and various entertainment news sections have all published various eye-catching and exaggerated headlines. Su Chu Chu's new song topped the new song chart, beating out pop diva Song Shinmei. Singing queen Song Shinmei lost to newcomer Su Chu Chu and lost the top spot on the new song chart. Su Chu Chu's new song is so popular that it has surpassed the queen of the music world and successfully reached the top. The reason why it caused such a big reaction is that Song Shinmei has been in the limelight in recent years, and every album release will attract special attention. It's also somewhat related to the fact that Su Chu Chu has been making some noise from time to time recently. Of course, what happened on the night of the Golden Melody Awards also contributed greatly. The most important thing is that the speed of this surge is too fast. It's incredible that it's been less than 2 days since the new song was released at midnight yesterday. In addition to some regular news sections, there are also many entertainment gossip marketing accounts that are eager to watch the fun. How could they be willing to miss this popularity? They all unanimously brought out the jury composed of Song Shinmei, Liang Huanchua, and others at the Golden Sound Awards and criticized them again. Song Shinmei led the Golden Melody Awards jury to cancel Su Chu Chu's Most Promising Female Singer Award. Su Chu Chu is now stepping on her to get to the top. I wonder what Queen Song feels now. Su Chu Chu's slap on the face was really brilliant. I guess the judges have nowhere to put their faces now. No, they should have nowhere to put their faces that night. Su fans are celebrating. Song Shinmei's fans were outraged. Hashtag became a hot search. Professionals in the industry also began to analyze the reasons why Song Shinmei failed this time. To sum up, there are roughly 2 points. Firstly, Song Shinmei's style is too monotonous. All her albums over the years, whether it is the style of the songs she chooses or her singing voice, are always her best and most comfortable songs, with almost no new attempts. Of course, even so, the huge fan base she has accumulated is enough for her to last forever, and she is still recognized by the public as one of the queens of the music world. Su Chuchu is the complete opposite. The 3 new songs she released this time, dance music, folk music and pop music, each of them is in a different style and very different from her previous songs. In the past, because of her appearance, the outside world easily overlooked her singing skills, and her previous songs actually did not give her any room to shine. This time, she completely overturned the outside world's previous impression of her, which was a bit unexpected. Of course, the 3 high-quality songs also contributed greatly. In a lounge of Dean Entertainment, Song Shinmei was in a depressed mood. With a sullen expression, she scrolled through her phone and opened her Weibo. The messages below were particularly eye-catching. Congratulations on the new album's success. Congratulations. I wish the new album will sell well. The Beauty Sisters are so awesome, they took the top 3 spots. The queen is the queen, she deserves the title. Taking the top 3 is just routine, and taking the top 5 is not surprising. Embarrassing, not only she felt embarrassed, but those who left the messages were probably also extremely embarrassed at this moment. No one expected that she, a queen of pop, would fall into such a disaster. Let a newcomer step on you to get to the top. How embarrassing for her. The assistant stood aside in silence, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Contact a publicity department and ask them to invest in advertising for me. Also, arrange a trip for me. After a long silence, Song Shinmei finally spoke. It is never too late to mend. I was careless and too confident before. Now I must cheer up. If I can't make a comeback quickly, I will really become a stepping stone for Su Chuchu. Okay, I'll go right away. The assistant nodded and hurried away. Qin Chuan didn't want to ruin his songs, so he didn't bother about it. The two returned to the living room. Su Chuchu curled up on the sofa and watched her new songs. The data were still soaring. Every song had rave reviews, and she couldn't suppress a smile between her eyebrows. It's actually not that important for her to beat Song Shinmei. What's important is that I have finally gained recognition from more people and have not disappointed those who have always supported me. At the same time, she accidentally saw the banner advertisement on the homepage of the music platform recommending the long-legged band Superstar. This recommended position is already the most eye-catching position, and it is obvious that the company has invested a lot of resources. As for my sister-in-law's band, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, she had already heard the song and it was definitely worth the investment. Xiao Yuer and her friend's new song is online? There's even a MV. Well, take a look at it. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Su Chuchu clicked on the MV and watched it, then nodded and said, "It's pretty good. Send me the video and I'll recommend it to her on Weibo." Qin Xuan didn't have the video saved in his phone, so he contacted Laoguo and sent the video directly to Su Chuchu's email. Su Chuchu quickly uploaded the MV to Weibo, with a simple caption, "Recommend the new song of the Long Legs Band. It's so good." Chapter 136. Where's the surprise? Long Legs Band? I've never heard of it before. When did it emerge? I like long legs, and I have to support the band just based on its name. Her legs aren't that long. I guess the little keyboard player is only 1.6 meters tall at most. Her song is really good. The lead singer is beautiful and the song is nice, I support it. Su Chuchu has over 10 million fans after all, and her number has increased quite a bit in the past 2 days. Not long after, a large number of fans showed up to support her. During this period, Qin Chuan also heard the system prompt sound, silently opened it and looked at it. System task: help Qin Xianyu realize her dream and build a successful girl band. Cash reward of 300 million has been issued, points reward of 3,600, skill reward, unknown progress 5,100. The rewards are indeed generous. But the mission is only half done. For a successful band, it seems that having only one famous song is not enough. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Let us get the name out first. At least let the outside world remember that there is such a band. He turned off the system and checked the time. It was already 4:30. He suddenly remembered what he had mentioned before lunch break about swimming. There was still plenty of time, and he could also see Su Chuchu wearing a swimsuit. Her figure would look so good in a swimsuit. So he turned to look at her and asked, "Do you want to go swimming?" "No, I don't want to move." Su Chuchu shook her head, "I'll just get fat to death. I'm not going." Qin Chuan said with a little disappointment. "You seem very disappointed." Su Chuchu glanced at him sideways. How could she not know what was in his mind? No, it's okay to be lazy for a few days. You'll just gain a few pounds. There's a gym at home. I'll help you lose weight later. Qin Xuan said seriously. He is in great shape and in good shape now, so he doesn't need to exercise at all. Even if the effects may wear off over time, he doesn't need to exercise. Taking drugs can get rid of stress faster than exhausting yourself. You are still worried that I will become ugly if I get fat, superficial man? Su Chuchu snorted. Qin Xuan, what does this have to do with superficiality? Aren't you worried that I will become a bald fat man in the future? Don't worry, I like you no matter what you become. Su Chuchu blurted out while swiping her phone. Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment. This seemed to be the first time Su Chuchu said such words. He happily leaned over and asked, "How much do you like me?" "Ah. I just like it that much." Su Chuchu seemed to have just reacted. She rolled her eyes, raised her hand, drew a circle in the air, and responded to him perfunctorily. "How much do you like it?" Qin Xuan was dumbfounded and didn't understand. "Go away, don't bother me." "I see. You were attracted to me because of my appearance, talent, and character, right? So you don't care about becoming a bald and fat man, because I am talented and have good character. Do you dare to be more narcissistic?" Su Chuchu rolled her eyes and interrupted him. "It turns out that I am so attractive in your heart." Qin Xuan muttered to himself. Su Chuchu ignored him and let him feel good about himself. Time passed quickly and it was evening in the blink of an eye. The flight to Chi City will be early tomorrow morning. After dinner, the two of them took a walk in the yard and prepared to rest. Back in the room, even though it wasn't the first time we'd slept together, the atmosphere was still a little subtle. "You wash quickly, go take a shower first." The two of them sat on the sofa, playing with their phones in silence for a while, and Su Chuchu spoke first. Qin Xuan said oh and took out a short-sleeved shirt and shorts from the cabinet to use as pajamas. He didn't have the habit of wearing pajamas in summer. He usually took off all his clothes and went to bed. But today was obviously not an option. If he went out naked, Su Chuchu probably wouldn't even let him get on the bed. There was a bathroom in the bedroom, so he went in with his clothes and started taking a shower. Halfway through the shower, she suddenly remembered that there was no small umbrella at home. Although Su Chuchu had repeatedly warned her not to move, they were a single man and a single woman lying on the same bed. If they could not control themselves, no one could guarantee what would happen. "Last time I almost delayed my work because of this, why don't you learn your lesson? I'll buy a box in bulk and keep it at home. Who knows when I'll need it." He took a quick shower, just applied shower gel on his body, rinsed it off, dried himself, changed his clothes, quickly blew dry his hair, and threw the clothes he had taken off into the washing machine. When Su Chuchu walked out of the bathroom, she had already prepared her pajamas to change into. She was leaning on the sofa, not knowing what she was thinking about. "You wash it." Qin Xuan gestured to her. "Yeah." Su Chuchu got up, picked up her pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. "Do you need a back rub?" Roll. Bang, the bathroom door closed. Qin Xuan smiled, climbed onto the bed, picked up his phone and leaned against the head of the bed, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom and watching the news absent-mindedly. After about 10 minutes, the sound of water stopped, and the sounds of the washing machine and hairdryer began one after another. After a while, the bathroom door was pushed open. Su Chuchu came out in a black nightgown that showed off her figure. The hem of the nightgown was higher than her knees, and the black nightgown made her two white and smooth calves look dazzling. Qin Xuan took a glance and then stared at the screen of his mobile phone without looking away, looking like a gentleman. "It's quite a good pretender." Su Chuchu walked to the bed and sat down, pouting and exposing him. "This guy is not a gentleman at all. He usually behaves like a gangster. Who would believe that he suddenly becomes so serious? Didn't you say at noon that there would be a surprise in the evening? Where is the surprise?" Qin Xuan put down his phone, stopped pretending, and said with anticipation on his face. Su Chuchu leaned over and kissed him on the face. The neckline fell naturally, and two tempting big white rabbits flashed past Qin Xuan's eyes. But this guy's appetite has been whetted now, and he can't be appeased by just a kiss. "That's it? What else? What do you want to do?" Su Chuchu raised her eyebrows. "At least, let me play with your legs for a while." Qin Xuan pointed at her white and tender legs and said shamelessly. "Bullshit. Su Chuchu glanced at him. This guy was as shameless as ever. I will never be fooled by you again. As promised, I will give you a surprise. Qin Chuan said indignantly. Su Chuchu stretched out her two beautiful legs and shook them deliberately. Does it look good? What's the point of looking good if you don't play with it? Chapter 137. Going to meet the mother-in-law. I had already slept in a bed at home in Kunming last time. Except for the last step, which made no progress, I had done everything that should be done and touched everything that should be touched. Although Su Chuchu warned him again and again, she always turned a blind eye to Qin Chuan's secret exploits. It's fun to tease this guy from time to time. The relationship has developed to this stage, and Qin Chuan is just one step away from success. Things like this should be left to nature. It's okay to try it occasionally, but there's no point in forcing it. Of course, telling a joke from time to satisfy your mouth, and taking advantage of opportunities to satisfy your hands, can also be considered a little fun between husband and wife. Go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow. Su Chuchu snorted lightly, not bothering to pay attention to his sweet talk. She stretched lazily, revealing her charming figure, which was extremely attractive. You don't want to sleep? I washed the clothes and hung them up before going to bed. You lie down, I'll go dry it later. Qin Chuan said. From now on, you will be responsible for cooking and I will be responsible for washing clothes. We will share the housework equally. This is fair. Su Chuchu said with a bright smile. Qin Chuan. How is this fair? But there is no need to be too serious about such trivial matters. Agree, then I'll wait for you to sleep together. So good. Su Chuchu didn't say anything else. She got up and went back to the bathroom to wash her underwear by hand. Qin Chuan picked up his phone and started a game. When she came back after washing the clothes, the game had just ended. She quit the game, set an alarm, and put her phone on the bedside table. Not playing anymore? There's nothing fun here. I'm sleepy. Qin Chuan said. Games are not as fun as his wife. Su Chuchu lifted the quilt and got into bed. Turn off the lights. Qin Chuan raised his hand to turn off the lights, then held her in his arms and buried his head in her neck. A whiff of sweet fragrance entered his nose, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. You have to sleep with me, it's your own fault. Su Chuchu felt his warm breath on her collarbone, listened to his slightly heavy breathing, reached out and gently played with his hair. I do. Qin Chuan murmured, it hurts but I am happy. Okay, then you can be happy. Su Chuchu pouted, turned around and kissed him on the forehead and whispered, good night. Good night. Nothing happened overnight. Probably because he went to bed much earlier than usual, Qin Chuan woke up at just around 5 o'clock. With the weak light of the sky, he saw Su Chuchu with her back to him. The quilt had been kicked away at some point, and the hem of her nightgown was rolled up, exposing a pair of slender, white legs to the air, with her buttocks wrapped in white panties. It was a bit difficult to bear, so he rubbed his nose, reached out and gently covered her with the quilt again, quickly calming himself down. It was still too early and I fell asleep again without realizing it. At 7 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. The two opened their eyes almost at the same time. Su Chuchu stretched her body, let out a long sigh, turned over and hugged Qin Chuan beside her like an octopus. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he frowned, lifted the quilt, and said with disgust, did you dream that you did something obscene? I didn't dream about anything. Qin Chuan quickly pulled the quilt over to cover himself, coughed lightly to clear his throat and explained. I don't believe it. How could this happen if I didn't dream about anything? Su Chuchu asked him while looking at him with a smile. It's normal anyway. Has this always happened before? How can it be often? It only happens occasionally. You don't understand. It's quite magical. Su Chuchu said with a playful smile. Qin Chuan. I got up, washed, made a simple breakfast, and prepared to go out to meet my father-in-law. Wouldn't it be more formal to wear a shirt? In the bedroom, Qin Chuan took out a few t-shirts and shirts, put them on himself, and asked Su Chuchu for her opinion. Wear whatever you feel comfortable in. Su Chuchu said indifferently. Whether clothes look good or not depends mainly on who wears them. This guy is handsome and has a good figure, so he looks good in anything. Then I'd better wear a shirt. It will make me look more stable. Qin Chuan thought for a while, then picked out a pair of pants. After matching them together, he felt they were pretty good. Su Chuchu nodded in approval. Why don't you step aside for a moment and let me change my clothes? I'll watch you change. Su Chuchu leaned against the cabinet with her arms folded, smiling slightly. Isn't this bad? Qin Chuan said. He felt a little embarrassed to be stared at while changing clothes. You won't suffer any loss if I take a look at you. Su Chuchu chuckled. This guy is so shameless that he would be embarrassed to change his clothes? All right. Never mind. It's not like anyone will see him losing a piece of my body. Besides, it's okay if his wife sees him. Qin Chuan responded and started to change his clothes. She's in pretty good shape. Qin Chuan took off his t-shirt, and his half-naked upper body was revealed in front of Su Chuchu. He was not strong, but his muscle lines were very obvious, and he even had six-pack abdominal muscles. No wonder he felt so good. Do you like it? Do you want to touch it? Qin Chuan noticed that she was staring at him, stroking his abdominal muscles, then turned towards her and asked as if showing off. Stop being so narcissistic and hurry up. I also need to change my clothes. Su Chuchu rolled her eyes at him and urged him. Qin Chuan smiled and quickly put on his clothes. Su Chuchu stepped forward to straighten his collar and looked him up and down. She silently asked herself, so handsome, whose man is this? Mine, he. On the surface, he was calm and said, okay, you go out. I need to change my clothes. You've watched me change clothes, I want to watch you change too. Qin Chuan said unwillingly. Look at your ass, how can we be the same? I am a woman, and you have been looking at me. Aren't you taking advantage of me? Qin Chuan, is this unreasonable? Why do men deserve to be taken advantage of? No, I'm a woman, I don't need to reason. Su Chuchu pulled him out of the door and closed it. Qin Chuan pinched his nose and went downstairs to wait with some regret. Soon, she was seen walking down gracefully in a light blue dress and a moon-white fisherman's hat, and waved her hand. Come on, I'll take you to my house. The two went out and drove to the airport. He was going to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were very dangerous people. Although Qin Chuan kept saying that he was ready, he felt more and more uneasy the closer he got to the airport. Chapter 138, The more gifts you give, the less blame you get. Is there anything special I should be aware of when I get to your house? After getting on the plane, Qin Chuan was both excited and a little nervous. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Su Chuchu a question. Just don't act like a gangster to me in front of my dad. Su Chuchu grabbed his hand and smiled. I'm not stupid. Qin Chuan said speechlessly. It is said that a daughter is her father's lover in the previous life. Not only did he steal someone's lover from his previous life, but he also rubbed salt into his wounds in front of him. Overturning the table is just a small matter. He might even chop him with a knife, okay? It's okay to take advantage of others at other times, but he must restrain himself when he comes to the Su family. What else? Qin Chuan asked again, and then he said, I'm not nervous, I'm excited. I'm excited when I think about meeting my father-in-law and mother-in-law. No, it's just like the first time I went to your house. Look how thick-skinned I was then. Qin Chuan. That's true. When it comes to being thick-skinned, I might not be as good as her. You're so smart, just adapt to the situation when the time comes. Just remember one thing, we've got the marriage certificate, it's protected by the law, no one can change that, let's go back and go through the process. I also had a general idea of Lao Su's attitude from the conversation with my mother. She knew Lao Su's temper very well. It seems a little difficult to get him to accept Qin Chuan all of a sudden. This time I went back just to let them meet. In the end, no matter what his attitude is, it won't change the status quo. There is still a long time to go. If it really doesn't work, you can take it slow. Qin Chuan nodded, okay, I will definitely try to get it. Come on. Su Chuchu shook his hand and smiled brightly. Should I call uncle and aunt, or just call mom and dad? Qin Chuan asked again after a moment of silence. Just call them uncle and aunt first. You haven't received the red envelope yet. Change the name after you get the money. Su Chuchu smiled. She didn't think her parents would agree if she called them now. Understood. Shi City is a third-tier city, a 6-hour flight from Jinhai. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we got off the plane. The two of them took a taxi to the mall and bought 2 boxes of good tea and several boxes of nutritional supplements, which took more than half an hour. Are these things too little? After walking out of the mall, Qin Chuan looked at the gifts in his hands and felt that they were a bit shabby. How much do you want to take? It's always good to bring more gifts. We have everything we need at home. This is a token of my appreciation. It's enough as long as the appreciation is there. Su Chuchu took advantage of the fact that he couldn't free his hands and raised her hand to pull his face to tease him. It could be seen that this guy was still a little nervous and talked more than usual. Her parents both work in good companies, and the family's financial situation has always been good. She has been able to earn a lot of money every year over the years, so her family has no shortage of anything. At that time, Su Daqiang and his wife were actually just urging her to get married, and did not force her to marry Zhang Shu. But she never expected that she would end up like this. Compared to Zhang Shu, at least they knew Qin Chuan inside and out, so in their minds, Qin Chuan was inevitably much less reliable. The Su family is located in a high-end residential area in Qi City, a famous family of the times. How about buying some more fruits? Qin Chuan pointed to the fruit shop at the door with his chin. Okay. Su Chuchu responded and pulled him into the store to buy some fruits. Qin Chuan saw the tobacco and alcohol supermarket next to him and said, "How about bringing 2 bottles of wine? Does uncle usually drink? Then buy 2 bottles of red wine. White wine is bad for the body and my mother doesn't let him drink it." Su Chuchu looked at his cautious look with a funny expression. Since bringing more gifts would make him feel more at ease, Su Chuchu simply let him do it. He was still showing off his strength a few days ago, but now he is wilting when I see him. In fact, she was quite happy to see Qin Chuan like this. The more cautious he is, the more he cares about you. I went into a tobacco and alcohol supermarket and bought 2 bottles of red wine to take with me. Su Chuchu led the way with tea and nutritional supplements, while Qin Chuan followed behind with other things. Soon we arrived in front of an apartment building. Do you want to slow down a bit before going up? Su Chuchu turned and looked at him. No need, go ahead. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. If he stuck his head out, he would be in trouble. It would happen sooner or later. He couldn't be cowardly at this time, otherwise he would not be called a man. Let's go, warrior. Su Chuchu gave him a thumbs up and took him into the elevator. Qin Chuan looked at the lit 18th floor button in the elevator. His heart beat faster with every floor he went up. In a blink of an eye, the elevator door opened. The two walked out of the elevator one after the other and arrived at the door of the Su family in a few steps. Su Chuchu raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. Qin Chuan stood straight with a smile on his face. Not long after, the door opened and a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Su Chuchu appeared at the door. Judging from Su Chuchu's age, she should be around 50 years old, but probably because she took good care of herself, she looked no more than 40 years old. Mom! Su Chuchu called out with a complicated smile. It has been a while since she and Lao Su last made a special trip to Jinhai for her wedding. Things were pretty tense that time, but after all, they were my parents, so I wouldn't hold a grudge against them. I was just about to call and ask where you were. Why are you taking so long? Xin Ling quickly glanced at Qin Chuan behind her. Although she was angry at first, after calming down for such a long time, she gradually came to terms with it. She greeted the two of them with a friendly smile. Hello, Auntie. I'm Qin Chuan, Chu Chu's. Qin Chuan took the initiative to speak, but paused halfway through his words. Husband. Su Chuchu deliberately leaned closer to him and added for him. Come in quickly, don't stand outside. Xin Ling leaned aside and let the two people into the house. Mom, this is the gift Qin Chuan brought you. This is the tea I bought for my dad. As soon as the two entered the house, Su Chuchu put the gifts she bought on the shoe cabinet one by one, and opened the shoe cabinet to get slippers for Qin Chuan. You're back, so bring whatever you want. We have everything at home. Xin Ling took the fruit and red wine from Qin Chuan's hand and said, Qin Chuan, right? Auntie, just call me Xiao Qin. Qin Chuan said politely. Okay, then you guys sit down and rest for a while, the meal will be ready soon. Xin Ling nodded. My dad is not at home? Su Chuchu asked. Oh, something happened at work, so I may have to come back late. Xin Ling said casually. The old stubborn man said that he would never see the two people even if he was beaten to death. He went out this afternoon and no one knew where he went. But it was not easy for him to say this directly in front of Qin Chuan. Su Chuchu said oh and didn't ask any more questions. Let me help Auntie cook. Qin Chuan saw that Xin Ling seemed quite friendly, completely different from what he had imagined. His nervousness instantly eased a lot and he took the initiative to volunteer. If you can deal with your mother-in-law first, you will be a big step towards success. You must be tired after sitting on the plane for such a long time. Go and take a rest. I'll be there soon. Xin Ling waved her hand. It's okay, I'm not tired. Mom, we've done it for you. Su Chuchu said, Qin Chuan cooks delicious food. He makes food for me every day. You see, I've gained weight recently. Qin Chuan. How can there be every day? Of course, he also knew that Su Chuchu was giving him a chance to show himself, and by the way, she praised him to Xin Ling, so naturally he did not refute. There are only 2 dishes left. You don't have to get involved. Go drink some water and take a rest first. Xin Ling said. Give your son-in-law a chance to show off. Su Chuchu said with a smile and pulled Qin Chuan towards the kitchen. Come on. There was no one else at home, and it would be boring for him to sit there alone. Xin Ling didn't insist and followed him in. The kitchen is spacious and the 3 of them don't feel crowded at all. Chapter 139 The Little Cotton Padded Jacket Leaks. Just as Xin Ling said, there was actually not much to do in the kitchen. She had already started working before Qin Chuan and Su Chuchu came back, and now she had almost finished everything. All that was left was to stir-fry 2 dishes. There was soup simmering in the pot and the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma. Su Chuchu specially found an opportunity for Qin Chuan to show his ability, so he naturally couldn't let it down. He cut the vegetables skillfully with a knife. Xin Ling took a look with a look of surprise, then silently looked at her own daughter who was looking at Qin Chuan with an infatuated look on her face. As a woman herself, she could see that this girl liked this man from the bottom of her heart. She had strongly opposed this marriage at the beginning simply because she was worried that Su Chuchu would regret finding someone so casually in the future. After all, marriage is too much of a joke. Now it seems unexpectedly good? When the 2 of them stood there, they looked quite a good match. In addition, Qin Chuan is not arrogant at all, and his diligence also adds a lot of points. This young man just spent tens of millions to buy Galaxy Music not long ago. Xin Ling has seen many promising young people like him, and all of them are very proud. She had already made up her mind that as long as the person was still okay, she wouldn't worry about it. Right now, favorability is soaring. This may be what is meant by the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is. Xiao Qin, is there anyone else at home? Xin Ling opened the casserole of stewed soup and took a look, then asked casually. My parents, and a younger sister. Oh, that's good. Are you busy with your work? Not busy, someone else is taking care of the company's affairs. Oh, I listened to the song you wrote for Chuchu, it's pretty good. Which music school did you graduate from? I haven't studied it professionally, it's just a hobby. Qin Chuan said modestly. He had anticipated facing these problems before coming here, and had already prepared a plan in his mind, so he was able to deal with them easily. Su Chuchu did not interrupt. This was a necessary procedure and one of the main purposes of coming back this time. After asking a few simple questions, Xin Ling seemed satisfied with Qin Chuan's answers and did not continue asking. Otherwise, it would be like checking the household registration, which would not be good. Take out the prepared dishes, and I'll take care of the rest. Qin Chuan cut the vegetables, but Xin Ling didn't let him continue to help. After all, it was the other person's first time to come to her house, and he had already passed the test here. As for Lao Su, she would ignore him for the time being. Should I call my dad and ask him when he will be back? Su Chuchu asked. Don't worry about him. He might have something urgent to do at work. Let's eat first. Xin Ling said. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a door opening outside. Su Chuchu leaned over to take a look. It was old Su who came back. She walked out of the kitchen and greeted him obediently. Dad, you're back. Hello, uncle. Qin Chuan also came out and greeted him seriously. At the same time, she quickly took a look at her father-in-law. He looked gentle and didn't seem like a difficult person. According to Su Chuchu, he was a piano accompanist in the opera house and was a cultured person. Su Daxian looked at the 2 of them expressionlessly, his gaze lingered on Qin Chuan for a second longer, then he said walked into the living room with his hands behind his back, sat on the sofa, picked up a newspaper and started reading. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. His first appearance was just a small show of power. Su Chuchu looked calm and composed. She patted his arm gently and gave him a wink, telling him not to panic. Xiaoqin, come here, help bring the soup over first. Xian Ling heard the noise outside and roughly knew what had happened, so she took the initiative to call Qin Chuan to work. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least his mother-in-law seemed to have recognized him. This was a good trend. He quickly responded and returned to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served. Lao Su, wash your hands and eat. Xian Ling greeted Su Daxiang, and the latter slowly got up from the sofa, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, returned to the dining table, and started eating without saying a word. Xiaoqin, just like you're at home, don't be polite. Xian Ling saw Qin Chuan sitting there somewhat uncomfortably and said with a friendly smile. Okay, auntie. Qin Chuan said with a smile, then picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat. Seeing Xian Ling's enthusiastic look, Su Daxiang felt very uncomfortable and silently said, Traitor. Come, have a chicken drumstick. Su Chuchu picked up a chicken leg for Qin Chuan and put it on the plate, then winked at him deliberately. I can do it myself. Qin Chuan laughed dryly. Give me the bowl and I'll serve you some soup. After a moment, Su Chuchu gestured to him again. Qin Chuan felt that it was not good to be taken care of like this all the time, and just as he was about to serve himself, Su Chuchu took his bowl away. Su Daxiang buried his head in his food and glanced at the two of them calmly, feeling very upset. The cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. I have the impression that this girl has never picked up food for herself. I have worked hard to raise my daughter for more than 20 years, but now she has fallen to the point where she is worse than a brat who came out of nowhere. Who the hell can I go to for justice? Xiaoqin, I cook everything according to our local taste. I wonder if it suits your taste. Xian Ling asked Qin Chuan with a smile. Yes, it tastes great. Qin Chuan said sincerely. How could the food cooked by his mother-in-law be unpalatable? Of course, it was true that it tasted really good. Then eat more and don't be restrained. We are all family. Xian Ling looked at Qin Chuan with satisfaction. The young man was handsome, had good financial conditions, was talented, and most importantly, looked honest. Then he looked at his daughter again. The more he looked, the more well-matched she seemed. It was really nice. Hey. Qin Chuan responded. The meal went uneventfully and my father-in-law didn't say a word the entire time. However, with the support of my mother-in-law, he didn't seem so nervous. After dinner, seeing Suma preparing to clean up the dishes, he quickly stood up and prepared to show his courtesy. Auntie, let me do it. No, just take a rest. Xian Ling said, pressing her hands. Just sit down and I'll help Mom clean up. Su Chuchu pulled him back to the chair and started helping her mother clean up the dishes. Xiaoqin, come and sit down. At this time, Su Daxiang stood up and walked towards the living room, and suddenly spoke halfway. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. What was coming had to come. After saying oh, he looked at Su Chuchu weakly and helplessly. Su Chuchu gave him an encouraging look and said silently, go ahead. Chapter 140 I teach Xiaoqin how to box. Su Chuchu went to the kitchen to help Xian Ling clean up the dishes. Don't get your hands dirty, I'll wash them. Xian Ling saw her preparing to wash the dishes and spoke out to stop her. I have never seen her so diligent before. Of course, this is also related to the education the couple gave her. Su Chuchu was spoiled since she was a child. She was hardly allowed to do any housework at home, and special attention was paid to protecting her hands. The original plan was to train her to be a pianist, but unexpectedly she became a singer instead. Su Chuchu didn't bother to be polite with her. She said oh and turned around to go outside to escort Qin Chuan. Come back. Xian Ling called her. What's wrong? Talk to me. Xian Ling picked up the rag and started washing the dishes. As she washed, she asked, what stage have you and Xiaoqin reached? We've already obtained our marriage certificate and are now living together. What stages are there? Su Chuchu shrugged and said, oh, the only thing left is to have a baby. Xian Ling turned her head and glanced at her, with a complicated look in her eyes. They are planning to have a baby. It seems my girl is totally devoted to him. Did he offer to meet us or did you ask? He has wanted to come for a long time, but I was worried that you were still angry, so I didn't let him come for the time being. Su Chuchu said. So how does he treat you normally? As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's true character. After only a few hours of interaction, although Qin Xuan behaved in a steady manner and I was generally satisfied with him, I couldn't really tell anything from him. No matter how rich or talented he is, that is secondary. The most important thing is to be good to your own daughter. Yes, he is so nice. He brings me tea and water every day, and asks me about my well-being. I dare not say anything. Anyway, he is definitely better to you than old Su. Su Chuchu said exaggeratedly. He can also write songs for me and play the piano very well. We have common interests. Anyway, he is good, so you don't have to worry about him. Really? Xin Ling didn't quite believe it and thought she must be exaggerating. How could you just randomly find a man who would be perfect for you? Even if a couple was in love with each other, there would be some bumps and bruises between them, right? Really? Never had a quarrel? No, why should we quarrel? Su Chuchu shook her head firmly. There had never been a quarrel before, and there probably wouldn't be a quarrel in the future. At least she couldn't think of anything that the two would quarrel about at the moment. What do you like about him? I don't know what I like about him, but I can't find a reason not to like him. Su Chuchu thought about it seriously and said it a little awkwardly. Xin Ling was stunned for a moment, turned her head to look at her without saying anything. I wondered if Qin Xuan was really that charming. I've never seen this girl be so rude to any man before. The reason why we were so anxious to get her married was that she was old enough. Another thing is that this girl doesn't seem to be interested in men. Now things are suddenly out of control. It's really weird. But seeing her daughter's happy face, she was content. In the living room, Qin Xuan sat properly with his hands on his knees. Across the street, Su Daxiang was making tea in an orderly manner. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Tea. After Su Daxiang brewed the tea, he poured it into 2 cups, then picked up 1 cup with one hand and handed it to Qin Xuan. Thank you, uncle. Qin Xuan thanked him politely, took it with both hands and took a sip. My father-in-law wouldn't poison the tea, right? Definitely not. How old are you this year? Su Daxiang asked after drinking a cup of tea. 24. She is 3 years younger than our Chuchu. Su Daxiang thought thoughtfully, wouldn't his own daughter have to give in to him? Young people nowadays haven't fully settled their minds at the age of 24, so they are not very reliable. Qin Xuan's heart sank slightly when he heard his words. Did he answer wrongly? But age is something that cannot be changed. How many brothers do you have in your family? Su Daxiang asked again. I have a younger sister. You don't smoke? No. Where's the wine? A little drink now and then. Qin Xuan answered truthfully one by one. There is no need to panic about these insignificant little things. Besides, my father-in-law is old and it's not that easy to fool him. If he sees through me, I will lose a lot of points. Do you exercise regularly? Su Daxiang nodded slightly and asked. This kid's answer was flawless and he seemed to be fine in every aspect on the surface, but I still couldn't help but want to chop him with a knife. Qin Xuan originally thought that he would continue to ask about family situations or work like his mother-in-law, but he suddenly changed the direction, which caught him off guard. After a while, he said, I don't exercise much, but I'm in good health. I have to exercise to stay healthy. Even at my age, I still exercise every day. Su Daxiang said indifferently. Well, I'll start exercising when I get back. Qin Xuan said with a stiff smile. Don't go back, let's start from today. Su Daxiang pointed to one of the rooms with a dignified look. There is a gym at home, come and exercise with me for a while. Qin Xuan. What are you doing after just having dinner? Of course I couldn't say this out loud, so I obediently got up and followed him to the gym. The Su family's gym is not very big, and the fitness equipment is not complete, but a red boxing sandbag hanging on the side is very eye-catching. I didn't expect that my father-in-law is still so strong in his 50s and even practices boxing? Su Daxiang put on his boxing gloves without saying a word, walked to the sandbag, and assumed a very professional boxing stance. Bang! 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 He punched the sandbag hard several times in a row, quite professionally. Don't look at me, I'm over 50 now. I can knock down a young man like you with one punch. Su Daxiang turned his head to look at him, and continued to punch the sandbag a few times. Qin Xuan. This is a threat. Definitely a threat. But he probably also knew what his father-in-law meant? Maybe she is worried that he will treat Su Chu Chu badly in the future? It seems that my father-in-law has accepted my marriage to his daughter. Of course, this doesn't mean he has accepted himself. At this time, Su Chu Chu walked in and looked at the two of them with a confused look on her face. Just by hearing the sound, she thought that the two were having a real-life PK here. Dad, what are you guys doing? It's okay. I'll teach Xiao Qin how to box. Su Daxian bumped his fists together and said calmly. Su Chu Chu rolled her eyes secretly in her heart. Are you two that familiar with each other? You even teach him how to box? It's not good to do such strenuous exercise right after eating. I've cut up some fruit. You guys can go outside and eat some. Su Chu Chu subconsciously pulled up Qin Chuan's sleeve as she spoke and said so close to him. Then she pulled Qin Chuan and turned to walk out the door. Su Daxiang stood there looking at the two people's backs, opened his mouth, and swallowed back what he wanted to say. Qin Chuan was led out of the door by Su Chu Chu and felt a chill on his back. The two returned to the living room and sat down. Su Chu Chu picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, then picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to him. Open your mouth. Qin Chuan watched Su's father walk out of the gym. Without opening his mouth to take it, he reached out to take it and took a bite. Dad, have you heard my new song? Su Chu Chu asked. Su Daxiang ignored her with a sullen face, walked to the sofa beside him, sat down, and started making tea. What do you think? Su Chu Chu asked again. Average. Su Daxiang finally spoke and gave a lukewarm evaluation with 2 words. Su Chu Chu curled her lips and looked at Qin Chuan.